The desolate wasteland under the cloak of night. A colossal train roared forward, cleaving through countless bodies like a plow, its xenon lights casting a ghastly pallor. In its wake trailed hundreds of frenzied figures, a chase that tightened the throat with its intensity. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was taut to the breaking point. The conductor, clutching a roster, meticulously verified identities while distributing additional rations. Name, Leon. Occupation, mechanic, recently assigned to combat personnel. With a soft thud, a piece of bread landed in his palm. This was the fateful meal. Without hesitation, Leon shoved it into his mouth, chewing vigorously as he gazed out through the lookout window at the tide of corpses. The numbers were staggering. Though he had no desire to perish, given the grim circumstances, he resolved to at least die with a full stomach. Prepare for engagement. The burly man, known as the conductor, bellowed. This train, aptly named Cold Girl, was his pride. Typically, the conductor would not personally oversee combat. However, it was evident that this was an extraordinary situation. He wore a wide-brimmed hat, his upper lip, cheeks, and sideburns cloaked in a dense beard, his physique robust, clearly a man who engaged the world with his body. Leon approached the engagement platform, readied his power crossbow, and disengaged the safety. The mechanisms interlinked with a melodious chime. The pressure gauge gradually pivoted, swiftly stabilizing. A pale green panel materialized before him. Type 2 nail gun blueprint unlocked. Quality. Average attributes. None. Experience required for upgrade. 12100. Your first creation. Treat it with care. Perhaps years hence, this little fellow will become a symbol of sorts, like a war crossbow. 40K. Nice piece. Did you craft it yourself? The man beside him glanced at Leon's crossbow, clearly taken aback. Intricate, sturdy, lightweight, and dependable. Unlike the crude, makeshift firearms wielded by others, it was evident that this was a fine creation. Such skill at such a young age. It was indeed rare. Yeah, Leon nodded, stealing a glance at the scruffy, middle-aged man. His pilled gray sweater was draped beneath a coat of indiscernible hue. Stubble tinged his lips and chin with a shade of green, his eyes bleary, hair tousled. The engagement platform operated in pairs. This man was his teammate. Though termed a teammate, they were essentially strangers. They had no prior contact, which inadvertently prevented any possibility of sheltering the infected. Clatter, clatter. Something was being passed over, swaying unsteadily. Leon lowered his gaze to discover a crumpled white cigarette case, adorned with a band of blue stripes. Care for one? The man raised an eyebrow. May I take them all? Leon inquired. The man, evidently taken aback, soon displayed an unexpected generosity that belied his attire, nodding in assent. Leon took the cigarette case without hesitation, wrapping it in plastic and stowing it in his pocket. Cigarettes, even the rough hand-rolled varieties, were rare commodities at this juncture, let alone this brand of meticulously crafted smokes. It was rumored that those rascals in first class occasionally traded valuable items for them. Although Leon did not smoke, it was prudent to accept them nonetheless. If we both survive, I can craft another for you. Leon indicated toward the crossbow. He understood that the man was not a fool. He expected a return for his investment, and his craftsmanship was indeed worth a pack of cigarettes. I have developed a rapid-fire system and enhanced its penetration, Leon elaborated, and it operates silently, the man added, emphasizing what he regarded as the most crucial feature. Silence was unnecessary on the train, where the engine was already sufficiently noisy, and there was no need to invite a horde of corpses with gunfire. However, should one venture away from the train, wandering alone across the wasteland, a quiet instrument of death would be indispensable. A profitable exchange. Are you a wanderer? This weapon certainly bears their hallmark, the man inquired. I am merely a passenger, trading my skills for a ticket, Leon replied with a stoic expression, continuing to chew his bread. For an ordinary person to abandon the train and roam the wasteland was tantamount to courting death. Nevertheless, preparation was paramount, Leon mused. The fact that a mechanic like him had been thrust onto the front lines indicated a severe manpower shortage aboard the Cold Girl, and the situation was dire. Even if one were to miraculously survive this wave of corpses, reaching their destination remained uncertain. Prepare. The conductor's bellow echoed through the air. Leon pressed his cheek against the crossbow, aligning his gaze with the sight, and caught a close-up view of the faces twisted in maniacal laughter. Pale, grayish skin, contorted facial muscles, dark red, decaying gums, and faintly glowing hearts. Zombies. Leon swallowed hard. From the perspective of his former life, these creatures, capable of outrunning a train, with claws that could shred thin metal and occasionally wielding weapons, were undoubtedly the most despair-inducing adversaries for survivors. Do not act rashly. Ammunition is limited fire only when they are close. The conductor's command snapped Leon back to reality. Faced with such a scene for the first time, he found himself ill at ease. Bang! Clearly, some are even less prepared than Leon. The command to refrain from rash actions was swiftly drowned out by the terror unleashed by the horde. Someone screamed and pulled the trigger. The shotgun roared, and the pellets scattered through the air like a storm of metal. Flesh erupted, and Leon witnessed as a zombie's teeth shattered, half its jaw flying away as if in slow motion. The already cacophonous world spiraled further into chaos, akin to plunging into the heart of a thunderstorm. Everyone opened fire, and the conductor's orders devolved into meaningless howls. Leon narrowed his eyes, his trembling fingers poised on the trigger. The others had fired prematurely, causing a horde of zombies to surge toward him, the density rapidly escalating. 5 meters. 3 meters. Not close enough. Swish. It was only when the leading zombie climbed onto the train and reached for the barrier that Leon abruptly squeezed the trigger. The crossbow too shone for the first time in real combat. A bolt, the length of his palm, shot forth, propelled by a torrent of metallic heat, piercing through the left eye socket of the zombie and seamlessly exiting through the back of its skull, embedding itself into the chest cavity of another. Crimson droplets of blood splattered, the bolt piercing through 4 zombies in succession, striking the abdomen of a 5th. In an instant, all 5 zombies lost their balance, tumbling down and dragging a few climbing companions with them, their bodies crushed into pulp beneath the wheels. Well shot, a man beside him exclaimed loudly. Leon remained silent, his fingers still resting on the trigger, the tips turning pale from exertion. As he engaged in the fray, the internal repulsion he felt began to dissipate, a burgeoning desire for destruction rising within him, yearning to revert humanity back to its primal state. The magazine whirred and hummed, full auto mode. Bolts rained down like a tempest, each one meticulously adjusted to cover the arc before him. The formidable penetrating power, coupled with the staggered timing of shots, allowed each bolt to pierce through multiple zombies. The greater muzzle velocity compared to ordinary firearms provided immense stopping power, causing every fallen zombie to create chaos and disrupt their formation. After a round of fire, a small vacuum formed before Leon. Click, click. With the bolts expended, Leon detached the cylinder and stepped on the crossbow to replace the magazine. The man beside him immediately increased the intensity of firepower. Together, they coordinated their suppressive fire. If each team could operate in this manner, surviving the zombie tide should not be insurmountable. Alas, the incessant hissing of burning flesh filled the air, the acrid scent invading his nostrils. Leon turned his head to discover that the opposing team had exhausted their ammunition, desperately wielding aluminum thermal spears to hold their ground. Creak! A grating sound pierced the air as Leon observed several bulges emerging from the metal plate before them. They were on the brink of collapse. Ah! A violent tug from outside yanked the spear wielder, nearly flinging him off his feet. His arm, unable to release in time, was pulled through the lookout hole. After struggling to retract his hand, the spear had vanished. Bang! Bang! The sounds of impact grew increasingly clear, the protrusions becoming more pronounced. Should even one point falter, the compartment would be inundated with the incoming zombies. He had to assist them. The other opposing teams also sought to allocate personnel, yet their alternating fire was barely sufficient to withstand the onslaught. Damn it! With the bolts reloaded, Leon gritted his teeth. He was uncertain whether he could withstand the situation on his own. Go lend a hand, the man murmured, winking at Leon. In that instant, Leon beheld the muzzle of the man's battered firearm emanate a brilliant azure arc of electricity. A wielder of extraordinary abilities. His astonishment lasted but a fleeting moment as Leon exchanged glances with the man, hoisting his crossbow and charging forth. Chapter 2. Infection Make Way. With a shove, a surge of movement, and a raised leg, a heavy kick landed on the lookout point, halting the desperate arms reaching in. Leon steadied his crossbow, pulling the trigger amid the relieved gazes of the other two. His expression was grave. Unlike the previous situation, there was no safe distance here. The tide of corpses had found this defensively weak platform and instinctively began to close in. For every few that he dispatched, others would immediately take their place. The meager resistance was like a flickering flame in a torrential downpour, poised to be extinguished at any moment. Fortunately, that flicker was Leon, a flame far sturdier than the ordinary. As long as his bolts held out, he would not be overwhelmed by the storm. The others took notice of Leon. At such a critical moment, his ability to hold the platform and his willingness to assist his comrades turned the tide of despair. The young man, gritting his teeth, seemed as if he were to be anchored to the ground, his formidable presence impossible to ignore. The train conductor also recognized this. Leon's desperate resolve resonated with the others. Seizing the opportunity, he bellowed, boosting morale. "Don't just stand there. Think of a way." Leon shouted at the other two. One found his bearings and stumbled toward the end of the carriage. The other, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen, devoid of action. Soon, the first returned, bearing steel plates and a welding torch. To weld the defensive platform shut meant the others would have to share the burden of pressure here. There was even the risk of zombies seizing the opportunity to climb onto the roof. When the defensive platforms were evenly distributed, the tide of corpses would be diverted into several smaller streams. However, once the outflow was obstructed, those streams risked transforming into a flood. Yet, there was no alternative at present. Bang! The steel plate was pressed against the wall, and the welding torch shot forth a brilliant flame. Sweat poured from the man's brow, his hands trembling from anxiety. "Hey, lend me a hand." He raised his head to look at his paralyzed teammate. The latter slowly lifted his gaze, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, capillaries pulsating beneath his skin, eyes filled with despair. In the next instant, despair vanished, replaced by bloodlust and madness. Just half a minute ago, he had been combating the tide of corpses with an aluminum thermal spear. Now, he suddenly lunged at his comrade, the two grappling fiercely. White, gnashing teeth opened and closed repeatedly, while the hands that had been pinned by the welding torch flailed wildly, revealing faint bite marks. An infected one. "Help! Help me!" The downed man cried out in despair, only to be met with a distorted, wretched scream as his throat was torn open. Leon felt a chill run down his spine. He was trapped, and there was no doubt he would become the next target of the infected. He had to think of a way. Crack! After the heavy chopping sound, Leon suddenly felt a wave of warmth on his back, something soft crashing onto him, followed by a thick stench of blood. "Hold on. Don't be afraid. They are starting to retreat." It was the voice of the train conductor. He swiftly advanced, decisively wielding an axe to sever the heads of the two infected individuals. Had the tide of corpses begun to recede? Before the lookout window, the persistent shadows seemed to lift somewhat, and Leon exhaled a subtle sigh of relief. "Well done. Thank goodness we held our ground." Others began to cheer in advance, casting glances at Leon filled with envy, jealousy, gratitude, or malice. Leon felt a tingling sensation in his cheeks. This was his first encounter with the Horde, feeling firsthand the overwhelming impact of mass death and slaughter, witnessing the astonishment of those with abilities alongside a sense of relief at having survived. A complex swirl of emotions surged within him, fatigue washing over him as Leon took several deep breaths, refusing to allow himself to relax. No, it was not over yet. Retreat? Leon's gaze sharpened. Why would the Horde retreat? The enemy platform had not been breached. How had that person become infected? A flash of memory crossed his mind, the moment when the spear could not be released and hands were yanked away. Leon's brow furrowed deeper. It must have been at that instant. Generally speaking, could a zombie actively perform the series of actions required to pull a weapon and extract a person for infection? No, it could not. This indicated that there might be exceptions within the Horde possessing intelligence surpassing their peers. It understood the concept of a weapon and recognized that it could use this method to pull someone away. If one were to assume the enemy possessed a certain level of intelligence, then retreating would no longer signify victory. Instead, it would be a trap. Two voices echoed through the carriage, one belonging to Leon and the other emanating from his bearded ally. An ominous premonition arose from the depths of Leon's heart. He wished to release the crossbow, but the harness was secured upon his shoulder. At this juncture, it was too late to unfasten it. In a moment of desperation, Leon picked up the welding gun that had fallen to the ground, intending to sever the harness. Almost simultaneously, a pale hand, veined and ghostly, grasped the other end of the crossbow with incredible force, yanking Leon down to the lookout window. He could see the malevolent grin upon its face. This creature had been lurking in the blind spot directly beneath the lookout window, silently witnessing the death of its companion and the retreat of others. It was all for this moment, to eliminate Leon as a threat. In a flash, the zombie lunged, aiming to bite Leon's left hand. Die! Adrenaline surged through him, his heart pounding like thunder. In an instant, Leon's primal instinct to survive erupted fiercely. He could not let it end here. Without hesitation, he raised the welding gun and thrust it into the zombie's eye socket. A column of flames erupted forth, creating a vast charred pit at the back of the zombie's head, simultaneously scorching Leon's left hand. Behind him, a great force pulled him back. Leon understood that he had been yanked back by the train conductor. After narrowly escaping death, the atmosphere within the carriage grew increasingly oppressive. Exhausted, the group collapsed onto the floor, indifferent to the bodies and pools of blood nearby. Occasionally, someone would raise a hand in acknowledgement of Leon, and the train conductor patted his shoulder. However, not everyone would endure until the commendation ceremony. They all removed their upper garments, lining up in a single row. The conductor brandished an axe. The time it took for each person to transition from being bitten to fully becoming a zombie varied, ranging from mere minutes to several hours. No one was willing to take the risk of isolating suspicious individuals, at least not on this train. A misjudgment could lead to even greater losses. Leon stood at the far left of the line, gazing down at his severely burned left hand. As the adrenaline faded, the pain became increasingly acute, burning and swelling. Yet, he felt detached. At that moment, he was more anxious than when facing zombies, with only 2 crossbow bolts remaining in his weapon. A single thought consumed his mind. He had been bitten. What would happen next? His thoughts spiraled, and he felt a nudge against his right arm, followed by a cheerful voice from a man. It seemed unreasonable that he had managed to hold a defensive position, assisting other groups in resolving crises, while still being a newcomer. Upon closer inspection, it was not the crossbow that was impressive, but Leon himself. He did not respond. He should have inquired further about the abilities of others, but there was no time or energy for such questions. The apocalypse spared no one. To survive, one could not rely on luck. Even with a glimmer of hope, one had to demonstrate true skill to seize it. Kneel down. A commotion erupted nearby, and Leon turned his head. The conductor drew his sidearm, aiming it at the combatants before him. Conductor, please. I have a wife and children. Remember, we emerged from the same shelter. The man clasped his hands in desperation, but the scratches on his shoulder were darkening gradually. Noticing the conductor's silence, old Lou turned to the others, his despairing gaze sweeping across each face. Few met his eyes. The few who did bore expressions entirely different from before. They were no longer looking at a comrade, but at a zombie. Everyone wished for his demise. At the very least, let me off the train? Old Lou's words began to slur, and he thought that perhaps getting off could offer some chance. Old Lou, you are an exceptional warrior. The conductor's voice was devoid of emotion. That is precisely why, after you become a zombie, you might retain some intellect, even wield weapons. The next time we meet, the Cold Girl train might just fall to your assault. We've run this route together for years. You should understand the necessity of eliminating any potential threats. I will ensure your family receives the funds and supplies, but I will not prepare these for a zombie. If you wish for your wife and children to know you fell in battle as a human, then take this honorable bullet. Leon touched the satchel at his waist. There lies a diminutive grenade, issued alongside the rations, its power modest, sufficient only to obliterate the heart when in close proximity to the thoracic cavity. The so-called glorious grenade. As he lifted his gaze once more, Leon beheld old Lou kneeling on the ground, weeping and bending low. Bang! With a sudden tremor, the conductor discharged another shot, then waved his hand, signaling for the body to be removed to the boiler room. Leon inhaled deeply. The conductor was resolute, cold, and devoid of empathy, qualities that rendered him remarkably dependable. Hence, the exorbitant price of tickets for the Cold Girl train. However, in the face of his own infection, these traits became sharp spears. The last vestige of any potential for negotiation was utterly extinguished. Remaining here left no option but to succumb to death or to be killed. Perhaps due to the high temperatures used for sterilization, Leon felt no inclination to transform into a zombie. In such dire moments, everyone harbors the hope of being an exception. Leon was no different. Yet, he harbored a strong premonition that he truly would be that exception. For the power crossbow was on the verge of an upgrade. To willingly relinquish a sliver of hope and perish as a human held no allure for Leon. Survival was the paramount concern. He must fight, struggle to live at all costs. After several deep breaths, his pupils gradually contracted, and the desire to survive flared anew. He had to escape immediately. His gaze turned toward the platform he had been steadfastly guarding. There, the claws of zombies had marred the surface, leaving a few breaches that had yet to be repaired, perhaps capable of being blasted open. Yet the glorious grenade's power was insufficient. One alone was evidently inadequate. Clatter, clatter. Similar to the cigarette box he had received earlier. The man approached, wobbling with something in hand. Leon accepted it, discovering it to be yet another glorious grenade, faint arcs of electricity flickering upon its surface. His breathing quickened momentarily, then returned to normal. Silently, Leon grasped the grenade and regarded the breach. Chapter 3. 3 Wishes That Blueprint. The man cleared his throat softly. Initially unnoticed, but upon prolonged observation, he discerned Leon's wound. He surmised Leon's intentions, aware that the likelihood of a return was slim. Though he felt a pang of regret, he resolved to facilitate Leon's endeavor, lest his investment in half a pack of cigarettes be rendered futile. In the drawer beneath my bed, Leon uttered, offering little more than the glorious grenade. The blueprint bore little value. After all, it was his first creation. The quality of the nail gun crude at best, only evolving into the ordinary through iteration. Alongside it lay $2,000, originally intended as living expenses. Leon continued, "You may hold on to it for now. Should I survive, I shall certainly seek you out. Shall I assist you in delivering it to someone? No need. Then I shall keep it for you." The man chuckled. "After all, you must head to the sodium hall. Perhaps we shall meet again. At that moment, I shall treat you to a drink, Leon. Oh, I am Zhang San." Such a perfunctory pseudonym. Leon strides towards the confrontation platform. After making up his mind, he feels an unexpected sense of calm, undeterred by any psychological burden. Regardless of past events or the current circumstances, composure is essential in action. This is the understanding of a craftsman. "What is happening? Leon, what are you doing?" The conductor almost immediately sensed the anomaly. Leon was not surprised. The individual was seasoned and had witnessed him being yanked from the carriage. Even with the chaotic wound on the back of his hand, the seeds of suspicion had already been sown. Leon crouches low and charges forward at full speed, one hand gripping the glorious cartridge, the other pulling the ring. Poised for action. Block him. He has been bitten. The conductor unhesitatingly raised his gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet grazed Leon's shoulder, embedding itself in the wall, sending sparks flying and ricocheting to the other side. As if a switch had been flipped, the combatants in the carriage sprang into action. The admiration previously felt for Leon instantly morphed into apprehension at the thought of him becoming a zombie. A craftsman who is agile, quick-witted, capable of crafting such a crossbow, an adept in its use. He must not be allowed to survive. Get the gun. Don't shoot. The bullets will ricochet indoors. You fool. Boom. Chaos erupted in an instant, countless projectiles hurtling towards Leon, only to be intercepted midair by an electric arc net. Leon abruptly yanked the ring and sheltered behind a steel plate. Boom. After the dust settled, the carriage bore an irregular breach. One could glimpse the rapidly receding ground, the pale moonlight, the desolate terrain, and the occasional emergence of pairs of crimson eyes. Cold air rushed into the carriage through the breach, the strong wind rendering one unable to open their eyes. Jumping from a moving train requires courage. But when pursued by a dozen armed combatants, the task becomes considerably simpler. Step forward, protect the head, curl up. Following a brief sensation of weightlessness came excruciating pain and vertigo. The final image etched onto his retina was that of the man calling himself Zhang San, performing an exaggerated motion to trip and kick the powered crossbow from the train. Gravel, stars, dust, night sky, weeds. Then came a prolonged ringing in the ears and uncontrollable spasms in the abdomen. Thud. Leon's consciousness did not fade for long. Perhaps only a fleeting few seconds. Moments later, awakened by the sound of a whistle, Leon realized why the tide of corpses had suddenly receded. A colossal steel serpent sped by, its bright silver body shimmering with countless stars, reflecting the cosmos and the night sky. The emblem combining an astrolabe and a star chart was engraved on the front, with 12 gigantic train cannons flanking either side, their muzzles faintly glowing. Stargazer, blueprint locked. Quality, miracle. The panel flickered twice before vanishing. The Stargazer, one of the largest 12 trains in the world, exists merely as a presence that actively deters small-scale zombie hordes. A colossal behemoth, a mobile fortress, an iron city that never fades. After the day of apocalypse, it is these 12 trains that maintain the most basic order, traversing tirelessly between various sanctuaries, exchanging supplies and transporting dignitaries. How wonderful it would be to possess a train of my own. Anyone witnessing such a sight would inevitably entertain this thought. And Leon was no exception. At least it would prevent him from being cast aside. As he assessed his injuries, he rose to his feet. The Cold Girl train was considerable in size, yet in comparison to the Stargazer, it was but a flickering firefly beside the radiant moon. Leon scratched his head, reminiscing about the day of apocalypse. When residing in the sanctuary, these concepts were merely vague terms in his mind. Now, having truly set foot on the wasteland, the memories became increasingly vivid. The zombies of this world are not born of a virus, but rather a calamity. One day, they were unleashed by an unknown entity, nearly divine in nature, and have persisted ever since. Even with heavy firepower deployed for large-scale extermination, their numbers never dwindle, as if a deity constantly replenishes them. Some refer to it as a trial, while others deem it divine retribution. Almost concurrently, the iron rails that span entire continents emerged, indestructible and perpetually unobstructed. They even traverse the sea. It is akin to a divine blessing. Thus, around these tracks, countless sanctuaries of various sizes have been constructed. The 12 trains, resembling a miracle of steel serpents, seem to be yet another gift. Leon's recollection of this part is hazy. It appears that once one becomes an empowered individual, the descriptions in books become veiled and ambiguous. In any case, how he longed for a train of his own. Becoming an empowered individual would also be splendid. I must survive. In his mind, he tentatively noted the first two desires and boldly circled the third in red. I must survive. Leon rummaged through the weeds until he unearthed his power crossbow. Cradling the deformed weapon, he manipulated it back and forth a few times. It was broken, yet reparable. The panel flickered again, and most descriptions remained unchanged, save for the experience points section. Experience required for upgrade, 98, 100. Leon squinted. There are two methods to acquire experience. The first involves absorbing precious components from other mechanical creations. The original 12 points of experience were obtained this way. Devouring a nail gun provided 10 points, while dismantling a host of clocks and remote controls yielded 2 points. The second method is straightforward and brutal, killing zombies. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the grass, prompting Leon to lower himself cautiously. The disorientation from his fall dissipated, and he became acutely aware of how dire his situation truly was. In the desolate wilderness, under the cover of night, an ordinary person finds himself in dire straits. His only crossbow, the sole instrument of his survival, lies broken. The mantra in his mind, an urgent decree to live, seems almost insurmountable. Chapter 4. The acquisition of the sleeve arrow. Lu-in fixed his gaze upon the thicket, his hands diligently scouring the ground nearby. He required a stone. The transmission shaft of his crossbow had warped. With just a slight adjustment, he might attempt to fire it once more. The rustling grew increasingly pronounced, a sound drawing nearer. Ideally, the approaching entity would be a zombie. The grit and grass brushed against his fingertips, cold sweat slowly trickling from his brow, as Lu-in muttered to himself. Should the intruder be a group of armed marauders, the situation would be far more dire. Suddenly, from the underbrush, a shadow lunged forth, and the sensation of a solid object returned to his consciousness. Blood-red eyes cleaved through the dim moonlight, lips drawn back to reveal a ghastly grin devoid of sound. Zombies, when solitary, seldom emit cries. Lu-in held his breath, summoning every ounce of strength to strike the transmission shaft with the object in hand. Adrenaline surged, his eardrums pulsating. The world around him erupted into chaos. The rustling, footsteps, the distant whistle of a departing train, and the frantic rush of blood filled his ears. Crash! The cacophony was abruptly shattered by a resounding impact. The zombie had drawn near, its hollow gaze mirrored in Lu-in's widening pupils. Not yet sufficient. He needed just a fraction more precision. The opportunity to pull the trigger was singular. It must be executed with utmost accuracy. Crash! With another desperate strike. A spark flickered in the air. The heavy object collided, and Lu-in lost his balance in an instant as the zombie's pallid teeth loomed closer. Its gaping maw exhaled a fetid breath of decay. Lu-in squinted, his pupils constricting. Now was the moment. Click! The mechanism's sound was faint yet undeniably resolute. It was a test, a final judgment, an irreversible outcome. The bolt pierced through the zombie's exoskeleton, penetrating its putrid flesh, disregarding the ribs, obliterating the heart, and shattering the scapula, soaring into the night sky. Luin did not relent. He shoved the corpse off him, one hand bracing against the ground while the other steadied the crossbow, still aimed at the underbrush. Moments later, another rustle echoed through the air. A smaller figure, a child-sized zombie, emerged. It was apparent they had shared a bond in life, perhaps recently infected or too feeble to be accepted by the horde. Yet, these considerations bore no weight on Luin. He was driven by instinct, pulling the trigger before the thoughts fully formed. It was a matter of survival. To endure in this apocalyptic realm, one must possess a resolute mindset. Once assured of safety, as the adrenaline waned, Luin found himself uncontrollably falling backward. Just moments ago, he felt no pain. Now, he realized his left pinky was fractured, bent grotesquely backward. The ribs throbbed with a faint ache, yet no other discomfort plagued him, suggesting an absence of internal bleeding. The stars emerged in the night sky, and Elon gazed upward. His ears felt warm, his eye sockets grew dry, and his breath remained persistently moist. He had succumbed to a fever. A crimson veil began to cloud his vision, dark capillaries creeping across his cheeks. Elon rapidly took 2 deep breaths. There was no need to fret over his injuries. He was already an infected individual, uncertain of how much longer he could remain active. In any case, he could not afford to lie down any longer. Rising to his feet, he grasped the hard object from earlier and approached the 2 zombies, methodically crushing their skulls. The experience points would take a moment to process, and Elon had no intention of relying on this to ascertain whether the zombies were truly dead. Instances of incapacitated zombies reawakening to inflict harm had indeed occurred. Thus, for the sake of safety, it was prudent to handle the matter himself, and it wouldn't require much time. Once he dealt with the immediate tasks, the experience points were calculated. Elon raised his crossbow, examining the upgrade page. Stun gun type, blueprint unlocked. Quality, ordinary excellent. Attributes, none. Experience required for upgrade, 100100. Optional upgrade available. He clicked once. 2 blue pages flickered into existence. Optional upgrade 1. Weapon enhancement. Attain a more rugged aesthetic. Magazine capacity increase. Power enhancement. Durability improvement. Size increase. Weight increase. Usable in close combat. And establish a deeper connection with the mechanic. Greater size equates to greater strength, I reckon. Optional upgrade 2. Mechanic enhancement. Transform the stun gun type into a detachable, folding wrist crossbow. Size reduction, weight reduction, durability enhancement, reloading speed improvement, shooting speed enhancement, while simultaneously establishing a deeper connection with the mechanic. All things are ephemeral, all matters are permissible. Elon stroked his chin thoughtfully. The first option seemed to offer a sturdier evolution for the crossbow, allowing it to be wielded as a blunt weapon. A firearm perhaps? Quite exhilarating, though regrettably too heavy. In such circumstances, carrying a cumbersome object would make survival in the wasteland exceedingly difficult. As for the common thread of establishing a deeper connection with the mechanic in both options, its meaning remained elusive. Ultimately, he clicked. A brilliant light flashed, and a brand new blueprint materialized in Elon's mind. Subsequently, a faint yellow silhouette of the blueprint appeared in midair, accompanied by the sound of interlocking gears as the crossbow began to reassemble itself autonomously. It shed redundant components, iterated gears and transmission shafts, and reconfigured the pressure relief system. The optimization was nothing short of exquisite. Elon fixed his gaze intently on the crossbow hovering before him, striving to commit each step to memory. He was a craftsman, both in this life and the last. It was precisely this understanding that allowed him to grasp the sheer incredibility of the crossbow's upgrade. The creator of these blueprints was an extraordinarily great artisan. Every alteration was executed with exquisite precision, akin to the divine touch of a celestial hand. Of course, Leon did not believe in deities. He etched these steps into his memory, aspiring for further refinement, adjustment, and iteration, transforming the nail gun type into one uniquely suited to himself. In a mere few seconds, the enhancements to the crossbow were completed, the craftsman withdrew his hand, and the elegant creation descended gracefully from midair. Leon reached out to catch it. The blue panel flickered to life. Nail gun type modification, blueprint unlocked. Quality, exquisite. Optional trait 1, Hive rapid fire. Upon activation, it swiftly empties the magazine. Sleeve crossbow ki, a step ahead. Optional trait 2, penetrating shot. Upon activation, significantly enhances the range and power of the next shot. Perhaps a small step towards bringing down the stars. Characteristic, diligent duty will absorb damage for you until completely destroyed. Experience required for upgrade, 01000. Your first creation, your eldest daughter. She has witnessed your struggles and battles in silence, vowing to accompany you until the very end. Good child. Leon gazed at the new characteristic, a rare smile gracing his face. In his former humble refuge, most of the weapons he encountered were of inferior quality, marked by white panels, while those with green panels represented an ordinary quality that was already quite impressive, even capable of being exchanged for valuable cigarettes based solely on their blueprints. Leon had yet to grasp the true rarity of exquisite quality weapons. However, it was likely that other exquisite weapons lacked traits. It seemed this was a deeper connection. The traits functioned as active skills, while the characteristics served as passive ones. The traits, indeed, must penetrate. Regardless of the circumstance, distance equates to life. Suddenly, Leon realized something and shifted his gaze back to characteristics. Wait, could it be that he would don the sleeve crossbow, feeling the lightweight metal adhere to his skin, tightening the leather straps, adjusting the expansion chamber? Almost simultaneously, Leon sensed a profound connection between himself and the hand crossbow. As if a fleeting shadow of gears had passed through, he touched his forehead, having burned away much of the pain. The crimson haze before him gradually dissipated. Even his left pinky, which had been bent awkwardly, clicked back into place. Although it had not fully healed, it was considerably less swollen. As a price, Leon noticed 2 fine cracks appear on the power crossbow. This was the true, deeper connection, not mere flowery descriptions meant to placate him, but a genuine bond, akin to a shared existence. Before complete destruction, a portion of the damage he endured would be borne by the hand crossbow, including any infections. Moreover, the hand crossbow could be repaired. Thus, as long as he continued to seek out parts to mend it, he would not succumb to becoming a zombie. Leon narrowed his eyes. This time, the light flashing within them was not solely the struggle for survival. It also shimmered with hope. Chapter 5. Encounter with the Wanderers. 500 meters away from Leon, 2 figures lay in ambush side by side. Noticing the absence of armbands, it was clear they were not part of their group. The young man on the left raised a water bottle to his lips, taking a small sip to moisten his parched mouth. The man on the right remained utterly still, offering no response. His posture was peculiar. One leg bent while the other was extended, seated sideways on the ground. A bandaged rifle rested upon his bent knee, maintaining an aimed position. The young man lowered the water bottle and lifted binoculars. This individual was remarkably cautious, likely having dispatched the 2 zombies using some silent method, though he had regrettably missed the event. Suddenly, the hand holding the binoculars trembled violently. A fine piece, the sniper remarked, having noticed Leon's crossbow earlier. The observer was somewhat taken aback, casting a glance at the sniper's prized rifle. A standard weapon, primarily found in medium to large shelters, was far more precious than life itself to wanderers like them. He had witnessed the man utilize this 30-year model, renowned for its precision yet modest caliber, humorously dubbed the non-lethal gun. However, the sniper's exquisite skill compensated for this limitation. Typically, this taciturn man hardly glanced at other weapons, yet he bestowed such high praise upon a handmade crossbow. That little gadget, the observer inquired, no matter how finely crafted, surely cannot compare to a rifle? The sniper offered no response, instead running his fingers through his hair. I want that, he stated. But we are on a mission, the observer hesitated. The target train will soon appear. Distraction now is of little consequence, the sniper replied, pulling back the bolt and aiming at the shadow that was gradually edging forward in his field of vision. What is this? Leon wondered, examining the hard object in his hand. It was the item he had used to strike the drive shaft, mistaking it for a stone. No wonder it fell off when he struck it. This appeared to be a part of some large machinery, its material reminiscent of brass, yet distinctly different. Most crucially, a red panel emerged before his eyes, soon flickering with myriad lines as if interrupted by a signal before vanishing, never to reappear. It was the first time Leon had encountered such a phenomenon. Following the crossbow's diligent characteristic, his fever had subsided considerably. It could not be a mere hallucination. This meant what he had just seen was indeed real. The quality of this component was akin to that of the miraculous stargazer train. Had it fallen from above? No, That was incorrect. The stargazer bore a name in his eyes. This component should have displayed its origin as well. An unidentified miraculous component. Fine, he would pocket it. There was no use pondering too much now. The pressing matter was to leave the wasteland and make his way toward the magnesium hall. With determination, Leon set forth. After the day of revelation, humanity constructed various shelters near the railway, the largest of which number 24. Each shelter specializes in distinct products, necessitating the exchange of resources, hence the continuous passage of trains among them. The magnesium hall, as its name suggests, is the largest magnesium mine still in existence. The protagonist originally intended to travel there to inherit a workshop from a distant relative, but tragically met his demise in an accident before he could embark on his journey. Approximately 120 kilometers remain. Leon picked up a wooden stick to use as a staff and advanced slowly. The desolate, muddy ground reflected the moonlight, and an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings, with the air thick with the stench of decay, allowing him to hear his own breath and heartbeat. Over 100 kilometers may not seem far, yet this is the wasteland. Death lurks at every corner, and even walking a few hundred meters can feel utterly despairing. Leon understood that his current lack of encounters with zombies was due to the lingering aura of the stargazing train. Should a horde converge again, he would undoubtedly perish. Furthermore, there were drifters and other unknown dangers to contend with. Leon felt the tool pouch at his waist. He had prepared for the possibility that the Cold Girl train might be breached, compelling him to evacuate, and thus packed numerous supplies. In fact, he had been preparing for a life adrift in the wasteland long before, as being well prepared is one of Li Ang's guiding principles. It would be fortunate to encounter another train, although I have no idea if they would allow me aboard, Leon murmured softly. Suddenly, without warning, he felt his left leg lose its strength. It was as though he had been struck from behind, causing him to stumble. Thud! A dull sound echoed across the wasteland. Leon staggered and rolled into the grass. A hit, right on the thigh. Observing, he lowered his voice. The sniper still offered no response. Regrettably, he had intended to aim for the head. That individual was indeed cautious. An ordinary person falling from a train would typically try to stay close to the tracks. After all, the area had been blessed by the divine, resulting in a lower density of zombies, granting a false sense of security. However, in reality, there was no cover near the tracks, and they should be more concerned about drifters than zombies. This time was different. The crossbow-wielding assailant deliberately maintained a distance, neither too far nor too close to the tracks, continuously edging toward the grass. It was as if he was intentionally guarding against a sniper. Yet, it mattered little now. A direct hit to the main artery meant the prey would have no chance to escape. He could now focus on completing his task, leaving the spoils for later. The sniper brushed his hair back, starkly contrasting, as his lifeless gaze once again locked onto Leon Click. He pulled back the bolt, preparing to squeeze the trigger once more. Once he fired, they would become adversaries. He would be haunted by nightmares if he did not witness his foe's demise firsthand. Beads of cold sweat dotted Liang's forehead. A bullet, unlike the portrayals in films, is not inconsequential as long as it does not strike a vital area. In reality, regardless of where it hits, it will tear through muscle and instantly incapacitate an individual. This time, Leon's fortune was rather bleak. The bullet severed an artery, causing a crimson torrent of blood to gush forth. Fortunately, Leon heard the crisp sound of the crossbow's shattering release. His unwavering dedication to duty had its effect. The wound was shallower than usual. Leon retrieved a metal cord from his toolkit, severed a length, and tightly bound it around his leg. The bleeding ceased successfully. The wound remained, yet it would not pose an immediate threat to his life. However, this did not signify that Leon was out of danger. He lifted his gaze towards the direction from whence the gunfire had originated. Having been mentally prepared, the moment he was shot, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. A rogue, a sniper, he had become their target. Uncertain of when they had noticed his presence, had they witnessed the upgrade of his crossbow? Had they seen him collect the parts? As his speculations multiplied, Leon's expression grew increasingly frigid. If circumstances permitted, he would need to eliminate these individuals. Leon rolled up his sleeves to assess the condition of his crossbow. A fresh crack crossed the rotating gas valve. The power system might encounter minor issues, and steam could not escape as intended. Nevertheless, it remained operational. He inhaled deeply to steady his breath. He refrained from panicking, as it would be ideal for his adversaries to believe him deceased. On the other hand, it would also prevent the rustling of the foliage from revealing his position. Judging by the gunfire, They were not particularly close. However, the crossbow had just selected the piercing shot. Distance equates to life. Leon pressed his parched, cracked lips together, shifting the blood-soaked fabric of his trousers. After adjusting his position slowly, he raised his hand steadily, almost longing for his opponent to fire again. Only then could he ascertain their precise location. His aim was not especially accurate, and opportunities were limited. Come now, beneath the cover of night. Leon faintly heard the rails trembling, emanating a low hum. A train was approaching. The observer gazed towards the horizon, where a shadowy outline seemed to emerge upon the tracks. It was a train devoid of lights, lacking a whistle, barely making a sound. Their target was aboard. The sniper remained unresponsive, showing no signs of reaction. He fixated intently on the patch of desolate grass, attempting to discern even the slightest trace of discord in the gentle caress of the breeze. He found it. With narrowed eyes, a smile-like curve formed on his lips as he aimed at the slowly moving figure and pulled the trigger. Chapter 6. The Fisherman Profits. Bang! The stick wrapped in a coat traced a grotesque arc through the air, akin to a waterbird struck down, spiraling to the ground. The sniper's expression remained impassive. The crossbow-wielding scoundrel had set a minor trap, inadvertently falling into it, yet he felt no anger, only amusement. After all, distance is absolute. The effective lethal range of a Type 30 rifle is 500 meters, a limit for the vast majority of users. In reality, beyond 300 meters, the accuracy of an average person drastically diminishes. However, for a sniper, the confidence to eliminate an enemy extends far beyond that distance. But what of the crossbow? 80 meters? 100 meters? 300 meters? The sniper smirked disdainfully. A crossbow is a fine weapon, yet its efficacy hinges on the skill of its wielder. His confidence stemmed from unparalleled prowess and a keen perception of the target, magnifying the distant in his view. Before his thoughts could fully form, the sniper propelled himself backward. A sudden cough erupted from his throat, blood pooling rapidly as he clutched his neck in disbelief, where an arrow had embedded itself. The steel bolt had pierced his throat, ruptured his trachea, and carved deep grooves into his cervical vertebrae. 500 meters. That cursed bolt, concealed within the sleeve, had effortlessly traversed 500 meters to lodge itself in his neck. How could this be? Where did he acquire such range and precision? Slightly turning his head, the sniper caught sight of several bolts embedded in the ground not far away. His pupils constricted in shock. That scoundrel was no marksman. That damned homemade crossbow could fire in rapid succession, its sound muted, allowing for multiple attempts in a short span. Meanwhile, the observer had been incessantly speaking. How infuriating that he still babbled. Indeed, I am ill-suited to work alongside an observer. In the final moments before losing consciousness, he saw the observer crouching protectively before him, whispering something. Immediately after, the young man, on his first mission, picked up the sniper's beloved Type 30 rifle and aimed at the approaching train. Did we take him down? Leon asked, using his leg to flick a half-stone, sending it on a parabolic trajectory. The enemy ceased firing. Leon vaguely perceived, or perhaps felt, a figure collapse. A connection relayed from the crossbow to him. Yet he could not afford to lower his guard. The number of adversaries remained uncertain, their scale ambiguous. And while the likelihood of encountering a special ability user was slim, it was not non-existent. Fortunately, even if there were such individuals, they were evidently not of the ranged combat variety. The sniper threat was temporarily neutralized, allowing for action. Leon turned his gaze toward the approaching train. Unlit, silent, and poorly armed, it bore a name only in numbers. It seemed to be intentionally trailing the stargazing vessel, employing this method to evade the tide of corpses, perhaps transporting something illicit, or someone. In the instant it halted, Leon observed 5 or 6 dark gun barrels protruding from the lookout. He shrugged, opting to remain a bystander. Unwilling to wade into this murky situation, Leon retrieved his coat, which bore a modest bullet hole yet remained wearable. With a swift motion, he tore off one sleeve and bound it around his arm. The pressure system had malfunctioned, releasing scalding steam from the ruptured pipes, rendering his right arm crimson. This was no time for sentimentality. It was time to move. Concealed in the underbrush, Leon cautiously advanced toward the woods. With the cover of foliage, his movements felt significantly safer. He intended to assess the situation with the wanderers. Should only 1 or 2 remain, he would eliminate them. However, if their numbers were substantial, he would retreat back into the woods. With ample time before dawn, his crossbow would allow him to ambush from the shadows, granting him an advantage. Just as Leon prepared to take a step forward, a sudden bang echoed. He instinctively lowered his body. The gunfire continued unabated. The bullets not aimed at him, but rather piercing through the lookout, flooding into the carriage. The young observer, Basil, was a gifted individual. Specifically, he was an apprentice in the 9th carriage of Fires of War. Ranked in Sequence 9, Sentinel, his role differed from that of Star Watchers, who specialized in communication. Fires of War focused on combat. This colossal iron serpent periodically produced a multitude of elite soldiers, Basil being one of them. The Sentinel ability, known as pre-battle education, allowed him to replicate any military technique he witnessed within a brief period, such as sniping. The blurred insignia of firearms and flames flickered before his eyes as Basil gasped for breath, struggling to steady his rifle. As a novice using his ability for the first time, this task would not have fallen to him had the sniper not collapsed. Yet, in this dire situation, there was no room for failure. Almost there, Basil sprang from his hiding spot, raising his rifle to fire. An experience not his own replayed in his mind, his body seemingly having rehearsed this countless times. He chambered a round, pulled the trigger, and sent bullets flying. The small caliber rounds penetrated the carriage, traversing over one lifeless body after another, ultimately striking the emergency brake switch with a resounding clank. The train began to decelerate, the wheels screeching against the tracks in a harsh cacophony. Basil felt his legs grow unsteady, exhaustion pouring out of him with each bead of sweat. Yet, his heart swelled with joy. He had succeeded. The leader had mentioned that this train was transporting a prisoner. Such trains appeared periodically, closely following the Star Watcher, and thus the escorting team was not particularly robust. Inside, the prisoner possessed a fragment of a certain secret. The nature of the secret mattered little to him. He only knew that upon completing his task, the leader would be pleased. Basil positioned himself beside the carriage, swallowed hard, suppressing his excitement, and drew a dagger to pry open the door. With a whoosh, the door creaked open. Immediately, a shadow lunged forth, mercilessly plunging a dagger into Roar's shoulder. Roar gritted his teeth. Though inexperienced, he recognized that this was a moment of life and death. Bang! The butt of the gun struck fiercely against his opponent's face. The bullets had run dry. With a successful blow, Roar promptly discarded the rifle. One hand clenched tightly around the dagger embedded in his shoulder, while the other reached for his waist, where a bayonet of the 30-year model lay. Thud! The opponent's head was met with the gun's butt. Yet it seemed to have little effect. After a brief pause, a punch landed squarely in Roar's abdomen, a blow so forceful it nearly knocked the breath from him. He struggled against the urge to draw the bayonet, only to find his grasp empty. This was dire. Roar quickly realized that the bayonet had been wrenched away by his adversary. Grasping his collar, the foe pulled Roar down. Thrust, thrust, thrust. The blade, held firmly in hand, descended with ferocity, piercing through his back and emerging from his chest. Roar's pupils began to dilate almost instantaneously. Fortunately, he was an empowered being, specifically a fighter of the fire sequence, a sentinel. His dilating pupils forcibly constricted, adrenaline surged through his veins, causing his hair to stand on end. Enraged, like a wild beast, Roar lunged at his opponent, fiercely wrapping his arms around the man's neck. They grappled, biting and clawing, abandoning all technique in favor of primal instinct. Suddenly, Roar felt something pressing against his back. Clink! A gas canister expanded. PFFF. A single-use armor-piercing projectile simultaneously pierced through both Roar and the escort member beneath him, pinning them against the steel plate. Who? Leon retracted the smoking firing device and exhaled slowly. He had deliberately waited, confirming that no one from the train would come to assist and that no wanderers would intervene, before deciding to eliminate the two. When the clamorous clash of the clam and the heron ensued, the fisherman reaped the benefits. Leon raised his gaze, surveying his spoils. Train No. 006 lay quietly along the tracks. Chapter 7. Noah. Leon tugged at his hair as he scrutinized Roar's face. Very young, quite slender, with slightly curled black hair. This fellow was one of those who had targeted him. Leon lifted his crossbow, pressing it against Roar's head, and without hesitation, released 3 bolts in quick succession. Once he confirmed the adversary was lifeless, Leon retrieved the bolts, discovering that the escort member was still alive. A burly middle-aged man, shot in the neck. Yet he had managed to hold his own against Roar, now gazing calmly at Leon. Leon interpreted that look. It was a plea for a swift end. The entire process was swift and silent. Leon paused, steadying his unsteady steps. To pull the trigger at close range against a fellow being, claiming to feel no psychological burden, was clearly implausible. This was not a time for sentimentality. Liang was acutely aware of the world in which he lived. To survive, he must gradually acclimate. He stepped into the carriage, the acrid scent of blood permeating the air. Raiders often indulged in such acts, looting trains and even slaughtering passengers. In this era of treachery, he felt no remorse. Those who had fired upon him undoubtedly had accomplices, and he needed to swiftly scavenge the spoils and depart from this place. With a click, he twisted the round cap, and a pale green luminescence reflected onto the scene before him, illuminating the interior. The train comprised 4 carriages, including the engine, and the space was largely vacant. In the penultimate carriage, supplies of food and drinking water lay stacked, indicating that the train was nearing its destination. With little left of these provisions, even the legs of flies could be considered sustenance. He tucked them into his tool bag. The final carriage was tilted with weaponry. Aside from a makeshift shotgun, there were 2 standard rifles, seemingly of the 36 model. He had no intention of taking them. Carrying so many weapons alone would complicate his escape from the raiders or his journey across the wasteland. Remaining here would likely lead to them being claimed by the raiders, possibly to be turned against him. With the adept skill of a mechanic, Liang swiftly identified their high-value components, and soon the gear emblem illuminated, the panel flickered briefly, and the parts dimmed, disintegrating into powder. Nail gun modification, experience points 105, 1000. The experience gained from standard weapons was considerable, yielding 50 points each. In contrast, the makeshift gun provided only 5 points. Once the components were removed, they became unusable. Thus, attempting to upgrade weapons in this manner proved to be a waste. His daily ambition of handcrafting crude weapons for leveling had been dashed. Furthermore, ammunition was a valuable asset he gladly accepted. After stowing 2 boxes of bullets, his tool bag gained some heft. This is promising. Liang continued to search, discovering 2 offensive grenades. The term offensive does not imply aggression. In fact, it is quite the opposite. Offensive grenades are employed in charging situations devoid of cover, relying primarily on the explosive shockwave for lethality. Defensive grenades assume the user is sheltered, utilizing shrapnel and steel balls to harm foes. Clearly, the offensive type would be more effective in the wasteland. When faced with a horde of corpses, tossing 2 grenades might provide a chance at survival. Liang's search did not extend for long. Despite the silence enveloping the carriage, he could not entirely dismiss the possibility of survivors. He approached the 3rd carriage, the one nearest to the driver's compartment. If anything were to be transported, it would likely be stored here. A cold light flickered as he cautiously navigated through the darkness ahead. Bodies, bodies, bodies. The escort team, which had been preparing to draw their weapons, numbered 8 in total. Indeed, snipers proved to be perilously dangerous. As Liang absorbed the rifles, gaining 55 experience points, he scrutinized their insignia. The base was a muted yellow, adorned with black, hollow equilateral triangles, unfamiliar to him. Soon, he came upon the cargo. Was that a coffin? Liang furrowed his brow and cautiously approached, raising his hand crossbow in readiness. The coffin lay horizontally, not the traditional square shape of Chinese design, but rather a hexagon, wider at the top and tapering below, embellished with elaborate bas-reliefs. In the moment he nearly comprehended its form, a peculiar sensation erupted within him. The coffin's material, a brass-like metal, resembled the miraculous quality component he had found. It was evident that the coffin was intended to house a body. Taking a deep breath, Liang retrieved the rifle from the corpse's grasp and pried open the heavy metallic lid. The cover was a substantial weight, making the task arduous. However, as the emblem of gears flashed briefly in his hand, the process became significantly more manageable. The lid, inscribed with the name Noah, fell to the ground. There, lying serenely with her hands crossed over her chest, was a girl with pallid skin that faintly shimmered with a porcelain glow. Her shoulders, elbows, and feet were adorned with brass-like constructs, indicating she was not entirely human, a flawless doll imbued with a hint of divine essence. At a glance, Liang noticed a fleeting red panel flashing across her form. Miraculous quality, name unknown. He leaned in closer. The shell of the girl's abdomen had been opened, revealing intricate gear mechanisms and a spine that gleamed like brass, though a section was missing. Liang swallowed hard and, with trembling hands, retrieved the unknown piece from his toolkit. Approaching, he aligned it perfectly. The girl's eyelashes fluttered slightly, With this final piece, she could regain her heartbeat and breath. Suddenly, Leon hesitated and removed the component. Now was not the time. Activating the mechanism before initial repairs was forbidden. He could not let the thrill of potential success cloud his judgment. He must conceal her first. This was a miraculous creation, unattended, that he could potentially awaken. A strange voice within him urged him to take her away. Leon attempted to lift the girl. Surprisingly, she was not too heavy. As a mechanic accustomed to handling substantial parts, he possessed considerable physical strength. Taking a step forward, he felt a searing pain in his bullet-wounded leg, but he gritted his teeth and pressed on. This was a different challenge than carrying additional weight. The miraculous creation could significantly enhance his chances of survival over the likelihood of death. At that moment, Leon's mind fixated on a singular thought, regardless of what the Wanderers, the individuals behind Train 006, the Stargazer, and the Magnesium Hall were plotting, he would not be deterred. In summary, a grave situation had befallen him. 10 minutes later, numerous figures appeared near the slope where the sniper had fallen. The man, with a crossbow bolt piercing his throat, lay on a stretcher. Before him, a sorrowful woman leaned down, softly calling his name. "Corporal, Corporal?" The sniper remained unresponsive. His wound had been superficially treated, barely preserving his life. Yet he had slipped into unconsciousness. The leader, a young drifter, approached and whispered the situation. "Basil has been eliminated. The carriage is in disarray. Someone has been here. Did you find the culprit who took down the ability user and our corporal?" "No, the scene is too bizarre." The young drifter shook his head. To injure the sniper from afar and to kill the sentry up close suggests that there is more than one assailant. Are they other drifters or a squad from the shelter? It remains uncertain. The woman slowly lowered her head and sighed. "Leader, the corporal has awakened." The man on the stretcher opened his eyes, struggling to articulate something. However, with an arrow lodged in his throat, he could only emit a series of coughs. Desperately, he gestured towards his wrist. "Do you want your 30-year-old rifle?" The woman gently patted the back of his hand, reassuring him. "Rest assured, I retrieved it for you. Focus on your recovery. We can speak later." Suddenly, the man grasped her hand tightly, using his other hand to write in the fabric of the stretcher. Crossbow. Chapter 8. Awakening. Leon faced 3 choices. Firstly, he could continue towards the Magnesium Hall, delaying his inevitable consumption by the horde of corpses. However, before that could happen, he would certainly be pursued by the drifters, who rode silent motorcycles with great speed. Secondly, he could retreat, praying that the drifters would fear the horde and refrain from pursuing him, hoping against hope that fate would favor him and the zombies would mistake him for one of their own. Such a notion was largely fanciful. Thirdly, he could remain stationary. In the narrow gap beneath the left side of the engine of Train 006, Leon lay flat. Beside him a girl who remained peacefully asleep. His leg was injured, making it impossible for him to carry her far. The massive engine of the train, having lost critical components, provided just enough space for 2 to conceal themselves. The drifters conducted a cursory search of the carriage before hastily departing, granting Leon a moment to breathe. The footsteps of the seekers wandered nearby as Leon meticulously twisted a screwdriver. In times like this, maintaining composure was imperative. He needed to strategize his next course of action. Firstly, the hand crossbow he had just repaired. Modified nail gun. Experience points. 260,1000, of which 160 points were derived from the weapons he had just encountered, and the remaining 100 points came from Train 006, for a Train 2 is a mechanical creation. Even though it was merely an ordinary train, worn and dilapidated, the valuable components yielded 100 experience points, along with a common quality, heart of the furnace. At first glance, it appeared to be an ethereal mechanical heart, faintly emanating warmth and flickering embers. Leon was temporarily uncertain of its purpose, so he tucked it into his pocket. Additionally, he felt around his waist pouch, which contained all of his current possessions. Before the Wanderers returned, he had to derive inspiration from what he had. The flint was indestructible, impervious to water, and, once mastered, more reliable than a lighter. The metal rope was an essential survival tool in the wild, capable of crafting splints, lasso traps, binding spears, escaping swamps, and even cutting down trees through friction. The mechanic's emergency toolkit included wrenches, screwdrivers, glow sticks, and water filtration devices, which Leon used alongside the train's components to repair the power crossbow. The side of the toolkit held bandages, hemostatic patches, and antibiotics for emergency treatment. The disposable armor-piercing spike could serve as a dagger, equipped with a compressed gas canister for enhanced propulsion. It was particularly useful against zombies with reinforced exoskeletons or wanderers clad in armor. He had just utilized one, leaving him with a single spike. The half-box of fine cigarettes was acquired from a self-proclaimed ability user named Zhang San, capable of trading for valuable items from the affluent or simply indulging in flavor before death. The seventh vertebra of a maiden was a mysterious component used to strike the drive shaft. Upon realizing its origin, Leon felt a twinge of guilt. The rations and bullets were spoils that could not resolve his immediate predicaments. After a meticulous examination, Leon once again retrieved the seventh vertebra, having repaired it and installed it, awaiting the ensuing transformation. The sound of gears turning echoed, only to vanish in an instant. The wound on the girl's abdomen gradually healed, and with each passing moment, her inorganic essence diminished, bringing her closer to humanity. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, reminiscent of a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. Her complexion visibly flushed. Her skin appeared delicate and supple. The once cold body radiated warmth, and the rigid metallic shell softened. As a gentle breath caressed his face, Leon could even hear the rhythm of her heartbeat. He gazed quietly, his expression neutral, yet his heart was overwhelmed with awe. The mechanical had come to life. Though aware of the extraordinary forces at play in this world, witnessing such a miracle firsthand left him momentarily dazed. In the brief half-second of Leon's reverie, the girl slowly opened her eyes. Their gaze met, revealing a pair of brilliant golden orbs, within which intricate gears and patterns flickered fleetingly. The softly curled, dim golden hair gleamed, illuminating her face with an exquisite radiance. She tilted her head, silently observing Liang, as if contemplating some profound thought. Liang, in turn, scrutinized her. The proximity was so intimate that they could sense each other's breath. At such a distance, should a miraculous creation suddenly act, survival would seem improbable. Then, she moved abruptly. With arms wide open, she embraced Liang, resting her face against his chest, her hands encircling his neck. Shoo, she signaled for silence. The sound of footsteps approached, mingled with low growls and sniffing sounds. Hunting dogs. The inorganic aura that enveloped the girl returned abruptly, extending even to Liang, rendering his tongue and palate with an unusual numbness. The hunting dogs, failing to detect Liang's scent, retreated in frustration, and the girl released her hold, restoring a more appropriate distance. She opened her mouth, as if about to speak. What might be the first words of a miraculous creation, a living mechanical girl? A mechanical voice? Code? A threatening program? A binary incantation? It seemed she slightly lowered her gaze, murmuring, "Something is pressing against me." As an opening remark upon their first encounter, it could hardly be more unfortunate. Liang, however, felt little guilt. He believed that the sensation of something pressing against her was entirely warranted. It was a pneumatic disposable armor-piercing projectile, the most formidable close-combat creation at his disposal. Before she could sever his neck, he would activate the firing mechanism to strike the loose components along her spine. Once assured of her ability to communicate without overt hostility, Liang retracted the armor-piercing projectile and sat up. "Thank you for saving me," he introduced himself first. "I am Liang." The inorganic disguise was evidently the girl's handiwork. "Hello," she responded, furrowing her brow as she gently tapped her temple. "Who am I?" "You should be called Noah." He indicated towards a nearby coffin, the lid inscribed with the name. "Noah. I am Noah," she murmured to herself, transforming from a metallic figure back to a doll-like girl. Her age appeared to diminish slightly, likely falling between that of a girl and a young woman, though her demeanor was somewhat frigid. Her petite stature and radiant face belied the fact that she was a miraculous creation rivaling the 12th train. "Liang," she maintained her expression of confusion. "Are you a mechanic?" "How did you know?" Liang inquired. Having just discerned her own identity, she immediately guessed his profession. If this were a classroom, perhaps she would deserve praise. Noah pondered for a moment, seemingly at a loss for words, before leaning closer to Liang and pointing to her eyes. "Sequence 9, mechanic." As she spoke, the brass gear insignia in her eyes illuminated once more. Liang observed it clearly this time. He recognized that symbol. Each time he utilized the mechanic panel, a similar emblem would light up on the back of his right hand. As the schematics for the upgraded nail gun emerged, such symbols appeared in midair. "Sequence 9, does this imply that I possess abilities?" Leon murmured to himself. He had indeed contemplated this possibility. However, the gear emblem did not belong to any of the 12 trains. Thus, it was not part of the 12th sequence. Furthermore, since others could not see the symbol on his hand, Leon had always assumed it was akin to the legendary systems spoken of in tales. Indeed, this sequence is somewhat unique. For the time being, you have only me as a companion, and it is likely to remain so, Noah replied, her tone laced with uncertainty as she surveyed her surroundings. Where exactly are we? Chapter 9, The Liberation Posture, A Silent Kill. Who am I? Where am I? Such inquiries, if approached from a philosophical standpoint, are profoundly intricate. Number 006. The train transporting you has now come to a halt, Leon responded. The girl curled up, cradling her head. Is your head throbbing? Leon inquired. It hurts a lot, Noah replied, her voice tinged with a touch of grievance. It seemed that her memory center had sustained damage and required repair. Is that so? Given that even parts like your spine were discarded by the roadside, you must have been on the verge of disassembly. I conducted a preliminary inspection. For now, you are barely functional. Is that so? What should I do? I am a mechanic, an ability wielder of the same sequence as you. Noah lifted her head, blinking in surprise. I can fix you. Leon offered a warm and professional smile. If there is anyone in this world capable of restoring you, it would be me. For you mentioned that we are the last survivors of this sequence. Noticing the girl gazing at him with hopeful eyes, Leon silently nodded. He spoke the truth. And it was precisely for this reason that he had the audacity to awaken Noah. Seizing the moment to gain her trust, he endeavored to reassure her. Allow me to be explicit. Leon rolled up his sleeves, revealing the wounds on his arms. Why, you're infected? Noah recoiled slightly, appearing somewhat apprehensive. I have temporarily managed to control the affliction through some means, but I am still not entirely human. I am experiencing fever, loss of appetite, and a craving for blood. To maintain and even improve my condition, I must gather more parts while continuing my journey as an ability wielder. In this process, assisting you to recover missing components and repair your damaged memory center is certainly feasible. In exchange, Noah. The moonlight streamed through the gaps in the train windows, casting a gentle glow upon the two. Tiny specks of dust sparkled like silver, swirling gracefully through the air. The girl with radiant golden hair lifted her gaze, her innocent eyes fixed upon the mechanic before her. You must become my companion. Leon extended his hand toward her. I am willing. Noah's face flushed slightly. Leon's formal tone felt somewhat peculiar, evoking a sense of awkwardness. In the desolate wilderness, amidst the abandoned train, the presence of wanderers and hunting dogs rendered the atmosphere even more peculiar. However, she surreptitiously observed Leon. To endure for so long after being infected, to single-handedly commandeer a train, to salvage essential components for oneself, and to successfully evade the initial search, she was indeed a formidable, resolute individual with unwavering determination. Guiding companions of the mechanic order was inherently my mission. Noah, taking Leon's hand, rose to her feet, eager to unravel the mystery surrounding the Brass Lord. We were kindred spirits in this journey. Leon etched the name Brass Lord into his memory, deliberating to address it later. For the pressing matter at hand was to depart from this place. Noah surveyed her surroundings. Her gaze seemed capable of piercing through the metal walls of the carriage. Spotting the lurking wanderers outside. 6 homemade crossbows. There should be 4 individuals. She reported her findings, noting that one was unarmed, leading a dog, and remained out of sight. So, had they located their positions based on firearms? In any case, it was time for close combat. Do you possess any armed components? Leon scratched his head. Noah extended her slender arm, gesturing in the air, her delicate face falling momentarily. It appeared she might have had something. What about pure output power? Your strength should exceed that of an ordinary person. The safety mechanism is jammed. I am currently at the level of an average adult male. Leon regarded her with a complex expression. The girl twisted her fingers, glancing back anxiously. It's all right. Confirming their location is sufficient. Leon examined the carriage. The armor of Unit 006 was thin, and with the right angle, a penetrating shot could likely breach it. He raised his arm and rolled up his sleeves. A power crossbow. Did you craft it yourself? Noah's eyes brightened. Indeed. Impressive. It is an honor to receive praise from a mechanical creation of your caliber. But now is not the time for such discussions. May I borrow this? She then retrieved the heart of the forge from Leon's pocket, placing it in her mouth in an unusual manner. Subsequently, she grasped the power crossbow, the gear emblem in her eyes gradually rotating. Almost immediately, Leon felt a peculiar sensation transfer from Noah's hand to the power crossbow. This exquisite creation, rivaling a rifle, was enveloped in a golden hue, visibly expanding in size. Spike gun modification, liberation state. Temporary entry gained. Lance of Longinus. Significantly enhances power. Temporary entry gained. Quartermaster has a 50 chance of not consuming ammunition when firing. Temporary entry gained. Silent kill. Target struck by arrows will not emit any sound until death. Leon stared, astonished at the suddenly manifested 3 entries on the power crossbow, a chill running down his spine. 3 entries. The spike gun had only received a penetrating shot when upgraded from ordinary to exquisite, whereas Noah's touch had instantly bestowed 3 enhancements. Though temporary and non-selectable, it was indeed substantial and fulfilling. This merely liberated the crossbow. What if there were larger, more exquisite mechanical creations? The thought alone is exhilarating. It is time to withdraw. A distant voice reached his ears, and the aged wanderer nodded. Since the camp had gained a stargazing adept, conducting affairs had become significantly more manageable. Even the loss of a walkie-talkie was no longer a concern. Xiao Fu, let us depart. He crouched down and patted the sturdy chest of his hunting dog. Xiao Fu was a 3-year-old native dog, courageous enough to confront bears and unperturbed by the presence of zombies. He was a companion of which he was immensely proud. Suddenly, as he reveled in the affection, Xiao Fu crouched low, emitting a low growl of warning towards the direction of the train. The wanderer turned his head, only to witness the reinforced steel plates of the carriage being effortlessly torn apart. A sharp gleam shooting forth and piercing the throat of one of his comrades in an instant. His companion convulsed and collapsed silently to the ground. Not even a whisper escaping his lips, the struggle muted and void of sound. It was only when his companion had completely succumbed that a faint gurgling sound could be heard from his trachea. Unsurprisingly, another comrade met a similarly eerie fate, followed by yet another and another. The bodies fell in silence, and it was only Xiao Fu's warning that allowed him to witness the entire grisly spectacle. The wanderer clamped a hand over his mouth. This was a massacre devoid of sound, a silent slaughter. It represented the pinnacle of the wanderer's craft. In the wilderness, every extraneous sound could attract a horde of the undead, leading to the demise of the entire squad. Thus, they took pride in their silence. The one who had slain the private had not departed. Instead, he remained concealed within the train, employing a wholly silent method to eliminate all his companions before his very eyes. Silence, restraint, and control. It was as if he were confronting the legendary deity of wanderers, an intangible specter. The aged wanderer took 2 steps back, collapsing onto the ground, stifling any sound that might escape him, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind. Such an adversary was beyond his capacity to defeat. He must seize this opportunity to flee and report to the leader. Chapter 10. Inorganic transformation. The wanderer moved with stiffened steps, guiding Xiao Fu as they retreated gradually into the distance. Suddenly, he felt resistance on the leash. Looking down, he saw Xiao Fu baring his teeth in warning, facing another direction. On the other side of the hill, emerging alongside the pale dawn, were hundreds of scarlet eyes. The horde was upon them. It was resolve, though laborious. Leon retracted his crossbow. Gaining insight into the perspective of the enemy felt akin to witnessing a ghost. Without any premonition, as the foe inside the carriage raised a hand, someone on his side fell, silent and without warning, meeting a pointless demise. The power enhancement from the Lance of Longinus, combined with penetrating shots, enabled Leon's crossbow bolts to pierce directly through the iron plating of the carriage, the trajectory remaining largely unaffected. Silent hunting renders the wanderers incapable of supporting one another, leading to their swift demise before they can mount an effective counterattack. Although the aspect of not consuming ammunition remains largely unutilized, it is still a slight advantage. Leon has 3 crossbow bolts remaining. Ugh ugh. Noah spat out the heart of the forge, embarrassedly wiping it with her sleeve before returning it to Leon. She had previously attempted to enhance weapons of superior quality, but the results were far less impressive. Particularly, the design of this power crossbow features certain innovations that are evidently self-created, significantly amplifying its potential. It also exhibits remarkable prowess within the realm of mechanics. So, aren't you going to say anything? Noah inquired softly, noticing Leon's prolonged silence. What do you expect to hear? A thank you for your hospitality? Leon glanced at the saliva-coated heart of the forge, suppressing his disgust. Do not recklessly allow components to become contaminated with saliva. Adhere to production standards. By the way, how peculiar it is that mechanical creations can possess bodily fluids. Yuck. Noah swiftly retrieved the heart of the forge, wrapping it in her clothing, evidently startled by Leon's strange remarks, preparing to clean it before returning it. Therefore, that is one of the few abilities at your disposal. Leon contemplated, utilizing the heart of the forge to temporarily liberate a creation. Indeed, Noah appeared somewhat fatigued, suggesting that using her abilities took a toll. A single heart of the forge can be utilized for 5 minutes. She extended a hand, palm open. No wonder it's so powerful, Leon nodded. To incinerate the worth of an entire train within 5 minutes in exchange for a weapon's temporary enhancement is quite a brutal ability. I wonder if I could try liberating something else, like this. Leon produced a disposable armor-piercing spike and a grenade, sifting through his options. Let me have a break. Noah huffed, playfully striking Leon, suggesting he try holding a light bulb while keeping a wire in his mouth. So that's the principle behind it? Leon realized with sudden clarity. Just as he spoke, a cacophony erupted around them. Leon leaned closer to the lookout window for a brief glimpse before retracting his gaze. He observed the lead zombie, a smaller, more slender creature, its head severely burnt, exposing the brain tissue beneath, its nose charred. Yet, it still lived. This infected abomination had withstood the blow from the welding gun and remained active. An impulse to rush forward and crush its skull surged within Leon, though it was evidently not the time for such recklessness. The horde is approaching. Noah retreated from the lookout window, anxiously swallowing. You are a mechanical creation. You shouldn't be afraid, right? Leon queried. Yet you are still an infected one. Zombies will attack the infected. I have witnessed them devouring one another. Stop talking. Noah covered her ears. Can we employ that trick from earlier? Leon gestured, referring to Noah's ability to spread the essence of inorganic matter onto herself, successfully evading the hounds. That is indeed possible, Noah nodded. That ability belongs solely to Sequence 7, inorganicization, which allows a person's presence to approach that of an inanimate object. It is her most practiced skill, achievable merely by holding her breath. The issue lies in my fear of zombies. She tugged at her slightly curled, resplendent golden hair, making Noah appear even more voluminous, akin to a freshly hatched chick. I see, Leon mused, stroking his chin. It would be unreasonable to impose one's fears upon another. Just as some are afraid of snakes and others of dogs, such fears cannot be altered overnight. Very well, then we must forge a bloody path. He rolled his shoulders and retrieved a disposable piercing tool, preparing to leap from the vehicle. Ah, I've got it. Noah pulled him back. I will use my ability to guide you through the horde. The blood-red tide of zombies surged forward. Unbeknownst to them, they instinctively avoided the petite figure radiating a soft, golden glow, akin to a golden sun descending into a sea of blood, creating a vacuum around her. With Noah, utilizing inorganicization, she appeared to them as mere trees or stones. The movements of Leon and Noah were rather intricate at the moment. One of Noah's hands grasped Leon's arm, allowing them both to maintain their inorganic state, while her other hand shielded her eyes to avoid the sight of the zombies. Leon stood behind her, covering Noah's ears with his hands as they cautiously advanced. Observing the zombie tied up close for the first time was indeed a peculiar experience. Leon scrutinized the calamities unleashed by these outer gods. There were indeed numerous distinct mutations among them. Some had more developed upper bodies, with arms nearly dragging on the ground, while others bore heavy exoskeletons, deflecting ordinary bullets. Some were significantly larger, their bellies grotesquely swollen. Those were the zombies Leon had seen that consumed their own kind. Of course, there existed types with higher intelligence as well. As they brushed past, Leon noticed one of those fiendish creatures pause momentarily, sniffing the air, before departing with no reward. It nearly discerned Noah's inorganicization. Leon considered taking advantage of the chaos to dispatch it swiftly, yet such an act would undoubtedly lead to their engulfment by the horde. Zombies exhibited varied characteristics, devouring one another, perhaps even merging their strengths to become more terrifying entities, potentially augmenting their numbers. It was truly despairing. A hand repeatedly patted Leon's palm, bringing him back to the present, where he found Noah on the verge of asphyxiation. She required periodic breaths, with the timing determined by Leon. In this regard, Noah proved to be quite reliable and forthright. She was indeed terrified of zombies, yet she honored her promise, even when on the brink of suffocation. For now, they were temporarily safe. Leon surveyed the surroundings. The density of the horde was not excessively high. Noah exhaled, then inhaled sharply. The nearby zombies instantly sensed something amiss and began to approach Leon, their half-decayed forms swaying, revealing skulls as their noses wobbled. Ultimately, they found nothing and were compelled to continue forward with the main group. Noah changed her breath twice, and the tide of corpses had completely passed. She sat upon a pile of rubble, disturbed by artillery fire, taking a moment to rest. Leon, she mused, gazing at the remnants of the corpse tide. What do you think drives these creatures to scurry about in such haste? Leon pondered for a moment, before leaving the small shelter. He had studied various strategies and perused several texts analyzing the behavioral patterns of the undead. Perhaps they are simply famished, seeking sustenance, he replied. Once they catch a whiff of human scent in the air, they converge in droves. Their destination might be a shelter, a moving train, or a camp of wanderers. However, the latter option is less likely, as they are said to possess unique means of refuge. They attack shelters, chase after trains, and if successful, they find something to eat. If unsuccessful, they either consume their own kind or starve to the point of immobility, becoming prey to their peers. Then, the outer gods send forth another wave of fresh zombies. Don't the zombies grow stronger over time? Noah inquired. Indeed, Leon sighed. Over the years, countless resources, weapons, and ammunition have been depleted. To my knowledge, 6 medium-sized shelters have vanished entirely. Thus, large shelters like the Miracle Train, which ensure a steady supply of resources, are more stable and secure. That is where I intend to go. He gestured towards the tracks. The Magnesium Hall. Noah softly repeated, Magnesium Hall, her expression growing somber. Leon understood the destination, yet she seemed lost regarding her origins and her path forward. You must come along, Leon insisted. We are companions. I know, Noah replied, clearing her throat and waving her hand dismissively. What a clingy mechanic you are, it's rather troublesome. She mused. The one who created you wouldn't happen to be a traveler as well, would they? Speaking with you evokes a sense of familiarity. What? Nothing, Leon said, stretching his limbs. Let us prepare to depart. Dawn is approaching, and midday will be quite sweltering. Wait, I think I just recalled something. Noah paused mid-motion, one hand supporting her chin, her expression tinged with distress. It's appeared. The thinker. Leon held his breath, sensing the unusual gesture had triggered something in Noah's memory. She suddenly straightened, pointing towards the far end of the tracks. All right, we shall head this way. Why are we going this way? Isn't this leading us farther from Magnesium Hall? Leon halted in his tracks. Of course, because there are valuable things this way. It was the heart of the forge that reminded me. Noah beamed. You may look forward to it. If we acquire it, we can traverse the corpse tide more safely and reach Magnesium Hall much quicker. Most importantly, I recall there are several ready-made new blueprints up there. Up there? What do you mean by up there? Leon raised an eyebrow, his expression growing intrigued. Could it be heaven? It's a train. 3 days later, at the Wanderer's camp, little Fu was tethered in front of the tent, sitting obediently, its ears twitching occasionally. Inside the tent, an elderly wanderer was laboriously recounting the events of that time, having repeated the tale countless times. The woman before him remained fully engaged, occasionally posing a few questions. The wanderer's deity, indeed, he was the legendary apparition. An apparition, the woman nodded, not reprimanding him for the ramblings of the dog trainer, but rather, she set down her pencil. It was quite audacious to resolve the matter of the private and Basil, along with a few other capable hands, without even making an appearance. The wanderer swallowed hard, sensing a hint of suppressed anger in the leader's calm words. Dog assistant, you must be under considerable psychological pressure these days. A friend of mine will be visiting today. She belongs to the Ember sequence and has some knowledge of psychology. She can have a conversation with you. Thank you for your concern. Dog assistant stood up, bowing slightly. It's nothing. It is the leader's duty, the woman replied with a smile. The private is able to get out of bed now, isn't he? If possible, please call him to see me. Understood. Dog assistant saluted and exited the tent, leading little Fu with him. He surveyed the surroundings. The tide of corpses had not assailed the camp. Twinkling stars surrounded them, symbolizing the protection of the stargazing sequence. The ability to sever information was also a power of the stargazers. As long as they were not struck head-on, the camp remained safe. Not far off, a porridge tent was steaming, with a gentle-faced elder smiling and nodding at the members coming to collect their rations. The ability user of the green sprout sequence had ensured that the camp's supplies were much more abundant than before his arrival. Coupled with the deceased Basil, a sentinel and user of the beacon sequence, and the ability user of the Ember sequence who was due to arrive today. These were all friends of the leader. Dog Assistant was not an ability user. Prior to this, he belonged to another tribe of wanderers. He was unclear about the leader's identity and how he could summon so many ability users to assist and stay long-term at the camp. He was even less certain about the leader's intentions. Even that nameless individual, whom everyone referred to as the Private, was clearly not of wanderer descent, but rather resembled a deserter. Deeply enigmatic, Dog Assistant could sense the scent of conspiracy, yet the camp was secure. And both he and Little Fu were able to satisfy their hunger, leaving little room for complaint. Lost in thought, he approached the Private's tent and called out a couple of times. No response. Surprised, Dog Assistant lifted the covering cloth, gazing at the empty bedboard. The Private was nowhere to be found. In the wasteland, the Private stood silently before a raised mound of earth, having remained still for a long while. His wounds were yet to heal properly, with bandages wrapped around his neck, rendering him nearly unable to speak. He brushed his hair back, staring at Basil's gravestone. Foolish boy, his expression betrayed no sadness, nor did it reveal any anger. He ran his fingers over the 30-year-old rifle slung across his back, noting its lack of a crucial component. Even with a substitute in place, the feel was distinctly different. The face of Leon surfaced in his mind as the Private rubbed his neck. Noah, quality miracle, mechanical artisan, rank, unknown, ability 1, liberation stance. Can expend the heart of the forge to liberate mechanical creations, gaining several random enhancements. Ability 2, inorganic. By holding one's breath, one can significantly reduce their presence, evading both the hounds and the horde of corpses. Ability 3, gluttony. A single person can consume rations meant for two, unless curtailed in time. Do not write such nonsense. A punch landed on his shoulder, causing Leon to set down his notes. The artisan system still could not access Noah's panel, leaving him to concoct one himself. 3 days had passed since they stumbled upon Noah, and they had been traversing away from the magnesium hall for that duration. During this time, they encountered countless hordes of the undead. Had it not been for Noah, evasion would have been impossible. The power crossbow, dutifully serving its purpose, had been mitigating the effects of infection for Leon, though it was now half destroyed. Urgent repairs were necessary, yet luck had not favored them on the road, leading only to a desolate camp of wanderers. After a thorough sweep, the power crossbow's experience points had risen to 320,1000, a modest increase of 60 points. In addition, Leon had acquired a blueprint for a prosthetic limb. With slight modifications, he obtained a new item. Prosthetic limb, blueprint unlocked. Quality, crude. Attributes, none. Experience points, 0-10. Would you like to attach this stylish prosthetic? Now, immediately, sever your leg. Just kidding. It's fine if you don't. This hastily crafted leg brace allowed Leon to somewhat disregard the gunshot wound on his leg, enabling him to walk normally. Prior to this, Noah had been both disdainful and supportive of him. Leon felt quite touched. But the question remained, are you sure we aren't heading in the wrong direction? He gazed at their dwindling food supplies. At this rate, he would have to attempt hunting. The wasteland of this world was almost entirely overrun by zombies. However, areas far from shelters and railways remained relatively tranquil. After all, the undead feasted solely on humans or one another, inflicting no severe damage to the ecosystem. In fact, following the drastic decline of the human population, the concrete jungle had been reclaimed by nature, becoming vibrant once more, with dense shrubs and trees flourishing. Encounters with squirrels and wild boars were common, and fish could still be caught in the rivers. Some chose to retreat into the mountains, though the more radical among them became wanderers, while others became self-sufficient hunters. We are absolutely not lost, Noah asserted confidently. Had that train not been placed in such a remote location, it would have been discovered and taken long ago. Indeed, it was quite remote. I even spotted a bear last night. Leon turned his head. Did you hear the wolf's howl? That's rather harsh, Leon, Noah replied, puffing out his cheeks. Once we locate the brass chariot, you shall owe me a heartfelt apology amidst your elation. Chapter 12. The Brass Chariot, the Wanderer's Camp. Inside the chief's tent, a bespectacled woman, adorned in a flowing robe and exuding an air of scholarly wisdom, furrowed her brow. So this is what transpired. It appears that the prisoner on number 006 does not hold the clues, but rather, it is the entity itself. It seems our fortune is rather dismal. The chief tidied her hair before the mirror. Although there was a water source nearby, it was insufficient for a leisurely bath. Today was unique. She needed to present this old friend to the camp's inhabitants, thus requiring a modicum of decorum. Have you ascertained who is responsible? The god of wanderers. One of my subordinates mentioned that. The chief chuckled softly, though I remained skeptical. By my reasoning, the culprit is either exceptionally powerful, possessing the audacity to snatch food from the magnesium hall and from our very mouths, or merely a fool, entirely oblivious to the gravity of their actions. I suspect the latter. A scholar from the succession sequence approached the chief and gently squeezed her shoulder. The news is tightly sealed. Few in the city are aware. To label him a fool does not elucidate how he traversed the tide of corpses or managed to escape our grasp with that entity. Unless, the chief gazed into the mirror, a look of astonishment gradually appearing on her friend's face. Are you suggesting he awakened that? How could that be? We shall soon have the answer, which is precisely why I sought you out. The chief patted her hand and proceeded to profile the perpetrator, intending to relay the information to a capable individual within the stargazing sequence, thus acquiring the pertinent details. After this, Inya, you shall remain here. Stay here? Inya pondered. It was not entirely implausible, yet the academy. I will personally clarify matters for you, the chief smiled. The magnesium hall may not be particularly stable at present. You can return once all is settled. Consider it a favor for an old friend, shall we? Leon. Leon. Noah's excited calls echoed from a short distance away. Leon, not quite catching the words, was cautiously parting the grass before him. The previous night, he had fashioned a rudimentary snare from metal wire, securing it to a branch. Squirrel tracks were apparent upon the branch. These creatures, seeking convenience, would traverse the same path multiple times. When they climbed the branch again, they would find themselves ensnared, the noose tightening, leading to their demise. Such theoretical knowledge had been part of Leon's preparations before his journey, yet this was his first practical application. To his surprise, he had indeed captured one. Holding the squirrel ensnared in the noose aloft, Leon broke into a rare smile. Hunting was an instinct woven into the very fabric of human DNA. The act of doing it brought forth a rewarding feedback that greatly uplifted his spirits. With a buoyant heart, he continued onward. There lies a grand lasso trap, devised for the capture of wild boars. Typically, these creatures are ensnared by a single leg, and in such moments, they thrash and wail, rendering them formidable quarry. When the time of harvest arrives, a cry for help resounds, revealing Noah, suspended upside down by her ankle from a tree, desperately calling for rescue. Leon's expression is one of complexity. It may not be a total loss, for at least he has confirmed the efficacy of the trap. Surely, you did not approach merely to scavenge the provisions scattered upon the ground. Is your intellect akin to that of a wild boar? Leon gently lowers her from the tree. You are the wild boar. She retorts, I called out for you endlessly. And here you are? Noah brushes off the dust from her attire, her delicate nose wrinkling in distaste. Upon emerging from her coffin, she had donned nothing but a pristine silk gown, easily torn by the branches. Now, she is clad in Leon's coat, while he wears the garments of a deceased wanderer. I have caught a squirrel, Leon proudly displays his prize. If I remain uninfected, I might just survive in the wilderness. Such adaptability is astonishing. Yet let us set aside the squirrel for now. Noah grasps Leon's arm, pulling him forward. We have arrived. As their footsteps intertwine, the abandoned tracks stretch ahead. Leon swallows hard. Before him stands an immensely tall tunnel, so lofty that he must crane his neck to see its apex. Within the tunnel, a somber silhouette remains motionless, reminiscent of a fallen giant from myth. Leon enters the cave, raising his lantern. The sharp contours gradually illuminate. His first impression is one of enormity, the second, of decay. The front of the vehicle towers over 10 meters, surpassing even the stargazer, and is several times larger than the Cold Girl. Its weight is estimated to exceed 300 tons, marking it as the largest engine Leon has ever beheld. The black lacquer is marred by numerous scars, testament to countless battles endured, yet it has never succumbed. A chilling light flows over the vehicle's battered components, remnants of weaponry damaged, akin to the fangs of a great serpent. Ancient, yet far from decrepit. Even now it is not in a state of complete ruin. Leon is convinced that with but a modicum of external force, this iron serpent could once more surge forth, glaring fiercely into the gentle night. He raises his hand. The gear emblem glows, slowly rotating. Brass holy chariot, awaiting repair. Quality, ordinary miracle. Repair value, 0-100. Attributes, none. Feature, The bearer of the anointed shall receive the blessing of the brass lord. Feature: Holy oil cycle. The energy consumption of the brass holy chariot is 1/10 that of a standard train. Feature: Gospel pilgrimage. Upon reaching a major refuge, a substantial amount of repair value will be acquired. Leon swallows hard at the marvel of this creation. Indeed, as he had surmised, the train from the mechanic sequence, akin to the other 12 trains, is a marvel of creation. Though this is not my first encounter with it, this entity differs from Noah. It embodies the prowess of an entire sequence of abilities, serving as a mobile sanctuary, a vast opportunity, and a source of peril. Despite its quality temporarily diminishing from miraculous to ordinary due to missing and damaged components, it possesses 3 distinct characteristics from the outset. The first is somewhat ambiguous, while the remaining 2 are exceedingly beneficial. With adept operation, one can gradually restore its former glory. Furthermore, its energy consumption is merely 1/10 that of an ordinary train. This is not merely in comparison to other miraculous trains, but to regular trains. Such an efficiency is within reach, making it financially viable to inhabit. Living and dining aboard it may well prove cheaper than renting a home, although one must also consider the threat of zombies. "Are you all right?" Leon inquired, observing Noah, who had grown unusually silent, a stark contrast to her typically loquacious nature. Fortunately, Noah shook her head, recalling certain thoughts that caused her a slight headache. Setting aside her discomfort, she mustered her resolve, declaring, "Let us go inside and explore." Leon nodded in agreement as they boarded the train. The brass holy carriage currently features 2 locomotive heads at either end and 2 passenger cars, quite similar to the number 006 train. The whereabouts of the remaining cars remain a mystery. Chapter 13. Conductor's log. Inside the carriage, there are no conventional seats found on normal passenger trains. Instead, the ample space is divided into 2 distinct zones, interconnected by handrails affixed to the walls. The 2 cars encompass a total of 4 sections. Perhaps the builders envisioned a strategy for retreating to the upper level in the event that the lower level was compromised, allowing them to wait for the tide of the undead to recede before gradually restoring order. The upper level contains sleeping quarters, a tool room, a maintenance area, an arsenal, and a freezer. In contrast, the lower level houses substantial forging equipment, as well as a restroom and a dining table. In essence, the lower level comprises equipment that, while bulky and heavy, does not significantly impact survival when not in use. The upper level, on the other hand, is tasked with maintaining life and functionality. While this space may have once been immaculate, orderly, and well-stocked with personnel during its operational phase, Leon shook his head at the sight of the ravaged carriage. It remains uncertain whether the items were taken by the original occupants or appropriated by others. In any case, it has been stripped bare, save for the dust that lingers. Of course, this is the perspective of outsiders. Leon harbors a peculiar tenacity for scavenging, particularly for spoils. The scrap from the forging room holds promise. Any single piece, though of ordinary quality, consists of valuable components. He decided to collect them for future assimilation. Additionally, the toolbox contains numerous useful items, perfectly suited as spares. Undeterred, he clambered up and down within the carriage, persistently wandering until he finally extricated something of value from between 2 collapsed bedboards. Leon dusted off the item and examined it with great care. First, there was a protective suit. Utterly misshapen. Quality: inferior. Experience points: 0-10. Entry: none. Traits: none. Survival guide for the early apocalypse. Wrap a book and tape around your arm, don a helmet and gloves, and wear a down jacket. Do these steps seem too cumbersome? Worry not. We have prepared everything for you. A black suit, designed with anti-bite features on the arms and shoulders, could be deemed useful. Leon immediately donned it, tapping the protective plate on his chest. Normally, one would not engage in close combat with such zombies, but it was prudent to be prepared, as enemies were not limited to zombies alone. A defense against the projectiles of wanderers was certainly warranted. Next, he pulled out an oddly shaped melee weapon that had been retrieved alongside the protective suit. Inscribed with a name: chainsaw sword. Quality: inferior. Experience points: 210. Entry: none. Traits: none. 2 experience points. Truly, someone dares to wield this against zombies. May fortune favor their next birth. Liang's expression was somewhat nuanced. To be fair, he found himself rather fond of this item. A chainsaw sword, indeed. The issue lay in its operation. It emitted a buzzing sound upon activation, bearing the inherent drawback of being unable to launch a stealthy attack. and it could hardly sever a handful of zombies. If he had spare experience points, he might invest them to level it up, as idleness was not an option. Perhaps luck would bestow upon him a new entry or trait. He affixed it to the micro-power furnace of his crossbow and pressed the switch on the handle. The chainsaw sword belched forth a plume of black smoke, sputtering a few times before falling silent. Liang set it down, his disappointment palpable. Then, he discovered two remaining items, a sawed-off shotgun and a blueprint pinned atop it. Basic power skeleton, draft blueprint. Quality, inferior, ordinary. It seems the fellow who wielded the chainsaw sword was aware of his deficiencies, alas. Was he too hasty or simply lacking in skill? Who can say? Perhaps he could refine it later and create a complete set. Liang carefully folded the blueprint and tucked it away, while the shotgun still appeared functional, which he secured to his waist. Subsequently, he found a bag of seeds in the cold storage. This time, the carriage was truly devoid of anything else. Liang casually tapped the wall of the carriage. It felt infinitely sturdier than the dilapidated metal of the cold girl, instilling a sense of safety within him. With this newfound joy, Liang approached the cockpit. One of the cockpit doors stood ajar, already ravaged beyond recognition, and the engine required repairs. However, the other remained largely intact. The door was locked, and as Liang extended his hand, a gear emblem illuminated at the base of his thumb. The door mechanism clicked softly, and he stepped inside. The cockpit remains impeccably tidy, with various items arranged in meticulous order, albeit now covered in a layer of dust. Neatly folded on the seat are two sets of black uniforms, accompanied by two wide-brimmed hats. These signify the identity of the train conductor, to be donned upon entering the shelter transit station. Liang lifted one set to inspect, discovering one was tailored for a woman and the other for a man. This revelation indicates that these garments were not left behind by another, but rather specifically prepared, reflecting a concern that the gender might not align. Hence the provision of two sets. Continuing his search, Liang discovered a notebook bound with a string beneath the dashboard. It appeared to be a log of sorts. Upon opening it, he read, "Greetings, my name is Xiaxi. I am a member of Sequence 6 within the Mechanic Order, a reforger, currently serving as the operator of the brass sacred carriage. If you are reading this diary, it signifies that you and I share the same sequence, making you my unacquainted compatriot. I must apologize for not being able to divulge too much specific information regarding our sequence, as doing so may alert the star-watching sequences practitioners to this notebook. First and foremost, I offer you a piece of advice. Dear compatriot, it is imperative that you conceal your identity and refrain from revealing that you are a mechanic. You may not yet realize, but our sequence is rather unique. With the arrival of the day of revelation, the outer gods have unleashed calamities upon the world. Concurrently, miraculous trains and tracks spanning across oceans have emerged. These trains and tracks possess an intrinsic connection to our sequence. In simple terms, those endowed with the abilities of the mechanic sequence can exert control over all other miraculous trains. This reality has instilled unease in certain individuals, even though we harbor no true intentions of malice. Thus, a hunt targeting the mechanic sequence has commenced. We must contend not only with the undead, but also with the malevolent intentions of our own kind. As I pen these words, the brass sacred carriage is on the verge of collapse, and my compatriots are fighting valiantly. I shall soon draw my pistol and stand shoulder to shoulder with them in battle. However, before that, there is more I wish to convey. Before any of us boarded the train, that miraculous girl had already made her home here. Noah. She is a mechanical creation, yet possesses a heart indistinguishable from that of a human, complete with genuine emotions of joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She is vibrant and radiant, like a sister who stirs the emotions of everyone around her. I, from Sequence 6, deem myself incapable of achieving such a miracle. Even the demigods of Sequence 5 and 4 would falter. No one knows from whence she came or who her creator might be, not even she herself. I suspect she is an indispensable part of the journey towards the pinnacle of our sequence. She must not fall into the hands of those individuals, for our sequence still holds hope as long as she remains safe. Noah is a good child. She fights alongside us until the very end, despite many of her components being damaged or lost. I, as a neglectful sister, have failed to protect her adequately. To prevent matters from deteriorating, I forcibly halted Noah's activities and concealed her in another cabin. You bear the same insignia as ours, so you should be able to unlock that coffin. Therefore, my unacquainted compatriot, the brass holy coach, and Noah are entrusted to you. There remains a glimmer of hope in this world. Please, I implore you, hold on to it with unwavering resolve. Even if the sequence is shattered, I beseech you to become the master of brass. Leon closed the notebook and took a deep breath, attempting to alleviate the weight upon his heart. Xia Shi, the individual who left him the train conductor's uniform, had been the previous driver of the brass holy coach, belonging to Sequence 6, the reforger. This individual's journal conveyed several messages. Firstly, the mechanic sequence has been utterly exterminated. Ultimately, the sole master of the entire train was merely a Sequence 6. I must not reveal my identity. Blast it, the blueprint. Leon smacked his forehead. Just days ago, he had discovered he was an ability user, and only today learned of the plight of the mechanic sequence. The blueprint handed to Zhang San, Chapter 14, Armed Components. Leon pondered for a moment. The nail gun he designed was entirely based on his past experiences, though it had undergone rewards and upgrades from the mechanic system, most of which had been modified into the nail gun format. It would likely remain undetected. I must not harbor false hopes. I need to exercise caution upon entering the magnesium hall. Leon resolved silently. The second message conveyed by the journal was that Noah had resided on the brass holy coach even before anyone else. Although her true nature remained unclear, it was evident that she was deeply entwined with this train and the mechanic sequence. Furthermore, she shared a close bond with Xia Shi and the others here. Even if her memory center was compromised, her current emotional state must be quite dismal. Noah, Leon called out. What is it? The girl peeked her head halfway through the doorway, still looking listless and lost in thought. I will not entomb you in that coffin, leaving you alone. What are you suddenly saying? I said I will not. All right. I heard you. Noah's head retreated back, and the clouds of gloom on her face seemed to dissipate slightly. Leon nodded. Next, the third message from the journal. There is a traitor. The cockpit door can only be opened by the mechanic sequence, yet Noah's coffin was transported to train number 006. There is at least one other ability user from the mechanic sequence who aided the Seekers in opening the cockpit. Of course, this is merely conjecture. After all, the coffin was pried open by myself. If it were truly a member of the mechanic sequence, there would be no reason to leave it untouched. That being said, are there any other survivors from the mechanic sequence? If possible, it might be prudent to visit the prison. These questions remain unanswered for now. The foremost consideration is whether to share this notebook with Noah. After 2 seconds of contemplation, Leon made his decision. Let her see it. He was not the type to dictate the fates of others, especially considering that this was akin to a farewell letter from Noah's friend. As he tore the rope and prepared to lift the notebook, Leon noticed several pages slipping out from the crevice. He picked them up and unfolded them. They were blueprints. Noah had mentioned that a few blueprints remained on the train, but after searching for quite some time, he had not found them. Little did he expect they were hidden here. Noah, take a look at this. Stepping out of the cockpit, he handed the notebook to Noah. Leon sat beside her, holding the blueprints. There were 3 in total. Basic ramming horn, blueprint. Quality, ordinary to excellent. Sufficient materials available for crafting. What? Why is the bumper so pointed? Just talk to my ramming horn. Basic train cannon, blueprint. Quality, ordinary to excellent. Sufficient materials available for crafting. Wow. Gunpowder. Smoke. Explosions. This is exactly what I want. Switching device, blueprint. Quality, ordinary to excellent. Sufficient materials available for crafting. Place it at the front, activate it, and let the train complete a track switch. Huh. Who would have thought of this move? Leon pinched the bridge of his nose. All of these were upgrade components for the train, one for close combat, another for long range, and the last enhanced maneuverability. Unfortunately, the only materials available on the train were those in the forging room, so he could only choose one blueprint to create for the time being. Considering the need to get the brass chariot moving towards the magnesium hall, at the very least, it required a minimal level of armament, and distance equated to life, hence the choice of the basic train cannon. I'm going to create something. Would you like to join me, or would you prefer to be alone in silence? He picked up the blueprint and walked toward the forging table, glancing at Noah. She was cradling the journal in her arms, her head bowed, her expression obscured. She remained silent. It seemed she desired solitude. If there are any survivors from the mechanic sequence, I will take responsibility and rescue them from imprisonment. Leon picked up his toolkit and began to stride forward. Leon, the girl's voice was slightly hoarse as she kept her head down. What's wrong? Leon halted in his tracks. You don't have to do this, Noah gently said, telling me the truth, catering to my emotions. Making promises to me must only add to your burdens. I am not human. As long as I maintain peak operational efficiency, isn't that sufficient to assist you? Is that truly your highest efficiency? The image of her ensnared by a wild boar trap flashed through Leon's mind. You. Noah abruptly lifted her head, her hair dampened by tears clinging to her face. Her complexion slightly flushed with anger. You would treat me as a machine, demanding only maximum efficiency. Leon waved his hand. I told you from the very beginning. Please be my companion. A companion should not regard me with such eyes. No, it's nothing. Noah wiped her tears and turned her head away. Are you hungry? I'll go prepare a meal. You can cook? Leon asked in disbelief. Throughout their journey, the two individuals subsisted on dry rations, and he had grown rather accustomed to the notion that mechanical beings, too, required sustenance. However, when Noah suddenly assumed the guise of a dutiful homemaker, claiming to possess culinary skills, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of surprise. Indeed, it seemed that Sister Shashi had imparted some knowledge to her. Rarely did Noah refrain from retorting, instead patiently elucidating that in regions where the density of zombies was not excessively high, they would occasionally hunt for meat as a source of nourishment. Though he was not particularly adept at this, he had always lent a hand in food preparation. Is that so? Then I appreciate your efforts, Leon replied, feeling somewhat relieved as he handed over the squirrel and other game he had procured along the way to Noah. Reviving the brass holy chariot and restoring its infrastructure was, in fact, simpler than one might imagine. All that was required was to place the heart of furnace No. 006 into the emergency energy slot within the cockpit. One heart of furnace, coupled with the properties of the holy oil cycle, could potentially allow the brass holy chariot to traverse approximately 200 kilometers. Naturally, this was not a conventional practice. After all, consuming a train every 200 kilometers sounded akin to some sort of bloodthirsty locomotive. However, in the absence of fuel, this was undoubtedly the most straightforward and expedient solution. On another note, disregarding the holy oil cycle, the calculation of 20 kilometers per heart of furnace suggested that the combustion efficiency of the brass holy chariot was, surprisingly, inferior to that of Noah. Reflecting on the image of Noah inserting the heart of furnace into his mouth to liberate the power bow, Leon couldn't help but feel a sense of lament. Regrettably, a single heart of furnace could not serve dual purposes to liberate the brass holy chariot. They would need to find alternative fuel for the interim. Unfortunately, nothing suitable was at hand. Coal was a gamble, and firewood was time-consuming and inefficient. Leon glanced at the incinerator located at the front of the vehicle. Regardless, they needed to procure some form of backup fuel. As the stamping hammer began to operate slowly, a familiar sensation returned, and Leon quickly immersed himself in the forging process. You are a machine. A machine must fulfill its duties and nothing else. No crying is permitted. Machines do not weep. Now, pick up your weapon and attack the other units before you to complete this test. Relax, Noah. No one here regards you as merely a machine. If one must insist, you resemble more of a sister. Come now, Sister Shashi will teach you how to hunt. With a swift motion, he demonstrated a clean cut across the limbs and neck, followed by a gentle tug, proclaiming, "See? It can be done with ease." I apologize, Noah. I must leave you alone for a moment. I will not entomb you in a coffin to face solitude. What it means to be a companion is, Noah repeated the actions taught by Shashi, gradually preparing the ingredients. Machine, sister, companion. Fractured memories surged forth, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Chapter 15. Culinary Delights. What is this? Leon emerged from beneath the metallic framework, removing his welding mask to behold the bloody mass before him. Noah had managed to compose himself. This was indeed a positive development. The question is, has she truly adjusted? The beaming smile as she presents the dubious dish suggests a semblance of mental instability. Fresh squirrel meat is quite suitable for consumption in its raw state. With just a sprinkle of salt, pepper, and a hint of scallions, it becomes a delectable delicacy, perhaps a signature dish of the brass chariot. Noah shyly smiled. While the onlookers observed, Leon gazed at the bloodied, contrasting orb beside him. Why? Typically, such fare is offered to the one who has brought down the prey or to esteemed guests. Why? It is indeed quite palatable. Noah brought the plate closer to Leon's mouth. Wait, hold on, Noah. Leon obstructed his face with a welding mask. I need to ascertain that you are not angry with me. Have I done something to deserve this treatment? Upon hearing Leon's inquiry, Noah hesitated, diverting her gaze. Without Leon, it would have been impossible for me to return to the brass chariot. and I would not have been able to reminisce about the days shared with everyone. Nor would I have encountered Sister Xiaxi's words. Perhaps treating you this way is indeed necessary. This is my first meal that I have prepared myself, and it is also our first proper meal together. Thus I wish to express my sincerity. In any case, I hope to rely on you in the future. The girl held the plate with both hands, her complexion slightly flushed, and her eyes filled with anticipation. Leon's lips twitched. He could compromise on many matters, but food was not one of them. A piece of fine bread could compel him to exert all his energy when facing a horde of corpses. Conversely, if he were to be deprived of sustenance and consume nothing but refuse, his will to survive would undoubtedly diminish. For Leon, even when nibbling on hardtack, he would pair it with nuts unearthed from a squirrel's nest, roasting them over the fire to enhance the meal. Yet, in this particular scenario, it was hard to refuse the girl's genuine heart, juxtaposed with the exceedingly terrifying dish. Nevertheless, since it is a specialty of the brass chariot, there is no choice but to partake. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Consuming this peculiar dish would mark my formal induction as the conductor. If the brass chariot possesses a soul, then bear witness to my awakening and acknowledge me. Steeling himself, Leon accepted the plate and took a bite of the squirrel sashimi. Oh, how delightful! Oddly enough, this is truly delicious. The meat is finely chopped, including the bones, rendering it crisp. The small bones of the squirrel do not prick the teeth, but instead provide a satisfying chew. The simple seasoning mitigates any gamey flavor without overshadowing the ingredient's inherent taste. The squirrel, a creature that primarily survives on nuts and plants, imparts a subtle sweetness. Of course, it may be that my recent meals have been exceedingly bland, making the squirrel meat taste exceptionally delectable. The eyeballs, when consumed, are cool and burst with flavor reminiscent of pudding. It is not as difficult to accept as I had imagined. This is a delicacy I have never tasted before. My desire to survive has surged, and my zeal has been invigorated. Actions speak louder than words. Observing Leon swiftly finish the food on his plate, Noah clenched his fist and discreetly celebrated. His enthusiasm surged. The Anointed One has triggered. The brass chariot acknowledges you. Additional components have been allocated. Basic horn can be crafted. Lane change device can be crafted. Ah! Leon involuntarily exclaimed. Is it possible to receive such blessings? The Lord of Brass, in his delight, bestowed upon you some components. A fortuitous occurrence indeed. With this, the other two train components could be constructed, and one can never have too many resources at hand. Wait. The quantity of components is sufficient to create another basic train cannon, with some surplus remaining. Although the power crossbow cannot be upgraded by consuming them, one could still gamble on inferior items to enhance attributes. The signal was lost, and tracing his trajectory, he was heading northwest. A woman, her face mostly obscured by a hood and attired like a quintessential fortune teller, responded, with one hand clutching a crystal ball. She traced red markings on a map with blood. The subject was a young male, quite handsome, capable of blending into a large shelter without raising suspicion. I saw the scars on his hands in my dream. Is there any additional information? Enya inquired, her complexion somewhat pale. Capturing various details through psychic profiling requires substantial effort, and summarizing them for the fortune teller is quite taxing for her as an intermediary. I wish to assist the leader as well. The fortune teller slowly shook her head, lamenting her insufficient ability as a sequence 9. If only I had grown up in a shelter like you, with ample resources, perhaps I would have already advanced. Are you mocking me? Enya propped herself up. The implication of the other's words seemed to suggest a reversal of status, as if to say, I could perform better than you. Despite both being sequence 9, this individual bore an air of superiority. No matter, you all have worked diligently. I have taken note of your efforts. The leader entered the tent and clapped her hands, indicating that I had received information as well. Come, let us step outside and take a look. The fortune teller and Enya exited the tent and traversed the camp until they soon beheld the outline concealed in shadows. A train. Though modest in size, it possessed a considerable number of carriages. It was stranded not far from the magnesium hall, named the Cold Girl. The leader tightened her cloak, feeling the chill of the wind from the hillside. Despite its many faults, I managed to connect it with the remnants of number 006, barely piecing together an entire train. Is that so? The fortune teller replied, originating from the Wanderers. She lacked any conception of trains and had never contemplated the fate of a train that had derailed on the tracks. Witnessing it firsthand was indeed surprising. Generally speaking, Enya cleared her throat, The task of recovering train wreckage falls to the nearby shelters. The practitioners of the Iron Throne sequence find it quite convenient to engage in such endeavors, as the remnants of trains serve as invaluable materials. The 12 miraculous trains will also conveniently transport them away. Should they encounter debris obstructing their path during transit, they can merely adjust the barrier to avoid a collision. Typically, trains are inscribed with the incantations of the stargazing sequence, which grants them foresight regarding similar road conditions. In summary, well, that is the situation. Noticing she had spoken at length, Inya cleared her throat, awkwardly covering her mouth. She had subconsciously employed mind reading in hopes of gaining an advantage over the bothersome diviner, leading her to ramble on. Upon reflection, it seemed rather juvenile. I have learned a great deal, the diviner nodded. You possess considerable knowledge, Inya. The leader smiled as she tucked a strand of Inya's hair behind her ear, adding, It seems this place cannot do without you. Please continue to remain by my side. Yes, Inya replied, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she slightly lowered her head. From the roster of the Cold Girl-esque crew, I discovered the occupation of that individual, a mechanic. The leader continued, In this era, there are few who still refer to themselves as mechanics. Chapter 16, Combat Readiness, Beginner Train Cannon, Blueprint Unlocked. Quality, Excellent. Experience Points, 01000. Entry. Upon splitting, the cannon automatically divides into 3 projectiles. Color the projectiles blue. Pull the slingshot, and with a tap on the screen, they will transform into 3. Entry. Shooting without consuming ammunition, instead utilizing train energy, option to disable. Fire. Open fire for me. Feature. Pull it over. Special hook, cable type ammunition available. One must understand that the size, weight, and power system of the brass sacred chariot are of the highest caliber. Creaking, I deployed 2 train cannons on the second floor's semi-enclosed platform, wiping the sweat from my brow. Truly, the armaments of the brass sacred chariot are fearsome. By the way, the 2 cannons count as similar items, sharing experience and entries. Leaning out from the semi-enclosed platform, I gazed at the enormous bumper of the locomotive. Both the collision horns and the lane change device have been prepared. Unfortunately, luck was not on my side. Both were of ordinary quality. The lane change device is somewhat excusable, as it is merely a functional component, making breakthroughs unlikely. To my pleasant surprise, the collision horn possesses a rather impressive feature. Feature, Giant Slayer. When colliding with other trains, there is a probability of directly damaging the opponent. I nodded in satisfaction. How brutal. In addition to these train components, I also took the opportunity to redraw the blueprint for the power exoskeleton, crafting a set from the surplus parts. Simple power exoskeleton, quality, ordinary, experience points, 0-100. Entry. Overclocking allows the exoskeleton to operate beyond its limits for a short period. As a consequence, the power furnace generates a substantial amount of overheated steam. It's igniting. Wait, it's so hot. In critical moments, this can be a matter of life and death, especially since my leg injury has yet to fully heal. With this, I can replace my prosthetic limb. The prosthetic, along with other scraps, was discarded by Leon, mingling with inferior items such as the chainsaw sword and protective gear. Nothing was wasted. There was no gain in experience. Focusing solely on leveling up and improving attributes, the transition from crude to ordinary quality yielded a modest chance of obtaining attributes and characteristics. However, perhaps due to a stroke of luck, both items made progress. Chainsaw sword, quality, ordinary, experience, 0-100, attributes, none, characteristics, enhanced efficiency in cleaving flesh, making severing limbs easier. You understand the implications of melee weapons, do you not? They are of limited use against zombies, but excel in combat against similar foes. Protective gear, quality, ordinary, experience, 0-100, attributes, increased protection, can summon a vanishing gas mask at will with non-slip gloves. Characteristics, none. Wearing a mask during close quarters combat alleviates the psychological burden of recognizing my humanity, thereby reducing stress. The gloves serve to prevent weapons from slipping from my grasp, for after all, humans are but vessels filled with slippery fluids. My melee capabilities have been enhanced. In the event of a horde, I can evade a significant portion using Noah's abilities. The remainder can be dealt with using the train cannon, depending on which consumes less energy. Thus, I need not fear the wanderers. Leon approached the cockpit. Passing by a mirror, he paused to scrutinize his reflection. He possessed a rather handsome visage, nearly identical to his former life. leading him to suspect that he had entirely traversed into this body. Tall, well-proportioned, and agile, Leon's physique benefited greatly from a disciplined diet, granting him considerable strength and some combat training, as departing the shelter unprepared would be tantamount to suicide. The train conductor's long black coat fell to his calves, concealing his tactical vest, powered exoskeleton, and chainsaw sword, rendering his appearance seemingly unremarkable. He wore high-top boots reinforced with steel plates at the toes to guard against insects, capable of delivering a formidable kick to an adversary. Clenching his fists, the non-slip gloves and gas mask materialized simultaneously. The red lenses of the mask resembled two blood moons, instilling an increasing sense of pressure. Drawing the chainsaw sword from his waist, he pulled the trigger, and the teeth roared to life. It was a marked improvement. Leon retracted the chainsaw sword, removed his helmet, and proceeded toward the cockpit. The initial preparations were complete. Leon could almost foresee that the group of wanderers was not to be underestimated. They were undoubtedly after Noah and would later seek him out as well. There could be no relaxation just yet. Many tasks awaited him. What would the people in the Magnesium Hall think upon seeing the brass holy chariot? Would they not immediately commence an assault? Liang, can I wear this? Noah's inquiry interrupted Liang's thoughts as she held up the female conductor's uniform, her face brimming with anticipation. Of course, Liang nodded. It's a pity that I haven't unlocked the blueprint for the protective gear, otherwise I could craft a set for Noah as well. But does she truly need it? Noah dashed into the restroom, and after a moment, emerged shyly twirling. How do I look? She spun around, seeking Liang's opinion. Well, given such a question, Liang decided to respond earnestly. To be frank, Noah's figure straddled the line between girlhood and a more childlike appearance, making it somewhat tenuous. This is indeed reminiscent of a loli. Coupled with her habit of leaving her hair down, with its dense natural curls, she presented the impression of a fluffy golden pom-pom. However, this time, the sharp lines of the black uniform effectively balanced out Noah's somewhat dazed demeanor. The standing collar concealed her relatively slender physique, granting her a more spirited air. The fitted cuffs and the belt that accentuated her slender waist made her appear agile and decidedly competent. Nevertheless, the trench coat was a tad too long for her, trailing on the ground. Her freshly washed hair gleamed, and under this new light, she exuded the essence of a bumbling intern, a befuddled assistant. Excellent. I believe a low ponytail would suit you better, Liang suggested. Really? Noah responded, gathering her hair and securing it with her hands. Liang, do you have? As the words left her lips, she regretted asking such a foolish question. How could Liang possibly have a hair tie, especially considering they had not known each other for long? Even if Liang was the last ember of the mechanic series, her sole companion in this world, Noah felt she was relying on her too much. I do, Liang replied, stepping behind her and retrieving a blue ribbon from her toolbox to tie up Noah's hair. Noah gazed at Liang's reflection in the mirror, momentarily lost in thought. Both of them, covered in dust from the wasteland, had little inclination to ponder other matters. Now, after a slight tidying up, Noah felt an awareness of her femininity. It feels so itchy, Noah murmured, bowing her head. To seemingly divert the topic, she fiddled with her fingers and asked, Liang, how do you have this? Do you have a close female friend? It belongs to a distant relative, Liang responded. A relative so far removed that by the time it reached my generation, we were strangers. She passed away recently, leaving behind a small workshop in the Magnesium Hall, of which I am the sole heir. As Liang brushed her golden hair, the blue ribbon adorned it like a butterfly poised to take flight. Oh, so you're going to the Magnesium Hall, Noah murmured. Yes, Liang nodded. The train requires numerous repairs, and acquiring materials necessitates funds, as does installing additional components. In addition, I wish to explore the surroundings, for I may stumble upon the missing components or glean information regarding the surviving mechanics. Having a small workshop brings a sense of security. My intention is to linger there for a while, restoring the train and yourself to a satisfactory condition before advancing towards the next significant sanctuary. Elon gently twirled her strands of hair, his gaze distant, continuing to muse aloud. The question is whether the brass chariot can indeed enter the sanctuary. Hearing that Elon's plans included both herself and other survivors warmed Noah's heart. The words she intended to voice remained unspoken, leaving her to endure Elon's playful manipulation of her hair. Unfortunately, Elon seemed oblivious to his actions, deeply engrossed in his future plans. Is it still not over? Noah shifted uncomfortably. Elon's presence behind her grew increasingly palpable, the warmth emanating from him accumulating. The gentle breath upon her crown and nape rendered her vulnerable, as this marked her first close encounter with the opposite sex. I can't take it anymore. Noah's cheeks flushed crimson, her pupils swirling like spirals of incense. Suddenly, Elon heard a crack emanating from within her. Limiter released. 5%. Elon mused in surprise. Was it not said to be rusted? How did it suddenly disengage? Was it a mere coincidence caused by excessive heat, or perhaps lubrication? Wait, where did the lubrication come from? Ugh, pervert. Noah shoved Elon away, covering her face as she dashed back to the cockpit. 5 minutes later. All right, let us discuss the matters related to our journey to the magnesium hull, Noah whispered. Elon shook his hand. The faint bite marks on the back of it still visible. Indeed, being bitten by a tiger tooth is decidedly more painful. Regarding whether the brass chariot can successfully enter the magnesium hull, I can assure you that there is no issue there. Noah pressed a button on the control panel. Elon could hear rustling sounds from outside the carriage, reminiscent of some substance crawling over the metal, or perhaps a snake slithering through the scales. He peered out of the window, observing that the entire vehicle had transformed into a brilliant white, even altering its appearance. She pressed another button. The disguise vanished, reverting to the massive black beast. A camouflage system, Noah elucidated, after the late-stage ambush. The brass chariot no longer concealed its identity, but chose to surge forward at full speed. Thus, few are aware of this system. This simplifies matters considerably, Elon nodded. It seemed he had underestimated the miraculous creations. The mere act of concealing one's identity was indeed a trivial endeavor. There is one more matter, Elon pondered. What are the requirements for the elevation of an ability user? The knowledge he had gathered was largely gleaned from literature, which spoke of it rather vaguely. Each sequence is distinct. As far as I know, Noah counted on her fingers. First, one must possess the corresponding carriage, which is the foundation of everything. For instance, the brass holy carriage currently comprises only 2 compartments. Thus, one can ascend to the 8th sequence, designated as the brass apprentice. Where have the other compartments gone? Leon inquired. It's hard to say. They may be housed in a refuge, or perhaps suspended on other miraculous trains, or even scattered across the wasteland, Noah replied earnestly. Returning to the matter of sequences, the threshold for the 9th sequence is rather low, catering to ordinary individuals with a modicum of special abilities, most of whom are identified by their respective professions. The 8th sequence, however, signifies a formal embarkation on the path of the empowered. As an apprentice to the Lord of Brass. I see, Leon nodded. How does one ascertain the right moment for promotion, and what prerequisites are necessary? He continued to inquire, his thirst for knowledge palpable now that he had encountered someone knowledgeable. Typically, it is the predecessors who inform the newcomers, as they all share the same train. Noah patted her flat chest, seemingly pleased to assume the role of a mentor. As for how other sequences determine the timing for advancement, I am uncertain. However, the conditions for promotion to brass apprentice entail crafting a weapon of initial quality rated as fine with one's own hands, or completing the maintenance of a weapon of exquisite quality. This means that simply upgrading to fine quality is insufficient, nor is referencing blueprints acceptable when it comes to maintenance. The higher the quality of the item, the more intricate the process, making it increasingly challenging to meet the standards for completion. Leon pondered, gesturing towards the brass holy carriage. Would this qualify for maintenance? Noah's expression grew complex. In theory, it is possible. The challenge lies in the fact that a 9th sequence mechanic must elevate the brass holy carriage to meet the standards for completion, which would evidently require years, if not decades. Although Leon's efficiency is remarkable, he produced 2 train cannons, a lane change device, and 2 bumpers for the front and rear of the train within a day and a night, along with debugging and installation. Isn't that a bit absurd? No. Isn't that absolutely outrageous? The mechanic's talent, craftsman's hand, does indeed confer a higher work efficiency than the average individual, yet not to such an extent. Is this fellow truly the paragon among mechanics? Noah, suddenly enlightened, looked into Leon's eyes filled with astonishment. Cannot you see this? Leon pointed at the floating panel, which detailed one of the characteristics of the brass holy carriage. Gospel pilgrimage gains substantial repair value upon arriving at a major refuge. He is indeed the epitome of a mechanic, yet to undertake the repair of the brass holy carriage, even with all parts and materials at hand, would likely still take a year or 2. However, there is no need for repairs. Simply filling the repair value would suffice, Leon declared. You are clearly under immense pressure. Your mind seems to be unraveling. I understand that all of this weighs heavily on your shoulders, causing you distress, but I will share this burden with you. Well, thank you. Leon evaded Noah's attempt to pat him on the head while standing on tiptoe. Indeed, something still feels amiss. Regrettably, the mechanic sequence now comprises only him and Noah. However, Noah does not exhibit the characteristics typical of an ascendant from a lower sequence, rendering confirmation impossible. Nevertheless, there is no issue with understanding the essentials. To ascend to sequence 8, one must journey to the magnesium hall. To further elevate oneself to a higher sequence, it is necessary to seek the original or create additional carriages, which again leads one back to the magnesium hall. All objectives converge into a singular, clear direction, to the magnesium hall. Leon exhaled softly, relishing the clarity of his thoughts. In a buoyant mood, he patted Noah on the head, earning a slightly concerned glance in return. Leon smiled back. This aspect of Noah was quite endearing. Though often careless, she became scrupulous when it came to serious matters. Even the words perhaps or maybe were absent from her vocabulary, as she candidly expressed all that she knew without a hint of enigma. Observing Noah's delicate visage and the sharp canines concealed behind her lips, Leon resolved to refrain from inquiring about the limiter and lubricant. With preparations complete, it was time to embark. Leon gripped the control lever, signaling to the first officer to be ready. Confirming Leon's mental state was intact, Noah saluted and rose on tiptoe to pull the overhead strap. The whistle emitted a resounding wail, and scalding smoke billowed from the exhaust, filling the entire tunnel. As Leon pushed down the control lever, the xenon lights gradually illuminated, akin to a colossal beast awakening. The mythic Midgard serpent, a sequence beyond the 12th, a miraculous creation. The holy carriage of the brass lord, once again pulsated with life. The original conductor and the final conductor extended their hands, joyfully meeting in a firm clasp. The speed steadily increased. The brass holy carriage broke through the smoke and surged forward. Chapter 18. The Song of the Wanderer, all right, were operational. Inusuk wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. The train emitted black smoke and resumed its operation. The Cold Girl was quite commendable among private trains. Had it not been for a string of unfortunate encounters with hordes of the undead, resulting in the near obliteration of armed components and combat members, it would not have fallen to such a state. Is emitting black smoke normal? Enya adjusted her glasses. From her experience, it was decidedly abnormal. Such matters typically fell to the privates, but alas, he had turned coward. Inusuk scratched his head. After all, I am merely a dog trainer, occasionally assisting. Inusuk. The private did not flee. He was merely in low spirits, especially after Basil's sacrifice. The leader's demeanor turned unusually serious. When he returns, I hope you will treat him with the same attitude as before, understood? Yes, I understand, Inusuk nodded. Let us proceed, Inusuk. We need to hold a strategy meeting. The leader's smile returned. Are you referring to me? Inusuk pointed to himself. He was just a dog trainer. Simply a wanderer who owned a few hunting dogs, no different from anyone else. The leader can recall his name, and Inu is already astonished, let alone being invited to participate in a strategy meeting reserved solely for those with abilities. Of course, you possess the skills to repair vehicles and train dogs. And your demeanor is commendably composed. These attributes are indeed your strengths, deserving of my respect. Regrettably, Xiao Fu cannot attend the meeting, despite its undeniable charm. The leader gently patted Xiao Fu's head before rising to enter the carriage, urging Inu to join. Stunned, Inu remained rooted in place. She praised me. Not only did she remember my name, but she also recalled Xiao Fu's. Moreover, she complimented Xiao Fu's adorableness. At that moment, a singular thought occupied his mind. To follow the leader, even if she were an exceptionally beautiful woman, potentially harboring ulterior motives, with an identity shrouded in ambiguity. His loyalty to the leader would endure until his last breath. Yet, the caution cultivated over the years brought Inu back to reality. He stroked his stubble and resolved to offer a semblance of 70% loyalty for the time being. Upon entering the train, he observed that the other members were already seated. The seer from the Star Watch sequence wore a dark red hood obscuring the upper half of her face, with softly curled black hair cascading down and light-colored tattoos adorning her hands. She caressed a crystal ball without casting a glance in his direction. Opposite her sat a woman with silver hair, black-framed glasses, and a white-collared robe, Miss Enya, a scholar from the inheritance sequence specializing in psychology. She greeted him. And Inu responded with a shy nod. Naturally, the seer from the Green Harvest sequence was absent, as she was a vital individual who required protection and could not partake in combat. The meeting ought to have included Basil from the Flame sequence and a private. Yet one had perished, while the other had departed. Lastly, Inu's gaze fell upon an unfamiliar figure at the end of the table, encased in gleaming silver armor, rendering gender and appearance indiscernible. The seer, Minor, was introduced by the leader alongside the scholar, Inya. This is Silver, the ninth of the Iron Throne sequence. She is somewhat unique, currently undergoing knightly training, and is a girl, so please be gentle with her. Silver nodded, the clanking of her armor echoing as she did so. Inu swallowed hard. Such individuals were nearly unseen in the wasteland, existing only in mid to large-scale shelters. You may not have heard my name before, the leader said, placing a hand on his chest. I am Meon Sodius. Odd, isn't it? It's the name of a flower. Inu stammered, you actually know? The leader's enchanting eyes blinked. Before the day of revelation, my family owned a flower shop. I was just a young lad back then. Inu replied, Meon Sodius is the forget-me-not. The leader smiled and nodded, bringing the topic to a close. Just call me Meon. This is Inu, my capable subordinate. What follows is a discourse on how to utilize this temporarily modified private train to dismantle the miraculous train of the 13th sequence, along with the enigmatic creation whose true nature remains uncertain. What? Inuzuka's eyes widened. Over the past few years, the Magnesium Hall has been relentlessly capturing remnants of the Mechanist sequence, attempting to extract information regarding the whereabouts of the 13th train's engine and its remaining carriages. Trains have been transporting prisoners to the Magnesium Hall from various desolate regions at intervals ranging from weeks to months. Minel is an exceptional diviner, and she has aided me in acquiring substantial intelligence. I yearn for that train and the miraculous creation aboard it. My ambitions hinge upon them. Thus, I have assembled this team, achieving success in previous operations by eliciting information from the prisoners. Inya's knowledge of psychology has been immensely beneficial in this regard. Alas, our most crucial operation, the last one, culminated in failure. I had not anticipated the presence of an ability wielder from the Mechanist sequence, nor did I foresee the formidable strength of a craftsman. According to Minel's deductions, he not only survived traversing the wasteland, but also located the 13th train with the miraculous creation in tow. This presents our current predicament and encapsulates all I know of our adversary. Meon Sothis paused, tracing gentle circles on the tabletop with her fingertip. The silver lining is that the Mechanist has indicated a path for us. His route aligns with a location predicted by the prisoners. The 13th train has finally resurfaced. The troubling aspect is how to eliminate him and claim the train for ourselves. What thoughts do you harbor? I believe you are overthinking it. The first to speak was Bain, her voice resonating from beneath her helm, taking on a deep timbre. You may not comprehend what the 13th train has been reduced to, but I possess a clear understanding. That fellow crossed the wasteland alone, and it is nothing short of miraculous that he survived. Do you truly believe he can restart the train? The Mechanist might indeed manage it. Inya's voice was soft, as if emanating from a distant realm. After all, he is an ability wielder. The Iron Throne sequence is blessed by steel, and their capabilities are on par with those of the Mechanist. I assure you, even if Sequence 9 were to arrive, not even Sequence 7 could successfully repair and operate that contraption. Bai Yin's tone was unequivocal, as she stood merely a step away from Sequence 8, thus harboring a lofty self-regard. The cargo initially transported by Train 006 was also taken by him. Inya adjusted her glasses. That too was a miraculous creation. And if the Mechanist possessed it, achieving such feats would not be beyond the realm of possibility. What do you regard these miraculous creations as? Bain shook her head, aware of how long it takes for a train conductor to barely initiate a miraculous train, at least half a month. It is not merely a simple object, but rather a conduit to an entire sequence leading to the divine. To operate the train, one must first earn its recognition. The same holds true for miraculous creations. Utilizing miraculous creations is far more challenging than initiating the 13th train. It is an endeavor fraught with impossibility. That fellow is likely huddled in the carriage, awaiting his demise. Once we locate him, the spoil shall be within our grasp. Should you feel apprehensive, I can venture forth alone. Meon Sodius, remain here. I shall return with victory in hand. Such an arrogant individual. Minel caressed the crystal orb while the others furrowed their brows. Silver, remain composed. The leader rapped his knuckles against the table, offering a smile to the others. The Iron Throne and the Mechanic Order have always been at odds, and Silver, being at a pivotal moment in her promotion, was filled with anticipation. I shall later bring her to apologize to everyone. Please do not hold a grudge against her, all right? The leader took the initiative to seek reconciliation, and the others felt it best to redirect their attention back to the 13th train. Inus, what is your opinion? Enya inquired. Difficult to say, Inus replied, shaking his head, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. I believe we ought to exercise caution. That specter is formidable. Quite right, the leader nodded. The best-case scenario would be for the 13th train to remain in a state of disrepair. Simultaneously, we must also consider the possibility of the train becoming operational again. Silver turned her head, evidently believing such concerns to be unnecessary. The 13th train has only 2 carriages left, and there would be little in terms of usable armaments, let alone ammunition. Its advantage lies in its speed. We cannot allow it to escape. The most effective strategy would be to secure a distance with grappling hooks and continuously bombard it with the train's cannon. Do we possess any artillery? Enya asked. 1 piece, which Silver can repair. Moreover, she will reinforce our train, came the reply. Leave it to me. Silver's voice resonated, somewhat comically, as she fiddled with a pencil in her gauntlet fingers. The presence of armaments makes all the difference in the skirmish aboard the train, the leader continued. With this cannon, an unarmed 13th train would be akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Should our long-range attacks prove ineffective, we must resort to a close-quarters assault, leveraging our numerical superiority for victory. We shall storm the carriage, seize control of the mechanics, and commandeer the train. If the mechanics have already gained a preliminary understanding of miraculous creations, and we find ourselves unable to breach their defenses, it will be up to you, Minel. The leader lifted his gaze, his violet eyes fixed upon the diviner. You must complete the ritual swiftly, endeavoring to ensnare it with the star map. During the time it takes Minel to sketch the star map, communication will be impossible. Should we engage in close-quarters combat, and I am not present, all actions shall be under Inus's command. What? Inus sprang to his feet. Surely you jest. I am quite serious. Inus, the leader met his gaze, recognizing the importance of knowing when to retreat. Your survival that day, along with the intelligence you brought me, speaks to your remarkable capabilities. Moreover, you are the most seasoned among us in our camp, and other wanderers will be inclined to heed your authority. I have confidence in that, but do not be modest. It is settled, the leader clapped a hand on his shoulder. And what of me? Enya raised her hand. Others had been assigned tasks, yet she was left without one, leaving Enya feeling somewhat aggrieved. While it was true that scholars were not adept at combat, had she chosen to study martial arts and marksmanship instead of psychology, she might have been of assistance now. Your task is the most arduous. You must remain by my side throughout, the leader said, resting her chin on her hand and smiling at Enya, who was closest to her. Can you manage that? I will do my best, Enya replied, her earlier discontent dissipating as she nodded vigorously. We are endowed with abilities, and so too are our adversaries, who possess a miraculous creation shrouded in uncertainty, the leader continued. Thus, do not let the small number of opponents lull you into complacency. I do not wish to lose anyone else as I did with Basil. Understood. The others nodded in unison. Minner, before we commence, please perform a divination for us. A coin soared into the air and landed on the table with a chime. Chapter 19. The blood-pudding pot. With a swift motion, Leon retracted his hand after the final bolt had pierced through 3 zombies. He gazed out of the lookout window for a moment. The undulating mountains faded into mere silhouettes against the night, while the white birch trees whispered in the wind. Dark clouds occasionally obscured the moonlight, rendering the stars somewhat dim. The fallen zombies receded further into the distance, eventually vanishing entirely. He pondered the fate of the intelligent creature that had bitten him. These foes grew stronger each day, if he remained complacent. The days of effortless hunting might soon come to an end. Closing the lookout window, the cacophony of the outside world diminished, enveloping the carriage in a comforting sense of seclusion. Leon let out a contented yawn. This was the feeling of possessing a train. During his time on the Cold Girl, he had shared a dormitory with 16 others, devoid of windows and rife with peculiar odors. This was, in fact, a relatively better arrangement. As a technician, he received preferential treatment. He recalled that ordinary passengers had no beds and were forced to sleep on the floor. In any case, those days were now behind him. What occupied his thoughts now was how to reclaim the remaining compartments of the brass holy chariot, evade the pursuit of the 12 sequence ability users, and find a way to restore himself to normalcy. It was difficult to determine which life was better, but at least the current provisions were satisfactory. Leon glanced at the panel of his crossbow. Harpoon type, blueprint unlocked. Quality, excellent. Experience points, 4, 361. 000. Attribute, penetrating shot. Characteristic, faithful duty. With the forge at his disposal, he finally had the opportunity to make simple adjustments to his upgraded power crossbow, tailoring it to better suit his needs. While clearing the carriage, he discovered an array of scrap materials. These were insufficient for crafting weapons and could not be converted into experience points, yet they were quite suitable for making crossbow bolts. Practicing by firing a few empty magazines into the horde of zombies not only allowed him to accumulate experience, but also honed his marksmanship, a pastime he particularly enjoyed. He has now become remarkably adept at taking down zombies within a range of 30 to 50 meters. A full day and night have passed since the brass chariot was reactivated. The journey here was a direct path through the forest, while the return necessitated traversing the railway, making it slower than anticipated. Of course, this was also due to Elon occasionally taking the opportunity to hunt. In such moments, the formidable braking system of the brass chariot reveals its true capabilities. It halts when desired and accelerates at will. With the presence of the holy oil circulation clause, concerns about consumption are somewhat alleviated. Encountering wildlife offers a chance for luck, while skirmishes with small groups of zombies provide experience points. In the event of a zombie horde, Noah can activate his inorganic ability to evade. The experience points for the nail gun increment gradually in this manner. Additionally, the experience bars for the basic ram and the basic train cannon are advancing swiftly. The former allows him to ram with great enthusiasm, soon progressing from ordinary to exquisite. The latter possesses the splitting clause, enabling Elon to fire a few rounds at the zombie horde, yielding over 200 experience points. Each shot sends body parts flying, a spectacle that, truth be told, becomes slightly addictive. Regrettably, Elon has not yet reached a point where he can afford to fire indiscriminately. The heart of the furnace consists of only one piece. To be precise, there are currently 0.73 pieces. It is required to propel the brass chariot forward. To enable Noah's liberation abilities, and coupled with the munitions expenditure, it leaves him rather constrained. Should he fire recklessly and encounter an enemy before running out of power, he would find himself at a disadvantage. The pig's blood pot is ready and quite hot. Noah sets down the earthenware pot, pinching her earlobe. Grateful for the salt you provided, which makes coagulation much easier. Observing the beautifully colored chunks of pig's blood in the pot, she beams with satisfaction. Contrary to Elon's expectations, Noah is not a person overly pampered with poor self-sufficiency skills. She simply has rarely left the train since her birth, resulting in a lack of certain common knowledge and concepts about many things. Yet, in specific domains, she exhibits remarkable expertise, such as in wilderness survival and hunting. Perhaps the former mechanics considered the worst-case scenarios, ensuring that Noah could survive independently. Beyond hunting, she also prepares a variety of peculiar yet delicious specialty dishes. While Elon diligently works at the workstation, Noah takes charge of cleaning up shattered glass, welding small gaps on the carriage, and carefully sorting through the belongings of their fallen comrades. Since that incident, she has not once experienced an emotional breakdown. The girls of the brass chariot are not so fragile, she asserts to Elon. However, she does still indulge in quiet tears at night. I can already smell the aroma. You've truly worked hard, Elon replies with a smile. He is quite particular about food, while Noah has a penchant for cooking. Even if the young girl does not appear extraordinarily skilled, he finds no reason for complaint. Mealtime is always a cause for joy. In this post-apocalyptic world, enjoying a steaming bowl of pig's blood stew prepared by a golden-haired young girl within their train is undeniably uplifting. Elon, she raised the plate. Revealing the wild boar you had hunted, according to tradition, the eye was yours to consume. Leon gazed at the fist-sized, distinctly black and white eyeball, his features contorting in distaste. Though it was sprinkled with spices and garnished with wild greens, and truth be told, it wasn't entirely unpalatable, it was rather too large to manage. Come on. Open wide, Noah gently urged, leaning closer. She seemed to relish the expression on Leon's face. With a resigned closure of his eyes, he swallowed. A noticeable sensation coursed down his throat and settled in his stomach. The steaming pot of pig's blood was then served in a bowl. The gelatinous blood clots quivering in the broth, with purple-black wild greens floating atop. This is called goosefoot grass, It enhances the flavor when added to the soup. I picked it and dried it beforehand, Noah proclaimed proudly. Leon lifted the bowl to taste. Oh, the effect was akin to that of monosodium glutamate. Yet the flavor was distinct, carrying a subtle fragrance paired with a rich umami essence. Breaking apart the previously acquired wheat cake and soaking it in the broth, he took a bite, savoring the warm liquid filling the cake, a comforting warmth spreading through his limbs. This is fantastic, Leon exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. The brass sacred chariot now boasted an additional specialty dish, and Noah joined her hands in gratitude, crediting Leon's recipe and the game. Thank you for the hospitality. Leon mirrored her gesture. Beneficiary, physical attributes enhanced by 15%, trait activated. Sated in content, it was time to attend to business. Leon rose, pushing aside the lookout window. Whoosh! The cold wind surged into the compartment, the lights flickering twice before extinguishing, and the xenon headlights gradually dimmed. The brass sacred chariot transformed into darkness. Racing forward into the night, Leon clenched his fist, his gas mask slowly materializing, the crimson lenses revealing calm eyes beneath. The hem of his trench coat billowed, a fleeting glint of metal shining through. A few dozen kilometers ahead lay the territory of the Wanderers. Based on his estimation, this group would likely ambush him up ahead. 10 kilometers away, the Wanderers saw him. The name was proposed by Silver, whose peculiar reverence toward the train was shared among those of the Iron Throne sequence. The rhythmic clanging of metal and the sparks from electric welding stimulated the senses as Silver's fortification work on the carriage reached its conclusion. The Hound Master confirmed the status of several hunting dogs before patting Little Foo's neck. Little Foo stood tall, vibrant, and alert. The lead hound remained steadfast, ensuring the others maintained their composure. The Hound Master inhaled deeply, attempting to steady himself under the occasional scrutiny of the young wanderers. He was now the lead hound. Breathing came with difficulty, perhaps due to the snugness of his attire, which was provided by Silver, a disguise fitting for an ordinary passenger. If Train 13 were to indeed set in motion, it would most likely proceed this way, utilizing deception to steadily approach, then unleashing a torrent of firepower. That railway cannon should prove useful. The young vagabond drew near, respectfully offering a hand-rolled cigarette. Inuzuka accepted the cigarette and cast a glance at him. This lad was familiar to him, quick on his feet and sharp-witted. He had been the first to report back after inspecting the scene when the leader arrived. Counting carefully, excluding the few capable individuals, there were a total of 24 of us. 24. Inuzuka silently repeated to himself. It seemed a modest number, yet in reality, it was a remarkably formidable force. In a small village, the number of combatants gathered would rarely exceed 10. Most vagabond tribes could muster only 6 to 8 individuals capable of charging with firearms. Any endeavor multiplied by 24 would instantly become overwhelmingly vast. And this was merely the count of combatants. Each fighter had at least one non-combatant family member behind them, possibly a spouse, child, or parent. Without the presence of that green grain adept, and the obscuring aura provided by Minor, it would have been impossible to amass such a multitude in one camp. Inuzuka drew on the cigarette, his features shrouded in smoke. Just days ago, he was an ordinary man marveling at the prowess of adept individuals. Now, the fates of these 24 families rested, to a considerable extent, in his hands. Chapter 20. Bombardment. This was our first time deploying such a large group, even bringing along adept individuals. The young man scratched his head. Uncle, who is our opponent? Inuzuka remained silent. He knew that many shared the same sentiment as this lad, that the leader's mobilization for a mere mechanic was somewhat excessive, though no one spoke it aloud save for Silver. Inuzuka was aware that the other adept individuals harbored similar thoughts. Thus, there was a palpable sense of ease among them. Inuzuka, however, held reservations. He believed the leader's caution was justified to some extent. He had witnessed the mechanic firsthand. He was by no means just a bookish artisan or a mere brawny blacksmith. Rather, he was a formidable presence capable of wounding a second-class soldier from a distance in an open area, dispatching a foe in close combat, evading the hound's noses, and swiftly neutralizing 6 vagabonds. The scene flashed through his mind, and Inuzuka shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. As the leader of the pack, he must remain as unyielding as a mountain. It is the one who stands before us. A gentle voice broke the silence, and Inuzuka turned to see Enya smiling at him. You've been a great help, he thought to himself. Miss Enya, a psychologist, had surely perceived his unease. Aren't you afraid? Inuzuka inquired. He knew Inya had never faced the battlefield directly, and her participation as a scholar must have required immense resolve. Afraid? Inya chuckled lightly. Don't we merely need to reach the location indicated by Miner, locate the derelict 13 trains, pay a small price, capture the mechanic, and return victorious? Inuzuka found himself speechless. Rest assured, it shall indeed be so. Inya's voice took on a sudden ethereal quality. Inuzuka closed his eyes, his tumultuous thoughts gradually untangling. He inhaled deeply, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. Mill is prepared. We merely need to trust and obey, Inya continued. You two share a close bond. Inuzuka nodded in affirmation. Of course. Inya's joy was palpable upon hearing this. We have known each other since our school days, she revealed, only to realize she had let slip more than intended. Covering her mouth with an apologetic smile, she added, school days? Inuzuka pondered this revelation. Indeed, both the leader and Miss Inya hailed from the prestigious magisterium. To be educated suggests a wealthy upbringing. It is curious how those of affluence become wanderers, compelled to seize the elusive 13th train. Moreover, there is the peculiar name, Forget-Me-Not. Such circumstances warrant contemplation. However, Inuzuka had no intention of delving deeper into this, lacking both interest and courage. Inya? The leader's voice resonated from nearby. Inya rose and waved to Inuzuka. Even the uncle can converse with them, remarked a young man who had previously refrained from speaking, scratching his nose in awe. Inuzuka dismissed the flattery, his earlier conjectures lingering unshaken. No wonder there exist those with abilities in the Iron Throne sequence. It appears they all originate from the magisterium. What manner of place is the magisterium? Is it teeming with individuals possessing extraordinary powers? For the first time in his life spent largely in the wilderness, a thought crossed Inuzuka's mind. If this endeavor goes smoothly and he earns merit, might he also gain entry into the magisterium? Ahead lay a vehicle, though its identity remained uncertain. Stow your weapons. Act naturally, Minal advised. Her head bowed as she cradled a crystal ball, a gesture that seemed to grant the diviner extraordinary clarity of vision. As such, the wanderers concealed their grappling hooks and crossbows, engaging in conversation, playing cards, and bickering. The carriage erupted with a rare vibrancy. A fleeting moment of leisure aboard a private train untroubled by the tide of corpses. Though feigned, it was a welcome respite. Inuzuka bent down to pat the belly of his companion, little Fuku. Half full. A hunting dog must not overindulge, lest it become lethargic during the chase. Raising his gaze, he observed a heavily armored figure, silver, stowing her tools behind the door, gripping a hefty and sharp iron hoe. She had named this implement can opener, reputedly capable of effortlessly tearing through the majority of train armor, a tool employed in the salvage of railway wreckage. Lost in thought, Inuzuka gazed through the lookout window, watching as a shadow loomed closer in the distance. Suddenly, its surface contorted, transforming into an appearance entirely different from before. It resembled a ferocious beast that one might encounter in a dream, bearing its fangs upon being discovered, poised to hunt. Enormous, far beyond what one could possibly imagine. As the solemn and piercing shadows cast upon the retina, a collective breath was held by all. No words were spoken, yet each heart harbored an unspoken truth. This was the legendary 13 train. Do not reveal any flaws, Menel admonished loudly. Testing the waters was evidently a tactic employed by the adversary. In that moment, Inushur regained his composure. They possessed an informational advantage. The opponent remained unaware that the cold girl had changed hands, providing a perfect opportunity to strike. The mechanical sounds reverberated from the 13 train, followed by the ominous rotation of two colossal, dark cannon muzzles, now aimed at the cold girl. From a distance, Leon recognized the somewhat familiar locomotive. Although he had not turned on his lights, the other party flashed their headlights from afar and sounded their horn in greeting. It seemed the cold girl had successfully reached the magnesium hall and was now on its return journey. As the distance diminished, Leon could faintly glimpse the passengers within the carriages, their spirits high, reveling in joyous song and dance. How delightful, he thought. Let us halt the train and exchange supplies. But he quickly dismissed the notion. Leon unhesitatingly adjusted the cannon's aim. Why did he not recall such merriment aboard the cold girl? The density of passengers was utterly incongruent. Where had the 16 bunkmates gone? Where were the foul-smelling carriages? Where had the crowded floors vanished to? Even if this truly was the cold girl, what connection did they have with him? Taste my super train cannon, he bellowed. Noah, liberation. With a thunderous roar, the train cannon shimmered with a golden hue. expanding to twice its original size. Temporary term, dragon-slaying cannon. The breech-loading cannon now approached the girth of Leon's waist. Smoke billowed as ethereal 32-pound shells hurtled forth, splitting into three midair. Barely had the last shot been fired when a heavy thud echoed from within the cannon, and Leon ignited the fuse once more. Temporary term, rapid loading. In an instant, the 32-pound artillery transformed into a torrential rain of iron, enveloping the entirety of the cold girl. Boom, bang, crash. The tremendous impacts and the sound of twisting steel persisted for a full 30 seconds, only ceasing when the cannon overheated. This was undeniably a scene of despair. There was no dodging, no retaliation, no means of defense. Such a relentless bombardment could reduce an entire village to rubble in an instant, let alone the cold girl, which was now entirely subjected to the onslaught. As the smoke dissipated, countless grievous dents marred the carriages, resembling a black serpent shedding its scales. Trembling as it emitted a pained hiss, Leon patted his buzzing ears. Now was not the time for restraint. Victory would yield a second heart of the furnace, while defeat meant the end of his life. He must give his all. Peering through the haze, he beheld the once fragile shell of the cold girl utterly obliterated, akin to a shattered eggshell. What lay exposed beneath was not mere protein, but rather a robust and weighty gleaming silver steel. It was the Iron Throne. Silver raised her hands high and bellowed with fury. An adrenaline surge coursed through her veins, and a profound sense of achievement swelled within her heart. Although the enemy's bombardment was terrifying, her modified vessel, the Wandering Song, had managed to withstand the onslaught. Truly, it was a testament to my prowess. She shouted and waved her hands. They could no longer fire. Quickly, counterattack. Counterattack. Yet, no one responded. Silver turned around to behold a ground strewn with corpses. The barrage from heavy artillery, even if it did not breach the carriage, had directly caused the demise of several wandering souls. Those who could still move stood frozen in place, pointing outside at the monstrous behemoth whose whistle expelled steam, shifting lanes in an eerily unnatural manner, and then charging towards them at full speed. Chapter 21. The Giant Slayer. It was the Iron Throne. Noah instantly recognized whose handiwork it was. Those ruffians. Leon nodded. He had inquired of Noah during their casual conversation about the whereabouts of the lost carriages of the brass holy chariot. Aside from some that had been abandoned in the wasteland, most had been claimed by other trains, becoming branches of their respective sequences. The Iron Throne sequence's ability users were the most aggressive in their acquisitions. Originally, their sequence 9 was that of blacksmiths, overlapping to some extent with mechanics, though leaning towards large-scale forging rather than intricate craftsmanship. After acquiring the carriages, their abilities had transformed, and they had ascended to become the managerial echelon of large shelters. In short, there was enmity. Then let us charge forth. Leon grasped the control lever. At your command, Commander. Noah placed his hand upon Leon's palm. The ram's horn shimmered gold, becoming more menacing and sharper, resembling the jaw of a dragon. Boom! The whistle roared, showcasing the exceptional maneuverability of the brass holy chariot. Like a moving castle, the train hurtled forward, straight at the Wandering Song. 10 meters, 5 meters. Several explosions erupted, and Leon observed black smoke billowing from the enemy's engine, followed by something striking above his head. It seemed they had fired their cannon. Huh, is that what they call artillery? The shell struck the ram, instantaneously severed in two. The temporary attribute stood firm as a mountain. Only a meter remained. Let my ram speak for itself. After a brief moment of hesitation, the colors before Leon suddenly burst into a vivid array, intertwining, flickering, red, black, silver. It was as if a book were slowly opening before him, its pages filled with terror, panic, and death. The air was filled with screams, most of which stemmed from sheer fright. They beheld the incomprehensible. The Giant Slayer activated, and the Wandering Song was cleaved vertically in two, as if a hot knife slicing through butter. Tremors, intense vibrations. The world spun, a ringing in his ears, nausea, collision. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through. In a desperate struggle, Inuzuka managed to rise, expelling 2 mouthfuls of blood before he could clearly discern his surroundings. The front of the train had been cleaved apart. The first carriage split entirely in two, tilting ominously to either side. The second carriage, where Inuzuka found himself, bore a gaping wound, and the Song of the Wanderer was being pushed backwards with force. The damage from the impact had not continued to escalate, thanks to the unwavering figure standing firm. clad in heavy armor that seemed to glow red-hot, as if struck by a hammer. Silver had intercepted the blow. The sharp metallic edge had pierced her chest plate. A pained roar escaping through the gaps in her armor, as blood pooled steadily beneath her feet, yet she had indeed held her ground. Ah! Inuzuka gasped, letting out a meaningless wail of despair. He was terrified. Wasn't he it said that the train couldn't be operated? Wasn't he it claimed that there were no functioning components? That damn mechanic, wasn't he alone? In such a brief span of time, traversing the wasteland, repairing the train, crafting heavy artillery and rams. How could someone accomplish such feats while simultaneously being his adversary? Ugh! Fear twisted his stomach in knots, and Inuzuka knelt, retching uncontrollably. By me time. They have no stargazing incantation aboard. Minel's voice jolted Inuzuka back to reality. He turned to see Minel, clutching a bleeding forehead, the other hand smeared with blood, swiftly sketching something on the ground while murmuring incantations. Yes, a wielder of abilities. The mechanic was formidable because he was an ability user. Silver had blocked the blow because she too possessed abilities. These individuals wield extraordinary power, enabling them to live with dignity amidst chaos. But what of himself? Why had the leader entrusted him to guide the other wanderers, and what role did he occupy in this conflict? Woof! Woof! The dogs barked a warning, and suddenly, Inuzuka understood. He had always understood. The ability users were the hunters, the wanderers were the hounds, and he was the lead dog among them. Hounds could not ascend to the higher echelons. Their inherent purpose was solely to secure victory for their master. Inuzuka abruptly drew his hunting knife, his weathered and blood-stained visage trembling with resolve. He fixed his gaze upon the brass chariot before him, and with a hoarse, piercing shout, he bellowed, "Charge with me." Whoosh! Bang! With Inuzuka leading the charge, the wanderers regained their morale. They draped their cloaks over the sharp metallic gap, silently and swiftly emerging, then swung their grappling claws, securing themselves above the brass chariot. The two vehicles had now become one. The song of the wanderer was being propelled forward by the brass chariot. The ground raced beneath them, sparks flying amidst the grinding metal, producing a cacophony of sound. Inuzuka designated a robust wanderer to wield the pickaxe that Silver had brought, a can opener commonly employed to clear the remnants of the train, a peculiar creation of the Iron Throne sequence. Even an ordinary individual can yield a certain effect. With a resounding crash, the wanderer directed his gaze towards the brass chariot, the pickaxe descending with great force. As the tip of the pickaxe turned crimson, the robust brass carriage began to yield to destruction, cold air rushing through the breach, producing a loud whistle. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt shot forth from the opening, tearing through the wanderer's eye from the back of his head. He toppled backward, collapsing onto the tracks, his form reduced to a warm pulp. The canine assistant caught the can opener, poised to strike again. At that moment, the carriage door swung open unexpectedly, prompting a frown from the canine assistant. Such an action was undoubtedly a provocation, a trap. This simplistic gesture instilled immense pressure upon the assistant, yet continuing to batter the walls could result in further casualties. He resolved to confront the challenge. After all, it was not as if he had no attachment to the belongings at stake. Noah pounded on the control panel, visibly displeased. Leon could empathize with her sentiment, for the carriage had recently been restored by Noah herself. Given that the adversary possessed means to breach, merely locking the door would only create more gaping holes. It was better to be forthright, to open the door and engage in a fierce battle. Raising his hand, he aimed for a penetrating shot. With a forceful discharge, the crossbow bolt was deflected as the wanderers advanced, brandishing two heavy metal shields. Leon scrutinized the shields, entirely silver. Interwoven swords and hammers hovered between the throne and crown, symbolizing power, forging, and strength. The Iron Throne. It appeared to be composed of some exceptional material. Leon deduced that this substance was akin to that of the second-level carriage of the Cold Girl, capable of withstanding cannon fire, and clearly impervious to crossbow bolts. They had evidently invested significantly in this. With a swift motion, intense steam erupted from beneath Leon's trench coat, rapidly enveloping the vicinity. In an instant, accompanied by the subtle sound of bearings rotating, he vanished into the mist. The next moment, he delivered a powerful kick to the shield, a textbook front kick, his powered exoskeleton unleashing its stance. Temporary entry for secondary overclocking. With a thunderous impact, the shield-bearing wanderer tilted his head back, blood mist uncontrollably bursting forth from his mouth and nose. He felt a tremendous force collide with him, akin to being struck head-on by an enraged bull. On the verge of collapse, he could no longer manage the weight of the shield, plummeting alongside the cold metal coffin from the train. Once more, searing steam erupted, eliciting a grimace from Leon as he gritted his teeth. It was unbearably hot. Steam burns are among the gravest of scalds. In addition to the extreme temperature exceeding boiling point, the condensation of steam can inflict secondary injuries. Even with protective gear, he could feel the searing heat inflicting damage upon him. It seemed that excessive secondary overclocking was not feasible. One of the two shields was discarded, revealing the hidden wanderer behind. They grasped the cable with one hand while wielding the unraised crossbow with the other, huddled together in terror as they gazed at Leon. This man had incapacitated someone with a single kick, plunging them into a state of dread. Leon silently lifted the chainsaw sword and pressed the trigger. The chains whirred violently, emitting a maddening shriek. Chapter 22. The Star Map. Prison gore splattered everywhere. The mask provided no psychological solace for Leon, truly slicing open another's abdomen, severing their limbs. And witnessing the ghastly sight of pale intestines and bone fragments left him feeling a wave of discomfort. Yet, it was but a fleeting sensation. This group sought his demise, and any hint of mercy would be a dereliction of duty. He swept, cleaved, and thrust upwards. Noah's stamina could no longer support the fourth release. The chainsaw sword was merely the most rudimentary of its kind. However, it sufficed. Leon was ruthless. The chainsaw sword was exceedingly sharp, and the wanderers were filled with dread. Caught off guard, after several powerful, brick-like cleaves, the number of wanderers instantly dwindled by 4. Simultaneously, enemies on the other side lowered their shields, preparing to retaliate against Leon. Boom! The shotgun roared. Projectiles flew from beneath the hem of Leon's trench coat, accurately embedding themselves into the crowd. Cries of agony erupted, and the shields were raised once more. Boom! Whoosh! Leon's gunfire seemingly signaled the commencement of a fierce confrontation. The shieldless wanderers used the bodies of their fallen comrades as cover, forcefully advancing into the carriage. Arrows flew wildly. Bullets ricocheted within the carriage, and 36-year model rifle rounds whizzed past Leon's ears. With a powerful kick, Leon overturned a dining table and rolled into cover. The sound of relentless impacts followed, as countless bulges appeared on the table's surface, and bullets occasionally penetrated the steel, clattering to the ground. Boom! Leon turned to the side and retaliated with his shotgun. The deer slug struck the shield, sending sparks flying. It could not penetrate. Leon elevated the barrel, attempting to exploit ricochet shots to eliminate the enemy, but alas, the power proved insufficient. As long as this group continued to press forward behind their shields, they would soon breach the safe distance. Leon reached into his pocket, retrieving a red primer shotgun shell to load into the magazine. He leaned back slightly and pulled the trigger. Boom! The armor-piercing round struck the shield, causing it to shudder violently. It had an effect. Just as Leon prepared to fire again, an even denser barrage of fire erupted. The alternating gunfire nearly suppressed Leon, preventing him from lifting his head. He handed the shotgun to Noah beside him, requesting her assistance in reloading. Noah, can you assess their distribution? Are they all hiding behind their shields? 3 individuals are attempting to flank from the left. As Noah loaded bullets, she peered through the cover to ascertain the enemy's positions. Click, click. Leon extracted a hand grenade from his pocket and removed the safety pin. This was the standard issue grenade he had seized from number 006. Once used, it would be gone. He tightened his grip and counted silently before hurling it. The grenade traced a graceful arc through the air, one landing behind the shield and thwarting their supportive fire. The other fell at the feet of the flanking group. Get down, Inu shouted. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, and even before he could react, the heated grenade Leon had thrown erupted in a dazzling display of sparks. Boom! Offensive grenades are rarely immediately lethal. Leon pressed his crossbow against the cover and pulled the trigger. A piercing shot. The bolt glimmered in the darkness, piercing the cover and instantly killing the 3 lingering wanderers. How many are left? Leon inquired. Noah, a strong, brave, and reliable companion, though she had not personally slain any foes, always provided assistance to Leon. For weapons, Noah replied. What should we do about him? The lithe young wanderer, clutching a shield, was filled with terror, his face betraying his fear of death as he questioned Inu with a quivering voice. Inu remained silent, bewildered as he tightened the cloth strip around his hand. The previous explosion had left his left hand numb, and looking down, He realized his pinky had been blown off. Adrenaline surged through him, pain was absent, and fear was minimal, only numbness remained. Like these wanderers, he too was a hound. Those destined for greatness do not concern themselves with the lives of mere hounds. Only 4 remained. Inu glanced back, his eyes meeting the terrified faces of 2 others. From 24, only a handful remained. They had not yet fled. So be it, Inu contemplated. Even with a clear understanding of his own position, his loyalty had reached its limit. The adversary before him was insurmountable, a being of unimaginable capability. He rose and stepped out from behind the steel panel. In the next moment, as if sensing Inu's peril, 4 dark figures surged like a tempest into the carriage, charging toward Leon. Leading them was Xiaofu. Indeed, humans are inferior to dogs. Hounds willingly laid down their lives for their masters, while he faltered. In an instant, such thoughts pierced through Inu. His numbed heart cracked open, unleashing an overwhelming tide of fear and despair. The ringing in his ears ceased, and the wind around him grew increasingly clear. No, stop, Inu wailed, almost envisioning the hounds being pierced through the heart by the crossbow bolts, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Buzz. Suddenly, without warning, the air around thickened. He could feel a distinct resistance when he waved his hand, as if submerged in a pool of water. The hounds struggled to advance, their claws flailing in futility, while Leon's crossbow bolts lost their aim, striking the walls. Countless stars illuminated the carriage, casting a brightness akin to daylight. The dog stared blankly at the scene before him, fully aware of the orchestrator behind it. The star map of the stargazing sequence had become a cage, and Minel had effectively bought them enough time. Countless dark hands emerged from the night sky, obscuring his vision. This was the sensation that engulfed Leon. The aperture trembled uncontrollably, expanding and contracting until clarity was utterly lost. An overwhelming flood of chaotic information surged through his mind. The number of rivets in the train, the bones within a human body, the scattered teeth on the ground, and the presence of zombies 10 kilometers away. All this information was utterly useless, illuminating his mind alongside the twinkling stars, instantly saturating his consciousness. His senses became disoriented, time and space dissolving into nothingness. The floor beneath him alternated between a resilient surface, akin to stepping on someone's chest, and an endless abyss that threatened to consume him. Fortunately, his mind remained lucid. His frequent immersion in focused work and contemplation allowed Leon to concentrate with greater ease than most. In a fleeting moment of clarity, he thought of Noah. As a mechanical creation, she should be impervious to such influences. I'm affected. Noah. Leon desperately struggled to control his tongue, uncertain whether he could articulate the correct syllables, unable to verify his own voice due to the overwhelming silence. It's the stargazing sequence. I can't see anything, he shouted. Suddenly, a strange face intruded into his peripheral vision, drawing close with alarming speed. It was an exceedingly pale visage, youthful, with dilated pupils nearly engulfing the entirety of the sclera. The figure gazed at Leon in despair, lips moving incessantly, cold hands gripping his sleeve tightly. Leon recognized him, Basil, technically the first person he had killed. In a flash, Leon reacted, drawing the armor-piercing spear to counterattack. Yet, halfway through the motion, he realized that Basil could not possibly be here. Rather, the only individual who would reach out to him at this moment and place was Noah. As long as she was capable of movement, she would not allow anyone to approach her. The girl from the brass chariot was not so fragile. With only 4 people remaining in the carriage, she wouldn't be easily subdued. Therefore, he should remain still. Leon halted his action. Chapter 23. The Spear of Divine Retribution. Leon, wake up. Before him loomed the advancing enemy, while beside him stood Leon, seemingly entrapped by some unknown force. Bang! Noah raised her shotgun and fired at the approaching threat. Sparks flew as the head that had peered out from behind the iron plate withdrew. She rotated the lever, ejecting the spent shell. The ammunition was dwindling, and the adversary would soon realize her bluster. Leon, wake up. His pupils continued to tremble, muffled murmurs emanating from beneath his gas mask, as if he were attempting to communicate something. Noah leaned in closer to listen. Leon, with his unruly lips, managed to utter 2 words with great difficulty. Observe the stars. Observe the stars. Even so, he was able to convey vital information to himself. Noah clenched his teeth, desperately pondering the situation. The diviner's ability pinpointed targets and unleashed persistent interference from a distance. Utilizing inorganic transformation could cause the adversary to lose their focus. Understanding what had transpired and devising a solution was not a daunting task. However, putting it into practice was an entirely different matter. Employing inorganic transformation required holding one's breath, and making contact with Liang. Noah took a deep breath. This was exceedingly perilous, indeed. Liang was an exceptionally cautious individual. Even in slumber, he bore a hand crossbow, ready to shoot at the slightest disturbance. In a state of sensory disarray, he might mistake her for an enemy and strike without hesitation. Yet, this was the only way to awaken him, to save him from death. If she did not act, both of them would perish. Thus, with the resolve of being immediately slain, Noah grasped Liang's palm. The hand that usually caressed her head gently was now stiff, cold, and slippery, the glove stained with congealed blood. Suddenly, with a grip like a vice, his palm reversed and seized her wrist. Liang drew forth a penetrating spike, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying light. Noah held her breath, her heart racing furiously. This was the sight perceived by those who stood against Liang, remarkably frigid, devoid of rage, yet irrefutable and undeniable, embodying the murderous intent of one awakened to their purpose. Gradually, Liang's movement ceased. He seemed to realize something, and the murderous intent dissipated. He reached out to pinch Noah's face and patted her head, as if to confirm her presence. His gaze began to regain clarity. Noah let out a sigh of relief. She understood that this signified Liang's trust in her. He genuinely trusted her. A smile graced her lips. Moments later, Liang's pupils ceased their tremors and abruptly returned to lucidity. He surveyed his surroundings, pulled Noah up, and his first question was, when did the train stop? On the hillside, Enya gazed down at the brutal battlefield below, her knuckles whitening from the pressure of her grip. How had events escalated to this point? So many wanderers had perished, many of whom had exchanged words and greetings with her. Wasn't it said that the opponent was merely an ordinary mechanic with a fleeting existence? She lifted her eyes to the leader, surprisingly noticing a hint of unease in those pale violet orbs. It was the first time in many years that Enya had witnessed such an expression. Relying on that brief window of preparation, the mechanic had single-handedly slain 20 wanderers, gravely injured the silver of the Iron Throne sequence, and had withstood Menel's ability. Even so, he had not yet succumbed, continuing to resist tenaciously. He was an exceedingly formidable adversary. Enya, look. Mion slowly began to speak. The unease that had clouded her expression vanished without a trace as the train came to a halt. The conductor had lost consciousness, and the train was rendered immobile for reasons that seemed predestined. This was what Bain had conveyed to me. Has the mechanic perished? Enya inquired. Not yet. I require your assistance, Mion replied, turning her head to grasp Enya's hand. Enya, now employ your mental suggestion upon me. Enya hesitated, taken aback. Was this arduous task, which only she could fulfill, truly what it entailed? I encountered some complications during my promotion. My abilities can only manifest amid emotional turmoil. The leader took Enya's hand and nuzzled her cheek against it. Use the mental suggestion to plunge me into the depths of suffering. I have never, nor do I intend to, impose such a thing on another. Enya retreated a step, firmly declining. Mion, you are my friend. It was precisely because of their friendship that Mion displayed a tearful smile, still gripping Enya's hand tightly. Only you can aid me in progressing forward, ultimately liberating me from this torment. Enya, consider it for my sake. The auxiliary fuel had been entirely depleted. To restart, the heart of the furnace must be utilized, thereby rendering the liberation stance unusable. What shall we do? Noah's expression turned grave, aware that the situation had soured. Restart. Leon raised his shotgun. I'll cover you. You go place the heart of the furnace. All right. Noah nodded, crouching low as she dashed from cover. Leon pulled the trigger, a barrage of bullets erupting forth, illuminating his impassive face with fiery light. We must not cease our movement. From earlier until now, 2 ability users had made their appearance. Yet neither were the true orchestrators of this chaos. The one commanding the Wanderers was not an ability user, nor was he the leader. This implied that the genuine leader was absent from the train, biding his time elsewhere. For what opportunity? For an ambush on the train. The optimal moment would naturally be when the train comes to a stop. A chain of logic formed instantaneously within my mind, leading to a singular conclusion. The disguise was merely a prelude, the ambush a setup, and the stargazing ability user merely another layer of preparation. The entirety of the night's skirmish had been but a prelude to the impending assault. With a click, Noah pressed the heart of the furnace into the slot, pushing the control lever. The train roared back to life, the wreckage of the Wanderer's song being cast aside, showering sparks as it toppled from the tracks. Boom, boom. Shadows emerged from behind the shield as Leon squeezed the trigger. Yet this time, the adversary showed no inclination to linger. They discarded their shield and leapt off the train with their hound. Leon fired again, leaving one wanderer behind. This further solidified Leon's conviction. He was nearly certain. Creak, creak. The jarring sound echoed, the friction of countless metals grinding and twisting together. Leon, come quick. Noah's exclamation rang out. Leon rushed into the cockpit, momentarily frozen in place. He witnessed the cold girl's vessel disassembling itself, not through violent destruction, but through meticulous dismantling. Every screw and gear was preserved, with iron plates and engines floating, entwining and twisting together. The entire train was thoroughly decomposed and reconfigured, forming a colossal, fearsome, yet exquisite silver spear. Like an angel folding its wings, its sharp claws descended, glinting with a chilling light. It seemed to defy gravity, rising ever higher, finally halting above the brass chariot. Akin to the fabled sword of Damocles, poised to fall at any moment. This was their final strike, a spear weighing several tons, embodying the wrath of angels. The opposing leader intended to pierce them with the cold girl's vessel. Who could accomplish such a feat, Leon pondered, compared to the trivial disturbances of the senses. Directly disassembling a train, reconfiguring it, and levitating it without revealing a face was unimaginable even for a Sequence 9. Sequence 6, Noah clenched her fist. Fixated on the sacred spear of death, while I may be unclear about other matters, this I shall never forget. This is Sequence 6, the Reforger. The Reforger? Leon was taken aback. The Reforger is a Sequence 6 of the mechanic pathway, and Shashi is indeed a Reforger. Is that hidden leader also a mechanic? Not our Sequence 6. Noah's lips quivered slightly, seemingly enduring boundless rage. Our Reforger is not like this. That individual stole our carriages and, after Sequence 7, transitioned to the mechanic sequence. She is a despicable traitor who ascended by usurped power. Noah desperately pushed the control stick. The ascent of the silver spear gradually waned, and it began to plummet. It was about to crash down. Leon's mind exploded with urgency. Escaping at the current speed of the brass chariot was impossible. It must be liberated. But to extract the heart of the furnace, where would he find fuel? Should he gamble or pray for luck? Leon inhaled deeply, his gaze swiftly scanning the carriage. The brass chariot accelerated with all its might. Noah's hand slammed against the console. Of course, it was time to gamble. Leon, I must liberate the brass chariot. I absolutely cannot allow it to fall into her hands. Noah's voice trembled. She is unworthy of being a Reforger. I will procure the fuel. Without further ado, Leon dashed into the carriage. Chapter 24. All for Survival. A scorching steam surged forth, draining the last remnants of Leon's strength. In a state of hyperfrequency, he felt like a tempest raging within the carriage, desperately searching for anything of use. Besides the heart of the furnace, the brass chariot could be powered through various means such as fuel and coal. As long as combustible materials were tossed into the incinerator, it would suffice. Leon employed this method to temporarily liberate the brass Saint chariot from its dependence on the heart of the furnace, thereby freeing other weapons. However, at present, all available fuel had been consumed, leaving nothing behind. The cold girl was soaring above, and locating its heart of the furnace appeared impossible. With no alternatives and devoid of fuel, Leon slowly turned his gaze toward the corpse of the Wanderer, the only remnant left within the compartment. He took 2 strides to lift the body of the Wanderer and dragged it toward the incinerator. This decision required little deliberation. Were he well-fueled and brimming with energy, and had he the luxury to maintain appearances before others, he would not have hesitated to honor his adversaries by granting them a proper burial. Yet, this was the apocalypse, and he was on the verge of being crushed by the weight of dozens of falling spears. Thus, Leon resolved to proceed. Not only would it alleviate the train's burden, but it would also serve as fuel. There was no rationale against this course of action. Everything was for survival. The flames ignited within the incinerator, releasing a nauseating stench of charred flesh. The skin of the corpse began to shrivel, while the trachea convulsed from the heat, emitting coughs or sighs. Let them sigh. The one who will survive is me, Leon observed quietly, the firelight casting a steely hue upon his gas mask. The holy oil cycle commenced its effect. The brass Saint Chariot roared and accelerated. Liberation mode activated. Noah pressed both hands against the control panel, curling into herself as if on the verge of collapsing. Gears buzzed, and the mechanical structure emitted a wail under the unbearable strain. She had long since exceeded her limits. The train's cannon, the battering ram. The exoskeleton. 3 successive liberations had granted Leon the right to fight against the odds, but they had also exacted a heavy toll on her. At that moment, the energy originally designated for the entire train flowed through her as a conduit, amplifying it to enable the engine of the brass Saint Chariot to operate at maximum efficiency. A jolt of pain surged through her. The long simmering anger and frustration hidden within her heart, compounded by the helplessness she felt as other mechanics perished, all coalesced into a torrent, testing her body, mind, and spirit. Scalding, blood-colored steam erupted from the mechanical structure on her shoulder as Noah struggled to maintain her footing, nearly toppling over. Rough, strong, and warm hands caught her just in time, simultaneously steadying the nearly falling control stick. "Don't worry, we are fine," Leon assured, supporting Noah. He removed his gas mask, revealing cracked lips that formed a smile devoid of color. "Yes," Noah replied with a smile of her own. It seemed to echo Leon's words, as the pain that had threatened to overwhelm her, and anguish that should have shattered her body, did not entirely defeat her. The days spent together, the promises made, the meals shared were quietly transforming Noah. The mere 5% allowed her and Leon to endure this trial. The train's dark exterior was ablaze, revealing a dazzling body adorned with intricate reliefs. The brass holy chariot liberated itself, slicing through the night like a serpent of mythic proportions, exuding steam as it surged forward with astonishing speed. In midair, a silver spear of divine retribution descended slowly. On the ground, the burning train raced ahead with all its might. All who witnessed this spectacle shared a singular thought. Should the brass chariot triumph over this spear of judgment, nothing would henceforth impede its passage upon the earth. Boom! The cacophony of creaking, trembling, and grinding filled the air. The sturdy roof was torn apart, sparks flying, and the airflow swirling chaotically. The train shook violently, rendering it nearly impossible to stand. Bang! A terrifying sound erupted overhead, one that could nearly rupture eardrums. Leon staggered out of the cockpit, witnessing the entirety of the perforated roof. They had succeeded halfway. The front, which should have been pierced, had miraculously evaded its fate, rewriting the destiny of the damaged engine. The colossal silver spear, forged from a rare metal of the Iron Throne's lineage, leaned precariously above the carriage, poised to realign and continue its descent. Leon squinted, calculating the trajectory, then stumbled forward. Whoosh! Something struck him, penetrating his left rib and exiting through the right. He had been sniped. Yet Leon was too weary and preoccupied to dwell on this. The hand crossbow shattered instantly, and his loyalty activated once more, forcing his internal wounds to seal against the inevitable bleeding. He collapsed to the ground, still alive but devoid of the strength to move even a finger. His heart raced. Body temperature soared, his eyes reddened, and his cheeks twitched. The crossbow malfunctioned, and the symptoms of infection threatened to take his life. Such was his fate, and he thought, how unfair it would be to die after having savored such exquisite delicacies. This was Leon's final thought. A warm current surged from his stomach. The spirit of determination, born from his satiated hunger, ignited a brilliant fire in his eyes. He extended his hand, summoning his last strength to propel the shield on the ground. Clang! The shield flew forth, sparking as it altered the trajectory of the descending spear. It should have pierced through the floor, embedding itself into the earth, forcefully halting the brass chariot, or at the very least, impaling the ground and tearing apart two carriages and the front. But it did not. The sharp, heavy, and fearsome tip of the spear landed instead upon the shield that the Wanderers had brought in for protection against bullets, now propelled outward by Leon. The shield, now indented and glowing red as if forged in a furnace, bore the weight of destiny. Yet it remained unscathed. It was composed of the same material as the spear of divine punishment. Inside the crematorium, the heated currents compressed the vocal cords of the corpses, emitting a mocking laughter. Leon forced a grin in response. Exhausted to the brink of collapse, he exerted every ounce of strength to turn onto his back, swiftly retrieving spare parts from his waist pouch, skillfully reassembling the crossbow. With the loyal service attribute activated, the first task Leon undertook was to ensure he could perform repairs at any moment. He glanced upwards. They had traveled quite a distance. The sniper no longer had a clear shot. It was safe. Nearby, a sound of landing echoed, and Noah let out a sigh of relief. The train continued its journey, seemingly on course with the heart of the furnace. Fortunately, he had eaten his fill earlier. Leon's throat was utterly hoarse, and the cold wind poured in through the damaged roof, slipping through the massive crack in the gaps between the spear, revealing the starry sky. It resembled the night sky he had seen when he leapt from the cold girl, nearly succumbing to the zombies. Indeed, Noah replied, gazing silently at the ceiling, where Leon lay. The tall figure seemed to block a significant portion of the chill. Even amidst the drafty carriage, she felt no coldness. Noah smiled. We succeeded, Leon. Shall we high-five? Leon raised his hand. Ouch. My arm can't lift anymore. Help. Leon. Am I dying? You won't die, you fool. Amien, are you all right? Enya inquired cautiously. Of course, Amien replied with a smile, her expression one of nonchalance, seemingly puzzled by Enya's concern. But just now Enya swallowed hard. Amien had just received a mental suggestion. The most painful and despairing memories of her life would incessantly replay in her mind. Judging by the silver spear earlier, Amien was indeed in such a state. Yet, she exhibited no reaction, no hysteria, no anger, no resentment, no fear. She continued to gaze at Enya with her soft lavender eyes. Even smiling, Enya tentatively closed her eyes. The authority of the psychologist quietly engaged, probing into Amien's inner thoughts. It's nothing, just a failure. There's still a chance. So painful. 3 rank 9s, 1 rank 6, and 24 wanderers couldn't stop a single mechanic. Of course, this would happen. I knew it would. That's the brass holy carriage. But how could he achieve that? As a rank 6, I lack such confidence. What gives him the right to succeed? Don't think like that. I'm fine. It's merely a side effect of the mental suggestion. Despair must not take hold. We cannot falter or be crushed. Are you reading my mind? Are you reading my mind? Are you reading my mind? Enya tilted her head slightly, smiling at Mion. We agreed not to do this. Mion embraced Enya, her heart heavy with remorse. Amidst the fragmented thoughts swirling in her mind, she could envision Mion, trembling and helpless, cradling her head in her hands like a child. Since the first encounter at the academy, where she witnessed Mion Sothis effortlessly combat 3 adversaries with her swift swordplay, Enya had never seen her lose composure. During their days as classmates, Mion Sothis, the forget-me-not, always exuded grace and composure. Her illustrious lineage, prodigious talent, and relentless diligence propelled Mion to ascend swiftly to the 7th tier of ability users. Meanwhile, Enya, engrossed in her research, remained a mere 9th tier. Despite this disparity, Mion maintained their friendship, supporting Enya during her darkest moments and even willing to risk her life to save her. For a fleeting moment, Enya felt a sense of contentment with her current life, accepting her position as a 9th tier for eternity. She should not have felt satisfied. If she had been a bit stronger, if her status in the academy had been higher, she would not have been so powerless when the calamity struck. When confronted by the mechanic today, she could have guided Mion in a gentler, more harmless manner. Guilt crept into her heart, reminiscent of the moment the disaster had first unfolded. Upon receiving Mion's invitation, Enya was elated. She felt joy at her old friend reaching out and relief that Mion was emerging from her sorrow. Alas, it was a pity. Mion Sothis, a beautiful and exceptional individual, presented herself so flawlessly that she nearly deceived Enya, the psychologist. She suppressed her true self to an extreme, becoming obsessive and weary, until she ultimately began to unravel. Mion, is she not on the verge of madness? It's all right, Enya, Mion said, calmly pushing the scholar away. You are too sentimental. I hope you never pry into my thoughts without permission again, or our friendship will reach an impasse. Do you understand? Enya, dazed, lifted her head to find Mion gazing at her with an unsettling calmness, half of her face shrouded in darkness, her pupils constricted to mere pinpricks. I understand. Realizing her transgression, Enya lowered her gaze. That's better. Mion resumed her customary smile. Let us go back to the camp. Everyone is waiting. Chapter 25. The exalted train cannon, the brass holy carriage raced along the tracks, pursued closely by a horde of corpses. Boom, boom, boom. With each heavy cannonade, the zombies were swiftly reduced to mangled remains. Leon observed the flickering lights on the initial tier train cannon, a smile gracing his face. The train cannon had surpassed expectations, becoming the first armament on the brass holy carriage to attain the exalted tier. He accessed the panel, preparing for an upgrade. Beginner train cannon, Blueprint unlocked. Quality, excellent. Attribute, split. Attribute, self-made. Feature, pull it over. Experience required for upgrade. 10001000. Optional upgrade available. A simple click. 2 purple pages shimmering with silver sparkles flicker to life. Optional upgrade 1. Barrage Frenzy. Caliber increase. Rate of fire enhancement. Shell dispersion augmentation. Addition of cooling device at muzzle. The supremacy of firepower is the greatest doctrine. Empty your ammunition stockpile at the swiftest pace and bury your foes beneath a barrage of shells. Optional upgrade 2. Precision strike. Caliber enhancement. Substantial range increase. Accuracy improvement. Addition of Starlight guidance device. Open the door. Your Dongfeng Express. Still leaning towards reinforcement, Leon stroked his chin thoughtfully. The former option favors close range, widespread suppression. And in conjunction with the split attribute, it would undoubtedly shine in the face of a horde of the undead. The latter leans towards distant strikes, allowing for precise elimination of enemy command centers. His choice was to embrace both. Leon tentatively extended his hand, distributing the upgrade paths between the 2 train cannons. Intermediate train cannon scatter, blueprint unlocked. Intermediate train cannon missile, blueprint unlocked. To his surprise, experience could indeed be shared. Leon felt a surge of delight. He had assumed that with differing attributes, the 2 train cannons would be classified as distinct components, necessitating individual upgrades. How considerate. Continuing to utilize the scatter cannon to clear the undead horde might quickly elevate the missile's level, thus unlocking even more formidable means of attack. However, glancing at the experience points, 010000 page, it seemed that such progress would take a considerable time. Upon reopening the panel, it became evident that high-level items, upon upgrading, would indeed come with optional attributes. Selectable Attribute 1. Machine Gun Assistant temporarily configured with 2 machine guns beside the gunner's platform, heavily recruiting machine gunners. What? Otherwise, do you think this contraption can aim and shoot by itself? Selectable Attribute 2. Metallic Thermal Flow after activating self-made. It can consume more energy, adding corresponding materials to unleash shells of varied attributes. Illumination shells, steel core armor-piercing shells, magnesium shells, nuclear. Hey, calm down. The last one is not permissible. Naturally, he chose the second option. Leon clicked the panel, bestowing the Metallic Thermal Flow attribute upon the train cannon. A plethora of diverse shells, requiring no crafting, merely a rough addition of materials for firing, was simply too advantageous. After procuring the second furnace heart from the cold girl, Leon had barely attained the freedom to fire, at least allowing him to bombard the undead horde in the short term. Feature: defensive operations while operating the gunner's platform. Sustaining reduced damage. Hold the position. Victory belongs to us. The purple panel flickered a few more times, revealing no new items, and with satisfaction, Leon finally closed it. The exceptional train components command exorbitant prices on the black market, and may even find their way to auction houses. Unlike weapons, train components must be affixed to the train itself, directly impacting the fate of entire carriages, the safety of dozens or even hundreds of passengers, and the life of the conductor. Their value is significantly higher, with a more robust market, thus attracting greater attention. It is not uncommon for a group of artisans to labor over a single component, resulting in an average quality that surpasses that of weapons. Nevertheless, most of the components available for view are merely ordinary, with only a few reaching a refined standard. For instance, the small cannon aboard the Cold Girl is of an ordinary grade. A formidable barrier separates the ordinary from the refined, while an innumerable array of obstacles exists between the refined and the exceptional. Taking into account Leon's own train cannon, the newly added attributes and characteristics have substantially enhanced its value. In summary, he felt a surge of exhilaration as he departed from the cannon platform and made his way to the first floor. Thanks to the selfless contribution of the Cold Girl, the damage sustained in the last battle had nearly been repaired, and the materials from the Iron Throne could further reinforce the carriage. Leon even added a small compartment specifically for storing valuable components, preparing for a lucrative venture at the Magnesium Hall. Of course, this compartment would not be counted in the sequence. It was merely a small backpack. The thought that the other party, fearing he would be unable to extract the remaining value from the Cold Girl, had gone so far as to send the entire train over for him to pack and take away, brought a smile to Leon's face. Indeed, there are still many good people around. With the assistance of angel investors, The maintenance value of the brass holy chariot has risen to 55,100. Regardless of how much maintenance value the gospel pilgrimage can accrue upon reaching Magnesium Hall, Leon is confident he can elevate it to the next level, restoring it to a refined state and even leaving room for further upgrades. Ordinary grade trains are formidable enough. The prospect of a refined one is truly exciting. Aside from the foundational infrastructure for train maintenance, many high-value components have been amassed by Leon, and after repairing the crossbow, he fed a portion to it. The current crossbow is nail gun, blueprint unlocked, quality, refined, experience points, 765-1000, attribute, penetrating shot, characteristic, loyal service. Unlike weapons, which can be carried and utilized at any moment, the armed components of the train serve a different purpose. Consequently, this little companion will level up at a slower pace, as slaying zombies cannot surpass the efficacy of a cannon. The experience packages Leon has set aside are sufficient to elevate any equipment, including the crossbow and train components, by one level. The reason he has yet to act is to remain adaptable should an encounter arise before reaching Magnesium Hall. He can strengthen his arsenal at a moment's notice. Surveying his surroundings, Leon contemplated expanding the restroom to accommodate the luxurious bathtub seized from the cold girl. Grasping his toolbox, he eagerly dashed into the restroom. Wrench number 5. Here, he said, handing the wrench to Leon. Observing his excitement, Noah swallowed hard. She had previously harbored doubts. Even with the mechanic's enhanced abilities to significantly expedite forging and repairs, Leon's speed seemed excessively rapid. However, in retrospect, this appears entirely reasonable. With no imminent threats looming, Leon's lifestyle has reverted to a quotidian rhythm, allowing Noah a glimpse into his daily routine. Rising at 6 in the morning, he commences strength training within the confines of the carriage, engaging in push-ups, pull-ups, crunches, and squats, purportedly to lift heavier components. Following this, he undertakes specialized combat training, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. After a brief wash, he prepares meals for himself, and after dining, he cleans the dishes without complaint. Reflecting on the sight of the two of them standing side by side in the kitchen, Noah clears her throat softly, nodding in satisfaction. The matter arises thereafter. Chapter 26. The Usurper. At approximately 7:30, nearing 8, Leon begins to busily engage with the train, tapping and tinkering. He seems perpetually able to find work for himself, upgrading components, lubricating gears, or replacing aging parts. This endeavor continues until lunch, during which Leon wears a frighteningly ecstatic expression. The thought that those components, like himself, are mechanical creations sends a shiver down Noah's spine. Before lunch, if the food supply is not abundant, Leon temporarily halts the train, and together they traverse the woods in an attempt to hunt. This aspect largely relies on Noah's expertise. She possesses the knowledge to discern a deer's age, gender, weight, and even its current position through tracks and droppings. As for drinking water, they depend on a river they passed days prior, alongside the circulation system on the brass chariot. With some rations remaining aboard the Cold Girl, there is no immediate concern for food. After lunch, Leon resumes his activities from the morning. Should he encounter a small horde, characterized by high density and limited range, he immediately rushes to the turret, launching an unprovoked assault. Following this, he descends with satisfaction, murmuring about experience points, and continues to wield his wrench with fervor. This routine persists until dinner. Post-dinner, he dedicates 1 or 2 hours to scrutinizing blueprints, followed by engaging in self-dialogue. Noah scratches her head. She is reluctant to admit that this is indeed her favorite and most anticipated part of the day. Leon possesses an extensive knowledge of events preceding the day of revelation, as if he had lived through them. Oddly, he remains oblivious to certain common knowledge imparted by Sister Shashi, humbly seeking her guidance in such matters. Subsequently, Leon assesses whether his nutritional intake for the day meets the required standards, then performs a series of stretches before retiring early to rest. Thus begins another day. In essence, Leon refrains from smoking or drinking, devoting his days to eating and repairing. His sole interests lie in maintaining a balanced diet rich in flavor and adhering to an early-to-bed, early-to-rise regimen. When asked about the reasons, he would say, "Noah, what do you believe is most crucial for a mechanic?" An impressive reservoir of knowledge, a clear and agile mind. While these attributes are indeed significant, they are not the most vital. What a mechanic truly needs is a robust physique capable of enduring long hours of intense labor, along with an indomitable spirit that rises after repeated failures. Both of these qualities must be cultivated through exercise and diet, with the latter holding paramount importance for me. If I cannot consume proper meals for several consecutive days, I would prefer to become a zombie. This was Elon's exact statement. Presently, in Noah's eyes, Elon is a mechanic who embodies both talent and diligence. Even bordering on obsession, he excels in various domains, yet he stands out as a peculiar individual with an unwavering fixation on food. Nevertheless, Noah does not harbor any disdain for this trait. Witnessing her meticulously prepared dishes being devoured completely is, in itself, a source of enjoyment. Noah? Elon's call brought her back to the moment, the number 6 wrench. Ah, here you go. After receiving the wrench from Noah, Elon cast a glance her way. The little girl occasionally looked at him, sometimes lost in thought, her mind seemingly adrift. Elon adjusted his movements to avoid aggravating his gunshot wound and continued to turn the screws. His injuries did not significantly impede his mobility. In fact, Noah's condition was more severe. After forcibly liberating the brass chariot, Noah had to lie down for several days before she could manage to get on her feet. Elon still felt a twinge of fear when he recalled the ordeal. Liberating a miraculous train, even in its damaged state, inflicted a suffering beyond his imagination. Fortunately, it did not cause Noah any irreversible harm. After several days of normal interaction, no longer in a state of wandering the wasteland or preparing for emergencies, Elon discovered that this mechanical being was nearly indistinguishable from a human. Eating, drinking, sleeping, and even using the restroom, there seemed to be a furnace within her, akin to that of the brass chariot, converting food into energy. Wasn't that akin to a stomach? Such thoughts often wandered through Elon's mind, and with each consideration, he marveled at the craftsmanship of Noah's creator. Of course, while the technical prowess was impressive, the character of that individual remained uncertain. When questions arose regarding this topic, Noah would always press her lips together and lower her head, appearing rather discontent. Elon pondered what her life had been like before encountering Xiaoxi, shaking his head. Inquiring further now would likely be futile. It would be best to address it once her memory center was repaired. Elon glanced at Noah. She was eagerly turning the pages of a book. During the day, she would occasionally assist in crafting crossbow bolts, or repairing the forging furnace, and preparing meals. Aside from these tasks, she would sit nearby, passing tools to herself while engrossed in reading. Noah had a profound love for books. Having scarcely disembarked from trains, her understanding of the world was primarily derived from literature. Thank goodness there were still books to read in this apocalyptic era. It was said that a sequence called Xinchuan was dedicated to this very purpose. Regrettably, Leon did not encounter their train, but a few days prior, he crossed paths with another miraculous train, the Bacchus Express. Although it was not as grand as the Stargazer, it was adorned in a rather unfortunate deep purple hue. From afar, one could hear the jubilant sounds of revelry emanating from within, where a plethora of artists, composers, bards, merchants, and mountains of cargo resided. It was said that they traveled at an astonishing speed, swift enough to chase the sun. With such velocity, the Bacchus Express perpetually shuttled between major sanctuaries, transporting merchants, goods, bards, and youthful idols. Should one encounter it along the way, a mere toot of the horn would prompt the Bacchus Express to halt, allowing one to select from its treasures, desserts, fine wines, cigarettes, books, and collectibles. The existence of this mobile emporium intrigued Leon, who, in exchange for a cigarette, procured a book for Noah, an installment from a series of detective novels entitled The Return of Detective Marlowe, authored by Yang. To be frank, the book was rather poorly written. Who would employ a detective who fakes his own death to lure criminals? Was evidence merely a prop? Nevertheless, Noah was thoroughly engrossed in it. Moments later, the little girl looked up and asked, "Do you think that drifter who intercepted us will suddenly reappear like Marlowe?" Most likely, Leon sighed. As a Sequence 6, he wished to eradicate the threat, but alas, he was presently outmatched. The allure of the brass holy chariot was too great. One could only hope that the individual had his own designs and would refrain from informing the Magnesium Hall. Once we enter the city, I shall swiftly procure a blessing from a diviner, ensuring I won't be pinpointed again, Leon replied. Do you have any recollection of his identity? Leon inquired. Not at all. Noah shook her head. Only that he is an overstepping individual from the Iron Throne. An overstepping individual? One who pilfers the compartments of the brass holy chariot, betraying the original sequence, someone who exceeds their own authority, an avaricious scoundrel. Are there many such individuals? Quite a few. After the compartments of the brass holy chariot were seized, the oversteppers tasted the sweetness of success and became increasingly brazen. After all, it is disgraceful. I doubt they would flaunt themselves now. Moreover, oversteppers are scorned by their original sequences, making it easier to identify them, as they cannot utilize their abilities normally. Chapter 27. Magnesium Hall. The final stretch to the Magnesium Hall was considerably easier. Along the way, Leon encountered several private trains. Due to his disguise of the brass holy chariot with an old green passenger train facade, those private trains would often honk mockingly or attempt to force him to halt. Interestingly, when the green train revealed its top, exposing two cannons nearly as large as their own carriage, the conductors transformed into amiable figures, even offering Leon some local delicacies. Others, however, turned tail and fled. Leon was no demon. After allowing the other trains to escape a distance of 2 kilometers, he even kindly assisted them in clearing a horde of corpses with precise shots. As the train cannon fired, the opposing party promptly halted, presenting their specialties with both hands. The heavily tattooed and formidable train conductor appeared visibly younger from the fright. On the 5th day following the altercation with the Wanderers, Leon was roused from his midday slumber by Noah's excited shout. "Leon, we've arrived." He immediately rolled out of bed, opened the cockpit, and peered through the bulletproof glass. As they burst through the last plume of steam, the entire cockpit was suddenly engulfed by a blinding silver light. Instinctively, Leon raised his hand to shield his eyes. Yet countless specks of light filtered through his fingers, revealing a towering silver metal obelisk that soared over 1,000 meters high on the horizon. Its surface was adorned with honeycomb-like protrusions, each hexagonal metal plate reflecting the sun's rays. An intricate web of iron tracks radiated from the obelisk, with the brass holy carriage advancing along one of its branches. This was one of the largest 24 shelters in the world. Before it, even the brass holy carriage appeared diminutive, let alone humanity itself. Surrounding the obelisk lay countless excavated mines, and the air was laced with traces of magnesium powder, causing a burning sensation with each breath Leon took. As he approached the obelisk, the air above the tracks shimmered slightly, and the sandy ground on either side had been baked into a translucent glass-like state. Occasionally, charred limbs could be seen embedded within, maintaining a forward-reaching motion. It was the legendary track heating system capable of melting zombies, Leon murmured. The obelisk itself was a formidable weapon. It required no action. Merely adjusting the metal plates to reflect the sun's heat was sufficient to repel massive hordes of the undead. A vision of the cold girl being twisted into a spear flashed through his mind, prompting Leon to squint. The architect of this obelisk must have possessed extraordinary abilities. Gifted youths boarded the miracle train, becoming empowered through countless journeys, shattering barriers. Sequence 9, Sequence 8, Sequence 7, then disembarking to become the backbone of the shelters, accomplishing impossible tasks with efficiency multiplied by several, dozens, even hundreds of times that of ordinary individuals. Since the day of revelation, the world has operated in this manner until now. Incredible! Noah couldn't help but exclaim. It was only natural to marvel at such a colossal metallic structure, adhering to fundamental geometric principles. "Haven't you been here before?" Leon inquired, noticing the almost starry sparkles in the little girl's eyes. "No," Noah replied honestly, shaking her head. "I rarely disembark. The brass holy carriage is filled with mechanics, and there's no need for repairs at the shelters. Occasionally, when procuring supplies, I stay in the coffin, waiting for Sister Shashi to return." "That makes sense," Leon nodded. It was indeed perilous for a miraculous creation to wander about in large shelters. However, as an infected individual, the degree of danger in roaming was akin to that of Noah. "You'll accompany me when we disembark." "Really? Can I?" Noah blinked in astonishment. "Staying together is undoubtedly preferable to being apart, and I sense your desire for a shopping excursion, don't I?" "Well, not quite as much," Noah remarked, twirling her hair. "After all, as an empathetic and mature woman, I must prioritize the greater good. I have no objections to your role as an understanding mature woman. However, is it not permissible to indulge in a bit of whimsy? Are you truly not going?" "Oh, how vexing." The little girl playfully tapped Leon's shoulder with her fist, creating an atmosphere of remarkable harmony. "Noah, you are insufferable." She delivered a series of playful punches to Leon's arm. Leon gently grasped her shoulder, urging Noah to meet his gaze. "At this moment, we must contemplate how I, an infected individual, can blend in." "Ah, that indeed poses a dilemma." Noah stroked her chin. her eyes fixed on Leon's palm. The burn at the base of his hand had significantly healed, revealing a bite mark encircled by darkened capillaries. Leon was in a state of continuous transformation into a zombie, albeit held in check by the hand crossbow. Does this mean we can avoid revealing the bite mark? Noah inquired. Precisely. That simplifies matters. I shall merely hold your hand. Noah clasped Leon's palm, suggesting, you should claim that I am your reclusive sister yearning for affection. Forced to move to the big city due to family upheaval. Overwhelmed by a strange environment, yet filled with anticipation for cohabitation, I remain clinging to my brother's hand. The narrative unfolding here feels rather forbidden. From which book did you derive this? Detective Marlowe? Indeed, Noah nodded. A dreadful read. Leon lamented dramatically. It is not. Noah retaliated with another series of playful punches to Leon's arm. As their banter continued, the brass carriage gradually approached the base of the obelisk. A few crystal orbs etched with star maps flickered, and the armored panel slid apart, revealing a tunnel entrance exceeding 50 meters in diameter. The previously closed spiral blades began to unfurl gradually, with the hydraulic system poised for action. Should hostility be detected, the train would be instantaneously reduced to scrap. Disguised as a green train, the brass carriage merged with others, moving forward slowly. The pressure within the tunnel caused a slight pain in Leon's eardrums. And as the brass carriage advanced, silver emergency lights illuminated overhead. Under the glow, Leon discerned a sign standing nearby. Welcome to the Magnesium Hall. Further ahead lay an unexpected expanse of silvery mist. Countless metal pipes expelled torrents of scorching flames, cleansing the passing trains of dust. As if the entire refuge were engaged in a perpetual metallic respiration. Guided by the light strips, Leon docked and glanced at the overhead sign, Platform 7. Beside the platform, a rolling bulletin board displayed. Today's magnesium quota reduced to 27 grams. Those in need may purchase magnesium sheets for supplementation. Unauthorized miners shall be dispatched to the 6th mining area to fulfill 20 hours of obligatory labor. The advertisement flickered, while a small metal box within it spun continuously. As Leon was enveloped in a completely different cultural milieu, he instinctively surveyed his surroundings. Through the haze of steam, a group of quarantine officers, donned in white bodysuits and wearing beak-like masks, approached him. They dragged electromagnetic shackles behind them, the chains sparking as they scraped against the ground. Leon observed them for a moment, intrigued. His palm tightened as Noah grasped his hand, revealing her anxiety. She was a practitioner of the White Robe Order, and her slightly damp palm betrayed her nervousness. The quarantine officer leaned against the front of the vehicle, gesturing for Leon to disembark and register. Name? Leon. Age? 21. At 21, you possess your own train? The officer lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the pair before him. The young man appeared somewhat younger than his actual age, with hair resembling a disheveled nest and an unkempt appearance, though he was quite handsome. The little girl, who hung her head and refused to speak, had a face obscured by dust, yet her silhouette suggested great beauty. She was left behind. Leon scratched his head. I suppose so, he continued. The officer glanced at the dilapidated green train, rusting in several places. It was a marvel that such a vehicle could still reach the Magnesium Hall. Chapter 28, The Little Rich Girl. Where do you hail from? Left Street, Leon answered fluidly. Left Street was a small refuge not far from here, recently overwhelmed by a tide of corpses, leaving no witnesses. The officer nodded, his pencil gliding continuously across the registration form. What brings you to Magnesium Hall? I'm seeking refuge with relatives. This is a token from them. Leon indicated the blue ribbon adorning Noah's head. Is she your sister? The officer regarded Noah. Yes. She's a bit shy. Noah clutched the hem of Leon's clothing, hiding behind him, revealing only a portion of her face as she timidly gazed at the officer. Same father and mother? The officer inquired, seemingly curious. No, Leon shook his head. Yes, Noah affirmed. Leon and Noah exchanged a sudden, intense glance. I have black hair. You have blonde hair. How could we possibly share the same parents? Our ethnicities are entirely different. Leon communicated silently through his gaze. If she isn't my biological sister, it wouldn't matter at all. Only a complete blood connection is thrilling. Noah responded with her eyes. What are you talking about? I'll confiscate your book. Leon lamented again. The conflicting testimonies caused the officer to pause in his actions. He scrutinized Leon for several seconds before resuming his writing. A notable figure is expected in the city in the coming days. It seems they are looking to take on apprentices. Your sister is quite attractive. If she is not your personal slave, you might consider bringing her along for an audition. She could fetch a good price. And you might even move to the inner city. Leon narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, instinctively drawing Noah closer to him. This gesture did not go unnoticed by Noah, who lowered her head in silence, increasingly resembling a devoted sister solely concerned for her brother. I merely wish to remind you, upon closer inspection, that you possess an appealing visage. Such a face would garner considerable admiration in a sanctuary. Would you care to purchase a box of magnesium tablets? The quarantine officer produced a small metal container from his pocket. The sudden pitch left Leon perplexed. What purpose does this serve? Magnesium is said to prevent infections. That is the common belief. I have not heard such claims. Leon shook his head, declining the offer. Very well, there are no issues here. The quarantine officer extended his hand, stating that each individual must pay 1,000 for entry, undergo a medical examination, and then obtain a temporary residence permit. Wait a moment. Leon paused, realizing that something was amiss. Why must he pay? Isn't that redundant? Without payment, who would conduct the examination? The quarantine officer glared with unblinking eyes. Leon clicked his tongue. 1,000 just for entry? After toiling for nearly a year, he had barely managed to save 2,000, having refrained from purchasing a train ticket, intending to find shelter in the magnesium hall. Yet that money was taken by Zhang San. Now, with empty pockets, Leon recognized he was not even qualified to be tested for infection. After all, one must pay for the physical examination. Even if someone is on the brink of becoming a zombie, they must first pay before being assessed, only to be dragged away for execution. This is the apocalypse, a realization far more disheartening than witnessing a zombie crawling before him. Is collateral acceptable? Leon gestured towards the slightly larger carriage, filled with valuable items. I will sell them and return to settle the debt. That is not permissible. The quarantine officer shook his head. Leon cast a glance and noticed 2 passengers surreptitiously following the officer towards a side door. It appeared they had bypassed the entry fee and proceeded directly to the examination. As long as there is a chance, Leon reached into his waist pouch, preparing to retrieve the half-box of premium cigarettes. At that moment, a hand interrupted his motion, a hand belonging to a little girl. The hand, holding a black card, was presented to Leon with an air of undeniable authority. Take it and swipe. Noah averted her gaze. Her expression and actions bore a mix of pride, reluctance, and a hint of shyness. Leon accepted the black card with a complex expression and handed it to the quarantine officer. How do you have money? He whispered. Pocket money, Noah replied. Leon's emotions became somewhat nuanced. Was this the sensation of being supported by a wealthy little girl? Insufficient funds. The cold, mechanical voice shattered Leon's daydream and left Noah frozen in place. There are only $11.60 in this card. The quarantine officer returned the black card with a scowl, his head beginning to ache. Noah, do you truly lack a concept of money? Leon's eye twitched. I already said it was pocket money. Noah fiercely stamped her foot, her strength utterly unlike that of a typical overprotective sister. Allow me to pay. A deep, resonant female voice interjected, accompanied by a gloved hand extending a bank card. Very well. The quarantine officer clearly recognized the woman. He nodded and stepped back. Kind lady. Thank you. Leon turned to her, tipping his hat in greeting. She wore a black evening gown. The veil of her soft-brimmed hat obscuring the upper half of her face, revealing only a pair of subtly shimmering lavender eyes that sparkled with mirth. Her back was straight, her figure dignified, and the curve of her neck was exquisitely graceful. Her beauty was flawless, particularly accentuated by the beauty mark at the corner of her eye and near her lips, perfectly placed. She seemed to epitomize the essence of a wealthy young lady, resembling a living amethyst. However, judging by the firm and muscular lines of her arms, this amethyst possessed considerable strength. Nothing much, just a trivial matter, she smiled, slightly bowing in return. That handsome yet impoverished young man. If I do not seize this opportunity, another noblewoman might claim him first. A lament escaped Noah's lips. The young heiress had suffered a crushing defeat in her pursuit of wealth. Leon was on the verge of being whisked away by an affluent elder lady. May I inquire your name? Leon asked, disregarding Noah's desperate tugging at his waist. He had no genuine intention of courting a wealthy woman. $2,000 was no trifling sum. No one was a fool, and the other party undoubtedly had ulterior motives. If possible, he wished to avoid incurring any debts of gratitude. Mian, the woman replied, lowering her head slightly as she produced a business card from her handbag. I understand a gentleman's dedication to reciprocity. Here is my address. Upon seeing Liang accept the card, her smile grew even brighter. Does this imply I can anticipate a camel-lit dinner? She glanced at Liang's bronze insignia. Indeed, Liang accepted the card and waved his hand. I believe we shall meet again soon. What is it? Enya approached from behind, carrying her luggage, noticing me and organizing her handbag. Nothing much. Just assisted someone with a minor inconvenience, Mian replied, turning to face her. Enya gazed at Mian's face, a little lost in thought. She appeared considerably haggard, visibly thinner. The recent ambush had inflicted heavy losses on the Wanderers' camp, and the subsequent compensation and treatment would rely on her efforts, piece by piece. Nevertheless, the fragility she displayed that night had not reemerged. Mian was an exemplary leader, swiftly regaining her composure and moving toward the next phase of their plan. A young, impoverished fellow, just in time for a train. If he is willing to assist, our departure from the Might Hall will be more convenient. Mian smiled. Do you remember what he looked like? Menhir strolled over leisurely, handsome in appearance, with scars on his hands and a crossbow concealed beneath his sleeves. He might be that mechanic. Indeed, he possesses a striking visage. However, I did not see any scars or a crossbow. Yet it likely was not such a train that defeated us. Are you referring to this train? A deep voice echoed from behind Enya, as Silver pointed to a dilapidated green train. Better than nothing, Mian smiled. After all, in the presence of a miracle train, there is only scrap metal and slightly better scrap metal. All right, enough complaints. Where's Inuzuka? Menhir gestured behind him. He insisted on bringing the hound along. Are you unable to handle your own luggage? Enya protested. No, Melnir shook his head. I must carry the crystal ball. It is fragile and quite expensive. I am injured. Silver pointed to the bandage beneath the crack in his armor. Ugh, this is so annoying. Enya huffed as she dragged her luggage, while Mian smiled helplessly and assisted her in bearing some of the weight. All right, let go quickly. Don't delay their work. No, you must be seeking another woman. Noah clung desperately to Leon's hand. You are all I have left, brother. If you abandon me, I shall kill you and then take my own life. The gravity of her words was indeed such that bystanders dared not intervene. Leon's lips twitched. He offered an apologetic smile to the other quarantine officers and repeated his earlier gesture. The officers were at a loss for words. The ultraviolet light swept over them repeatedly, confirming the absence of bite marks and any signs of mutation. As soon as he examined the palm that had not been inspected, he could sign the temporary residence permit and allow these two troubled souls entry. Yet, the young girl refused to release her grip. What are you being stubborn about? Leon felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. He noted Noah's grip on his arm was tightening. Could it be a joint destruction technique? Chapter 29. The important figures and the beggar. Perhaps we should just let it go? One quarantine officer murmured. Well, that individual might be arriving soon. It would be ill-advised to be seen. Another nodded in agreement. Moreover, neither of them appears infected. Otherwise, they would have already turned into zombies and could not possibly be so spirited. That was precisely the affirmation Leon had awaited. He silently nodded. How can that be? The officer at the door lowered his voice, stating that precisely because the esteemed individual is on their way, we cannot afford any negligence. How do you know this fellow isn't here for a casual inspection? Everyone, lend a hand and pull that young lady down. No sooner had the words left his mouth than two quarantine officers seized Noah's ankles and began to tug her downward. Ugh, Noah wore a defiant expression, clinging to Leon like a koala. Go for it, Noah. It's all up to you. Leon cheered her on in his heart. Unfortunately, two fists could not contend with four hands, and Noah was gradually being pulled down. Leon's hand, marked by bite marks, began to be exposed to the air as the ultraviolet light prepared to sweep over them. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in Noah's eyes. With a leap, she pounced with the ferocity of a lion, sinking her teeth into Leon's palm. Ouch! It hurts. You're going to bite it off. So painful. At this moment, even Leon wished she would let go. Ultimately, Noah was dragged down. The quarantine officers gasped at the sight of Leon's bloodied hand, assisting in bandaging it and patting his shoulder, looking at him with the expression of someone who truly understood the hardships of having such a sister. Leon remained speechless. This group of individuals in white robes turned out to be rather kind. 5 minutes later, Leon and Noah, having successfully obtained their temporary residence permits, exited the station side by side. You were truly remarkable. You were of great assistance. Leon gently patted Noah's head, exclaiming how brilliant her last move had been. How did you come up with that? A spark of inspiration flickered in Noah's eyes as she reluctantly nudged Liang's hand with her forehead. Humph, she puffed her cheeks. What's wrong? Liang found it amusing and squatted down to her level. A little reciprocity, a candlelit dinner, quite impressive. Noah abruptly halted, pointing at Liang with the intensity of a truth seeker. Could it be that you prefer women with burdens on their chests? Not necessarily a dislike, he replied. You. Noah pointed at Liang in frustration, having failed to articulate her thoughts. You are simply bullying me because I lack that, she muttered, her head drooping in defeat. Noah. Liang steadied her shoulders, gazing earnestly into her golden eyes. What is it? A pang of conscience? Noah's gaze faltered slightly. You truly are a fool. Liang playfully tapped her head, producing a crisp sound. Ugh, I knew you would bully me. I won't talk to you anymore. You're the best. Noah exclaimed 3 hours later, clutching an abundance of snacks and desserts. Wait, she suddenly halted, staring intently at Liang for a moment. You're not thinking that I'm easily swayed, are you? Liang shook his head. That's good. Noah sighed in relief, resuming her joyful indulgence in sweets. This guy is indeed easy to please, Liang mused inwardly. Moreover, he contemplated the vastness of the magnesium hall. It truly lived up to its reputation as one of the 24 largest shelters and transfer stations in the world. From above, one could observe that this shelter exhibited a standard geometric structure. The outermost obelisk was quadrilateral, while the inner residential area took an octagonal form. In simpler terms, it involved truncating the 4 corners of a square, proportionately reducing it to create an interstitial layer serving as platforms and tunnels for trains. Countless towers soared in the residential area, while the interlaced streets were nearly brimming with people. After 3 hours, Liang had merely circled the entrance area twice, attempting to ascertain the local prices. Magnesium tablets. Prevent infections, safeguard your life, an essential for home and travel, a must-have remedy for traversing wastelands. Echoed the vendor's calls. This was the 3rd seller of magnesium tablets Liang had encountered, their pitch somewhat akin to that of a miracle drug. Hearing it repeatedly piqued his curiosity. Upon inquiring, he discovered the price to be slightly steep, $5 for a box containing 20 tablets. However, it was still affordable. Thus, he spent 50 cents to procure 2 tablets from a vendor, sharing one with Noah while popping the other into his mouth for a taste. From the perspective of a seasoned infection sufferer, he found it utterly ineffective. The flavor, however, was delightful, watermelon. Exiting the throng clamoring for magnesium tablets, Liang continued onward. During this time, he observed numerous individuals clad in various train conductor uniforms, haggling with workshop owners. In addition to this, there were passengers lacking the means to purchase a ticket, brandishing signs proclaiming their capabilities, yearning to reach a certain destination. Liang had not even noticed the beggar. The residents, though not clad in finery, were nonetheless clean and tidy, even with an entrance fee as a barrier. It was not uncommon for individuals to lose everything in pursuit of entry into the magnesium hall, subsequently becoming vagrants. It was rather peculiar, yet ultimately irrelevant to him. The small workshop, a remnant of inheritance, was situated at the intersection of districts, not far from where he stood. Liang took Noah's hand, lest they be swept away by the throng. With a workshop of his own, he could submit an application to bring the train to this vicinity. Thereafter, he could conduct repairs, upgrades, seek out carriages, manufacture new components, and perhaps even contemplate how to elevate himself from Sequence 9 to Sequence 8. Upon reaching the magnesium hall, Liang alighted without having had the chance to glance at the panel. The sensation of imminent achievement was tantalizing. Yet the prospect of steadily advancing towards his objective was undeniably reassuring. This must be it, District 144. Liang wiped the dust from the lock, retrieving a key from his pocket. That distant relative had passed long ago, and no one had tended to this place. The lock had become severely rusted. I'll do it. Noah volunteered eagerly. She fumbled with the key for quite some time, ultimately exasperated, extending her fingers to aim at the lock. Bang! The gear emblem flashed before his eyes, and the lock fell to the ground in an instant. Liang raised an eyebrow. It made sense. As a mechanical creation herself, Noah was indeed overqualified for the trifling challenge of a mere lock. No lock exists that could thwart me, Noah declared proudly. Just as Liang was about to push the door open, a voice emerged from behind him. Please, have mercy. A disheveled man, dirt-streaked and hunched, continually nodded at Liang. He was a beggar. Liang instinctively shielded Noah behind him, offering a wry smile. I am currently without a penny to my name, friend, even poorer than you. However, you may come in for a drink of water. If you assist me in tidying the yard, I can provide you with some provisions. You lie? The beggar shouted in a fit of hysteria, stumbling forward to grasp at Leon. Bang! Leon denied him that opportunity, slightly turning aside, causing the man to collide with the door and tumble to the ground. The beggar, after several attempts, failed to rise, rolling on the ground while wailing. You are the workshop owner and the train conductor. How could you possibly be without funds? Damn it, you wretched souls. You dismantled my shelter. How am I to survive? Leon sighed deeply. It was no wonder he had not seen any beggars. They had all been cleared away in advance. Was it due to that so-called influential figure? The beggar's cries drew numerous gazes. Suddenly, another series of rhythmic clops silenced the crowd. Leon recognized the sound. It was the unmistakable cadence of hooves. After the day of apocalypse, the population of horses has surprisingly increased, and they are now highly cherished. Automobiles are prone to breakdowns and run out of fuel, while trains are prohibitively expensive for the average person. For traversing short distances between small shelters, riding a horse is undoubtedly the optimal choice for those unafraid of danger. Horses are relatively quiet, and the vast plains are abundant with grass. Should one find themselves in dire straits, they can resort to slaughtering the animal for sustenance while awaiting rescue. For the affluent, horse-drawn carriages have, much like in the previous century, become symbols of status and prestige. 8 majestic, pure white Shire horses pull a heavy silver carriage, advancing slowly under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Although the contents of the carriage remain concealed, Leon surmises that it must be occupied by the prominent figures referred to by the quarantine officers. Ahead of the carriage, soldiers clear the path, mounted on striking black steeds, exuding an air of authority. Flanking either side are guards, likely private hires, appearing less disciplined. Most residents bow their heads, while some frantically wave and engage in peculiar gestures, striving to capture the attention of those within the carriage. The cries of beggars persist, becoming increasingly jarring amidst the near silence punctuated only by the sound of hooves. Leon remains rooted in place, scrutinizing the guard on the right side of the carriage, disheveled and clad in a coat over a pilled sweater. He appears to be dozing in the saddle. Suddenly, the guard twitches his nostrils, his lips moving in a silent utterance of the word cigarette. Upon recognizing the man's face, Leon's expression shifts to one of complexity. He retrieves a half-empty pack of premium cigarettes from his pocket, waving it gently in the air. The man, akin to a scent hound catching a whiff, abruptly fixes his gaze upon Leon. In that moment of eye contact, both men are taken aback, followed by a hint of awkwardness. The observation window of the carriage is drawn open, revealing a pair of calm, gray-green eyes fixed on Leon. Just as he prepares to return the gaze, it is obstructed by Zhang San, who turns his head and appears to converse with those inside the carriage. He then gestures towards Leon, indicating, "I will come to find you at 7 o'clock this evening." In the workshop, Leon sets a large box of scrap materials down by the door, wiping the sweat from his brow. He notices the beggar has vanished without a trace. For reasons unknown, Leon finds this individual somewhat peculiar. However, since neither he nor Noah has suffered any loss of possessions, he decides against pursuing the matter further. The workshop is considerably larger than he had anticipated, fully equipped with all necessary apparatus, making repairs to both the train and Noah feasible. After briefly recounting the situation regarding Zhang San, Leon turns back to find Noah, donned in an apron and headscarf, busily dusting the surroundings. The electrical currents must belong to the Storm series. I am not very familiar with them, she states. The Storm series? Leon inquires. Is that the one that operates solely at sea? It connects global tracks, allowing trains to traverse even across water. However, few other miraculous trains engage in such practices, likely because ascending through the series does not necessitate it. Indeed, Noah grasped a cloth, rinsed it under the faucet, and wrung it dry. Wait a moment. Are there zombies at sea too? Who knows? Perhaps there are even zombie mermaids. Leon then unearthed 2 boxes of discarded components. To summarize, during the hunt of the mechanic series years ago, they refrained from intervening. Noah continued, stating that forcibly integrating into the carriages of other series was entirely unnecessary for these fishermen. It could also be that they were simply too far away. Who could say? One must not let their guard down. Leon rubbed his shoulders and persisted in tidying up. With time still remaining before 7 in the evening, he sifted through the disheveled documents and confirmed that his application had been submitted. He aimed to clear the scrap from the workshop and sell it alongside the wreckage of the cold girl. Leon had researched the market prices and estimated that he could earn a little over 80,000. Unfortunately, the cold girl had long lost its form, and all the high-value components had been meticulously sifted through by Leon. The remaining scrap iron fetching that price would indeed be a pleasant surprise. Chapter 30. Restitution of property. In the underground lines of the district, several figures gathered, their expressions grave. Are you saying that after all this time using the workshop, it was suddenly seized from us today? One of them spoke slowly. Yes. The beggar nodded vigorously. What about the absolute lock? It opened in an instant. I feared they were undercover guards, so I dared not enter the workshop and had to execute the plan. Damn, that was a unique creation of the Iron Throne series. Are you lying? The speaker suddenly grabbed the beggar by the collar. In truth, you were merely afraid for your life. You coward. I should have come. Nonsense. The beggar retorted, grabbing the other's collar in return. August ruined my family. I wish to kill him 1,000 times over. How could I possibly be afraid of death? Then tell me, why did the assassination fail? How is August still alive? Damn it. The beggar raked his disheveled hair. I had no opportunity, do you understand? August was looking this way. I was just about to strike. But that guard sniffed me out with just his nose and gestured at me. His nose. Another person slowly released his grip, his face etched with shock. This was indeed too horrifying to comprehend. I was merely fortunate to escape with my life and relay the events to you, so you idiots do not perish in vain. The beggar gasped as he adjusted his collar. The urgent matter is to transport that out of the workshop before that kid discovers it. Another person nodded. Charlie, you should lead the group. What? The beggar Charlie frowned. Why are you making the arrangements? I've wanted to say this for ages. You just prattle on like a fool. The other narrowed his eyes, gesturing for Charlie to look back. Several cloaked figures were approaching, one of whom had a peculiar outline, as if clad in armor. Is that Chiara? Have you gathered others? Charlie recoiled, revealing his unease. Those who conspire to overthrow Augustus too are not merely us. Chiara retrieved an iron box, consuming 2 magnesium tablets, and remarked, do you think my constant mingling with the folks at the quarantine station is merely for amusement? She has returned today, and it is evident why. I shall negotiate with the opposing party. Charlie, you are tasked with retrieving that item. Time is of the essence. Let us act tonight. At 7 that evening, Zhang Sen stood promptly before the workshop's entrance. He carried a bottle of wine, his posture hunched and furtive. After all, he was still on a protective mission, and being discovered for leaving his post would not bode well. As he raised his hand to knock, his movement suddenly halted. What do you want? Zhang Sen barked at a beggar, his brow furrowed in anger. The beggar's legs buckled, nearly causing him to kneel, and he scuttled away on hands and knees. Is it truly the case that I possess such an intimidating presence? Zhang Sen rubbed his nose and turned away. To be honest, he had never envisioned encountering Leon here. In Zhang Sen's imagination, their next meeting would likely occur on the desolate plains, where Leon would have transformed into a zombie wielding a crossbow, and Zhang Sen would have guided him to the afterlife, reflecting on the absurdity of fate. Recently, Zhang Sen had pondered deeply on the notion of fate and recognized that Leon might still cling to a thread of hope. Yet, disbelief loomed heavily within him. After the cold girl's vehicle broke down, he had exerted every ounce of strength to reach the magnesium hall, navigating through perilous encounters, brushing against death countless times. Leon, however, had been genuinely bitten, a bona fide infected. Heaven knows how he managed to remain lucid, traversing such a distance and successfully infiltrating here, all while accompanied by an unfamiliar young girl. Wait a moment. Could it be that Leon has transformed into an intelligent, special type of zombie? I had promised to treat him to a drink upon our reunion. Zhang Sen glanced at the wine bottle in his hand. Perhaps pouring it on the ground would suffice as a gesture of hospitality? Just as Zhang Sen stood at the threshold, torn between contemplation and action, a gust of wind swept through, creaking the door open. Zhang Sen's eyes widened. In the courtyard stood a large pot over a roaring fire, the flames crackling fervently. Inside the iron pot, a viscous broth boiled, glowing with a green luminescence, and he could faintly discern desiccated limbs bobbing within. Leon and the young girl flitted between the cutting board and the pot, occasionally tossing in various ingredients, their expressions reverent, as if partaking in some arcane ritual. This bizarre scene rendered Zhang Sen momentarily breathless. Could it be that an intelligent zombie intends to cook humans before consuming them? The aroma emanating from the stew was overwhelmingly enticing. Is this truly acceptable? Is it possible for a zombie to be so discerning about flavors? No, I cannot endure this any longer. Zhang Sen clamped his hands over his nose, desperate to shield his senses from this blasphemous scent. You've arrived? Leon glanced at him, then resumed his activities with Noah, diligently stirring the contents of the pot. To my shame, this glowing, peculiar stew is, in fact, a concoction of wild pheasant and mushrooms. More precisely, it comprises the formidable great vulture stewed with magnesium moss. The great vulture, a terrifyingly large carnivorous bird with an intimidating wingspan, was hunted along the Magnesium Hall Road and is renowned for its potent gastric acid. Leon initially intended to utilize its gastric juices to experiment with the train cannon's metallic thermal flow attribute, hoping to create projectiles with corrosive properties. While he succeeded in this endeavor, the outcome was rather lackluster, as the zombies showed little concern for corrosion. Nevertheless, the great vulture's substantial size made it a valuable source of protein, prompting Leon to haul it down from the vehicle to prevent it from spoiling over time. As for the eerie green luminescence emanating from the pot, that is attributed to a unique moss known as magnesium moss, which thrives in the Magnesium Hall. True to its name, it absorbs residual magnesium elements, emitting a soft green glow. It is said that this moss is quite common in the underground mines of the district, where miners employ it for illumination, rendering it inexpensive. Upon sniffing it, Leon discovered that it bore a striking resemblance to the aroma of shiitake mushrooms. Thus he decided to toss it into the pot. Greetings. I am Noah, Leon's sister, by blood relation. Noah greeted Zhang San, suggesting they wash their hands and dine together. Zhang San remained still. A biological sister, found in the wasteland, with a blood relation? It seems Leon's influence has truly affected him. This overt invitation. Could it be that he wishes to infect me as well? Zhang San swallowed hard, contemplating a retort. Yet he found himself unable to act upon seeing Leon's face, which resembled that of his former self. I encountered Noah on Left Street. Her parents are both White Robe series ability users who utilized a novel serum to suppress my infection, Leon explained, gesturing towards himself. You see, my eyes bear no bloodshot hue, nor do I suffer from a fever. Noah is the same. We are both normal individuals, so there is no need for concern. Is that so? Zhang San produced a tin box and consumed a handful of magnesium tablets, cautiously edging closer to Leon. After scrutinizing for some time, he sighed in relief and slumped into his chair. You nearly scared me to death. Here, have a sip of the soup. Leon raised the glowing bowl to Zhang San's lips. Just as I was about to be deceived, what on earth is that? Zhang San pointed at the continually churning, desiccated limbs within the pot. Bird claws. Would you care to partake? Leon fished out a bird claw, roughly the length and thickness of a child's arm, resembling a charred child's limb, and presented it before Zhang San. Zhang San fell into a prolonged silence. Being a guest in someone else's home for the first time, it felt impolite to reject their hospitality, yet this was a different matter entirely. Zhang San tilted his head, adjusting his angle repeatedly, pondering how on earth he was to consume it. Leon, that one is meant for you. Noah tugged at Leon's sleeve. Is that so? What a pity. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but Zhang San thought he detected a flicker of disappointment on Leon's face. Could it be that you, too, do not wish to eat it, and are thus passing it to me? Zhang San pondered, as he felt relieved at not having to consume anything peculiar. The young girl presented an even more bizarre dish. 2 eyeballs and a skull of a bird, its cranium cracked open to reveal its contents. The finest portions offered to the esteemed guest. Noah held the plate aloft, casting an innocent gaze towards Zhang San. Zhang San recoiled desperately, his chin contorting into an awkward 4-layered formation. 5 minutes later. Oh, how delectable. This. Zhang San devoured the dish ravenously. Aside from its unappealing appearance, the concoction prepared by the duo was rather commendable. It's goose foot grass. I added it to enhance the flavor, Noah exclaimed, wrestling with a vulture leg larger than her head, all thanks to Leon. Capturing a great vulture is no simple task. A crossbow cannot reach it. One must employ bait to lure it down, and then ensnare its feet with a long pole equipped with a rope. Leon, clever as he is, managed to catch it swiftly. She patted Leon appreciatively while speaking. Truly remarkable. Despite your youth, you speak like a seasoned fisherman. Zhang San marveled at this. Noah puffed out her cheeks, relishing the notion of being perceived as a mature and reliable woman, conveniently disregarding her tender age. Leon was engaged in a battle with the bird's claws, contemplating how to tear off the flesh without being punctured in the eye by the sharp talons. After a while, satiated and content, Zhang Xin cleared his throat and began to discuss matters of significance. Here are some of your personal belongings, along with the money you entrusted me to safeguard. 2,000 yuan. Just a click will suffice. Zhang San produced a small pouch and handed it to Liang, who appeared quite taken aback. Without hesitation, he began counting the bills, confirming it was indeed 2,000. The pouch also contained small models, blueprints, and a survival guide for the wasteland that he had not had time to take. Did you really bring all of this? Leon inquired, aware that the cold girl had likely run aground. This meant Zhang San had carried his belongings all the way back from the wasteland to the magnesium hall without leaving anything behind. Even upon reaching this side, the money remained untouched. After all, I did promise to keep them safe, and these items have aided me greatly. Zhang San pointed to Leon's notebook, which detailed how to find shelter, locate water sources, and identify emergency food, even featuring a hand-drawn map. It's quite thorough. It's evident you put considerable thought into it. I've been navigating the sea for years and am not very familiar with the wasteland. Without your notes, I doubt I would have survived long enough to reach the magnesium hall. At that time, I thought, even if you were to perish, I would ensure these were preserved. Now, returning them to their rightful owner is quite satisfactory. The scruffy middle-aged man shrugged his shoulders. Chapter 31. The Patriarch, the Shepherd, the Leader, the Lamb. Then I shall dispense with the pleasantries. Leon nodded, stowing the items away. At this juncture, whether to decline or to pay would equate to a significant disrespect of Zhang San's kindness. Leon retrieved a cigarette case from his pocket and offered it to Zhang San. I've been yearning for this for quite some time. Zhang San smirked, expressing that the brand of cigarettes was unavailable at the bar. He had exhausted his own supply. Nevertheless, the half-pack he was offering could be considered yours, so take it with care. He extracted one, indicating that it was his treat. A celebration of their survival and reunion. Just as he intended to light it, he glanced at Noah and tucked the cigarette behind his ear. Are you planning to settle down in the bar? He rose, surveying Li Eng's workshop. The place was indeed quite nice, albeit somewhat antiquated, yet spacious. With your skills, you will undoubtedly carve out your own niche. Knock, knock, knock. Is this wall a bit thin? Zhang San raised an eyebrow, rapping his knuckles against it once more. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wall, Charlie despairingly closed his eyes and, stepping into emptiness, plummeted down with a thud. We should take a short break, soon. We must continue our journey. Liang shook his head. I need to keep searching for the antidote to revert to my normal self. Indeed. Zhang San retracted his hand and resumed his seat before Liang. This little place seems a bit stifling for you. You are best suited for traveling the world by train, repairing wherever you go, showcasing your craftsmanship to the globe. Unfortunately, such trains are no longer in operation. He shook his head in resignation. Liang and Noah exchanged a glance, their expressions subtly nuanced. Clearly, the train Zhang San referenced symbolized the brass chariot of craftsmen and mechanics. It remained uncertain whether he mentioned it purposefully or merely in passing. Zhang San. Regarding the blueprint for the power crossbow, Liang ventured cautiously. Oh, that reminds me. Zhang San tapped his forehead. I showed the blueprint to that influential figure. He expressed great interest and even mentioned wanting to meet you. Liang's expression grew complicated. Although he had anticipated this, Zhang San's actions had been rather swift. Did he come to see me today because you informed him of my identity? Liang inquired. No. Zhang San scratched the back of his head at that moment. I diverted his attention, ensuring he did not see you. Why? Liang asked. Because I told him you were dead. Zhang San coughed awkwardly. Bravo. Liang gave a thumbs up. He had just been concerned about losing the initiative, yet Zhang San, through an unexpected twist of fate, managed to keep this matter concealed. If you truly wish to meet that person, it's best to wait a few days, Zhang San mused. If you were to resurrect today, it would make me appear quite unreliable. By the way, what is your sequence? Liang queried. In discussing Zhang San's reliability, it dawned on him that this fellow was indeed an ability user. I am sequence 7 of the storm path, the son of thunder. Zhang San snapped his fingers, and an arc of electricity danced at his fingertips. Why do you ask? Do you wish to become an ability user? Sort of, Liang nodded. Well then, once this task concludes, you can come with me, Zhang San grinned. I'll take you to Storm's Edge. I still have some influence there. A fisherman? That doesn't quite suit you. Noah scrutinized Liang for a few seconds and slowly shook his head. Oh, the storm sequence is far more complex than merely being a fisherman. Zhang San waved his hand, discussing the water purification systems and urban water recycling infrastructures, as well as the textile and chemical industries. all of which are interconnected with our lives. Fundamentally, the very clothes I wear would be nearly impossible to produce without the storm sequence ability users. He tugged at his pilled sweater, which, as it turns out, was made of synthetic wool. This time, your task, Liang mused while stroking his chin, is to serve as a personal bodyguard? Indeed, Zhang Xin nodded. Who are you protecting? Is it permissible to disclose? Not particularly, but I trust you. You are unfamiliar with this place and are unlikely to spread it around. Zhang Xin cleared his throat, leaned closer to Liang, and lowered his voice. It is Augustus too. Who? Zhang Xin gazed at Liang for a few seconds before directing his attention to Noah, seemingly awaiting her to provide the answer. Clearly, Augustus too is a name known even to children. Regrettably, Liang and Noah remained oblivious. Is he a formidable ability user? Sequence 4? But surely, one wouldn't require a Sequence 7 as a bodyguard for that. Well, both of you hail from the village. Allow me to elucidate. Zhang Xin inhaled deeply. First and foremost, you must comprehend how this world operates. Regardless of the occurrence of the day of revelation, humanity is broadly divided into two categories, the strong and the weak. I do not merely refer to sequences or abilities, but to a more intrinsic and expansive concept. The strong are the leaders, the shepherds. They are inherently active thinkers, audacious and ambitious, always striving to achieve their aspirations. The weak are the followers, the lost lambs. They are instructed by the strong on what to do and how to do it, existing and perishing under the influence of their leaders. The strong possess a natural propensity to seize opportunities and attain success, while the weak are numerous, forming a silent flock. Interestingly, Zhang Xin picked up chopsticks and crossed them to form a cross. Not every shepherd possesses the ability to board the train and ascend to the highest echelon of sequences. Moreover, not all lambs are ordinary. The shepherds and lambs correspond to the two ends of the chopsticks, giving rise to 4 distinct quadrants. Zhang Xin gestured. In the first quadrant, we have the capable shepherds, who may be referred to as the patriarchs. They constitute only a small fraction and are predominantly aboard the train. In the second quadrant, we find the incapable shepherds. Such individuals were typically leaders of conglomerates before the day of revelation or have amassed wealth and power by hoarding resources during the early days of the apocalypse. The shelters are generally governed by the aristocracy, effectively rendering them their own nations. Nobles recruit capable leaders, such as myself, to consolidate their rule and maintain stability within the shelters. The fourth quadrant comprises the incapable lambs, or ordinary people, who each fulfill their roles within the shelters. The patriarch, the shepherds, the leaders, and the lambs. This is how most perceive the world. As for the train conductor, he occupies a position diagonally opposite to that of the ordinary individuals. In the first quadrant, Zhang Xin drew a diagonal line at a positive angle. They do not reside in a sanctuary. Rather, they reclaim their dignity through their own train. The small and medium-sized sanctuaries would welcome them as graciously as they would an archbishop. The conductor of the miracle train endeavored to extend the diagonal line as far as possible until it could stretch no further, an archbishop among archbishops. At this moment, the son of thunder from Sequence 7 gazed on with an unmistakable envy. They had transcended the bounds of humanity, gradually becoming avatars of divinity. Alas, as a mere Sequence 7, I shall likely never witness such heights in my lifetime. Or perhaps not. Liang chuckled. Ah, there's no need to console me. Zhang Xin waved his hand dismissively and continued. Augustus, I was the archbishop. He later departed from the train to become the head of the Grand Sanctuary, Star County. Unfortunately, his son lacked ambition and the innate talent of an ability wielder, relegating him to the status of an ordinary noble. Approximately 2 years ago, the two great noble families of the Magnesium Hall engaged in a fierce internal conflict, resulting in the devastating defeat of the Sothis family, with hundreds perishing or fleeing. The victorious Lu Corporation could not maintain its grasp on power for long. The head succumbed to illness and retired after merely 6 months. Since then, the Magnesium Hall has been without a leader, until today when Augustus II journeyed from Star County to take on this daunting task. Across the globe, there are 24 grand sanctuaries, each with its own leader, and the Augustus family holds 2 of these positions. With that said, I trust you can comprehend the magnitude of his significance. Chapter 32, Celebration, Siblings. Liang nodded in understanding. It is rare for someone to know such details and be willing to share them. He listened intently. I have 3 questions. Liang raised his fingers. First, Given the importance of these individuals and the fact that there are only a little over 20 in the world, is it truly wise to employ a Sequence 7 as a bodyguard? You should not underestimate people, Zhang Sen retorted weakly. The train equates to a sequence. Ability wielders are not as ubiquitous as you might think in sanctuaries. They are actually highly concentrated within the miracle train, traversing the world, cleaning up the tide of corpses while seeking opportunities for advancement. This resembles a perpetual service, as the ability wielders embark on relentless expeditions. Only those who are injured, disabled, or whose talents have reached their limits and can no longer advance will disembark. Generally speaking, Sequence 7 serves as a watershed. Sequences 9 and 8 consist of ordinary individuals with some extraordinary abilities. Once one reaches Sequence 7, they officially enter the realm of ability wielders. Those who attain Sequence 7 possess a considerable self-awareness, cognizant of their life's limitations. Most choose to confront reality and secure employment in the sanctuary. In summary, Zhang Sen paused. The ability wielders you encounter in the sanctuary will typically not exceed Sequence 7. I was even pursued by a Sequence 6 transgressor this week, but that appears to be an exceptional circumstance. Liang sighed quietly, posing his next inquiry. When does your task conclude? The contract extends to the end of this month. Zhang Sen replied, you should stay a bit longer. After Augustus II assumes office, there will be a series of celebratory events lasting several days, during which one can indulge in a variety of delectable dishes. After speaking, he glanced nervously at the large green pot. Celebration? Leon nodded. He noticed that the daily quota of magnesium displayed on the notice board had decreased, evidently influenced by the festivities. The third question, Leon extended his finger. How will the magnesium hall operate after the manager falls ill? Who will oversee it? And do all large shelters function similarly? I cannot speak for other shelters. But the magnesium hall operates on a parliamentary system. Zhang Sen scratched his nose. The issue is that, under normal circumstances, the next manager should be selected within the parliament. I've never heard of someone like Augustus II being parachuted indirectly. It seems the parliament has become a mere formality. And Augustus II will likely become a dictator of the magnesium hall, Leon speculated. It's hard to say, but it doesn't concern us much, Zhang Sen shrugged. I have no interest in politics. He then looked towards Noah, attempting to find someone equally disinterested. Unfortunately, Noah was attentively listening, his eyes unwavering. Let us return to you. Do you have any plans lately? Have the formalities been completed? Zhang San felt somewhat awkward, clearing his throat to change the subject. I have a good rapport with several of Augustus II's subordinates. Perhaps I can assist you in some way. Leon smiled. He understood that Zhang San genuinely wished to help. Through their interactions, he had discerned that this scruffy man was not ill-natured. However, in this apocalyptic world, shelters were ruthless, and the nature of those subordinates remained uncertain. I'm currently tidying up my place, planning to sell some scrap. Leon gestured towards the boxes piled by the door. Oh, you're quite fortunate. Zhang Sen pondered for a moment. Have you calculated how much it could fetch? A little over 80,000. How much? Zhang Sen abruptly stood. Is this scrap made of gold? 5 red bean buns for $1. A large bowl of noodles for 80 cents. A decent beer can be bought by the dozen for $5. 80,000 was undoubtedly a substantial sum. I haven't finished sorting it yet. I have about an entire carload more. Leon replied. A carload? Zhang Sen scrutinized him for a few seconds, deciding not to inquire further, and sat back down. I understand you may have reservations. Thus, we'll establish a clear price. I can use internal procurement as an excuse to purchase your items at a premium. Zhang Sen stroked his stubble. 150,000. 150,000? That's nearly double. This is merely scrap iron. Leon's expression was complex. Is Augustus II's finance department composed of fools? Compared to those who report expenses in the hundreds of thousands for a meal, at least we 1T return empty-handed. Zhang Sen shrugged. Rest assured, you 1T be shortchanged. What do I need to do? Leon leaned back against the chair. He needed to assess whether the additional tens of thousands were worth his involvement in this nefarious trade. Indeed, engaging with intelligent individuals is a most pleasant experience. The private army of Augustus II requires weaponry, specifically, a type that is powerful, precise, reliable, and nearly silent. This is needed before the upcoming celebration. Zhang San lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, envisioning an upgraded version of a nail gun. It need not resemble your powerful crossbow. Simplicity, portability, and mass production are the only requirements. Should you concur, these components will be considered necessary losses during research and development, and can be reimbursed by Augustus too. If you wish to further cultivate your relationship with him, I can attest that the nail gun design originated from your ingenuity. What do you think, Leon? Zhang San. Leon squinted, perplexed. You are merely a temporary bodyguard, set to depart at the month's end. How do you know of Augustus II's private army's need for new weaponry? And why are you so invested? Silence enveloped them as they locked eyes. Moments later, Zhang San rubbed his face in astonishment at Leon's lack of fear upon discovering his status as Sequence 7. Equally impressive was Leon's youthful ability to discern the subtle implications in his words, remaining unclouded by the prospect of substantial profit. Calm, astute, and perceptive, such a person, coupled with remarkable craftsmanship, ignited Zhang San's eagerness to bring Leon aboard the train, to witness the envy of others as he became one of the storm sequence. With a sigh, Zhang San conceded, "All right, I overheard the information. The sum of 150,000 is assured, even if it falls through. I shall personally cover the difference." He scratched his temple, smiling sheepishly. "I have a sister studying at the finest university in Might Hall. I aspire to forge a connection with Augustus too, hoping he might extend his protection to her. I swear by the horn of storms that my words are true. For 150,000, I shall provide a revised schematic for a mass-producible crossbow." As Zhang San departed, Leon murmured to himself. Revising the blueprints would pose no challenge. A few nights would suffice. The nail gun design was his own, allowing for modifications without revealing his identity as a mechanic. This venture promised profit. More initial capital would equate to an abundance of new components. The ascension of Augustus II might present an opportunity for them. Noah gazed up at Leon, contemplating whether to attempt a connection with him. Leon pondered this as well. Currently, he lacked creations with greater lethality that possessed sequence capabilities or advanced technology. For instance, the shields from the Iron Throne sequence and the crowbar, both endowed with unique effects. Acquiring such weaponry would require more than mere individual effort. Furthermore, in the quest to locate the lost carriage of the brass holy chariot and Noah's old components, relying solely on chance at a street market was insufficient. Harnessing the power of the second Augustus would indeed prove quite beneficial. However, the more one relies on such assistance, the easier it becomes to expose one's identity as a mechanic. At the very least, reaching Sequence 8 would afford some degree of self-preservation. This is worth considering, but it may be postponed for now. Leon gently patted Noah on the head. He had not anticipated that this little girl would not only listen attentively to Zhang San's words, but also comprehend them, engaging in remarkably thoughtful reflection. Enya opened the apartment door. She shed her coat, tossed aside her boots, and swiftly made her way to the bedroom, flopping onto the bed. The scholar emitted a contented hum, having not returned in quite some time. Recently, she had been braving the elements in the wasteland alongside Mir, and she truly missed the comfort of a soft bed. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, and Enya reluctantly rose. Her rare moment of leisure had been interrupted, which was rather vexing. She opened the door to find a scruffy middle-aged man holding fruit, who raised an eyebrow at her. Enya paused for a few seconds before breaking into a childlike smile and rushing toward him. "Brother, enough, enough. Aren't you a bit too old to be so clingy?" Zhang San chuckled helplessly. "When did you arrive?" Enya inquired, peeling an orange. Her method of peeling was quite intriguing. She carefully stripped away a circle of skin from the stem end before removing the skin from the other two sides. Even in the large refuge of the Magnesium Hall, fruit remained a luxury. Yet, Enya's technique was remarkably adept, indicating she had indulged in it frequently. "I just arrived yesterday, around the same time as the god of wine," Zhang San replied from the sofa. The second Augustus had indeed traveled on the same vessel as the god of wine. These affluent individuals did not concern themselves with the cost of tickets, naturally opting for the safest and fastest means of transportation. "Thank you, brother. Enjoy the orange," Enya beamed, presenting the fruit with both hands before resuming her massage of Zhang San's shoulders. "Spare me. I can see your embarrassment." Zhang San waved his hand dismissively. "I went to the academy to look for you, but they mentioned you had taken a month off." "What for?" "Studying was exhausting," Enya murmured softly. "I wanted to rest for a few days and sleep at home." "Home." Zhang San picked up Enya's coat, which lay scattered on the floor, dusting it off. He then rubbed the back of the sofa, revealing a layer of dust. "What were you doing in the wasteland?" His expression grew serious. "Don't try to deceive me." Enya cleared her throat. "I went out to seek inspiration." "Psychology? Seeking inspiration in the wasteland? Are you researching zombies?" Zhang San teased, poking Enya's nose with his fingertip. A slight spark coursed through her, prompting Enya to squeal softly and retreat to the side, covering her nose. Have you been associating with dubious individuals? Zhang Sen raised his voice. A girl of your age should be careful. This is indeed a valid concern. If Enya were to find a suitable partner at the academy, he would feel at ease, knowing she had grown up and no longer required his constant oversight. However, if a scenario arose where the obedient girl favored a rebellious wanderer, he would have to impart lessons on what it means to be Sequence 7 and the essence of the thunderous sun. Without Enya's soft murmurs, a friend sought my assistance. Has it been resolved? Not yet, but for now, there's no need to venture into the wasteland, Enya replied candidly. For now, just for now, you little rascal. Zhang Sen tapped her forehead. It's best to avoid the wasteland. Try not to step outside the mage hall too often, as the outside world is perilous. Having finally become a scholar, it's wise to study here in peace, even if you remain at Sequence 9 for your entire life. Both I and your elder brother will still take pride in you. How has your brother been lately? Is he well? Enya's tone grew urgent. Ahem. He's the same as always. The same as always. Zhang Sen scratched his head. If you behave, he'll worry less about you. Recently, I've met someone quite formidable. If all goes well and you study diligently, you should have a promising future ahead. Why the silence? Zhang Sen paused, noticing the conflict on Enya's face. As if she were hesitating. Brother, she tentatively said, I wish to withdraw from school, or at least take a leave of absence. After that, my brother pulled my face and scolded me for a solid half-hour. Enya rubbed the red mark on her face, looking disheartened. Is it slightly asymmetrical? She pointed to herself. Ha! Ouch! That hurts. Silver laughed heartily, only to grimace in pain as she inadvertently tugged at her wound. Please refrain from moving too much. I'm cleaning the wound. The girl in the white coat pushed her glasses up with the back of her hand. Your injury has lingered too long. If you don't come in time, your collarbone might heal improperly. Let it be. The prominent scar is the knight's badge of honor. I withstood the impact of a train. Silver flexed her arm, declaring, I am an indomitable wall. All right, you are a wall. Just don't frighten people. Mian chuckled helplessly, turning to Enya. Your brother wants leave for the time being, right? In a few days, I'll personally visit him to explain. No, that won't be necessary. It always makes me feel like a child. Enya waved her hand. She had made up her mind. Mian had been by her side during her most vulnerable and painful moments. Now, Mian's condition was concerning, and she needed her as a psychologist more than ever. She simply couldn't leave. Very well, Mian nodded, turning to the girl in the white coat. How is your grandfather? My grandfather's health has been poor lately. I was sent to attend to you. The girl lowered her head, engrossed in her work, seemingly not adept at social interactions. Hello, little one. Mian scrutinized her profile. Don't you remember me? Pello lifted her head, staring at Mian for a few seconds, the thick lenses glinting. Ah, Miss Mian. I'm infuriated, watching the parts being loaded onto the truck. Zhang Sen kicked the tire with force, wishing he could drag that blonde out and dismantle him alive. If she is looking for someone, shouldn't she at least find someone of quality? Leon, do you have time tonight? I'd like to introduce you to my sister, so she can see what a talented young man looks like. Leon was unavailable. He had to dine by candlelight with a certain noble lady. Before Leon could respond, the expressionless Noah interjected. Zhang San's lips twitched slightly as he fell into silence for a prolonged moment. Ah, what a pity, he finally uttered. Perhaps sensing the subtly ominous atmosphere, he swiftly leaped onto the truck and drove away in a hurry. Noah stamped his foot in frustration, turning his head to furtively observe Liang's demeanor. Liang displayed little expression, preoccupied with counting money. Zhang San had initially provided an advance of 80,000 yuan, with the remainder to be settled upon the submission of the blueprints. Liang had no objections. After all, the items could only fetch 80,000, and they did not support pickup. Even if the deal fell through at this juncture, he would not incur a loss. Once he finished counting, Liang glanced at the documents Zhang San had conveniently brought along. Having connections proved advantageous, what would have taken a considerable amount of time to obtain. The necessary permits arrived the very next day. It was now time to bring in the brass holy carriage. In front of the circus tent, Charlie nodded vigorously, confirming, indeed, the guard was already waiting at the entrance. At that moment, he was lurking there, preparing to ambush me. I fell into a trap orchestrated by Augustus too. Thankfully, my quick reflexes saved my life. Mennel sighed as he regarded the frail, grizzled man before him. A dozen half-hearted individuals, who fancied themselves as rebels, were preoccupied with fantasies of overthrowing the monarchy, Yet they claimed to possess valuable items hidden in their workshop, which they could not retrieve at the moment. In the spirit of utilizing all available resources, the leader did not reject their proposal for collaboration and even decided to send someone to assist them in a nocturnal incursion into the workshop. Unfortunately, while the hounds sought refuge, the leader went off to tend to his wounds, leaving this troublesome matter to her. "Very well," Minel said, lifting the crystal ball. "You shall venture once more tonight, and I will foretell a safe route for you." "Really?" Charlie exclaimed in delight. He was aware of the formidable abilities of those in the astrological order. With the assistance of a diviner, he was certain he could redeem himself and retrieve that item. "What is that over there?" Noah inquired, pointing at the enormous red and white striped tent. "A circus. Who would have thought?" Liang retracted his gaze, explaining, "Inside, there are various animal performances. Would you like to see?" "Animal performances?" Noah frowned, expressing her disapproval. "Do not toy with food." She leaned out from the light rail, shouting towards the tent. Liang remained speechless, resolving to find an opportunity to take Noah to witness it, hoping to correct her misconceptions. The light rail continued forward, eventually halting at the tunnel's entrance. Liang led Noah down the stairs, preparing to transfer to the subway. The vicinity of the Magnesium Hall was teeming with mines. Even the towering obelisk itself was constructed atop the caverns below. Despite Liang's prior knowledge of this fact, witnessing the immense subterranean expanse and the labyrinthine network of underground pathways left him in awe. This section does not pertain to the tracks that accompany the miracle train. Rather, they are the creations of the Iron Throne's adept. The magnesium fuel cell, in conjunction with carbon-based catalysts, has resolved the energy dilemma. The Iron Throne's adept is responsible for the daily maintenance of the tracks. Together, they have given rise to the subway system. Additionally, there are dedicated tracks for private trains, which effortlessly transport the brass holy carriage from the platform back to the workshop. Indeed, Leon has done so. After spending a substantial sum to acquire numerous spare parts, he drove the brass holy carriage back to the workshop. Along the way, he encountered many laborers engaged in mining, as well as Iron Throne adepts reinforcing the walls to prevent collapses. Further ahead lay an array of makeshift shanties and figures, cloaked in dust, huddled motionless on the ground. These must be the miners or the denizens of a slum, relegated to the underground. This sanctuary is not as resplendent as it appears. Leon can sense the undercurrents of turmoil brewing. Time is of the essence. Behind the workshop lies a vast expanse of land, featuring a rotating disc equipped with tracks. This serves as a private station designated for train docking. Ascending the slope with the brass holy carriage, he parked it on the disc and secured the workshop's entrance. After sharing a moderately filling meal with Noah and spending some time lulling her to sleep, Leon approached the front of the train and activated the panel alone. Brass holy carriage awaiting repairs. Quality: miracle ordinary. Repair value: 55,100. Attributes: none. Traits: the bearer of the anointed will receive the blessing of the brass lord. Trait: sacred oil cycle. The energy consumption of the brass holy carriage is 1/10 that of an ordinary train. Trait: gospel pilgrimage. Upon reaching a large refuge, a significant amount of repair value will be acquired. Gospel pilgrimage triggered. Repair value: 855,100. Such a generous amount? Leon raised an eyebrow. When he repaired the train using parts from the Cold Girl model, he garnered 55 points of repair value. At that moment, he contemplated that, regardless of how much the gospel pilgrimage awarded him, it would surely elevate him to the next level, perhaps even laying a solid foundation for the subsequent tier. However, he did not anticipate that this foundation would be so robust, as it directly added 800 points. Only 145 points of repair value remain for the brass holy carriage to be restored once more to an exceptional grade. Chapter 34, The Unseeable Deity. 145 points of repair value. It appears that by acquiring 3 more trains of the Cold Girl caliber, he could successfully upgrade, even without reaching the next large refuge. Yet, Leon is acutely aware that this is not the reality. Repair value is not something that simply accumulates with repairs. The 2 existing locomotives and the 2 carriages have already been nearly restored. Unless additional carriages are added, the repair value will not easily increase. Of course, that is a consideration for the future. For now, he needs to decide. Shall I proceed with repairs immediately? Is it not ready yet? Charlie and several other rebels stood in a line, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Wait a moment. Don't rush. Minel's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Her arms were marred with countless wounds, and the loss of blood had rendered her pallid. Yet, the divination still bore no fruit. She made another incision, using her blood to trace a celestial map around the crystal ball, closing her eyes and murmuring incantations. Is everything truly all right? A nearby rebel leaned closer to Charlie, whispering his query. It must be said, at first glance, Minel's appearance was rather imposing. Her brown skin, adorned with light tattoos on her arms, a slender waist beneath her robe, and cascading waves of hair concealed beneath her hood, all lent her an air of mystique. She embodied the essence of a strikingly beautiful woman of color, exuding an aura of strength. However, after much deliberation, they could not even ascertain the hour at which the workshop owner would retire for the night, which raised some doubts. Rest assured, Charlie replied with unwavering confidence, his gaze towards Minel brimming with trust. Her astrological prowess was formidable. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted him. The crystal ball, a tool of her long-cherished divination, shattered into 1,000 pieces before her, a harbinger of ill fortune. This indicated that their opponent was an individual blessed with an unyielding fortune, one whom she had encountered only twice in her life, once with their leader and once with this workshop owner. How could this be? Are you all right? Charlie inquired, observing Minel's stunned state. Silence enveloped the air as the rebels exchanged glances. Charlie gestured for them to remain in place. At last, Minel spoke. She tightened her cloak and stepped out of the tent. Come, I shall accompany you. Is maintenance required? Without hesitation, Leon affirmed in the affirmative. It was time to prepare. To restore an exceptional item was a prerequisite for a mechanic's promotion to the 8th rank. Noah had mentioned that the higher the level of the repaired item, the more profound the impact on promotion. The brass holy chariot was not merely exceptional. It was a miraculous creation, fulfilling all necessary conditions. Leon extended his hand, and the gear emblem on his palm illuminated once more. The mechanic's skill, akin to a craftsman's hand, rendered his fingers remarkably agile, significantly enhancing his work efficiency. This was not a foreign concept to Leon. Such a skill level, akin to double adept hands, could be achieved without the aid of rank powers. He had accomplished it in his previous life. Yet, the current speed of repair was undoubtedly beyond what rank 9 could provide. Buzz. Before Leon could ponder further, a brilliant molten gold light erupted from his hands, transforming them into an intangible embodiment of energy. The radiance cascaded down to his forearms before gradually subsiding. Leon raised his hands before him, conjuring thoughts of Midas, the legendary king who could turn stone to gold. However, that notion quickly dissipated, leaving only one thought lingering in his mind. It was scorching. It felt as if one's hand were thrust into the sun, the searing sensation nearly driving one to madness. The molten golden light flowed in Leon's eyes, the brass chariot trembling slightly with his breath and heartbeat. Countless fragmented images flashed through his mind, as the train carried the saints through the eternal night, heading towards a tower that pierced the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, the vision shattered, and Leon retreated 2 steps. Gasping for breath, his breaths heavy and labored, he sensed something observing him, a pressure that even Sequence 6 had never imposed upon him. He raised his gaze. Strangely enough, despite the one-sided observation, Leon felt as though he were locking eyes with the brass chariot. Its exterior remained intact, yet at that moment, it appeared to Leon as if it were riddled with crimson cracks, quietly narrating how each wound might be mended. A ringing in his ears, suffocation, a tightening throat. Leon understood that as long as he could remember even a fraction of what he saw, he would greatly benefit during the next maintenance. Thus, even as his hands endured excruciating burns and blood tears streamed from his eyes, Leon desperately committed those details to memory. Soon his hands, glowing as if they were melting gold, began to drip. The molten metal floated in midair, advancing forward, searing through the carriage and burning the silver plates that had been hastily affixed. Those once indomitable metal pieces, capable of withstanding the impact of Liberation Stance, which Leon had struggled to crudely weld, instantaneously melted into iron water. They began to fill the blood-red cracks Leon beheld. Repairing, mending, Leon moved forward, pressing his hand against the carriage. Rather than transmuting stone into gold, a more wondrous transformation occurred. The brass chariot trembled as if a slumbering soul were responding to a call. The oppressive sensation vanished, replaced by an aura of obedience. The train instantaneously disassembled. Countless metal components floating in the air, glowing and heating where Leon had hammered, replaced, lubricated, and repaired, resembling healing scars. The spare parts he had procured in advance also levitated. The cracks were filled with liquid metal, the shattered spokes automatically reuniting, and the gear assembly, as if time were reversing, grew missing components in a manner defying logic. Liang raised his golden, radiant hands. Suddenly, a sliver of light broke through the dark clouds, casting down a beam of divine illumination. Supreme authority now rested at his fingertips. The metallic torrent of gears and screws surged and spiraled in rhythm with his breath. Shall we return? Charlie swallowed hard. With each step forward, Minel's lips grew paler, as if he were on the brink of death. Moreover, even though he was not a diviner, an instinctive chill ran down his spine. Advancing further could lead to demise. No, we cannot turn back. Minel trembled, sensing that the ominous signs were also harbingers, indicating that something was about to occur. The leader's plan is about to be set in motion, regardless of what transpires. We must be forewarned and adequately prepared. Charlie sighed and continued onward with Minel. Those of you in the Stargazers Order possess a singular temperament, stubborn to a fault. Do you know any other members of the Stargazers? Minel's upper and lower teeth clashed rhythmically, producing a clicking sound. My daughter, Charlie replied, removing his coat and draping it over Minel. She was also a diviner in her lifetime, and like you, she detested idle chatter. Minel fell silent for a few moments, the coat emanating the sense of smoke and alcohol, along with a faint warmth. Each aspect made her feel uneasy. Minel glanced at Charlie. She rarely made a conscious effort to remember others' appearances, yet curiously, the gaunt, wrinkled face of this rebel began to crystallize in her mind. Listening to the language of the stars often leaves one deaf to the voices of others, Minel explained in a hushed tone, yet it is not intentional. She was unsure why she felt the need to justify herself. She bore no obligation to do so. I am aware, Charlie replied, hence I tend to repeat myself. Oh, we have arrived. Minel gazed at the surrounding walls. She needed to ascertain what transpired within and relay it to the leader. Yet, such an endeavor could very well lead to her demise. A dire omen is no jest. The shattering of the crystal ball was a warning from the stars. Minel continued to tremble, the fear of death warring with her duty to uncover the truth, as she yearned to serve the leader faithfully. She wished for someone to lend her a hand. Help me over there, she implored Charlie. He remained motionless. Help me, she insisted, her steps faltering, her patience and courage waning. Turning to look back, she saw Charlie's face contorted in distress, his features scrunched together as if grappling with a significant decision. Isn't it possible for you Stargazers to do something like this? Charlie covered his left eye with his hand, then released it. Minel paused, taken aback. The Diviner's ability, the Eye of the Stars. This power fundamentally involves the sharing of vision. Typically, a diviner channels this force into a crystal ball to gain the perspective of the stars. Yet now, she was without her crystal ball. Charlie's gesture was a reminder that an eyeball could also serve as a vessel for this ability. By removing one eye and holding it in hand, one could share the vision of the other. Let me go, she urged. Charlie turned away, stating, the lives of those with abilities are quite precious. And you are still so young. Your eyeball may explode. Minel slowly extended her hand. It matters not. Even if one explodes, I will still have the other. Charlie closed his eyes. I know you look down upon us rebels, but we fight with the same resolve as you, each aware of our likely demise. The enlightened are always content, my daughter once told me. I am uneducated and do not comprehend its meaning. She was once a rebel. I have come to take her place and fulfill her ideals. Charlie rambled incessantly, his words abundant. Minel gently withdrew her fingers from the eye sockets. Gazing at Charlie's left eye, which lay motionless in her palm, the hunched figure writhed in agony on the ground, convulsing and rolling about. Drenched in cold sweat, yet stifling any sounds of pain. After a moment, Charlie struggled to rise, making an arduous attempt to scale the wall. Peering into the courtyard with his remaining right eye, Minel's pupils constricted slightly. Reflected in the pupil of Charlie's left eye was the relentless swirl of metallic torrents within the workshop, accompanied by a towering figure, radiant as molten gold. With a piercing scream, Charlie plummeted, and the eyeball in Minel's grasp shriveled, her own eyes closing as two streams of blood tears flowed forth. She had lost her sight, blinded by a mere glance. The physical pain paled in comparison to the tumultuous storm within her heart. Minel understood the implications. The first phrase inscribed on the door of the stargazing vessel was a stark warning. Thou shalt not gaze upon the divine. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the brass chariot, restored to exquisite condition. Steam mingled with the golden light, erupting from the copper pipes, producing a resounding whistle. From a platform several kilometers away, every stationary train blared its horn uncontrollably, startling flocks of birds into flight. Leon abruptly regained his senses. Had he fainted while standing? He vigorously shook his head. No, it did not feel like fainting. Leon recalled what had transpired, yet the details eluded him, akin to a fleeting dream. However, the impeccable brass chariot was a testament to reality. He took a step forward, nearly stumbling from fatigue after standing all night. Leaning against the brass chariot for balance, he scrutinized its exterior while accessing the control panel. To put it simply, it appeared less dilapidated than before. The desolation and sorrow felt during their initial encounter had significantly diminished. A heavy, formidable aura had intensified, resembling those miraculous trains in motion. Brass chariot, awaiting repair. Quality, miraculous excellence. Repair value, 8,551,000. Entry. Upon activation of the Trinity, the holder can remotely control the train through the Holy Spirit, sharing certain characteristics with the brass chariot. Traits: anointed. Trait: sacred oil circulation. Trait: gospel pilgrimage. Trait: when the heart of Eden's shell is struck, impact forces can be dispersed throughout the entire chassis via diversion channels. Trait: the revelation conductor will gain inspiration when near the carriage and lost components. Leon gasped in astonishment, feeling a significant alleviation of both physical and spiritual fatigue. With the upgrade of the brass chariot, 2 new traits and 1 entry had been added, each exceedingly functional. The heart of Eden enables the brass holy chariot to face bombardments with greater composure. While the revelation is precisely what Leon currently lacks, he had no idea how to retrieve the carriage just yesterday. As for the Trinity, it is exceedingly reliable. During activities in the shelter, one can receive fire support at any moment or have the train prepared for a swift escape. Not to mention, it allows for the sharing of certain traits. Wait, is it not the Holy Spirit, but rather the bearer sharing with the brass holy chariot? Leon's expression grew complex. Have I transformed into a train? If the heart of Eden can be shared, combined with the defensive prowess of the power crossbow's loyalty, it would be utterly unfair for someone at Sequence 9. An image flickered in Leon's mind of the heavily armored knight who withstood the impact. I wonder if that fellow could still achieve such feats after shedding his armor. In any case, I must first locate this so-called Holy Spirit. Speaking of which, the Trinity refers to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, does it not? With the Holy Spirit in place, could the Son possibly be Noah? Then who is the Father? The creator of Noah? Leon shook his head, casting these thoughts aside. Speculating on Noah's identity based on the trait's name would yield no verifiable conclusions, only lead to unnecessary musings. With unsteady steps, Leon grasped the handle and prepared to enter the carriage. Suddenly, a gasp echoed from behind him. He turned to see Noah, who had just awakened. She pointed at him, then at the fully restored brass holy chariot, her mouth agape, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Leon, how on earth did you manage to restore the brass holy chariot to this extent overnight? This is beyond human capability. After murmuring to herself, Noah lowered her head and hurried towards Leon, then rose on her toes to embrace him. What's wrong? Leon gently patted her head, as his fingertips brushed against something. A sharp pain shot through him, causing him to frown. It wasn't just his hands, his eyes, his head, all ached. Clearly, expending repair value did not mean the brass holy chariot would instantly return to its former glory. Fundamentally, it was still he who had painstakingly restored it little by little. The fatigue that had accumulated within him was gradually overwhelming, rendering him almost defenseless. Noah's exuberant cries of joy were absent, replaced instead by an unsettling heaviness that instinctively made Leon feel something was amiss. You must be exhausted, Noah said, releasing her hold and lowering her gaze. Leon was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed such an expression on Noah's face. There was no doubt she was saddened. But why? We worked together, and the routine maintenance of the brass holy chariot would typically require at least a year. To expedite the process, one must forego other activities. Sacrifice meals and rest, even compressed sleep. The shorter the time frame, the more one must sacrifice. Yet now, you have managed to repair it overnight, Leon. This is the surprise you have given me. I ought to feel joy. Yet, the thought of the immense sacrifice behind it renders me unable to smile. Why did you not inform me beforehand so that I could share the burden with you? She took a step back, her expression unusually solemn. I understand that our acquaintance is still in its infancy, and it is acceptable if you harbor doubts about me. Everyone possesses secrets, and I respect yours. Noah stepped forward slightly, placing a hand upon her chest. I merely wish for you to understand, Leon, that I genuinely consider you a companion, willing to entrust my life to you. I aspire to fulfill our mission together. Accomplishing the mission is paramount, and doing so alongside you is equally important. Therefore, if you are prepared, feel free to consult with me at any time. After uttering these words, Noah lapsed into silence. She should temporarily withdraw to allow both of them to regain composure. Yet, the moment she released her hold, Leon would falter, and she could not bring herself to leave him unsupported. Thus, she continued to lend him her assistance. The little girl bowed her head, resembling a solitary chick amidst the cold winds, her fluffy golden hair seemingly devoid of luster. The more she reflected, the more sorrowful she became, biting her lower lip in a bid to stifle any sound, tears welling in her eyes. Leon remained stationary. In comparison to dazzling achievements, Noah was far more concerned with the toll it had taken on him, whether he was weary, in danger, and lamenting his inability to share the burden. Even to the point of tears, this pure and sincere emotion left Leon feeling unusually at a loss. Come here, listen to me, he said, ruffling her hair as he guided her aside to sit down. The little girl gazed at him with wide eyes. Noah, for me, trust is not contingent upon the length of our acquaintance. I trust you just as you trust me, for we are partners. Leon tucked her hair that had fallen over her forehead behind her ear, carefully choosing his words to explain patiently. I possess a somewhat unique ability, but it does not deplete me. At least, I have not discovered any such effect thus far. I am grateful that you can respect my secret, but I did not intend to conceal it. Did you not see that I was trying to tell you right away? Later, you believed I was under too much pressure and experiencing hallucinations, and you said you would face it with me. Do you remember? Noah replied, a hint of embarrassment causing her to lower her head, revealing the faint blush on her ears. The reason I did not summon you was that I was uncertain of what would transpire. Moreover, you are also a mechanical creation, and I worried about the influence of this ability on you. Leon wiped away her tears, gently caressing Noah's soft little face. Once I discern what it truly is, I promise to inform you, all right? Then it's settled. Noah quietly extended her pinky. All right, pinky promise, Leon replied, intertwining his pinky with hers and giving it a gentle shake. Seeing her face brighten once more, Leon exhaled in relief. In the desolate wilderness, confronting wanderers and withstanding Sequence 6, Noah had proven herself to be an utterly reliable comrade. Yet it was unexpected that she would shed tears over this matter. Her concerns revolved around her inability to assist, feeling isolated, and the potential harm that might befall Leon as a result. It was rather unwise of her. Had she been weeping in secret? Could it be that the mature and dependable Noah also shed tears? Leon leaned closer to her face, and Noah remained silent. Her cheeks flushed as she continually averted her gaze, occasionally pushing Leon away gently, seemingly embarrassed by the prospect of crying. Leon reached behind her head and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a blue hairband. Let me tie to your hair, and then we can go check out the carriage together, shall we? Noah nodded obediently. Turning away, the little girl, just awakened, had tousled hair, and her pajamas bore wrinkles from sleep. Leon gathered her soft, curly golden locks, observing Noah's slender frame, her fair neck, and the faint redness at the corners of her eyes. The little girl had just ceased her tears, still occasionally sniffing, her shoulders trembling. As her hair brushed against Leon's face, he caught a comforting scent reminiscent of sun-dried blankets. It was serene, gentle, and beautiful. Perhaps this was quite nice. She appeared less like the boisterous child she usually was, revealing her feminine side instead, Leon mused. If you're truly tired, you can rest your head on my lap, he offered. Noah's face flushed as she lowered her gaze. Wow, Noah exclaimed upon entering the carriage. She spun around several times, ensuring Leon was safe before she could appreciate the transformation of the train. In her eyes, there was not only surprise but also pride, likely due to the prowess of her companion. Following her lead, Leon felt invigorated, his exhaustion dissipating. The carriage bore no signs of damage. The previously mottled welding marks had become smooth. She reached out to touch it, and where her fingertips made contact, silver ripples illuminated, spreading along the patterns. It's the shock dispersion module. You've repaired it, Noah exclaimed joyfully, turning to look at Leon. Leon smiled and nodded, watching as Noah dashed towards the newly added spacious platform on the second floor. A map hung on the wall, beside which stood a massive brass globe. Leon looked up and noticed the faint glow on the map indicating the location of the magnesium hall. The revelation was reminding him of the components or carriages that had been lost here. Following that, Leon made his way to the cockpit, where an expandable device had been added to the side of the control panel. He grasped the handle and pulled it open, revealing an object nestled within. It appeared to be an amalgamation of a gauntlet and a glove. Its design was peculiar, with molten gold shimmering between the gaps of the metal. It resembled armor for a palm formed from molten iron, and bore a slight resemblance to the strange changes he had experienced in his hands while repairing the brass chariot the previous day. This was the Holy Spirit, triggering the Trinity mechanism. Setting aside any thoughts of its efficacy, it would at least provide some protection for his palm and conceal the bruised bite marks. Leon donned the gloves. The gear insignia at the wrist flickered twice, momentarily obscured by the glove. Leon clenched his fist, then extended his palm to adjust its direction. "There are spirits." "Spirits, Leon," Noah exclaimed, leaping down from the second floor and dashing to hide behind him. The train cannon activated on its own. Leon nodded in satisfaction. This time, he wouldn't even need to adjust the cannon's aim, and with the self-made attribute, he could fire without climbing onto the platform. After observing the glove for a few seconds, Leon noticed it lacked a complete panel. It seemed to be part of the train rather than a weapon, thus it could not be upgraded with experience points. However, to his pleasant surprise, it bore an attribute. Attribute. The hand of the Holy Spirit can temporarily disable other mechanical creations through contact. Contact established, suppression in effect. Leon had seen this technique before when Noah used it on a mechanical lock. Grabbing a nearby shotgun, he touched it with the hand of the Holy Spirit and pulled the trigger. Click, click. The shell jammed, causing a temporary malfunction. Useful, Leon nodded. Although in actual combat it would be challenging to get close enough to an enemy to disable their firearms, it would still be effective for ambushes. Pondering, Leon turned around and gently patted Noah's head with the hand of the Holy Spirit. Noah looked a bit puzzled, but tilted her head and nuzzled against Leon's hand. It appears ineffective, he mused. Perhaps it was because Noah was a miraculous creation of a higher tier, or perhaps due to her connection with the brass Arkansas. It was uncertain whether it would work on other miraculous trains. Of course, if he preferred not to be overwhelmed by a horde of high-tier brutes, it would be best not to experiment. Noah, observing Leon's glove, initially appeared confused, then seemed to recall something. She winced, covering her head and squatting down. Countless memories flashed through her mind, only to shatter like bubbles. "What's wrong?" Leon inquired. "It's nothing. I almost remembered something but couldn't fully grasp it," Noah replied, grasping Leon's hand as she stood. "It's time to eat. Afterward, you should rest a bit. If your health is fine, we'll head out to gather materials needed for ascending to Tier 8. "More materials?" Leon questioned. "Of course, we need to concoct potions," Noah replied, rising on her toes to poke Leon's forehead. "Do you think abilities just evolve on their own over time?" Leon contemplated this. Indeed, it made sense. An ability like Zhang San's, which could unleash arcs of electricity from his fingertips, couldn't he simply be acquired by lingering on the train. Ultimately, one must consume potions to induce bodily changes, aligning more closely with their tier. The miraculous train traversed various shelters, partly to procure materials in bulk to stock the train. Occasionally, ability users would clandestinely concoct potions, but even the slightest deviation could render them toxic. Fortunately, I remember the formula down to the last detail. That's the reliability of a mature woman like Noah, she winked. Fortunately, the requirements for ascending to the rank of mechanic, sequence 8, are not particularly demanding nor rare. Most of the necessary items can be procured at the marketplace. Well, I shall attend to the remaining matters later. For now, I must prepare breakfast. Realizing just how close he was to Leon's face, Noah cleared his throat and fled in haste. Chapter 36. The Kidnapping Location. Inya's apartment. Manir lay on the sofa, her eyes bandaged. "How are you?" Mion pushed open the door. She had been suffering from a high fever all night, plagued by nightmares, and had just fallen asleep. Inya sighed. Who could have imagined that within that workshop there resided an unapproachable, formidable being, a demigod? "Leader, have you arrived?" Manir slowly opened her mouth, her voice hoarse. Mion hurried over and took her hand. "Now, do take a good rest. Rest assured, your eye injury is not severe. You will be fine." "I apologize for the trouble I've caused you," Manir said, squeezing her hand. "No, you did remarkably well. This is invaluable intelligence. A sequence 4 demigod. regardless of the means by which he operates, could significantly influence the situation at hand. Not necessarily a demigod, Mynheer shook her head. I have a foreboding sense that something is amiss with him. As long as there is even a sliver of possibility that he is a demigod, we must treat him as such. One must never gamble with their life. Mion shook her head. A mere glance, just a glance, even mediated through another, nearly cost her the only fortune-teller under her command. First a mechanic, then a brass saint, and now a demigod. What on earth is happening in this world? A memory of the handsome, impoverished youth she had encountered on the platform flashed through Mion's mind, and she sighed. How splendid it would be if everyone in the world could forge connections as easily as that youth, with merely 2,000 coins and a few smiles. What do you intend to do next? I considered an alliance, but alas, the risks are too great. I shall focus on expanding our manpower for now and refrain from provoking that demigod. Mion gently caressed Mynheer's damp, dark curls. Fortunately, we did not anger him. You are safe to return. As for myself, I will seek the assistance of Pello's grandfather, although he is reluctant to meet me. Rest assured, Mynheer, even if I must kneel to implore him, I will ensure you receive the finest treatment. Pello's grandfather, the sequence 6? Mynheer struggled to prop herself up. Please allow me to perform a divination for you. She produced a coin and tossed it into the air. Clink. Before the coin could touch the ground, Mion caught it in her palm. Mynheer, I appreciate your goodwill. She gently shook her head, but this time, it is unnecessary. Are you abandoning me? Mynheer's voice trembled with anxiety and urgency. How could I? The leader placed the coin back in her hand, urging Mynheer to recline once more. Just as you insisted on uncovering the truth for me last night, I shall do the same for you, regardless of whether the outcome is fortuitous or ominous. Do recover swiftly. I have procured a new crystal ball for you. Mion gently leaned down, brushing her forehead lightly, tucking her in snugly, wishing her sweet dreams, little one. Charlie had lost an eye, yet he was not gravely harmed. I had sought the finest physician for him. Thank you. Minel's breathing steadied as she nodded slowly. Liang led Noah down the street, occasionally perusing the various stalls. Many gazes lingered upon Noah, the girl, exquisite as a doll, a rarity indeed. Liang met those ill-intentioned stares with resolute eyes, soon noticing that some affluent-looking women were also casting their predatory glances upon him. He swallowed nervously, lowering the brim of his wide-brimmed hat. Noah tilted her head back, feeling a strain in her neck. Those towering structures are the grain silos of the Qinghe sequence abilities users, where they cultivate crops and other plants. The magnesium moss we consumed a few days prior was one such example. Liang tilted his head upwards, observing the uniquely shaped edifices. Smaller in footprint than skyscrapers, yet remarkably tall. Certain special plants are transported through pipes connecting the towers. He guided Noah's gaze toward a nearby factory, where individuals clad in lab coats and storm sequence abilities were likely tasked with extracting pharmaceuticals. The magnesium sheets he had seen days earlier emerged from that chemical plant. How impressive, Noah exclaimed, then tilted her head quizzically. But wait, how do you know this? It's our first time at the magnesium hall. I've been inquiring everywhere. Just like this, Liang replied, bending down to pick up the peculiar green orb. Sir, is this an acorn? Huh. The vegetable vendor turned his head, appearing somewhat hard of hearing. This is not an acorn. It is a black feather jade, a globular succulent from the cactus family, containing the potent hallucinogen mescaline. A faint female voice emerged from the left, somewhat hesitant, yet exuding confidence when discussing her area of expertise. Would you like to purchase it? She asked softly. Liang turned to see a girl in a white coat, clutching a stack of boxes almost taller than herself, swaying slightly as she peered around the boxes at Liang. A bird-beaked mask hung from her neck, and her thick glasses kept slipping down her nose, nearly falling off. The dark circles under her eyes indicated her exhaustion. Even now, she seemed poised to return to her duties. Noah raised her hand to push her glasses back up. Ah, the girl jumped in surprise, then politely thanked her. Liang caught a glimpse of her name tag. Pello, a Sequence 9 surgeon of the White Coat sequence. Sir, would you like to buy it? Pello repeated softly. I would like to buy it, Liang nodded. Though it was not a necessary material for promotion, its hallucinogenic properties might be useful in ammunition or concocting a steam potion to obscure someone's face. I shall seek elsewhere, Pello said, swaying slightly as she prepared to depart. Understood. Noah gazed at her for a considerable time, finally confirming, You are the quarantine officer who said, Let it be. Then that day, Perlo shivered slightly, a troubled smile gracing her face as she slowly turned around. Ah, what to do? I've been recognized. I am not well acquainted with your brother. We merely exchanged a few words. Please, do not kill him and then take your own life, and certainly do not harm me. Leon's expression was complex. After bidding farewell to Perlo, he continued to wander through the various stalls with Noah. The potion formula for ascending to the rank of a bronze apprentice included a bronze spring, symbolizing the beginning of knocking on the mechanic's door. The roots of the twin parasitic plant represented connection. 5 laurel leaves burned to a small pile of ash symbolized the glory of classical craftsmen. An acorn symbolized resilience and heritage. In addition, mercury, a bronze crucible, and most crucially, the fingertip blood of an organ merchant were required. The term organ merchant referred to those who had been infected and transformed into zombies, yet retained their abilities from life. Their blood, however, was tainted by the calamities of the undead, becoming materials for ascension in other sequences. Fingertip blood symbolized precision and dexterity, as well as the authority of surgery. Fortunately, Leon himself wasn't infected, allowing him to take a shortcut by first obtaining the fingertip blood of a white robe, then contaminating it with his own. Regrettably, he was unfamiliar with any doctors aside from Perlo. However, given their lack of familiarity, he would likely be perceived as a pervert. Leon sighed. Some people were superstitious, believing that the fingertip blood of white robe abilities could cure ailments. Perhaps it could be purchased at the market, albeit at a steep price. He decided to continue browsing. Perlo, burdened with a heap of materials, slowly made her way to the examination room. She was quite busy. Her grandfather, renowned in Sequence 6, had grown reluctant to treat patients due to his age, leaving her to manage those who came seeking his expertise and were unwilling to depart. This had been the case since she first approached the operating table, and several years had swiftly passed. As a child, Perlo had struggled with this reality, but in recent years, she held no grievances. The profession of a doctor was particularly significant in the sanctuary, attracting attention from the powerful. More than once, nobles had invited her grandfather to serve as a personal physician, especially the Sothis family. The visage of Mion flashed through her mind, and Perlo smiled, a rarity for her. She had not anticipated seeing her again. The older sister who had always brought her toys, encouraged her, and listened to her complaints. Compared to the sternness of her grandfather, the time spent with Mion was one of the few warm memories of her childhood. Suddenly, a hand appeared without warning from the side and forcefully covered her mouth and nose. Materials scattered across the ground as Perlo fell backward, striking her head against her assailant's nose. With a swift motion, she flipped her palm, the sharp scalpel falling into her grasp, and she turned to strike. She missed. "Do not move," a heavily accented male voice commanded, a dagger pressed against her neck. "Come with me." What a robust figure. Noah gazed upon the muscular woman before him, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall. She stood nearly as tall as Leon, her chest wrapped in bandages, sporting thick eyebrows and large, expressive eyes that sparkled with a distinctive charm when she smiled. "Oh, little one, do you wish to take this?" The woman inquired as she retrieved an item from the shelf above and handed it to Noah. "Quickly, express your gratitude," Leon urged with a gentle smile. "Thank you." Noah replied obediently, nodding. "Are you here to purchase materials for promotion?" "Haha, indeed. You are quite perceptive for a child," the silver-haired woman remarked, squatting to showcase her robust arms. "I am about to be promoted to Silver Knight, rank 8 of the Iron Throne's order. Impressive, isn't it?" "Wow," Noah exclaimed, watching the two engage in lively conversation, while Leon smiled like a typical older brother. The Iron Throne served as the primary law enforcement force of the large shelter. A common sight. Suddenly, a shoe heel brushed against something. Leon noticed a green, ball-shaped succulent rolling to his feet and bent down to pick it up, raising an eyebrow. "Hugh jade," he recalled, recognizing the plant that the surgeon had just taught him about. Had she purchased it from another stall? How did it end up here? Leon grasped the yew jade and ventured into the alley, intending to return it to her. Rustling caught his attention, revealing several shadowy figures veiled in masks. They were forcefully shoving the bound and still struggling Perlo into a carriage. A moment of shared understanding passed between Leon and the figures. Without hesitation, the leader drew a pistol. "Mechanic," he hissed in rage. Chapter 37, Private Second Class Bang. Without a moment's hesitation, the private second class drew his pistol and fired from his waist. Smoke filled the air. He had not anticipated encountering Leon here, nor did he intend to gamble on whether Leon would recognize him or take action. Striking first was paramount. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of crossbow bolts slicing through the air echoed as both men fired simultaneously. Bullets struck Leon, igniting countless rippling silver patterns on his skin, penetrating only superficially. Heart of Eden activated. Clang. The private second class deflected a bolt aimed at his throat with his pistol, regaining his balance and slicking back his hair. A sniper always remembers others' shooting habits, and he was aware of Leon's preferred target. With a sudden surge, the powered exoskeleton amplified his strength. Steam billowing forth as Leon propelled himself off the walls, dashing forward with such speed that he became nearly indistinguishable. A flying knee strike. Bam! The private second class raised his elbow to block, the tremendous force causing him to lean left, nearly losing his balance, but managing to remain upright. His formidable body control allowed him to snap back like a taut bowstring, glinting with cold light. Clang! As the bayonet raced toward Leon's throat, he reached out to block, the blade grazing the Holy Spirit's hand and sending sparks flying, before slicing into his shoulder. Their limbs intertwined in a blur, almost leaving afterimages. The private second class raised his weapon to shoot again, but the bullet jammed, the firing pin awkwardly bouncing out. Click! The magazine clattered to the ground. And with a swift motion, the hand of the Holy Spirit grasped tightly the knife-wielding hand of the private. The exoskeleton surged once more. Exerting tremendous force that caused the private's wrist to creak, the blade now turned towards himself. Without a moment's hesitation, the private reached for Leon's waist, drew forth his protective dagger, and with a fierce grip, struck downwards. With a resounding thud, Leon intercepted the blow, simultaneously twisting his left wrist as a bolt flew forth. The mechanism whirred to life, the bolt ricocheting off the private's skull, leaving a gruesome gash in its wake. Blood gushed forth, soaking the mask. Both combatants seized one of each other's hands, their blades clashing in a fierce struggle. A stalemate ensued, both exerting force, attempting to gain the upper hand. Adrenaline surged, hearts pounding like thunderous war drums. Leon reversed his grip on the private's bayonet, gradually pressing it into his abdomen. The private, undeterred, twisted his dagger, plunging it into Leon's shoulder. However, the sensation beneath the blade felt amiss. Leon realized his onslaught was obstructed by a belt buckle. Recognizing that lingering would yield no advantage, Leon instinctively leaned back, delivering a headbutt to the private's face. Blood splattered across the private's visage as he shook his head, leaning back further. In retaliation, he executed a headbutt of his own. The collision momentarily unbalanced both, but the seasoned private seized the opportunity. He pivoted his dagger, sweeping it horizontally towards Leon's head. The blade pierced flesh, puncturing Leon's skull through and through. A decisive blow, the private thought, intending to withdraw the dagger and slice Leon's throat. Yet, it would not budge. With a creaking sound, Leon slowly turned his head, the dagger embedded from his left cheek, emerging from the right. At that moment, he clenched it tightly with his teeth, rendering it immovable. A cold sweat instantly covered the private's forehead. He noticed something peculiar about Leon's eyes. The black portion was markedly more pronounced than the white, nearly consuming the entirety of his gaze. Such eyes, when smiling, exuded sincerity, but when devoid of expression and wielding a blade, instilled a profound terror that could induce nausea. With a powerful shoulder charge, Leon pinned the private firmly against the wall, leaving him unable to resist. In rapid succession, a flurry of stabs ensued. The bayonet plunged into the private's abdomen, withdrew, then pierced again, the texture shifting from initially hard to slick, indicative of nearly severed muscle. Blood gushed from the private's mouth. Through his dimly crimson vision, he beheld Leon's unervingly calm face, along with those eerily tranquil yet luminous eyes. In that moment, the private, a battle-hardened soldier returning from countless conflicts, felt a long-forgotten fear. Was this the very expression used to extinguish Basil? As he murmured to himself, he knew it to be true. You and I are of the same ilk. As blood gushed forth, he managed a rare smile, his lips curling slightly. They departed. Several hands reached into the carriage, pulling the private inside. Accompanied by the driver's sharp command, the cart sped away, leaving only a trail of blood on the ground. Leon gazed at the retreating figure, slowly withdrawing the dagger from his face. Fierce, venomous, seasoned, he was a cut above the drifters, even without revealing his full prowess. Who could possibly harbor a grudge against someone like him? Leon examined the bayonet in his hand. Judging by its size, it belonged to the Type 30. Unlike the more commonly seen Type 36, the Type 30, known for its relatively weaker firepower, was mockingly dubbed the non-lethal gun and was seldom utilized. This was the same weapon wielded by that sniper. In the final moments of the drifter's ambush, that bullet had nearly thwarted Leon's efforts. He had suspected then that he had not entirely eliminated the threat in the wasteland. In hindsight, this suspicion proved accurate. Now they had abducted Perlo, if coerced into treatment. That wound might not even be fatal. It would be best to pursue and eliminate them all. What's wrong? I heard gunfire. Noah dashed into the alley and swiftly took cover. 3 drifters, Leon replied. From the moment the private fired until their departure, scarcely 10 seconds had elapsed. Noah must have reacted immediately upon hearing the gunfire to arrive in time. There were no shouts or pleasantries exchanged. What was needed now was to confront the enemy. Noah quickly reached into her bag, her finger poised on the trigger of her shotgun, scanning for any signs of their departure. Are they gone? They left by horse-drawn carriage. It will be difficult for us to catch up on foot. Leon wiped the dagger dry with his sleeve, sheathing it away. Moreover, the enemy outnumbered them, and their identities remained uncertain. A reckless pursuit could lead to an ambush. Leon, your face. Noah, having just exhaled in relief, was instantly cast into gloom upon seeing their injuries. Just surface wounds. I'm fine. That doctor was taken by them. We must follow and eliminate them. There was a hint of anger in Noah's voice, yet she retained her composure. Could it be a trap? No, Leon shook his head. They were surprised to see me. They are not targeting me. Furthermore, judging by their demeanor, there were no other abilities among that group. Otherwise, I would not have faced just a single opponent. After a brief moment of reasoning, Leon reached a conclusion. We should proceed cautiously to avoid detection. The hostage is also in the carriage. Turning this into a chase would be unfavorable for us. If we could eliminate the sniper while rescuing Perlo and obtain her blood, it would be a double victory. All right, Noah nodded, taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, which had quickened in excitement. She lifted her gaze to Leon, whose face was smeared with blood. He was even more formidable than she had imagined. No matter the circumstances, he maintained an air of calm and confidence, precise as a machine, possessing an extraordinarily terrifying capacity for observation and deduction. To engage in a fierce struggle while simultaneously discerning the adversary's next move through their various manifestations and subtleties is no small feat. Following this, one must possess the remarkable agility to seize opportunities without neglecting the importance of cautious action. Even though she had witnessed Leon perform in this manner before, she still found it impressive. Generally speaking, a mechanic should not exhibit such combat prowess. After all, you are an artisan. Noah rose on tiptoe to assess Leon's injuries. A human is, after all, a form of machinery. Leon took a step forward. Before departing the alley, he glanced back. The silver-haired woman had vanished without a trace, leaving only the chaotic crowd behind. Was she not the Iron Throne? Did she not need to maintain order? The carriage jolted, and the private's pupils gradually dulled. He possessed battlefield first-aid knowledge, yet he lacked the strength to bandage himself. Moreover, Leon's strikes were exceptionally brutal. 3 consecutive stabs followed by twisting left the wounds as 3 gaping holes, blood pouring forth incessantly. Let me go? Pello struggled desperately. I need to treat him. We cannot allow another masked individual to lower their voice, she cautioned. She is an ability user. Even the White Robe faction should be wary. We may not be able to stop her. At a time like this, you still speak such nonsense. Can't you see? He is on the verge of death. Pello raised her head, asserting, listen, who are you? Why have you kidnapped me? That is a separate matter. I am a doctor. If there is a chance to save the injured before me, I cannot stand idly by and watch them die. The young girl suddenly exuded a commanding presence. The masked driver replied, trust her this once, release her hands. In a laboratory, a man clad entirely in black protective gear, with an orange beak mask, emerged from the sterile room. Upon seeing Mion still standing there, unwilling to leave, he sighed. Your words hold no weight. I am already retired and will not serve as anyone's private physician, let alone venture outside for consultations. The plague doctor circumvented Mion. Didn't T. Pello assist you previously? It is not that I doubt your granddaughter's skills, Mion implored earnestly. The injured child is someone I have cared for since childhood. Do not speak of such things. The plague doctor waved his hand dismissively. Mion, being the last heir of the Sothis family, had returned to the Hall of Mercury for a purpose that was all too clear. Assisting Mion would be tantamount to taking a side in any potential disputes. As an old man, I wish to remain uninvolved in your affairs. The Storm faction has been troublesome enough lately. You can leave. The phone rang twice, and the plague doctor answered, placing it to his ear. Grandfather, did you hear me? A hoarse male voice with a heavy accent resonated. Your granddaughter is in our possession. You have one day to surrender the laboratory intact. Feel free to seek help from the Iron Throne. We both know they are too preoccupied with their own troubles at this juncture. Your little granddaughter is a competent doctor. From this moment forth, I shall sever one of her fingers every hour. How many fingers do you believe she requires to undergo surgery? Click. The call was abruptly terminated. The doctor's expression darkened. These wretched fishermen from overseas. He muttered under his breath. Chapter 38. Unpleasant Tasks. Is it related to the storm sequence? Mian was somewhat perplexed. But why were they concerned about the magnesium tablets? The doctor replied. Mian retrieved the small iron box from his pocket. Advertisements for this item were ubiquitous, boasting various flavors. You have no idea of the vast profit chain behind this little thing. The doctor removed his mask, revealing a face of horrific countenance, marred by extensive chemical burns, with bloodshot eyes, exposed gums, taut muscles, and a grotesque smile. An infected one. Mian did not recoil in fear, but held his breath, awaiting the doctor's further words. As you can see, regardless of the sequence or the means, once infected by the virus, one will inevitably transform into a zombie. The doctor replaced his mask. Those fishermen produce magnesium tablets in chemical factories. No matter how they tout their resistance to mutation, they remain nothing more than worthless placebos. Their only value lies in their low cost, allowing for profit, while the scoundrels in the council, with no one to hold them accountable, fervently promote this product for monetary gain. People are so foolish, purchasing heaps of useless pills, naively believing they will save their lives in critical moments. Some of my colleagues are even involved in this. The white coat sequence, serving as quarantine officers, has the highest infection rates among abilities. As a Sequence 6, I felt compelled to do something for them and for Pello. Thus, I embarked on the path that nearly all white coats tread, continuing research on the virus. Indeed, Mian sighed. Research on the virus had been prohibited for over a decade, deemed futile. Shortly after the day of revelation, numerous white coat abilities succumbed to collective fervor, firmly believing that the ultimate path to salvation lay within their own sequences. They devoted time, energy, and even their lives. Ultimately, when all hypotheses were shattered and every avenue came to a standstill, they despaired upon realizing that the virus was a divine calamity, beyond human control. The loss of so many white coats during this collective frenzy rendered the Magnesium Hall's period particularly arduous. Since then, research on the virus lost the council's support, and few dared to pursue it further. Unexpectedly, Mian gazed at the doctor, this grotesquely fearsome elder, who had once again re-entered such fervor. He even retained his sanity after becoming an infected. Initially, the results were unsatisfactory, yet after I voluntarily inoculated myself with the virus, matters became considerably simpler. The epidemiologist continued, stating that as a member of Sequence 6, he utilized every means necessary to preserve his life, refusing to succumb to death, and thus persevered for several months until he developed antibodies. He believed that the failure of past research stemmed from the reluctance of high-sequence abilities to willingly become infected. The epidemiologist's tone gradually grew fervent, embodying the passion of a researcher deeply engrossed in his achievements. Mian sighed. Indeed, such a notion was far-fetched. Sequence 6 symbolizes strength, power, and wealth. Even those with extraordinary talent must serve on the miracle train for a decade or more, undertaking numerous expeditions. Aside from the pure and extreme academic zeal of the epidemiologist, who would choose to commit such a disgraceful act of suicide after managing to survive. Moreover, a failure could lead to the emergence of a Sequence 6 zombie within the shelter, potentially causing unimaginable chaos. The laboratory housed years of accumulated data, along with the vaccine he was developing. The epidemiologist continued, stating that in a few days, he would deliver the samples to Augustus II, who would finance its implementation. After that, magnesium strips would cease to exist, replaced instead by a truly effective vaccine. Do you mean, Mian pondered her words carefully, that once vaccinated, we need not fear infection any longer? No, the epidemiologist shook his head. Even with vaccination, one could still become a zombie. Mian was left in disbelief. Then how is that? There exists less than a 1 in 10,000 chance of becoming like me. He gestured to himself. Neither a wise kind nor a zombie, but a human post-infection. Mian paused, contemplating. After vaccination, the mortality rate upon infection will no longer be 100%. Do you grasp the implication of this? The epidemiologist inhaled deeply, suddenly composed. It signifies a glimmer of hope. In other words, it signifies possibility. Following infection, one would not meet their end in fear, but would instead continuously pray for that miraculous 1 in 10,000 chance to befall them. Mian was so astonished that words escaped her. She understood the immense value of the epidemiologist's research. The most arduous task often lies not in transforming 1 into 100, but in evolving 0 into 0.01, a small step for humanity. The storm sequence and the council had repeatedly harassed her, obstructing her research for their own interests. The epidemiologist steadied himself against the chair, and Mian could see the cold determination etching across his masked face, as though he had resolved upon a significant decision. The vaccine represented the hope of the Magnesium Hall, the hope of humanity itself. I am willing to forfeit Palo for this cause, even though she is my last remaining kin. I believe Palo would understand. After a prolonged silence, Mian finally nodded. Your courage, awareness, and expertise have deeply moved me. I concur with your perspective. For the greater good, sacrifices must be made. However, before relinquishing everything, please allow me, as Sister Palo, to exert every effort to rescue her. Mian's voice brimmed with unwavering determination. Palo is my granddaughter, and as long as we do not abandon the vaccine, I am willing to do anything for her. The physician slumped despondently in his chair, as if the decision he had just made had drained him of all vitality. First, we must endeavor to locate each other's hiding places. Mian slightly bent forward, inquiring if I could assist in healing a remarkably gifted diviner whose eyes had been injured. The surroundings were desolate. The blood trail became intermittent, eventually vanishing completely ahead. Liang surveyed his surroundings, recognizing that this area had likely served as a buffer zone when the refuge was breached. Traces of past defensive battles marred the ground, remnants of years gone by. Nearby were dilapidated shanties, a chemical factory, an abandoned garage, and in the distance, heavy machinery silhouetted against the setting sun, confirming he was heading in the right direction. Liang found a concealed vantage point, hoisting Noah above his head. Noah framed her fingers into a makeshift lens, gradually adjusting her position. Her golden hair danced in the wind as the young girl utilized her long-range perception of firearms to seek out the captor's whereabouts. Liang sneezed, his cheeks feeling greasy and uncomfortable. He dismissed it as a superficial injury, not wanting Noah to worry unnecessarily about him. His wounds healed rapidly. As long as the bones remained unscathed, he could move almost without hindrance by the following day, and complete recovery would occur within a week to a month, leaving only faint scars. Noah procured a bottle of horse ointment to apply to his wound, claiming it would accelerate healing and prevent scarring. The results appeared promising. The edges of the wound had yet to swell and caused little pain. Liang, Noah suddenly spoke. Even if you are rescuing another woman, I will still support you. Her tone bore the weight of humiliation, akin to a wife who silently endures her husband's infidelity for the sake of their children. Liang's expression grew complex as he listened quietly, because only the promotion of a mechanic required the blood of a white coat's fingertips. She explained while searching for their target that if anyone with ill intentions were to learn of this, they could deduce our identities. We must find a reliable ally. Pelo seemed unlikely to communicate well with others. She was rather reticent, barely adequate in her social skills. However, becoming acquainted with a physician would be advantageous for you. After all, as a human, you require treatment when injured. How am I doing? Am I not astute? She queried, as Liang cradled the little girl under his arm, lifting her as one would a kitten, and she tilted her head in anticipation of praise. Indeed, she was truly a dependable adult. Liang nodded in agreement. With a proud tilt of her head, Noah resumed her tactical mindset, declaring, I found it, over there. She pointed towards an abandoned factory nearby. Inside the factory, a second-class soldier, barely managing to staunch the flow of blood, leaned against a concrete pillar, struggling to rise as he ended a phone call. Who are you? Pelo asked, tilting her head upwards, her glasses having fallen, rendering her vision obscured. After the treatment concluded, the assailants showed no mercy and continued to bind her. Pellet did not feel wronged by this situation. Clear distinctions were made. Her acts of saving lives stemmed solely from her sense of duty, with no intentions of demanding anything in return. Yet, she was perplexed as to whom she might have offended, darting between the clinic and the market each day. After much contemplation, she arrived at the conclusion that the adversary was indeed targeting her grandfather's experiments. From the accents you spoke, it was evident they were not from the Mingtang. Pellet hesitantly broached the topic. Are you from the outer sea? Only those affiliated with the storm sequence would speak such a language, replete with a multitude of trilled sounds, rendering it nearly incomprehensible. Fool. The second-class soldier cast a cold glance her way. Charlie and Cher brought over several masked corpses and arranged them on the ground. The soldier took a deep breath, gestured for them to hasten their departure. The end was drawing near. The bodies were fishermen who had been rendered unconscious in advance. Later, this incident could be pinned on the storm sequence. All that remained was to await Mion's arrival, create a commotion, and then discreetly switch places with the corpses. Mion would then appear before Pellet in the guise of a savior. Following this, Pellet would undoubtedly fall head over heels for Mion, just like the other fools. Meanwhile, her grandfather, the epidemic doctor, would lose the trust of Augustus II due to this incident and would be compelled to rely on Mion. Engaging in such sordid work was indeed arduous. The second-class soldier ran his fingers through his hair, and despite his complaints, there was no trace of anger, disdain, or guilt in his lifeless eyes. Chapter 39. Blast them all. A little girl clad in a loose white coat settled against a tombstone, inhaling deeply in an effort to dispel her fatigue. She sprawled onto the ground, the soft grass slightly damp, yet the thick white coat rendered it inconsequential. The alarm sounded, startling a flock of birds as crimson lights flickered incessantly, and the footsteps of the crowd grew chaotic. Pellet remained where she lay. The surrounding walls rose ever higher. Soon, the beautiful sky would be obscured from view. People moved to and fro, occasionally glancing her way and whispering amongst themselves. Pellet paid them no mind. She turned over to face the tombstone before her. Small white and yellow flowers bloomed around the gravestone, with bees buzzing nearby. Pellet gazed at the wild flowers, pressing her ear against the cold marble, listening to the rhythm of her heartbeat. She fancied that her heartbeat could penetrate the concrete, allowing those below to hear it as well. Beneath lay her father, mother, and brother, all without exception, members of the white robe sequence, all doctors. After the day of apocalypse, the white robe became synonymous with the highest mortality rate. In the face of this viral cataclysm, doctors were the first line of defense and the last bastion of hope. At that time, people firmly believed that this calamity could only, and would only, be resolved by the white robe sequence, including the white robes themselves. Countless doctors have plunged headlong into virus research, driven to madness, only to succumb to infection or self-inoculation. Each day witnesses the demise of individuals, while new doctors emerge to take their place. The scene resembles a battlefield devoid of firearms, yet far more brutal than a meat grinder. As one of the earliest members of the sixth sequence in the ministry, wielding significant influence, Pelos's grandfather, an epidemic physician, personally sent his son, daughter-in-law, and grandson into the fray. Now, he has commenced her training as well. Day after day of relentless pressure and incessant urging, Pelos harbors an intense disdain for that reclusive, cold, and unfeeling old man, yet feels utterly powerless. She secretly fantasizes about the day she might accidentally perish, leaving that old man heartbroken. Pelos pondered, relishing the thought of vengeance. Pelos, someone called her name. Turning, she was greeted by a radiant smile that seemed out of place in a graveyard. Pelos sat up, curling into herself and shifting aside. Mion gathered the hem of her school uniform and sat down beside her. Here, I noticed you've been sitting here all day. Are you hungry? She broke a blueberry muffin in half, examining it before offering the larger portion to Pelos. Why do you always come here to talk to me? Pelos accepted the bread, taking a bite. I'm not exactly the most likable person. She was acutely aware of her situation, having skipped school. She had little in common with her peers. Furthermore, her infrequent interactions left her stuttering when she spoke too quickly. This vicious cycle rendered her childhood a solitary one. The sweet aroma of fresh blueberry jam whetted her appetite, and she began to eat slowly. Because we are friends, Mion ruffled her hair. And I have someone to visit as well. Who is it? Pelos asked, chewing her bread. My brothers. Mion turned her gaze through the forest of gravestones towards a distant place, the warriors of the Sothis family. They all perished in the expedition. Do nobles also go on expeditions? Pelos inquired, somewhat perplexed. A brief silence ensued. Mion let out a soft sigh. The higher the nobility, the more likely they are to send their children into battle, she explained, as it compels others to heed them, having made similar, if not greater, sacrifices. How could that be? Pelos grew anxious, her words stumbling. Don't nobles care? Those are their children. That, I do not know. Mion lowered her gaze. Another silence fell. And Pelos glanced at the wildflowers growing near the gravestones. Will you also go on expeditions one day? She suddenly asked. If my family requires it, I shall. Mian took a small bite of the blueberry muffin, savoring the jam as it melted on her tongue. Having enjoyed privileges that others do not, I must stand up when it truly matters. That will lead to death, won't it? Then you must promise to visit me. Mian observed the flustered Pelo, a young lad with a sprinkling of freckles adorning his face, large square glasses perched upon his nose, and sleeves of his lab coat that draped excessively, concealing his hands. At that moment, he was gesticulating animatedly while stammering. A little stutterer. She smiled and playfully poked the tip of his nose. As if recollecting something, Pelo seated himself, heaving a gentle sigh. By that time, I might even be dead. Grandfather would also send me off. Silence enveloped them. The wind tousled Mian's hair, and the distant sound of bells resonated, a reminder signaling the activation of the track heating device. Another wave of corpses was approaching. Mian's gaze transcended the horizon, surpassing the towering walls, and sought the azure expanse above. After a considerable pause, she seemed to arrive at a decision, nodding affirmatively. Then I shall become the head of the Sotis family and forbid you from boarding the vehicle, thus sparing you from death. A smile graced Mian's lips. What do you think? Pelo nodded, half comprehending, leaning against Mian's shoulder. The ever-smiling noble lady seemed to exude a reassuring aura. She always brought treats for herself. In a daze, Pelo soon drifted into slumber, clutching the uneaten blueberry bread. Wake up, doctor. The masked man roughly seized Pelo's hair, rousing her from her dreams. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. So it is true that one sees memories before death. Crying is futile. No one will find you. The kidnapper squatted before her. This place was once a foundry, the entrance fortified to military standards. Even if the Seventh Order from the war-torn routes attempted to break in, the cost would be substantial. Aside from your grandfather, which member of the Seventh Order would be willing to suffer for you? Would anyone? Pelo bowed her head. Will Miss Mian come? Probably not. She is a noble, and wouldn't he go to such lengths for her? Thus, it seems there truly is no one. Yet, it cannot be said so lightly. Images of Leon battling the second-class soldier flickered through her mind. What a kind-hearted individual. Having only met him twice, he charged forward without hesitation. I wonder how he is. Whether he is gravely wounded. Answer the phone. The kidnapper pressed the receiver to Pelo's ear. Pelo, it's me. The familiar voice invigorated her, her eyes brightening. Grandfather, do not worry. I have decided to abandon you. Pelo stood frozen. They are demanding the laboratory from me. I shall not yield it. Even though it pains me deeply, I must prepare for the worst. Now, grandfather will not come either. The higher the nobility, the more likely they are to send their offspring into battle. Only in this way will others heed his commands, for he has made the same, if not greater, sacrifices. Words from her dreams flashed through her mind, and Pelo's vision blurred. She endeavored to make her voice sound sufficiently courageous, sufficiently strong. Grandfather, I understand. I am sorry. I could never become your pride until the very end. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Pelo charged fiercely at the second-class soldier. As if slashed by a razor, blood gushed from the soldier's arm. Pelo gritted her teeth, invoking the basic anatomy skills of a doctor. Even in death, she yearned to depart with dignity, a final solace she could bestow upon her grandfather. Come on. She strained her myopic eyes to glare at the soldier. I fail to comprehend why, if you wished to kill me, you did not simply observe in silence moments ago. The soldier gazed back at her calmly. Why must I offer you treatment? I am a doctor. I cannot abandon those with a flicker of hope for survival. Likewise, I shall not willingly offer my neck for slaughter, for my grandfather, father, mother, and brother are all remarkable individuals. Come on, Pelo shouted loudly. The soldier indeed approached, and her heart plummeted into despair. This was no game. There were no friends to rescue her, and even her grandfather had forsaken her. The entire world had turned its back on her. Am I truly that detestable? I am about to perish. Is this how it ends? No, it cannot be. Who can save me? Help! Who can come to my aid? Pelo instinctively cried out. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted as a military-grade metal door was violently blasted away. Bang! The door slammed to the ground, a cloud of dust rising, the echo tickling their ears. Everyone, including Pelo, was momentarily stunned. They had not heard of a reforger demolishing a door with brute force. In the hazy light of the setting sun, a figure slowly emerged. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Pelo's cheeks as she beheld the silhouette clad in a black conductor's uniform, adorned with a gas mask. The clenched right hand shimmered with a molten golden light, the brass sacred chariot ready for action, poised for remote support once more. The seventh sequence cannot breach, but the exceptional grade train cannon can. Leon stepped into the factory. In close combat, a sip is delightful, while excessive indulgence is injurious. This is not the city. Thus, let the cannon roar and experience the might of the Trinity. Where the train halts, a radius of several kilometers becomes his domain, and with a mere gesture, shells will rain down. No need for reloading. This is still beneath the level of Noah's remote liberation. Everyone, do not move. Leon surveyed the three bodies sprawled on the ground. He had not even had the chance to strike. How had they all perished? His gaze slowly shifted to meet Perlo S., who held her breath, observing the unfolding events with vigilance. The bookish girl, brimming with caution, had never witnessed Leon in a gas mask before. Leon removed the mask and smiled at her. We meet again. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of a heartbeat. Perlo finally felt a wave of relief wash over her. She looked at Leon, certain she would never forget the sight of him just now. Remarkably, having only encountered him twice, he had pursued her to this place. Swish, swish. Leon raised his hand crossbow, and from a distance, delivered the final blows to the three corpses. Only after confirming that no danger lingered did he approach Pello and untie the ropes binding her. Overwhelmed with emotion, Pello threw her arms around Leon, sobbing uncontrollably. I thought I was going to die. Chapter 40. Reunion. All is well now, Leon reassured, gazing at the girl weeping on his shoulder. A faint scent of antiseptic lingered in the air, and her petite, upturned nose appeared particularly endearing. She seemed quite young. This adorable young doctor, however, was inadvertently smearing her tears and snot onto his conductor's uniform. Leon felt a pang of sorrow. I found this, he said, retrieving a pair of glasses from his pocket and placing them on Pello's face. She wiped her tears and gradually ceased her weeping. As her vision cleared, she realized how close Leon's face was to hers, causing her to spring back in alarm, taking 2 steps away. That must be the smell of formaldehyde. I apologize if I smell unpleasant, she explained, her cheeks flushed. I think it's quite tolerable, Leon replied, as he examined the corpses on the ground, turning them over and removing their masks. The faces bore signs of sunburn and slight peeling, indicative of prolonged exposure to seaside conditions. Is that right? My name is Pello, the girl exclaimed, her eyes tightly shut as she bowed deeply. Thank you for saving me. I will do my utmost to repay you. I am Leon. We can discuss repayment later. For now, please come here, he beckoned. All right, Pello replied, somewhat dazed, based on her experiences gleaned from various adolescent romance novels. She had anticipated that being rescued would lead to a more intimate scenario rather than inspecting corpses alongside her savior. Yet, this was preferable. At least she was in her element and could avoid any embarrassing situations. You treated one of them, didn't you? Leon inquired. Yes. I stitched 78 sutures and utilized my suturing ability. Pello stood tall, asserting, it is my duty as a doctor. I do not intend to judge. Those who adhere to their principles are deserving of respect. Leon lifted the garments of the deceased one by one, inspecting their abdomens. He sought to confirm whether the wanderer was truly dead. I remember, Pello followed closely behind Leon, examining each corpse. Not this one, nor this one. Just as she was about to lift the last one, a voice called out from the entrance. Pello, are you all right? Leon turned to see 2 figures approaching, their expressions fraught with concern. One wore an orange-red beaked mask and a black protective suit, completely enveloping them. They appeared to be a member of the White Coat Society. The other was the beautiful woman named Mion, who had helped him pay at the station that day. How could she be here? Did she know Pello? Mion seemed equally surprised to see him, yet her focus remained on Pello's safety. She nodded at Leon without uttering another word. Noah stepped inside, positioning herself behind the 2 individuals, creating a protective barrier around Leon, prepared to spring into action at any moment. She sensed something amiss with these 2. Grandfather, Sister Mion, I apologize, please wait a moment. After Leon examined the final corpse, she hurried over and embraced each of them fervently. Leon, sensing a peculiar intensity in their gaze, noted that their eyes remained fixed upon him. Indeed, they were from Sequence 9, the fishermen, marked by lightning-shaped insignias on their arms. Mion tugged at their sleeves, confirming their state before letting go. One had escaped. Leon scrutinized the last corpse's abdomen. The fellow had been stabbed multiple times, and these were not the wounds he inflicted. Mion's expression was somewhat complex. Well done. The voice of the plague doctor emerged through the mask, crackling slightly, sounding somewhat distorted. Damn beasts. I shall report this to Augustus II tomorrow, ensuring these rascals receive their due punishment. After his tirade, he turned his attention back to Leon. At this moment, the plague doctor could hardly contain his delight. Leon's features, his nose, eyes, mouth, even each strand of hair, struck him as exceedingly agreeable. The plague doctor reached out, intending to pat Leon's head, but Leon recoiled in surprise. The doctor continued to gaze at Leon with a warm smile, resembling a kindly old man. Had it not been for this valiant youth who intervened, Leon would have been the one to save Pello. Despite their already close relationship, coupled with the life-saving debt, Pello would undoubtedly have wholeheartedly assisted Leon. Consequently, in repaying this kindness, Leon would have felt compelled to side with her, resulting in the loss of Augustus II's support. Should Leon falter, he too would be implicated. Not only would the vaccine fail to spread, but the precious body serving as a sample would also face execution. Thus, countless years of perseverance and effort would have been rendered futile. However, it was Leon who saved Pello, while Leon aided in locating the bandits. He had also healed the fortune-teller's eyes. To insist on settling the score would leave Leon with no grounds for rebuttal. With the balance of power restored, the plague doctor felt an immense sense of relief, patting Leon's shoulder, his eyes crinkling behind the goggles. Is this old man unwell? Leon swallowed nervously, feeling a chill run down his spine. I want to say much in gratitude. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask me. The plague doctor, not particularly loquacious, managed only that one sentence after a long pause. He added, I am from Sequence 6. The once meager promise suddenly became resplendent, almost radiating brilliance. Leon felt an itch at the wound on his face, and when he reached to touch it, he found it fully healed. The declaration of I am from Sequence 6 carried far more weight than most promises and boasts, with its significance far surpassing them. The blood from Sequence 6 was evidently more potent, exceeding even Leon's limits as a Sequence 9. Even if he has been tainted and must be discounted, it would merely suffice to fall into a state of barely acceptable condition. Suddenly, Leon felt an unsettling sensation. He gazed at the plague doctor, inexplicably sensing a kinship. An infected individual? A member of the 6th sequence residing within a vast shelter. What visage lies beneath that mask? With a perpetual mask adorning his face, does no one harbor suspicions? If he truly isn't infected, then the blood from the fingertips of this 6th sequence would require no pollution. It could be utilized directly, ensuring the utmost quality of effect. Yet, how does he maintain his sanity? I never anticipated encountering you here, Mr. Leon. Leon's voice interrupted Leon's reverie. She appeared as graceful as ever, even in a more understated and practical attire, her demeanor exuding an indescribable elegance. How fortunate I am, a simpleton, to have crossed paths with such a noble gentleman. It seems fate has smiled upon me at last. She approached Leon, delicately wiping the blood from his face with a handkerchief. Behind her, Noah glared menacingly, attempting to sever her hand with his gaze. Perhaps it is destiny, Leon smiled softly. To personally rescue a hostage from the clutches of bandits is indeed a remarkable feat for a noble maiden. Could it be you possess extraordinary abilities? It is rather embarrassing to admit, but I am merely an apprentice knight in training, Leon replied. Pello is my younger sister whom I have watched grow. I could not stand idly by. Even a modest effort is better than none at all. Pello nodded vigorously in agreement. Leon had heard others refer to the term apprentice knight in training before, recognizing it as a common expression among the nobility. The Iron Throne sequence serves as the upholder of order, a title that resonates well and aligns with the responsibilities of the aristocracy. To gild oneself with the identity of an extraordinary individual is an appealing choice. Yet most nobles are preoccupied with indulgence, never truly donning heavy armor to engage in training, ultimately remaining ordinary. Thus, they refer to themselves as apprentice knights in training, implying they have made an attempt, but unfortunately, are not yet capable of bearing the weight of that armor. Leon's smile became increasingly radiant, as if she wished to continue speaking. However, Leon had already lowered his gaze to examine the corpse once more. There was something amiss about this kidnapping, particularly regarding the 3 fishermen. Did a single cannonball render them all unconscious? Could luck be that fortuitous? Furthermore, how did that wanderer manage to infiltrate? Was it a case of mistaken identity? Or was it a matter of inconvenience? 2 officers clad in silver uniforms approached, lifting a stretcher to carry the body away. As they brushed past, Leon noticed that one officer, whose left eye was bandaged, appeared somewhat familiar. He kept his head down, seemingly reluctant to meet Leon's gaze. "Halt," Leon commanded, placing a hand on the officer's shoulder. The officer immediately froze and looked up at him. Blood continued to seep from the bandaged eye socket, obscuring much of his face, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Leon averted his gaze from the police officer and raised his head, only to find me gazing at him quietly, her lavender eyes sparkling with mirth. Damn, he almost recognized me as that beggar from before. Charlie unfastened his uniform buttons, panting heavily. "What does that mean?" Chi-Air furrowed his brow. "Are you saying he is the workshop owner?" "Indeed. A demigod of Sequence 4? That remains uncertain. I couldn't clearly see his face at the time. However, a demigod was indeed present in his workshop, and even if it wasn't him, he certainly has powerful backing." Charlie's expression grew grave. "Otherwise, do you think he could have opened that military-grade door?" "Only shell craters, no shells. That clearly indicates a certain ability." "Fool. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and tell me in about this." Chi-Air slapped Charlie on the head. "I didn't find the opportunity." Charlie covered his head. "What about the private? He seems to know this person." The private's wound had reopened, hiding in the cellar to bandage it. He had lost too much blood and was too weak. He needed to rest for a while. Chi-Air stroked his chin. "What do you think that fellow named Leon represents in the eyes of the private?" He seemed completely unfazed by the fact that the other was a demigod, instead shouting something about a machine. "Who knows? As the saying goes, there are 1,000 Hamlets in 1,000 people's eyes." Charlie fanned himself with his hat. Perhaps the private had something to say as well, but he just hadn't found the chance. After all, he was doing the dirty work and couldn't meet me in. Chi-Air pondered for a moment before pulling Charlie to his feet. "Let us change out of these clothes and find the diviner. She can communicate with people from afar. We need to inform me and of the current situation." Chapter 41. The carriage moves forward. The carriage advanced toward the district. There is no time like the present. Mian extended an invitation to Liang for dinner. Liang did not refuse, contemplating how to request a drop of blood from the plague doctor, viewing this as a potentially fortuitous opportunity. Though the carriage was somewhat cramped, the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious, completely incongruous given the assembly of royalists, rebels, usurpers, mechanics, miraculous creations, and 2 infected individuals. Having just endured a kidnapping incident, the passengers were not in the mood for conversation. Tinkle, tinkle. The wind chimes hung from the eaves of the carriage, gently swaying with the motion. Mian gazed at the chimes, the smooth metallic surface reflecting Liang, as well as Perlo, sitting directly opposite him, her complexion slightly flushed and somewhat shy. The situation had grown complicated, she mused. Her original plan had been meticulously crafted, a self-staged kidnapping. She had previously sent by Een to the market near the chemical plant to procure promotion materials while also gathering intelligence on the discord between the plague doctor and the storm sequence. Subsequently, she intended for the private, Charlie, and Chi-Air to abduct Perlo, thus forcing the plague doctor to exert all efforts to save Minor, enabling her recovery of abilities. After that, she would breach the door at the cost of her own injuries to rescue Perlo, thereby gaining her trust and the support of the plague doctor. 3 privates disguised themselves as police officers and swiftly removed the corpse to avoid raising suspicions. She had meticulously planned every detail. Yet she had not anticipated that Leon would intrude upon her scheme. What was the matter with him, driving such a dilapidated train and meddling in affairs that were none of his concern? To complicate matters further, he had brought along a young girl who claimed to be his sister. If one were to speculate, Leon appeared to be the type who inherited his train from his parents, acquiring attractive young women as servants, hailing from a modest shelter, a quintessential dandy. The disruption of her meticulously crafted plan by such a character left Mian somewhat exasperated, though she quickly regained her composure. Every situation possesses dual aspects. Perhaps, at this moment, both Pelos's trust and the support of the plague doctor had gravitated towards Leon. Nevertheless, Leon was merely a fledgling, inexperienced in the ways of the world. As long as she could use this banquet to win him over, the outcome of her plan would remain unchanged, and she could, as envisioned, make use of Leon's train. Drawing her mind away from her previous thoughts, Mian began to scrutinize her reasoning, searching for flaws. No, something did not add up. How had he managed to open that door? Was it skill? That seemed unlikely. He did not resemble a Sequence 6, nor did he appear to be an ability user. The train cannon? The workshop was not nearby, and few cannons could reach such distances. Moreover, there was the green, Wait, was it a disguise? The green train was a facade, concealing a cannon of exceptional quality. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Yet, recently, unbelievable events had unfolded in succession. An astonishing mechanic, a demigod workshop master, and now another seemingly frivolous, yet financially formidable train conductor. It was not beyond the realm of possibility. Pursuit, evasion, this one was to be courted. Mion made her decision. Subsequently, she recalled what Minel had remarked on the platform. A handsome young man with scars on his hands, wielding a hand crossbow. Although the likelihood was almost negligible, their gazes inadvertently met, and Mion nodded in acknowledgement to Leon, who responded with a smile. This woman was not quite right. From their brief encounter and Pelos's demeanor, it was evident that the plague doctor was not the type to engage in eloquent discourse or navigate the intrigues of the aristocracy to secure research funding. By nature, he would not become familiar enough with someone devoid of merit to jointly confront a kidnapping case. This implied that Mion's association with the Sequence 6 plague doctor was predicated on more than mere noble lineage. What could it be? Strength. This woman was not a Sequence 9. She was lying. Why would she lie to him? What was she scheming? What true strength did she possess? Was it Sequence 8, 7, or perhaps the same as the plague doctor and that usurper, Sequence 6? Leon leaned back, gazing at the ceiling of the train. Preparation is key, and one must tread cautiously. The Trinity has commenced its operation. The brass chariot has quietly set in motion, traversing the underground pathways. A current of unease has surged ever since stepping into the magnesium hall. This evening, it is imperative to acquire the blood of the plague doctor, to ascend to Sequence 8. As someone stepped on his shoe, Leon turned to Noah. The latter cast a peculiar glance his way before shifting her gaze to the two women nearby. How unfortunate, Noah mused. All she had done was nod slightly, urging Leon to make the acquaintance of Perlo, and now he was not only embracing Perlo but also dining with a dubious woman. Infuriating. Yet, putting aside these frivolous thoughts, Noah instinctively sensed something amiss. Otherwise, she would not be standing behind these two, forming a protective perimeter around Leon. She must follow and ascertain the situation. If they are foes, they must be eliminated. If they are not, they shall still face the same fate. I, Noah, am no ordinary individual. The little girl clenched her fists in anticipation. Are they to be killed? Perlo swallowed hard. She noticed Leon's sister, the peculiar girl named Noah, had just cast her a strange look. The thought of killing Leon and then herself, along with Perlo, was too much to bear. No, please. I have only just escaped the clutches of kidnappers. Perlo clenched her tiny fists, letting out a silent lament. Once her worries subsided, Perlo turned her attention back to the plague doctor at the wheel. Grandfather had said to abandon her, yet here he was. Despite hearing the prohibition against her boarding, which had incited such anger when she was always relegated to Sequence 9, he still imparted his lifelong knowledge to her. Perlo grasped the hem of her clothing. She found it utterly perplexing. Familial bonds are indeed intricate and profound, far more daunting than any medical conundrum. In the silence, the group continued onward, each lost in their own thoughts. The wind chimes tinkled softly, their sound reverberating in the air. In Inya's apartment, Chi-Air stood watch downstairs, while Charlie lingered at the door. The girl's room was more private. Having had a daughter, he understood how to navigate her emotions, thus he averted his gaze. Munir has yet to awaken, Inya remarked. How did the surgery go? Was it successful? Charlie asked, somewhat uneasy. He was not particularly fond of grim tasks. Had it not been for Meyer's assurance that this kidnapping would allow Munir the best possible treatment, he would not have acquiesced so readily. It was highly successful. She even performed a divination immediately afterward. However, she is now rather fatigued and requires rest, Inya replied. Her knowledge of Munir was scant. She only knew that the girl was a wanderer without parents. Since Mion's return from the expedition, a cloaked girl had joined him. Do you regard her as a daughter? Inya inquired, her keen psychological insight easily detecting the underlying sentiment. No, absolutely not. How could I dare? Charlie quickly waved his hands, a smile plastered on his face. Please, when she awakens, inform Mia that the one named Lee, don't move. A sudden, sharp reprimand rang out from behind Charlie, followed by the crackling sound of electricity. You damned yellow-haired fool. I've caught you. Zhang Sin's hair stood on end, his entire being enveloped in a palpable aura of murderous intent. The moment Charlie turned to face Zhang San, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. It was him again, that very guard. Discovering him on the street and ambushing him at the workshop was already intolerable, but to have pursued him here as well, He had been ensnared in a trap once more. That foolish Chier, what kind of warning did he even give? Without a moment's hesitation, Charlie vaulted over the stair railing and fled. Wait, what is going on? Enya, somewhat bewildered, couldn't fathom why Charlie was so terrified of her brother. Just then, she noticed Zhang San's face turn pale, as if he might faint at any moment. Zhang Enya. Zhang San pointed at Charlie, who had just leaped down. His voice filled with anguish. Are you trying to kill me with worry? He is old enough to be your father. What are you talking about, brother? Enya replied, utterly confused. The carriage rolled through the marketplace, the tantalizing aroma of food wafting in through the window. Leon felt a pang of hunger. He wondered what delicacies awaited him at the noble lady's banquet. What lovely gloves, Mia remarked, taking Leon's hand amidst the astonished gazes of the other two. Did you make them yourself? No, Leon chuckled softly, raising his hand adorned with the Holy Spirit emblem. I burned my hand on a train boiler a few days ago, and I need to apply ointment to prevent infection, hence the temporary covering. He had no intention of revealing the bite marks on his hand to anyone. This combination of status and circumstance left the other party with no opportunity to suggest he remove the gloves. Leon was almost ready to speak up. A burn? Please. Allow me to see, Mia said, as if suddenly awakened by a keyword, sitting up straight. I'll be fine soon. Don't worry, Leon replied with a reassuring smile. Shaking his head gently, the carriage gradually came to a halt. We arrived at our destination, the physician announced hoarsely as he turned to look at Leon's gloves, his gaze becoming laden with meaning. A white-robed figure of sequence 6 could easily heal puncture wounds. Discerning whether there was a burn through the gloves should not be difficult. Leon mused. It seemed he had been caught in his own deception. Fortunately, the physician chose not to expose him. The physician opened the carriage door, waiting for the others to disembark. Leon looked up and realized he had never been to this area before. It did not belong to any of the 8 districts. This was the inner city. Chapter 42. Appetizer. The corners of the obelisk carved out a platform, while the remaining octagonal shape was divided into 8 districts. At the very center of the octagon lay the circular inner city. What could the inner city possibly be like? Leon had indeed pondered this. He had originally imagined it would be a hedonistic den, surrounded by railings and guards, prohibiting residents from the outer districts from entering. In reality, the disparity is quite pronounced. While there are indeed casinos, izakayas, and even more blatant auction halls and slave trading venues, their numbers are relatively scarce. The streets remain lined with hardware stores, clothing shops, restaurants, and grocery stores, albeit larger in scale, with more exquisite merchandise and more dignified signage and decor. The patrons are elegantly attired, entirely unlike those dwelling in a post-apocalyptic world. Of course, the sight of a slave crawling on the ground is a phenomenon exclusive to the inner city. Casting a glance at the dessert shop's price list, Leon couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. A palm-sized cream cake costs 200 coins, enough to purchase 1,000 red bean buns, filling several large sacks. The inner city does not require tangible barriers. It relies on exorbitant prices to keep the outer city residents at bay. Leon gazed at the towering silver giant in the center, the office of the Magnesium Hall overseer, where Augustus too resided. Excuse me, Mr. Leon, could you assist me? Mion's voice roused Leon from his contemplation. Turning to look, he found Mion gathering her long hair and skirt, a hint of embarrassment on her face as she regarded him. It was somewhat inconvenient to dismount from the carriage in a skirt. Leon remained rooted in place, hesitant to move. He was not particularly fond of physical contact with strangers. Beneath his clothing lay a sleeve crossbow, a miniature boiler, a powered exoskeleton, specialized protective gear, and an assortment of peculiar devices. To an observer, he might appear as a suspicious mechanical figure, a trench coat concealing a multitude of tentacles, occasionally emitting steam from his cuffs and collar. Maintaining distance was beneficial for all. At least until a modicum of trust was established, Leon would not approach uninvited. I'll help you. Noah suddenly stepped forward, rising on her tiptoes. Mion appeared taken aback, but expressed her gratitude, accepting Noah's hand to disembark. Leon ascended the gently sloping yet broad steps. Almost simultaneously, he noticed a throng of exquisitely dressed men and women moving against him, heads bowed as they descended the steps. Truth be told, in comparison to this atmosphere thick with the scent of money, Leon and his companions appeared rather disheveled. Having just returned from an abandoned factory, he was covered in dust and even blood, yet no one dared to cast even a glance in their direction. Leon noted this, surmising it was likely due to Mion. This woman was either extraordinarily powerful or a figure so ill-fated that no one wished to associate with her. A peculiar fragrance wafted into Leon's nostrils as he caught a glimpse of Mion taking a step forward. "You seem a bit anxious, Mr. Leon," she remarked, blinking her eyes, her mature and elegant face adorned with a hint of playfulness. "Do you think they fear me?" "Who knows?" Leon replied, meeting her gaze. "Such dazzling beauty may evoke feelings of inadequacy. Perhaps that is the reason." "Ah, you certainly have a way with words. However, it is indeed you they fear." Mion raised her hand, adjusting Leon's collar. For most, the shelter served as an isolated island, with the exception of the conductors. Each conductor was a perilous individual who had survived the wasteland, fully capable of committing murder in the streets before driving their trains away. The wealthier one was, the more they feared death. A conductor, drenched in blood, stood as a harbinger of doom to those who were mere gluttons. Naturally, no restaurant would refuse to welcome them. The presence of a conductor was seen as an honor. The throngs continued their silent descent, the silk of long skirts reflecting the light, shimmering like silver. Leon lifted his head, the radiance illuminating his youthful face, stained with blood, money, power, and violence. Beneath the metallic dome, the elements, symbolizing destruction, achieved a precarious balance, one that seemed ready to collapse at a moment's notice. Leon gazed at the building adorned with a colossal sign, the entrance displaying an open status. Silver Cod Restaurant. This establishment belonged to a friend of mine who had recently embarked on a culinary journey aboard the Bacchus. He asked me to assist for a few days. After sidestepping a few patrons entering the restaurant, Mion picked up the sign and flipped it over. Temporarily closed. The restaurant was devoid of other customers, clearly having cleared the space in advance. Leon settled at the center table as the hauntingly melodious strains of a cello echoed throughout the hall. After inquiring about dietary restrictions, the server retreated to the kitchen, swiftly returning with the appetizer, a blueberry tart accompanied by sherry. "My apologies, this is a personal indulgence," Mion chuckled. "I have a fondness for blueberries. I had thought they had gone extinct." Leon took a bite. Indeed, it was a delightful blend of tartness and sweetness, though it hardly rivaled 1,000 red bean buns. "Just a touch short," Mion replied. "The growing conditions for blueberries are rather demanding, requiring significant time and effort. They are predominantly cultivated by those with the green grain ability, thus their prices remain exorbitant. During my student days, I spent most of my allowance on them. Yet, one must have their passions, so please, do not be too harsh on me." She clasped her hands together and tilted her head with a smile. Hello, blushing, cleared her throat and nodded. In truth, a good portion of the blueberry sandwich's back then had been consumed by her. Leon glanced at Noah, the little girl finishing her share with remarkable speed and decorum, now eyeing his portion. "I shall share half with you," Leon sighed. Noah responded with a satisfied thumbs up. With a rustle, the complete blueberry tart was placed before him, and Pello withdrew her hand, awkwardly nodding at Noah. This gesture likely conveyed a silent plea. "Please, do not harm me." As they awaited the next dessert, the physician slowly picked up a fork. Leon and Noah simultaneously raised their heads. What lay beneath the physician's mask? Was their face untainted by infection? Such inquiries could not be posed directly, for they needed to remove their mask to eat. "Well, it is time to eat." Leon held his breath, fully engrossed. He then observed the physician of infectious diseases circle his hand around the beak of the mask. The seal opened. The filter was extracted, and the mask truly opened like a bird's beak, as the physician tilted his head back and swallowed the blueberry tart whole. Noah stared in astonishment. While Li Eng's expression was a tapestry of complexity, this was exceedingly bizarre. What would he do about the soup? Moreover, would Perlo evolve into something similar when she grew up? Leon glanced at Perlo, who, for reasons unbeknownst to him, lowered her head, her brow furrowed, biting her lip. "Oh, my apologies," the physician said, taking a napkin to wipe the corner of the mask. "My face was disfigured due to an experimental accident, and over time, I have grown accustomed to living this way." As he spoke, he lifted a corner of the mask, revealing his skin marred by chemical burns. Chapter 43, The Thick Soup. "Ah, now I understand," Leon nodded. He was convinced that the physician was indeed an infected individual. As the physician recounted this matter, Perlo visibly grew uneasy. Leon adhered to the principle that possessing a multitude of skills is never a burden. He believed that humans are a form of machinery, and to become a truly exceptional mechanic, one must possess a profound understanding of this particular machinery. Thus, he had studied anatomy and psychology. Perlo's expression was not one of helplessness or shame, but rather guilt. Regardless of the emotion, it indicated that each time the physician spoke of this incident, it cast a shadow over his granddaughter. As a member of the sixth sequence of the White Robes, even if he could not fully mend the scars, he could at least ameliorate the situation somewhat. Instead of repeatedly dredging up the past and causing Perlo to feel increasingly inferior, the physician needed to use his disfigurement as an excuse to conceal his aberrant appearance due to infection. This was akin to his own practice of donning gloves to hide his bite marks, subsequently claiming they were burn injuries. Thus, the physician's earlier gaze had been laden with meaning. Because he was an infected individual, it was highly probable that he had come to the realization of his own condition. Goodness, how many truths lay upon this dining table? Liang sighed, signaling Noah beneath the table. Noah paused, her brow furrowed in contemplation before responding with a gesture. I feel the same way. Just looking at Perlo and the physician's expression reveals it. Liang raised an eyebrow. Her ability to keep pace and articulate her thoughts indicated that Noah had not overlooked a single detail. So this little girl, while stepping on his foot and pilfering his food, had also been observing the situation. Reliable, mature Noah. Yet, I must say, Liang, only those with paranoia, obsessive-compulsive disorder, or hyperthymesia would be so attuned to such nuances. She gestured emphatically, regardless of whether Liang comprehended her meaning. Then, she twirled her fingertip at her temple, indicating that Liang's mind was too tightly wound. Following a train of thought was one thing. Detecting subtleties was quite another. Leon regards everyone with equal suspicion, which can sometimes be rather unsettling. The second course is a mushroom cream soup, served piping hot, prompting Leon to set it aside. This dish evokes a sense of nostalgia. Mian sighs, recalling how frequently she consumed it during her expeditions. Mushrooms have a long shelf life, and even in the absence of the abilities of the green grain sequence, they can render meals less monotonous. Do apprentice knights also serve? Leon's smile is ambiguous. For those in Sequence 9, merely passing the inspection when the miracle train halts is sufficient to gain eligibility for registration without necessitating an actual boarding. However, Sequence 8 requires one to truly embark on the miracle train for expeditions across the wasteland. Although it seems to be just a minor distinction, the reality is vastly different. Apprentice knights are quite profound. I still hesitate to declare myself truly qualified. Mian rests her chin on her hand, locking eyes with Leon. I have served on the miracle train for 6 years, and I currently hold a position in the Iron Throne S Sequence 7, Hand of Power. Mr. Leon, do you have any inquiries? Anything at all? If this dinner can foster a deeper understanding between us, that would be splendid, for I hold you in high regard. A smile graces her lips. Click. At the moment Mian uttered this statement, Noah's back molar produced a distinct sound, while Pello fumbled the soup spoon, causing it to clatter against the shallow dish. Leon gazes at Mian, who wears an irresistibly radiant smile. Few could discern her age. She is a woman cherished by time. Her skin as delicate as that of a youthful maiden, yet her eyes seem to possess the depth of countless eras. Speaking of which, I do have a question that I've longed to ask someone educated. Leon mused. Considering that the reason the sanctuary can maintain a relatively decent standard of living is entirely due to the productive capabilities of the empowered individuals. For instance, the green grain sequence produces food, while the storm sequence filters pure water. This implies that the empowered can indeed be self-sufficient. So, what is the necessity of ordinary people? Leon posed a question that appeared unrelated to Mian. She paused for a few seconds, seemingly taken aback. Her gaze shifted to Leon, and the admiration in her eyes became increasingly evident, almost unmasked. Leon was inquiring about her perspective on ordinary people, aiming to discern her character. What a splendid question, Mian slowly replied, for ordinary people represent the future. Among them, new empowered individuals will emerge, even if this generation lacks them. The next or the one after will inevitably bring forth new abilities. The miracle train requires expeditions to prevent zombies from devouring one another and creating excessively powerful individuals. During this process, some empowered may become infected or perish, necessitating the miracle train stops at the sanctuary to share resources, recruit new soldiers, and replace parts. A sanctuary devoid of ordinary people holds no value for the miracle train. Without new supplies, the existing empowered will gradually perish, and the sanctuary will become an isolated island. In such a world, the connections between individuals are immensely precious. Isolation is untenable. The more astute the leader, the more they will attend to the living standards of ordinary people, thereby enhancing the population base. Regrettably, wise individuals are not ubiquitous. The final sentence presents a somewhat abrupt transition, akin to the abrasive sound of chalk against a blackboard, or perhaps the sudden discordance of a broken bowstring during a performance. Leon understood that Mian's actions were intentional. The questions he posed were a test, just as her responses served as a probe. Through this means, she subtly articulated her stance and revealed her identity. Mian was a member of the resistance, or perhaps a vestige of the old aristocracy. She harbored no desire for the ascension of August II, and it was foreseeable that many more would share her sentiments. Leon was indifferent to this matter. In his eyes, both August II and Mian were fundamentally the same, even with a change in regime. It merely constituted a reshuffling of those at the pinnacle and those one tier below, the ordinary populace. The so-called sheep of the fourth quadrant, as Zhang Xin referred to them, would remain unchanged. Liang observed the physician and Pello. The physician's gaze was rather disconcerting, while Pello appeared somewhat astonished, evidently hearing Mian's candidness for the first time. Liang shook his head. Perhaps Mian could manage to do slightly better? Who could say? As the train conductor, his sole desire was to procure the physician's fingertip blood, advance to sequence 8, fulfill Zhang San's order, engage with August II, and inquire about the whereabouts of the lost carriage. All the while, he wished to avoid being killed. Your soup is about to congeal. Liang offered a sincere smile. That was his response. Mian's expression momentarily stiffened, but she quickly adjusted. She nodded in acknowledgement, returning a smile. Indeed. Chapter 44. So it is following the appetizers and soup, it was time for the main course. Beef tongue, truffle yam fish cake, and a portion of lamb chops. Liang picked up the knife and fork. Although he had little experience wielding such utensils, his remarkably dexterous hands allowed him to master the technique swiftly. The beef tongue was tender within, with a slightly crisp exterior, seemingly prepared using a salt baking method, yielding a succulent juiciness with each bite. By the way, Mr. Liang, what are your plans next? Mian inquired as she cut a small piece of lamb and brought it to her mouth. I intend to repair the train. You have seen for yourself that its current condition is far from optimal, Liang replied. And thereafter? Afterward, I plan to traverse the routes surrounding the Magnesium Hall, as they are relatively safe near the major shelters, and the earnings are more substantial. Once I have saved enough, I can either rent or sell the train and establish my own workshop in the district. Who knows, perhaps one day I could move to the inner city, dine on such delectable meals daily, and converse with a beautiful person like you. There is a way for you to realize that wish right now. Mian gazed at Liang with a radiant smile. Mr. Liang, would you marry me? Uft. Cough, cough, cough. Noah spat out a mouthful of sherry, nearly causing Pello to choke on the taro paste, as she clutched the table, coughing incessantly, while the physician patted her back. Stop mocking me, Mian, Leon chuckled, shaking his head. Had we met earlier, it might have been a different story. I hold you in high regard, and I would likely find every means to have you join my family. Mian gently caressed her cheek, lamenting, alas, my family is no more. And I have long since resigned myself to forsaking the joys of womanhood to continue the struggle on this land. For this, I must acquire the 13th train, the brass sacred chariot. The atmosphere suddenly thickened. Mian lowered her gaze slightly, sensing the air grow heavy with her startling proclamation. Leon flexed his muscles, ready to unleash his crossbow at a moment's notice. Noah's fingers tightened around the shotgun trigger, aimed discreetly at Mian beneath the table. Leon, your bronze vessel possesses an exceptional grade train cannon, Mian declared, slicing through a lamb chop, the knife scraping harshly against the plate, causing the table to tremble with her movements. I desire your train. To put it simply, I covet that train cannon. Mr. Leon, please enlighten me on how I might acquire it. Oh, here it comes, the main course, straight to the point. Leon inhaled deeply, reclining against his chair. Mian believed him. He had skillfully employed a completely fabricated identity, coaxing Mian to nearly reveal her true self, who she was, what she sought, and what she needed. Mian eventually came to trust that he was a young nobleman destined to inherit a train along with its exceptional cannon. With no grand ambitions, disinterested in politics, and difficult to sway with beauty or ideals, he would be of little use even if he joined their cause. Such a man could hardly threaten her standing in Pello's esteem, and she could always find other means to win over the physician. Thus, she aimed to extract the last vestiges of value from Leon. I'm afraid not. Leon shook his head. That is not for sale. My father devoted his life to acquire it, It symbolizes his protection over me. With it safeguarding me, I shall remain invincible in the wasteland. Then Leon. Mion took another bite of lamb. Will you stand with Augustus too? I stand with no one, he replied. That is untenable. Possessing an exceptional grade train cannon will compel you to choose a side. Do you think being a fence-sitter means safety? No, it only signifies a lack of protection. And both sides will perceive you as a threat. The persuasive tone in Mion's voice dissipated, replaced by a blunt and decisive cadence, sharp as an axe. A common man is innocent. The one who possesses treasures is guilty. You saved Pello, and thus I am willing to discuss this with you and offer to purchase your train cannon. You are an intelligent man, Leon. You recognize that I speak the truth. Should you choose to reconsider, my offer remains open. Mion no longer cast a glance in Leon's direction. In the twilight of the banquet hall, Yu Guangli observed the myriad expressions that flickered across the face of the young nobleman, ranging from indignation at disdain to the bitter realization of harsh truths, culminating in utter resignation. At long last, he conceded, I will consider it. Leon nodded despondently. Upon hearing his words, Mian's smile reemerged, confirming her previous suspicions. Indeed, through their recent exchanges, Liang's every gesture and nuance convinced me and that he could not possibly be the extraordinary mechanic from the wasteland. Such acting was implausible. It was inconceivable for someone to fabricate an entirely false identity from their very first encounter with a stranger and maintain it with such fervor. It would demand an excessive level of caution. No, it was beyond mere caution. It bordered on paranoia, a profound psychological affliction. In any case, Mr. Leong would, after several restless nights of introspection, rediscover himself, ultimately selling the train cannon and embarking on a life as a prosperous workshop owner. Perhaps he would foster a cordial relationship with Pello, yet it would remain limited to that. The evening had concluded with her absolute triumph. Despite his eloquence and exceptional intellect, when confronted with pivotal issues, he ultimately displayed the same lack of awareness and ambition as those ordinary signs of nobility. It was a pity that such a handsome visage was wasted on him. Even Charlie was superior. The next course was the dessert and the chef's acknowledgement, after which they would take their leave. Mian clapped her hands, signaling the end. An older gentleman emerged slowly from the kitchen, carrying a platter. This was the final act. To prevent Liang from escaping, Mian had deliberately prepared, assigning a skilled tracker to pose as the chef. The man approached the table with the platter, his demeanor calm and composed, presenting strawberry ice cream and caramel pudding. However, as soon as he caught sight of Liang, the platter crashed to the ground. Kanzo, clad in the chef's uniform, stood frozen, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. What is the matter? Mian waved her hand before Kanzo, inquiring about his discomfort. Her words seemed distant and blurred. As Kanzo's focus narrowed to the pair of eyes, more black than white, staring intently at him. Words eluded him, his tongue felt paralyzed, like a lifeless insect unable to move. He had never seen Liang's face. During the tumultuous skirmish, Liang had worn a mask. Yet, he could sense Liang's presence. Liang's gaze fixated on the chef, recognition dawning upon him. He remembered Kanzo, the commander from that fateful gang battle. A flash of insight surged through his mind, connecting the dots with startling clarity. So it was. The Wanderer and the overstepping reforger of Sequence 6, Mian summoning every ounce of strength. Kanzo extended his trembling hand, pointing at Liang. He is. In the next heartbeat, Liang suddenly lunged, seizing him by the collar and slamming him to the ground, delivering a heavy punch akin to a sandbag crashing down. A muffled thud echoed, teeth shattered. Blood sprayed from his nose, and his nasal bone fractured. You have sullied my clothes. He appeared to be a young aristocrat, consumed by impotent rage after being intimidated by Mian, resorting to venting his frustrations through violence against the service staff. Only the loyal canine attendant knew that a single blow from Leon had rendered him utterly mute, obliterating any chance of revealing his identity. With precision, Leon delivered 2 more punches to his jaw, rendering the attendant unconscious before allowing himself to be pulled away by the server. Do not be angry, Leon. I apologize on his behalf, Mian said, gently massaging his shoulder, her smile radiating charm, reveling in the complete dominance over a handsome young nobleman, satisfying her desire for control. I shall compensate for the damages to your clothing, but let us end matters here for today. I can hardly wait to leave. Leon turned abruptly, closing the distance between them until their faces nearly touched. Mian smiled back, locking eyes with him. Leon swiftly gestured behind him, and Noah understood. Stealthily moving behind the medical attendant. "May I have a word?" she inquired. To her surprise, the attendant discreetly handed her something. A glove from his protective suit. Its fingertips stained with blood. A crucial material for ascending to the rank of bronze apprentice. The blood of the organ merchant, version 6. Noah was taken aback. The mute, bizarre figure had been unexpectedly generous. "Thank you, Uncle," Noah said, accepting the glove and patting Pello on the shoulder. "Your blueberry tart was delightful. Until next time." Chapter 45. Morning garb. Mian stood in place, watching Leon's retreating figure, her fingertips lightly tapping against the table. She thought to herself that she could now erase Leon from her mind. The next step was to ascertain his whereabouts to prevent him from fleeing overnight, leaving the rest to others. Unfortunately, the canine attendant would not awaken anytime soon, and she was unable to reach the private soldier. She could not let him follow. She would have to resort to the old method employed during the Wasteland incident, utilizing psychic profiling and requesting Miner to perform divination to pinpoint his location. She wondered how Miner was faring now. Mian took a seat, reflecting on her previous attempts to probe Leon. Yet here, she still harbored some doubts. She had intended to check for any hidden crossbows during their supportive interaction, but was interrupted by a young girl. When she sought to examine the skin beneath his gloves for scars, she was deftly sidestepped. The excuse of a burn seemed to be a ruse the medical attendant was also employing. Mian glanced at the attendant. "When did you remove your glove?" she inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. "It was inconvenient while eating, so I took it off," he replied. "No, that doesn't seem right." A sense of foreboding began to rise within her, the feeling of dissonance growing stronger. Mian stood up, intending to call out to Leon, whose figure was disappearing from view. Chief, can you hear me?" Suddenly, Miner's voice echoed in her ears, unclear, as if she had not yet fully recovered. Mechanical. The sound crackled ominously. Mian's pupils dilated in shock. The severely distorted sound ringing in her ears shattered the last vestiges of hope within her heart. "Leon is the mechanic." Boom. Dozens of metallic dining tables instantly shattered the glass curtain wall, hurtling violently towards Leon simultaneously. The streetlights began to sway and twist, coalescing into countless silver-white metal spears. Amidst the throng of spears, Mian sprang forth from the restaurant on one leg, moving at an astonishing speed. There was no low growl, no cry to the heavens. Only a frozen smile lingering on her face, casting an eerie aura upon her otherwise lovely features. Rarely did her eyes reflect such potent emotions: uncontrollable humiliation, defeat, and fury. She had been deceived, made a fool of. The conductor and the mechanic were the same person. How could it be the same individual? In the wasteland, he single-handedly annihilated nearly the entire camp of drifters. 3 of them ranked at Sequence 9, and 1 at Sequence 6 could not halt him. Before her, he acted like an ordinary, unambitious nobleman. How calm and cautious one must be to maintain such an impeccable facade. What filled Mian with regret and shock was the realization that, despite her probing, Noah had effortlessly deflected her inquiries. That girl was no simpleton. Even when she had mentioned the brass holy chariot, their expressions revealed no hint of a flaw. That scoundrel. Buzz. Suddenly, her mind detached, and Mian's gaze regained clarity. Anger was futile. It would only lead to a loss of reason. This was her unique way of thinking, capable of simultaneously contemplating while splitting off a detached observer's perspective to judge the correctness of her actions. It was evidently unwise to engage in a brawl in the inner city, right under the nose of Augustus II. Capture would mean total ruin. The workshop owner could also be him. Menel's voice echoed again. Mian stumbled, disbelief etched across her face. The workshop owner is also him. The demigod who had taken over the rebel workshop, nearly blinding Menel. The one she feared immensely, was Leon. Mian distinctly felt something snap within her mind. It was the string of her reason. Veins bulged, blood surged. The 3 individuals she had been most concerned about since arriving at the Magnesium Hall, the 3 most likely to impact her plans, the 3 to pursue, recruit, or evade, were all. For heaven's sake, Leon. While Leon had convinced her of his identity as a young noble, he had simultaneously led Menel, Charlie, and herself to believe he was a demigod. A terrifying adversary had grown overwhelmingly powerful to a bizarre degree. It was imperative to kill him now, immediately, without delay. Boom. In Mian's pale violet eyes, the insignia of the Iron Throne and the gear emblem of the mechanic's sequence ignited simultaneously. Grace and composure vanished without a trace. leaving only humiliation and rage. The carriage by the roadside began to shatter, while in the nearby chemical plant, massive machinery swayed slightly. A deafening sound erupted from 2 streets away as a heavy metal dining table crashed to the ground, embedding itself into the solid pavement. Debris flew, and pedestrians scattered in panic, clutching their heads. Leaning aside to avoid a metal spear that followed closely, Leon swiftly picked up Noah, tucking him under his arm, and sprinted away. As he turned, he glanced at Mion, who was rapidly approaching. She was adorned in a completely monochrome black fishtail gown. A wide-brimmed hat perched atop her head, with a veil cascading down to conceal her frostbitten, beautiful visage. Dressed in mourning attire, it seemed she was set to attend a funeral. Her appearance had shifted, akin to his gas mask, capable of being summoned at will to disguise her whereabouts. This implied that the woman had succumbed to madness, intent on committing murder in the streets. Leon quickened his pace once more. She had divulged so much, effectively handing him leverage against this nemesis. If Leon could locate Augustus II and expose her on the spot, her scheme would be snuffed out in its infancy. "Duck!" Noah shouted. Leon suddenly bent down as a heavy shadow grazed the top of his head, crashing violently to the ground. Steam erupted forth as Leon vaulted over the contorted carriage and continued his frantic dash. While witnessing the usually composed older sister falter was indeed gratifying. She was a sequence 6. Should he be struck, that mourning garb would become his own. "Noah, activate the exoskeleton." "All right." Noah retrieved the furnace heart of the cold girl from his bag and placed it in his mouth. The temporary attributes conferred by the activation stance were largely consistent, with only a minuscule chance of variation. What Leon sought was a secondary overclock. As the panel flickered to life, he raised an eyebrow. It was not a secondary overclock. Boom. Steam jetted from newly added nozzles on his back, and Leon instantly felt a surge of tremendous propulsion. The energy springs in his legs released suddenly, causing the pavement to fracture beneath him. He soared into the air, traversing half the commercial district before crashing down and rolling twice. Temporary attribute. Grasshopper significantly enhances jumping ability. Uses remaining. 23. Gasping for breath, Leon rose to his feet. This time, the steam was expelled backward, unlike the secondary overclock that would scald him, allowing for a rapid increase in distance. It was quite suitable. With a screech, the fire hydrant by the roadside suddenly shattered, sending a torrent of metallic debris mixed with water rushing towards Leon. Clenching his fist, he donned the gas mask. Shards punctured the goggles, mere inches from his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he wasted no time and once more activated the overclock to advance. Originally, Mion's sequence was Iron Throne, signifying that she possessed the same formidable capabilities as that heavily armored knight. She could withstand the impact of a train with terrifying physical resilience. Even if she pretended to be a noble lady who needed assistance to descend from her carriage, she could effortlessly outpace a galloping steed. Being caught was merely a matter of time. The pressing concern was which direction to flee. Leon stood at a fork in the road. To the left lay the broad path leading towards the Silver Tower, while the right led into a densely populated commercial district, through which he could return to the outer city. Should he rush towards Augustus II, praying for shelter before he was eliminated, or plunge into the outer district, seeking survival amid the labyrinthine underground routes? Chapter 46. Go tell my 10,000 kings. Of course, the choice was the outer city. A swift right turn. The hand of the Holy Spirit pressed against the ground, sparking a flurry of embers, as Leon executed the turn while maintaining as much speed as possible. He was acutely aware that his status was merely that of an ordinary train conductor, while Augustus II was the head of a large sanctuary. Although the latter had shown interest in his blueprints, it did not guarantee an audience. A headlong charge would only result in being halted, and being stopped meant death. Rather than placing hope in others, it was prudent to devise his own means of escape. Boom. The grasshopper sprang to life once more, with steam trailing behind. Leon soared high, countless stalls and signs rushing past beneath him. In an instant, silver spears rained down upon him like a torrential downpour. Though airborne allowed him to bypass obstacles, it also left him exposed. With no leverage in midair, he was essentially a living target. Mion was astute. Having witnessed Leon leap once, she would naturally be prepared for a second attempt. He was about to be struck. Noah shouted a warning. Leon raised his hand, and a crossbow bolt shot forth, the cable scraping against the pulley with a whooshing sound. As the bolt hooked onto the eave, the cable snapped taut. Leon swung through the air, tracing arcs, as the silver spear grazed the hem of his trench coat. This grappling cable ammunition was inspired by the characteristics of train cannons, pull them in, and the hooks used by drifters during skirmishes. That said, a normal person would likely have their arm torn apart attempting such a maneuver. Leon, being robust in build and aided by a powered exoskeleton that distributed the strain, achieved this remarkable agility. He landed and rolled, severing the cable. Amidst a chorus of startled cries, Leon pushed through the crowd, advancing further. The population density decreased progressively from the outer city to the inner city. As he ventured outward, the number of people increased, and Meon's rate of attack diminished considerably. However, this did not equate to safety. A reduced frequency meant heightened accuracy. During the aiming process, Meon's fury would gradually subside, giving way to calmness. Continuing in this manner, a spear pierced his shoulder, and the heart of Eden activated alongside his unwavering duty, as countless silver streaks radiated from the wound. During the fierce struggle against the kidnappers, Leon became acutely aware of his limitations. After all, he was not made of metal. Even though the heart of Eden could distribute impact forces throughout his body, there was an upper limit to this capacity. Should a concentrated force exceed this threshold, the enforced distribution would result in excruciating pain or even fractures. In such moments, the heart of Eden would permit injuries to concentrate at a single point, striving to minimize overall damage. With scarcely any blood seeping from his wounds, Leon staggered forward, continuing his flight. Damn it, Meon gritted her teeth in frustration. Leon's evasive maneuvers were erratic, characterized by sharp turns and sudden leaps, even crashing through the back door of a store in his escape. His tactics were infuriatingly cunning. She raised her hand once more, the base of the phone booth rapidly reddening and softening. The Silver Knight's ability, transforming matter into sword, was unleashed. Then, with a resounding boom, the phone booth was uprooted, debris scattering across the ground as Meon gestured, sending the remnants hurtling toward Leon. Utilizing the power of command, she observed Leon attempting to distance himself with the aid of ropes, and she resolved to act decisively, her eyes gear emblem beginning to turn. Until this moment, she had relied solely on the abilities of the Iron Throne sequence. The multitude of iron thrones in the Magnesium Hall made it easy to escape suspicion. Yet, such strategies proved ineffective against Leon. Anger surged within her, and the intensity of her emotions granted her the audacity to exceed her limits. The phone booth disintegrated mid-air into countless fragments, which then reformed into a silver-white confinement cage as they fell. "Watch out!" Noah's voice rang out urgently. As he noticed the rapidly enlarging shadow above them, Leon gritted his teeth, realizing there was no time left. The phone booth morphed in size and shape, thwarting his attempts to evade. Boom! The confinement cage snapped shut, and Leon found himself unable to dodge in time. The metallic clasps tightened automatically, throwing him off balance and sending him crashing to the ground alongside Noah. "Noah, dislocate my elbow, quickly!" Leon roared. Noah sprang into action, grasping Leon's arm and twisting it at an astonishing angle. Crack! The elbow joint dislocated, granting his palm the opportunity to reach the clasp. With the touch of the Holy Spirit's hand, he exerted suppression. Snap! The metallic clasps malfunctioned entirely, allowing Leon to break free from the confinement cage and realign his elbow. In the next instant, a silver spear pierced through his legs, pinning him to the ground. The crowd parted to make way for the figure clad in mourning attire, leaving no barrier between Meon and Leon. Without hesitation, without a word, even the slightest chance to breathe was absent. She raised a finger, directing the last spear that spiraled around her toward Leon with deadly precision. Unable to move or evade, Leon could merely extract the spear from his left leg in a desperate attempt. Just then, a small shadow leapt forth, using its own body to shield him from the spear, landing awkwardly on the ground. Finally regaining his mobility, Leon made his way toward Noah, cradling her motionless form in his arms. The crowd around them grew increasingly dense. Meon wasted no time in crafting another spear. Instead, she swiftly approached Leon, halting at a safe distance. She raised her pistol, locking eyes with Leon. The outcome was already decided. The peacekeepers shared the same ammunition as the lever-action shotgun, rendering it excessively brutal as a sidearm for a lady. Leon gazed at the ominous muzzle of the gun and broke into a smile. Meon did not respond. Leon, devoid of a firearm, held up his gloved hand, extending his index finger and thumb to mimic the shape of a gun. It was a foolish gesture, yet it painted him with an air of triumph. She had no intention of allowing Leon to waste any time. Farewell. Leon squeezed the trigger. Bang. Leon too pulled his trigger. Immediately, the ground began to tremble, the asphalt cracking as if a colossal dragon writhed beneath. The thunderous report of the large-caliber revolver echoed. Yet it lost its target amidst a cloud of steam. Leon looked up to see Leon suspended in midair. He was aiming that ridiculous imitation of a gun at himself, once more mimicking the action of pulling the trigger. Amidst the chaotic barrage, the ground fissured and collapsed. Leon plummeted downward alongside the debris. As dust swirled around her, she glimpsed a formidable silhouette through the emergency lights, a beast seemingly lurking in the darkness. Boom! The internal combustion engine roared to life, the headlights flared. The horn blared once, the lane changer activated. The horn sounded a second time, the ramming horn sliding down as if a knight donned a visor before a duel. The horn blared a third time, as two superior-grade train cannons locked onto Leon. Leon raised his hand once again. Trinity, remote control. Leon turned her head in midair, her pupils constricting in response to the blinding headlights, revealing a rapidly enlarging shadow. The brass holy chariot came hurtling forth. Chapter 47. My demand. Leon chose to seek a glimmer of hope within the underground lines. He was not naive enough to believe that merely reaching the lower district would spare him from being found. That would be foolish. The glimmer of hope Leon spoke of was the brass holy chariot he had sensed trouble brewing before the banquet commenced, which he had hidden in the underground of the outer district. The brass dragon answered the call, seething with rage. Boom, boom. The sounds of artillery were incessant. Leon sat in the cockpit, maneuvering the train cannon to aim, relentlessly bombarding the figure ensnared by the ramming horn. Silver incantations illuminated around Leon, the tracks melting layer by layer, forming a makeshift armor around her, only to be instantly shattered. The acceleration from the rapid advance pressed her down forcefully, while the barrage left her struggling to defend herself. Blood gushed from her mouth, and her opulent mourning attire lay in tatters, her hair disheveled, a pitiful sight, teetering on the brink of collapse. The heart of the forge was being swiftly depleted, 20%, 19, 18. Elon narrowed his eyes, caught in a stalemate. Should Leon exhaust her strength and be unable to wield the power of the Iron Throne for her own preservation, this transgressor of Sequence 6 would be obliterated amidst the gunfire. Conversely, if the heart of the forge were to be consumed entirely, Elon would meet his demise. Even in the former scenario, one of the two hearts currently possessed by the brass sacred chariot would be expended, placing Elon in a precarious situation where he could not simultaneously utilize the liberation stance and the Trinity. A loss would leave him with no place to rest, while a victory would yield mutual devastation. Was there a more advantageous solution that could yield greater benefits? Elon tapped on the glass, locking eyes with the struggling woman. Shall we converse? The cacophony of gunfire resonated, and separated by the carriage, Leon could not hear Elon's words. Fortunately, she could decipher his lip movements. Leon clenched her jaw, a flicker of unwillingness and humiliation crossing her face, yet the instinct for survival compelled her to respond. What shall we discuss? About the specific arrangements for the wedding. Why the glum expression? Do you no longer wish to marry me? Elon chuckled softly. You scoundrel. Leon struck the corner with force. Listen, Leon. Elon removed his coat, beginning to tend to his wounds. For the time being, neither of us can kill the other. And I can assure you that I have other sufficiently reliable allies. The true workshop master, that demigod? Leon bit her lower lip. When Elon was located on the wasteland, MNI had shown no signs of distress. Yet this time, she nearly lost her sight. There must be a singular explanation. Elon and the workshop master were indeed two distinct individuals. It was unwise to falter due to erroneous assumptions. The demigod of Sequence 4, I hope he does not overly protect his own. The trouble he brings upon himself. I am referring to Zhang San, Elon muttered inwardly. Indeed, Elon maintained an unperturbed demeanor, nodding slowly. Leon sensed the presence of a demigod in the workshop. Although she was unaware of how she had managed to get there, it was prudent to acknowledge it. I have no interest in the assassination of the King of Assassins. Your dispute with Augustus II does not concern me. In other words, I am not obliged to report you to him. I only seek him to inquire about the lost carriage. This part need not be concealed. Leon was also attentive to the brass sacred chariot, and she should understand Elon's intentions. Even if he divulged this information to you, how would you intend to retrieve the carriage? By purchasing it? Assuming that. In exchange, you must provide him with sufficiently valuable leverage. Everything regarding me would be just right. Mion furrowed her brow. How can I trust you? Mion. Elon plunged the needle into his skin, crimson blood welling forth. If your information could secure the lost carriage, I would not hesitate to sell you at once. In this regard, you can undoubtedly trust me. You. Mion's complexion grew increasingly pale. Can you not cease the bombardment? Shall we not discuss matters slowly? Truth only lies within the range of cannon fire, Mion. You have pursued me relentlessly. Allow me a moment to cool my temper. Of course, since we are to negotiate a truce, I shall also show my sincerity. Liang stitched his shoulder wound, biting through the sutures, and proposed a date. A celebration? Mion inquired. Indeed, a celebration, Liang affirmed. Before the festivities, I will engage with the second Augustus to ascertain the location of the missing carriage. During this period, if I require assistance to retrieve the carriage, Mion, you must aid me. Mion remained silent. Otherwise, I shall sell you for the carriage, Liang declared, snapping his fingers cheerfully. Very well, I shall assist you, Mion replied, her expression resigned. However, I shall be quite busy during this time. Taking time to help you would delay my plans. If you could provide me with some information regarding Augustus's whereabouts when you approach him, Mion. I have stated my disinterest in assassinating the prince. However, if you require it, I can help fabricate certain items. Liang shrugged. Provided that you are truly willing to use them, and I assure you, should you employ these items against me, they will explode instantaneously. You scoundrel, Liang. You are the greatest scoundrel I have ever encountered. It is my honor. Liang donned his attire, adjusting his collar. Should I wish to invite you to dinner again? How might I contact you? At the circus, beneath the red and white tent. Seek the fortune teller inside. So it is there, Liang mused, slightly surprised. He had passed by more than once, contemplating bringing Noah to see it someday. Then our rendezvous concludes here. I shall cherish today as memories, Mion. Liang and Mion locked gazes, sharing a smile. When we next meet, we shall be allies. If you wish to strike, this is your only opportunity. The train gradually slowed. A fierce glimmer flickered in Mion's eyes as she raised her hand, seemingly intent on shattering the window to eliminate Liang simultaneously. A green spherical fruit rolled into the cannon. Metallic heat flow activated. Boom. A pale green mist spread from the front of the train, causing Mion's pupils to constrict sharply. Her body weakened, nearly tumbling from the train's front. Liang donned a gas mask, leaping through the window to catch her. Surprisingly light, her body, classified as Sequence 6, bore little difference from an ordinary person, equally warm and soft. It was hard to fathom how she could unleash such terrifying power. Ooh, he murmured. A spherical succulent from the cactus family, containing the potent hallucinogen mescaline, taught to me by Pello. He locked eyes with her defiant, unwilling violet gaze, tucking a strand of her dark hair behind her ear. Sweet dreams, Mion, Liang whispered. The brass holy carriage, disguised as a subway train, returned to the workshop, brushing past hundreds of metal-whistling iron thrones. Noah, are you well? A pale Liang ascended to the second floor, leaning against the wall as he slowly sank to the ground. He was gravely injured, with penetrating wounds in his shoulder and legs. His ability to move entirely reliant on the support of an exoskeleton. Yet, his greater concern lay with Noah, who had shielded him from a fatal blow. A metallic spear had pierced her lower abdomen. No problem. A hand slowly emerged from the artillery position, giving a thumbs up. I am quite capable of taking care of myself as a mature woman. Lu In edged closer, discovering that Noah's body radiated heat, her cheeks, ears, and neck tinged with a rosy hue. Chapter 48, Unveiling Oneself. Noah stood before Lu In, her expression a mixture of embarrassment and indignation as she lifted her shirt, revealing her smooth, flat abdomen, where a penetrating wound marred her skin. This injury had compromised Noah's cooling system, causing her body temperature to rise abnormally. Lu In reached out to touch her, eliciting a tremor from Noah. Don't move, I'm repairing you. Lu In retrieved spare parts. But it itches, she protested. Bear with it, he replied, gripping her slender waist, her delicate skin flushed pink as his fingers pressed down. Noah squirmed restlessly, struggling to contain herself. Occasional sounds escaping her nose. Noah, Lu In's hands were steady and strong, methodically proceeding with the repair. Without you today, I would not have returned alive. You fool. Lu In, why say such things? It's more than that. When I first arrived here, I thought I would never sleep soundly again, and indeed, the first year was just like that. I was busy every day, learning, writing notes. Even eating became a chore. You should know how serious that was for me. Fortunately, I met you, and I began to eat properly again. Living requires sustenance. It is the unique right of the living to consume. My obsession with food stems from this truth. No matter how the world changes, as long as this truth endures, I can survive with resilience. Every meal you prepared for me is of utmost importance, Noah. I apologize, I've lost too much blood, my mind isn't clear, and I've said a lot of strange things. Noah held onto the hem of her shirt, her hands resting on Lu In's shoulders, quietly listening to him with a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. I never imagined someone would be willing to take a bullet for me, Lu In's voice lowered. Expressing heartfelt sentiments proved more challenging than he had anticipated, but fortunately, the spare parts had been successfully replaced, no longer requiring Noah's attention. I am a mechanical being. If I break, I can be repaired. Humans are like machines. In my eyes, you are no different from humanity. Noah stiffened, gazing at Lu In, her emotions threatening to overflow. You would do the same for me, Lu In. I know without you having to say it. She wrapped her arms around Lu In's neck, pulling him slightly closer. This instinctive gesture brought them remarkably near. Lu In's warm breath brushing against her abdomen, causing Noah to involuntarily emit a sound. Of course I would. Strange indeed, Leon murmured softly. What is it? Noah inquired quietly, sensing Leon's hand gently caressing her waist, applying slight pressure to her lower abdomen. It should have been repaired by now, yet your temperature remains unchanged. Leon lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Noah. The little girl bit her clothing, her hands encircling his neck, her slightly flushed face exceptionally charming. Observing Leon, who seemed nearly buried in her form, yet wore a serious expression tinged with concern, Noah heard a distinct sound emanating from within her body. Limiter released. 10%, you foolish boy, she exclaimed, her cheeks reddening as she tugged at Leon's cheek, giving it a couple of pulls before delivering a firm slap. Creak. The brass chariot trembled. Leon glanced through the window to ascertain that all was well. They had returned to the workshop, and he realized, having forgotten to retract the horn during parking, that he had inadvertently scraped a small section of the wall. Leon observed the metallic gleam flickering amidst the damaged wall, raising an eyebrow. Miss Mion, Miss Mion? Mion opened her eyes to find Perlo's anxious face before her. Perlo, I. Mion supported her head as she sat up. Realizing she was reclining on a hospital bed, the neighbors said Leon brought you here. Upon mentioning Leon, Perlo's expression dimmed slightly. The Leon who rescued her seemed to have known Mion for quite some time and even agreed to dine together. Consequently, on their way to the restaurant and during the meal, Mion engaged in delightful conversation with Leon, even jesting about marriage. Suddenly, however, the atmosphere shifted. Leon had struck Mion's chef friend, leading to an unpleasant parting. Subsequently, Mion appeared increasingly agitated, chasing after Leon for several streets, only for him to ultimately bring her to the clinic. Confusion reigned, leaving her utterly bewildered. Unable to form guesses, her mind was a blank slate. If one were to speculate, perhaps, Perlo bit her nails, a glimmer of insight in her eyes. Leon was Mion's ex? This would explain their prior acquaintance, the jest about marriage, the shared topics only they could understand, and the subsequent altercation that landed her in the clinic. Her savior, who stirred her youthful heart, turned out to be the former partner of the older sister she admired, and it seemed they were rekindling old flames. How vexing. What should I do? Perlo's thoughts spiraled into disarray. What transpired? Was it an accident? Mion's voice interrupted Perlo's mental tumult. Yes, it was said to be a gas leak. Fortunately, there were no casualties. However, many witnessed a frenzied ability user chasing another person. My grandfather claimed it was a collective hallucination induced by carbon monoxide poisoning. Perlo cleared her throat. Mion, what do you think of Leon? Leon? A scoundrel among scoundrels. Mion gritted her teeth. Indeed, it appears he once toyed with Sister Mion's emotions. However, Mion took a deep breath, recalibrating her feelings. She is a formidable, exceptional, and astonishing individual. Sister Mion, what did you just say? Oh, nothing, Mion replied, shaking her head. Amidst the clatter of dust and falling bricks, Liang's gaze fell upon an object embedded in the wall. It was a portable drilling machine, its diesel-powered backpack incongruous, its crude handle unmistakable, and its spiral drill bit appeared to be almost factory fresh, devoid of any wear. Liang extracted the drilling machine, detached the drill bit, and weighed it in his hands. It was surprisingly light, yet remarkably sturdy, glinting with a brass-like sheen. The material resembled that of Noah's Ark, shorter and slimmer than his forearm. It seemed capable of unfolding into 4 fan-like blades that could rotate into a flat surface. As Liang examined it, the panel flickered with information: cherub's kiss, quality, miraculous, type, component, installable. Liang stroked his chin, recalling the cherub, the legendary angel of wisdom, with 4 faces, wielding a constantly spinning sword to guard the entrance of Eden. Its perpetual motion and 4 faces suggested it was indeed a drill bit, albeit rather small for installation on a train. What have you found? Noah, having restored from a steam engine state, leaped from the train. Ah, that. Upon seeing the drill bit in Liang's hand, her expression transformed into one of astonishment. She quickly approached, took it from him, and raised her right arm. The metallic structure slid aside as Noah inserted the cherub's kiss into a groove, producing a crisp resetting sound, and her forearm returned to normal. She raised her hand, her fingertips glowing, and a life-sized phantom of the brass drill bit materialized out of thin air. With a hum, as Noah's golden pupils glimmered, the drill bit began to rotate, swiftly boring a hole through the wall. She opened her palm, and the drill bit expanded, forming a fan-like structure. With another buzz, Noah aimed the fan at Liang, setting it spinning once more. The gale it generated forced him to squint, nearly unbalancing him. With a swift motion, Noah retracted the drill bit and embraced Liang. "This used to be mine, Liang," she said, giving a thumbs up. "With this added to my arsenal, I can engage in close combat now." Chapter 49. The Brass Apostle. So, it was a component belonging to Noah. Observing her eagerness, Liang rested his chin in contemplation. Shouldn't the drill bit eject from the arm during use? What was the significance of that enormous phantom drill bit? Wait a moment. Liang leaned in for a closer look, discerning that it was not an illusion, but rather countless tiny metallic particles whirling rapidly. This was likely a unique transformation that occurred only when Noah utilized it. Indeed, a miraculous creation, truly unparalleled. Watching Noah darting around the yard like a child with a new toy brought a smile to Leon's face. He coaxed her over to a small vegetable patch nearby to till the soil. He had discovered several bags of seeds in the brass carriage, initially intending to cultivate something in the compartment, but had failed to do so until now. If this planting could yield tender sprouts, it would mean self-sufficiency in growing vegetables in the future. Half an hour later, Leon wiped Noah's dirty little face affectionately and called her over for breakfast. Once they had replenished their energy, he took out the plague doctor's gloves, stained with the blood from his fingertips. It was time to ascend to Sequence 8. Inside the train, the brass cauldron gradually heated under the flames, with mercury beginning to boil and its vapors rising. Donning a gas mask, Leon's expression was complex. "Noah, are you certain this is safe to drink?" "Of course not. It's mercury," Noah replied with an air of certainty. "That's why the ascension must occur on the train. Only here will the power of the sequence protect you, transforming what would normally be harmful to the body into a part of the potion." Leon pondered for a moment before asking, "Will other sequences potions also contain materials like the blood of infected ability users?" "The infected ability users become materials for ascension in other sequences," Noah explained. "If that's the case, the relationships between different sequences must be quite intricate." "As far as I know, no," she shook her head. "Only the mechanic sequence operates that way." "Does this imply a certain compatibility?" Leon murmured, noting the uniqueness of the mechanic sequence. "Perhaps there were other reasons behind the hunts of your..." The mercury began to boil more vigorously. "Let me ask." Leon raised the brass spring. "How are we supposed to drink this?" "Fear not. It will work," Noah reassured him, taking the spring and tossing it into the cauldron. Next came the acorn and the root of mistletoe. The concoction grew increasingly complex, taking on a strange iron-gray hue as the brass spring swirled in the cauldron, creating a clattering sound. Instinctively, Leon stepped back, a reflexive act of aversion. Drinking this would surely be fatal. The final ingredient was extracted from the gloves, the plague doctor's fingertip blood. Generally speaking, Sequence 8 yields the best results, while Sequence 7 is often too potent for the body to endure. Sequence 6, though potentially rewarding, entails suffering that is almost inhuman. Before adding the blood into the mixture, Noah glanced at Leon. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Leon nodded. As a cauldron of boiling mercury filled his stomach, it would be odd if there were no pain. Drip. The fingertip blood fell into the potion, and as Noah continued to stir, the original iron gray began to fade. The essence of surgery infused the concoction, merging the glory, resilience, and heritage of classical craftsmanship into one cohesive whole. All materials began to melt simultaneously, including that conspicuous brass spring. It was as if some inexplicable reduction reaction was taking place in Leon's mind. As the brass chariot radiated a brilliant glow, the potion gradually transformed into a molten gold hue. This seemed to be exceedingly hot, did it not? Leon's expression was complex. Should he wait for it to cool before drinking, or act quickly? Open your mouth, Noah commanded, using tongs to lift the crucible. With a gurgling sound, the searing metallic crucible pressed against his lips, pouring over 300 degrees of boiling metal into his mouth. In an instant, Leon lost all sensation of his tongue. The luminous iron fluid penetrated through his cheeks, throat, chest cavity, and finally into his stomach. His initial reaction was not heat, but an icy chill, a bone-deep cold. Then, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh, an extreme searing sensation surged within him. Pain. Leon had anticipated discomfort, yet he was unprepared for such excruciating agony. His flesh felt as though it was being torn apart, as if countless gears were sprouting from the layers of bone and muscle, grinding through veins and nerves. Leon yearned to scream in release, but no sound escaped his lips. He could only watch helplessly as the torrent of heat seared through his insides. Instinctively, he clasped his abdomen, and the heat seemed to respond to some unseen guidance, beginning to coalesce. The intense pain and scorching heat rivaled the torment he had felt in his hands that day, yet this time it resided within his body, unvented and incommunicable, rendering it all the more unbearable. In a daze, Leon began to experience hallucinations and auditory illusions. He beheld a row of individuals, and at the center stood a molten gold figure, arms outstretched. "One among you shall betray me," it proclaimed. The agony persisted for an indeterminate span, until Leon opened his eyes once more, finding himself cradled in Noah's embrace. The golden-haired girl gazed at him with concern, visibly relieved upon realizing he had regained consciousness. It worked. No mishaps. The affirmation echoed in Leon's still foggy mind. What a relief. His tensed muscles began to relax. Perhaps it was the absence of good fortune that had led him to remain on high alert during this ascension. Fully prepared to expend his experience pack to upgrade his crossbow, ensuring his survival. Upon reflection, he had indeed made ample preparations. Sacrificing so much and even repairing the brass chariot, success was inevitable. The panel flickered before him, notification lights illuminating. Indeed, he had successfully ascended to Sequence 8, transitioning from mechanic to brass apostle. Wait a moment, shouldn't it be brass apprentice? Leon rose to his feet and examined his reflection in the mirror. The gear emblem on the back of his hand had grown considerably brighter, and there was now a similar gear emblem on the tip of his tongue. Was it a result of scalding his tongue while drinking the potion? Leon pondered, summoning the panel once more. Noah inquired while sliding the panel. What is the ability of the brass apprentice? It is combination, which allows one to fuse two mechanical creations together, amplifying or adding a particular capability. And what about communion? Leon turned his head. Well, that is one of my abilities, Noah replied, placing the heart of the forge in his mouth. That ability is called communion, serving as a precursor to liberation stance. Leon stroked his chin, contemplating the newfound ability. Not only did he possess combination, but now he also had communion. It seemed to differ from Noah's effect. Leon picked up a highly valuable iron nail, holding it between his teeth, and instinctively inhaled. The emblem on his tongue suddenly revolved, causing one end of the nail to glow with a molten red hue. His heartbeat quickened, blood surged, and hormones soared as power erupted from within him. He felt as if he had transformed into an internal combustion engine, operating at full capacity. Communion, you activated. Slowly exhaling a plume of scorching steam, Leon's expression grew complex. He had never smoked, yet could he now directly inhale components? Chapter 50. The Exceptional Crossbow. 3 days later, Leon emerged from beneath the train cannon and entered the restroom to wash his face. After wiping away the droplets, he approached the full-length mirror. Having ascended to Sequence 8 as a brass saint, the external changes were minimal. He had grown a couple of centimeters taller, and his arms, shoulders, and thighs had become significantly more robust, enhancing his combat prowess. Removing the sleeves of his brown jumpsuit and tying them around his waist, Leon inspected the injuries on his shoulders. The wounds inflicted by Meon's silver spears had nearly healed, leaving only faint scars. That seems rather swift, Leon muttered under his breath. Perhaps it was due to a balanced diet and the habit of rising early, as his wounds had always healed rapidly. As long as he hadn't injured his bones, he could almost walk the next day. After ascending to Brass Saint, this self-healing ability seemed to have improved, perhaps a result of the potion. A slower healing process would imply an increased risk of infection. Such rapid recovery was a dream for many. Leon nodded and picked up the pipe on the table, examining it for a moment. This small pipe, with a black ebony stem and brass base, was handcrafted by Noah himself, from drilling to polishing and installation. Utilizing the kiss of the cherub, it allowed for meticulous operation of miraculous quality mechanical creations using equally miraculous quality components. This unassuming little pipe could prove quite remarkable. In situations where he needed to employ communion without revealing his identity, it would serve as an excellent disguise. Stepping back a few paces, Leon scrutinized his reflection. His tool belt was filled with wrenches and screwdrivers, his black shoulder-length hair tied back, his vest and jumpsuit stained with grease, and a pipe perched between his lips. He truly resembled a young workshop owner. Straightening his posture, he activated the trigger mechanism. Click, click. A few mechanical spider legs, gleaming with the luster of brass, extended from behind, adjusting their direction in accordance with Leon's hand movements. The ability of the brass apostle combination. He initially intended to merge standard firearms with an exoskeleton. Yet that approach proved insufficiently agile. With the concept of Trinity enabling remote control, he decided to disassemble several inconsequential metal components from the brass chariot, combining this sturdy yet lightweight material with the powered exoskeleton to create mechanical claws operable through the hand of the Holy Spirit. This intricate linkage allowed for shooting while wielding the firearm, aiding movement, and even engaging in close combat. Leon had inquired with Noah, discovering that ordinary mechanics at this stage were typically preoccupied with assembling standard firearms. The creation of mechanical claws of this caliber far surpassed the capabilities of Sequence 8. Unfortunately, they would require cooling after minimal use, akin to the demands of overclocking. There remained room for enhancement. Clack, clack, clack. The mechanical claws interlocked as they landed, and Leon paused before the table, pushing aside the partially drawn blueprint. Rarely had he enjoyed such leisure in recent days. Beyond researching methods of combination and refining the designs, he contemplated further developments. With a swift motion, Leon opened a drawer, spilling an entire box of high-value components onto the table. An experience pack. He had kept it reserved, anticipating unforeseen circumstances. Fortunately, he had successfully averted the assassination attempt by Mion, and his promotion ceremony had proceeded smoothly. This trump card had remained unused until now. Having ascended to Sequence 8, it was time to utilize the experience pack. The equipment eligible for upgrade included a protective suit, powered exoskeleton, chainsaw sword, and nail gun type. Having felt the formidable strength of the exceptional train cannon, Leon resolved, without hesitation, to elevate his crossbow to an extraordinary level. The experience pack buzzed in response to his movements, the sheen of the components gradually fading. The panel illuminated. Type: nail gun, blueprint unlocked. Quality: excellent. Entry: activating penetrating shot significantly enhances the range and power of the next shot. Feature: until completely damaged, it will absorb damage on your behalf. Experience required for upgrade: 1000 upgradable. Your first creation, your eldest daughter. She has witnessed your struggles and battles, silently vowing to accompany you until the final moment. She has long awaited this reward. Shall you upgrade? Leon removed the wrist crossbow and confirmed with a tap. The gear emblem on his palm suddenly whirred to life, and two purple panels flickered into existence. Optional Upgrade 1, Silent Approach. Reduces the crossbow's presence through tactile and visual means across all dimensions, rendering it nearly unnoticed until the first arrow strikes the enemy. Hush. Await the opportunity. Optional Upgrade 2, Grand Entrance. Before shooting, one can issue a proclamation to all. The greater the number of individuals informed, the more potent the resulting shot. Tonight, I shall claim your life. Leon stroked his chin thoughtfully. The second option sounds quite impressive, although it feels rather ephemeral. Issuing a preemptive letter before committing an act would indeed elevate the difficulty to an insurmountable level. Even if one were to succeed, escape would remain elusive. Moreover, how significant could this enhancement truly be? How many individuals must be warned to outpace a train's cannon? In contrast, vanishing without a trace appears to be far more pragmatic. A crossbow, serving as a means of self-preservation, is best kept concealed. Choosing to upgrade, the moment his finger descended, a spectral blueprint materialized, and the crossbow levitated, swiftly disassembling into countless components. Following the same procedure as during previous upgrades, even after witnessing it once, Leon found it utterly astonishing. Optimizing, reconfiguring, eliminating redundancies, and arranging the circuitry. After half a minute, a brand new crossbow settled into Leon's hands. It felt remarkably light. He scarcely perceived its weight. It was as though he held a pulsating flame, the shadow cast by sunlight refracted through glass, or a flower blossoming in the glow of the setting sun. The gossamer thin metallic frame bore intricate engravings, depicting an angel with outspread wings and death lurking in the shadows. As he donned the crossbow and reached out to touch the brass frame, Leon observed it seemingly melt away, dispersing like vapor. The sensation was not the hard chill of metal. Rather, it was soft and comforting, akin to fabric. This meant it was an almost undetectable weapon, suitable for significant occasions, capable of delivering a lethal blow from a distance. Leon couldn't help but marvel. Truly, it was an extraordinary grade power crossbow. Upon reviewing the upgrade options, Leon began to examine the newly added attributes. Available Attribute 1. Harnessing Rage allows for charged shots. The longer the charge time before reaching the limit, the greater the power. This arrow has been 30 years in the making. Available Attribute 2. Granting Mercy enhances power during non-lethal shots. May my mercy surpass my wrath. Leon pondered deeply. No matter how potent non-lethal shots may be, they are ultimately futile. A finishing blow entails a secondary risk. Shooting an enemy in the foot might still allow them to fire back. Severing their hands could lead them to crawl forth and bite. As long as the adversary remains alive, this shot would be deemed a failure. Eradicate evil entirely. Uproot it completely. He selected the first option. Leon chose to harness his rage and continued to explore further. Feature: the Cyclops increases the powder chamber, allowing for the preloading of a small hand cannon. Beware of the snake. I mean the Colt Python. The characteristics of the Quartermaster allow you to transform another upgrade into a trait. While an abundance of good things may burden the weapon itself, she is willing to do this for you. Trait: Quartermaster activated. Acquired trait: Dressed for death. Trait: Dressed for death. Before shooting, declare a kill. The more witnesses, the greater the power. Trait: Eager. When other weapons gain experience, half of that experience is simultaneously awarded to this one. The mechanical creations surrounding you have instilled a sense of urgency in her. She longs to see you and is willing to exert herself for that purpose. Wait a moment. Leon waved his hand. He previously perceived the crossbow's description referring to it as her, akin to how one might refer to a beloved daughter, thinking it merely a metaphor. Yet, this increasingly feels amiss. It seems that upon reaching legendary quality, a shadowy female specter might emerge from the crossbow, haunting him endlessly. However, these three traits are undeniably powerful. The Cyclops grants the crossbow an alternative shooting method, and in conjunction with Dressed for Death, its might could become formidable. The Quartermaster can simultaneously accommodate two styles of upgrades, one being the core enhancement and the other existing as a trait, serving as a boon for those plagued by indecision. Although Eager may evoke a sense of unease based on its description, its cost-effectiveness is indeed remarkable. While you bombard the zombies, the crossbow can also accumulate experience. At this rate, even if it still requires a full 10,000 experience points to reach legendary quality, it is not an insurmountable task. This is an exceptional weapon. The traits and characteristics, when considered individually, are enough to drive one to madness. Leon gazed at the exquisite crossbow on his arm, faintly shimmering with a radiant glow. Unlike the train components that had been relentlessly enhanced by several specialized artisans, weapons are typically forged by a single craftsman, thus significantly elevating their value. A finely crafted standard weapon can be revered as a divine tool among the Wanderer's tribe. It is precisely due to their stability, precision, and strength that standard weapons are mass-produced. Even with substantial investment, few craftsmen would dare guarantee that they could produce equipment superior to standard weapons. Thus, exceptional quality serves as a threshold. Only those artisans who have genuinely created weapons of exceptional quality can be considered true masters, able to stand confidently before the leaders of shelters. Exceptional quality weapons rarely appear at auctions. They are more often directly bestowed upon nobles or council members in exchange for boundless power and wealth. Leon regarded the crossbow with admiration. Such a degree of optimization and improvement would take him months to conceive, followed by necessary adjustments to ensure it fits him perfectly. Shall I give her a name? After the upgrades were complete, a new prompt appeared before him. A name. Leon pondered for a moment. Initially, it was named for its ease of launching crossbow bolts akin to a nail gun. However, having ascended to the level of excellence, it is no longer fitting to retain such a humble name. Thus, Leon contemplated, having stroked his chin. This morning, he observed someone offering a handsome price for a flower named Braslotus, which smelled rather delightful. In translation, it should be referred to as brass lotus. Henceforth, you shall be called Lotus. The hand crossbow quivered slightly, seemingly pleased. Chapter 51. Exquisite light armor and an invitation after upgrading the hand crossbow. Leon fortuitously found himself with a surplus of experience packs. He dedicated these to the power exoskeleton, although it initially existed only as a rough draft. Through Leon's meticulous redrawing and numerous refinements, it had taken on a commendable appearance. The experience pack vanished entirely, and the exoskeleton proudly ascended to the exquisite level. Leon attempted to amalgamate it with the protective suit, resulting in the acquisition of light power armor, blueprint unlocked. Quality, exquisite. Attributes, increased protection. Ability to summon a vanishing gas mask at will, anti-slip gloves. Attributes. Overclocking allows the power armor to operate beyond its limits for a brief period, at the cost of generating substantial overheated steam. New attribute. Secondary overclocking instantly maximizes power armor output, producing copious overheated steam. New attribute. Lintai optimizes the structure of the legs and hips, significantly enhancing mobility. Feature. Enhanced capability of Iron Spider mechanical claws to adhere to walls. Feature. Improved defensive performance with Kevlar and non-Newtonian fluid. As Leon moved his limbs, feeling the exoskeleton, which though slightly heavier, was significantly more streamlined, he spun contentedly beneath the ceiling of the compartment. The secondary overclocking was precisely the attribute he desired. Now, it could be utilized directly without relying on Noah's liberation. Coupled with Lintai and Iron Spider, both offensive and evasive capabilities had seen considerable enhancement. It would certainly astonish onlookers. The improved defensive performance, combined with loyalty and the Heart of Eden, rendered him much more resilient. Now, as long as vital points were not struck, a few bullets posed no significant threat. The enveloping full-body armor also provided protection to his sides, preventing vulnerabilities from being exposed beneath the ribs. Of course, a spear of sequence 6, like Mion's, would still pose a challenge. Perhaps he could endure half a second longer before being pierced, and with some fortune, deflect 1 or 2 shots. Leon reached out and patted the temporarily idle chainsaw sword. This little rascal was too unruly to be carried around the city. Attaching it to the power armor would increase the overall weight and compromise stealth. In comparison, both the single-use armor-piercing spike he had been carrying and the 30-year-old bayonet he seized from the kidnappers were far more convenient. Do not worry. You simply have not yet encountered an opportunity, Leon reassured the chainsaw sword. The chainsaw sword lay silently, unresponsive. Leon occasionally conversed with the mechanical creation, finding no issue with it, although Noah deemed it somewhat unsettling. The mechanical entity had significantly enhanced his combat capabilities beyond that. Leon removed his gloves, observing the bite marks on his palm. Logically, zombies could grow stronger by consuming one another. Given that he had ingested the blood of a sequence 6 infected, should he not also experience some enhancement? Leon paused, contemplating. Could this be the reason? As a zombie who had consumed a fellow infected, his healing speed had increased, and his physical attributes had improved. His condition remained complex, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Is anyone there? A knock at the door interrupted Leon's musings. He retracted his mechanical claw, leaped off the train, and opened the door. Standing outside was a petite girl, her thick glasses perched on her nose, clad in a white lab coat. She was the granddaughter of the infected doctor, a victim of the abduction case, and a bookish doctor of Sequence 9. I am Pello. She bowed slightly, introducing herself. Thank you for your assistance last time, Mr. Leon. I remember, Pello. Please, come in. Leon smiled, gesturing for her to enter. Is there something you wish to discuss? I don't think I should go in. Pello's voice trembled slightly, revealing her discomfort in social interactions, particularly when confronted with challenging topics. Leon patiently awaited her words. I am aware of what transpired between you and Sister Mion. It took Pello considerable time to articulate the latter part of her statement. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. Realizing Leon was Mion's former partner, She found herself entangled in a web of conflicting emotions. Given their shared past, how was she to navigate her own existence and repay her debts? Over the past few days, she had oscillated between making house calls and deep contemplation, ultimately arriving at an answer today. Oh, Leon raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. She spoke of their fierce battles in the wasteland, a temporary truce. One party plotting to assassinate the second ogre, while the other sought to locate a lost carriage. Did she divulge even this to you? Leon pulled Pello into the courtyard and closed the door. With many ears about, we must exercise caution. The space suddenly felt constricted, rendering the young doctor uneasy. She bowed her head, with Leon's breath merely inches away. Sister Mion did not state it outright. I deduced it myself, Pello replied. You managed to figure that out? Leon found it hard to believe. Yet upon reflection, it seemed Pello and Mion had known each other for quite some time. If they truly understood one another, such deductions might not be so difficult. What are your thoughts? Leon inquired. I have no objections whatsoever. Pello appeared to have mentally prepared herself. She stood at attention, closed her eyes, and responded in a tone akin to a soldier addressing a superior. Mion is the sister I admire, and Mr. Leon is my savior. Both hold significant importance in my life. Until I can personally verify the truth, I shall refrain from hastily judging who is right or wrong. Ultimately, matters of this nature are inherently complex, as the human heart is a labyrinth of intricacies. In any case, I beseech you to allow me the liberty to visit frequently. Pello clasped her hands together. Oh, that was quite eloquent, Leon remarked, raising an eyebrow. I have heard you grew up in a refuge. I did not expect such profound insight from you. Thanks to those romance novels, Pello replied. Do romance novels really delve into this? Rather, they incessantly explore this theme. Pello exclaimed, stamping her foot. Suddenly recalling something, she seized Leon's arm and peered into the courtyard. What about the young mistress? The young mistress? Are you referring to Noah? She has been engaged in combat training for quite some time and has yet to rise. Leon gestured toward the bedroom. Combat training. Pello tightened her grip on Leon's sleeve, cold sweat beginning to bead on her forehead. She had hoped that after presenting Noah with a blueberry tart, their relationship might improve, at least to the extent that the young mistress would contemplate eliminating Leon and then taking her own life, along with her own. Was that hope entirely in vain? No, perhaps it is merely routine training. May I inquire where she conducts her training? Pello asked softly, clinging to the last vestige of hope. Over there. Leon pointed toward the vegetable garden. After receiving the kiss of the cherub, Noah had been quite exhilarated, turning over that little patch of earth several times. With her newfound expertise, she had also watered and fertilized it, and by today, one could see a couple of tender green sprouts emerging. Unfortunately, Leon was unaware of what these seeds might yield, hopefully something edible. Buried alive. Pello shivered, her hope dashed. By the way, how did Sister Mion overcome her own trials? When they disembarked from the carriage, Noah even took the initiative to assist her. Their bond was evidently strong. Could it be the radiance of maternal affection? Pello glanced at her own flat chest. Alas, she lamented, bowing her head in despair. A brother complex that leads to dreadful actions is undoubtedly a psychological affliction. Wait, perhaps such psychological issues could be addressed by Miss Inya? A scholar of the Ember Transmission series might be able to influence the young mistress. After all, I must find an opportunity to introduce them. Before that, here lies an offering for the young mistress. I kindly request you to relay it. Presented before her was a massive tote bag filled with books. Leon extracted one. The Art of Capturing Hearts and Relationships. A Guide for the Aspiring Casanova. How peculiar is the title of this romance novel? Leon remarked, returning it to the bag. Are you intending to gift these to Noah? Indeed. These are my cherished treasures accumulated over the years. I hope she accepts this offering and refrains from unleashing a spree of violence for the time being. Do you harbor some strange misapprehension? Leon sighed, yet he felt compelled to express his gratitude to Noah, for she had a profound affection for literature. She had perused the book Detective Marlowe repeatedly. Leon reminisced about the peculiar novel with a cover depicting a muscular man emerging from a coffin, triumphantly wielding a staff. I, too, am an admirer. I possess the complete collection of the deluxe editions, among which The Death of Detective Marlowe and The Return of Detective Marlowe are my absolute favorites. They are truly masterpieces. Pello's speech accelerated, his eyes sparkling like stars. The author resided in the Magnesium Hall, yet regrettably, his actions were shrouded in mystery, and no one knew his true identity. Leon stroked his chin thoughtfully. The individual who signed as Yin dwelled in the Magnesium Hall, as a form of retribution for providing Noah with her forbidden sibling affection. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to confront him. Furthermore, Mr. Liang, after offering his tribute, Pello cleared his throat, stating that he had come on behalf of his grandfather, who wished to converse with him. Achoo! Achoo! In the apartment, Inya paused in her task of organizing manuscripts, having sneezed several times in succession. Is she coming down with a cold? Minal was busy packing her belongings. With the surgery completed, she was to temporarily return to her primary occupation as a fortune teller in the circus. Fortunately, it seemed that someone had mentioned her, and several times at that. Inya rubbed her nose, speculating that it was her elder brother who had been secretly chastising her. He had been feeling quite out of sorts lately, and she had a tendency to provoke his ire. Minal chuckled in resignation. In the past, she would have perceived Inya's situation as bragging, enrolled in university, financially secure, with a wonderful brother, and a formal resident of the sanctuary. However, after a few days of interaction, Minal's perspective on Inya had shifted. This psychologist was merely a tad eccentric at times, not intentionally so. Are you leaving? Inya inquired. Yes. Thank you for your care these past few days, Minal replied, lifting her luggage. I shall prepare a token of appreciation. Why be so formal? Inya hastily approached, embracing her neck with a smile. We are comrades, after all. You are always welcome to visit me. Minal felt somewhat uncomfortable, yet she did not push Inya away. Instead, she nodded in agreement. Indeed. Chapter 52. Your kindness is appreciated. As anticipated, he arrived. Liang took a deep breath. At the dinner party that evening, the beaked oddity seemed to utter little and appeared to be merely an observer. However, his proactive gesture of offering a drop of blood indicated that the plague doctor not only deduced the identities of Liang and his companions earlier than Mian, but also surmised that he intended to ascend to sequence 8, necessitating such materials. The saying the observer sees clearly perhaps applied here. As for Liang himself, he wished to meet with the plague doctor for a brief conversation. He yearned to inquire how this sequence 6 infected individual maintained his sanity, and if possible, whether he could eliminate his own infection. The sensation of sporadically developing a low fever, the urge to bite, and the uncertainty of awakening each night was indeed unbearable. Noah, I am heading out. Shouting towards the bedroom, Liang heard a muffled response before pushing open the courtyard gate. He made his way to the underground mining area, where a continuous line of makeshift shelters resembled mushrooms thriving in dark, damp corners. A gaunt line of impoverished individuals formed, waiting to receive their daily ration. Above the subway platform, an electronic screen displayed the latest updates. Today's magnesium quota has been reduced to 255 grams. Additional magnesium sheets can be purchased if needed. Unauthorized miners will be sent to the 6th mining zone and must complete 20 hours of mandatory labor. Amidst the lifeless crowd, a hunched man murmured, Did you hear about the explosion a few days ago? They say it was a gas leak. They're hiring for repairs, and you can earn $1 a day. Another replied, What good is that meager amount? The next explosion could very well be here, and we all ascend together. Once I finish collecting today's quota, I will have enough to cover myself in 20 grams. The fertile magnesium beyond the wasteland can protect me from the zombie infection. He pondered, yearning for an end to this dreary existence. Is the celebration not yet over? I long to escape the underground and bask in the sun. A chorus of low murmurs enveloped the area, resembling a collective dream. Occasionally, individuals would convulse, vomit, or faint. The figure responsible for distributing the quotas, a member of the Iron Throne, displayed clear impatience on their face. These loathsome, impoverished souls resembled maggots in this sanctuary. No one knew how they had come to be in such a state. Disease, poverty, misfortune, the reasons were as varied as they were numerous. Since the establishment of the Magnesium Hall, this group had existed, collecting the daily rations issued by the council, trading them at the power plant for food, or believing that magnesium could prevent infection, hoarding the flammable powder and dreaming fanciful dreams. Some even inhaled the substance, seeking a fleeting thrill, only to suffer severe pneumonia afterward. Honestly, he felt the council should cast these parasites into the wasteland to fend for themselves. Even if a rare few occasionally worked as miners, the value they produced was negligible. Ugh, these wretched things are truly bothersome, aren't they? A voice interrupted his thoughts, and he turned to see a tall woman clad in heavy armor. Not all members of the Iron Throne were law enforcers, yet the weight of her armor was unmistakable. Commander, she acknowledged with a salute. There's no need for such formality. I was only promoted yesterday when the miracle train arrived. She waved off. Don't burden yourself with this labor. I'll take your place today. But that is not acceptable. Came the protest. Enough of that. The person over there is your girlfriend, isn't she? Next time I'm on duty, you can cover for me in return. Thank you, Commander, he exclaimed, watching her retreating figure. White Silver weighed the container in her hand, retrieving a stack of flyers from behind her. Here, take this and familiarize yourself with it. As she handed over the magnesium powder, she also passed the flyers. The celebration is imminent, yet the streets remain vibrant. Such vibrancy is inevitable, as the refugees have been relegated to the vicinity of the underground mines, eking out a meager existence in shantytowns constructed from makeshift shelters. Liang and Pe Luo stroll side by side, acutely aware of the heightened tension in the air compared to the previous days. Occasionally, snippets of conversation about the gas explosion that occurred 3 days prior can be overheard, with rumors circulating that manpower is being recruited for urgent repairs. There are glimpses of individuals whispering furtively, their discussions abruptly ceasing as someone approaches, casting furtive glances at one another. Horse-drawn carriages pass by intermittently, with nobles inside pinching their noses and furrowing their brows. Young men clad in finery gather around ordinary vendors, laughing and jesting. However, none dare to cast a lingering glance at Liang, despite his lack of a conductor's uniform. Presently, he bears the appearance of a workshop owner, a status that, much like that of a conductor, places him among the upper echelons of the outer districts. With the near extinction of the mechanic hierarchy, the majority of skilled artisans now belong to the blacksmiths, identified with the Iron Throne hierarchy, which concurrently serves as the enforcers of law. The artisans and enforcers operate in collusion, and in some respects, a workshop owner like Liang may elicit more apprehension than a typical conductor. The Iron Throne, he mused, stroking his chin. It is undeniable that following the acquisition of the brass sacred carriage, the status of the blacksmiths has soared. According to the train schedule, the Iron Throne should have arrived at the Magnesium Hall early yesterday morning for a brief stopover, exchanging goods while adding a new batch of Sequence 9s. Perhaps a visit to the platform would reveal 1 or 2 carriages that originally belonged to the brass sacred carriage. If only he could seize them directly. Regrettably, such thoughts remain mere fantasies for Liang. His current objective is the carriage that was discovered simultaneously with Noah last month, which was transported to the Magnesium Hall ahead of the others and is yet to be claimed by any other sequence. Mr. Liang. A gentle tug at his coat brought him back from his reverie. I saw your train parked in the yard. It looks quite impressive, Pe Luo said, a hint of bashfulness in her voice as she sought to engage him in conversation. Really? Liang chuckled, interpreting her words as simple flattery. Truth be told, the shabby green train's disguise would elicit a shake of the head from even the most tolerant observer. It hardly aligns with the notion of being impressive. Mr. Liang, have you traveled to many places? She continued to inquire. Not particularly, he replied. My hometown is a small refuge called Jiangxing, located several hundred kilometers away. He gestured toward the distance, mentioning that their journey had taken them past several small and medium-sized refuges, a fraction of which had already been overrun. The displaced individuals had become wanderers, and as wanderers congregated, they would establish new sanctuaries. It is likely that by the time the stargazing train returns, the map at the station will have been updated. Aside from the refuges, Pe Luo pondered, what is the world beyond like, Mr. Liang? Liang raised an eyebrow. He once thought that Pello was merely seeking a topic of conversation, engaging with a conductor to extol the virtues of his train and inquire about the routes he had traversed. Beyond the iron tracks, the train, and the sanctuaries. What else is there? If it were indeed a matter of small talk, such inquiries would be inappropriate. A private train halting in the wilderness equates to death. All conductors would find themselves momentarily speechless at Pello's words, with the exception of Leon. He and Noah often made impromptu stops to seek out lakes, gather firewood, and hunt wild boars, hares, and does, occasionally encountering grizzly bears. Thus, Leon could respond to this query, setting aside trains, zombies, ferocious beasts, wanderers, and all perilous, nauseating elements. Leon smiled, for the wilderness possesses a certain beauty. One might occasionally spot hoof prints in the muddy earth. Following them could lead to a herd of deer, and sometimes they might stumble upon hunting wolves. The river waters are crystal clear, but should one encounter wanderers panning for gold in the wild, they would soon become muddied. With a stroke of luck, one might discover an abandoned car obscured by vines. Breaking a window could yield magazines from before the day of reckoning. It is said that presenting them to the emissaries of the new order could result in a handsome reward. Encountering a squirrel-esque cache in a tree hollow might reveal a bounty of nuts, sufficient to last quite a while. If there is concern that the squirrel might perish without food for the winter, one could consume the stash together. Indeed, the wilderness is fraught with danger, yet it is equally enchanting. Those conductors who have amassed enough wealth yet continue to roam the tracks likely share this sentiment. Once one has tasted the sweetness of freedom, it becomes exceedingly difficult to remain confined within a sanctuary. Leon lifted his gaze to the distant, endless walls. Within the obelisk, little sky is visible, and as the surrounding walls rise higher, the azure hue gradually fades. He lowered his head and saw the girl's eyes sparkling with a brilliance akin to stars. Suddenly, Leon pondered why Pello, who so disliked conversing with others, would venture to the quarantine station at the platform. Perhaps she yearned to be closer to the outside world. She dreamt of the wilderness. How wonderful, Pello sighed, adjusting her glasses. I envy you, Mr. Leon. If you wish to breathe the outside air, why not take the white robe train? Leon inquired. You are quite talented. They would not turn you away. Regrettably, Mr. Leon, I have voluntarily relinquished my eligibility to board the miracle train. Pello shook her head. I am terrified of death. Terrified of death? I saw you fiercely resist the kidnappers at the factory, Leon said, taking 2 candied hawthorns from a vendor and offering one to Pello. You are a brave individual. No, it's different. Pello sighed. I do not wish to board a train and perish on an expedition. That would mean my life was merely a means for my grandfather to consolidate his power, and it would feel utterly unworthy. During the kidnapping incident, my grandfather sacrificed me for the vaccine. I can somewhat comprehend that, and will not delve deeper. Nobles often send their children to the battlefield first. Only through greater sacrifice will they command obedience. I refused to be discarded as a mere sacrifice, thus I resorted to the most rebellious means. I had the authorities sign an ordinance prohibiting my enlistment. Consequently, I remained in the Magnesium Hall, destined to linger there indefinitely, as a mere sequence 9 for life. My grandfather is exceedingly angered, and to this day, he harbors resentment towards me. I have been unable to fully comprehend his feelings. Just as I surmise he struggles to understand mine. The more I attempt to elucidate this matter, the more anguish it brings. Remaining silent, however, allows life to proceed as it once did. I apologize for uttering such peculiar thoughts. Pelu covered her mouth, casting a timid glance at Leon, offering an embarrassed smile. Being in the company of Mr. Leon brings a sense of ease, compelling her to speak her innermost thoughts. I feel honored. Leon chuckled softly, patting her head. Pelu shivered slightly at the touch, discreetly averting her gaze, tacitly accepting this physical contact. I shall heed every word you utter, Pelu, Leon assured her. Together, we shall devise a solution. All right, thank you for your guidance. Pelu's face flushed crimson as she bowed deeply. Chapter 53. I always knew you were extraordinary. Leon initially assumed Pelu would escort him to the clinic or the epidemiologist's laboratory, but to his surprise, she led him through the underground passages, traversing the mining area, eventually halting near the slums. Having seen this place from a distance before, today marked his first close encounter. The shanties were enclosed with tattered black netting for separation, with buckets, pickaxes, and wooden planks strewn about in the corners. Some wooden planks served as makeshift beds for emaciated individuals, their ribs protruding alarmingly, gasping for breath, and occasionally succumbing to fits of coughing. Most of the shanties were vacant, suggesting it was time for the distribution of daily rations. Inhalational pneumonia and magnesium poisoning, Pelu remarked, her voice dropping a notch. Symptoms include vomiting, cramping, loss of appetite, and coughing. Leon nodded in acknowledgement. The plight of these individuals was scarcely better than that of the undead. Not far ahead, he spotted the epidemiologist conversing with someone in a nearby cave. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the familiar face, disheveled, bearded, adorned in a sweater paired with a short trench coat. Compared to earlier, at least the sweater was no longer pilled, appearing somewhat refreshed. Old man, we had no part in this. You must believe me, Zhang San implored, his face a mask of despair. The 3 fishermen, typically mild-mannered, were known to occasionally frequent dance halls, hardly the type capable of committing such heinous acts. Humph, the epidemiologist scoffed. Old man, come on. This new official, Ogatu, is stirring up trouble. If you pursue this matter, what will become of the storm sequence? The epidemiologist remained silent. Zhang San scratched his head in frustration. If this were indeed our doing, we would confess. The issue is, his gaze shifted and landed on Leon, who was observing the commotion. He raised an eyebrow. What are you doing here? We are occupied with serious matters, Zhang San's expression conveyed. Leon shrugged and strode forward. Who is this wild brat? Do you have an appointment? If not, be off. Adults are discussing serious matters. Zhang San interjected, positioning himself to shield the physician, casting frantic glances at Leon. The physician, a rare sixth-tier practitioner in the entire Magnesium Hall, was notorious for his bluntness and fiery temper. A cold-hearted fanatic who had sent his son, daughter-in-law, and grandson into service, he commanded respect from both superiors and the council alike. The old man was presently in a foul mood, and Leon, an ordinary person, had recklessly intruded. He might very well end up dismembered and transformed into a mere stick. Leon, your timing is impeccable. The physician beckoned, pushing aside the obstructive Zhang San. Wait until I send this person away, it won't take long. He retrieved 2 syringes from his pocket, aiming one at Zhang San's lower back. Spare me, Zhang San yelped, darting a few steps forward, incredulously turning to Leon. Do you two know each other? Indeed, Leon nodded. Zhang San stood frozen for a few seconds, then, noticing Pei Luo peeking from a distance, glanced back at Liang's face, suddenly enlightened. He pulled Liang aside and whispered, Noah mentioned you were dining with a noble lady. Is this the one? It seemed rather unfair that his sister had lost to the physician's granddaughter. But do you actually like this type? A lowly enthusiast, are we? It's Mianin. Pei Luo had stealthily approached, startling Zhang San. But I was there too, she added. Zhang San's eyes widened. 2 at once. And you expect them to coexist harmoniously? Liang, you are a deeply sinful man. A handsome face truly allows one to do as one pleases. Does the physician know about this? You must keep it under wraps. Otherwise, he'll transform you into a stitched beast in no time. I was there too. The physician interjected calmly, drawing closer. Zhang San remained silent. After a long pause, he leaped back, creating distance, turning to leave as if resolved to something. I still have water boiling on the stove. I must take my leave. It was all too bizarre. Every encounter with Liang seemed to yield the uncanny. To simultaneously date 2 noble ladies and expect them to coexist peacefully was one thing, but to have a family member thrown into the mix was utterly perplexing. What was truly going on? Delving deeper felt like it would lead to a silencing. Liang had rescued Pei Luo without so much as a hair out of place. The physician remarked coldly, his willingness to stand up for a stranger far surpasses your own, as well as those selfish rascals on the Iron Throne. Oh, is that so? Liang had indeed saved Pei Luo. Zhang San's eyes widened once more, astonished as before. I knew you were no ordinary fellow. He nudged Liang with his elbow. You mentioned earlier that if it were indeed you two behind this, you would certainly own up to it. The physician paused. I am not unreasonable, either. Just as Leon arrived, I posed the question before you. Leon, do you believe the kidnappers are fishermen from the storm sequence? The tunnel fell into an unexpected silence. Zhang San and the epidemiologist simultaneously turned their gazes towards Leon, who narrowed his eyes. Had I thrown the question at him? The epidemiologist had not arrived at the scene promptly, and Pello had dropped his glasses, rendering him unable to see clearly. Indeed, he was the sole eyewitness. The forthcoming answer undoubtedly pertained to the survival environment of the entire storm sequence within the Magnesium Hall. I sensed something amiss, Leon began slowly. Though I cannot assert definitively that this was the work of fishermen, I am certain that the kidnappers are not merely fishermen. I have also mentioned that a person I injured managed to escape. He had crossed paths with me on the wasteland, and he is a wanderer. Leon produced a bayonet and handed it over. This is a 30-year model bayonet, which I wrested from his grasp. We all wield weapons like harpoons. The 30-year model possesses insufficient power to be effective at sea. Zhang San glanced at the bayonet. Rest assured, old man, not only do I trust in Leon's integrity, but I also have faith in my own discernment. As for me, I am certainly not one to speak recklessly or distort the truth. The epidemiologist turned his gaze towards Leon, who nodded in affirmation. Since Leon has spoken thus, I shall refrain from filing a complaint for the time being. The epidemiologist acknowledged with a nod. However, your people have indeed harassed and obstructed my research. I shall deal with them upon my return. Zhang San stood at attention, declaring, Moreover, I shall mobilize them to seek out the perpetrator, restoring our innocence and providing you with peace of mind. That sounds agreeable. The epidemiologist nodded. Now be off. I have matters to discuss with Leon. Very well. Zhang San obediently departed. Leon observed with amusement. noting how Zhang San, a Sequence 7, could almost swagger within the shelter, yet appeared so timid before the epidemiologist. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Those of higher sequences are more acutely aware that each advancement signifies substantial enhancement. To a Sequence 6, a Sequence 7 may not differ much from an ordinary person. That fool. No wonder he is pushed forward as a scapegoat by his peers. The epidemiologist sighed, a truly insipid do-gooder. Leon, let us discuss this matter privately. Do you have any conjectures regarding the mastermind behind it all? Indeed, Leon nodded. He could not confirm whether the sniper and Mion were indeed aligned. Although both were wanderers, they had never been seen together, and conclusive evidence eluded him. However, based on instinct and an incomplete logical chain, the likelihood of Mion's involvement seemed significant. It appears my suspicions were correct. The epidemiologist observed Leon's expression and sighed. The Mion I remember does not seem like the type to commit such acts. It seems she has changed considerably over the years. Let us proceed. I have something to show you. The epidemiologist took a step forward. Let us be direct, Leon. Do you have anything to say? I am an infected one. And so are you. Leon followed closely behind the epidemiologist as they ventured deeper into the tunnel. I am the current conductor of the brass holy chariot, traversing through Sequence 8 of the Mechanic's Path. Your lack of hostility towards the Mechanic's Path is appreciated, and I thank you for your bloodied fingertips. Quite intriguing indeed. The plague doctor appears somewhat astonished. Few would dare to declare you an infected one within this entire magnesium hall. The mention of the brass holy chariot is even more taboo, and its sudden utterance leaves the plague doctor in awe of Leon's audacity. Nevertheless, there is little to conceal, as only the two of them remain, with even Pello having departed beforehand. I am still perplexed as to how you recognized my identity, Leon inquired, eager to discern where he might have faltered. Would you believe me if I said that those from the Mechanic's Path carry a scent of machine oil? The plague doctor tapped on his beaked mask. In my youth, I spent considerable time working alongside a mechanic, thus I can detect it. Fear not. Only the infected possess such a sense of smell. I should be considered an exception. May I examine your wound? Leon removed his gloves. The plague doctor scrutinized the injury closely under the glow of the emergency light, exclaiming in wonder. You have not developed antibodies. The mutation continues to progress. Is it remarkable that this process has been temporarily halted by mechanical constructs? He released his grip, noting that even among mechanics, you belong to a notably resilient class. I have not encountered such a case before. You flatter me, Leon replied, donning his gloves once more. As he conversed with the plague doctor, he realized the man spoke with an extraordinary bluntness. There was no superfluous chatter. Thoughts were spoken as they came, rendering the exchange of information exceedingly efficient. May I draw a vial of your blood? Certainly. 2 vials. That is acceptable. 3. Very well. I am jesting. 1 vial will suffice. With an unusual sense of humor, Leon silently added a new impression of the plague doctor to his mind. You wish to engage with August 2 to inquire about the whereabouts of the lost carriage. Do you not? The plague doctor continued, suggesting it was a commendable approach. Regrettably, had this been years prior, I could have facilitated an introduction through my position as a council member. Alas, I have since distanced myself from the council and find it difficult to converse with August 2. However, following the forthcoming discoveries, he should be inclined to meet with you. Incidentally, this matter is also connected to you. The natural gas explosion 3 days ago unearthed certain elements that would have otherwise remained concealed. Chapter 54, Dressed for Death. Here we are. After traversing an unknown distance, the plague doctor finally halted his steps. According to Leon's sense of direction, they had reached the edge of the magnesium hall. A mere step further would lead them to the towering walls of the obelisk. As the plague doctor cleared the soil, Leon discerned an opening. The metal plate had been worn thin, ultimately succumbing to the burden, revealing a distinct breach that had been excavated. It was not overly large, barely sufficient for one to crawl through. Could it be? Leon paused momentarily. He extended his hand into the aperture and shot forth a grappling hook. The cable tightened, and Leon tugged at the arrowhead, twisting the dirt that clung to it. It was dry. The passage leads outside, towards the refuge beyond. Something has excavated a tunnel several meters deep, circumventing the metallic walls of the magnesium hull and the track heating system. It appears that among the zombies, there are not only the intelligent ones responsible for command, but also deep rock sequence infected. The medic's voice is remarkably calm. They are quite adept at digging. The situation should not have been this dire. It seems some fool, originating from who knows where, ventured here to test the drilling machine's strength, creating a commotion that attracted those zombies. In other words, an unknown number of zombies have already infiltrated the magnesium hall. Leon completed the latter part of the sentence, his expression gravely serious. However, it shouldn't be too many. The sentinels are not idle, and there should only be a few. The medic shook his head. The issue lies in the virus's transmission rate of 1 to 10 and 10 to 100. These few are also the intelligent ones who exercise restraint. Once an outbreak occurs, he left the thought unspoken. Leon nodded, understanding the medic's implication. Once an outbreak occurs, not only would it result in significant casualties, but the screening mechanisms for the infected would become exponentially stricter, leading to their inevitable discovery. In any case, let us seal this hole first. Leon retrieved a crossbow bolt and a cable. With a click, a mechanical claw extended from behind him as he connected it to a portable gas canister, and the light of a welding torch ignited. He possessed quite a few metal items akin to crossbow bolts and cables. Although their strength does not rival that of the nearly indestructible Iron Throne metal, they can withstand for a time. Remarkable. Observing Leon as he operated the mechanical claw to mend the fissure, the medic's eyes brimmed with admiration. Indeed, compared to the clumsy metallurgy of the Iron Throne, witnessing a mechanic at work is far more gratifying. This technique of almost stitching metal wounds bears a striking resemblance to the suturing of the white robe sequence. Leon's movements, even to a doctor of sequence 6, displayed no errors, exhibiting a precision that contained a certain artistry. This was accomplished using the mechanical claw rather than his hands. After a rough repair, Leon activated the ability of the brass saint. The areas where the cracks had been mended became smooth, the gaps sealed, appearing nearly as good as new. I have also made preparations. The medic withdrew several pheromones from his belt and inserted them into the soil. Following this, he produced a bundle of scrolls and affixed them above the gap. The incantation for stargazing gradually illuminated, significantly diminishing the presence of the fissure. A few dozen meters behind the two, several pairs of crimson eyes quietly fixated upon them. The leading zombie was diminutive, with half of its head severely burned and grotesquely disfigured. The wind was in their favor. They could not detect the scent from this direction. Both individuals were preoccupied with repairing the fissure, caught off guard. It was an opportune moment. One zombie gestured. It was tall, wearing a miner's safety helmet, and wielding a pickaxe. Shall we proceed? The miner continued gesturing. No, we shall not. The diminutive leader of the zombies gestured, pointing at Leon and then caressing his severely burned head, indicating the man's prowess. We should retreat and bide our time, he suggested, gesturing toward his comrades. You are afraid, the miner retorted, clenching his fist. Not afraid. The small zombie's gaze darkened as he pointed to his own head, urging caution for survival. You are afraid, the miner growled, raising his pickaxe in a low, furious roar. If you wish to leave, then go. The small zombie narrowed his eyes and turned to depart. The remaining zombies stood still for a few seconds before a few began to follow him toward the tunnel's exit. The miner grinned, lifting his pickaxe as the surrounding earth and stones trembled with his breath. You could privately inform Augustus too about this matter, and I could subsequently persuade him to finance the vaccine, which would facilitate matters greatly, the plague doctor remarked. You also deserve credit for discovering the fissure, which could serve as a conversation starter with Augustus too. Leon abruptly intercepted the plague doctor. The rusted pickaxe grazed his nose before plunging deeply into the earth. Failing to hit its target, the shadow lurking in the corner suddenly rolled, akin to a large armadillo clad in earth and stone armor, ferociously crashing into Leon's legs. Crack! Mechanical claws sprang forth, and Leon ascended the wall in an illogical trajectory, hanging upside down. Iron Spider activated. Be cautious. There is more than one. Leon extended his hand, and the liquid lattice instantaneously solidified into a grotesque, yet exquisite form, golden flowers blooming upon it. Control rage engaged. The mechanism continued to stretch, the power reservoir boiling as immense force brewed within the arrow. Amidst the chaos, the plague doctor charged toward the shadow behind the miner. The gleam of the scalpel flickered as limbs were meticulously disassembled, scattering like cake crumbs across the ground. The aged, infected sequence 6 moved with the agility of a young man. No scent, he exclaimed, lifting his head. That creature is a sequence 6, silver lung. Leon squinted, his mind racing. I shall unleash a full-force shot. His declaration echoed within the tunnel. Dressed for death, activated. Piercing shot activated. Everything transpired in an instant as Leon aimed at the stone sphere that had narrowly missed him, now rebounding toward him. He pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Steam erupted behind Leon. The immense wind pressure sending his hair and clothing fluttering wildly, as golden light burst forth like a thunderbolt. The exceptional crossbow released its full might. Boom! The bolt collided with the massive 2-meter stone sphere, forcing it to slide away and crash against the rock wall. Countless stones began to fall in a cacophony, and the stone sphere lay still. Is it dead? This thought flickered through Leon's mind for a fleeting moment, only to be promptly dismissed. The exceptional crossbow indeed possesses immense power, yet it does not reach the capability of slaying a sequence 6 with a single arrow. Whoosh! 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 3 luminous projectiles surged forth, embedding themselves into the adversary's body. The stone sphere trembled violently, its ruse of feigning death to lure the enemy closer exposed. And it appeared incensed. The bolts lodged within its body inflicted excruciating agony upon the sequence 6 silver lung. It shook violently for a moment before commencing a rapid roll, spiraling chaotically through the tunnel like a pinball within a machine. Clang! Several surgical knives flew out, wielding the authority of dissection, striking the stone sphere. Grievous wounds manifested instantaneously, only to be swiftly concealed by the newly added earth and stone. The defense is impenetrable. The plague doctor shook his head, clad in white. He was not particularly adept in combat. His offensive capabilities were limited to surgical knives and toxic gas. Yet, this was a silver lung. Let us go. Leon leaped down the rock face. Engaging with the deep rock sequence miners within the cavern was evidently unwise. The immediate priority was to escape, utilizing the multitude of refugees in the slums to amplify the imminent assault, aiming to eliminate this monstrous entity with a single arrow. Boom! Boom! The stone sphere continued to bounce and spiral within the tunnel, the heavy impacts causing visceral pain. Whoosh! It charged towards Leon and the plague doctor with a terrifying speed. Scarcely slower than a train, Leon suddenly stomped the ground, deploying mechanical claws and grappling hooks in rapid succession. Hyperfrequency, double hyperfrequency, links. The leg thrusters unleashed a torrent of steam, while cables shot forth from his hips, utilizing the recovery apparatus to further enhance Leon's velocity. The plague doctor also sprinted fervently. After injecting a red serum into his neck, he ran with agility comparable to Leon's. Of course, the bulging veins beneath his skin indicated that this was not without its toll. Scalding steam erupted repeatedly, the burns causing Leon to grit his teeth, feeling as though he might be cooked alive. Whoosh! A green syringe accurately pierced his vein, rapidly healing the burns. Is this the strength of a doctor? Leon thought with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Splash! Earth and stone erupted, and Leon could vaguely discern the light at the tunnel's entrance, along with sounds that piqued his curiosity about the situation, revealing the dozens of impoverished souls gathered at the cave's mouth. Curse it, the distribution quota has ended. Leon clenched his teeth. The impending assault would indeed be amplified by this, no doubt. However, if that massive stone sphere were to charge forth unimpeded, these people would become mere pulp. Prevent it. The plague doctor seemed to have divined Leon's thoughts. Can we stop it? Leon replied tersely. Do you have a plan? Yes. The plague doctor nodded. Whoosh! 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 Several grappling hooks swiftly shot out, embedding themselves at various angles at the tunnel's end, with cables cascading down. Leon wielded his mechanical claws, seizing the plague doctor and flinging him with great force. While still in the air, he observed the medic grasp the cable, his hands suddenly radiating brilliance. Suture. The end of the cable instantaneously sank into the earth and stone, seamlessly merging with the surroundings. Under the medic's rapid movements, an immense iron net was being woven together. Here it comes. In the fleeting moment of passing by, Leon knelt on one knee and slipped through the last gap beside the medic. Simultaneously, the medic completed the final suture. Everyone, listen. I am about to eliminate this sequence 6 infected. Those who wish to live, stay back. Leon raised his hand, and golden, ethereal blossoms once again sprouted forth, with flowing metal-forming tendrils that conveyed fury and strength. Mastering rage, dressed for death, piercing shot, under the gaze of hundreds of eyes. Leon felt the hand crossbow accumulate unprecedented kinetic energy. Boom! The stone ball collided with the barrier net, spinning at high speed in an attempt to breach this obstruction. Leon squinted, his his focus sharpening as the opponent's speed gradually slowed in his perception. Aim for the heart. Pull the trigger. Chapter 55, The Sothis Family Boom. A tremendous shockwave erupted from behind Leon's outstretched arm, toppling several makeshift shelters in succession. Steam enveloped the air. The refugees in the slums stared blankly at the tunnel entrance. The handsome youth raised his hand, and golden lightning surged forth silently, instantly piercing through the hideous creature. Putrid blood splattered out, and as the quarantine officer beside him waved his hand, it all froze mid-air before falling to the ground. Step back. An infected ability user has appeared here. If you do not wish to become a zombie, refrain from meddling. The medic extended his hand, unfurling the stargazing scroll before him, shielding the refugees from prying eyes. With a soft sigh, Leon nearly collapsed, his severely burned arm hanging limply, transmitting a searing pain. It's done. Apologies, I've run out of healing agents. I will have Perlo bring you some shortly. The medic patted Leon's shoulder, providing a modicum of relief. A refreshing sensation coursed through the contact, reminiscent of the healing touch that soothed his cheek wound upon their first meeting. You are truly an extraordinary person, Leon. The medic's voice brimmed with admiration. Had others been present, they might have marveled at this renowned Sequence 6, infamous for his strictness, offering such high praise to another. He did not comprehend the niceties. To call someone extraordinary was to genuinely believe in their greatness. The Sequence 8 brass apprentice had crafted a mechanical creation capable of slaying a Sequence 6. Such an achievement could hardly be dismissed. Leon straightened, gazing at the miner sprawled on the ground. This fellow was an infected, retaining only a portion of his abilities, not an intelligent type, lacking mental acuity. He fell vastly short of a true Sequence 6. Perhaps he was comparable to a Sequence 7, if Zhang San were to intervene, with some cost. He could likely manage to eliminate him. Huh. The medic said nothing further, merely smiling. Before Leon took action, he was entirely oblivious to the existence of this object. Even if he declared his imminent intention to shoot, it would be challenging to mount an effective response merely by observing his raised arm. The probability of a sneak attack in Sequence 6 was evidently non-zero. The most critical factor was that during his previous encounter with Leon had not yet drawn this item. This included the mechanical claw from moments ago. In just 3 short days, he had transformed into a genius of madcap brilliance. Outside the impoverished district, near the stargazing scroll, a towering knight clad in heavy armor stood against the wall, arms crossed, cloaked in black fabric. He pointed with a trembling ear-length finger at Leon, uttering something to her. Was he the mechanic in question? Bain scratched the back of his head, finding him vaguely familiar, as if they had crossed paths before. Yet, it hardly mattered. The memory of the horn that had charged towards him flashed in his mind, and he clicked his tongue in frustration. It was the first time in his life that he had suffered such a humiliating defeat. Although their leader had mentioned a recent truce, it was evident that this fellow had grown stronger. If he did not reclaim his honor soon, future victories might prove elusive. Bain stroked his chin, lost in thought. Chi-Air ignored him, continuing to distribute flyers to the impoverished. After collecting some miner's blood, Leon and the plague doctor made no further delay and departed the slums before the Iron Throne arrived. It appeared that in the aftermath, Augustus too would seek you out for information. An infectee of Sequence 6 is quite rare, remarked the plague doctor, shaking a test tube filled with dark crimson blood that emitted a faint glow. If he seeks me out first, I shall gladly introduce you to him. This affords a suitable reason. Thank you, Leon nodded, gesturing towards the test tube in the plague doctor's hand. Regarding this, after consuming my blood, your self-healing abilities have improved. And you wish to sample the blood of this silver lung? The plague doctor's gaze grew complex. Indeed. Is this situation particularly unusual? Leon inquired. Unusual? It borders on suicidal. The plague doctor replied. Like me, you have barely managed to control the inclination towards infection, yet you still seek to ingest the virus? Were it not for the train's protection, after the promotion ceremony, you would have transformed into a zombie. The plague doctor sighed, yet due to the scarcity of samples, I cannot make a definitive conclusion. I can only advise you against experimenting recklessly. He portioned out a part of the blood sample and handed it to Leon. You have obtained the blood of Sequence 6, silver lung. Leon carefully stored the test tube. Leon, have you ever considered simply settling in the magnesium hall? After a moment's contemplation, the plague doctor tentatively asked. Pello is quite fond of you, and I hold you in high regard as well. The burdens borne by the brass holy carriage exceed your imagination. Entrusting it to Mian may not be an unwise choice. In a sense, the fate of this city rests in your hands. If you are willing to stay, apologies, Leon chuckled. Very well, very well. I suppose I am getting on in years and becoming rather verbose. The plague doctor shook his head in resignation. Have you known Mian for a long time? Asked Liang. Indeed, for quite some time, Yi reflected, as he and Liang exited the subway station. Strictly speaking, I became acquainted with her father, Lysotis, the former patriarch of the Sotis family and the previous head of the Magnesium Hall. At that time, our interactions were purely professional, and it was later that I learned of his daughter, Mian, who shares a close bond with Peilu. I was often immersed in my laboratory work and found it challenging to connect with granddaughters. Peilu was somewhat withdrawn back then, which caused me great concern, though I was at a loss for how to help. Mian shared her childhood experiences with her, and to this day, I remain grateful for that. Unfortunately, Yi shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Contemplating the Sotis family, Liang pondered before posing another question. The Sotis family is one of the few noble families not swayed by wealth and power. They adhere to the belief that wielding power necessitates sacrifice. Upon reaching adulthood, every family member is sent to serve on the miracle train. Although this creed is harsh, it proves remarkably effective. Even when Lays occasionally issued absurd orders that kept the parliament in disarray, no one dared to impeach him, for he had already paid a considerable price, 3 sons and 2 nephews. Lays, while almost ruthless in this regard, is also exceptionally decisive. The last major siege against the brass chariot was executed by the army he dispatched. Yi turned to Liang, meaning that he had witnessed the brass chariot in its final and most complete form. Yi gazed into Liang's eyes, seemingly attempting to discern emotions from those profound depths. Alas, he failed. Liang remained quietly attentive, betraying no discernible feelings. After the siege, the brass chariot managed to escape, its whereabouts unknown. Curiously, Lays did not continue the pursuit, but returned with something. I am unaware of what he brought back, only that from that moment on, Lays' health deteriorated rapidly. I conducted numerous examinations, yet could not identify the underlying issue. During this time, he seemed to foresee something and sent the last members of the family onto the miracle train, including Mian. Subsequently, the Lu Consortium began to forge alliances within the parliament, intending to seize power amidst the vulnerability of the Sotis family, whose leader was gravely ill. I served as a medical representative in the parliament and witnessed the events unfold firsthand. They indeed succeeded. The Sotis family vanished overnight, leaving no trace behind. The strangeness surrounding this incident remains inexplicable, and no one knows what transpired. Shortly after the Lu Consortium's head took office, he too resigned due to illness. This part remains unclear to me, as he did not seek my treatment. That is all I know about the brass chariot and the Sotis family. Having finished speaking, Yi adjusted his mask, awaiting Liang's response. How long would Liang take to process the information he had just received? A minute? Half a minute? Surprisingly, just as Yi raised his hand, Liang began to speak. Your implication is that Rezotis retrieved an object from the brass chariot. An artifact suspected of harboring a curse, one that brings misfortune, illness, and even disintegration of families. Both the Sotis clan and the Lu Consortium, upon acquiring this item, did not endure for long. Rezotis, foreseeing the inevitable decline of his lineage, ensured that all his children were evacuated. Upon returning from service, Mian Sotis possesses critical information regarding this object, and thus, she is determined to seize the brass chariot. The physician's expression was complex. Typically, one would require time to organize, digest, analyze, infer, and reach a conclusion before articulating thoughts. Yet, in less than half a second, the matter was elucidated. Nonetheless, I do share this sentiment. Of course, each observer perceives differently, and their recounts may vary. The actual circumstances may be far from this. I merely offer conjecture. You have been of great assistance. Leon nodded. Aside from the carriage, numerous components of the brass chariot's front have been lost. Locating even one would significantly enhance the train. Akin to Noah reclaiming the kiss of the cherubim, it appears that this cursed item is indeed one of those components. Most crucially, Leon gleaned insights into Mian's lineage and the potential intelligence she may hold. Why did you withdraw from the council back then? Leon inquired. The council, the physician scoffed, clearly disdainful. A mere pack of sycophantic hyenas. These politicians are perpetually preoccupied with taking sides. When a leadership position becomes vacant, none dare to step forward. They are reluctant to be the scapegoat, always hiding behind others, leading a parasitic existence. The vacancy has persisted for over a year. Some former members have relocated to other sanctuaries, while others have seized the opportunity to profit from selling magnesium sheets. In short, none have intentions to run for leadership. This ragtag assembly is utterly unremarkable. To them, even Augustus II is merely a new master. I understand. Thank you for sharing this with me, Leon acknowledged. Ahead lay the physician's laboratory. This meeting should come to an end. I am not assisting you out of benevolence. Leon, the physician halted at the threshold. I am of advanced age and have little time left. My only concern is for Pello. The situation in the magnesium hall is intricate. She is ensnared between you and Mion, caught at the eye of the storm. I shan't utter the shameless request for you to care for her or protect her. You are not obligated to a stranger. I merely hope you will allow her to linger by your side. I beseech you. The elder of Sequence 6 slightly bowed, paying his respects to Leon. Chapter 56. Augustus II. On the way back to the workshop, Leon casually purchased half a salted chicken. The night had fully descended, nearly reaching midnight. The evening air had turned considerably cooler, and he could feel the rich humidity with each breath. The burn on his arm was less painful now. Leon gazed up at the small patch of sky above him and at the luminous green moss beneath his feet, slowly taking a deep breath. Accepting Pello's invitation, he ventured into the tunnel, encountered zombies, and conversed with the plague doctor. The chaotic events left him somewhat fatigued. However, the silver lining was that, aside from the blood from the silver lung, directly eliminating the adversary also granted Lotus experience points. Experience points, 2001000. The panel flashed before his eyes, and Leon nodded in satisfaction. A rank 6 infected individual was equivalent to 200 zombies. Although this seemed a distant achievement compared to the staggering figure that followed, in reality, the experience points were quite substantial, enough to elevate 2 pieces of ordinary equipment to exquisite quality. Nevertheless, it was evident that rank 6 was not easily dispatched. This time he had the assistance of the plague doctor, and fortuitously, they were near the slums. Otherwise, he might not have managed it alone. Reflecting on the plague doctor and Pello, Leon sighed inwardly. They cared for each other, yet struggled to communicate, entwined in mutual suffering. This grandfather-granddaughter duo was indeed a conundrum. Leon did not refuse the plague doctor's assistance. The old man displayed genuine goodwill, first helping him ascend to rank 8, and always being the first to think of him in times of need, even sharing blood samples. Additionally, he was forthright with information, leaving nothing unsaid. In comparison, the request from the plague doctor hardly constituted a burden. Pello, with her kind heart, seemed to get along fairly well with Noah, perhaps. Engaging in more dialogue with Pello could help prevent her from becoming a pawn for Mion, thereby protecting the plague doctor from potential repercussions. A fortuitous outcome indeed. Lost in thought, Leon finally returned to the workshop. Upon seeing the dilapidated, rust-streaked door, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The weariness began to creep in as he reached for the doorknob. He wondered how Noah was faring and if she was anxiously waiting. Pushing open the courtyard door, Leon spotted a neatly dressed little girl bustling about, frantically cooking noodles. "Ah, Leon, you're back so soon." With a clang, a metal bowl fell to the ground, startling Noah. "Why are you still awake?" Leon approached her. "I overslept too much last night, so I'm quite energetic." Noah replied with a light cough. "Just wait a moment, I'll heat something up for you." Leon pulled her closer, playfully twirling a strand of her hair and inhaling deeply. The scent of minerals filled the air. There were no mining areas nearby. "You didn't secretly follow me all day and just returned when I went to buy the saltwater chicken, did you?" Leon raised an eyebrow. "How could that be?" Noah protested, attempting to defend herself. "Then what did you do at home today?" "Just the usual, fixing and cleaning." She averted her gaze, feeling guilty. "You're lying. Pello brought so many novels. You should have been reading all day." Leon poked her forehead. "Ouch, that hurts." Noah pressed his forehead, expressing his concern. "I wasn't worried about you being swept away by another woman. But what if you two were on a date? You could have stepped out midway. Why did you hide away all day?" "Because I realized you were engaged in something serious, and it seemed petty for me to show up at that moment," Noah replied, poking his finger. "And then, why didn't you return home directly?" Leon gently pinched her soft little face. "I was worried you might be in danger. That massive stone ball nearly crushed me." Noah gestured dramatically. "Thank goodness you were capable. In the end, it was a close call. I couldn't shake off my concern and only remembered to rush back when I saw you were almost home," he continued. Don't say I took too long. I still need to cook for you. The little girl closed her eyes, appearing indifferent to her fate. Noah, Leon ruffled her golden locks. Don't be mad at me. Noah opened one eye. You fool. Next time wear a hat if you're going to follow someone, she teased. Oh, the Silver Cod restaurant. The gas explosion 3 days prior had impacted this somewhat renowned eatery in the inner city. Its windows shattered, and heavy metal tables were flung outside. Fortunately, the head chef only sustained minor injuries, more akin to being beaten than from the explosion itself. In the aftermath of this incident, the newly renovated Silver Cod restaurant unexpectedly gained popularity. The lights gradually dimmed as the last table of patrons departed, marking closing time. The cellist ceased playing, adjusting her gown while glancing towards the kitchen. Chief Inazuka emerged from the kitchen, his face swollen on one side, making his speech slightly slurred. The new batch of flyers has been printed. He handed over a stack of orange-yellow papers. Mion received them, flipping through several times. Overthrow the council. Reject the second Augustus. Why should outsiders from Starr County take office? We want to return to living on the ground. We demand independent residential areas, clean water, and decent jobs. Such inflammatory phrases were printed in striking arrangements. The existence of the secret society was gradually spreading through the slums. At the bottom, the methods for gathering and meeting locations were indicated. I heard that the response on the first day wasn't very favorable. Inazuka lowered his voice. Initially, there were discussions, but then a Sequence 6 infected appeared in the mining area and was casually killed by a passing young workshop owner. Now everyone is talking about that workshop owner. Our flyers have been set aside. With a crinkle, the paper in Mion's hand rustled as she took a deep breath, attempting to regain her composure. Was the workshop owner who casually killed the Sequence 6 infected the demigod behind Leon, or was it Leon himself? She was uncertain. However, one thing was clear. This matter was undoubtedly connected to Leon. Why is it always him? Every time he does something, he seems to interfere with me. Mion gritted her teeth. Chief Inazuka cleared his throat. It was the first time he had seen me in such a state of disarray. Of course, he had missed the previous incident entirely, having been knocked unconscious beforehand. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Mion took a deep breath once more and resolved to continue. Eventually, her efforts would bear fruit. She would remind him again at the Saturday gathering. She instructed Bain to keep a vigilant watch on the Iron Throne, anticipating that if anyone intended to investigate, they would issue a warning, though she suspected they were not inclined to do so, as the second prince would soon turn his attention towards them. Yes, Inazuka nodded. After watching Mion depart, he returned to the kitchen. A man, his body wrapped in bandages, lay on the floor smoking, occasionally releasing rings of smoke into the air. Ah, the wandering second-class soldier knows he is home, Inazuka remarked, raising an eyebrow. I told you not to smoke in the kitchen. Do you truly consider yourself a chef? The soldier stared at the ceiling. Don't forget, the true chef of this establishment lies in the freezer. I find this feeling rather pleasant, Inazuka replied, removing his chef's hat. It was my responsibility to prepare meals in the camp, and it remains so now. Those dishes have proven quite popular. Perhaps I possess a hidden talent. Aside from being a dog trainer, I might also excel at French cuisine. He then lifted the slop bucket, noting that the remaining scraps could be fed to Xiao Fu, who had been gaining weight recently. With this rare moment of leisure, don't you have anything you wish to do? Nothing, the soldier responded, his eyes still devoid of life. I must remain vigilant at all times. Suit yourself, Inazuka said, picking up a plate with a now-cold tomahawk steak. Are you sure you don't want to eat? I'll manage with rations, the soldier shook his head. You are truly difficult to deal with. I wonder how Basil copes with you. Inazuka discarded the steak into the bucket. The soldier squinted but remained silent. In the inner city, at the top of the silver tower, a large figure sat at a desk surrounded by darkness, illuminated only by the glow of a desk lamp highlighting his corpulent face. Boss, a young woman approached slowly. We have discovered 6 zombies in District 12, and the area has been sealed off. The ones who eliminated the Sequence 6 infected were a plague doctor and a workshop owner named Leon. He has some connections with Zhang San and is currently working on enhancing the crossbow. The second prince removed his glasses and rubbed his temples. What of the Iron Throne? Currently, it remains divided into 2 factions. The police, led by Bai He, expressed their support for the council and refused to heed your orders. The hardliners within the council insist on using a voting system to elect the next leader, yet so far, no suitable candidates have emerged. They are firmly allied, each holding substantial records of the other's illegal tax activities. The rest are diligent in their duties, handling the routine inspections, he continued. Xiao Ti. The second prince took a deep breath and stretched. Yes. Do you truly believe that if they were genuinely diligent, there would be repeated incidents of gas leaks and sequence 6 infections? There must be more to this. They think me a fool. My apologies. The transition of power is often a bloody affair, little shave. Augustus too leaned back in his chair, aware that no one would heed your commands until they were made to fear you. There exists a distinction between overt opposition and covert compliance. I understand. The girl known as Little Shave nodded slightly. What was the name of that workshop owner you mentioned? Leon. Leon, I recall. Augustus too stroked his plump chin, reminiscing about the young man who had met his gaze on his first day in the city. Is he the one who designed the nail gun? It remains uncertain, but it is highly likely, Little Shave replied. That unreliable Zhang Sin told me he was dead. Augustus too sighed, shaking his head in a bemused manner. Check my schedule for Saturday evening. You have a dinner appointment with the director of the power plant. Cancel it, and then go invite Leon. Augustus too rose, deciding on the Silver Cod restaurant as the venue, having heard that they recently changed chefs and the cuisine now possesses a wandering flavor. I wish to sample it. Indeed. Little Shave nodded once more. Chapter 57. The battle made tap, tap, tap. The light footsteps of the little girl echoed as Leon put down the experimental machine he had just assembled. The upgraded blueprints were nearing completion, and soon he would receive the remaining 70,000 coins. A total of 150,000, neither too much nor too little. It could even purchase several small carriages, acquire superior-grade weaponry at the auction house, or procure moderately attractive slaves of decent quality. Leon held little interest in those. What he desired was weaponry imbued with special abilities. Unfortunately, he had yet to find a suitable channel for such acquisitions. Today's newspaper. Noah handed him the paper, glancing at the experimental machine. The power canister was affixed to the end of the crossbow stock for easy replacement, contributing to a more elongated overall design. Slung across his back, it felt similar to a shotgun, yet lighter, swifter, and quieter. Oh, how swiftly you progress. You truly are remarkable, Noah exclaimed. Leon smiled, setting down the experimental machine. Noah returned to her seat, engrossed in a romance novel. She genuinely adored such tales, having recently taken to staying up late more frequently than usual, often casting Leon peculiar glances. Perhaps the interests among little girls are universal. Would one consider Pello a little girl? She should be of age, though her stature is rather petite. Leon was uncertain, but as long as Noah was happy, that was sufficient. He picked up the newspaper and leafed through it. The Magnesium Daily, a newspaper published by the Parliament, could be seen in the hands of children waving their arms to sell it every few telephone poles. For a mere 3 coins a month, they would even deliver the paper to your doorstep. In the district, traces of zombies have been discovered, prompting citizens to remain vigilant regarding their safety. Each household is advised to prepare at least 3 boxes of magnesium flares. Rumors of a clandestine society have begun to circulate, yet the second Duke of Agu has yet to respond to these claims. A mysterious workshop owner has successfully eliminated a Sequence 6 infected individual, with interviews of relevant personnel as follows. The large pit caused by a natural gas incident in the district is nearing completion of repairs, and an additional 20 workers are being recruited. For further details, please make contact. The Silver Cod restaurant has undergone a splendid renovation, receiving high praise from renowned culinary critics. The circus is currently in full swing, and tickets are selling rapidly. Leon rubbed his temples. 6 significant pieces of news, 4 of which pertain to him, while the other 2 regarding the circus and the secret society seemed to carry an air of familiarity. However, this secret society indeed held some substance. Leon set aside the newspaper and drew out the flyer from beneath the blueprints. With the ascension of the second Duke of Agu, the residents felt a certain unease. After all, it had been several years without a responsible authority, and no major issues had arisen during that time. The sudden arrival of someone from the Star County was bound to raise suspicions. The author of this flyer displayed remarkable skill. From the orange-yellow hue of the paper to the unique arrangement of the text and the scattered content, it stirred emotions to the highest degree, inciting uncontrollable anger. Leon stroked his chin, speculating that these tactics were likely employed by Mian. It appeared she had a psychological expert among her subordinates. The flyer spread like wildfire throughout the outer districts, with many eagerly anticipating the gathering on Saturday night. If nothing else comes up, perhaps we should join in the excitement, Leon suggested, glancing at Noah. Absolutely. Noah responded eagerly, her youthful curiosity and reverence for everything never failing to uplift the mood. A knock resounded at the door. Leon pondered whether it was Pello coming to visit. Having just jumped off the train, he opened the door. To his surprise, it was not the little girl but rather a tall young woman, her physique exuding a well-proportioned strength rather than delicacy. "Good day, are you Mr. Leon?" came her clear voice. "That would be me," Leon nodded, scrutinizing the young woman before him. He did not recognize her, though there seemed to be a flicker of familiarity. Upon his arrival at the Magnesium Hall and his encounter with the second Duke of Agu, he recalled two guards flanking the carriage. One was Zhang San, and the other, though cloaked, appeared to be this very individual. With her sleek black bob, expressionless face, striking features, and a meticulously crafted maid outfit, complete with a voluminous skirt, black straight stockings, a neck ring, and lace cuffs, she presented a striking image. Coupled with a black tactical vest and thigh holsters for her pistol and dagger, she embodied the essence of a combat maid. Despite the oddity of such a role, Leon discerned a faint image of firearms and a flame insignia reflected in her eyes. The fiery sequence of combat specialization. Like Zhang San, who also serves as a guard, one would expect him to be at least Sequence 7, with a considerable chance of being Sequence 6. Such a young Sequence 6. "I am Nangong T, currently serving as the guard and secretary to Mr. Oga 2. The expressionless, short-haired maid bent down, greeted Leon, and presented the invitation with both hands. "Mr. Ogu 2 cordially invites you to dinner this Saturday evening. Your presence would be greatly appreciated." Leon received the invitation rather promptly. He had anticipated that Mr. Oga 2 would soon send someone to contact him, presumably one of his subordinates, but he was surprised to find the man himself extending such a warm invitation for dinner. It is evident that Mr. Oga 2 places significant importance on even an ordinary craftsman like himself, showcasing his unique perspective. As for the location, Leon opened the invitation and raised an eyebrow. It was uncertain whether to consider it good fortune or ill. Mr. Oga 2 had chosen the Silver Cod restaurant, territory of Mion. "I find it difficult to comply," Leon shook his head. "My friend has gone to great lengths to facilitate this connection, and I do not intend to bypass him directly." In other words, if Zhang San had delivered the invitation today, would you have agreed? Nangong Ti inquired. "Indeed," Leon nodded. "Then you have no cause for concern." Nangong Ti replied, shaking her head. "Zhang San is currently occupied with reorganizing the discipline of the chemical plant and could not be here. Otherwise, it would indeed have been him." With that, Leon felt reassured, and they would meet at the appointed time. Several hours later, at the circus, within the divination tent. "Miss, I didn't quite understand what you said earlier. Could you read my palm again?" A drunken man extended his hand toward the young diviner with sun-kissed skin. "There is no need to look again." Minor's expression was icy. "You are facing a calamity of blood today." "Oh, are you threatening me?" Smack. A hand clapped on his shoulder, and something was thrust into his mouth without ceremony. "Have you bitten down?" Leon watched him with eager anticipation. The man's excessively sincere and clear eyes, coupled with his serious tone, caused the man to instinctively nod. Bang! A fierce uppercut nearly sent him flying. The lamppost, already clenched in his mouth, muffled his scream and caused his dislodged teeth to embed themselves, transforming into a uniquely grotesque morning star. Leon withdrew the lamppost and swung it again. The man collapsed to the ground, motionless, only groaning softly like a dying pig while clutching his face. A calamity of blood. Minor cast one last glance at him before turning to Leon. "Long time no see. I do not recall having met you before. However, since you say so," Leon pulled up a chair. "It has indeed been a while, Miss Diviner. Did you foresee why I came to find you? After the last incident, the leader no longer allows me to conduct divinations related to you." Minor lowered her gaze, stroking the crystal ball. "A wise choice," Leon smiled. "You intend to hold a gathering this Saturday regarding that secret society, correct?" The leader affirmed, and Minir nodded in response. "Are you able to communicate with her remotely?" "That would be splendid." Leon pondered for a moment. "Please convey to him that this Saturday, Augustus II has invited me to dinner at the Silver Cod restaurant. I trust she will conduct the gathering with utmost sincerity and refrain from harboring ulterior motives towards us. The security forces surrounding him are stronger than you might imagine. Even for your own sake, it would be wise to proceed with caution." "Understood," Mion nodded, setting down the flyer. Leon's arrival could be interpreted as a warning, a threat, or merely a reminder. Nevertheless, it held a kernel of truth. Augustus too would undoubtedly travel with guards and bodyguards, and the Silver Cod restaurant, located in the inner city, could summon reinforcements at any moment. An assassination attempt would be exceedingly difficult to succeed. Should it fail, everything would be lost. The time was not yet ripe. Mynheer, please extend my gratitude to him. Even as an adversary, he has fulfilled the responsibilities of an ally, and he just assisted you in your predicament, did he not? Be compliant. Only after a muffled thank you was heard from the other end did Mion satisfactorily terminate the communication. Leon was drawing closer to his objective, and it seemed that it would not be long before he unearthed the clues regarding the lost carriage. Once he acquired the information, they would have to adhere to their agreement and assist him in retrieving the lost carriage, leading to a flurry of activity. Progress on this front needed to be expedited. Is there truly no way, Inya? She turned to look at the scholar. Inya remained silent, organizing the flyers, seemingly still harboring residual anger. Inya, please help me, will you? Mion leaned closer, speaking softly. It is impossible, Mion. Inya shook her head. Organizing a signing event is out of the question, and distributing the flyers tucked within the books is even less feasible. I understand your urgency, Mion, but Detective Marlowe is a work I published under my brother's name. It is a tribute to him. In my eyes, my brother is a hero, and I cannot exploit his name in such a manner. Very well. Mion's expression reflected guilt. I apologize for bringing this up. I was merely desperate. Inya stood still for a few moments, then sighed slowly. I forgive you. Really? Mion appeared elated. Of course. If it were anyone else, I would have severed ties with them long ago, Inya huffed. However, throughout these years, it has always been you, Mion, who has assisted me in sending my brother's letters, allowing him to reassure me during his expeditions. Thus, I believe your intentions were not malicious. The scholar smiled. You are the best, Mion. Chapter 58. A Change in the Weather Whoosh. The pink edible glue expanded to its limit and burst with a pop. A soft tongue licked her lips, gathering the remnants back into her mouth. Silver, with her hands clasped behind her head, chewed gum while meandering down the street. Standing over 6 feet tall, with a muscular build and striking silver hair, each of these features was sufficient to draw considerable attention. However, the gaze of onlookers was swiftly captivated by her conspicuous coat. The 4 flamboyant characters, scrawled in a wild cursive, appeared unremarkable. Humph, these mere mortals, let them admire me. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Bain lightly brushed her nose and continued to strut through the streets. Recently, life had been relatively pleasant for Bain, despite narrowly escaping a collision that could have split her in half. After all, it was merely a close call. Having danced with death, her greatest vexation lay in Mi's refusal to permit her to tattoo the 5-5 emblem of the miracle train on her body. After days of earnest pleading and dutifully assisting in the distribution of flyers, Mian finally acquiesced, allowing her to adopt a similar idiom to showcase her achievements to others. It was the first time Bain had encountered the term idiom. She perused a dictionary for several days before finally settling on the phrase unremarkable. The term signifies a draw, while denotes the absence of anything peculiar. Of course, there is nothing peculiar about it, for I am extraordinarily formidable. With her hands on her hips, Bain huffed through her nose, her face alight with excitement. Clever and capable, and now having grasped this so-called idiom. Perhaps I am on the verge of becoming a scientist? She mused, stroking her chin. You seem quite relaxed, came a slightly hoarse voice from beside her. Bain turned to recognize the man, nearly indistinguishable amidst the crowd. Chier. Although they had distributed flyers together several times in the slums, her impression of him was faint. She only recalled him as a minor leader of the resistance, or perhaps a strategist of sorts. The assembly doesn't require my presence. You can leave it to me and the others, Bain shrugged. I am not referring to the assembly, but to the Iron Throne. Chier lowered his voice. Sheriff Bahi has issued a statement declaring a thorough investigation into the recent disturbances at the Magnesium Hall, including zombies and secret societies. Despite Bahi and the council being on the same side, currently aligned against the opposition of the Second Duke. The notion that the enemy of my enemy is my friend does not apply here. Someone must show him a bit of authority. This Saturday, he will dine at the Silver Cod restaurant with several council members. The chief has tasked Inu to handle it. Bain replied nonchalantly, but Bahi is your father. Is that acceptable? Oh, you mean that, Bain said, digging into her ear. Of course, it is acceptable. I severed ties with him long ago. The family's wealth. The jobs they arranged for me. All of it has nothing to do with me. I am merely a wanderer now. Mian has often looked after me during my service and provided me with living expenses, which is why I stick with her. But what about you? Bayin halted, turning to stare at Chi'er. Are you telling me this to persuade me to stop Mian? What are your intentions? She narrowed her eyes, her bubblegum once again swelling. I believe it is a bit reckless to provoke the council and the police department at this stage. Chi'er shook his head, hoping to persuade her to speak with Bai in a relatively gentle manner to resolve the matter. Pop. The bubblegum burst. Regrettably, that is not a possibility. It would do the old man some good to face a little hardship. Silver turned away, stating that he had other engagements that day. What engagements? Chi'er inquired. The image of the workshop owner defeating the sixth sequence infected flashed in Liang's mind. He knew he had to confront him. I understand, but why? Chi'er's face was etched with confusion. Because I have lost to him before, and this fellow has been growing stronger lately. If I do not act now, I may find myself unable to contend with him in the future, Silver explained earnestly. I refuse to settle for a draw. This is the culture of the Silver Knights dueling, and it is a necessary condition for my advancement. On Saturday, Liang sat atop the workshop roof, observing the noticeably increased flow of people below. He extended his hand, using it as a coordinate to quickly gauge the situation. The crowd could be roughly divided into three directions, one portion heading towards the circus, another towards the underground lines, while the last wandered aimlessly. He could not discern which among them intended to partake in the gathering. Knock, knock. The door was gently tapped. A splendid silver-carved carriage came to a halt, drawing the astonished gazes of onlookers, as the tall Charma ambled gracefully, snorting softly. Liang leapt from the roof, adjusting his sleek black conductor's uniform, and together with Noah, stepped onto the carriage. It was time to keep the appointment. With a crack of the reins, the carriage began to move slowly. Hey, the driver lifted his hat's brim, glancing at Liang, revealing half of his weary visage. Liang raised an eyebrow. Zhang San, what brings you here to catch a ride? It's a long story, Zhang San sighed. I have been investigating the kidnapping case related to Pelos, but unfortunately, the unfortunate souls who perished were not formal workers, leaving me with scant information. Then I suddenly realized, how could they not be formal workers? Most of them have been employed for over 5 years. With this suspicion in mind, I perused the chemical factory's records. There were numerous fictitious names still on the payroll, receiving monthly wages, which resulted in genuine laborers being denied formal worker status. This was merely one of the lighter issues. Beyond that, there were tax evasion, inflated project costs, and overpricing in procurement. Some underlings of Old Gu would demand exorbitant sums just for a meal. I initially thought that was dreadful, but it turned out there were greater schemes afoot. As I continued my investigation, I discovered similar circumstances in the grain tower, hospitals, and even the police department, all rooted in the actions of the council members. During that period of leaderlessness, they each seized control over different sectors, engaging in rampant misdeeds and amassing wealth. This pack of rats gorged themselves to excess, completely neglecting the broader implications, fixated solely on devouring the refuge before their demise, passing any leftovers to their offspring. Zhang San scratched the stubble on his chin. I lost my temper. I cannot concern myself with other places, but at the very least, our sequence's chemical factory must not operate in such a manner. We cannot bring shame upon the Storm's Corner. I even suggested handing the records over to Old Gu or, if necessary, requesting assistance from the miracle train. And guess what? He turned to Liang, revealing the wounds on his face. Last night, I found myself besieged by 3 waves of assassins. They sought not only to seize the ledger, but pursued me relentlessly for 12 hours, leaving me sleepless. I was aware of my enemies lurking in the shadows, while the police remained indifferent, and the chemical plant turned a blind eye. It felt as if the heavens were unresponsive to my cries, and the earth deaf to my pleas. Thankfully, Nangong Ti came to my aid, allowing me a moment to catch my breath. Zhang San wrapped his coat tighter around himself and informed me that King Augustus II had extended an invitation to me, which I nearly declined, reasoning that it was not he who had sent the invitation, so she had come to check on my well-being. It is truly heartwarming to have a brother who thinks of me in such matters, unspoken yet understood. He gave a thumbs up, and despite Zhang San's attempt to convey this lightly, Liang could discern the gravity of his experiences, the ledger, the council, the pursuit. Zhang San was even a bodyguard personally employed by King Augustus II, a blatant provocation. The implication was clear: no one could investigate those old accounts, not even your people. This is our territory. We can eliminate your bodyguards, and we can just as easily eliminate you. Liang inwardly clicked his tongue. realizing that the situation at the Magnesium Hall was far worse than he had anticipated. The Sothis family had fallen, the Lu Consortium had taken over, and in just a few short years, it had devolved into this. However, the Council's newfound audacity was likely a consequence of the Iron Throne's recent docking. This miraculous train seemed to have emboldened certain council members, giving them a newfound resolve to counter King Augustus II. I know you are disinterested in these matters, but do exercise caution. With the festivities approaching and the recent uproar surrounding the flyers, the council members are on edge, snapping at anyone who crosses their path like rabid dogs. Zhang Sen pulled on the reins. What do you plan to do next? Noah inquired. I have no particular worries. After all, I am Sequence 7. Those people cannot take me down. They are like toads, merely annoying but harmless. Zhang Sen's voice carried a hint of concern. Primarily for my sister. She could join us at the workshop, Noah suggested after a moment's reflection. Your sister seems quite pleasant. Zhang Sen glanced at Liang, offering a smile, though he understood the good intentions behind it. After this meal with Augustus II, your situation may not be much better than mine. Am I pushing you into the fire? Zhang Sen shook his head. Not at all, Liang replied. Indeed, it was not the case. If he merely wished to acquire the funds, he could simply hand over the blueprints, and the transaction would be settled. However, further engagement with King Augustus II would inevitably bring risks. The council had suddenly begun to stir, and the power struggle at the Magnesium Hall had entered its next phase. Yet, in truth, King Augustus II, the council, the secret societies, the Iron Throne, and the festivities were not of paramount importance to Liang. What truly mattered was the carriage, the lost carriage, the carriage of the brass holy chariot. Liang contemplated silently. Now that he was Sequence 8, he possessed a degree of self-preservation, appearing as an ordinary person in the eyes of others. Within a certain range, the risks are manageable. With a gentle tug on the reins, Zhang Sen brought the carriage to a halt. Liang peered through the window, recognizing the familiar restaurant sign, Silver Cod. It appeared somewhat altered compared to a few days prior. The glass seemed newly replaced, and the dining tables bore a different appearance. The restaurant was bustling with patrons, suggesting that Lord Ogre II had not, like Mian, reserved the entire venue. This was a shrewd decision, in the face of the relentless onslaught in the council. Reserving the entire establishment would render oneself a target. Take care before the celebration, Liang said, patting Zhang San on the shoulder while handing him a signal pistol. Should you encounter trouble, fire it, and I shall initiate a bombardment directly beneath it 10 seconds later. Is that your big green skin? Zhang San replied, accepting the signal pistol and reciprocating the shoulder pat, though he still expressed his gratitude. The carriage began to move away slowly. It seemed the weather was about to change. Noah looked up. A cool evening breeze lifted the blue ribbon at the ends of her hair. Chapter 59, Dining Together Something Feels Amiss, Liang. The moment they entered the restaurant, Noah grasped Liang's hand, her gaze sweeping over the diners on the first floor. Half of them are armed. Liang nodded in acknowledgement, whispering in response. He lacked Noah's acute awareness of concealed weapons. Yet the variance in behavior of those hiding firearms beneath their garments was subtly distinct. This nuance, though minute, could be discerned by trained eyes. Liang was capable of detecting such differences. Welcome, esteemed guests. A young girl in a maid's outfit approached, seemingly noticing Liang's scrutiny, and offered an explanation. Some of these patrons are part of Mr. Ogre's private guard, better safe than sorry. Liang nodded, following Nangongdi towards a secluded corner. A table hidden from any view through the windows. There sat a rotund figure, a truly large man, perhaps the most enormous Liang had ever encountered. An estimation of his weight would be around 300 pounds. The chair beneath him appeared woefully inadequate, his flesh spilling over the armrests in a rather awkward manner. This was Lord Ogre II. He was clad in a custom yellow-brown striped suit, complemented by a dark green tie, amber-framed glasses, and eyes rendered somewhat vacant due to his myopia. Liang paused momentarily. Lord Ogre II exuded the air of a large, unthreatening penguin, devoid of aggression and far from the demeanor of a superior. Were it not for Nangongdi's introduction, Liang would never have perceived this individual as a shepherd. While waiting for Liang, he had been folding a napkin into some shape. His stubby fingers, remarkably nimble, soon transformed the napkin into a delicate origami crane. Upon noticing Liang's arrival, he lifted his head and beamed a smile. Liang returned the gesture. Lord Ogre II possessed a pair of gray-green eyes. The color of his eyes evoked the essence of a plump penguin, rendering him both sinister and sagacious. Oh, My friend Leon. Augustus too clapped his hands, his face radiating childlike delight. And you, young one, what is your name? Noah. Greetings, Noah. I heard of your arrival and ordered some desserts for you. He rose and shook hands with Leon. I know what you're all thinking. Poor old Augustus. What a predicament with such a physique. Augustus too resumed his seat, a half plate of brownie cake before him. He immediately began to indulge once more. Once, when I was very young, I became lost and wandered the slums for several months. In this era, pursuing a light and healthy diet is a luxury. The impoverished sustain themselves on fats and sugars. Augustus too shrugged. But it has its merits. At least I am exempt from military service. Moreover, my substantial frame fosters an air of approachability, which has indeed been beneficial, such as in winning this election. He gestured for Leon to take a seat as he spoke. Did you come here for this opportunity? Leon inquired as he sat down. Certainly. People often presume that the Augustus surname grants me significant advantages, yet it often brings more pressure. I must endure the scrutiny of a harsher gaze, making it imperative that I err not. Augustus too chuckled, shaking his head. Oh, I almost forgot. I prepared small gifts for you both. He beckoned, and a servant brought forth 2 palm-sized boxes. Leon opened one and discovered 2 metallic badges adorned with celestial engravings. Star District Pass. Augustus too smiled. Not only does it grant access to the Star District, but 90% of the doors in this world will open for this little fellow. Thank you, Leon replied, handing over the box. Here are the blueprints and the experimental apparatus. Augustus too eagerly accepted the box, akin to a child unwrapping Christmas gifts, glancing inside before closing it again. Marvelous, just as I envisioned. He praised. I have encountered many iron thrones in the realm of artisans. You would undoubtedly rank among the top 3, and you're so young. The lack of a stock allows the impact to be dispersed through ergonomic design, and the easily replaceable gas canisters are precisely what I need. Augustus too retrieved 2 cards from his pocket. Leon, would you be my personal artisan? He gestured to the left card. This contains 3 million, designated as a relocation allowance. I must decline. Leon pushed the left card back. The right one is more intriguing. Augustus too presented another card. This one contains 10,000, with funds deposited monthly. I do not intend to settle at present. Leon shook his head, returning the right card as well. Very well, very well. Forgive my abruptness. You know, the desire for talent is hard to suppress. Augustus too set the 2 cards aside, not casting another glance at them. Leon, such a question may seem somewhat abrupt, but if you were to mass-produce this blueprint, how long would it take to create 20 units? 3 days, Leon replied, but I would not undertake such a task. I do not produce machines for mass production. Understood. Auga too nodded. The time of a genius is invaluable and should not be squandered on repetitive tasks. I have marked every critical detail. Even an ordinary blacksmith could complete the production in 5 to 7 days. You are exceedingly considerate, Leon, Auga too remarked, snapping his fingers, prompting a server to approach with a tray. Leon raised an eyebrow. The server, in some inexplicable manner, seemed vaguely familiar, particularly with one eye obscured by an eye patch, evoking a sense of having encountered him more than once. I enjoy conversing with intelligent individuals. They grasp the essence quickly, allowing us to conclude the main matters swiftly and leave ample time for idle chatter. Auga too lifted the lid of the dish. Today's main course was French-baked snails, 6 spiral shells arranged in pairs on either side. Leon, my friend, I have heard you possess a remarkable train. You must have been misinformed. Leon shook his head. It is rather dilapidated, being an old companion. Is that so? How perplexing. I have heard that you burst through the gates of a military-grade factory. Auga too raised his gaze, his gray-green eyes fixed on Leon. Moreover, you possess craftsmanship rivaling that of any workshop owner, yet refuse to settle down, opting instead to traverse the wasteland with your old companion to meet your demise. Are you planning to repair as you go, much like the legendary brass saint? Leon narrowed his eyes. Oh, please do not misunderstand. Auga too waved his hand. I personally admire and respect those mechanics and lament the fate of the subsequent hunting parties. Speaking of which, the Magnesium Hall discovered remnants of the brass saints remains a month ago. I wonder if that piques your interest? At the Silver Cod restaurant, situated almost an entire dining space away from Auga too, a man with silver hair sat at a table, speaking softly with several others. Despite being publicly labeled as accidents, the recent incidents were malicious acts of destruction, the perpetrators remaining at large. Another faction was scheming against Auga too. No, that is not feasible, We cannot ally with them. Their opposition to Aga is merely a bid for power, and they will inevitably become our enemies. At this juncture, the only course was to remain vigilant, preparing for a potential conflict with both parties. The Iron Throne was currently docked here, capable of providing long-range fire support. A brief silence ensued. Similar discussions had transpired numerous times, invariably leading to the conclusion of war. He sighed, slowly rising. I apologize, I must excuse myself. He stood and made his way toward the restroom. Barely had he departed when several servers exchanged glances and proceeded toward the restroom. Liang remained silent. He gazed quietly at Aga, awaiting his next words. Aga was evidently not an ordinary man of intellect. He not only recognized the likelihood that Leon possessed the brass chariot, but also perceived Leon's intentions. A skilled and ambitious conductor, untempted by monetary gain. Arriving at the Magnesium Hall at such a critical juncture, what could his motives be? To engage in a deadly struggle with the rats of the granary? What do you desire? Leon inquired. What do I desire? Aga stroked his chin. I seek nothing, Leon. For we are friends. Leon fell silent. If Aga had been more forthright in his demands, Leon might have felt differently. This dramatic display indicated that his expectations were far from modest. Indeed, Leon. Aga extended his hand, gesturing towards the hall. Suppose half of the patrons here are my private forces, and the other half are unwitting politicians believing they are attending a charity gala. Which method do you think would be more effective? Allowing my private forces to eliminate them one by one, or striking with a single explosive? Aga smiled. Leon met his gaze in silence. Truth be told, from the moment he learned of Aga desire to procure a batch of silent weaponry, Leon understood his intentions: assassination. To swiftly eradicate all opposing voices before they could react, thereby facilitating a conversation thereafter. Leon was aware that regime change necessitated bloodshed. Aga had no reason to be ignorant of this fact. Did he possess the capability? It was uncertain. Perhaps he once did. But with the Iron Throne's decision to partake in this regime change, the situation had grown complex. You are well informed. Leon reclined in his chair. Of course. This is the Magnesium Hall. I am its overseer. Aga shrugged. Every detail, down to the flora and fauna, is within my knowledge. I am aware of everything that transpires here, including the mine's tunnel. Well, that is an exception, Aga chuckled wryly. You know there is no subway in the inner city, correct? To aim at the Silver Cod restaurant, one must drive the train into the district. Once fired upon, the resulting tremors would immediately reveal that tunnel, attracting the attention of the undead. If luck were to abandon us, a surge of corpses could very well invade the Magnesium Hall. I see. Aga shook his head, appearing quite disheartened. I still recommend an alternative approach, though old-fashioned. It is reliable, Leon suggested. That would be challenging. Aga sighed, shedding his typically flamboyant tone. The circumstances had shifted too rapidly. Zhang San's inspection of the chemical plant had raised their suspicions. Although I initially intended to pursue this plan, revealing intentions too early may provoke unnecessary alarm. The only good news is that this group cannot escape the Magnesium Hall, not even with the Iron Throne. Aga narrowed his eyes. This is my domain. I shall not consent to anyone leaving. Chapter 60, Speaking Frankly. This group of spineless wretches. He muttered to himself as he entered the restroom. The council desired to maintain the status quo. They could neither eliminate Augustus II, provoking the wrath of Augustus I, who would undoubtedly come crashing in aboard the Star Watcher, nor allow Augustus II to successfully govern. The optimal solution would be to disarm Augustus II and publicly neutralize all factions supporting him before the celebration. To achieve this swiftly, war would be necessary. The Iron Throne would not linger for long. This was their sole opportunity. With the councilmen adopting a wait-and-see approach, one must take matters into their own hands. Under the pretext of investigating clandestine societies, they would swiftly eradicate Augustus II's followers. Lost in such thoughts, he pushed open the restroom stall door. Hey! A man clad in a server's uniform stood there, raising an eyebrow at him. A right hook. Bang! He was taken down without warning. Instantly, several others rushed in from behind, flipping him over, pinning his limbs, and pulling down his trousers. Who are you? He roared, only to have his mouth sealed with tape. He gazed, bewildered and terrified, at the faces surrounding him, 4 waiters dressed in white vests, adorned with ludicrous black bow ties. Such an event should never have occurred. He was a 7th-ranked hand of power, and a mere mortal's fist could not possibly affect him. You are allergic to nuts. After consuming them, You exhibit no reaction, but find yourself unable to wield your abilities, right? The private tapped his cheek, while another lifted a pair of scissors, extending a hand to another. Tourniquet, we ought to let the sheriff bid farewell to his younger brother. Gasp. Bahi's eyes widened. He distinctly felt something rubbery constricting around him. Wait, was this progressing too rapidly? Charlie intervened, halting the private. With a grin amidst Bahi's pleading and expectant gaze, he remarked, let us first remove his left testicle. Excellent idea, the private nodded. Hold on. Chier removed his tie, suggesting, let us blindfold him first. It'll be more entertaining. Gasp. Bahi howled in despair and fury. He could sense the cold, sharp scissors poised, ready to close at any moment. How did we know about your nut allergy? When did we allow you to consume nuts? Is that what you wish to inquire? The private tousled his hair. Think carefully, Bahi. We exist in various trades, serving you by delivering trays, laundering clothes, running errands, and cleaning. The life of the elite is constructed from countless individuals like us at the bottom. Opposing clandestine societies is tantamount to warring against us. Would it not be wiser to study zombies? They are undoubtedly far more perilous. Why must you contend with your own kind? Listen, Bahi. If you know what's good for you, rescind all investigations concerning clandestine societies upon your return. Not if you comprehend. The white crane nodded slowly. Very well. The private stood up and, along with several others, hastily exited the dining hall, removing their hoods and swiftly vanishing at the end of the road. I disagree. No one is permitted to leave, declared Auguste. At that moment, Leon observed a few waitstaff darting out of the restaurant, disappearing into the night. He squinted. It appeared that Mion was indeed taking action, though not directed at Auguste, but rather at others. That, however, was of no concern to him. Indeed, Augu. Leon straightened his posture. You currently regard me as the conductor of the brass holy carriage, expecting me to use the train cannon to counterbalance the Iron Throne, correct? Precisely. Auguste nodded. The candor of their conversation was a rare quality, one that Leon appreciated in those who valued time. You originally intended to confine the Iron Throne within the Magnesium Hall as a bargaining chip, contingent upon gaining an advantage over the miracle train. I have just made it clear that this endeavor would be futile. Even without that breach, my aging train could never rival the Iron Throne. Unless... Auguste raised an eyebrow. Unless you disclose the location of the lost carriage, in which case I might devise a solution for you. Leon flashed a sincere smile. This is an investment, Augu. Even now, acquiring the carriage would make me a match for the Iron Throne. However, it will not remain docked indefinitely. Once the Iron Throne departs, my train cannon will be the strongest within this sanctuary. At that point, many matters could be revisited. Are you not concerned I might seize your train? Little T is quite formidable, Auguste remarked, rubbing his forehead in apparent frustration. Do you perceive me as a weakling? Augu, I can navigate the train across the wasteland to reach the Magnesium Hall, Leon replied, maintaining his smile. Silence enveloped them as they exchanged glances. Nangong T remained silently stationed nearby, motionless, like a statue amidst a storm. Noah held his breath, flexing his wrists, poised to draw the kiss of cherubim at any moment. Augu too was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered someone unwavering before him, their presence equally commanding. Indeed, none who donned the conductor's uniform were mere simpletons. Well then, as you say, Auguste shrugged. I am a wealthy man, and the affluent excel at investing. As for the location of the lost carriage, Leon listened intently. Truthfully, I am not entirely certain, Auguste chuckled. It seems the wealthy are not only adept at investing, but also at having a thick skin. Leon remained composed. Hey, I've only just arrived here. Auguste did not exhibit anger. Instead, he smiled helplessly. This item was hidden away by the council as soon as it arrived. All I know is that it hasn't appeared behind the front of any other miracle train. Speaking of the council, Auguste lifted his fork, slowly shifting it toward another guest. Leon shifted his gaze along the fork and spotted the frail, white-haired elder. Old Lou, the most powerful figure in the current council. If anyone knew the whereabouts of the missing carriage, it would undoubtedly be him. So, Leon narrowed his eyes. Are you planning to have me do your bidding now? Your calculations are rather optimistic. Augu, I am not obliged to support your family. I could easily upend the gambling table and take my leave. For I am the train conductor. Nangong T, who had been bowing his head, stepped forward. Oh hey, calm down. I thought we were friends. Auguste expressed with a sorrowful visage. That was not my intent. Little T will assist you in inquiring, but I would like you to accompany him for observation. After all, you do not yet trust me fully. What if the intelligence gathered were to be altered by me? Such matters are far more reassuring when heard firsthand. Are they not? A token of allegiance? Leon glanced at Nangong-ti. To collaborate with the secretary of Oga-2, one of the foremost power holders in the Magnesium Hall Council. This act alone elucidated his stance. Oga-2 required formidable allies, seeking to bind himself to him. Leon observed the gaunt elder. The pace of conversation with Oga-2 was exceedingly swift, transitioning from the delivery of goods to the confirmation of an alliance. And dessert had yet to be served. Both parties were astute individuals, disinclined to squander time. You speak candidly, and I shall do the same, yet in doing so, the very structure may collapse. It is best to decide promptly, for he shall soon depart. Oga-2 reminded, as dessert was finally presented. He cheerfully lifted the serving of ice cream. Regardless of your thoughts, Leon Oga-2 raised his crystal spoon, glancing at the exquisite chandelier. I quite like you. Perhaps we could indeed become friends. I do not share your sentiments. Adjust your dietary habits. Otherwise, even if you ascend to leadership, your longevity will be compromised. Leon quickened his pace to match Nangong-ti's. Ah, cursed fate. The ice cream in his hand suddenly lost its allure. Oga-2 sighed, hesitating for a moment before setting down the spoon. On the street, the combat maid strode with her long, straight legs, trailing the Lu member from several dozen meters behind. Nangong-ti lingered a few meters back, while Leon walked alongside Noah. So, for the time being, we stand with Oga-2. The little lowly grasped Liang's hand, which may not be the wisest decision in the short term, nor in the long term. Leon chuckled helplessly. Yet I do not intend to align myself with the council. That group is rife with factions. Rather than being continually pulled in different directions, simplicity is preferable. Setting aside objective factors, I have never been particularly fond of them. Leon produced the box of magnesium flakes, shaking it, the metal container clinking like a multitude of rattling coins. So, on the day of the celebration, shall we aid the nefarious woman or assist Oga-2? Noah inquired. Now, let us contemplate that it may be too early. Perhaps we have already retrieved the lost carriage and have reached the next station. Elon gently caressed her small head. The sensation of being able to confer with someone is quite delightful. Noah's thought process resembles his own, first constructing a complex web of connections, speculating on subsequent developments, weighing the pros and cons, and ultimately making a decisive choice with swift resolution. The maid ahead came to a halt. Elon followed closely behind. This was his first time engaging closely with someone from the Ember sequence, especially since the individual was likely of sequence 6. What is the matter? Elon inquired. He is not on the way home, Nangong-ti replied softly, and Elon noticed her eyes, twinkling with the insignia of firearms and flames, were constantly shifting. It is the circus. He intends to go to the circus in the outer district. Both Noah and Nangong-ti spoke in unison. Nangong-ti turned to Noah. She had made her deduction based on her ability. Tracking. How did this little girl manage it? Cradling a small box of carrots meant for feeding horses. Noah sniffed the air. I can smell it. Impressive, Nangong-ti marveled. Having dined at a fine restaurant, and now off to witness a circus performance in the outer district? This counselor's nightlife is truly extravagant. Elon took a couple of steps forward and picked up a flyer that had just fallen from the other's hands. Its orange background adorned with black text, Secret Society. Chapter 61. Severed fingers inside the colossal red and white striped tent of the circus, the performance had concluded. The fire rings were dismantled, and the lions and black bears returned to their cages, leaving only tightropes and ladders resting to one side. The audience engaged in discussions about the day's show as they gradually exited, and the tent soon grew desolate. A few minutes later, another group of spectators quietly emerged. They surged into the tent as if they had been waiting for a long time, with bundles of magnesium flares illuminating their gaunt faces. Secret Society. Finally, we can meet the president, whispers echoed in the shadowy tent. He secured me a quota double the usual, and even managed to reclaim my wages. The magnesium flares are a scam. Do you not yet realize? All the money we toil for is being funneled into these meaningless ventures. I survived the Great Depression. Why is life now even more arduous? Money is always just enough to get by. Not a penny can be saved. When will the treatment of workers improve? What happened to the promised healthcare? I am ready to overthrow this decayed system. Once the time is ripe, I have nothing to lose. It is time for those counselors and rulers to taste my suffering. Whispers, from childhood to adulthood, converged into a flowing river, transforming into a suppressed roar. Pairs of eyes brimmed with fervor as they gazed at the stage, awaiting the one who founded the secret society. I've heard the president is a madman. He sleeps only 1 hour a day. I've heard the president undergoes cosmetic surgery every 3 years. No one knows what he originally looked like. It is said that the president's family perished tragically in a mining disaster, receiving no compensation whatsoever. Ever since, she has been fervently striving to overthrow the council. Amidst the crowd's intense scrutiny, a woman clad in black robes gracefully ascended the stage and bowed to the audience. A woman as the president? How could that be? Now is not the time for distinctions of gender. We are comrades. Mian waved her hand, and the iron steps beneath her feet instantaneously reconfigured, elevating her several meters. A power wielder, a high-ranking one. Can she truly extract magnesium, or with her bare hands? I desire more magnesium powder. A miracle, my compatriots. Mian removed her hood, cleared her throat, and commenced her speech. Meanwhile, at the back of the crowd, Enya's eyes flickered with a hint of turmoil. After pondering for a few seconds, she suddenly clapped her hands. The sound reverberated through the tent, echoing and layering upon itself, intertwining harmoniously. The ordinary sound of applause in Enya's hands took on a distinctly potent resonance. They became symbols, guides, commands. The psychologist's ability, incitement. Enya occasionally punctuated her applause, knowing that incitement could be wielded not only positively but also negatively, inducing calm. She served as the regulator of this discourse. The crowd fell silent, their voices hushed. They grew increasingly incensed, each person heaving with rage as they listened to Mian. Look at yourselves. Each of you possesses a unique talent. Your gaze is fierce, your hearts brimming with resolve. Such talents, for an entire generation or even several, have been relegated to serving others, washing dishes, and driving carts. The day of revelation has arrived, and so many have chosen to board the train to serve, creating a sufficiently safe zone for humanity. But what of the wealthy? What have they done to deserve their current privileged lives? What wrong have we committed? The woman in black ascended the elongated steps made of metallic debris, occasionally gesturing with her arms. Enya bit her lip. The Mian of now seemed somewhat foreign. In the past, she would never have engaged in such manipulation of the populace. The chasm of class disparity is deeply entrenched and cannot be breached by merely sending a few individuals and shedding a little blood. It requires meticulous planning, substantial sacrifices, and an extensive duration, and they are destined not to linger here for long. Mian's formation of a secret society likely aims to incite chaos within the city, a tumult that would facilitate her assassination of Augustus II. Those with faces etched with anticipation and fervor will undoubtedly become victims. Are you feeling unwell? A voice inquired beside her, and Enya instinctively nodded. Realizing who it was, she jolted and turned to flee. Zhongsen reached out, grasping her collar and pulling her back like a kitten. Brother, what brings you here? Enya was spun around to face Zhongsen. I am concerned for your safety. So I came to check on you, only to find Zhongsen sighing and saying that you have indeed gone astray, associating with dubious companions. Brother, I haven't, you protested. But he retorted, I saw you, cheering and clapping. Zhongsen released her, his expression frosty. Enya dared not speak. She could tell from his demeanor that he was genuinely angry this time. I have been preoccupied with work, worried for your safety, and rushed over, only to discover that you are deliberately leaping into the fire. Zhongsen seized her wrist firmly, declaring, Come with me, we are going home. No, brother. I cannot leave now. Come here. Do not compel me to restrain you. Enya struggled continuously, but the strength of a Sequence 7 adept was far beyond that of an ordinary person, and she was forcibly pulled out of the tent. Following behind the Lu congressman, Liang lifted the curtain and entered the tent. Cheers, the scent of smoke, the aroma of alcohol, and various unintelligible shouts echoed around him, accompanied by the sound of applause. It was an unpleasant cacophony, the lighting dim, and the crowd surrounded the speaker in the center with uncontainable excitement. Liang raised an eyebrow. Though cloaked in darkness, the speaker was indeed Mian. Undeniably, Mian possessed a remarkable talent in this regard. Her voice, gestures, expressions, and glances adeptly stirred the emotions of the audience. Liang glanced at the members of the secret society. These individuals were likely to become casualties of political strife. Even if this were a true upheaval, it would merely result in a reshuffling of power among Mian, August II, and the parliament. When the dust settled, the impoverished would remain destitute, sent back to the mines to dwell in shanties. Nonetheless, taking action, however small, was better than inaction. What lay ahead was known only to fate. After reflecting on this, Liang turned his gaze to Nangongti. The combat made was searching for the Lu congressman, while Liang pondered the reason for his attendance at the assembly. Joining the secret society? Clearly not, as it held no advantage for him. The parliament likely wished to see August II and the secret society mutually destroy one another, so they could reap the benefits. Was he here to assess the situation in advance? As Liang contemplated, Nangongti stealthily maneuvered from the side. She covered the congressman's mouth and nose, swiftly incapacitating him with a precise strike and dragging him into a corner. What is happening? In a moment of catching her breath, Mian realized Enya was missing. It was not a lack of confidence in her speaking abilities. In fact, she was overly skilled at rousing the crowd, resulting in an emotional surge that exceeded her expectations. Without Enya to serve as a stabilizing force, things could spiral out of control. With this thought, Mian instinctively cast her gaze towards the corner where a few figures stood. They wore hoods and hung their heads, occasionally twitching. This was a common physiological response among the impoverished, often afflicted with inhalation pneumonia and magnesium deficiency. Yet, Mian still sensed something amiss. Good cop, bad cop? Before Nangongdi's hand descended, she turned to glance at Liang. No problem, Liang nodded. This classic interrogation technique, when executed properly, can yield remarkable results. Bang, bang. The dull sound of two slaps was drowned out by the cacophony of applause. Nangongdi's expression remained stern as she observed the Lu surname congressman slowly regaining consciousness. Do you wish to die? She drew out a dagger. Liang, who had just begun to speak, raised an eyebrow, having thought he was merely playing the role of the bad cop. Is Nangongdi here in person? Having served for many years on the front lines, Liang had danced at the edge of life and death countless times. He could almost perceive her palpable intent to kill. Unfortunately, despite her usual lack of expression, Nangongdi's face appeared too innocuous to pose a true threat. The congressman still stared with bleary eyes, glancing between Nangongdi and Liang. After a moment to gather his bearings, he let out a disdainful huff. Lackey of the Second Augustus. Hey, my friend, there's no need for such words, Liang said, patting him on the shoulder, striving to appear as harmless as possible. The congressman swallowed hard, eyeing Liang's dark train conductor uniform, the metallic sheen reflecting beneath the fabric, and his solid muscles, which added to his unease. All right, what do you want? With a flash of cold light, something flew through the air. Fingers. Before the congressman could react, he looked down to find the 5 fingers of his left hand severed at the roots. Blood gushed forth instantaneously, leaving him pale and shaken. Is this not merely a bad cop, but a madman? Liang mused internally. Indeed, an old soldier knows that his face may not deliver the intended threat. Thus, he resorts to using a blade. The execution was decisive and clean, even possessing a certain beauty reminiscent of a skilled butcher at work. Yet, under such duress, the good cop bad cop routine was entirely unnecessary, was it not? Do you wish to die? Nangongdi inquired again. The congressman finally regarded the girl before him with a measure of seriousness. As he opened his mouth to respond, several more fingers flew off. The acute agony nearly caused him to faint. Liang silently clicked his tongue. Surely, Nangongdi had no intention of asking questions at all. She simply relished in the act of severing fingers. At this rate, should she ask again, she would have to resort to cutting something else. Do you wish to die? Nangongdi raised her dagger once more. No, I don't want to die. The congressman was much wiser this time, shaking his head vigorously. What do you wish to know? About the accounts, the campaign, or? The dagger grazed the congressman's ear before embedding itself in the ground. The carriage, Nangongdi whispered. The carriage, my friend. Think carefully. Liang leaned in, realizing the man was rather unstable and uncertain of what she might do next. This was the truth. 2 devils. The congressman was on the verge of breaking down. Me? I've done nothing. Liang was puzzled. Don't come any closer. The congressman gasped. The carriage had been sent to the auction house. Which venue? And when was it delivered? When is the auction taking place? Liang leaned closer, bending down. You. The legislator swallowed hard, desperately trying to retreat. Liang felt a hint of confusion. He realized that the legislator was far more afraid of him than of Nangongti, who had severed so many fingers. Why was that? Conductor, are you planning to take me to the wasteland to dispose of my body? The legislator's eyes brimmed with tears as he struggled hysterically. I will speak. I will say anything. Chapter 62. A sudden strike on the elder sister. Oh, I see. Leon regarded his conductor's uniform. Even if Nangong Ti had severed the legislator's fingers, they could be reattached by a skilled physician, causing pain but sparing his life, which perhaps indicated that his adversary dared not kill him. However, the hostility exhibited by a conductor was decidedly less amusing. A group of lunatics, constantly traversing the wasteland accompanied by zombies, trains, and tracks, bore a far greater sense of menace than a girl clad in a maid outfit. Leon adjusted his collar with satisfaction. It seemed that donning a white robe in his previous life, with a cloth draped atop his head and a large black backpack slung over his shoulders, evoked a similar effect. This is what one calls reputation. Why auction such a precious item? Nangong Ti inquired again after taking notes. Because adding another carriage to the Iron Throne, which is closest to the Mahal, might incite public outrage, so we opted for alternative resources. The legislator gasped for breath. Just a few days ago, the Bacchus train brought those buyers. The Bacchus train, Leon recalled. He had encountered that miraculous purple train in the wasteland and even purchased a copy of The Return of Detective Marlowe for Noah aboard it. According to Zhang San, Augustus too had also arrived on the Bacchus train. Clearly, there was more complexity behind this matter. Was Augustus too lying? Did he also desire a carriage? Leon narrowed his eyes, his thoughts swirling in his mind. What do you have in your right pocket? He suddenly asked. The legislator took a deep breath. In my right pocket, I have some zombie pathogens. Once injected into a human, they will become infected. Nangong Ti's pupils constricted, his hands moving swiftly as two syringes appeared at his fingertips. If zombies break out at the gathering, the secret society will be finished. The legislator explained in a hoarse voice. Bang! Leon lifted his leg and kicked him in the chin, his expression unusually cold. The zombie virus, painstakingly deciphered over generations by epidemiologists in large shelters, had become a tool for these politicians to achieve their ends. Scum! Leon wiped his shoe against the legislator's collar. Before the legislator could respond, clutching his bleeding face with a severed hand, Leon's boot, reinforced with steel, shattered his jawbone with a single kick. Boom! Suddenly, chaos erupted among the crowd. It was as if something suppressed for so long had been detonated, and the countless currents within the tent became as lively as boiling water. Zombies! There are zombies! A cacophony of frantic screams echoed through the air. The circus, the gathering, the clandestine societies, everything seemed severed by a sharp blade, revealing a sanguine undercurrent. Zombies! The crowd dispersed in an instant, as one figure pinned another to the ground, ravenously gnawing at his neck. Such scenes unfolded simultaneously at 5 disparate locations, each a distinct epicenter of chaos, radiating turmoil throughout the tent. Help me! The unfortunate soul pinned to the ground emitted a thick, desperate plea, only to convulse and rise moments later, rushing towards the very person who intended to assist him. An outbreak, a spread, a proliferation. Shoving, trampling, fleeing. The speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the tent was devoid of life. Only the undead remained, along with the impoverished souls destined to join their ranks, blindly fleeing in a desperate bid to postpone their fated demise. Whoosh! Whoosh! Silver spears shot forth almost as soon as someone fell. Yet even the swiftest among them could not match the rapidity of the viral spread. The zombies, capable of chasing down trains, moved with astounding speed within the confines of the tent, reduced to mere blurs of crimson. You bastard! Nangong Ti yanked the legislator. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. The legislator shook his head vehemently, but it was futile. He was violently swept away by the crimson shadows, crashing to the ground. Seconds later, he rose again, shedding his shoes and suit, cackling maniacally as he charged towards others. Bang! Bang! The iron cage swung open, and 2 lions emerged, shaking their heads in bewilderment. They were not targets for the zombies, instead sniffing the air in confusion. The scent of blood, evident in their increasingly dilated pupils, stirred a primal excitement within them. Nangong Ti, come here, Leon urged, grasping Noah's hand as they moved towards a corner of the tent. The inorganic solution had proven ineffective. The density of zombies was overwhelming. Even if they remained undetected, a collision would be fatal. Rather than creeping along, it was wiser to quicken their pace. Everyone surged towards the exit, yet, paradoxically, they found themselves unable to escape. The first priority was to find cover and ensure their safety. Simultaneously, they needed to resolve the impending crisis before the zombies breached the tent and invaded the city. Bang! Bang! Nangong Ti crossed his arms, drawing two massive silver desert eagles from his tactical vest, unleashing a torrent of bullets. The gunfire illuminated the expressionless face of the girl as her short hair billowed in the shockwave. Is it fashionable for ladies to wield large-caliber handguns now? Leon pressed the trigger mechanism. Click, click, for mechanical claws extended from behind, their hidden mechanisms whirring into action. Leon raised his hand, and the claws ignited with fire, a firepower more ferocious than the Desert Eagle's. Utilizing a miniature submachine gun embedded at the tips of the claws, bullets poured forth at a rate exceeding 100 rounds per minute. Although the caliber could not rival that of the Desert Eagles, the sheer volume was formidable. The torrent of steel instantaneously carved out a substantial safe zone before them. Nangong Ti cast a bewildered glance at Leon. You must exercise caution. We cannot afford any more infected from the fire sequence here. Leon replied succinctly, then, with one arm around Nangong Ti and the other around Noah, activated Linny. Whoosh. The powered armor whirred to life, steam erupting behind him. Leon landed smoothly, releasing the composed Nangong Ti and the somewhat displeased Noah. He surveyed the situation. The journey to the shelter had been relatively smooth, but given the rate of ammunition consumption, relying solely on himself to eliminate the threats was futile. Mion was perplexed as to what had gone awry. She was utilizing the Iron Throne sequence's abilities, but had not employed the powers of a reforger to directly manipulate metal. The silver spear danced ceaselessly, diminishing the horde of zombies. Yet Mion's expression remained grim. Time was of the essence. Upon closer inspection, many had been fortunate enough to escape from beneath the tent's confines at the first opportunity. However, the number of zombies within the tent was disheartening. Some hung from the steel framework, while others tore at the corpses of their companions, their abdomens swelling ominously. A few, displaying a modicum of intelligence, were mimicking human actions, attempting to lift the tent to escape. Whoosh, whoosh. Leon raised his hand and swiftly dispatched several zombies that were about to make their escape with his lotus. A low growl emanated from behind him, causing Leon to stiffen and slowly turn his head. Noah immediately reached out, pressing down on Leon and Nangong Ti. The inorganic transformation took effect. A massive black bear continually lifted its head, sniffing the air, before letting out a thunderous roar and rising on its hind legs, striking down upon the corpses before it. Crack! The body exploded, infecting the area with a spray of tainted blood. Buzz! Noah quickly extended his hand, the wings of the cherub spinning rapidly to shield them from the deadly fluid. Creak! Creak! The black bear lowered its head, beginning to tear at the body in front of it. Feeling the creature's hot, damp breath, Leon slowly drew his dagger. Having witnessed a spectacle that could only be afforded with coin, he knew it was time to bring this restless beast to a close. Ugh! Noah tugged at his arm, shaking his head as if trying to convey something. Don't aim for the head. Leon read Noah's lips. Aim for. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from a distance, causing the black bear to lift its head. I know you're there. I see you. Mion called out loudly. Blood smeared across her face. She wielded the silver spear, slicing through the crimson shadows in the air. Help me. Find Enya and bring her here. I need her to induce emotional fluctuations and utilize Sequence 6 abilities. Her request was concise and powerful, devoid of ambiguity. The only issue was that Leon did not know Enya. He had never encountered her and had no idea what she looked like, making it impossible to locate her amidst the throng of zombies. A dire predicament indeed. What is more alarming is that the black bear, seemingly indulging in a delightful feast, has attracted the attention of the neighboring lion, which was already engaged in a struggle. It appears that this circus performance is far from over, indeed worth the ticket price. Leon took a deep breath, aware that this matter required swift resolution. With a powerful exhale, Noah held his breath to the limit before releasing it. The inorganic state was lifted. Simultaneously, the three massive beasts raised their heads alertly, searching for the source of the unfamiliar scent. Whoosh! The grappling hook shot forth, securing itself to the overhead steel cable, as Leon leaped high from his cover. Immediately, zombies lunged toward him. He extended his mechanical claw, intercepting their assault while piercing through their skulls. 3 corpses fell to the ground with a dull thud. The lion's roar resounded from below. Leon landed on the steel cable, the unsteady sensation beneath his feet instilling a sense of uncertainty within him. Yet, there was no choice but to continue forward. He stepped out, running. Greyhound. Bang. Steam erupted as Leon kicked aside the obstructing Black Panther on the cable. Flipping himself to grasp the horizontal bar, propelling himself outward. Twisting, soaring, the grappling hook fired, his trench coat billowing in the wind. Balancing beams, fire hoops, and pole vaults. Leon navigated these obstacles with astonishing agility, swiftly reaching Mion, enfolding her in his embrace. Although Enya was nowhere to be found, he could certainly evoke a reaction from Mion. Their eyes met in silence. In Leon's pupils, Mion's mesmerizing violet irises were reflected, her gaze trembling slightly, as if she sensed his intentions. There was no time for hesitation. Then, with a resounding slap, the crisp sound stunned everyone present, even the zombies. Mion stood frozen, a handprint rapidly appearing on her cheek as her head turned to the side. How was that? Did it evoke an emotional response? Leon inquired with concern. Almost immediately, he noticed Mion gritting her teeth, her pupils igniting with a terrifying, blinding light. Chapter 63, Experience Count, 0. It is well known that for a mature, elegant, and alluring woman, a kiss is unlikely to stir her heart, for she has encountered countless individuals and experienced myriad reunions and farewells. However, a slap is a different matter entirely. If delivered with enough force, not only will it evoke an emotional response, but she will remember it for a lifetime. For Leon, this is precisely the situation at hand. As the light ignited in Mion's eyes, the usurper reclaimed power not rightfully hers in a fit of rage and humiliation. Sequence 6. The Reforger. Grasping Leon's collar with one hand, she abruptly extended the other. The cannon, positioned in the corner, began to rotate slowly. Leon recognized it as the apparatus used to launch acrobats into the air. Generally speaking, it is not gunpowder that resides within, but rather a spring. Now, under the meticulous reforge by Mion, it is rapidly becoming robust and tightly sealed. Its once fragile form that could not withstand an explosion is now increasingly whole. Mion, may I inquire? Leon cleared his throat and pointed at the cannon's mouth, which was increasingly akin to his own stature. Surely you do not intend to stuff me in there? Mion narrowed her eyes, indeed suppressing such an impulse. Yet the pressing matter was not revenge. Liang's actions had proven effective. Mion raised her hand once more, and the silver spear on the ground coalesced, entirely entering the cannon's mouth. Gunpowder, do we have any? She inquired, casting a glance at Nangongti. Nangongti nodded, intertwining her palms and forcefully blowing. Black powder surged forth from her fingertips, completely enveloped by the silvery metal and entering the cannon. A sharp clatter ensued, sparks flying as countless silvery streams of light darted in every direction, firmly anchoring the tent to the ground. Subsequently, the cannon itself was dismantled into myriad forms of cold weaponry. Amidst this metallic deluge, not a single zombie could withstand even a moment. Minutes later, apart from dismembered limbs and scattered flesh, nothing remained within the tent. Liang was still suspended in midair by Mion, yet his attention was elsewhere. During Mion's reforge of the cannon, he thought he perceived a shadow lingering outside the tent. Could it be a zombie that had just crawled out? It didn't seem likely. If it were truly a zombie, why would it not flee? Yet, considering that slender figure, wait. Liang squinted and took a deep breath. You Spectre, he shouted. A raspy chuckle echoed from outside the tent, as that figure fled with terrifying speed. Indeed, Liang lowered his head, rubbing the bite mark on his palm. When he first encountered Noah amidst the tide of corpses, he had crossed paths with this creature. It had viciously bitten him after attacking the cold girl, only to have its half-brain incinerated by a welding torch. Who would have thought it had made its way to the magnesium hall, seemingly having dug a hole and successfully infiltrated here, infecting numerous others? This was a grave matter indeed. To what extent had this creature's intelligence developed? And what schemes did it harbor? Are you not going down yet? Mion cast a cold glance at Liang. While utilizing her abilities, she stood upon a plane of condensed metal, appearing to hover in midair. The red mark on her face still throbbed with pain, and she yearned to hurl Liang to the ground. Unfortunately, this fellow had indeed stood up for himself. He had dashed out from cover, navigating through a tent teeming with zombies, approaching with extraordinary swiftness, agility, and incredulous finesse. Courage, strength, and skill were all indispensable. Had it not been for that final slap, Mion's assessment of him might have been more favorable. I await your expression of gratitude, Liang shrugged. Mion clenched her fists. Liang could even hear the creaking of her molars. Thank you for standing up for me, Liang. You truly are a noble person, she articulated, each word pronounced with deliberate precision, before releasing her grip and casting Liang to the ground. The mechanical claws snapped open and then closed again, and Liang landed smoothly. Intrigued by the similarly descending Mian. So you've made a mess of things, he remarked. It's none of your concern, Mian retorted, averting her gaze. The Iron Throne's people are about to arrive. If you wish to avoid death, you ought to leave quickly. I saw that sheriff named by he emerged from the restroom in a state of utter frustration. The Iron Throne likely has no time to address matters here tonight. Was this part of your plan? Liang chuckled. Indeed. Mian took a deep breath. Fine, I admit I've botched it. I didn't anticipate the presence of zombies. The secret society's plans may very well be ruined. Are you satisfied now? Does my admission of failure bring you joy? Liang mused. If it weren't for the truce period, I would truly wish to. Mian's attention was drawn to the two syringes in Liang's hand, dark red and faintly glowing. It's a zombie toxin, he explained. Typically, this substance would lose its potency shortly after leaving the body, unless specially treated for injection. The side of the syringe bore a serial number, linked to a pharmaceutical company under the Parliament's jurisdiction. Almost instantly, Mian grasped the implications. The legislators, in an attempt to undermine the secret society, had brought zombie toxins to the gathering, nearly causing a catastrophe. The president led the other members to avert the viral outbreak with minimal cost. How does that reasoning sit with you? Liang gently shook the syringe. What were you just saying about wanting to do something to me? Nothing. Mian lowered her eyes, biting her lip. She understood that the substance in Liang's possession was pivotal to whether the gathering could proceed. If successful, the secret society would gain significant renown and attract more participants. If they failed, their reputation would be tarnished, rendering all their preparations futile. Why would Liang assist her? Even during a truce, he was under no obligation to do so. The terms they had previously agreed upon did not encompass this. Moreover, she had just projected her anger and helplessness onto him, uncharacteristically losing her temper. I shouldn't have. Mian, I truly shouldn't have. I must obtain this, she stated firmly. What do you desire in return? She raised her gaze to meet Liang's, calm and unwavering. Money, power, status? Or perhaps you wish for my company. I lack experience in that regard and may not provide the sensation you seek. You think too highly of me. I'm not that greedy, Liang replied, raising a finger. 2 syringes, 2 requests, Mian. I am all ears. Mian responded. First, I wish for you to take the secret society a bit more seriously. Even if you're merely utilizing these individuals, do not let them be sacrificed in vain. They only wish for a better life and have done no wrong. Agreed, Mian said, somewhat taken aback. She never expected Liang to squander such a precious opportunity to solicit requests from a level 6 individual on someone else, especially a group of impoverished souls. Pneumonia and hypomagnesemia, evidently. They were once minors. Liang gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, reflecting that as a mechanic, the working class ought not to burden one another. I understand. Mian nodded, displaying commendable obedience. Liang raised an eyebrow, observing the elder sister, who was so passionate during speeches, efficient in battle, and fierce when angry, now revealing a submissive demeanor in his presence, which indeed uplifted his spirits. Do you have time the night after tomorrow? Liang inquired further. Mian frowned slightly, a flicker of discomfort crossing her face, yet she nodded, indicating she was available. I just mentioned that I hope you won't get your hopes up too much. Still, it's worth anticipating. It will be my first time attending an auction, Liang replied with a smile. An auction? Yes. Didn't you promise to help me secure a carriage? Liang continued, having gathered some information. All right, I have time. What did you mean earlier about lacking experience and not getting your hopes up? Liang looked at her earnestly. Mian saw through Liang's teasing but chose not to respond, instead smiling as she turned to leave. As they brushed past each other, she gently patted Liang's cheek, a reprisal for that slap and a punishment for this mischievous fellow. Watching Mian disappear, Liang sighed in relief. This chaotic evening had finally come to an end. First, he had dined with Augustus II, then mutilated someone's fingers with Nangong tea, and finally reunited with an old friend, Jai Ren Gui, as they tumbled about in the circus, nearly transforming into zombies. Quite an eventful night indeed. Venturing out at midnight seldom bodes well, Liang thought as he headed towards the shelter. It was time to bring Noah home. Perhaps it was due to the multitude of women he had encountered today, as Noah seemed overwhelmed, failing to exhibit her usual boisterousness. Suddenly, a massive lion's head emerged from the shelter, followed closely by Noah riding atop it. Shoo, quiet, quiet. Noah patted the lion's head. After finally calming the beast, She excitedly looked at Leon. Leon, can we keep it? Of course not. That belongs to the circus, Leon replied, shrugging in front of the man in a zebra suit, indicating that they were not for sale. Frankly, even if they offered the lion for sale, Leon had no intention of purchasing it. The amount of meat it would consume daily was staggering. For the creatures aboard this train with a fixation on food, 2 would suffice. Nonetheless, since several had protected the circus's assets and prevented further losses, he had indeed prepared a token of gratitude. The man concealed his hands behind his back. Oh, Noah exclaimed in delight. Leon, he is going to gift us a lion cub. The man scratched his head, producing 2 tickets. Not a lion. Noah's face fell in disappointment. Certainly, we would care for the cubs ourselves. After all, the circus must conduct its business. The man's lips twitched. Do you desire to raise them because they resemble your hairstyle? Leon gently stroked her golden tresses. Indeed. Noah nodded vigorously. The owner proposed a matter. Leon embraced the owner's neck. A half-hour later, Noah, clutching a magnificent bundle of lion's mane, strode away. Her face illuminated with excitement. The owner gazed at the money in his hand, then turned to observe the bald lion, its mane a disheveled mess in the wind. Truly, an odd person, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, who might you be? The owner turned to regard the girl clad in a maid's outfit, exuding an air of gunpowder. Would you be interested in joining our circus? Chapter 64. Evening conversations. After completing his evening routine, Leon plunged into the soft embrace of his bed. His aching limbs sank into the mattress, the cool fabric caressing his skin, swiftly alleviating his stress. Contrary to common belief, Leon's bed and even his room were immaculate, maintained in a state of what could only be described as obsessive cleanliness. Of course, Leon did not suffer from obsessive-compulsive disorder or a fear of germs. He merely cherished cleanliness, as it was beneficial for both mind and body. What a day it has been, hasn't he it? Leon lifted his head to glance at the clock perched on his bedside table. The clock responded with its rhythmic ticking. Leon had developed a habit of conversing with mechanical creations, and this clock had endured his most frequent grievances, for it was crafted by his own hands, replicating a clock from his previous life. Occasionally, when he opened his eyes and beheld the clock, he would experience a fleeting illusion of still residing in his original world. It could not be deemed a memory anchor. Rather, it was a sentiment of nostalgia, or perhaps a form of commemoration. Leon closed his eyes. For reasons unknown, he reminisced about his arrival in this new world. A stranger in unfamiliar territory, devoid of kin or companions, he apprenticed in a small workshop within a modest refuge. Exhausted by day and anxious by night, he lived in constant fear as wanderers dragged individuals from their homes to their demise. With no one to share the vigil, Leon would curl up in a bathtub with a crossbow, setting an alarm every hour. Fortunately, he eventually saved enough for living expenses and the means to acquire tools, allowing him to board the train to the metropolis. Although he had been infected, he was fortunate to survive and even found Noah. It had been quite some time. Leon turned over, gazing at the ceiling. Despite having a workshop, he still preferred sleeping in the brass chariot, as it provided an unparalleled sense of security. Knock, knock, knock. The bedroom door was rapped upon, and Leon sat up to see Noah, clad in a white nightgown, barefoot at the threshold. What is it? Leon inquired. I can't sleep, Noah said, fiddling nervously with the teddy bear in her hands. I have something to discuss. Leon sat upright, patting the empty space on the bed. Come then. Since entering the metropolis and refurbishing the brass chariot, the days of sleeping fully clothed and taking turns to rest in the wilderness had significantly diminished. Noah's resting quarters were just next door, separated by a thin partition. The board does little to block light or sound, so Leon is aware that Noah occasionally stays up late reading those romantic novels. He has suggested reinforcing the partition to create 2 distinct rooms, but Noah has repeatedly declined, leaving the matter unresolved. Noah sits somewhat self-consciously by the bed, feeling a bit shy as it is her first time sitting on someone else's bed, especially that of a male, particularly Liang's. The faint scent of mint wafts through the air, a fragrance that belongs to him. She takes a deep breath, intending to show determination. Yet it appears as though she is oddly inhaling the essence of Liang's bed. Realizing this, Noah instinctively holds her breath. What am I doing? Leon wonders. Entering someone else's room and then holding my breath? Finally, Noah resumes breathing and clears her throat. We need to organize the information we have thus far. Indeed. Leon nods. Setting aside appearances and occasional peculiar behavior, Noah is undoubtedly a reliable and mature woman, and consulting her poses no issue. Currently, the Magnesium Hall is divided into 3 factions: the parliament composed of local nobility, the rebel forces led by Mayan, and the royalists headed by Augustus II. The local nobility maintains a close relationship with the Iron Throne, possibly requiring a significant amount of magnesium for its ascension. For some unknown reason, a crucial component of the brass holy carriage vanished after passing through the hands of the Res Otis and Lu Consortium. Do you think it is in the hands of the parliament? Noah inquires. It can only be so, Leon replies. The local nobility has long sought to completely seize the brass holy carriage. Do you remember those trains only identified by numbers? Like number 006? They belong to the special task force of the Magnesium Hall. We disguised ourselves quite well, avoiding their detection. But it is certain that part of the Parliament's focus remains on this matter. They have taken a carriage from the brass holy carriage, intending to sell it at the auction in a few days. Many high-tier abilities have arrived here aboard the Dionysus. It seems we must compete with them. What about that crucial component? The cursed one? Noah asks. It's likely no longer in the Magnesium Hall. We will have to devise a plan later. Or perhaps inquire with Mayan. Though she is unlikely to divulge much, Leon shrugs. Mayan's rebellion aims to overthrow both the Parliament and the Royalists, with the primary focus on Augustus II. She has established a secret society intending to leverage the impoverished citizens of the outer districts to pressure Augustus II, seeking an opportunity to carry out an assassination during the festivities. However, we must not forget that this wicked woman also desires the brass holy carriage. Noah follows Li Eng's line of thought. Indeed, he nods. This is also a point of caution, yet at present, she is of no distraction and can be utilized. Be exceedingly careful, Noah says earnestly, emphasizing, be very cautious of this wicked woman. Next, we must consider Augustus II, a vision of the stout penguin clad in a suit, with its striking gray-green eyes, flitted through Leon's mind, causing his gaze to shimmer with unease. The evening gathering was fraught with peril, far more than it appeared. Among the attendees were politicians, while the other half comprised the private militia of Augustus II. Leon was utterly convinced that Augustus II's words were not mere jest. Should he assert that the train's artillery could reach this vicinity, Augustus II would promptly command his private forces to strike, transforming the Silver Cod restaurant into ruins. Masquerading the assault as an unfortunate accident, the specter of massacre loomed ominously close. This 300-pound prospective head of the refuge harbored a significant degree of iron-fisted authority. He merely awaited the opportune moment. Indeed, the Iron Throne had effectively restrained him, yet he remained a formidable threat. Noah spoke slowly, asserting that to secure a foothold in such a position necessitated the backing of the miraculous train. He had chosen the brass holy chariot, aligning with us. Leon nodded in agreement. Augustus II's insistence on collaborating with him and Nangong was twofold. Firstly, it required Leon to pledge his allegiance, and secondly, it was to prevent him from independently locating the lost carriage and excluding Augustus II from the equation. This was a lucrative transaction. It demanded no substantial assistance, merely the provision of intelligence in exchange for the miraculous train's support. If he could endure until the end, we would not be unwilling to bolster him. Leon contemplated this. He did not aspire to become a royalist, as he wished to remain untainted by the intricacies of politics. However, Augustus I, the father of Augustus II, was the head of the Star District and a high-ranking adept of the stargazing sequence. Stargazing signified intelligence, and although his faction possessed the apocalypse, who would refuse an influx of further information? Furthermore, securing the support of a large refuge would alleviate concerns regarding supplies for the journey ahead. What about the Soul Snatcher? Noah inquired next. Leon squinted. The Soul Snatcher was the name he had assigned to that sentient entity. Zombies had infiltrated the city, yet a large-scale outbreak had yet to occur. This was indeed alarming. Immediately after departing the circus, Leon had contacted Augustus II to relay this development, along with the status of the vaccine concerning the plague doctors. The stout penguin took this matter seriously, first promising to expedite the vaccine's implementation, and then expressing gratitude for Leon's alert, stating that a gift would be sent the following day. Despite this, Leon remained uneasy. The Soul Snatcher, like him, was an unpredictable variable in this refuge and power struggle. One relied on the formidable train artillery, while the other was fueled by virus-laden fluids. The intelligence of the Soul Snatcher was nearly on par with that of humans. If it resolved to conceal itself, we would be unable to locate it. Leon shook his head, noting that it had not acted on instinct to infect others, suggesting it had other matters to attend to. As for the laughter heard outside the tent today, it was likely a greeting. It recognized me, this old friend. How frightful, Noah remarked, rubbing his arms. I have long wished to inquire, being a mechanical creation, why do you harbor a fear of the undead? Leaning against the pillow, Leon mused. It is quite understandable. Noah sighed, setting aside her doll. I have witnessed far too many familiar faces succumbing to infection, losing their sanity, transforming into mindless ghouls that roam in search of flesh. Their brains remain intact, and I often wonder if there is still a person trapped within, languishing in perpetual dread and darkness. They refer to the process of boarding the miracle train and ascending the hierarchy as service. And I have been in service since the moment I opened my eyes in this world. While you perceive them as transformed into monstrous beings of a different kind, to me, it feels akin to a cat becoming a dog. To slay a zombie is not much different from taking a life. The corpses are equally warm, soft, and devoid of vitality. Meeting new companions, watching them succumb to infection, and shattering those familiar visages with my own hands has been the unending cycle of my existence. From birth until my eventual demise. She gazed at Leon, her golden curls cascading down to obscure her weary eyes. Thus, I fear the undead. Is that so? Leon was taken aback. He suddenly realized that Noah was far more complex than he had ever imagined. A veteran who had been in service since birth. A solitary soul from the mechanic sequence with fragmented memories. A pitiable being trapped in a body that cannot grow, having existed for an indeterminate length of time. She was not merely a little girl engrossed in romantic comics. Her maturity and reliability were not mere jest, even with significant psychological burdens. She could traverse the wasteland alongside Leon or confront dozens, if not hundreds, of zombies within a tent, never uttering a single complaint. Yet at night, when she closed her eyes, she was haunted by grotesque, fragmented familiar faces, rendering her unable to sleep. Would you like to come closer? Leon coughed lightly. Noah nodded. Chapter 65. This is my sister, Zhang Enya. What about your past, Leon? Noah leaned against the pillow, having never heard you speak of it. What was your childhood like? Did you encounter anyone during your school years? Was there a crush? I wish to know it all. My past. Leon glanced at the clock on the nightstand. He was uncertain how to begin. He was but a wandering soul adrift since before the day of the apocalypse, with a childhood and school years that were utterly unremarkable. No romance, minimal friendships, and even his parents had scolded him for not being closer to home, having gone months without contact. It was rather dull, and the details had faded from his memory. Leon shook his head, summarizing it in a single word: loneliness. My father is a truck driver, often absent, tirelessly working to earn money. My mother would venture out to play mahjong, losing most of his hard-earned income. Whenever they crossed paths, they would argue, escalating to violence, and often ending up at the police station, leaving me alone at home. From a very young age, I learned to cook for myself, hoping that if I made a delicious meal, my parents might return. Did they return? Noah inquired softly. Indeed, Leon scratched the tip of his nose. Before long, my father returned home with a woman, declaring that we were to have one last farewell dinner, which I would prepare. I must say, that meal was quite a success. The woman praised my efforts, remarking on my maturity and capability, suggesting that I might live with them in the future. Eventually, my father and she had a child, and he became less attentive to me. At that time, I was around 13, I believe. Noah silently took his hand. It's nothing, just memories from long ago. Leon smiled, recounting how he had always been reticent as a child, with no one willing to play with him, so he helped his father fix cars. The parts spoke to me, and I conversed with them in return. As my skills improved and I grew older, I eventually found myself at the Jiangqing shelter, beginning a solitary life. Reflecting now, I realized that many of my habits were formed during that time, such as my fondness for cooking and repairing vehicles, as well as my tendency to converse with parts. Noah, you are my first friend. The soft embrace enveloped him. Leon paused, feeling Noah's warmth and heartbeat. I will not leave you, Leon. The girl rested her head on his shoulder, her voice muffled. You must not leave me either. All right. Leon gently patted her back. And you must not be led astray by bad women. Noah hummed in agreement. Very well. Leon smiled. The night was exceptionally quiet and interminable. As the first rays of sunlight broke through, the girl curled up in Liang's embrace, sleeping soundly. At the office, Augustus too stretched languidly. Unbeknownst to him, dawn had arrived. There were countless matters to attend to, and time was simply insufficient. He had lost count of how many days it had been since he last returned to his bedroom. He often settled for sleeping at his desk, awakening to continue his work the following day. Meanwhile, Nangong Ti reported in a low voice about everything that transpired the previous night. The councilman, the virus, the zombies. The gathering, the figure cloaked in black, the leader of a secret society suspected of having established some connection with Liang, as well as Liang's remarkable abilities. His mechanized claws capable of suppressing firepower, and Noah's enormous drill. The more Augustus II listened, the more invigorated he became, straightening his posture. Liang, he chuckled, indeed clever. Knowing not to place all his eggs in one basket. Did you get a clear look at that woman's face? No, she wore a hood. However, I did hear her shout for Liang to assist in finding Nangong Ti, pausing momentarily. Inya. Augustus II snapped his fingers. Let us investigate. No need for that. The door was knocked upon, and a disheartened Zhang Xin entered. He had not slept all night. Shortly after forcibly bringing Inya back home, he had heard the news of the zombie outbreak at the circus. While he felt grateful that Inya had escaped with her life, he slowly began to realize that something was amiss. Inya seemed to be entangled with a formidable organization. Inquiring with the circus proprietor about the events of the evening, upon hearing the names of Leon and Nangong Ti, Zhang San realized the gravity of the situation. Inya seemed to have been abducted by the blonde-haired individual, inadvertently entangling herself in the political struggles of the upper echelon of the Magnesium Hall. Rather than waiting to be discovered by the second Duke, it would be wiser to come forward with the truth. Inya, being merely an ordinary student, had been persuaded to join a secret society, which could be considered somewhat excusable. The only regret Zhang San harbored was his original intention to secure her a job through the second Duke's connections after her graduation. That hope now appeared to be dashed. What do you mean, Zhang San? The second Duke lifted his head. To be honest, he held little fondness for this bodyguard. Compared to the decisive Nangong Ti, Zhang San often appeared indecisive. In situations where a swift resolution through lethal means was possible, he occasionally faltered, wasting precious time. Yet, more fundamentally, it was because he was inherently a good person. Thus, the second Duke both detested and relied upon him. Inya is my sister. Zhang San bowed deeply. She is still young and has been deceived. I will ensure she is properly reprimanded. Please, Your Grace, do not impose too harsh a punishment upon her. Very well. The second Duke nodded. Zhang San suddenly stood erect, astonished. Is that it? Is this over? No execution, no interrogation, not even a personal insult? I am in a good mood today. You can thank Leon for that. The second Duke yawned. He has brought me considerable fortune. Indeed, he is my lucky star. As for your sister, have her document everything she knows and submit a written report to me by noon. Yes. Zhang San nodded vigorously. What of those pursuing you? The second Duke inquired abruptly. They have likely given up. I consider myself relatively safe for now. Zhang San rubbed his eyes. Excellent. I apologize for the inconvenience this has caused you. We are simply short-staffed and unable to attend to every matter thoroughly. Not at all. Zhang San offered a few more polite remarks before departing from the Silver Tower. Brother, what happened? Inya peeked out from behind a street lamp. You dare ask? Zhang San, growing increasingly irate, grasped her by the nape and declared, I am taking you to a friend. You are grounded for a month and shall not emerge until the celebration concludes. Please, no? I cannot accept that. Inya struggled vehemently. Mayan was an overreacher, and her mental state was already precarious, making it impossible for Inya to escape her grasp. Although that individual was not without their own troubles, at least the second Duke held him in high regard, willing to extend him favor. Brother, I truly regret my actions. I will never. First, remember this. The golden-haired girl is named Noah. She is my friend's sister. As for my friend, he is a young, capable individual with a strong sense of loyalty. Named Leon. Leon? Inya's eyes widened, her struggles ceasing instantaneously. Leon. Isn't he the very mechanic that our group has been contending with all along? Do you know him? Zhang San gazed at his younger sister, who was being lifted into the air with an unexpectedly demure expression. Could it be that Liang was quite popular among the young ladies? While this was understandable, it had reached an uncanny level. Indeed, this fellow possessed a handsome visage and was remarkably reliable. I hope you take the time to observe the disparity between him and others while you are there, rather than incessantly trailing those dubious companions. Thud, thud, thud. Together with Noah, Liang rose from the bed and rubbed his tousled hair before leaping off the train. He could scarcely recall how he had fallen asleep the previous night, but it had been a rather rare and restful slumber. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a familiar face, Zhang San, and the gift he held in his hand was none other than a person. Are you in on this too? Liang furrowed his brow. He was aware of the existence of slave trade in the Meiting, yet Zhang San did not seem like the type to engage in such dealings. This is my sister, Zhang Enya, Zhang San declared, gently setting Enya down and taking a deep breath. Recently, I intended to confine her, but I am unable to do so myself. You mentioned before that you could take her in. Of course, no problem, Liang nodded. That is splendid. Zhang San exhaled in relief. Please keep an eye on her and ensure she doesn't wander off or join any secret societies. Upon hearing the mention of secret societies, an odd premonition washed over Liang as he stared at Zhang San, momentarily at a loss for words. Is she really your biological sister? Liang inquired. Certainly. We share the Zhang surname, Zhang San replied. Enya, Liang mulled over the name, recalling the person Mian had asked him to find yesterday, a smile gradually spreading across his face. All right, I will assist you with this. Rest assured, I will take this matter with utmost seriousness and ensure she remains confined, absolutely forbidding any excursions. It was Enya's first encounter with Liang, although she had previously glimpsed a vague outline while utilizing mind profiling in conjunction with Meinl. This was indeed their first close interaction. Enya lifted her gaze and instinctively began to scrutinize Liang. He was not overly concerned with appearances, yet neither was he slovenly. Rather, he simply chose to prioritize other matters. Tall and broad-shouldered, the outline of his muscles was discernible beneath his loose loungewear. This was the man who had faced off against Mian, managing to achieve a stalemate despite being outnumbered, and even gaining the upper hand to negotiate a truce. Liang, in turn, observed Enya. Her full name was Zhang Enya, the biological sister of Zhang San. Clad in the standard long robe of academia, she wore glasses, and her long straight hair cascaded down, exuding an air of scholarly sophistication. Clearly, this Enya was an ability user and belonged to the Ember transmission sequence. The Ember transmission sequence was somewhat unique, as it encompassed a plethora of disciplines. Without specializing in one, true efficacy was elusive. Thus, the ninth tier of the Ember transmission sequence, known as the Scholar, spanned numerous different fields. When presenting externally, it would be referred to as a biologist, archaeologist, mineralogist, and the like, ad infinitum. Miss Zhang Enya is responsible for stirring Mian's emotions. It appears that the vividly striking flyer with its orange background and bold black text is also her handiwork. In other words, psychologists are welcome. Leon smiled as he extended his hand. Chapter 66. What is this about tentacles? After seeing Zhang San depart, Leon closed the door and turned to face Enya. The scholar appeared anxious, not belonging to the combat sequence. She might possess some self-preservation skills against ordinary individuals, yet they were evidently insufficient against Leon. Should we bind her? Noah tugged at the rope, producing a sharp snap. Do as you wish. Once you tire of the game, dispose of her. Leon gestured at his neck, indicating burial in the vegetable patch. Very well. Noah rolled up his sleeves, revealing his fangs, and approached with a sinister grin. Hey! Enya was momentarily taken aback, crossing her arms and desperately retreating. Leon was not the reliable figure her brother had described. On the contrary, he exuded an aura of extreme danger, a fact she was acutely aware of. But why was he suddenly intent on murder? Wasn't this a ceasefire period? Unfathomable, utterly unfathomable. Bang! Her slender back collided with the door, curling up like a helpless little rabbit. Leon began to disrobe. Indeed, his physique was strikingly handsome. But why this sudden removal of clothing? Was it? Enya's face flushed as fantasies danced in her mind. She swallowed hard, gripping her collar, ever ready to resist. Leon donned a lightweight power suit. Oh, so that was it. Enya released a breath of relief, her gaze fixed in awe upon the sleek black armor that accentuated Leon's muscular contours. Just then, she witnessed 4 mechanical claws suddenly extend from beneath his trench coat. Gulp! Enya covered her mouth, her blush deepening. Could it be? Was it necessary to be this frightened? Or rather, as the mechanical claws supported his form, Leon lunged toward Enya. Clang! The claw tips pierced the door, emitting a jarring screech while igniting sparks. Now you understand fear? The claws retracted as Leon drew near, locking his gaze onto her eyes from an alarmingly close distance. Ugh! The pressure was overwhelming. Enya internally lamented. The scholar was well versed in psychological techniques. Yet before her stood a man who could rival Mian. For a moment, She found herself utterly immobilized. Speak. Tell me what you intend to do here, Leon said as he turned toward the courtyard. After trembling for a while, Inya took a deep breath, clasping her hands together. I beg you, please provide me with cover. Indeed, Leon sighed, beckoning her forward. Come, let us converse. You're not going to kill me? Inya inquired softly. That was merely to frighten you. I wanted you to escape on your own, so I wouldn't have to deal with any troublesome matters. But she is digging a pit. Inya pointed at Noah, who seemed displeased with the unexpected visitor. Fortunately, you won't be staying long. Leon pulled out a chair. First and foremost, Zhang Inya, answer me. Are you one of Mion's primary supporters? Indeed. Inya nodded. Was it you who almost impaled me with the colossal spear forged from the cold girl on the wasteland? Yes. Inya swallowed hard and nodded again. Zhang San, the bodyguard of the second duke, is my friend, and you are his sister. My biological sister, Inya whispered. I can't believe this. Leon rubbed his temples. He wore a smile when facing Zhang San, desperately concealing his unease. So, that blonde who lured you to the wasteland, Inya? Is it Mion? Precisely. Your brother has repeatedly invited you to dine with me. Ah. Inya averted her gaze, feeling awkward. Does Zhang San have no idea? Leon paused before asking. Indeed, I have kept it well hidden. Inya nodded. You, Leon clenched his fist, are quite proud that Zhang San allows you to attend school. And this is how you repay him? Ugh, your tone is just like my brother's, Inya muttered softly. Please don't lecture me. I am an adult and can make my own decisions. Leon's expression grew complex as he recalled the pride that shone in Zhang San's eyes when he spoke of his sister. Are you certain? Leon echoed her words. Are you truly an adult capable of making decisions and bearing the consequences of those decisions? Inya Zhang, you must answer me seriously. This is no trifling matter. I am certain. Inya paused and nodded solemnly. Leon gazed into her eyes, searching for a glimmer of awakening. Inya endeavored to remain composed, meeting Leon's gaze. Very well. Leon leaned against the chair. Remember your words. You are declaring your allegiance to Mion, no longer just my friend's sister, but now my sworn enemy. Once the truce is over, should I find an opportunity, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Even if Zhang San inquires, I will have no regrets. For this is your choice. Do you understand? I understand. Inya nodded gravely. Conversing with Leon felt peculiar. Despite being younger, he bore a striking resemblance to an older brother. Moreover, the spark in his eyes was something she had only witnessed in a select few, steadfast, decisive, courageous, and brimming with resolve. Now, let us discuss the matter you mentioned regarding providing cover. Leon sighed. Do you wish for me to keep Zhang San occupied so you can continue to roam with Mion? Yes, Inya nodded vigorously. I cannot comply. That would require me to deceive a friend. Leon shook his head. He has confined you. You should remain here until the celebration concludes. It also serves as a means of leverage, as I am still wary of Mion. Alternatively, you could provide me with a reason to occasionally let you out for fresh air. Inya opened her mouth, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The conversation was entirely dominated. She is a psychologist of level 9, who found herself at a loss for words during her first negotiation, completely succumbing to a passive role. However, upon reflection, one might wonder why she was so readily drawn in upon hearing Leon's name. At that moment, her sole thought was that he was an ally who would undoubtedly assist her. If this could alleviate her brother's worries, the situation would become considerably simpler. She had entirely overlooked the possibility that he might be unwilling to perpetuate a falsehood. It appears her brother was indeed correct. Leon is a dependable and trustworthy friend. Yet, this realization is profoundly troubling for her. Her brother's patience had reached its limits, and she could not allow him to discover that she was living on the edge every day. Leon was far more assertive than she had anticipated. Confinement was now unavoidable, and she could only devise means to occasionally breathe freely. She needed to think quickly and come up with a reason. What justification could allow her to venture outside occasionally? Persuade Leon to assist in fabricating a lie and simultaneously benefit Mion? Inya suddenly smacked her forehead. She would host a book signing event. What? Leon raised an eyebrow, perplexed by Inya's sudden shift in conversation. I have published my own work, and a publisher recently contacted me to organize a signing event, Inya explained with enthusiasm. I am not relying on my brother for support. I have been saving my manuscript fees. This is my profession. While you may confine me, I must occasionally step out to host this signing and meet Mion. That should be acceptable, right? It's a legitimate reason. Leon nodded. What is the title of your work? The Detective Marlowe series. Inya gestured animatedly. It's a detective novel, and my pen name is Yang, which is derived from my elder brother's name. Ah, in the garden, a little girl digging a hole suddenly straightened up and dashed over. Yang-sensei. How can you be Yang-sensei? Noah circled around Enya, her face a canvas of confusion. Am I disappointing you? Enya smiled. What do you think I should be like? Well, of course, Noah gestured, a tall and robust figure, just like Leon, dressed in a trench coat, wearing a deerstalker hat, wielding a magnifying glass and a pipe while battling villains with a sword cane, just like in the illustrations. So dashing. She spread her hands over the novel, pointing at the detective named Marlowe. I'm glad you think so. Marlowe's character is inspired by my elder brother. Enya nodded. That is how I perceive him. Your elder brother? You have more than one brother? Leon's voice called from the kitchen. It's a bit complicated, Enya nodded. I am the fourth child and the youngest. My parents, along with my true elder brother and second brother, were infected the day our refuge was breached. At that time, Zhang-san was 30, and I was 2. He carried me out, and it was my brother who rescued us. He raised us and even bestowed his name upon me. Remarkable, Leon said, placing a dish on the table. In a post-apocalyptic world, Enya's elder brother, a commendable individual, possesses both the willingness and the ability to nurture 2 entirely unfamiliar children. Indeed, Enya nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with fervor, for her brother has always been her hero. She aspired to become such an extraordinary person, which is why she diligently pursued her studies. Where is he now? Noah inquired. He is serving, Enya replied proudly. My brother enlisted when I was just 10 years old, and it has been over a decade since. He has become a high-ranking power, tirelessly striving for the survival of humanity. Do you miss him? Leon prepared the tofu pudding. I do. It has been several years since my brother last visited, but he frequently writes to me. Enya cupped her cheeks, beaming with joy. He says he is doing quite well and encourages me to chase my dreams. Sending letters is not an easy task nowadays. Only the stargazer engages in such endeavors. A few days ago, it passed by the Mercury Hall. Did you receive a letter? No. Enya shook her head. My brother's letters are sent and received through Sister Mion, utilizing the exclusive channels among the nobility. I see, Leon squinted, exchanging glances with Noah. After a few moments of silence, he removed his apron. Let us eat. This is a delicacy from the day of the apocalypse. I wonder if you will find it to your liking. Chapter 67. If this continues, I shall charge you for copyright. The addition of another individual did not significantly alter the dynamics for Leon. Both he and Noah slept in the vehicle, while the brass holy carriage remained secure from outsiders. The workshop housed several empty rooms. It sufficed to tidy one up for Enya's accommodation. You are prohibited from participating in secret societies, was Zhang-san's request. After arranging the bedding, Leon turned to the eager scholar who gazed at him. You are not a combatant. If Mion is unable to care for you, the situation could become perilous. Do you understand? Yes, Enya nodded, looking somewhat aggrieved. I can comprehend why Zhang-san is so irate, Leon sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Enya exuded a youthful naivety, quite unlike the serious demeanor of Peluo, who is a genuine doctor, accustomed to bloodshed, possessing a robust professional ethos and mental fortitude. Enya's innocence stemmed from her prolonged seclusion within the confines of academia, having had minimal exposure to the outside world. It seemed that she could easily fall prey to abduction or infection if left unattended. Yet, she harbored her own convictions, willing to incur the costs for her beliefs, even if they seemed unreliable. Given this, there was little more to say. Each individual follows a distinct path, and once one steps forth, they become equals among adversaries. If there is nothing urgent, do not venture outside. Should you require anything, just inform me. When boredom strikes, you may play with Noah, who can teach you various subjects. She could also instruct you in agriculture. After imparting these final words, Leon exited. We have lost Enya. What? Mion's eyes widened in disbelief. She had been thrust into Leon's workshop by her brother, her fate currently uncertain. Next time you speak, do not gasp for breath. I shall smash your head with a crystal ball. Minor gritted her teeth, her previously taut nerves gradually relaxing. Have you begun to show concern for others? Or perhaps your relationship with Enya has improved? Oh, calm down. It appears to be the latter. Bain caught the flying lamp, panting heavily. Please, have some compassion. I've been running all night. Her previous night had been rather dreadful. She initially intended to follow her father to the restaurant, eager to witness his startled expression before trailing behind Leon to extend a challenge. However, from the moment Leon stepped out, He was accompanied by an extraordinarily powerful maid-like figure. Determined, Bain followed him to the circus, then crouched at the entrance, waiting for an opportunity. Subsequently, she witnessed Enya being dragged away by Zhang San. Amidst a chaotic throng of people spilling out of the tent, followed closely by several zombies. The sight of her seemed to excite the zombies, who began to chase after her, howling with fervor. Bain contemplated fighting, but her plain, pristine coat was new, and she had no desire to soil it. So she turned and fled. She ran throughout the night, passing by the workshop district where she saw Zhang San and Enya find Leon, only now returning to the scene. Is she perhaps a bit dim-witted? Charlie pointed to his temple and lowered his voice. Foolish, indeed. Chi Air's expression mirrored his complexity. Those zombies could even keep pace with a train, yet Bain managed to evade infection after an entire night of running. The enhancement of her physical prowess as a Silver Knight was quite remarkable. Aside from that, did you take note of the trajectory of those zombies? Mayan inquired, mentioning that Leon seemed to recognize one, referring to it as a pulling ghost. Indeed, I encountered a frail, half-headed zombie, Bain replied. They headed towards the subway entrance. They must be hiding underground. It's likely they mingled with the crowd attending the assembly, Mayan pondered, stroking her chin. First, zombies appeared in the mining area, and now, impoverished miners are involved in secret gatherings. This suggests a plausible link to the outbreak of infection. I should be more cautious, Bain murmured. Rest assured, Mayan. She waved her hand dismissively. Most people successfully escaped. They will return, and in greater numbers. This incident has made them realize that magnesium flakes are indeed ineffective. That is true, Mayan nodded. I've long disapproved of how my father colludes with the council, deceiving these naive, impoverished folk. Bain pulled out a chair. What shall we do next? Sell newspapers, sell newspapers. Last night, a minor outbreak occurred in the district. An unknown workshop owner passed by and resolved the crisis. Who is this mysterious workshop owner? Professionals will analyze it for you, along with photographs. Surprisingly handsome. Rumors circulated that the infection incident was orchestrated by a council member to eliminate the secret society. Fortunate that the leader, being a high-ranking ability user, is now beyond reproach. The council warns you not to believe in rumors. Police Chief Bahi announced a thorough investigation into the origin of the zombies. While the media inquired about the secret society, Bahi struck a reporter. The lions in the circus have all lost their manies overnight. Is this a manifestation of humanity's corruption or a decline in morality? Please purchase today's Magnesium Daily. The newsboy waved his newspaper, sprinting through the streets. Leon touched the tip of his nose. Must the Daily Magnesium persistently chase after him for reports, devoid of any novelty? If this continues, they might as well start charging copyright fees. First, he swiftly eliminated the Sequence 6 infectors. Then, there was hardly a trace left, averting a minor zombie crisis. An obscure workshop owner currently basked in the limelight, with one or two indistinct photographs even gracing the pages of the newspaper. He felt as though he was gradually morphing into an urban legend, which struck him as rather peculiar. After purchasing a copy of the Daily Magnesium and confirming that the photographs portrayed him favorably, Leon pressed on. He had no particularly pressing matters to attend to today, though he certainly was not meandering aimlessly. Although not a thief, Leon preferred not to return empty-handed. After a night of bustling activity, the most valuable gleaning was the time and place of an upcoming auction, and the second most valuable was the sight of the train conductor's uniform collar. Adorned with a badge depicting a constellation, the Star District Pass. The Star District, one of the largest among the 24 shelters, had a close relationship with the Stargazer, which signified cartography, letter transportation, spell scrolls, and the ability to depict distant road conditions on the train's front. Each aspect was of paramount importance. For this reason, the Stargazer held significant weight, and the Star District Pass was universally acknowledged for its unmatched efficacy. 90% of the doors in the world would swing open for it. Today, Leong ventured out to test the practical utility of this pass. His destination was the subway station. As the train gradually came to a halt, he stepped onto the platform, observing the flickering emergency lights. Although the 8 districts were arranged alphabetically without explicit meaning, for Leong, the district represented the black market and the less savory desires of the lower realms. Upon exiting the subway station, Leong donned a gas mask to conceal his visage. The air quality was abysmal, with black particles floating in the atmosphere, rendering visibility quite poor. Clink, clink. The sound of wind chimes resonated as swaying lights appeared in the middle of the road. Leong stepped aside to the roadside. Moments later, a carriage sped past. He raised his collar, placing a small handful of magnesium moss into a jar that hung at his waist. Even during the day, one needed to light it, lest they risk being struck by a carriage. The magnesium district was rife with slave trade, the majority of the goods being residents from small shelters. With their homes destroyed and nowhere to turn, devoid of sustenance, some individuals even chose to accompany the slave traders voluntarily. As for why the homes were destroyed, that was a murky tale. Sometimes it was due to a horde of corpses, other times it was the wanderers. It was difficult to ascertain which scenario was more prevalent. Although generally speaking, the corpse hordes left no survivors. Leon advanced slowly. High-quality slaves, such as the strong and robust, those with special skills, untouched maidens, and extraordinarily beautiful women, typically found their way directly to the inner city. In the outer districts, few would indulge in the purchase of such slaves. It is hardly worth the expense to add another mouth to feed at home. Here, one encounters only the lowly. The clinking of iron chains resounded, and Leon's gaze fell upon a nearby scene where a slave trader led a line of the frail and ailing, shuffling forward. As they brushed past, the trader offered a respectful nod and saluted the esteemed conductor. Leon, however, did not respond, remaining silently in place until the trader had moved on. His aim was not the slaves, but rather to discern the directions from the signpost ahead. Pushing open the door, he entered the interior, where visibility improved slightly. Dust danced in the air, the Tyndall effect causing the light to flicker in linear patterns. The sounds of drinking, chatting, and laughter filled the space. The guard at the entrance, upon spotting Leon's conductor uniform, hesitated before attempting to block his passage. However, upon recognizing the Star County pass, the guard promptly raised his hand in a gesture of invitation. The guard guided Leon through the bar, weaving through the crowd, before unveiling a hidden latch in the floor. A golden glow emanated forth, accompanied by the fervent sounds of haggling and the occasional exclamation of surprise. It was here that Leon descended the staircase, entering the assembly hall for conductors, known as the Saturday Tavern. Numerous private conductors frequented this place to exchange weaponry or armed components. Occasionally, fortune smiled upon them, allowing encounters with less discerning conductors eager to sell their special effects series creations or simply consign them for sale. Leon hoped to test his luck. He sought to acquire a series creation. With an auction looming in just a few days, he knew that even with Mion as his bodyguard, caution was paramount when dealing with the influential figures arriving aboard the Wine God. $5,000 for a premium train cannon. Why not just rob a bank? One voice exclaimed. That thing's been used for ages. It's hardly worth anything. I'll offer $3,500 at most. Who taught you to bargain like that? Your mother? Another retorted. If you're not buying, then scram and don't waste others' time. Fine, those 2 train cannons of yours have been sitting unsold for ages. If $3,500 is what you want, then so be it. What do you know? Gold-toothed Hori waved dismissively. You old-timers are just hard to fool. If I encountered a newcomer, I could easily get them to part with $8,000 for these 2 old cannons. Believe it or not. Keep dreaming. Newcomers aren't fools. Even if they were, where would they get such money? I've heard that a green train recently arrived at the Magnesium Hall, and the conductor is a young lad. He must be a scion of wealth, bringing a fortune to renovate the train. That kind of kid wouldn't even be allowed at our gathering. Hori, you've had too much to drink. Indeed, you've had too much. Came the muffled voices through the gas masks, the words sounding somewhat distorted. At some point, the young conductor had seated himself quietly, listening intently to their exchange. Chapter 68. Please welcome the next holder of the treasure. It seemed that these individuals were indeed regulars at the Saturday Club. Leon surveyed the group at the round table through his goggles. Human beings are undeniably intriguing. Once they congregate into small groups, 1 or 2 self-proclaimed leaders emerge, accompanied by several subordinates and a jester whose role is to elicit laughter and entertain the masses. With a modicum of observational acuity and a willingness to listen, one can swiftly discern each individual's ecological niche. Gold-toothed Hori is evidently the jester in this scenario. His appearance alone reveals much, lean and diminutive. Clad in a tattered dark green conductor's uniform, he strives to display his sole commendable feature, his gold tooth, while offering an awkward smile. A newcomer has arrived. Hori appraises Leon, asking if he is familiar with the customs here. Allow me to guess. Leon taps the table with his knuckles. Is it that newcomers must purchase an item from the veterans, perhaps a second-hand train cannon for $8,000? You are quite perceptive. Gold-toothed Hori rubs his hands together, reassuringly stating that the money spent will not be in vain. The conductors are formidable and have many rules, with my guidance. You shall surely navigate this. Leon scrutinizes him for a few seconds before speaking slowly. Hori, you are married. Your wife thinks you lack ambition, and for some time now, she has been leaving early and returning late. Recently, she has scarcely worn her wedding ring. How do you know this? Hori's eyes widen in disbelief. You suspect she has a lover, yet you have not mustered the courage to confront her, knowing you cannot compete with the other man. Furthermore, as a conductor, should you divorce, your child will be taken from you. Oh, and it's a daughter, I believe. Leon continues. Your daughter is quite young, well-behaved, and has recently begun attending school. Enough. That's enough. Hori slams his hand on the table, breathing heavily. Who told you all of this? Your left ear bears traces of shaving foam, indicating that no one has come close to you in quite some time. The absence of visible diamonds on your wedding ring, along with its worn condition, suggests your financial situation has been dire for a while. Clearly, your wife is dissatisfied with this state of affairs. In her youth, she married you believing you had potential, capable of thriving amongst conductors and earning substantial sums. Now, with her dreams dashed, this ring has become a burden. In a place like the Magnesium Hall, she cannot rely on a husband who is seldom present. Thus your collar is frayed and has been mended with coarse yet meticulous stitching. Such stitching is typically the work of a young girl. The carbon traces on the edges glimmer faintly, revealing pencil marks, which is why I deduce she has just started school. Images of Noah stuffing a teddy bear with lion's mane flash through Leon's mind. In any case, Hori, I shall not part with this sum of money. However, if you are willing to share insights about this place, I could assist you in transforming that diamond ring into another piece of jewelry. While it may not win back your wife's heart, you could gift it to your daughter, for she is a good child. What say you? Silence ensues. Not only at the round table where Leon sits, but others in the basement also pause, incredulously observing the exchange. Hori's lips quiver slightly. He attempts repeatedly to muster that awkward smile, yet his facial muscles seem to rebel against his will. Damn it! After a failed attempt, he ran his fingers through his hair and lowered his head. I have no idea, Hori muttered. To his left, an associate patted him on the shoulder. What is the point of telling you all this? Hori clutched his glass, reflecting on the rarity of their gathering, hoping to enjoy himself and perhaps earn a little money in the process. Honestly, you're less insufferable when you refrain from those dreadful puns and don't flaunt your gold tooth. Another conductor clinked glasses with him, urging him to relax. Come on, brother, it will all pass. You buzzkill. Hori downed his drink and turned his gaze toward Leon. He had envisioned numerous scenarios, such as successfully deceiving this naive rich heir, or perhaps the other party storming off in anger. He even considered the possibility that the other might be formidable enough to take them all down one by one and leave triumphantly. However, he had never anticipated encountering someone so absurd. In a few terse words, Leon had laid bare his secrets, yet he found himself unable to lash out, as the man genuinely seemed to be there to help. Leon glanced back, occasionally making eye contact with the other conductors. They appeared somewhat intimidated by his gaze, instinctively looking away or whistling nervously when caught. Come on, freak, say what you want, and then scram. The conductor seated near the bar spoke slowly. Leon raised an eyebrow. The man was tall and robust, sporting a thick beard, and at first glance, resembled the conductor of the Cold Girl train. He also wore a Star County pass on his chest. It seemed he was indeed the king. His words carried weight not only in this bar, but throughout the entire Magnesium Hall among the conductors. I wish to purchase a sequence artifact. With a budget of 80,000. I am open to bartering. Leon reached into his coat lining, withdrawing a heavy, silver-gray pickaxe. Clang. As the pickaxe landed on the bar, the basement was enveloped in a fresh wave of silence. Is that a can opener? Hori sprang to his feet. Yes, absolutely. I've seen this thing when my train was scrapped. Did he rob the train? The conductors fell into chaos. Leon shrugged. Indeed. It was akin to openly selling police car keys in a rather illicit club. Yet, this was the sole sequence artifact he possessed, confiscated from a heavily armored knight in the wasteland. It was cumbersome, unwieldy for both wielding and carrying, for one not attuned to the Iron Throne sequence. It was quite inconvenient. Everyone, quiet down. The king tapped the table, grasped the pickaxe, and swung it forcefully. Crack. The iron barrel in the corner shattered, beer gushing forth. It's the real deal. He turned to the crowd. Did you all hear that? If you've got something good, bring it forth. Opportunities like this are rare. After a brief silence, several conductors raised their hands. Take a look first, then I'll escort you to the consignment shop, the king pointed. All right, Leon stood up. This sounds quite promising. He currently does not intend to engage in the traditional ceremony where a group of individuals clad in black robes sit in a circle, introducing their wares one by one. Such an approach is inefficient and typically yields only ordinary or mediocre items. While it may serve as a means to pass the time and broaden one's horizons, to truly encounter exceptional goods, one must create an environment that encourages others to approach voluntarily. It evokes the sensation of standing in a hall and proclaiming one's desire for employment, after which personnel from various companies come seeking you. Entering the adjacent trading room, Leon settled into his seat and fiddled with the iron bars before him. This design is remarkably user-friendly. A thick metal partition separates the two parties, with only a layer of iron bars allowing for a view of the merchandise, rendering any attempts at theft nearly impossible. Knock, knock. Come in, Leon called, leaning back against the chair, ready to greet the first treasure bearer of the day. This was a creation from the Deep Rock series. The visitor placed a pair of miner's gloves before Leon, referring to it as the mine cart. The effect enables the user to levitate stone fragments not exceeding 5 centimeters in diameter through touch, allowing them to remain suspended in midair. Suspended, Leon raised an eyebrow. Could you demonstrate this for me? The individual nodded, donned the gloves, and retrieved 2 small stones from their pocket. After touching them, they lifted them into the air and released their grip. Indeed, the stones began to float. Leon's interest peaked. What amount of force is required to alter its position? This could potentially serve as a rather effective assassination tool. If the suspension is mandatory and unchangeable, could a nearly invisible stone knife be affixed? Positioned along the path of a miracle train, could it pierce through the train seamlessly? A slight push causes them to fall, the individual remarked, nudging the stones with another hand, and they promptly descended. What is your offer? Leon's expression grew complex. The individual appeared somewhat agitated, taking a few deep breaths. 80,000. Negotiable. Would you accept 50? Leon inquired. This item is nearly useless. It could be used for gardening instead. Are you insulting me? The first treasure bearer stormed off in anger. This was a creation from the God of Wine series. The second treasure bearer was a woman, a rare sight as a female train conductor. Dressed in a light pink uniform, her buttons were completely undone, revealing her soft, white skin. The arrow of arrows, she said, presenting a similarly hued standard handgun that resembled a Glock. The effect was peculiar. Upon hitting an enemy, it possessed a 90% chance of killing them instantly, while the remaining 10% could make them hopelessly fall in love with you. Are you certain it doesn't just render them submissive? Leon extended a finger through the bars, poking the handgun. I've not heard of such abilities in the God of Wine series. This appears to be an ordinary Glock merely coated in paint. How many have you deceived with it? Humph, the second treasure bearer scoffed, hastily departing. The third treasure bearer was a muscular man. How does one describe his train conductor's uniform? It appears rather unorthodox, adorned with decorative rivets and a belt. He dons a headpiece that obscures the upper half of his face. Is this a form of performance art? Leaning closer, Leon spoke in a hushed tone. The creation of the sinner's sequence, a profanation of shackles. Surprisingly, this muscular figure, reminiscent of a dark Batman, refrained from idle chatter and solemnly presented an object before Leon, a pair of pitch-black shackles. Unremarkable in appearance, comprising 2 wrist rings connected by a chain. They possessed a certain heft. What piqued Leon's interest was the mention of a sequence. The sinner's sequence. Leon held only a vague impression. Those shackled would be deprived of their abilities. This is a low-grade version, incapable of restraining high sequence abilities. It will work fine for those below sequence 8. The muscular man elucidated. Leon scrutinized him for several moments. It seemed evident that these shackles were originally intended for this fellow. This peculiar muscle-bound man had dashed down from the sinner's train, a fugitive. Chapter 69. Pride and Prejudice. The item is of good quality. I shall refrain from inquiring into your origins. State your price, Leon remarked, eyeing the shackles. They prevent sequences 8 and below from utilizing their abilities, quite effective indeed. Regrettably, they are not weapons, and there are few suitable environments for their use. They hold no utility for me. The conductor must contend with zombies, where few ability users are encountered. The man scratched his head. I'll offer you a discount, allowing me to part with them sooner. A flat price of 50,000. I will consider it, Leon nodded. After interviewing several more treasure holders, Leon, mentally and physically exhausted, rose and approached the king and his companion, the gold-toothed houri. "Did you find anything suitable?" the king inquired. "Indeed, merely subpar items. Their efficacy pales in comparison even to those of Sequence 9. Leon sighed. "Take me to the consignment shop." "You are setting your aspirations too high," the king replied, shaking his head. "For these private conductors, even a slightly extraordinary item suffices for a lifetime of boasting. As you heard, conductors must face zombies. They ought to be equipped with machine guns, grenades, and train cannons. The cost-effectiveness of sequence creations is too low." "What happens when encountering high-sequence infected?" Leon asked. "Await death," the king replied. "In daily life, one must pray not to be so unfortunate. To genuinely encounter such a fate is a dead end. My cousin, the conductor of the Cold Girl train, encountered a Sequence 6 silver lung on the road. There exists a vast chasm between ability users and ordinary folk. Only the truly brave and powerful can traverse it. Some may even join the miracle train purely out of fear of that chasm. I once thought the same, yet alas, I lacked the talent. Fortunately, this silver lung was vanquished by a young workshop master. He has recently become a topic of much discussion." Leon's face, concealed beneath his mask, revealed no discernible expression, only a nod in acknowledgement. "You seek truly formidable sequence creations. Either I shall venture to the auction house in the city center, though I am unaware of the specific dates of their auctions, for few possess the requisite qualifications. In a few days, I intend to visit this place." And Leon silently nodded in agreement. "Alternatively, I might tempt fate at the consignment shop." Houri interjected, pushing open the door, revealing a space filled predominantly with discarded items. Even if the conductors were to sell at a meager price, they would not allow the items to linger unless they were truly worthless. A small faction, however, comprised of discerning yet obstinate conductors, firmly believed that the items they brought were treasures, ready to be sold to those with an eye for quality. Yet, such individuals often displayed signs of mental instability, rendering the value of their goods uncertain. "Let us take a look." With a click, the flickering current illuminated a series of dusty display cases. Leon possessed a vague concept of the weapon he required. It must not be overly large or ostentatious, but rather sufficiently discreet. A pistol or a dagger would be ideal. Regrettably, none of the items he encountered were suitable. He even spotted a pickled vegetable jar priced at 100,000, touted as an antique from before the cataclysm. Though Leon knew all too well it was merely a chamber pot, one could only wonder which unfortunate soul would purchase it for pickling vegetables. In addition, the consignment shop was rife with seemingly ancient tomes and various everyday items, including toothbrushes, remnants of the world that existed prior to the cataclysm. This sensation was peculiar. Watching others place a half-used bar of soap, adorned with unknown hairs, into the glass cabinet, Leon stepped back a pace, continuing his search. At last, he halted before a particular display case. There lay a pair of weapons, a revolver and a dagger, one black, one white. The white revolver boasted an ornate engraving, while the black dagger was exquisitely crafted, easy to conceal. Leon lifted the display case, taking the items into his hands to examine their descriptions. This duo was named Pride and Prejudice. The white revolver symbolized pride, featuring a relief of roses and thorns, with an elegant form and negligible power. Upon pulling the trigger, a rose would miraculously bloom from the muzzle. The black dagger represented prejudice, accompanied by a small sheath that could be secured to the wrist. With a flick of his wrist, Leon performed a sleight of hand, making the dagger vanish in an instant. Twisting his fingers, prejudice reappeared, dancing between his gloved fingers before disappearing once more. With a swift motion, Leon brandished the dagger, and a flash of dark steel sliced through the air, revealing a far wider range of lethality than anticipated. Indeed, quite effective, Leon mused, raising an eyebrow. For a craftsman equally adept with both hands, the choice of weapon bore little distinction. Yet, personally, Leon favored the dagger for its swiftness, discretion, and ability to swiftly end a life. Merely possessing these items is insufficient. Leon is capable of crafting them himself. As he flips through the introductory card, he examines the unique effects of Pride and Prejudice. God of Wine sequence creation. After the shot of Pride, Prejudice will enter an unobservable state before the next discharge. If Prejudice successfully eliminates an enemy, the subsequent shot of Pride will unleash a cascade of blossoms that obscures vision. Leon squints. What a splendid creation. The God of Wine sequence delights in these peculiar inventions, infused with artistic flair and romanticism. Yet, Leon finds them quite appealing. His is achieved solely through mechanical prowess. An almost ethereal feat, Pride and Prejudice, on the other hand, serves to numb the spirit, rendering enemies blind to danger, a quintessential tactic of the God of Wine sequence. This could certainly fetch a price at the auction house. A dagger as a gift with the revolver. It may even aid in a successful escape. This is the one. Setting down the introductory card, Leon gazes at the price tag. 12,000. He strokes his chin. How remarkably inexpensive. What is the reason for such a low price? Is it possible that a revolver capable of sprouting roses and a dagger with perfect balance, which feels effortless in hand, is less valuable than that wretched glove that levitates stones? Upon reflection, it indeed seems a matter of equivalence. The effectiveness of a weapon ultimately relies on its wielder. It appears he has stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity. Can I negotiate the price? Leon picks up Pride and Prejudice. Certainly, the king nods. The seller states that the minimum is 10,000, and the additional 2,000 was originally intended for US. However, if you agree to leave here today and never return, I shall waive that 2,000. Very well, Leon replies, nodding in satisfaction. He understands his somewhat unwelcoming reputation. Everyone has endured their share of misfortunes, which they prefer to keep concealed. To have one's secrets laid bare for all to see, only to be recounted before others, is something no one wishes to experience a second time, especially not upon themselves. Where you hail from is of little consequence. Consider it unasked. The king wraps Pride and Prejudice and hands it over. May I inquire your name, young conductor? I have a feeling that this name will soon be known to all. I am called Leon. Leon accepts the cloth package, smiling. I too await that day. Having acquired Pride and Prejudice, he now turns his attention to the dark chain, profane shackles. He possesses 150,000. Initially, 10,000 was his intended expenditure, but he claimed a budget of 80,000 for the sake of prudence. Unexpectedly, Pride and Prejudice was far more affordable, leaving his budget unspent. Even with an additional 5,000 for the profane shackles, he has not exhausted his funds. The thrill of spending generously is truly delightful. Leon nods in satisfaction. Of course, his purchase of the profane shackles is not merely to meet a quota. Most of the abilities encountered in the sanctuary are of sequence 9 and sequence 8, making this item perfectly suited to counter them. The shackles of desecration are wrought from iron, and Leon happens to be a mechanic. He is intrigued by the intricate design of such an object and contemplates the possibility of reforging it into a unique creation akin to the effects of the hand of the divine. Would that not render him a genius in the eyes of others? With such aspirations, Leon sauntered along the path leading home. Suddenly, he halted, casting a sidelong glance at the shadow that crept alongside him. Indeed, he was being followed. Leon was a cautious individual, employing a false identity whenever he was unmasked to evade any potential vulnerabilities. However, once adorned with his mask, excessive caution became unnecessary, allowing him to pursue efficiency with greater fervor. This approach did enable him to swiftly acquire the desired sequential artifact, yet it inevitably attracted trouble. Is that him? A burly man whispered, lowering his voice. Visibility was poor, and they could only discern a flickering light ahead, likely the lantern dangling from his waist. Yes, that's him. The female conductor, clad in a pink uniform, nodded fiercely. Her true name was long forgotten, overshadowed by her infamous moniker, the Orchid Mantis. Having infiltrated the local conductors' assembly, she had procured Cupid's arrow and struck a deal, offering a touch of intimate perks. Subsequently, she commanded her two burly accomplices to burst in, instilling fear in the unfortunate soul and seizing the remnants of his money. Over the years, she and her companions had thrived, leaving a trail of victims across the land. Yet, upon her arrival at the Magnesium Hall today, she encountered an unexpected obstacle. Not only had he seen through her ruse, but he also boldly voiced his realization. In her line of work, the unspoken rule is to recognize without revealing. Leon had shattered this convention, jeopardizing her business at the Magnesium Hall. To sever one's means of livelihood is akin to slaying their kin. A sanctuary of such magnitude, a delectable morsel within reach. Yet unattainable, Orchid Mantis harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Leon. No matter the cost, she resolved to ensure that Leon remained there permanently. Go for it, she commanded, waving her hand. The two hulks exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and swiftly charged towards the flickering light. Shortly after their departure, Leon emerged from the alley, stroking his chin as he hastened to follow. Chapter 70. Presenting her with roses. I'm back, Leon declared as he pushed open the door. depositing his various acquisitions onto the table. "Wow, what did you buy?" inquired the scholar, leaning in with curiosity. "Don't be so familiar. Retreat to your room." Leon waved dismissively, gesturing for her to leave. With a hint of disappointment, Inya uttered a soft "oh" and quietly returned to her quarters. "Is it exhausting to bring that back?" Noah inquired, as he offered the chopsticks to Leon, feeding him the freshly made fried meatball, cautioning him against the heat. "Today, I encountered a kind-hearted individual who insisted on giving me these." Leon consumed the meatball and laid out the parcel before him. "For instance, there's 50,000, 2 standard machine gun components, and a furnace heart." "Wait a moment, Leon." Noah's expression turned complex. "Did you rob a train conductor?" "How could that be?" "She willingly gave it to me. And this pink conductor's uniform, she voluntarily removed it for you as well?" Noah lifted the garment, revealing its astonishing measurements. "Surely, one wouldn't rob someone of their attire along with their valuables?" She puffed her cheeks, awaiting Leon's explanation. Leon stroked his chin, reminiscing about the incident. "I displayed my mechanical claw and swiftly incapacitated those 2 burly men." The orchid mantis then removed her clothing, folding it neatly, before kneeling aside, prostrating herself and weeping, pleading for her life. "Indeed, it was voluntary," Leon clarified. "She attempted to ambush me while I was distracted, but failed. After I landed a few punches to her face, she proposed to pay for her life." Well, Noah's mood lightened slightly upon hearing that the seduction had failed. "In any case, we currently possess 3 furnace hearts." Leon fiddled with the nearly pristine metallic heart. "The other 2 are at 50 and 80% capacity, respectively. With this, we need not worry about the energy supply of the brass holy chariot for the time being." Moreover, Leon produced a silver, ornate revolver, aiming it at the sky and pulling the trigger. "Look!" A bouquet of roses erupted from the barrel, which he held out to Noah. This is a rose." Noah stepped back, her face instantly flushed. I'm still in my apron. Shouldn't this be presented at a more formal occasion?" "Of course. I don't mean to imply I wouldn't appreciate it," she stammered, awkwardly waving her hands before finally regaining her composure and diverting her gaze. "Is this truly for me?" Noah whispered. I pondered upon the description of this item. Leon's voice carried a hint of excitement. "It's rare to see fresh flowers these days. If we sell them, we might quickly recoup our expenses." Noah accepted the rose with a tinge of disappointment, inspecting it closely. "The quality seems good. It should fetch a decent price." "Indeed." Leon chuckled, retrieving an entire bouquet from his coat and presenting it to Noah. "One single stem is rather meager. This is truly a gift for you." "Thank you for all your efforts, Noah." Noah's expression shifted through various emotions, initially distressed, then joyful, and finally realizing Leon's playful intentions, her face flushed with embarrassment. "You mischievous rogue." She stamped her foot, pulling on Leon's tie, drawing his face closer to hers. "It's the first time someone has given me flowers. I adore them," Noah declared softly, her face a blend of defiance and delight. Their eyes met, breaths mingled, gazes lowered, when suddenly, a voice from the workshop called out, "Inya, the meatballs are going to burn. Can anyone smell that?" 3 days later, in the early morning, Inya was once again awakened by the enticing aroma of food. Before her eyes even opened, she instinctively twitched her nose and rolled out of bed, slipping on her slippers. Initially, she had thought that infiltrating the enemy's lair and being confined would lead to a rather miserable existence. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Strictly speaking, no one paid her any mind. Noah, a devoted fan of Detective Marlowe, filled Inya with relief upon discovering this fact. When a fan encounters their idol, it is expected to be a moment of reverence, awe, and even tears. She believed that by merely exuding a hint of her charming personality and promising to include Noah as a supporting character in her next book, she could easily sway her, causing Leon to lose his right-hand companion. Yet, Noah's response was a disdainful disappointment, as if to say, no wonder people advise against meeting their idols. Inya felt crushed by this revelation, her mind plagued with confusion throughout the night. Was it her physique? Her appearance? Was she too reclusive? Did she have an unpleasant odor? After a thorough self-assessment, she bravely inquired, only to be told it was because she did not possess the rugged charm of Marlowe or Leon. Her apologies were sincere. Wait, did readers really think this way? What would happen at future book signings? Would she face utter embarrassment? This thought haunted her through another restless night. The following day, Noah prepared braised crucian carp, which was delicious, allowing Inya to temporarily set aside her worries. As for Leon, The enemy leader was both a danger and an opportunity. Understanding what kind of person Leon was would be a significant contribution to her cause. Enya resolved to be more proactive, leveraging her graceful demeanor, cultured personality, profound knowledge of psychology, and the rich experience of her years to swiftly dismantle Leon's psychological defenses. The scholarly young lady even envisioned a scenario where their discussions were amicable, her professional maturity moving Leon to tears, leading him to repent and change his ways. If a bond akin to that between a doctor and patient could be established, perhaps he could remain close by. The idea was splendid, yet the execution proved entirely different. In simple terms, Leon, what are you doing? Go back to your room and sulk. Do you want to see my plans for the signing event? No, I'm too busy fixing my car. Who told you to come out? Leon, go sulk. Have you managed to sulk for 5 hours today? Such thoughts brought her nothing but endless humiliation and frustration. Who has the audacity to make a knowledgeable older sister retreat to her room daily? What makes me inferior to those insignificant parts? Enya seethed within after 3 days here. Her progress in gathering intelligence was nearly zero. Initially, I intended to discern the true nature of the demigod workshop owner, yet I found myself never having caught even a glimpse of them. The individuals seemed to elude visibility, almost as if they were a figment of imagination. What then has emboldened Enya to persist in her tenacity despite numerous setbacks? The answer is simple. The culinary delights here are unparalleled. Enya, contemplating her unexpectedly softening abdomen, shed tears of regret. Despite the presence of only 2 individuals, the meals are exquisitely prepared, each dish more delectable than the last. This has granted Enya, who typically subsists on instant noodles in her solitary apartment, a sense of being in paradise. Good morning. Are we having that tofu pudding again today? Enya inquired, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she shuffled into the courtyard in her slippers. Indeed, replied Leon, rolling up his sleeves. You requested black coffee, and I procured some. Thank you. Enya perked up, giving him a thumbs up. What as for lunch? Beef hot pot, also known as cherry blossom pot. Noah yawned, responding, can you handle it? Absolutely. Enya nodded vigorously. Are you perhaps enjoying this too much? Leon sighed. Do you think of this place as a resort? At this rate, I might have to start charging you for meals. I would gladly pay 1,000 or even 2,000 a month. Please, allow me to dine here. Enya clasped her hands together, her expression earnest. Really? Leon raised an eyebrow, contemplating the feasibility of keeping hundreds of best-selling authors in a sort of nurturing environment, each contributing 2,000 a month. He hadn't even truly collected any money from himself. Enya silently shed tears of happiness. Honestly, at this rate, I might become utterly useless. Mia, please come and rescue me. Alone, she felt she could never surpass Leon. With that thought, Enya deftly arranged the utensils. She had taken to helping with the dishes, becoming quite adept over the past few days. Mia was expected to bring guests for lunch today. Leon turned off the stove. What? Enya suddenly became alert, her hand holding the chopsticks frozen midair. I arranged to attend the auction with her. She is to assist me in retrieving the lost cargo. Leon replied. It's perfect timing for us to share a meal of beef hot pot and become familiar with one another. As for you, you may continue in your role as a hostage. But Mia needs me to. Enya began to explain. I can evoke emotional responses from her without the need for hypnosis. Rather intense ones. Leon waved his hand dismissively, recalling the sensation of striking Mia that night. In your absence, I will have control over her sequence 6 and sequence 7, which will alleviate some of my pressure. Several hours later, a knock resonated at the workshop door. Hey, welcome. Leon greeted with a smile as he opened the door to the awaiting guests. Mia appeared sullen, her beautiful face devoid of any wrinkles or scars, adorned only with a few beauty spots that accentuated her mature allure. Only Mia herself knew that, following that fateful night, her face had indeed swollen significantly. Leon had worn metal gloves when he struck her. During the ceasefire, Leon indeed found a way to assist himself, and Mian had no intention of pursuing the matter further. However, the mere sight of Leon now caused her stomach discomfort. Mian. Enya nearly leaped forward, embracing Mian tightly. Have you put on a bit of weight? Mian playfully pinched the scholar's cheek, eliciting a dramatic wail in response. I have written down the news concerning you and entrusted it to a few reliable friends. Leon remarked as he entered the courtyard, drying his hands. If I fail to attend the auction tonight or do not survive to leave, the information about you will reach Augustus too, and then Enya will be in grave danger. I shall not reiterate this. You are an astute individual. so refrain from harboring ill intentions. The young conductor lifted her gaze to meet Mian's, the atmosphere thick with tension, almost palpable with the scent of gunpowder. As the threat of violence loomed ominously, the few individuals trailing Mian tightened their muscles and held their breath in unison. As Leon turned, the once stagnant air resumed its normalcy. I have prepared some rather special seasonings. This one is called miso, a relic from the pre-apocalypse era. I wonder if you will find it to your liking. And here we have the flower buds of the prickly ash, a tavern delicacy, spicy and delightful. He produced 2 iron boxes. Regardless of the previous threat or the present introduction, Leon's tone remained unchanged, akin to that of a close friend. What a lunatic! Bayin muttered as she trailed behind Mian, her expression sour as she surveyed the surroundings. It was only today that she encountered Leon for the first time, and her long-contemplated revenge duel had yet to materialize. Nevertheless, Leon faced the 6th sequence along with 2 other ability wielders and a drifter without a hint of fear. In fact, before she even registered this realization, she felt it was entirely acceptable, as though Leon had surpassed her level, becoming a different kind of being altogether. It was disheartening. Wow, it's that robust big sister from the market. Noah peeked out from the kitchen, waving a greeting. Ah, hello to you. Bai Yin's frown vanished in an instant, replaced by a bashful smile as she sheepishly scratched the back of her head. Few were aware that the daughter of the magistrate, who trampled upon the Iron Throne's disciplinary beliefs and embodied a lawless, muscle-bound enforcer, had a fondness for children. Every weekend, she would spend her time at the Children's Welfare Institute, not out of any heavy reason, but rather due to shared interests. Soon after, Inuzuka entered the courtyard. A few of his front teeth had been knocked out by Leon's uppercut some time ago, and he had recently completed his dental implant surgery. The stitches inside his cheeks had yet to be removed, and the sensation was akin to a wound following a canine neutering. Inuzuka's expression mirrored his discontent, feeling humiliated as he squinted and surveyed the area, seemingly in search of something to critique within the small courtyard. As the old wanderer cast his gaze upon the vegetable garden and the few blooming roses, a sigh escaped his lips, and the tension in his expression eased. Such splendid flowers, he remarked. Indeed, I purchased them a few days ago. Noah couldn't bear to discard them, so he planted them. Though I am uncertain if they will survive. Leon moved the copper pot to the courtyard. The planting is rather rough. It would be prudent to acquire a few nutrient bricks, and remember to water them diligently, but not excessively at once. Inuzuka took the copper pot and assisted Leon in transporting the charcoal. You seem quite knowledgeable about these matters. Before the day of revelation, my family owned a flower shop. Inuzuka paused, reminiscing about the vast flower field in the courtyard where his dog would frolic all day while he basked in the sun. Years have flown by, and I now realize I have not experienced such leisurely days since. The day of revelation has altered many things, indeed, a great deal. Leon brought over a stool. Your dogs are quite remarkable. They nearly caused me some trouble. Thank you. Inuzuka nodded and settled down. Chapter 71. The horse meat hot pot. The charcoal was tossed into the copper pot's chamber, gradually glowing red as Leon fanned it. Clear water began to bubble with small, fine bubbles. Leon presented a plate adorned with neatly arranged pale pink slices of meat. What is it? He set down the plate and noticed Mian staring blankly in the courtyard. I want to tell you, Mian coldly replied. Do not be like that, Mian. Leon approached her. Horses are sentient creatures. If they knew they were to be consumed by one who bore a frown, they would die with unrest. Furthermore, we must soon stand shoulder to shoulder in battle. Regardless of past grievances, we must unite to achieve our objective. I am concerned about returning alive tonight. Mian hesitated for a moment before acquiescing, sighing. Those individuals can be considered representatives of each sequence within the shelter, each at least sequence 7. I find it hard to comprehend how you can be so optimistic. Perhaps it is a matter of habituation? Leon pondered. When you, a sequence 6, were pursuing me, I had no understanding of what a sequence was. You pursued me twice, nearly succeeding, he added, raising a finger and shaking it to gauge Mian's reaction. Mian remained expressionless, her gaze fixed upon the few individuals gathered around the hot pot, lost in thought. How great a price would you pay for your justice? Leon's voice suddenly pierced the silence, startling Mian, who took a step back to focus on him, only then realizing he had not spoken before. Rest assured, I am not so harsh. If it proves impossible, I will not compel you to send anyone to their demise. Leon turned away. Oh, the water is boiling. It is time for the hot pot. Leon rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Mion gazed at him for a few seconds before shaking her head in resignation. Have you always been like this? What do you mean? Never mind. It's nothing, Mion smiled. This is my first experience with horse meat. It is quite a delicacy, akin to peony blossoms. Inuzuka examined the thin slices of meat, admiring the skillful cutting, truly befitting a mechanic. In the wilderness, few horses can be found, and even the small to medium-sized shelters are reluctant to slaughter them for food. Only the magnesium hall would sell such fare. The big city is indeed different. As Inuzuka murmured, he placed slices of meat into a copper pot. Miss Enya, have you ever tasted horse meat? Honestly, no. This will be quite a bold endeavor for me. Miss Bain was staring intently at the bubbling meat rolls, swallowing hard. Were it not for my trust in Leon's culinary skills, I would not dare to eat it. After all, horse meat is somewhat peculiar. Inuzuka turned his attention back. You, Bain, having grown up in the magnesium hall, must have tried it before, right? Bain was preoccupied with Noah, mixing spices. At his inquiry, she lifted her head, pondering briefly. Yes, I have, when I was very young. An incident occurred when a senator's son visited my family's horse farm and insisted on riding my favorite pony. He fell off and hit his head, bleeding profusely. My father had to apologize to the senator and paid compensation, even slaughtering that pony and serving its meat as sashimi at the apology banquet. That was when I first tasted it. No one told me what it was. They just urged me to eat more, laughingly asking if it was good. Such occurrences have happened far too often, which is why I harbor disdain for my father. Bain shrugged. However, I do not detest horse meat. After all, protein has done no wrong. Is that so? I had thought noble families lived in happiness and harmony. Given your wealth, Inuzuka remarked, picking up the horse meat. The thin slices quickly cooked through, and he dipped them in the miso Leon had handed him. A spark of delight ignited within him. Oh, this is delicious. It resembles the flavor of soy sauce, yet is rich and fresh. Were you born before the apocalypse? Have you never tasted miso? Mayan inquired. My family was poor then. We barely scraped by, Inuzuka replied, shaking his head. But I know this is indeed authentic, even though I have never had it. Leon, how did you come to know the taste of this? And is that tofu pudding in the kitchen? Few can prepare it nowadays. Where did you learn? It's a secret, Leon chuckled, shaking his head playfully. All right then, let me pose another question. Inuzuka pointed to the scar on his face and the severed finger from the explosion in the wilderness. This was merely the result of a single battle. Yet you, Leon, have endured so much. How have you survived? What is your secret? Can you teach me? Anticipation flickered in Inuzuka's eyes. This old dog had grown increasingly greedy. Having entered the magnesium hall, witnessed the grandeur of the big city, and run a restaurant. What an achievement. Who said old dogs cannot learn new tricks? Life was improving so much that Inuzuka had not even noticed his growing fear of death. The secret lies in not getting killed, Leon replied. As long as one is not killed, one remains immortal. Ha ha ha, splendid response. Bain clapped her hands. Leon, you are quite an intriguing individual. Leon smiled, gesturing humorously. I've heard that freshly cut horse meat, he pressed a piece against his face, can reduce inflammation and alleviate pain, preventing scars. Horse oil has a similar effect. This is what Noah taught me. Acquiring similar knowledge, I proactively inquire and subsequently commit it to memory, ultimately learning and applying it as it accumulates. In addition, I strive to maintain my health, allowing Lady Luck to board my train. I am acquainted with an individual. Inuzuka chuckled softly. He is somewhat akin to you. Though instead of prioritizing health, he emphasizes vigilance. That sniper? Leon inquired. Inuzuka parted his lips, seemingly realizing he had divulged too much, and lowered his head in silence. He is known as Private Second Class, Mayan replied. The young man you killed in the wasteland, named Roar, is his brother. Inuzuka's eyes widened in disbelief. He was unaware. Even he, a seasoned wanderer who had accompanied Mayan for quite some time, did not know that Private Second Class had a brother, one who was also a member of their group. But they bear no resemblance to each other? Inuzuka questioned. The situation is rather intricate, Mayan remarked, gazing into the boiling water. Roar's father is the head of a refuge, while Private Second Class is an illegitimate child. I prefer not to elaborate, especially since Private Second Class is currently absent from the team. However, Leon, you must exercise caution. He typically exhibits indifference towards Roar, even forbidding him from mentioning their relationship. Yet, in reality, he cares deeply. As for his desire to eliminate you, his sentiments rival mine, perhaps even surpass them. What an honor, Leon chuckled, shrugging nonchalantly. Yet, There are far too many who wish to kill me. He will have to wait his turn. By the way, Silver. Leon raised his hand, pointing to the pickaxe nestled in the corner. That belongs to you. Do take it with you. Silver arched an eyebrow. Didn't you venture into the district a few days ago? I assumed you would have sold it. Is following me the only thing you do? Leon sighed. No one dared to purchase it, and I couldn't be bothered to consign it. Just take it back. Mayan and Silver turned to Mayan with pleading expressions. Well, I shall pay for it. Mayan nodded. Excellent. Silver raised both hands in jubilant celebration. Chapter 72. The cast assembled. The performance begins in the inner city. At the end of Queen Avenue lies 6-foot alley. Carving out a passage in such a precious area is no simple feat, and it is accompanied by a charming legend. It is said that 2 families rented land to establish shops, only for the one on the left to encroach 3 feet to the right, while the one on the right pressed 3 feet to the left. As tensions escalated, a violent confrontation ensued, leaving both parties wounded and ripe for acquisition by another commercial guild. To commemorate their fortunate acquisition of the 2 shops, the guild named it thus. It is said that many residents of the inner city utilize this tale to educate their children, emphasizing the necessity of providing an escape route before engaging in conflict to avoid becoming victims of opportunism. Leon found himself both amused and bewildered upon first hearing this story, yet it undeniably encapsulated the unique essence of this post-apocalyptic world. At this moment, he stood before 6-foot alley. Elegantly dressed men and women entered the alley, only to abruptly vanish around a corner. This is the place. Leon halted. He remained clad in his dark train conductor's uniform. This attire is far more persuasive than any ensemble crafted from velvet, silk, or lambswool, serving as a flawless disguise that seamlessly integrates into any formal setting. During the reign of the Sothis family, this venue was merely an ordinary club, and it appears the Magnesium Hall has undergone significant transformation. Mion gracefully linked her arm with Leon's. She donned a strapless gown of deep purple and black, adorned with scattered diamonds that occasionally caught the light, evoking the imagery of a starry sky. Her alabaster neck and shoulders were exposed, their curves elegant and reminiscent of a proud swan. Is it acceptable for you to appear in the inner city like this? Noah inquired, aware that Augustus too was privy to the auction and likely had his spies present. Initially, Noah had linked her other arm with Leon's, but after he protested that it was cumbersome to walk with both arms occupied, she instead grasped the hem of his garment. This is a sequential creation for stargazing. Others will not remember my face. Mion adjusted her skirt. The insufferable wealthy Noah puffed her cheeks. You two should commence your actions. Leon patted her head before turning to Silver and Inu. They lacked access passes and were instead attired as attendants, donning white shirts, black trousers, and small black bow ties. Regarding the attendants, the inner city had initiated stringent checks on their identities a few days prior. Leon was unclear about the reasons, though it likely pertained to the incident involving the White Crane at the Silver Cod restaurant. Members of the secret society will also assist. I hold little hope for extracting the carriage through conventional means, Mion said quietly, observing the departing figures of Silver and Inu. We must create a significant disturbance. Rest assured, I have made some preparations as well, Leon replied, striding forward as they ventured into the alley. Initially, everything seemed ordinary, but midway through, Leon noticed steps emerging beneath his feet. He descended them, and after turning a corner, he was suddenly greeted by a myriad of star maps illuminating the surroundings. In an instant, the scene shifted, revealing a grim, iron door embedded in the wall, firmly shut as if to deny all entry. As doors go, it was rather impressive. A few figures stood before the iron door, flanking it on either side, clearly delineated, reminding Leon of the antagonistic shopkeepers from the 6-foot alley. Leon stepped forward again. Please enter. The guard said nothing but took a half-step back, granting Leon passage. He lowered his gaze. The Star County pass glimmered on his chest. Augustus, too, was indeed correct. 90% of doors in this world would open for this little fellow, even if it were a grim, wall-embedded door that appeared quite impressive. Leon crossed the threshold, then turned to assist Mion, helping her adjust her gown to prevent any tripping. Following her was Noah, who similarly extended her hand to allow him to take her slender palm, and then he adjusted her light-colored formal dress. Humph! Noah proudly raised an eyebrow, glancing at Mion. She was quite pleased to be treated as a mature woman in the same regard. Upon stepping through the iron gate, one is greeted by a narrow corridor where female guards conduct thorough body searches on each guest. Standing nearby are several male guards, vigilant against any potential disturbances. Liang recognized a familiar face, Zhang San. Ah, the epitome of beauty. Upon catching sight of Mian, Zhang San couldn't help but inwardly marvel. It is truly astonishing how Liang seems to attract a plethora of stunning women, each coexisting harmoniously. Yet, this time, the beauty exceeds all expectations, embodying an evolved perfection. As for Noah, although this was not their first encounter, witnessing her adorned in an elaborate, voluminous gown, her expression utterly impassive, she resembled a diminutive, flawless doll, rivaling me in an elegance. This lad is indeed a sinner of the heart. Has the second Duke of Ogu given you any trouble? Liang inquired, raising his hand to comply with the search, engaging in conversation with the approaching Zhang San. Inya had been tasked with drafting a written report detailing her relationship with the president of the clandestine society. For a best-selling author and part-time psychologist, downplaying the gravity of the situation or subtly suggesting that the second Duke overlooked the matter would be a task of remarkable ease. He was actually quite agreeable this time. But I believe it primarily hinges on your reputation, Zhang San remarked, hands tucked in his pockets, revealing the grip of a firearm at his waist. The second Duke of Ogu had yet to fully seize power. The Magnesium Hall was under the joint jurisdiction of him and the council. Both parties were keen to maintain their dignity before representatives from other sanctuaries. Hence they each dispatched delegates, as you would have witnessed upon entry. Indeed, the distinction is clear. Liang nodded. To the left lies the Iron Throne of the council, while to the right stand the private soldiers of the second Duke, each bearing your specialized nail guns at their backs, Zhang San whispered. Liang raised an eyebrow, surprised at the unexpected association with the guards. Sir, weapons are prohibited at the auction. Please deposit your firearm here, the female guard in charge of the searches indicated with a wooden crate, directing her attention to Liang's exquisite, white, engraved revolver. Observing the engaging conversation between Liang and Zhang San, her demeanor softened. She perceived him merely as forgetful, having neglected to remove his weapon beforehand. This, Liang replied with a warm smile. It is not a firearm, but rather a magical prop. May I demonstrate? With a click, he pulled the trigger, and a resplendent rose materialized from thin air. For you, dear lady. Liang presented the rose to the guard, inquiring if she was free after her shift. The young guard, evidently unaccustomed to such theatrics, found herself captivated by the charming, handsome, and radiant train conductor with a Star County pass, who gazed at her with inviting eyes, leaving her to ponder how she could be dreaming such a dream. You may enter now, she managed, blushing as she turned aside, her last shred of rationality compelling her to check Liang's wrists and shoulders. I finish work at 2 a.m. today? Zhang San stood in astonishment. Were the other two companions still present, and had the invitations already begun to extend to others? As the guards passed by, shall they be conquered? Liang, my dear fellow, should you not retrieve Inya yourself? It appears that, from another perspective, that place may harbor considerable danger. Wrapping up work at 2 in the morning allows for the observation of their shift rotation, thus creating a schedule. Liang silently computes this in his mind. What is that? A magical artifact? Mia gently inquires, leaning against Liang's neck. Would you care to try? I have long outgrown the age where receiving flowers brings joy. However, if you are willing to send yourself along with them, I might just be inclined to accept. Mia playfully lifts Liang's chin, teasingly asking if this is the moment of his greatest vulnerability. Liang chuckles softly, reiterating, would you care to try? Now may not be the best moment. The child seems keen on devouring me. Mia rests her shoulder against him, casting a triumphant glance at Noah over Liang's shoulder. Winking mischievously. Ugh. Noah grits her teeth. That wicked woman is doing it on purpose. This will only infuriate herself and lead to an argument with Liang, thus diminishing her combat effectiveness. She must not let Mia triumph. One must remain calm, tolerant, and embody the reliability of a mature woman as she enters the auction hall. The audience area is dimly lit, with fluorescent strips affixed to the steps to prevent guests from stumbling. Liang arrives somewhat late, and the hall is filled to capacity. Upon his entrance, the previously noisy auction house falls into an abrupt silence. Liang lifts his gaze and finds countless eyes, each gleaming with different emblems, fixated upon him. They scrutinize, assess, and judge, resembling a pack of wolves or other feral creatures. Clad in human guise, they harbor something entirely different within. They are eager, hungry, yearning to consume the items soon to be presented on the auction block. Slaves, sequence creations, train components, and perhaps even a brass holy carriage. Leon meets their gaze with calmness. His emblem is hidden within his palm and at the tip of his tongue, rendering it impossible to reveal. Even with his deep-set eyes exuding tranquility and composure, he still lacks a certain imposing presence. Mia steps forward, her emblem illuminating, and the pressure of Sequence 6 suddenly emanates. Yet, it is not sufficient. This place is not devoid of Sequence 6. Is it a contest of whose eyes shine brighter? Noah strides forward decisively. In an instant, her golden eyes blaze with a fierce light, illuminating the entire hall as if it were day. Who turned on the lights? What the hell is this? How can someone wield such a powerful flashlight? What sequence must they belong to? Enough, let us not draw too much attention. Leon gently taps her on the head, and Noah pouts, extinguishing the emergency lights. Is that Leon? Who? A low voice inquires. The workshop master, replies the adjacent council member. Having recently gained notoriety for eliminating Sequence 6 infected individuals and resolving the circus incident, the Magnesium Hall Daily has published several articles, some of which I authored. Did you not see them? I seldom peruse newspapers, he replied, shaking his head. Well, that may not be a misfortune for you, the counselor scoffed. After all, they write 2 pieces daily to berate you. Perhaps it's time you reconsider your temperament. Humph. His expression turned icy. These ruffians are simply asking for a beating. If given the choice, I might appoint Leon to your position. He is a workshop master and should belong to the Iron Throne sequence. The counselor mused while stroking his chin. Ahem, he cleared his throat. I am not yet at the age of mandatory retirement, and moreover, Leon is an outsider. What then? Do you intend for your daughter to succeed you as sheriff? Where is she now? The counselor squinted. He fell silent. Unfortunately, this workshop master is a loyalist. The counselor shook his head. You should investigate if you can sway him. If not, then dispose of him. With the celebration approaching, the fewer unstable elements, the better. You cannot uncover the source of the secret society. At least clarify the other matters, or what purpose do I have in retaining you? It's truly lamentable to be intimidated by a few waitstaff, the counselor muttered. I understand, he nodded. Not far behind them, an elderly man wearing a bird-beak mask sat alongside his granddaughter. Is that Leon with Sister Mian and Noah? Pello rubbed his eyes. It appears so, the plague doctor nodded. Genuinely surprised to encounter Leon here. The plague doctor had not met with Leon frequently lately. He was preoccupied with other matters. The emergence of suspected intelligent zombies in the Magnesium Hall had left Augustus II in a state of disarray, just as the plague doctor proposed the vaccine project. And due to its connection to Leon, Augustus II granted it a green light, leading to its implementation a few days ago. The first batch of recipients exhibited no adverse reactions, prompting Augustus II to decide to present the vaccine at the auction. It serves as an excellent platform. Other shelters, wishing to avoid entanglement in the political strife of Magnesium Hall, can procure the vaccine for a modest fee. A straightforward transaction with no debts incurred, while contributing to humanity's welfare. The plague doctor also seldom found time to step away from tracking intelligent zombies to ascertain whether his research had gained recognition from other shelters. However, judging by the appearance of the scantily clad auctioneer, this likely was not a suitable venue to bring a granddaughter. Pello, let us attend the auction together with Leon. Guess who was not invited? Oh no. A phantom sound echoed in her ears. Pello covered her ears and shook her head vigorously. Indeed, it's not quite appropriate to bring a granddaughter here. I shall seek an opportunity to depart shortly, the plague doctor thought, shaking his head discreetly as he observed Pello. Not far behind, a man with a stoic expression sat in a corner, his left eye flickering with a faint starry glow. A rank 7 from the stargazing pathway. I have secrets. Behind that left eye lay a crystal ball, resting on Augustus II's desk. He was peering through the secretive gaze, meticulously observing every detail within the auction hall. The corpulent penguin in Leon's eyes weighed 300 pounds, having essentially abandoned all pretense and concealed identity. Fortunately, often, even without talent, wealth and influence can grant one the ability to wield power. So let it be, Leon. Augustus II stretched languidly, opening the pizza box before him, urging, show me how you intend to reclaim our carriage from the Parliament. And you, little shave, he directed towards the maid stationed in the corner. It's time for you to keep an eye on matters. Yes, Nangong Shave nodded and retreated into the shadows. Chapter 73. The supervillainous. The plan was as follows. Mian raised her hand, gently cradling her chin, while extending a bank card towards him. This is an anonymous account. It now belongs to you. Inside is a portion of the Sotis family's inheritance, approximately 10 million. How generous, Leon remarked, grasping the card and pulling it from Mion's hand with a slight force. This is merely a temporary loan. Otherwise, you won't pass the asset verification. You must return it to me afterward, Mion explained. Tonight, you are to masquerade as a young, extravagant nobleman and lavishly spend in this place, only to return it to me later. You've mentioned that twice, Leon chuckled, noting Mion's rare display of awkwardness, a sign of her concern about entrusting family assets to an adversary. Feigning as a dandy nobleman isn't something I do often. Leon placed the bank card down. Trust me, you possess a certain flair for this. If not as a train conductor, you could excel as a marriage scammer. Mion's gaze held a hint of melancholy as she leaned closer, whispering into his ear, with me as your companion, your credibility has increased. While the compliment was somewhat sharp, Leon acknowledged the latter part. Lavishing wealth, is that the means to access the warehouse? Indeed, Mion poked his nose playfully. The carriage is separately housed alongside other merchandise. After the auction concludes, buyers are ushered into the warehouse in batches to pay and collect their goods. The more you purchase, the fewer competitors will enter the warehouse. If you possess the means to directly acquire the carriage, we still have time for other endeavors, such as a deadly confrontation, Leon added silently. Other agents are not to be underestimated. They will have funds exceeding 10 million. Noah, unable to contain himself any longer, cleared his throat. While you discuss business, must you do so closely? Walls have ears. Performance should be comprehensive. Mion leaned against Leon's shoulder, smiling. However, the young one speaks truthfully. If the auction price surpasses 10 million, we will be at a loss. Fortunately, we never intended to pay. Her voice was soft and seductive. We are the villains. The deceivers, the thieves, the robbers. Right, Leon? To a certain extent, yes, Leon nodded. I am delighted to reach a consensus with you. Mion tilted her head, gazing towards the auction stage. The warehouse lies 20 meters underground, hushed and isolated, akin to an island or an oversized safe. At the time of delivery, to avert unforeseen incidents, the agent may only bring one attendant. This presents an opportunity. My associates will be stationed near the warehouse to create a disturbance at the opportune moment. Although there is no subway in the inner city, beneath our feet lies the abandoned mine extending from the district. When the moment arrives, we shall collapse it, allowing the entire warehouse, along with its concealed treasures and the lost carriage, to plummet below. How to transport it from the mine onto the brass holy chariot, and how to escape the inner city back to your humble workshop, is entirely up to you, my dear train conductor. I will ensure your cover. Collapse the warehouse. That is akin to brazen theft. Leon squinted, momentarily disregarding the possibility of my escape. The security is akin to that of a vault. Even my train cannon would struggle to breach it. Where do you procure such an abundance of explosives? We have a silver knight, along with her can opener, Mion explained. And we have been preparing for this beforehand. The miners of the secret society gather there, voicing their destructive rhetoric while boring holes into the walls. Like a diligent assembly of moles, Mion continued, uniting them was indeed a splendid idea. I should have done so sooner. The act of one bowing is indistinguishable from that of 1,000, yet when one wields a weapon, it is an entirely different matter than when 1,000 do the same. I still do not comprehend, Mion. Leon paused. Why is it imperative for you to eliminate Augustus too? You do not strike me as an anarchistic lunatic. What? Did he offer you enough incentive to speak on his behalf? Mion straightened, returning to her seat. The previous atmosphere of ambiguity dissipated as if it had never existed. Merely a matter of curiosity. Leon shook his head. Others label me as a royalist, yet you should know I have not entertained such notions. I merely wish to reclaim the lost carriage. I require the support of a substantial refuge, as much as possible. Mion replied solemnly, and aside from seizing complete power, I can conceive of no alternative. You will persist in pursuing me, attempting to seize the brass holy chariot. Who do you intend to place in that position? Do your subordinates possess the capability? Leon inquired. Trust me, Leon. She responded calmly. As soon as I hold Augustus II's head in my grasp, such individuals will emerge as if by magic, sprouting like mushrooms after the rain. Moreover, the magnesium hall rightfully belongs to me. It ought to be mine. In the name of Sothis, Mion placed her hand over her heart, remaining silent for several seconds. We shall address matters of the future later. Who knows how the situation may evolve? She glanced at Leon. At least for tonight, I am yours. The auction formally commenced at midnight. As the gong resonated, A charming auctioneer bowed. She was strikingly beautiful, with an enviable figure, and her attire was quite revealing. Such hosts, with similar looks, makeup, and clothing, were plentiful, adorned with collars around their necks. They were augmented slaves. Mian quietly observed the auction stage, watching as the slaves, led by chains, were brought forth by the auctioneer. The slaves were not devoid of clothing. Rather, their garments were exceptionally lavish, bordering on ostentatious. They were adorned like daughters of affluent families or esteemed scholars, all in pursuit of fetching a handsome price. Such high-caliber slaves were considered top-tier even within the inner city, but regrettably, here they were merely intended for initial entertainment. Mian let out a sigh, discerning a slight tremor in the auctioneer's voice as she endeavored to present each individual's measurements and specialties. The starting bid was set at 200,000, allowing for the acquisition of all 5. The auctioneer clapped her hands, yet there were scarcely any bids. The clientele, not only wealthy but also powerful, had grown weary of such displays. In a post-apocalyptic world, mere beauty counted for little, indeed. It could be considered one of the most inexpensive resources. 250,000. A voice emerged from beside her. Mian turned in astonishment, discovering it was Leon raising his hand. Must you indulge your whims with my funds? Mian whispered. Rest assured, I remember, Leon replied, though he had not fully comprehended Mian's words, and continued to explain softly to her. 250,000, Leon called out, raising his hand to announce the price. He was buying 5 slaves, and while he had little understanding of such transactions, he realized that the cost in this world equated to only 1/8 to 1/10 of that in the previous era. For a single dollar, one could acquire 5 red bean buns, 2 bottles of fine beer, or a bowl of ramen overflowing with slices of meat. The amount he had just bid was equivalent to 2,500,000 from his former life. Thus, the sum in Mian's possession was akin to 100 million. Having swiftly calculated this, Leon felt the weight of his bank card in his pocket grow ever heavier. And he could indeed comprehend why Mian insisted on having the card returned after 2 mentions. Spending lavishly, Leon mused inwardly. In the auction hall, the slaves, compelled to straighten their backs and pose like mannequins, simultaneously cast their gazes toward Leon. Their beautiful eyes were dull, some still retaining a flicker of life, tinged with a mix of fear and hope. Being purchased by a young and handsome figure like Leon was undoubtedly more palatable than by a corpulent merchant with a bloated visage. 300,000, another voice rang out. The slaves turned to regard the new bidder, a classic rotund merchant. Young, portly, with hair neatly swept to one side. His stiff high-collared shirt rendered his already short neck even less mobile. He pivoted his body, grinning in Leon's direction, revealing teeth that sparkled like diamonds. 350,000. Leon raised his hand, lowering his voice to inquire of Mian, what is the background of this little fat man? He bore a plethora of commendations around his neck. A resident of Luo City, Mian glanced at him. Anyone who can sit here is not foolish. We must tread carefully. For 100,000. The merchant raised his hand once more. Leon arched an eyebrow, sensing an intuition that, regardless of his bids, the merchant would increment by 50,000. 450,000. Leon tentatively increased the bid. 500,000. The merchant immediately raised his hand. The remaining patrons silently fixated on him. The starting bid was set at 200,000, with a minimum increment of 2,000. This individual raised the bid by 5,000, causing it to double in an instant. A smug smile spread across the rotund man's face, clearly reveling in the attention of the crowd. His female companion tugged at his sleeve, seemingly wishing to convey something. In a brusque manner, he shoved her aside and lowered his voice. Fool, what do you know? An auction thrives on momentum. The identity of the first item is inconsequential. It is merely a matter of establishing a foothold. Securing this initial bid will instill a degree of trepidation regarding our financial prowess, and we may very well acquire the carriage at a significantly lower price. The companion gulped. Humph, do you think I am merely a name in the auction world? The man adjusted his collar, asserting, that is precisely why the lord of the city, your father, entrusted me with 1 million. Leon nonchalantly raised his hand, inciting murmurs among the crowd. The auctioneer nearly bit his tongue in surprise, eyes wide as he gazed at Leon. 1 million for 5 slaves. Is this man unfamiliar with women? Wait, I see it now. The auctioneer licked his lips, excitement flickering in his eyes, a glimmer only found in those who recognize a kindred spirit. This man, much like himself, had navigated the auction circuit since his teenage years, well versed in its intricate nuances, including the enigmatic significance of the initial bid. Could he be a rare adversary? A bead of cold sweat trickled down the auctioneer's forehead as he swallowed hard. 1 million once, twice as he was about to call for the third time. He resolutely raised his hand. 1,000,005. There truly are such individuals, thought Liang, whether driven by audacity or sheer naivety, or perhaps even some superstitious belief. As long as one calls out a price, others will follow suit. He noticed the auctioneer looking at him for an inexplicable reason, their eyes reflecting a mutual recognition. The wealthy are indeed peculiar, Noah whispered softly. The slave girls were led away, the final transaction settling at 1,500,000. The auctioneer, having failed to secure his initial victory, remained undeterred, his excitement palpable. It was rare to encounter an adversary who understood the importance of the first bid. The auctioneer unfastened the top button of his collar, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, appearing quite exhilarated. Liang, however, did not regard him, instead stroking his chin and murmuring occasionally, as if deep in contemplation. I told you that you have a gift, Mian said with a hint of exasperation. But it would be wise to tread carefully, our funds. At this juncture, Mian furrowed his brow. You've noticed something amiss too? Liang lifted his gaze. After the price escalated to 1 million, not only the rotund man, but others also began to find the situation intriguing, raising their bids. As long as one calls out a price, others will follow. Even if the figure has become somewhat ludicrous, this is not a good omen. We have underestimated this group who arrived aboard the Dionysian vessel. They are unfathomably wealthy and disturbingly unhinged. 5 slaves cost 1 million, and 10 million would only suffice to purchase 50 slaves. Do you believe these 50 beautiful maidens could possibly compare to a brass chariot? The chariot signifies an additional choice in the sequence, a fork in the road. Its value transcends any number of slaves. Leon gazed into the darkness, where the eyes of wolves flickered ominously. The battle is intensifying, Mian. Your 10 million is wealth beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Yet it cannot even secure a place in the finals. The final price will soar to astronomical heights. Perhaps someone might exchange half a sanctuary for that chariot. Value is bestowed by humanity. Once it is materialized into a tangible sum comprehensible to the masses, the entire city will descend into madness upon its theft. Do you grasp my meaning, Mian? The chariot must not be involved in the auction. Mian's expression turned increasingly grave. Indeed. Leon nodded, grateful to the slave maidens for clarifying the situation. Next, I shall bid on the second item. Inform the diviner to contact others and prepare for preemptive action. Understood. Mian nodded. In the kitchen, Charlie removed his trousers, facing away from the grand entrance, aiming for the creamy soup that would soon be served to the guests. Hurry up. Is it ready? Chier, with a cigarette clenched in his mouth, adjusted his bow tie in the mirror. In his peripheral vision, he noticed Charlie's member hovering just above the soup, akin to an African elephant drinking water. I can't seem to relieve myself, Charlie lamented, shaking his head. Age is catching up to me. Why don't you take my place? Me? Why on earth should I do that? Because this soup contains clam meat and coriander. Once the spices are added, no one will discern anything. Charlie grinned. Tonight's attendees are prominent figures we shall never encounter again in our lives. These scoundrels sit there, flaunting their wealth. Don't you want to teach them a lesson? Fine, you've convinced me. Chier turned around and removed his trousers. Remember to warn Mian not to eat anything tonight. I will contact the diviner right away. Before he could finish, both Charlie and Chier froze in surprise as they heard Menel's voice. Action is to commence earlier. Repeat, action is to commence earlier. Begin now. Let us go? Charlie fastened his belt. Hey, I'm not finished yet. You rascal. Thud, thud. The pickaxe swung vigorously, excavating the steel framework from the rock strata. Silver wiped the dust from her face, roughly calculating the distance. With the waiter's attire on, it was about 20 meters from the back door to the well. Approximately. Tighten it. She turned her head, her voice echoing in the vast, abandoned quarry. It must be bound exceptionally tight, for only then will the explosion affect the load-bearing column. Otherwise, it would merely detonate air. Knowing the hound bit down firmly on the rope before receiving 2 additional pliable explosives from Xiaofu. You know, Xiaofu. This group of rebels is quite something. He spoke to the hound while tightening the sandbags. This is Chi-Air's formula. Locate the concentrated nitric acid at a purity of 98%, combine it with sulfuric acid in a suitable ratio, and mix these components in an ice bath. Gradually add glycerin to yield nitroglycerin. By incorporating sawdust into the nitroglycerin, one can create a superior form of plastic explosive. It is rumored that cotton or paraffin may also suffice. Paraffin. One can readily discern its impracticality, can't one? Little Fu tilted his head in confusion. Once the explosives are prepared, securely compress them with sandbags and affix them to the foundational pillars of any structure, and you can topple any building in existence. Canine assistant continued, revealing that the insurgents had initially devised a drilling machine, intending to tunnel directly to the Tower of Silver, affixing explosives at the foundation to send Augustus II skyward. Unfortunately, their endeavor was in vain, as Augustus II remains alive and well. Silver interjected, advising against further conversation with the dog, questioning if one could truly rely on it to assist in bomb-making. Hey, it's not entirely out of the question. Charlie taught me how to create a Molotov cocktail. The canine assistant gestured, describing equal parts gasoline and cola, mixed with cat litter until thickened, then ignited. Honestly, it's somewhat absurd, Silver scoffed. Yet, it is indeed within Little Fu's capabilities. It is rather simple. The canine assistant patted Little Fu's head. Hurry, Mion said to act quickly. Silver, attuned to the voices around her, resumed wielding her pickaxe. She needed to create secure spots for tying the explosives and carve a weak point into the vault floor to prevent an explosion from failing. Act quickly. The canine assistant swiftly tied knots, conceding, "All right, I understand. Little Fu, go inform the moles to evacuate promptly." The hound whimpered a few times before darting away. The second item for auction was a sequence artifact from the storm path. The auctioneer showcased the item on the platform. Leon observed clearly. It was a long-tailed conch shell, the blessing of Haikna. Playing the conch can induce localized rainfall within a 500-meter radius, proving more effective than the Sequence 8 semen. The starting bid was 300,000, with increments not exceeding 1 million. Leon raised his hand. Another million? The auctioneer's expression was complex. The initial prize indeed warranted 1 million, yet such a relatively unremarkable sequence artifact was now at 1,500,000. He raised his hand again, more interested in observing Leon's intentions than the acquisition itself. 3 million, Leon called out. He had no time to prolong the bidding. He needed to secure this item. Subsequently, under the pretense of leaving early, he planned to enter the warehouse, seize the merchandise, and collapse the structure. Chapter 75, A Good Night. Make way, make way. Charlie pushed a cart laden with the refreshments provided by the auction hall, thick soup enriched with clam meat, cilantro, and various spices. The narrow aisle bustled with attendants clad in identical white shirts and black trousers, adorned with black bow ties, hurriedly navigating to and fro. Ensuring the smooth operation of an auction is no simple task. The connection between commodities is merely a trivial matter. First and foremost, it is imperative to ensure the confidentiality of the auction, preventing any unrelated individuals from intruding. Secondly, the auction hall must be kept as enclosed as possible, subsequently infusing it with oxygen, a strategy akin to that of a casino. The oxygen invigorates individuals, and when the affluent are exhilarated, they tend to lavishly dispense their wealth. Furthermore, it is essential to guarantee a steady supply of food, particularly soups, as an adrenaline surge can lead to increased thirst. Apologies, pardon me. In a swift motion, I delivered a punch to the neck of a servant passing by, while Charlie immediately followed suit, covering the servant's mouth to ensure a gradual descent to the ground. I retrieved the name tag from the servant and affixed it to my chest. The duties of outside and inside servants differ. I am now an inside servant, tasked with attending to clients in the VIP lounge. Apologies, sir, but according to regulations, such behavior is unacceptable. The young auctioneer crouched before Leon, speaking softly. Yet it was evident that a slight increase in bidding was more desirable. You wish to verify funds, I understand. Leon presented his bank card. Go ahead. As the card glided through the machine, the auctioneer's concerns dissipated upon seeing the 10 million balance displayed. I do not intend to cause any disruption. I merely have a small request. Leon retrieved his card. I have a friend, one from the storm sequence, and I wish to purchase a gift for him. Hence my urgency. The auctioneer listened intently. Yet Leon sighed, his expression laden with sorrow. He is gravely ill. Achoo. Outside, Zhang Sen sneezed. Goodness, the auctioneer expressed, her face reflecting sympathy. Even in the most optimistic scenario, there remains only half an hour. Leon continued his feigned chatter, thus my haste. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Half an hour. Sir, I empathize with your friend and admire your intentions, the auctioneer replied, her eyes reddening. However, you have also purchased 5 slaves. For what purpose? To grant them their freedom. Oh, what a benevolent gentleman, the auctioneer gasped, covering her mouth. Thus, this kind gentleman has a small request. Perhaps it would allow my friend to see the gift I intend to buy him before his passing. Leon inhaled deeply. I wish to leave early, taking the aforementioned items with me to the hospital. The auctioneer bit her lip, turning to open the 3 folding doors of the staff passage. I am very sorry, but I cannot make that decision. I must consult with a supervisor. We fully understand your situation, sir. Chi-Er emerged from the staff passage, eager to assist in any way possible. That would be splendid. Leon stood and followed Chi-Er into the staff passage. Observing the two as if they had reached an unspoken understanding, the auctioneer was momentarily taken aback before suddenly snapping back to reality. Wait, stop, she called out. Chi-Er froze, halting his steps. Are you the new supervisor? I have not seen you before. She advanced. Do not move, stay right there. Otherwise, I shall summon security. The metallic dining cart swept aside the black curtain of the employee passage, violently colliding with the auctioneer. Before she could utter a sound, Charlie swiftly covered her mouth and delivered 2 swift punches to her carotid artery. He lifted the tablecloth of the cart, revealing the unconscious supervisor lying in the cramped space, now accompanied by the auctioneer. With the employee passage cleared, it was safer to proceed this way. Chi-Er took the lead. The good news was that these auctioneers all bore similar appearances due to cosmetic enhancements, making the sudden disappearance of one less likely to raise suspicion. Charlie's face twitched as he distanced himself from Leon. The bad news was that the supervisor oversaw all affairs, and they were bound to be discovered soon. How far is it to the vault? Leon inquired. Mion and Noah flanked him. Their steps hurried. Just around the next bend. Then we take the elevator, Chi-Er replied. The elevator requires 2 keys to activate. One is with the supervisor, and the other's location remains unknown. Should we continue searching? No need, Leon clenched his fist, the hand of the Holy Spirit resonating with metallic clangs. Click. The elevator's restrictions dissipated the moment Leon made contact, and the metallic door, reflecting the faces of the group, gradually opened. Leon took a deep breath. The heist was officially underway. A fortune worth half a refuge was about to be reclaimed for his workshop. Throughout this endeavor, they would need to evade guards and representatives aboard the Bacchus, traversing the derelict mines, navigating underground lines, and crossing 2 districts. Would they succeed? Who could tell? At this point, there was no turning back. Leon tightened his fist, invoking the Trinity, as the brass holy chariot roared through the underbelly, akin to an enraged dragon. It could only travel on tracks. Though it could maneuver short distances off the rails using its tracked components, both speed and endurance would significantly diminish, and returning to the tracks posed another challenge. The elevator doors began to close, isolating the resplendent lights of the auction hall. Suddenly, just as they were about to shut completely, a hand reached in. Leon instinctively drew his dagger, striking towards the wrist without hesitation, his movements akin to a reflex. It's me, came the voice of Zhang San. You? What are you doing here? Leon retorted. What do you think I'm here for? Zhang San stepped into the elevator, lowering his voice. I'm here to catch you. Mion clenched her fist, a silver spear materializing in her palm, but Leon restrained her hand. I currently represent the security forces of the 2nd Augustus, at the very least. I have to maintain appearances, Zhang San continued. Once tonight is over, this group of representatives will surely be furious. We'll need to rely on the 2nd Augustus to navigate through. Do you know what I intend to do? Leon asked. No idea, something like robbery? Zhang San rubbed his temples. I'm a man of business. There's no need to overthink it. Besides, you're one of us, while those representatives are not. He patted Leon's shoulder twice. I'll support you. From which part did you come? Chi-Er inquired. From the moment you mentioned my demise, Zhang San said, clearing his ears as he turned to Charlie, who had been trembling since earlier. There was something vaguely familiar about him. An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere as the elevator began its descent. 1st floor, 2nd floor. 1 meter underground, 20 meters down. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened, revealing a narrow corridor painted in white, devoid of any cover. At the end of the corridor stood a pitch-black metal door, flanked by 2 shadowy figures. Can you discern their sequence? Leon inquired. One must approach closely to ascertain, Mion replied. I can only identify those beneath my level. Let us proceed. Leon took a deep breath. In the inner city, at the ballroom, the councilman clutched a pale, voluptuous figure, the alcohol slightly flushing his cheeks. The women's giggles intertwined in his ears as he smirked, covering his eyes and reaching out. Squeak, squeak. Two soft sounds of pneumatic pumps echoed as the guards silently collapsed. The door was slowly pushed open, and a cadre of black-clad mercenaries entered the room. The pale figures noticed them. One attempted to scream, but quickly stifled her mouth. The mercenaries gestured, and the women nodded, forming a line against the wall, departing swiftly and silently. Why is it so quiet? Did you think I wouldn't catch you? The councilman continued to smile, waving his hand. The mercenaries approached leisurely, raising their specialized nail guns. He was quite fond of this new weapon, lightweight, formidable, and most importantly, utterly silent. The designer must have been a genius. Sensing something amiss, the councilman lifted the blindfold from his eyes. Squeak. The pump activated once more. At this very moment, similar scenes unfolded across countless buildings in the inner city. The mercenaries of Augustus II, equipped with silent crossbows, infiltrated the councilman's bedrooms, eliminating them in their slumber. By dawn, the Magnesium Hall would see a significant reduction in hardliners and an increase in royalists. Above the bell tower, Nangong Ti observed everything quietly. Within the silver tower, Augustus II gazed through the eyes of a stargazing seer, watching Leon wager 1 million, then 3 million, before departing. A smile crept upon his face. Regrettably, I had hoped to watch a little longer. The hefty penguin shook his head and picked up the phone. No need to transfer money to Leon. I plan to seize it outright. Ah, you shall soon find out. Listen closely, it should be quite the explosion. With the commotion over there as cover, my soldiers will be even more adept. Truly, it is a splendid night. He leaned back in his chair, cracking open a chilled can of cola. Hello. Leon halted just outside the white line. Charlie lowered his head. There was a white line at the vault's entrance, reminiscent of what he had seen in prison. When the warden inspected the inmates, they were required to stand on one side of the white line, extending their arms to pass their belongings over. In this process, the warden occasionally urges you to hasten, at other times to slow your pace. In essence, nothing you do is deemed correct, all in an effort to berate you and undermine your confidence. The white line causes him considerable discomfort. Two guards remain silent, towering figures, each half a head taller than Leon, standing over 2 meters high. Bald, without eyebrows, their skin is pale, and the color of their pupils is peculiar. Are they albino? Or perhaps twins? Can you hear me? Leon inquires once more, sensing an oddity in the two guards. Yet, upon reflection, who among the ordinary would linger in a subterranean vault, 20 meters below ground, guarding the entrance to a pitch-black treasury? The key. The larger guard on the left raises his hand. Without a key, entry is forbidden, declares the larger guard on the right, echoing the sentiment. Only those in possession of a key may enter, the left guard states, his movements precise, his tone devoid of inflection. Ah, the key, Leon muses, stroking his chin. The supervisor possesses one, but the whereabouts of the other remains uncertain. It is not discernible, at least of sequence 6, Meon whispers softly in his ear. Chapter 76. The Great Explosion and Reckless Driving, combined. The ultimate barrier to entering the vault consists of 2 guards, each at least of sequence 6. Shall we take action? Meon inhales deeply. The environment offers little metal, and the vault door has been specially treated, rendering it difficult for her to utilize as a weapon. The storm sequence ability user accompanying them is of sequence 7. Should they strike unexpectedly, the odds of success hover around 20%. Noah clenches his fist, the cherubic kiss emitting an almost inaudible hum. Zhang Sen swallows hard, arcs of electricity crackling at his fingertips. Charlie and Cher, though lacking any significant combat prowess, are nonetheless tense, their hands resting on the grips of their weapons. Tension fills the air. The guards maintain their raised hands, their bodies gently swaying. Do not rush. Leon interjects, halting the others with a gesture, his gaze fixed upon the white line beneath them. The walls and floor are also white, if intended as a warning. It should be a yellow and black striped line. This suggests that the line serves not as a signal, but rather as a means of obstruction. Leon crouches, pinching the white line between his fingertips, extracting a trace of powder from it. The others watch in silence as he performs this action before the guards. The guards remain unresponsive, their hollow eyes fixed ahead. A distinguished guest ought not to be treated as a prisoner, Leon asserts, gesturing toward the guards. The primary component is magnesium powder, he reveals, showcasing the minuscule white powder on his fingertips. If I am not mistaken, These two individuals are not afflicted with albinism. They are cloaked in a special coating, resembling wax figures. This layer conceals their abnormalities, such as decaying flesh, taut facial muscles, an unusual odor, and eyes that emit a red glow. Liang raised his hand, a beam of light shooting forth, striking the left guard squarely on the cheek. The white coating shattered like plaster, revealing a putrid visage, with teeth bared to the air and a scarlet tongue exposed. A howl escaped the guard as he lunged forward, only to be yanked back by an unseen force at his neck, causing him to crash to the ground. He flailed desperately, but could only just reach the white line, unable to touch Liang. The keys had only been given once. That cold, harsh voice resounded again, prompting everyone to realize it did not emanate from the guard's decayed vocal apparatus, but rather from the collar. It shimmered with starlight, an entity from the previously unseen astral sequence. These were two infected individuals of Sequence 6. Liang retreated behind the others, the auction house owner wisely noting that had they charged in recklessly, both he and that creature would have succumbed to infection, leading to total annihilation. Indeed, as for the coatings and the white line, Liang once more pinched his fingers, sensing that the lawmakers had devised means to restrict infectors. Magnesium powder could suppress the undead. Perhaps it was not mere speculation. However, now was not the time for such musings. Prepare to fire. He raised his hand, aiming at the two guards. How on earth did you manage that? Zhang Xin stood beside Liang, brandishing his weapon. It was a harpoon launcher, the tri-pronged harpoon beginning to flicker with electric light as he held his breath in concentration. Exceptional observational skills, the ability to maintain calm at all times, imagination, and decisiveness were all indispensable. Mian raised her hand, several metal spears launching from her handbag. So I must kill you, Liang, unless you step over my corpse. Noah brandished a shotgun. Zhang San gazed with wide, fish-like eyes at Chi-Er and Charlie, who were also brandishing their firearms. What is up with this woman? Charlie swiftly moved 8 paces away. Who knows? Chi-Er shook his head. Maybe it's a romantic entanglement. That would explain a lot, Zhang San sighed. Act now, Liang commanded. A torrent of steel surged forth, first shattering the coating before revealing the malevolent nature of the two infectors. One was enveloped by numerous crimson tendrils sprouting from its body, deflecting all standard ammunition. The other muttered incantations as a dark liquid oozed from its form, pooling on the floor like a tarry mire. Next, I shall execute a charged shot to pierce the brain of this Qinghe ability user. Liang knelt, raising his right hand. Dressed for death, mastering rage, piercing shot, boom. The immense gust of wind rendered everyone momentarily blind as the sphere formed by the tendrils was instantly penetrated. The guard's brain matter splattered, painting the walls in a gruesome display. What the hell? Zhang Xin exclaimed in shock, turning to Liang with incredulity. What was that? A crossbow, one you've seen before, Liang replied. Really? Zhang San's expression was a mixture of awe and disbelief. Are you suggesting that the small companion who once accompanied you on the train to combat the undead has now evolved into an entity so elusive, capable of unleashing immense wind pressure with a mere gesture and radiating a formidable light akin to the spear of divine retribution, resulting in the obliteration of the head of a Sequence 6 infected? Quite impressive indeed. Noah proudly lifted his chin, asserting that Liang was even more extraordinary than one could imagine. Mian remained silent, her expression betraying her unease. What would it feel like to be struck by such an attack while utterly defenseless? How many opportunities had Liang had to unleash such a blow upon her? Just a month prior, he had been the one fleeing from her. Now he had reached this level of prowess. The fluctuations of emotion ignited the trajectory of the aberrant. As Mian pondered, her palm clenched tightly, twisting several metallic spears into a formation that ensnared the guard suspected of being an environmental scholar. The metallic constriction tightened. The movement of submerging him into the pitch-black liquid gradually ceased, leaving only the sounds of bone contorting, muscle tearing, and inhuman howls echoing in the air. Blood streamed incessantly through the crevices of the metal, soon followed by bile, gastric fluid, and brain matter. It was only when silence enveloped the scene that Mian released her grip, allowing the amalgamation of flesh and blood to fall naturally to the ground. Zhang Xin stood in stunned disbelief. It seemed that the beautiful woman who had joined him in robbery was not in ordinary danger. Surely, this would result in loss of life. Liang, how did you find yourself entangled with such a person? Truly remarkable, Mian. Liang clapped his hands in approval. You too. Mian exhaled, turning to Liang with a playful wink. By the hand of the Holy Spirit, The door lock was subdued, and the vault door slowly creaked open. Before them stood a second grand door. Leon was not surprised. It was evident that items of immense value resided within, and it was improbable that there would be only a single mechanical lock. Fortunately, there were no guards present, nor any locks to contend with. The second door was a solid iron block, 30 centimeters thick. Typically, once a mechanical lock is disengaged, a linked structure would slide it aside. However, the mechanism had failed. Zhang Sen rolled up his sleeves and pressed his shoulder against the metallic door. Taking a deep breath, he braced himself. Would he succeed? Be careful not to strain your back, Leon observed with concern. Rest assured, I am Sequence 7, enhanced by physical attributes, Zhang Sen waved dismissively, drawing strength from the ground. The Son of Thunder strained his muscles, pushing with all his might against the metal door. It did not budge. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, declaring it utterly futile. I could attempt it, Mian suggested, raising her hand to press against the metal door, but it would take some time as this material has undergone special treatment. No need for that, Leon interjected, glancing at Noah. Oh, now you remember me? The little girl raised her arm, teasing the villainous woman. Having not called for me during your flirtations. Are you two involved in that kind of relationship? I thought you were siblings. Zhang Sen held his head in disbelief. The impact tonight has been exceedingly profound for him. His worldview has shattered and been rebuilt, only to collapse once more. Perhaps he should not have come. How delightful it would have been to simply slumber at home. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed Noah raise his hand, a drill of towering height materializing at his fingertips. Spinning into motion. It was a scene of sheer brutality. Metal shavings flew as the iron door, heated by friction, turned a fierce crimson, the intense heat nearly evaporating everyone's sweat. A deafening noise echoed for half a minute, and a hole sufficient for passage appeared in the 30-centimeter thick iron door. Done. Noah retracted the kiss of cherub, brushing his hands together. Zhang Sen stood helplessly with a small harpoon, quivering lips betraying his confusion and disbelief, which trickled down his cheeks as tears. What sort of people are you? The mechanic is a self-propelled train cannon. The beautiful woman is a high-tier ability user. And how can this little girl produce a colossal drill? I've never heard of any tier capable of such feats. Don't be like that, Zhang San. Liang patted his shoulder. You may spark, but we do not. Damn. Zhang San stamped his foot with frustration. Did you see that? Charlie whispered. Leaning closer to Chi Air, either I am losing my mind, or that is undeniably. Chi Air nodded. It is our drilling machine. Oh. Mian heard their conversation and turned her gaze toward Noah. She had previously wondered why Liang always kept this young girl by his side. Now it became clear. Let us go, Mian. Liang took a step back, allowing her to proceed first. Such a gentleman. May I entrust my back to you? Mian grasped her skirt and stepped forward. Have I unsettled you with my displayed power? Liang smiled, the glow from the vault illuminating his face. Fear not. At least tonight there is no cause for concern. From entering the staff corridor to the formal invasion of the vault, it took a mere 20 minutes. Liang stepped into the vault, the only sound being the howling wind. Aside from a few rooms containing live specimens, it seemed this place was typically vacuum sealed. As the seal was broken, a rush of air flooded in, the change in pressure causing a buzzing in one's eardrums. Liang closed his eyes. Trinity, activated. The entries belonging to the brass, holy chariot shared with him. Revelation. Revelation took effect. Countless images flashing before his eyes. Don't move. Liang opened his eyes once more, halting Mian who was about to push the door open. He pressed down the door lock, stepping back slightly, and aimed at the floor, pulling the trigger. Buzz. The mechanism was triggered, and a laser grid flashed, slicing the arrow into countless fragments. Mian exhaled slowly. It had been too long since she had engaged in such activities. She had grown somewhat complacent. Once again, she had been saved. She furrowed her brow. Glancing at Liang ignored her, instead raising his gaze. A lost carriage, worth half a refuge, came into view, much like the brass chariot. The initial impression it imparts is one of grandeur, desolation, and antiquity. It nearly occupies the entirety of the warehouse. The mottled exterior is laden with rust and scratches, while its formidable armor is capable of withstanding cannon fire. There is a remarkable absence of disrepair. Instead, it emanates an unusual harmony. It seems as though, if placed upon the tracks, it could seamlessly function as a flat car. This sense of harmony further suggests that it could be positioned on any miraculous train. Tolerance, compassion, mercy. The beautiful Mian steps forward, placing her hand upon the carriage. If you were to truly possess the brass chariot, and Leon were to gently pull Mian away from the carriage, what would you intend to do? Such matters remain undisclosed. Mian raises Leon's hand to her face, nuzzling against it, curious if she wishes to witness it firsthand. Unless I perish, Mian. Leon cradles her face, instructing his companions to prepare for detonation. The night deepens. Two figures slip through the back door, departing prematurely. Grandfather, shall we not continue watching? The vaccine deal is about to conclude. Pilo steels herself. There is no necessity to proceed. The physician shakes his head. I engage in this not for monetary gain. Witnessing the vaccine become a mere tool for these nobles to outbid one another leaves me somewhat unsettled. Furthermore, this auction is not conducive to your well-being. Indeed, Pilo nods. The image of Leon bidding on slaves flashes before her eyes once more. She finds herself utterly perplexed by Leon's actions, attending the auction alongside Mian and spending exorbitant sums on slaves. Though she trusts Leon's character, this is simply, boom. The ground suddenly quakes violently, and Pilo steadies her glasses. She witnesses flames erupting. The manhole cover soaring several meters into the air before crashing heavily onto a nearby cart. The pavement fractures and heaves, as if a colossal serpent is writhing beneath her feet. The storefront windows shatter in droves, the shockwave reverberating through the night, accompanied by a cacophony of barking dogs, shouting people, and anguished cries. Pilo covers her ears, the buzzing in her head rendering her almost unable to discern anything. A frail arm envelopes her protectively, as fragments of stone rain down, striking the physician's back. Grandfather, Pilo exclaims. I am unharmed. The physician replies, rising with a contemplative glimmer in his eyes. He lifts his mask and inhales sharply. The metallic scent of blood, the stench of the infected. Leon and Mian had left early. Now the pieces fall into place. Do you wish to uncover what Leon is truly up to? He suddenly inquires. Yes. Pilo nods vigorously. Do you wish to assist him? Yes. She nods again. Then let us proceed. The physician extracts a red syringe, injecting its contents into himself. Tremors, a booming sound. Heart racing, insides churning, eardrums buzzing. Her legs weaken. Her steps unsteady, direction indistinguishable. Amidst the chaos of shattered stones, gusts of air, and metallic debris, it seemed as though everything was hurtling towards him in an instant. Even standing outside, Leon felt a dizzying wave of shock. A low hum resonated as Noah extended his hand above his head, the cherubic kiss unfurling its blades in a rapid spin, deflecting the descending rubble. The echoes of the explosion lingered, flames erupting instantaneously, climbing along all flammable materials, forming a brief vortex that licked at the fire alarm above. The cacophony of invasion alerts, fire alarms, and other unidentified warnings, bathed in hues of orange, red, and a blend of red and blue, elicited a numbing of the tongue and a tingling of the scalp. Charlie desperately massaged his temples, his single eye rendering his spatial awareness and sense of direction weaker than that of others, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Move. Follow me. Jump down. The thunderous roar echoed in his ears as Charlie stared blankly at Leon, the familiar phrases merging into a haze of incomprehension. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him, yanking his collar and dragging him towards the bottomless warehouse. Fool, are you dazed from the blast? Chier delivered 2 sharp slaps to his face. Charlie jolted back to reality, stumbling a few paces before sprinting forward. The alarms blared, and soon help would arrive. He had to be quick. It was imperative. The gash left by the explosion was insufficiently large. They needed to detonate again. Leon observed the scene before him. Half of the carriage had fallen, while the other half remained precariously lodged above. Is there more explosive? He shouted downwards. Yes. Both Bain and Inu responded in unison, their movements swift as they stuffed plastic explosives into the crevices between the carriage and the floor. In mere seconds, they completed the task, and Inu promptly retreated to a safe distance. Bain donned a suit of heavy armor, preparing to ignite the explosives. She extracted the igniter and gave it a shake. Damn it, it's broken, she muttered. Who has a flame? I do. Zhang San tossed a green plastic lighter, the kind worth 50 cents. It won't ignite. The wind is too strong. Bain spat, as the explosion had rendered the air unstable, with gusts swirling all around. Bain, Leon suddenly called out. Use your pickaxe to smash the carriage. Bain looked bewildered. Trust me, just smash it, Leon urged, retreating once more behind cover. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Bain grasped the pickaxe firmly. Mia also comprehended Leon's intent, her expression shifting to one of complexity. She swung down with force. The clash of metal rang out, and from beneath the pickaxe emerged a circle of brass apparatus, alongside vials containing nitroglycerin. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded once more. Mia exhaled a sigh. Leon once remarked, "I could even assist you in creating some contraptions, but should you dare to use them against me, I can assure you they will explode instantaneously." Was that not a jest? Mia covered her ears, silently mouthing to Leon that Bain had been delighted for quite some time, even proclaiming him to be a good person. Does being a good person warrant being threatened at gunpoint? Leon retorted, "As long as you do not turn them against me. The pickaxe remains as it has always been. I am indeed a good person." "Well, you have a point," Mia conceded with a helpless nod. Creak. The heavy carriage plummeted with a resounding crash. Simultaneously, the sound of a functioning elevator echoed from behind. Leon clicked his tongue. He had clearly severed the steel cable. It appeared this group had a backup elevator unbeknownst to him, and likely other passages as well. Damn it! The heavily armored knight, almost embedded into the mine's wall, struggled to extricate herself, waving her hand at Leon in protest. "I had no intention of using it against you again. I am one who values gratitude." "That is splendid. I trust you," Leon replied casually. "Come help." Lifted onto the mining tracks. Bain rushed over, lifting one corner of the carriage. "Ah," she whispered in frustration. The carriage slowly levitated, just as Bain unveiled a smile. She noticed Mian on the opposite side, effortlessly raising the carriage with one hand. "I almost forgot. Before me, you were the mightiest silver knight. Mian, you strong woman." Mian remained silent, merely smiling without words. Boom. The carriage and tracks gradually meshed together as Leon thrust it forward, connecting it to the mining cart. The cart slowly contorted, shedding its disguise to reveal a massive, menacing brass chariot. "So treacherous?" Bain lifted her visor, rubbing her nose. Leon offered no explanation. Time was of the essence. He opened the door and slipped into the cockpit, gesturing to me and understood. She nodded, grasping the chariot's ram, standing at the front. Bain also ascended the steps, gripping her pickaxe tightly. What lay ahead was a reckless drive. Someone has stolen the carriage. Damn it. Upon seeing the supervisor stuffed into the dining car, one should have anticipated what would transpire. This thief has audacity beyond measure. Retrieve the carriage, or none shall account for their actions. Where is Augustus too? He owes me an explanation. Angry shouts reverberated in the air, as pairs of eyes belonging to high-ranking abilities glimmered with intensity. Elegant suits were torn apart, hands pushing against the guards, reclaiming their swords and daggers from the basket. Among them was the tiger of the auction. He swallowed hard, clicking his tongue in disbelief as he surged with the crowd towards the elevator. This thief truly possessed audacity. Amidst a multitude of Sequence 6 experts and a plethora of agents from various sanctuaries, he managed to offend them all at once. Was he so confident in his ability to evade their wrath? For reasons unbeknownst to him, the auction tiger harbored an unsettling premonition. Ever since Leon had spent $3 million to acquire that wretched conch and subsequently vanished, this feeling had lingered. Leon was the thief. How intriguing this individual was, indeed. He murmured softly, the numerous insignias of passage upon his chest clattering together with a metallic chime. "The carriage. We must retrieve the carriage." His female companion tugged at his sleeve. "Of course," the auction tiger replied impatiently, shoving her aside. The daughter of the sanctuary's overseer was undeniably a nuisance. She was haughty in her demeanor, yet became a chatterbox in times of crisis, resembling a naive country girl unfamiliar with the world. Even if forced into marriage, the auction tiger would never acquiesce. "Now, it is my turn to perform." He drew his twin blades, positioning them in a cross before him. As the elevator doors slowly opened, a confident smile spread across the auction tiger's plump visage. He intended to demonstrate to Leon why he was known as the Tiger. Chapter 77. The Train. Forward charge. Combined. Here they come. The train sped along, and Leon sat in the cockpit at the rear, observing as a swarm of well-dressed ruffians descended from the metallic fissures. Those who had just moments ago embraced their companions in the auction hall, vying with fervor for coveted items, now shed their disguises, wielding submachine guns, rifles, long blades, or other weapons, surging towards Leon with a wrathful ferocity. Their piercing eyes glinted ominously in the depths of the mine, the sense of intimidation escalating beyond previous measures. A pack of wolves? No, far more terrifying than mere wolves. This was a tide of the undead, marked by intelligence, a minimum of sequence 7. A tide of living corpses. What a spectacle, Zhang San mused. I have never witnessed the wealthy in such a furious state throughout my life. Get to work, Leon exclaimed, delivering a firm pat on his back. There's a machine gun by the artillery. Zhang San reacted with a quickened pace, rushing to the machine gun, gripping the handle. The components pilfered from the orchid mantis were not particularly potent, lacking special attributes, merely capable of firing standard ammunition. By the horn of the storm, may it grant my brother and me the strength to endure. Zhang San inhaled deeply, lightning igniting within his pupils, his hair beginning to stand on end uncontrollably. As he squeezed the trigger, the power of the Son of Thunder erupted forth, arcs of electricity leaping upon the bullets, instantly rendering them luminous and searing. Well done. Continue to trace the trajectory with tracer rounds, Leon instructed, swiveling the artillery as he accepted 2 vials from Noah. Magnesium powder. He cast it into the barrel and ignited it. Metallic thermal flow activated. Magnesium shell. Boom. Countless brilliant orbs of light erupted from the train's cannon, cascading down like a shower of shooting stars. The searing heat of 2,000 degrees mercilessly struck the crowd, igniting their opulent attire. Cursed, the agents shouted in frustration. One among them extended his hand, and numerous vines took root, twisting into immense wings that folded together to shield against most of the sparks. In an instant, the fiery vine wings surged forth, deftly avoiding the barrage of the rapid-fire cannon while charging towards the train at high speed. Simultaneously, countless vines sprouted beneath his feet, tearing through rock and soil, even rending the railway tracks asunder. Once I close the distance, Charlie, who among you will blow this thing? Leon hurled a conch shell forward. I will. I used to play the trumpet, Charlie replied, taking the shell and placing it to his lips. A desolate and ethereal sound emanated, mingled with the playful laughter of sea nymphs. Dark clouds swiftly gathered, brewing a torrential downpour. Veins bulged on Charlie's neck. For an ordinary person, playing such a created artifact was evidently strenuous. 50 meters ahead, a deluge descends. Leon marked the position. Thunder roared, and rain poured down in torrents. Charlie suddenly dropped to his knees, gasping for breath. He was uncertain what purpose the rain would serve at that distance, but given they were on a train, one could hardly doubt the conductor's words. Hiss! The magnesium shells met the raindrops, igniting an even more violent reaction, burning with an alarming ferocity. The wings of the green-hued ability wielder were completely incinerated, sending him plummeting to the ground, where he rolled in agony. Almost instantaneously, other agents rushed to fill his void, relentless and unyielding. Swoosh! Thud! A metallic spear sliced through the air with a sonic boom, embedding itself heavily into the cannon before Leon. Noah, scatter cannon. Leon commanded. Noah nodded, discreetly holding the heart of the furnace, pressing down on the scatter cannon. Release stance. Temporary entry. Dragon Hunter cannon's caliber significantly enhanced. Temporary entry. During the moment when the stars shine, shells have a probability of triggering chain explosions. Golden light enveloped the scatter train cannon, further amplifying its already fearsome caliber. Entry. Splitting. Entry. Self-made. All was in readiness. Leon gazed at the agents, now alarmingly close, nearly within reach. He abruptly sealed the ammunition chamber. Boom! The colossal cannon, as wide as a waist, began to tremble violently, unleashing fire serpents at a machine gun-like rate of fire. A barrage of cannon fire erupted. One shell fragmented in midair into 3, swelling in size and subsequently igniting a chain explosion. In the moment when the stars shone, in the narrow confines of the mine, there was no refuge to be found. The barriers upheld by the representatives, fortified by their various abilities, shattered almost instantaneously as colossal projectiles crashed into the throng, resulting in one explosion after another. The gauge of the heart of the furnace plummeted at an alarming rate of 5% per second, sacrificing nearly the entire vitality of a train in exchange for pure kinetic and thermal energy. Noah's complexion turned ashen, her teeth clenched in silence. Leon paid her no heed. They both understood that on the battlefield, there was no room for idle concern. His gaze remained fixed on the crowd, piercing through the smoke and artillery, observing those representatives who had conjured barriers with their abilities. The verdant sequence, which birthed walls of vines, the Iron Throne sequence, which melted rails into armor, the Bacchus sequence, which unleashed swathes of paint to neutralize projectiles, and the Deep Rock sequence, which caused the ground to rise dramatically. One by one, Leon memorized their faces. Then, he approached another train cannon, a distinguished-grade train cannon missile. He pulled open the drawer and unveiled a meticulously arranged row of tungsten steel rounds, kneeling to commence loading. With enhanced precision, improved range, and augmented accuracy, he integrated a stargazing guidance system. Click! Leon raised the sight, his vision traversing the yellow crystal suspended above. The countless facets of the crystal reflected the faces he had just committed to memory. Stargazing guidance, how splendidly effective. Leon abruptly sealed the chamber. Boom, boom, boom. The tungsten armor-piercing shells shot forth, piercing through the vines, armor, paint, and earth with precision under Leon's aim, reducing the agents behind to shattered spines, innards, skulls, and flesh. Lives extinguished in an instant, Leon's expression remained impassive as he reloaded. Guilt? Such a notion was foreign to him. It was either to seize the carriage, rendering the brass sacred chariot more intact, or to be slain, with the brass sacred chariot taken along with the carriage, even if he chose to remain anonymous. Forsaking this contest, and spend a lifetime hiding with the brass sacred chariot in a workshop, this pack of ravenous wolves would still scent the blood and relentlessly hunt for other carriages, until one day, a bullet pierced Leon's skull, igniting a new struggle over the last remnants of the brass sacred chariot. It was a matter of life and death. As the smoke cleared, more agents surged forward. Seemingly inexhaustible, Leon glanced back. The train had departed the inner city and was now racing through the underground tracks. Whoosh! The subway brushed past the brass sacred chariot, and Leon could almost see the astonished faces pressed against the glass. Indeed, such astonishment was warranted, as he beheld the colossal structure soaring past. Nearly reaching the apex of the tunnel, the train emitted a thunderous roar, accompanied by a frenzied cacophony. Following closely behind was a band of well-dressed assailants, each one bloodied, their faces marred by burns, cuts, and welts, evoking a sense of disquiet in anyone who laid eyes upon them. Leon squinted, noting that the subway was traveling in the same direction as himself. It was merely the greater speed of the brass holy chariot that imparted the impression of a near miss. In that moment, he shouted, "Meon, Bain, we're heading into a boarding battle." Understood. Meon's voice resonated from the front of the train, and shortly thereafter, Leon heard a series of footsteps overhead, suggesting Meon was racing along the roof. Creaking, creaking, sparks flew. Turning his head, Leon observed several agents securing themselves to the subway with weapons, catching their breath before advancing towards the brass holy chariot. This cohort of Sequence 6 was indeed formidable. Zhang San drew his weapon, a double-pronged short spear with barbed tips. Sequence 6 marked the threshold where the empowered began to diverge from humanity, progressing towards realms of unfathomable prowess. The sheer speed with which they could pursue the brass holy chariot on foot underscored the extraordinary nature of their physical capabilities. "You stay here," Leon said, firmly grasping Zhang San's shoulder. "I will go up." "What? Are you joking?" Zhang San furrowed his brow. "You are merely Sequence 8. You want me, a Sequence 7, to remain in the carriage while you risk your life?" The Son of Thunder, Liang, placed the blessing of Haikna in Zhang San's hand. "If you unleash your full electrical potential, how far can you go? Can you harm a Sequence 6? Zhang San fell silent for several moments, contemplating. If he were to expend every ounce of his strength for a grand display, he might indeed inflict damage, though he would be rendered entirely incapable of further combat afterward. Then gather your strength for a significant strike. Mechanical claws extended from behind, as Liang flexed his joints. The lightweight power armor exhaled steam, its gears meshing together with a melodious click. "Noah," Liang turned to the petite girl, "it's our turn." Noah nodded, the kiss of the cherub gradually illuminating. A standard Sequence 7, capable of exceeding into Sequence 6 during emotional upheaval. What power did one possess to single-handedly impede a dozen fellow Sequence 6 agents and facilitate the brass holy chariot's escape? Boom. Meon abruptly raised her hand, causing the subway, which was alongside the brass holy chariot, to suddenly levitate. With a breath held, her eyes glowed, and the subway began to distort. Passengers fled through the windows, desperately escaping. Meon clenched her fist, the subway creaking as it twisted into a helix, soon expanding into countless spikes, resembling metallic chevaux de frise suspended in midair, sweeping across. A colossal thorny iron whip struck down with Meon's movements, sending the entire tunnel into a frenzy. As debris fell, Clouds of dust billowed, and emergency lights exploded one after another. Panting heavily, Mion found blood continuously spilling from her mouth and nose. That single strike had instantaneously claimed the lives of 5 agents. You, a group of cowardly souls, must have only boarded the train during promotions, while spending the rest of your time in indulgence, correct? Mion appeared pallid, her hair and skirt swirling wildly in the air. She donned that pitch-black, funeral-like Gothic gown once more, exuding an aura of chilling majesty. Allow me to demonstrate what I have learned during my 6 years of service and 7 years of wandering. She waved her hand again, blood gushing from her mouth, trickling down her chin to her chest, of which Mion seemed utterly unconcerned. Countless silver spears soared from the subway, swirling around her like a retinue surrounding their queen. Thud! A iron stake pierced through armor, forcing it backward with relentless pressure. Twisting, it shredded internal organs and widened the wound. The agent wore a sinister grin, eagerly anticipating the demise of this traitor of the Iron Throne before his very eyes. Drink. Suddenly, Silver halted, swinging her pickaxe in a decisive arc, shattering the agent's skull amidst astonished gazes. Damn this wretch! Silver swayed slightly, extracting the iron stake from her armor. Always clad in cumbersome armor, the sole advantage was that most enemies presumed her to be a mere portly figure. In truth, many areas within the armor were hollow. A mere jab would only cause superficial wounds, making fatal injuries exceedingly difficult to inflict. Blood seeped from the fissures in her armor as Silver raised her hand to wipe it away, resting upon the ground. It seemed luck was not on her side this time. The injury was minor but painfully acute. She turned her gaze toward Mion, who, amidst the throng of metal spears, spun atop the vehicle, dashing and waving her hands to slay. Truly extravagant, Silver shook her head. The 6th rank of the Iron Throne is the Sovereign, which cannot achieve such feats. The 6th rank of the Mechanic, if merely a reforger, cannot do so either. Only an overstepping can. The Iron Throne, or rather the Blacksmith, was not particularly suited for combat prior to acquiring the brass Holy Chariot. Even after becoming the Iron Throne, in terms of combat prowess, it could not compare to the exceptionally pure Warborn Flame series or Sentinel Path. Yet Mion's combat effectiveness was remarkably formidable. The physical enhancements of the Apprentice Knight and Silver Knight, the remote manipulation of metal by the hand of authority, and the swift reforging of the Reforger, combined the abilities of 2 distinct ranks, mutually reinforcing each other to yield astonishing results. I had just heard that Mion was facing physical issues and felt a sense of loss. The once strongest Silver Knight, one of the most exceptional abilities in the entire Magnesium Hall, reduced to such a state was indeed lamentable. Yet now, she appeared even more terrifying. Judging by the blood continually flowing from her mouth and nose, such actions bore significant damage. She seemed entirely indifferent, anger and sorrow filling her body and soul, driving the overstepping known as Mion Sothis. Crack, creak. Sparks flew as several agents climbed onto the brass Holy Chariot. They resembled a tide of corpses, only able to reduce their numbers from a distance as much as possible. As the distance closed in, the peril escalated significantly once they boarded the train. Mion stumbled a few steps, supported by Bayin, who steadied herself. This is never-ending, Bayin muttered under her breath. Are you all right, Mion? Mion nodded in response. Indeed. The auction tiger grinned, his arms hanging loosely, 2 daggers clinking softly together, igniting sparks. Where's your boyfriend? Did he abandon you? If he were the kind of man who could be ensnared by beauty, Mion replied with a smile and a shake of her head. I wouldn't be fighting so desperately today. The auction tiger, a sentinel of Sequence 6, the battle master, stepped forward. I have served on the beacon for 3 years, traversing most frontline battlefields. In the northern plains, I have witnessed Sequence 4 infected self-destruct, sending half a train skyward. I have seen the eternal flames in the western mountains, as the deep rock traversed the molten lava. I have even journeyed to the outer seas, where sirens soar through the skies, beautiful yet perilous, much like yourself. So, as I said, you are no match for me. The auction tiger tilted his head slightly. Just do me a favor, jump off the train now and don't look back. Having feasted on horse meat stew, at least tonight, Bayin's armor clinked as she stepped forward, declaring, the Silver Knight never betrays. I find myself unable to comply. She added. Before she finished speaking, Mion sprang off the train's roof, launching herself into the air. A metallic spear twirled at her fingertips, thrusting forward in synchrony with her movement. Come on, Bayin roared, raising her pickaxe against the remaining foes. In truth, it required considerable courage for a Sequence 8 Silver Knight to stand forth in such circumstances. Courage was something Bain possessed in abundance. She was the second most exceptional Silver Knight in the Magnesium Hall. Clang! The auction tiger raised his twin daggers in a cross block. The emblems of guns and swords glimmered before him, serving as a shield against Mian's metallic spear. Boom! The pickaxe came crashing down, causing the auction tiger to lean back slightly, as the pickaxe grazed the tip of his nose before landing on the train roof. Too slow. He was about to speak when suddenly he heard a deep chuckle emanating from Bain's helmet. Almost immediately, a brass device sprang from the pickaxe, a small vial of nitroglycerin sliding out from the handle. Boom! The explosion sent the auction tiger tumbling, simultaneously creating an opportunity for Mian. She raised her hand, several short swords flying from her bag, vanishing into the air like shooting stars. The creations of the stargazing sequence wielded invisible blades. Whoosh! A grand oil painting materialized out of thin air. It was a landscape, the colors so vivid they seemed to leap from the frame. And indeed, they did. The paint coalesced in midair into a hand, forcefully sweeping towards the trajectory of the short swords, marking them with hues. The auctioneer tiger, propelled by the explosion, adjusted his stance, yet before he could fully regain his balance, he lowered his body and darted forward. He cast a dagger into the air, swiftly drew a pistol from beneath his arm, and forcefully blew into the barrel. The black powder, infused by his breath, bestowed a protective grace upon the bullet as he aimed at Mian and pulled the trigger. The deafening roar echoed as if from a cannon, despite being a mere handgun. The projectile, trailing several concentric rings through the air, pierced Mian's lower abdomen before she could react, blood gushing forth. Mian swayed slightly. She had been spitting blood since earlier, so a little more was inconsequential. As the auctioneer tiger fired at her, she raised her oversized revolver, the Peacekeeper, and squeezed the trigger. The bullet penetrated the tiger's shoulder, and almost instantaneously, a syringe was thrust into his wound, hastening the grotesque restoration of his flesh. The white-robed figure was a member of Sequence 6, the Plague Doctor. Though not the one Mian recognized, this one was female and devoid of the characteristic beaked mask. She delicately held several purple syringes between her fingers, appearing poised to unleash them at any moment. "Thank you," the auctioneer tiger chuckled. "There's no need for a response," came the calm reply from the white-robed woman. Suddenly, a series of mechanical claws pierced through the iron roof of the vehicle, unceremoniously invading her body and shredding her innards and spine. A muscular forearm emerged from the metal, a gloved hand gripping her throat with a brutal twist. Crack! The sound of the mechanism engaging followed, and a crossbow bolt traversed her skull. Leon locked eyes with her, those wide with terror and unease, watching the light fade from them. Confirming her demise, Leon unceremoniously discarded her from the vehicle. The first rule of survival, Leon ascended to the roof, his trench coat billowing in the rush of wind. In a conflict, one must eliminate the healer first. Thud! The corpse of the white-robed ability user fell onto the tracks, bouncing twice before rolling into the darkness. It appeared that regardless of their sequence, death was inevitable once killed. Leon stepped forward, while mechanical claws danced behind him, moving with a life of their own towards the auctioneer tiger. "Did you just look for me?" Haha. The auctioneer tiger suddenly erupted with laughter, pointing at Leon as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. "Sequence 8, you are Sequence 8. Technically. Just a month ago he was Sequence 9. "Indeed," Leon replied, a smile gracing his lips, without a doubt. "Oh my heavens." The auctioneer tiger wiped away tears of laughter, still pointing at Leon. "Do you know, kid?" His expression shifted abruptly, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "I will kill you." "What a pity," Leon shook his head, retrieving a bullet from his pocket and placing it between his lips for a draw. The primer ignited with a glimmer, wisps of white smoke rising. Leon exhaled the smoke, completing his sentence. "I am immortal," he declared. Whoosh! Two figures suddenly collided. With Sequence 8 and Sequence 6 battling, Leon was uncertain of the odds. This stout man was a Sequence 6 from the Sentinel pathway, much like Nangong Ti. Recalling that sharply coiffured maid with her razor-like hair, Leon found it difficult to equate the strengths of the two parties before him. Nonetheless, underestimating the opponent could lead to death. At this moment, all he could do was give his all. Buzz! Leon clasped his hands together, and a flash of obsidian light cut through the air. The auction tiger raised his dagger to block, the phantom of a badge materializing, As he took half a step back, eyebrows raised. An unseen attack again. Artifact of the wine god sequence, shouted the agent, who moments ago had summoned an oil painting. Immediately, Mion plunged his spear into the agent's left lung, eliciting a scream that left him unable to refocus. Just a trick, the auction tiger squinted. As long as I pay attention to Leon's hands, I'll be fine. You think that, but you cannot keep your eyes on my hands, echoed Leon's emotionless voice, though his expression seemed to smile. Regrettably, these are the hands of a craftsman, and you cannot track them. He raised his hand again, and the dagger had vanished, replaced by a revolver. Silver and intricately carved, it was of considerable caliber. The auction tiger's expression turned cold as he suddenly swung his knife towards Leon's wrist, intending to sever his hand before he could fire. Bang! He was a moment too late. For this gun did not require a trigger pull. The hammer struck the primer, igniting the powder, and the bullet flew forth. The muzzle blossomed into a rose. This rose appeared without warning, thrusting directly towards the auction tiger's eyes, causing him to instinctively retreat. Then, Leon waved his hand once more. The dagger was coming. The auction tiger raised his blade to block, yet nothing met his defense. A feint. He realized too late. Thud. The pitch-black light, accompanied by a mechanical claw, viciously pierced his abdomen. Leon raised his empty right hand, clad in a metallic glove, and clenched it into a fist, landing a punch squarely on the auction tiger's front teeth. I told you, you cannot keep track. Chapter 78, Section 3. Acquired. Combination. The moment the dagger pierced his abdomen, the auction tiger understood. Sequence and skill were two different matters. He had indeed heard that some non-ability users could, through sheer skill, achieve levels unattainable even by sequence 8 or 7. For instance, swordsmanship, forging, surgery. A noble, merely a decorative figure who boarded the train only during promotions, would not survive a clash with an ordinary person who had devoted his life to the art of killing. This exemplified the distinction of skill. However, that pertains to sequences below 7. If this flamboyant noble were at sequence 6, no matter how exquisite the skills of the ordinary individual, the scales of victory would not tip in his favor, for sequence 6 no longer qualifies as human. Gritting his teeth against the dull ache emanating from his insides, the auction tiger extended his tongue to lick the blood that Leon had forced from his nose. He raised his hand. The first hand ensnared Leon's mechanical arm, pinching it tightly beneath his armpit. The second hand grasped Leon's wrist, holding it immovable like a vice. The third hand clutched the now manifest dark dagger, preventing Leon from twisting his hand and exacerbating the wound. The fourth hand brandished a pistol, pressing it against Leon's head. Not a bad shot. The auction tiger exhaled upon the barrel. He pulled the trigger. Boom. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted simultaneously. One sound came from the auction tiger's pistol, blessed with black powder, its power terrifying. The other resonated from Leon's right hand. The Cyclops allowed Lotus to load a small hand cannon, and upon seeing the auction tiger's other arms emerge from beneath his armpit, Leon fired without hesitation. Boom. The bullet struck the hand that the auction tiger used to grip Leon's wrist. The recoil spun Leon's entire body, and then, with incredible speed, he turned his head to evade that deadly shot. Simultaneously, he witnessed one of the auction tiger's arms exerting tremendous force, twisting off his own two mechanical arms like a giant constrictor. With a severed tail, Leon leaped back, hot steam billowing from his mouth. The Holy Communion operating at full capacity. Inhale, exhale, then inhale again. His heart raced, pumping blood furiously, his mind buzzing, muscles creaking, eardrums vibrating as if he were a damn internal combustion engine. Leon abruptly withdrew two small incendiary bombs from his pocket, viciously hurling them at the auction tiger, while simultaneously raising the remaining two mechanical arms, firing in rapid succession. The micro-submachine guns within the mechanical arms unleashed a barrage of suppressive fire. Leon cherished these mechanical arms, crafted from lightweight brass. Their interiors were nearly hollow, allowing him to pack them with a multitude of items: submachine guns, welding torches, ample gunpowder, and combustible gases. Boom. The two mechanical arms clamped under the auction tiger's hold detonated simultaneously, a shockwave soaring upward, erupting into a massive fireball that, seen up close, resembled the sun. Noah! Leon shouted. Buzz! A colossal drill ascended like a malevolent dragon, shooting forth from the top of the vehicle, trailing sparks. It pierced through flames and exhaust, spiraling into the auction tiger's abdomen, pinning him to the ground. Boom. The cherubic kiss operated at full power, and the molten golden light in Noah's eyes shone brilliantly as she nearly sprinted atop the auction tiger's carriage. The maniacal laughter of the auction tiger echoed once more. Leon finally perceived the gravity of his situation. His body was severely burned, charred skin and clothing fused together, and the arm directly struck by the hand cannon had exploded. Tendons splaying around the shattered bone, thrashing with every movement. The arm clutching the mechanical claw had barely remained intact, hanging limply at his side, blackened and blood-soaked, clearly rendered useless. With a sudden buzz, Noah lifted him with force. The drill pierced his chest cavity, destroying his liver and part of his intestines in its rapid rotation. Though it failed to shatter his spine, the auction tiger possessed a rather formidable spine. Through the bloody, gaping hole that penetrated the auction tiger's body, Leon could see his gleaming silver spine. This was a creation of the Iron Throne series, far more than a mere metal spine. Intricate circuits and structures surrounded it, sustaining this foreign object within his body. Just as the auction tiger had stated, he had been mingling in the auction houses since his teenage years, assisting employers in acquiring one precious and rare item after another, while also keeping a few for himself. The spine of the innocent, a priceless creation of the series, had finally found its perfect place within him after several major surgeries. The auction tiger himself had experienced a significant weight gain due to the hormonal medications taken during treatment, yet all of this was worth it. He was still alive. The drill began to tremble. Noah prepared to unfurl its blades, ready to tear through the auction tiger's body. "Noah, back off." Leon's voice suddenly rang out, almost instinctively. Noah abandoned the execution, rolling away from her position, striving to distance herself from the auction tiger. Trust, 1000% trust. There was only one person in this world whose word she could rely upon entirely, and that person was her partner, a relic of the mechanical series just like herself. With a swift motion, 2 daggers ignited flames in the auction tiger's remaining arms, and as he swung them with ferocity, they left terrifying marks above the roof of the brass holy carriage. Leon and Noah were able to penetrate the carriage and execute their ambush because they were the train's conductors. Conversely, the auction tiger left ghastly traces on the carriage due to the sheer might of those daggers, even surpassing the capacity of the Heart of Eden. Leon's keen observation and the trust between partners allowed Noah to evade this strike. The Sentinel Path, a creation of the series. The auction tiger collapsed onto the ground, his entrails spilling from his wounds, only to be stuffed back inside by the limp hand at his side. The other 2 arms raised the daggers, positioned defensively before him. The flames of war ignited. Leon gasped for breath, steam billowing from his powered light armor. The communion bestows a formidable, albeit fleeting, enhancement upon the body, elevating one's explosive power to a terrifying degree. However, the subsequent side effects are equally conspicuous. The auction tiger possesses the velocity, strength, and reflexes of Sequence 6, capable of pursuing a subway on foot. That Leon could engage him in close combat, even momentarily, is nothing short of miraculous. Should he enter the liberated stance? Prepared for battle? Very well. Leon inhaled deeply, lowered his body with force, and unsheathed his dagger. He was all in. Boom. The molten gold pupils gleamed ominously as the powered light armor underwent a secondary hyperfrequency shift, entering the liberated stance. Temporary entry, for the sake of tomorrow, at the cost of the powered light armor's destruction, forcibly elevating output to 200%. Crack. The remaining 2 mechanical claws struck the top of the carriage with immense force, propelling Leon forward like a cannonball, and he found himself instantly before the auction tiger. Foolish. The auction tiger abruptly swung his blade. For emblems of firearms and swords illuminated simultaneously upon him, unleashing a crossfire of destruction. The mechanical claws raised, managing to block momentarily before being severed. In that instant, Noah leaped from behind Leon, the drill roaring to life. The auction tiger suddenly bent his knee, delivering a standard knee strike that forced Noah back, straightening his thoracic spine and raising his arms high. Bang! The auction tiger incredulously lowered his head. Noah's attack was a feint, designed to create an opening. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Leon lunged forward, thrusting into the wound at the auction tiger's abdomen. "Oh." Leon squinted. "I can feel your spine, the spine of the innocent. It is a creation of Sequence, yet those surrounding devices are not. They are mechanical structures. All mechanical structures fall under my dominion." The touch of the Holy Spirit made contact, suppressing. "You wretched bastard." The auction tiger's body began to tremble visibly, though this did not fully impede his movements. Whoosh! The twin blades crossed, the heated blades slicing through the mechanical claws like butter, aiming directly for Leon's head. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his foot. It was a double-pronged harpoon, piercing through the bones of his foot, the two barbed ends gruesomely exposed. For the storm's horn. Zhang San's furious roar echoed. He paced impatiently within the carriage, desperately holding back, waiting for this moment, as Leon had instructed, to unleash something grand. The current, potent enough to redden metal in an instant, surged through the auction tiger's body, intertwining with Leon and Noah, who maintained contact to utilize the liberated stance. Muscles spasmed, breath became labored, and the heart throbbed painfully. The auction tiger suddenly realized that after Leon declared he was all in and struck the car top with his mechanical claw, he was signaling, "This damned PFF." The twin daggers plunged mercilessly into Leon's shoulder, while the auction tiger's eyes burned red, glaring at him as if ready to devour him. "If we're to die, let us die together." Despite the convulsions of his muscles, even those in his face, and the acrid scent of scorched flesh, Leon managed to force out a rather peculiar smile. He raised the silver revolver in his hand. "Damn revolver, cursed thing, that infernal object." The auction tiger cursed inwardly. It all began with that pistol capable of conjuring roses, aptly named Pride. Bang! Leon pulled the trigger. This time, instead of a bouquet, a bullet pierced the auction tiger's abdomen, delivering a vicious blow. As Pride fired again, a cascade of petals filled the air. Countless crimson petals fluttered amidst the rushing train, creating an exquisite spectacle. Among the floral deluge, Leon's form flickered and vanished, transforming into a beautiful woman clad in mourning attire. Her garments stained with blood. In her hands, she held two severed heads. Behind her, the corpses of several agents were impaled, resembling a hedgehog, firmly affixed to the ceiling of the carriage. Like a butcher bird, she secured her prey upon the thorns. She raised her hand, and a metallic spear fanned out behind her. The auction tiger's heart raced, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Suddenly, the spear fell to the ground. Mion stood frozen, her consciousness slipping away. Thud! Before joy could arise, death had already arrived. Leon struck his palm against the auction tiger's chin. A pitch-black dagger swiftly and accurately pierced the auction tiger's skull, shattering the pituitary gland, tearing through the frontal lobe, reducing the essence of his soul to mere pulp. The electrical impulses ceased. The auction tiger collapsed, kneeling before Leon, his head bowed. A viscous mixture of brain matter and blood streamed from his eyes and mouth, flowing thickly. Leon fell to the ground, struggling to rise. The surface seemed suddenly treacherous, too slippery to regain his footing. Noah staggered, retrieving the battle cross and severing the auction tiger's head. Only then did Leon find solace. He lay within the carriage, listening to the winds howl as the train sped along, feeling the unique chill of the tunnel. It was done. The third carriage of the brass holy chariot was finally secured. The Magnesium Hall Daily reported, "Good morning, Magnesium. The theft incident at last night's auction hall has stirred the city into a frenzy. Of the dozens of representatives from various shelters, only 6 remain alive. Were those 6 unfortunate souls particularly strong? No, certainly not. They were simply too slow to catch the train. You ought to see the currently cordoned-off areas and subway lines. They are littered with severed limbs and dismembered bodies, as superhumans battle like gladiators, creating chaos and darkness. The identities of the deceased have been confirmed, leaving only the whereabouts of Mr. Leo, the notorious auctioneer of the city of Los, unknown. This esteemed auction agent holds a prominent status, being the prospective son-in-law of the city's leader. Residents with any information are urged to come forward immediately. The remaining 6 unfortunate souls are busy penning letters from their respective shelters, demanding a collective indictment against Augustus II. Augustus II deftly deflected responsibility, asserting that he has yet to assume office and that the true stewards of the Magnesium Hall are the council, who should bear the accountability. It is foreseeable that a protracted dispute will ensue, likely stretching until the conclusion of the upcoming festivities. Meanwhile, several council members have gone missing since last night. It appears that this brazen outlaw harbors a profound disdain for the establishment, having not only robbed the treasury, but also taken the lives of a number of council members. Speculation abounds regarding the identity of this criminal. Some claim he is a member of the Sinner's Order, others describe him as towering at 3 meters with a ghastly visage. While some assert he possesses striking good looks, who can truly say? Within the council, there are voices supporting Augustus too, which has allowed this report to see the light of day. I extend my gratitude to the outlaw, to the missing council members, and to Augustus too. I cherish my work. Allow me to voice a complaint. What has been amiss with the Magnesium Hall recently? First, there was a reduction in quotas, followed by clandestine societies, zombies, and now an additional outlaw. He has not departed from the Magnesium Hall. So it seems prudent for everyone to remain vigilant and ensure that children do not venture outside alone. I hope the enigmatic workshop owner can eliminate him, as he has done on 2 prior occasions, so that we may find peace of mind once more. By the way, does anyone enjoy the Detective Marlowe series? The author, Mr. Yan, is set to hold a press conference, which I eagerly anticipate. With a resounding clang, the heavy metallic structures of the platform slowly closed like juicers. The track heating system activated, scorching the air with heated currents, causing everything visible to warp and sway. The Magnesium Hall has officially entered a state of lockdown, prohibiting any trains from entering or exiting. The Iron Thrones, blowing their whistles, dashed through every street and workshop in search of the outlaw. District 144. A dilapidated green train quietly rested in the backyard. Compared to the registration list, it appeared to have an additional car. However, no one paid it any heed. When Leon first entered the shelter, he had also brought along a small supplementary car, disembarked from the Cold Girl train. It merely returned to its former state, with many witnesses able to attest to his lack of suspicion. Moreover, the city's future leader is well aware of who perpetrated the theft. Leon winced, his expression contorting. Did that hurt? Pelayer inquired. The young doctor was stitching up Leon's wound. Leon had sustained severe injuries. The auctioneer's final 2 strikes had pierced his carotid artery, causing blood to spurt uncontrollably to a height of over half a meter. Had it not been for the plague doctor and Pelayer waiting nearby, Leon might not have awakened or could have remained in a perpetual slumber. A bit, Leon nodded. Serves you right. Pello rapped her knuckles against Leon's forehead. Why wasn't I informed in advance about this situation? I could have been of assistance. Noah, lying in bed, wrapped in bandages, tilted his head upward. Since Leon had yet to rise and conduct a thorough examination, Noah could only haphazardly apply some bandages to avoid revealing that he was not entirely flesh and blood. In the event of a conflict, the medical personnel must be eliminated first, Noah declared. If you join in, all the attacks will be directed at you. And what of it? Pello replied, her voice wavering. Yet she gritted her teeth and added, I am unafraid of death. Your grandfather would be heartbroken, Leon said, patting her head. Besides, are you not already helping now? For a moment, Pello, caught off guard by the gesture, found her complaints lost on her. All right then. She set down the tools used for stitching Leon's wounds and retrieved several green syringes from her pocket. These are from my grandfather. He told me to bring them to help you. Please thank him for me, Leon said, giving her a thumbs up. But why didn't you bring them out sooner instead of stitching me up so much? Because I was a bit angry, Pello replied, stamping her foot. And we need to stop the bleeding first. Otherwise, the effect of the syringes will be diminished, and scarring may occur. I am not too concerned about that. I am, Pello insisted, adjusting her glasses and lowering her gaze slightly. As one green syringe was administered, Leon's injuries visibly began to mend. After a swift examination of Leon's condition, Pello nodded in approval and proceeded toward the other side of the room where Mion lay, cradled in the arms of the weary Enya. I'm fine, truly, Mion said, wiping Enya's face. You should worry more about yourself than about me. Turning to Leon, she added, you are under the same roof as a monster. Hey, don't say that, Leon protested. Does sending her back improve your situation? Clearly not. One person has killed a dozen sequence 7s and 6s. You are the more terrifying butcher bird. Honestly, until today, I thought all sequence 6s were as formidable as you. Those are mere facades. Mion closed her eyes, allowing Enya to wipe the blood from her face. By hiring high-ranking powers and meeting the conditions for advancement, one can prepare for the ascension ceremony. As long as you board the train during its stop and complete the ceremony, wealth can elevate you to such a sequence 6. However, that auctioneer, Lion, is the real deal. With the Sentinel's passage and possessing 2 such powerful sequence creations, he is perhaps equivalent to a sequence 5.5. It is indeed astonishing that you managed to defeat him. In the end, I struggled to maintain consciousness, and when everything faded to black, I thought it was all over. Mion exhaled slowly. As a companion, Leon, you are quite dependable, reminding me of my days in military service. You are as well. Leon gazed at the ceiling. I am not flattering you, I mean it. Mion closed her eyes, feeling the syringe pierce her neck. A brief silence enveloped the room before she suddenly spoke. "Will you marry me?" Noah exclaimed, striking the floor with force. "I've tolerated you for an entire night." Enya's motion of wiping Mion's forehead abruptly halted, her eyes widening in disbelief as she glanced at Liang He. Baiyin awoke from her nightmare, lifting her helmet. "What happened? What's going on?" "Hello." Having experienced this before, let out a sigh. A rekindling of old flames, indeed. Mion lay contentedly in Enya's embrace, seemingly relishing the reactions of those around her after her unexpected remark. "Is there a chance?" Liang replied. Everyone else stared wide-eyed. "What does this chance refer to?" Mion turned her head, sitting upright. "If one day you manage to take the train from my grasp, I shall marry you and then reclaim the train," Liang explained earnestly. Huffed. Mion covered her mouth, a rare smile breaking through. Enya noticed a sparkle in her eyes, a genuine joy unseen since their reunion. "Indeed." Mion exhaled slowly. "You would make an excellent con artist. You all may rest a while longer. There's no rush to leave," Liang said, glancing at Mion and her companions standing at the door. "I saw you pull out the shackles, the creations of the sinner's path." Mion blinked. "Those aren't for you. I merely took them out to set aside." Liang's expression was complex. "Is that so? What a pity. I thought you had a penchant for such things and was contemplating whether to play along." She stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Liang's neck. "Is the price the brass chariot?" "Correct," Mion smiled. "In any case, Mion, once you step through that door, you will have fulfilled my request." Liang locked eyes with the woman before him. "You owe me nothing, at least for now. However, until the celebration concludes, we shall remain in a state of truce." "That sounds splendid," Mion nodded. "No, it does not." Liang narrowed his eyes. "You are of no further use to me. I could sell you to August too at any moment." "Really? Would you do that?" Mion furrowed her brow, still clinging to Liang's neck. "This proximity is perilous, suitable for a kiss or a swift strike." "Not at the moment." Liang supported Mion's slender waist, ensuring that Lotus could pierce her insides at any time. "But as time progresses, I shall have to choose between you and August too." "Which side will you choose?" Mion inquired softly. "You wouldn't want to be a heartbreaker, would you?" "That is a question you ought not to ask, Mion," Liang replied quietly. "Simply wait and see." Chapter 79. Zhang San and Maintenance, combined. As Mion, Chi Air, and Charlie departed, Liang turned his attention to the remaining few. "Hello." Only upon arriving did she realize Enya was also present, hesitating whether to approach and discuss the psychological treatment concerning Lady Sister Baiyin. She was not severely injured, not to the extent requiring an injection. It must be said that Silver is remarkably dependable as a companion. Being of the same sequence 8, Leon dares to risk his life because the bronze chariot belongs to him. Without it, he feels he has nothing to lose. Silver, however, does not share this motivation. She steps forward solely because her companion requires her to do so, and thus she complies. Clad in her heavy armor, wielding her can opener, she engages in a boarding battle against a group from Sequence 6. "Why didn't you leave with me on?" Leon inquires, gazing at her. Silver removes her chest plate, her robust muscles still discernible beneath the wrappings. She scratches her fluffy silver hair and locks eyes with Leon. "I want to fight you." "Are you serious?" Leon asks. "Absolutely." Silver nods. She has been anticipating this confrontation for a long time, from the wasteland to the Silver Cod restaurant, and then to the auction. "But it's not because I harbor any hatred towards you. Quite the opposite. I find you impressive. I'm not particularly clever, and I struggle with words, often failing to grasp the subtleties of others' meanings. I communicate through my strength." She pats her solid arm. "I desire a fair duel. Even if you were to best me thoroughly, I wish to witness the extent of our differences. I would wholeheartedly accept the outcome and use it as motivation for my progress. This is one of my principles. Please, Leon, would you oblige?" She rises and bows earnestly in request. Before Leon can respond, a rumbling sound emanates from Silver's stomach. She straightens up, ready to speak, but instead yawns. "I'm hungry and utterly exhausted. Let us go inside for a bit of rest, and we can discuss this after dinner." Leon places his helmet in her arms. "Oh," Silver murmurs, scratching her belly as she wobbles back inside. Such a simpleton. Leon shakes his head before turning his attention to the last guest. Zhang Sen has been wearing a constipated expression since earlier, occasionally widening his eyes. Each time he does, his grimace intensifies, as if he is truly negotiating with his digestive system. Leon knows that Zhang San is not actually constipated. He has merely come to terms with the events unfolding before him. Ah, Zhang Sen slaps his forehead. I remember now. That fellow named Charlie. I encountered him at Inya's door. He is Mion's subordinate, which means that the blonde who abducted Inya to the wasteland is actually. You've finally realized. It's you. He suddenly points at Leon, shouting with the fervor of someone who believes there is but one truth. Leon's expression grows complex. All right, Zhang San sighs, sinking into his chair. Too many have perished this evening. I wish to enliven the atmosphere. After a brief pause, he continues, so it's Mion. That makes sense. Do you know her? Leon asks. When Inya first arrived here to study, Zhang Sen reminisced. I, along with her elder brother, were serving in the military at that time. Inya, merely 14 or 15, came to the dormitory all by herself. She was truly just a little girl, frightened at midnight, yearning for home, and occasionally shedding tears. My concern was overwhelming. I nearly fled from the train, contemplating desertion. Fortunately, Inya later wrote to me, mentioning that she had befriended a senior sister named Mion. Mion protected her from bullying, assisted her with various trivial matters, and often engaged her in conversation. From that moment, Inya blossomed, gradually becoming more talkative. Frankly, I am grateful to Mion. She was a splendid friend. Oh, I still possess the photographs Inya sent me back then. Zhang San unbuttoned his trench coat and retrieved a neatly folded photograph from the inner pocket. Liang accepted it. The image depicted two girls standing side by side, clad in dark school uniforms and long skirts. One was slightly younger, sporting freckles across her nose. She shyly extended her hand, forming a rather outdated gesture, completely unlike the thumbs-up typically used by girls in photographs. The other girl, slightly older, stood with an upright and elegant posture, reminiscent of a black swan, a swan with violet eyes. Her smile radiated confidence and pride, one arm linked with Inya while the other rested behind her back. Liang returned the photograph. Time has indeed favored Mion. Apart from her more mature demeanor, it has left her nearly untouched. However, the aura she exudes is utterly transformed. That confidence and pride have vanished, leaving behind a figure draped in the garb of sorrow. What do you intend to do? Liang inquired. I don't know. Zhang San sighed. I am troubled. I have no clarity regarding what has transpired with Mion, what she wishes to do now, or her aspirations for the future. I suspect Inya is equally in the dark. Otherwise, she would have confided in me. As an elder brother, I cannot condone Inya abandoning her promising future to follow Mion around aimlessly. Yet, Inya has matured. She is no longer that little girl who would secretly cry. I believe there are matters she is capable of deciding for herself. I wish to inquire about Yan. Liang shifted his stool and sat across from Zhang San. How do you know? Zhang San appeared somewhat surprised. He paused, lowering his voice. How should I describe Yan? He sighed, as if broaching a long-buried and taboo subject, gathering strength for the revelation. He is a pure scoundrel. A scoundrel? Liang raised an eyebrow. This was quite different from what he had heard. Inya idolized her brother, viewing him as a hero, even writing the Detective Marlowe series in his honor. When I was very young, my refuge was attacked, and my real elder brother, second brother, and parents were all killed. Zhang Sen lit a cigarette, recalling that I was only 10, with Inya at just 2 years old, having just learned to walk. You can imagine the survival odds for such two children in the wilderness. 0, absolute, and undeniably a complete 0. We were taken by the marauders of the refuge, and Zhang Sen took a drag from his cigarette. Yin was among them. They attacked us without any provocation, merely a spontaneous act as they passed by. They pillaged resources, captured slaves, and sold them to the larger sanctuaries. I was 10, and Inya was 2. We had not yet reached the age where we could work and should have been executed on the spot. At that moment, the crossbow was raised against us, and Inya, unaware of its peril, reached out with her tiny hands. Zhang Sen exhaled heavily and suddenly declared that he needed a squire. He claimed to be a silver knight of the Iron Throne, yet in truth, he was just an ordinary man. However, a knight required a squire. He demanded that I serve him as his squire, fetching his waist, preparing his meals thrice daily, and acting as a punching bag for his frustrations. At times, when he was inebriated, he would even vomit on my head. I was compelled to kneel before him during meals, and when he desired a drink, he would kick my foot. Zhang San's gaze, obscured by smoke, became indistinct. I acquiesced. For me, losing my dignity was more unbearable than death. Yet in comparison to my sister, I was willing to forsake everything. I endured silently, steadfastly. I contemplated ending his life while he slept, yet I always refrained. He was exceptionally kind to Enya, treating her as if she were his own sister. He even bestowed his name upon her, proclaiming that she now bore the name of a knight, and she would no longer be bullied. I cursed my inability to comprehend why. Zhang Sen wiped the corner of his eye. Eventually, my sister reached the age of 10. Able to run and jump. Aside from being somewhat malnourished, she was otherwise well. It became apparent that the marauders began to look at her with unwelcome interest. One night, Enya delivered me to the marauder camp, to another man's tent. He claimed to have sold me for the night. At that time, I was 18 and quite attractive. Zhang Sen squinted. I killed that man. Then I crept into Enya's tent and plunged a knife into him with all my might. He was a scoundrel, yet he treated Enya with kindness. The thought of it paralyzed my hand. I could not sever his head. Subsequently, I escaped the camp with my sister and fortuitously encountered a train. Settling down in a small refuge, I told her that her elder brother had gone off to serve in the military. It was true. After sustaining that wound, he did enlist, and in his pursuit of me, he gained the recognition of the Deep Rock. Later, he committed murder aboard the Deep Rock and is now serving time in the Sinner's Order, a moving prison, and may already be dead. Perhaps that is the way it is. The ash burned my fingers as Zhang Sen extinguished his cigarette. Enya still believes that her brother is a hero, one who not only rescued her from the tide of corpses, but also raised her and gave her a name. I find solace in that. Zhang Sen inhaled deeply. What's done is done, and there was no need for Enya to know the entire truth. I possess little prowess, and this life is all I have. The young girl requires a role model, yet I cannot fulfill that role. What do you think? He inquired. Liang remained silent, offering no response. Zhang Sen was not truly questioning him. He was likely referring to the rogue named Yin in his mind. I have but one sister. Zhang Sen exhaled the words he had just spoken. I wish for her to live a life of safety and tranquility, yet I also hope she can live for herself. A touch of rebellion is not amiss. As long as she is happy, that suffices. A brief silence ensued. Zhang Sen rose, brushing the ash from his trousers. It is time for me to depart. I need to report back to Augustus too. I do not intend to mention Mian's affair, for it would draw Enya into the fray. However, should Mian indeed attempt to assassinate the king, I would not stand idly by. One cannot accept payment for troubles without consequence. In any case, do not involve Enya. Keep her here, I implore you. As Zhang Sen pushed open the door, Liang's voice echoed from behind him. She is far more mature than you realize, participating in events, gaining awareness, paying the price, even sacrificing herself. In this regard, Enya is no different from you or me. Is that so? Zhang Sen sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Perhaps I should indeed spend more time with her. Do you believe Enya should be informed of this matter? Shortly after the door closed, Noah's voice emerged. She had overheard the entire exchange from a distance. The hero in her heart was, in fact, the enemy who attacked the refuge and murdered her parents and brothers. Always nagging, perpetually disheveled, akin to a jealous elder brother. The second brother would stammer when inquiring about the elder brother's well-being, yet secretly, he had sacrificed so much. Such matters lose significance unless voiced by the individual. Liang shook his head. My thoughts dwell on another matter. Do you recall Enya mentioning her regular correspondence with the elder brother? It has always been me and who facilitated the transmission through the noble's exclusive channels, allowing her to maintain frequent communication with him. In the latest letter, the elder brother claimed to be doing well and encouraged her to pursue her dreams. Liang sighed. Whether one can write letters on the sinner is a separate issue. Do you truly believe her brother is well? Are you suggesting? Noah's pupils constricted. The letter was penned by me and to win over Enya. Liang stood and made his way to the kitchen. She is likely engaged in such deception before. Charlie possesses a false eye. He was the officer involved in the Perlo kidnapping case. Deceit, misdirection, ensnaring former friends one by one. Indeed, she is a rare breed of villainy. Clang. Liang dropped the knife, his gaze drawn to the abandoned carriage in the corner. Following the explosion, it seemed as though goods from other warehouses had spilled forth, infiltrating the carriage. At this moment, that object locked eyes with Liang. It was a pristine white peacock. Heat the pot, bring water to a boil, bleed, and pluck the feathers. Once the oil is hot, add green onions, stir frying until fragrant. Cut the peacock legs into segments, briefly blanch them. Then toss them into the pan, stirring until the surface turns a light golden hue. Liang set down the large spoon and turned to add spices to the peacock meat simmering in the iron pot. Among the exquisite spices native to the magnesium hull, Magnesium algae was particularly notable. Although it imparted a green luminescence to the food, its flavor was undeniably delightful. Additionally, there was a peculiar herb known as human-face ginseng, which bore a striking resemblance to a radish but was adorned with unique facial patterns on its surface. Adding it during the blanching process effectively eliminated any gamey odor. As he stirred the large pot, Leon wiped his hands on his apron and lifted Noah onto the countertop. "Help! Help! Don't eat me!" the golden-haired little girl protested, struggling fervently. "Calm down. I'm just giving you a checkup." Leon gently tapped her on the head. "Now, while cooking, in the kitchen?" Noah puffed out her cheeks, looking rather displeased, yet obediently lifted her shirt, feeling as if she were some kind of ingredient. "Pulling golden threads, are we?" Leon affectionately patted her little head, ensuring the thermal module was functioning properly. With outsiders still present in the courtyard, this was our moment of solitude. Noah deliberately turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. "What's the matter? Is the gyroscope malfunctioning?" Leon inquired softly. "Not at all," Noah replied, perched on the edge, her legs swinging gently. "I just feel like I haven't been of much use today." "How could that be?" Leon looked at her in confusion. "Without you, we wouldn't have been able to access the warehouse so swiftly. We wouldn't have emerged unscathed from the explosion, nor would we have dealt with the auction tiger. From the very beginning, whether it was overclocking the train-S cannon, utilizing the kiss of cherub, or activating the overclock power armor, you have always given your all." "Humph. So you noticed," Noah said, a rebellious strand of golden hair swaying gently. "I thought all your attention was on me on." "That's not what I meant," Leon replied. "In life and death situations, getting caught up in such matters is rather trivial. It's just that you thought of Xiaxi, and seeing Mion use the Reforger's power made you uncomfortable. Since I've been conversing with her, you felt a bit unhappy." Leon adjusted Noah's power output valve, which would elicit a reflexive response akin to a knee-jerk reaction. "Yes." Noah lowered her head, aware that her actions were intentional, crafted to observe the friction between him and herself. Yet, she found it hard to completely disregard it. Leon embraced her. Noah was taken aback. She could hear her power furnace pulsating rapidly within her left chest cavity, emitting a heartbeat-like sound. Simultaneously, Leon's heartbeat resonated from the right side. 1 beat, 2 beats, 3 beats, in synchrony. Uncommonly, she did not blush. Instead, a soft smile graced her lips. She leaned her head against Liang's shoulder, savoring the warmth of the embrace. "What's this sudden change?" she whispered near his ear. "I wanted to examine the output valve behind you. It's more convenient this way," Leon explained. "Moreover, someone rather straightforward just told me that she is not good at communication and prefers to engage physically. I thought this might put you at ease. Lastly, Noah, every effort you make does not go unnoticed. Just as you might first consider my fatigue upon witnessing me repair the brass chariot, I shall remain steadfast by your side. We are partners." Noah leaned against Leon's shoulder, eyes closed, feeling honored. Moments later, with a slight blush, Noah released his embrace, preparing to conclude the intimate moment. A sudden jolt coursed through Noah's body as Leon shifted, causing the lumbar pressure valve to realign, rendering her body momentarily uncontrollable. What began as a tender hug, marked by a polite distance befitting partners, transformed into an unmistakable intimacy due to that abrupt tremor. Noah could even sense her abdomen pressing against Leon, transmitting every subtle quiver. The tremor persisted, still beyond her control. "Oh dear." Noah's face flushed to an alarming shade, steam emanating from the vents on her shoulders. "Is the cooling module malfunctioning?" Leon inquired with concern. "Do you always think of me as that foolish entity whose cooling module frequently breaks down?" She retorted. "This is a bionic mechanism, indistinguishable from human conditions." What kind of condition?" Leon asked. "You are absolutely doing this on purpose." Noah grasped Leon's collar and quickly pressed a kiss against his cheek. Warm, soft, moist, yet oddly cool. It was a marvelous sensation, the warmth and chill coexisting harmoniously. Leon touched his cheek. "Huh, do you get it now?" Her face grew even redder. "Noah, you must lift your shirt. We need to check the cooling module. It might genuinely be malfunctioning." "Damn it. Again? Can this truly be consumed?" Silver gazed skeptically at the glowing green, slightly charred mass before her. It was chicken wings, colossal in size. She had decided to linger for another meal after being awed by the horse meat hot pot. What was presented, however, was this rather ominous-looking dish. Slightly burnt. Leon wiped his face with a towel, revealing some marks on his neck that had not been there during the battle, a result of not extinguishing the flames in time. Clearing her throat, Noah, her cheeks aflame, adjusted the collar of her shirt. It doesn't affect the flavor. It's still delightful, Enya exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Silver had only sampled Leon's horse meat hot pot once. No matter how it was prepared, a clear broth would always appear appealing. She was unaware that typically, their dishes were akin to this, exquisitely flavorful in an unconventional sense. Sometimes it was green, other times blue, and occasionally transformed into an eerily bright orange. Yet, it was undeniably fragrant, the taste equally exceptional. You must try it. I assure you, I'm not deceiving you, Enya urged, munching on a blue chicken wing. The magnesium moss was green, the human face ginseng was yellow, and the combination of yellow and green resulted in this bizarre blue hue, basic color theory. You. Silver swallowed hard. In days of yore, a former companion indulged voraciously in the wings of a cerulean, enigmatic creature, persistently recommending them to others. Such behavior was decidedly peculiar. Could it be that Leon had poisoned the food? There was no need for such theatrics to avoid a duel with oneself. Ah yes, Perlo. It is always prudent to follow the doctor's lead. Silver cast a glance at Perlo, who sat helplessly, her plate untouched. A moment of realization struck. The mark upon her neck, which had not been present during Leon's earlier suturing, was indeed a love bite. Whose could it possibly be? Who had Leon been alone with from that moment until now? Sister Mion. Could it be a rekindling of old flames? No, that couldn't be right. If it were Sister Mion, there would surely be traces of lipstick. Thus, only two individuals remained, those who did not wear lipstick, namely, Lady Sister and Zhang San. Both scenarios were quite grave. This simply could not be, Mr. Leon. Both circumstances are utterly unacceptable. Perlo shut her eyes, silently raging within. Miss Enya, quickly administer psychological therapy to him. Miss Enya, do not indulge further. How infuriating. Oh, the doctor has closed her eyes. What could this signify? A prayer before the meal? Silver pondered. Should one eat or not? She continued to contemplate. Ultimately, she did partake of the meal. As she burped contentedly, Silver reflected on the taste. It was not merely good, it was exceptionally delightful. The stir-fried peacock leg was crispy on the outside, yet tender within, exuding an enticing aroma. The poached peacock meat was light and refreshing, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Not only was the flavor exquisite, but the nutritional components were also meticulously calculated. Carbohydrates, proteins, and fibers were all abundantly present. With every bite, she felt her strength returning swiftly. Thus, she expressed her gratitude before departing, her hands clasped in earnest thanks to Leon. It's nothing, nothing at all. Leon waved his hand dismissively. Just a pair of chopsticks, although you certainly indulged rather excessively. After leaving with Perlo and returning to the temporarily vacant apartment of Enya, Silver reclined on the sofa, gazing at the ceiling, and moments later, sprang upright. Wait, had she forgotten about the duel? After a brief contemplation, she lay back down and turned over. Forget it, she would go tomorrow, as it would afford her yet another meal. Chapter 80, Sequence 7, in the Matchbox Tower, a 2-in-1. If you possess any information regarding the robbers, please contact us immediately. The Iron Throne, clad in deep blue light armor, bowed to Leon, expressing gratitude for his cooperation. It is the least I can do, Leon nodded in acknowledgement. An investigation concerning the auction heist was underway. Although this auction was not to be showcased publicly, as it involved a meeting of refuge representatives, its political ramifications were undeniably profound. That such an incident occurred right under their noses placed immense pressure on the police chief, as burdens were transferred from other shelters to the parliament and subsequently to the police station. Merely contemplating it sent shivers down one's spine. It is estimated that the perpetrator will remain elusive for several days, jeopardizing his position. However, this bears no relevance to Leon. He is merely a conductor striving to reclaim his belongings. Just as he was about to close the door, a hand, encased in deep blue armor, wedged itself in the gap. Is there anything else? Leon squinted, instinctively gripping his dagger. No, nothing at all. May I inquire if you are Mr. Leon? The officer asked. Yes, Leon nodded. What is your question? He was somewhat puzzled. If this were a routine identity verification, the officer's tone would not have conveyed such a sense of awe at finally meeting him. No, nothing. It is an honor to meet you. The officer extended his hand for a handshake. My badge number is 0062. Having said this, he departed with satisfaction. Leon raised an eyebrow, bemused by the officer's demeanor. There was no need to detain him with inquiries. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications, especially with a priceless trophy in the yard. Closing the yard gate, Leon approached the brass chariot, standing shoulder to shoulder with Noah as they scrutinized it closely. The two locomotive heads facing different directions, and the three carriages combined were already as lengthy as any of the 9-car private trains. This colossal entity nearly filled the entire backyard. Even if Leon disguised it as a green train, its visual impact would be undeniably formidable. The carriage acquired was the 7th, and Noah nodded, indicating that preparations for ascending to sequence 7 could commence. So soon? Leon arched an eyebrow. Only preparations. Meeting the preliminary requirements and gathering materials will take considerable time. Noah stroked his chin. There are 2 primary materials, both requiring the hunting of zombies in the wasteland to obtain. However, it is too early to discuss that. The magnesium hull is under complete lockdown, and we cannot venture outside. Yet, we can begin gathering auxiliary materials and fulfilling the ascent conditions. Listen closely, Leon. Noah turned around. The mechanic's sequence 7 is designated as Forge Artisan. The ascent condition entails personal involvement in the repair or construction of a core furnace for a shelter accommodating 1,000 individuals. This is somewhat unexpected, Leon mused. Stroking his chin, he envisioned the brass chariot traversing the wasteland, with mechanics laboring day and night in the carriages to fabricate core furnaces, pausing to assist with repairs and manufacturing whenever they encountered a shelter, subsequently dispatching the core furnaces. It seemed quite reasonable. Upon reflection, the mechanics appeared to be a rather benevolent sequence. The requirements for advancing to sequence 8 involved the creation and repair of weaponry, with sequence 7 being similarly aligned. As for the core furnaces, we have seen them before, do you recall? Noah pointed towards the towering metallic walls that seemed to pierce the sky. Along with the track heating devices used to seal off platforms, the juicer-like apparatus, and these electrical facilities. Relying solely on power plants is insufficient. Every shelter possesses such a core furnace. They operate by incinerating materials or harnessing energy from capable individuals to ensure reliability at all times. It seems there is an opportunity to consult with August too. Leon nodded. He had previously contemplated why there were no underground lines in the inner city. Despite the affluent enjoying their ostentation, it seemed improbable they would squander their time daily in carriages, for it was quite inconvenient. Now, it appeared that the core furnace was likely located within the inner city. What are your plans moving forward? Noah leaned against the carriage, awaiting the conclusion of the celebration and the lifting of martial law, intending to blend in with the other departing trains for a more secure escape. Leon responded, based on the revelations provided to me, the magnesium hull still possesses some lost armament components, and I wish to see if I can uncover them. Additionally, the parts you lost, retrieving the cherub's kiss, is merely the beginning. In my spare time, I intend to refurbish the 7th carriage. It is currently in such disrepair that it cannot even connect to the Heart of Eden. Following that, I will prepare for the ceremony of ascending to sequence 7 and speak with August 2 to see if I might gain access to the core furnace of Magnesium Hall. As for Meon, Leon pondered. After acquiring the lost carriage, Meon's relationship with him had once again shifted. For Leon, Meon held no immediate utility. If one were to focus solely on the present, selling her to August 2 in exchange for resources would indeed be the optimal solution. Although this would render him a despicable traitor, it would afford him tangible benefits and eliminate Meon as a threat, preventing potential attacks after leaving Magnesium Hall. Even if this would involve Enya and cause Zhang Xin distress, it was an unavoidable circumstance. After all, Enya had resigned herself to the consequences of her actions. The question remained whether August 2, while cleaning up the council and negotiating with other sanctuaries, would have the capacity to deploy someone to eliminate Meon and her clandestine society. Given the current state of affairs, it was uncertain. August 2's private soldiers were predominantly Sequence 9, with the strongest being Nangong T, a sentinel of Sequence 6. Akin to the auction tiger, Meon was unlikely to be dispatched so swiftly. Should hostilities escalate, Meon might well charge into the workshop in a last-ditch effort to take him down with her, or send a few moles with explosives for a suicide attack. Even if such measures failed, the following day might see flyers proclaiming, "The brass holy chariot is at workshop 144," scattered across the streets. A mutually destructive outcome. Yet, maintaining this fragile balance, Meon would likely be wary of the so-called demigod within the workshop. She would not resort to reckless measures until absolutely necessary. Furthermore, Enya remained in his possession as a hostage. They were bound by mutual restraint and suspicion, tacitly guarding each other's secrets. The entire magnesium hall had transformed into an immense chamber from which there was no escape, awaiting the emergence of a singular victor when all dust would finally settle. The notion that the enemy of my enemy is my friend held little truth. August, too, might very well contemplate replacing me with someone he truly trusts. Having lost the influence of Mion, we might very well be devoured by the magnesium hall, Liang replied. Indeed, that is a valid point, Noah nodded. Now, regarding that incident in the kitchen, I, at that moment, was not entirely clear-headed. You know, my cooling system malfunctioned, and the decision-making module was compromised. It was wrong of me to kiss you without permission, she said, twisting a strand of hair and casting her gaze down towards her toes. This was my first experience, and I truly did not understand what came over me. If you dislike it, I shall refrain from doing so in the future. I do not dislike it. Liang turned his head. Did you hear that, Noah? I absolutely do not dislike it. Would you like me to repeat it? I wouldn't mind at all. On the contrary, if you stop. Enough. Noah blushed and covered her ears. I understand. Watching the two chase each other in the yard, Enya, who was squatting inside the house, silently lowered her head and touched the mushrooms in the corner. I knew he could do it. Augustus, too, slammed the table. Though he already knew the outcome, hearing Zhongsen recount the details once more still struck him as quite incredible. Only Liang from Sequence 8 could steal an entire train car from the treasury, almost brazenly, and then vanish without a trace, completely undetected. This fellow was truly a genius among thieves. If I could enlist him, robbing my own assets every few months would undoubtedly make my fortune flourish rapidly. Much like the auction tiger, who had been employed for years, gathering various treasures at auctions to train private soldiers for the refuge. This was a highly profitable venture. However, Liang was more direct, as he needed no negotiations. He could simply take what he desired. It has been quite some time since I felt this joyful. Augustus, too, leaned back in his chair, the broad sofa creaking beneath him. He pondered for a moment before raising his head. Zhongsan, what do you think of Liang? Liang, taken aback by the sudden inquiry, Zhongsan paused to consider his response. He possesses a sharp mind, is meticulous in thought, and has an exceptional affinity with women. Young, intelligent, decisive, powerful, handsome, and adept at utilizing his appearance, Augustus too chuckled. He might make a fine politician. However, that would squander his remarkable talents. Such a person, he hesitated, would never become anyone's subordinate. Zhongsan remained silent. There was a dangerous undertone in Augustus II's words, causing Zhongsan to sweat on Liang's behalf. Fortunately, I have known from the outset that I could never recruit him. Augustus II shrugged. The other council members likely recognized this as well. They are not as tolerant and amicable as I am, willing to befriend others. They would probably contemplate eliminating Liang. A word of caution, better to be careful in all matters. And you, Zhongsan, must heed this as well. Yes, Zhongsan nodded, retreating from the conversation. To be fair, he thought Augustus II was quite a commendable superior. Regarding politics and management, he was rather oblivious to these matters. With a soft thud, the office door swung open once more as Nangong Ti entered, cradling a report. Boss, she announced, 17 were eliminated last night. Shall we continue today? Not necessary. Do not be overly hasty, replied Auga II. It would be unwise to allow them to band together and resist. I shall continue to sow discord among them, gradually eroding their unity. A combination of both carrot and stick will help prevent futile exhaustion and avoid giving our adversaries an opportunity to exploit our weaknesses. Nangong Ti, are you familiar with the tale of the 6-foot alley? She nodded in acknowledgement. It's quite vivid. Indeed, Auga II stretched leisurely. Is there anything else? There is. Nangong Ti turned to the next page of the report. It concerns the core furnace. The 2 explosions last night have caused some malfunctions there. The craftsmen have repeatedly emphasized their diligent maintenance, yet the apparatus is simply too antiquated. Then dispatch a team for repairs. Auga II rubbed his nose, and do it immediately. The blueprints of the core furnace, Nangong Ti continued, were drafted by a mechanic before the sequence hunt commenced. There are many aspects our craftsmen struggle to comprehend. These inept individuals, do they expect the Iron Throne to do nothing? Auga II rapped the table, seizing one application to increase the search budget, and heavily stamped it with a disapproval mark. Yet, one cannot entirely blame them. When choosing between craftsmen and officers, most would opt for the latter. preferring not to weep over the furnace's flames all day. We must find someone to repair it at once. The core furnace is of utmost importance. He lifted his gaze. As for Leon, well, he has just endured that brutal battle and likely has yet to recover. Knock, knock, knock. A young workshop owner leaned against the doorframe, tilting his head toward Agatu. I hear you have something in need of repair? Huh. You are ever so timely, Leon. Agatu clapped Leon on the shoulder, grasping his hand and guiding him to a seat opposite his desk. Entering the highest security levels of the Magnesium Hall without prior appointment, Leon received a warm welcome in Agatu's office. While perhaps a few in the hall could perform one or two tasks, it was likely only Leon who could accomplish them all seamlessly. The patrolling mercenaries held him in high regard, nodding in acknowledgement upon meeting him. It seemed the improved nail gun was indeed effective, saving them considerable effort in their laborious tasks. As for the unusually amiable demeanor of Agatu, Leon was well aware of its underlying reasons. He was the brass holy carriage, the conductor of a genuine miracle train, now boasting 3 carriages. This meant that, should Leon consent, they could mass-produce abilities from Sequence 9 to Sequence 7, mechanics, brass apprentices, and furnace craftsmen. Mastering an entire sequence granted such capabilities. Even if Leon himself was merely a Sequence 8, he was undoubtedly the most esteemed guest. Agatu was eager to align himself with this powerful ally. Leon had never considered this matter. A tall tree attracts the wind. Even when he purchases promotion materials alone, he feels compelled to acquire them in small quantities from different markets for peace of mind. If he were to buy in bulk, within 3 days, the cereal hunt would recommence. Moreover, an increase in personnel would signify a higher demand for food and resources. Just the 2 of them, Leong and Noah, could operate the bronze holy carriage efficiently, and adding more hands would almost entirely yield negative consequences. Is there an issue with the core furnace? Leong inquired. Indeed. Nodded Augustus too. It has fallen into disrepair based on blueprints drawn by a former mechanic, which others find difficult to comprehend. I will take care of it, Leong affirmed. Well, isn't that convenient? Just when I was feeling drowsy, someone offers me a pillow. Augustus too reclined comfortably on the sofa, thoroughly relaxing. What should I offer you in return, Leong? This question left Leong slightly embarrassed. The core furnace was his responsibility, and Augustus too had not mentioned its destruction, merely attributing the issue to age. Repairing the core furnace was a prerequisite for Liang's promotion. Having met the conditions, he would be thanked by Augustus too and even compensated. Truly, a good man indeed. Leong produced a map detailing several locations of some missing armaments from the bronze holy carriage. These are potential sites. It would be immensely helpful if you could assist me in gathering some information. Huh, certainly, no problem. Augustus too snapped his fingers. But I must first caution you, Leong, after the hunt, these components were largely claimed by the nobility, distributed among the trained conductors they support. It is best to resolve things with money. I have plenty to spare, and since we are friends, I do not mind spending on you. The issue arises if force is required, Leong replied. I will handle that myself. Precisely, Augustus too snapped his fingers again. Now, you must assist me in repairing the core furnace, while simultaneously eliminating those potential political adversaries. To the outside world, you appear to be a staunch royalist. What are your thoughts, Leong? I am merely a passing train conductor. Leong shook his head. Fortuitously. Those I have removed mostly stood opposed to you. Not entirely, though, Augustus too chuckled, shaking his head. One could say I am rather astute, understanding not to position myself in front of the oncoming train. This I cannot deny, Leong pondered. Augustus your father, was he the conductor of the Stargazer? He was, once, Augustus too nodded. However, he grew old and suffered from rheumatism, enduring back pain from prolonged sitting, making further expeditions impossible. He returned to Star County to take on a managerial role. Then he married and had me. Perhaps he was too aged by then. When he exerted himself with my youthful mother, he was already a man whose potential had been exhausted, leaving me with little to inherit. I became an ordinary person. As you see, while poor old Augustus can only sit behind a desk all day, sifting through various documents. Augustus too shrugged, his plump fingers appearing short and stout, resembling 10 carats. Do you yearn to be an empowered individual? Leon inquired. Ah, what a pointed question. You ought to consider a career in journalism, Leon, chuckled Augustus too. Humans are perpetually discontent. If only I could experience a different life, like yours, youthful, handsome, and robust, spending the entirety of my early years on glorious expeditions. traversing the land in search of over-evolved zombies, vanquishing them, and delivering supplies to other sanctuaries, forming bonds with companions, entrusting one another with our lives, only to suffer injuries, bleed, and become disabled. In time, you might witness a version of me missing limbs. As phantom pains torment me daily, I may ponder why I chose to be empowered. Why did I heed my father's call and shoulder these burdens? And then, you appeared, Leon, querying me. Do you truly wish not to be an empowered individual? Just like that. He lifted his right hand. Do not romanticize the path you have yet to tread. Humans are eternally discontent, often plagued by regret. Leon nodded in agreement, acknowledging Augustus II's sentiments. Yet, within the depths of Augustus II's gray-green eyes, a flicker of discontent was unmistakable. One final question, and then I shall take my leave. Leon continued. I would relish a more extensive conversation with you. But come, let us proceed. Augustus II opened his arms, inviting the discussion. As the head of the Magnesium Hall, what are your intentions? Leon asked. Augustus II pointed at Leon, a gesture signifying he had captured his attention. I surmised you were concerned I might not be a competent ruler. Firstly, the council ought to be abolished. We require true representatives of the working class. Individuals who understand the needs of the underprivileged, he stated as he opened a drawer filled with matchboxes, placing them one by one upon the desk. Secondly, I intend to elevate taxes on the nobility. These cunning individuals will swiftly reclaim their losses elsewhere, perhaps by exploiting the laborers. I hope my representatives will provide me with honest feedback. However, the likelihood is that they will be bribed or intimidated into only singing my praises. Thus, it is essential to rotate the individuals in these positions frequently. The nobility will retaliate against me, either through slander or by fleeing with their fortunes aboard the Bacchus ship to other major sanctuaries. The opportunity is now. The Magnesium Hall is currently sealed, and I must rapidly disseminate the proposal, documenting those who wish to escape. He gestured near his neck. I am grateful for your modified nail gun. It is truly a remarkable tool. I am not merely resolving my own adversaries, Leon, but rather confronting the enemies of the working class. With a series of clattering matchboxes falling into place in Augustus II's hands, they formed a semblance of a structure. Furthermore, the funds acquired from the nobility will be utilized to dismantle the slums, erect community hospitals, and establish free schools. Naturally, the curriculum will differ significantly from the current one. I hope that you can occasionally dock here, even if it is merely to allow the Magnesium Hall to have a few more sequence nines. By that time, we will have a multitude of little mechanics. In the apocalypse, Leon, they will undoubtedly be able to make a living. I am well aware that the impoverished have now been driven into the underground mines. The foolish council believes they can deceive me in this regard. I am not a fool. During the construction period, I will confiscate a portion of the assets of certain council members to serve as housing for the displaced. What do you think of such a plan, Leon? The matchbox in the hands of Augustus II has already been exhausted. A half-formed structure, stacked upon one another, encircling an ascending spiral tower. It is hard to say, Leon replied, but many lives will surely be lost, and I do not favor that. Before equilibrium is achieved, rivers of blood will flow, and after your demise, most of the nobility will abscond with their fortunes alongside the capable, leaving the Magnesium Hall severely damaged. Leon, reform will inevitably cost lives. Hesitation and timidity will lead to gradual extinction, ultimately robbing one of the strength to even struggle. At such times, it requires someone willing to risk being drowned in spittle to step forward, and I have done so. Augustus II gazed at the spiral tower on the table. I will prune this bloated mass until it is neat, cutting a bit whenever it grows. Should I err, the people will rise against me, toppling the tower of silver. At that moment, Augustus II extended his hand and toppled the tower formed from matchboxes. Let it collapse. I shall stand atop the ruins awaiting judgment. Neither the council nor I, Leon, deserve to exist in a nation that causes its people to lose faith. Chapter 81. The puppets, combined, to some extent. Augustus II is an idealist. He intends to undertake a sweeping overhaul of the Magnesium Hall, unafraid of the ensuing turmoil. Should we allow the current situation to deteriorate further? Or should we seize the opportunity while the Magnesium Hall can still withstand upheaval and make a bold gamble? Most people adopt a mindset of mere survival. It is predictable that Augustus II will not be well received. However, who can say for certain? Perhaps Augustus II will indeed succeed, and the Magnesium Hall will stabilize once more after a period of painful transition, becoming a rare haven for the impoverished. It is also possible that it will collapse into fragments like the matchbox, with a new council emerging from his corpulent corpse. There is even a chance that he might meet his end at the inauguration ceremony, felled by Mion's blade, leaving no room for his ambitions to unfold. And this rotund penguin will be reborn in Antarctica. Leon inquired not with any intention of action. He was simply born with a penchant for questioning. Delegating the troublesome task of preliminary exploration of the armed components to Augustus II, Leon stepped into the elevator. He gazed at the buttons on the metallic panel. 191 floors. The buttons were densely scattered, making one dizzy. Leon pressed the number 2, a red button. Upon pressing it, the floor display would turn into a horizontal line. A password must be entered to continue. 0622. Upon entering the code provided by Augustus II, Leon felt the elevator begin to tremble. The wait proved to be rather tedious, prompting Leon to retrieve a coin from his pocket. With a soft hum, the coin began to spin in response to his movements, dancing upon his fingertips, shifting from one digit to another, transitioning gracefully from his left hand to his right. Even without the dexterous enhancement of a craftsman's hand, Leon demonstrated remarkable skill. The coin, a universal currency among the various shelters, bore no human visage. Its reverse featured railway tracks intertwined with a white dove, a symbol of peace, while the obverse displayed 24 cross stars, representing the 24 large shelters. The banknotes were distinct in their designs. For instance, a $1 note depicted a shifty-eyed rogue gull, reputedly the first bird sighted by the overseers during the initial establishment of the shelter. Ding! The elevator halted, though it had not yet reached its destination. The metallic doors slid open, revealing a middle-aged man in a suit, clutching a briefcase, who stepped inside and positioned himself diagonally across from Leon. His demeanor was peculiar. He leaned against the wall with his left side, his right arm clasping the briefcase while his left hand rested on it, as though he were either anxious about the briefcase dropping or intent on retrieving something from within. Leon squinted, scrutinizing the man closely. His breathing was erratic, and the muscles on his right side, closest to Leon, were taut with tension, despite his efforts to appear relaxed, which he managed to some extent. However, his formal attire, complete with a cashmere tie, suggested he had just concluded a significant meeting with an important client. Leon offered a slight smile. Ah, indeed. The man, taken aback by Leon's engagement, nodded in acknowledgement. You are wearing sneakers, Leon remarked, gesturing towards the man's feet. The man remained silent, lowering his gaze. Suddenly, the hand gripping the briefcase moved abruptly, pulling the trigger. Before that moment, whoosh. Leon's coin flew from his hand, striking the elevator wall with a sharp snap, ricocheting directly into the man's eyes. The unexpected impact caused the man to lose his balance and alter his angle, resulting in a missed shot aimed at Leon. The bullet, predictably, ricocheted within the confines of the elevator, eventually embedding itself into the control panel, half of its projectile lodged within. Bang! Leon, like a cannonball, propelled his leg forward, delivering a kick that nearly severed the man's spine. The lightweight powered armor's Greyhound attribute amplified the force exerted by Leon's legs and hips. And this tremendous impact, combined with the steel-plated boots he wore, proved overwhelmingly devastating. The man was forcefully pinned against the elevator wall, and as Leon lifted his leg once more, the man slumped to the ground like a discarded rag. Leon retrieved the briefcase, rummaging through it to uncover a crudely fashioned handgun. Ah, you even equipped it with a silencer? You've been misled. This device is of little utility. He detached the canister stuffed with cotton, noting that the sound of gunfire was primarily a result of gas expansion. The reason a bullet generates a sonic boom is due to its astonishing speed. Leon raised his hand, extending his mechanical claw, as the welding torch ignited with brilliance. If one wishes to silence the sound, one merely needs to drill numerous holes in the barrel. This will release gas, consequently reducing speed. The principle of a silencer operates similarly. As Leon spoke, he drilled holes into the gun's barrel. However, should one drill improperly, discharging the weapon could result in blowing off one's own hand. Soon, a modified handgun, its barrel riddled with holes, was handed back. Would you like to try again? Leon inquired. The man shook his head vigorously. His lower limbs had gone numb, and his fingers tingled with discomfort. Who sent you, you pathetic third-rate assassin? Leon asked. I was threatened, the man stammered. They ordered me to eliminate you. Or else what? I would lose my job. They would fire me. Tears streamed down the man's face. Hey! Leon grasped his collar, retrieving identification and a business card from his pocket. Chinzhou, an accountant in the finance department of the Silver Tower. Your address is a basement. At 36, you still reside in a basement. You would kill me for such a job? I sacrificed everything for it. The man trembled. There are others who would be willing to do the same. Surely there are. Leon stood for a few seconds, shrugged. That's unfortunate. You won't be receiving a pension. He pressed the handgun against Chinzhou's head. Is surviving in this world merely to serve the finance department? Listen, you're about to die, Chinzhou. 3 seconds, he pulled the trigger. Brain matter splattered against the metallic wall. The gaping hole in the back of his head reflected back. Now, tell me, what do you regret not doing the most? I wanted to keep my job, buy a carriage, hoard magnesium sheets. Chinzhou shivered. I only need one more chair to complete my solid wood furniture set. Just one more. My solid wood furniture. Leon shook his head and began to count down. 3, 2. A self-portrait. Chinzhou closed his eyes. I want to paint a self-portrait. Very well. Leon lowered the handgun. Solid wood furniture, carriages, magnesium sheets. Think carefully about that. Consumerism, Leon punctuated with his fingers, prompts people to willingly toil, earning to purchase things they do not need. I've taken your identification, Chinzhou. Leon tossed his wallet on the ground. I will visit your residence in a week. If you cannot present a self-portrait by then, I will blow your head off. Leon had anticipated that someone might come to kill him, as Augustus II had mentioned. Yet, he never imagined that his would-be assassin would be a white-collar worker. Those residing in the inner city were ensnared by exorbitant daily expenses, compelled to work incessantly, sitting in cubicles, typing away, only to return to the basement for rest. Cubicle, basement, cubicle, basement. It felt akin to being trained, like monkeys poised to be launched into space, pulling levers and pressing buttons. Then, take a handgun and go kill someone. Otherwise, there will be no bananas to eat in the future. Chinzhou was not mistaken. Others would undoubtedly follow suit. With a mere flick of their fingers, the parliament could command a legion of individuals ensnared by consumerism. As long as their jobs remained intact, they could summon this young workshop owner, whom they had never met. In an instant. Damn it, Leon cursed under his breath. The elevator reached the ground floor, and Leon kicked Chinzhou out before it resumed its operation. On the second floor, the elevator doors opened, and a wave of heat rushed in. Before him lay a labyrinth of intricate metal pipes, a revolving disc above, a bellows that heaved rhythmically beneath it, and an immense furnace that glowed increasingly bright as air was injected. It resembled a slumbering fire dragon nestled at the base of a towering spire. At that moment, several significant fissures appeared on its side, and terrifying heat surged forth from the cracks. A dozen burly craftsmen circled the furnace, one glancing at the pressure gauge, exclaiming, "It's over," while another peered at the thermometer, echoing the same sentiment. Others donned protective gear, preparing to brave the heat and mend the fissures, but alas, before they could ascend, they collapsed to the ground, scorched. The scene was undeniably intimidating. Muscles, steel, masculinity, the furnace, sweat, and semi-nude blacksmith aprons. Cough. Someone noticed them, and Leon retrieved a temporary credential from his clothing. It was Leon, the workshop owner. Good heavens. We are saved. Hooray. The craftsmen rejoiced, their eyes gleaming with the reverence reserved for a savior, quickly surrounding him. If possible, please maintain some distance. Leon raised his hands. A dozen burly men clad in scant fabric gazed at him like an idol, their sweat-drenched muscles glistening in the firelight. The spectacle was truly nightmarish. Oh, my apologies, they are just overly excited. One of the larger men spoke, and the rest of the craftsmen parted like the tide, leaving the largest among them to continue speaking. You can't possibly be selecting your representatives based on muscle mass, can you? Leon pondered internally. Had Augustus II never personally come down? Otherwise, why hadn't he issued a timely warning, allowing for some psychological preparation? What of Nangong Ti? She should have been aware of this matter after reporting it. Reflecting on the meaningful glance Nangong Ti had given him when he departed, Leon began to comprehend. This battle maid was cunning. She intentionally withheld the information. It had been a long time since he encountered a leading burly man who patted Leon on the shoulder, squeezing it firmly as if to ascertain something. Indeed, he nodded. You are a mechanic. Leon widened his eyes in astonishment. The plague doctor and he were both infected. It was understandable that they could discern such things. But how could this man determine whether he was a mechanic or of the Iron Throne lineage simply by squeezing his shoulder? Generally, blacksmiths would have more developed trapezius and deltoid muscles, while mechanics would possess stronger forearms. In addition, he spoke eloquently, then cleared his throat lightly, apologizing for digressing. Rest assured, there is no need for you to worry about your identity being exposed. We are blacksmiths, not the Iron Throne. All craftsmen are akin to one another. Those chosen to oversee the core furnace are individuals of the utmost integrity. They are entirely focused on their work, spending every day revolving around the boiler. I am the one in charge here. It is evident. Leon shook his hand. If you wish to repair it, Leon pointed at the cracked boiler. You should first extinguish the fire. We also wish to do so, the overseer sighed, but the problem lies elsewhere. There are 2 core furnaces in total. The other one is in a more severe state and is currently being extinguished for emergency repairs. This one is solely providing energy at present. Unfortunately, none of us possess the knowledge of core technology, and our attempts at repairs have failed repeatedly. The furnace here cannot cease operation even for a moment. If this continues, we will be completely drained. He wiped the sweat from his brow. Leon felt the oppressive heat as well. His shirt was soaked, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. It was hardly distinguishable from a sweat lodge. No wonder the larger fellows wore so little fabric. To avoid being assimilated, Leon resolved to act swiftly. Leave me to take a look. A few minutes later, Leon gazed at the ruins before him. Where's the core furnace? This is it. The overseer pointed to the rubble. You call this merely severe? It has been reduced to a few bricks. Leon crouched down, inspecting the debris, attempting to salvage something useful. It wasn't always this dire. The explosion merely destroyed its pressure relief valve. The overseer scratched his head, and later, when we attempted repairs, it detonated again. It has exploded several times, and the workers responsible for the repairs were all sent to the hospital. The remaining individuals lack experience, as you can see. Leon looked up, his expression complex. Are these large fellows, who spend their days beneath the silver tower, somewhat lacking in sense? They keep trying to repair it after each explosion? I should have them recite safety regulations 100 times. Just as he was about to say something, an object suddenly flashed amidst the ashes. Leon raised an eyebrow and bent down to clear away the charred bricks, retrieving it. Gear puppet. Quality, legendary. Can serve as a substitute for higher-tier humanoid mechanical creations. A charred, extraordinarily intricate jointed puppet lay in Leon's hand. The exterior material resembled ceramic, and it felt heavy and substantial. Wiping away the dust revealed a featureless face. Have you found something? The overseer leaned closer, exclaiming, Ah, this is remarkably well crafted. He tapped his forehead, estimating it must have been left behind by that individual. Years ago, when the sequence hunting first commenced, we sheltered a mechanic passing through. A sequence 5. She spent her days tinkering with this puppet, claiming it was her life's work, but alas, her talent fell short, and she could never make the puppet truly come to life. Yet, I sensed she was quite skilled and even helped us improve the furnace's structure. Later, in a hurried manner, he departed, busily tinkering with something around the furnace before his exit. I initially wondered what he was up to, but it seems he was concealing this. Has there been any news about that individual? As Liang inquired, he busied himself with the puppet, removing its back cover to realign the gears, rectify the errors, and then wound the mechanism. The puppet's fingers twitched slightly. The challenges that had consumed his life did not appear daunting to Liang. He could resolve them in a mere half-minute. He discreetly concealed the puppet's movements. No, nothing further. It's uncertain whether he is even alive. The supervisor shook his head, stating that if found, it would belong to you. After all, you are also on the path of a mechanic. It makes no difference. Thank you, Liang nodded. This journey to repair the core furnace could be described as both fruitful and generous, leaving him feeling somewhat bashful. In workshop 144, Noah sat in the courtyard, cradling her cheeks with her hands, her legs gently swaying. Enya was preoccupied with organizing the details of a book signing event, writing letters to the publisher every couple of days. As for Noah, she had just about finished repairing the damages on the lost carriage, the rust polished away. With some time still remaining before lunch, she wondered if Liang would return in time to eat. Liang. His image flashed in her mind as Noah leaned on the table. This is truly dreadful. Could it be that my recent indulgence in romantic novels, often envisioning the male protagonist as Liang, has led to such a situation? Recalling that day in the kitchen, she covered her increasingly heated cheeks with her hair, lowering her gaze. But it's not entirely my fault, is it? It's all Liang's doing. He always seems to notice my emotions immediately, delights in the meals I prepare, consistently keeps my affairs in mind, and carefully plans for the future. Though he often teases, displaying a mischievous nature. He is remarkably caring when it comes to my repairs, which is utterly endearing. How infuriating. It's almost too easy to want to do something for him. Nevertheless, the crux of the matter remains Noah sighed, glancing at her palm. With the kiss of the cherub, she could pin the auction tiger to the ground and then hoist it, piercing a transparent hole through its chest. It has been such a long time since I engaged in such actions. In the hazy recesses of memory, I recall being commanded, battling alongside other humanoid constructs. The art of combat is thus etched into my very nerves. In those times, I was treated purely as a machine, devoid of emotions and heart. Later, during my time aboard the brass holy carriage, I was regarded as a sister by all. Was I truly a sister? Or merely a precious, miraculous creation linked to the brass holy carriage, unable to fight alongside them, even entombed within a coffin? If they truly regarded me as a sister rather than an object, then I should not have to endure the sounds of their struggles and demise in the darkness, should I? Unbeknownst to herself, Noah clutched the hem of her skirt, the fabric crumpling in her grasp. She was neither a machine, capable of executing commands with cold indifference, nor a human, able to be truly embraced. If she was neither, then what was she? Leon provided her with an answer, a companion, a confidant, a partner. This fool, who could converse with machines without feeling any dissonance, gradually released her grasp on the skirt. Even if she remained within the brass chariot, the experience was no longer the same. The current brass chariot, even with just 2 occupants, had become a genuine sanctuary for her. With a place to call her own, she felt emboldened to confront the world, unfazed by the prospect of challenging an entire sequence. Indeed, Leon, the golden-haired maiden smiled, the gentle breeze stirring her skirt as the roses in the garden blossomed. It truly cannot all be blamed on me. A few meters away, 2 heads peeked over the wall. It seemed Leon was not home. Silver murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Are we not getting a meal? Pello strained to stand on tiptoe. Uft, what do you mean by getting a meal? Did I not instruct you before we left? Silver tapped her on the head, asserting, I am here to challenge him to a duel. You are merely the accompanying medic. Oh, Pello adjusted her glasses that had nearly slipped off. Clearly it is you who is too embarrassed to come. By the way, what has Mia been busy with lately? Why are you so idle? She turned to look at Silver. Mia, Silver scratched her head. Mia is pacing in the basement. 50 steps long, 40 steps wide. She paused, murmuring under her breath, rapidly calculating. 60. Mia mentioned a number. We must procure 20 army cots, the 3-tiered variety. This basement can accommodate a maximum of 60 individuals, serving as a refuge for the moles. That flyer, Mel, Mia gestured, print 60 copies. To fit 60 people in here, Mel swallowed hard, glancing around the basement's dimensions. But what about their personal belongings? Although the impoverished possess very little, the recent proliferation of the secret society has led many residents from the inner city to join. The destitute have transformed into mentors, with some assuming the significant role of conducting interviews. Yes, interviews. The secret society now has its criteria. Not everyone is accepted. They can only possess what is listed. Mia pointed to the flyer in Mel's hand, all of which could fit beneath the mattress. Mel raised the flyer, reading intently. Carrying the following items does not guarantee your acceptance. However, only those who bring these items and are prepared with a 50-unit personal burial fee may be considered. The cost of cremation has risen to at least 50 units and continues to increase. In the Magnesium Hall, those who pass away without the requisite amount in their accounts will be subjected to dissection. The $50 will remain tucked within their shoes, ensuring that, even in death, they do not become a burden to others. 2 pairs of black trousers, 1 black shirt, 1 white shirt, a pair of black shoes, 2 pairs of black socks, and 2 sets of ordinary undergarments are included in the inventory, which accounts for what the applicant is wearing. Additionally, a white towel, a mattress specifically for a camp bed, and a white plastic bowl complete the list. Munir set down the flyer. The white shirt would allow them to infiltrate the dining area, while the black shirt would obscure any bloodstains. Mion contemplated, concluding that there was likely nothing more to add. The provisions we offer are sufficient for an individual to live a relatively ordinary existence. This is the bare minimum of supplies. Munir remained silent, swallowing hard. The secret society was rapidly evolving into something perilous and alien, becoming increasingly reminiscent of its original purpose as an illegal organization. Mion had intended from the outset to take this course of action. It was never merely about gathering to chant slogans. The celebration was imminent. They were poised to commence their actions. In addition to the district, I have established secret societies in every area, each represented by different individuals. Do you wish to oversee one? Mian inquired. No, I lack the requisite talent, Manir replied, shaking her head. Talent is not a necessity. The least required attribute in a secret society is a leader. Mian shook her head, asserting that one only needs to stand behind the crowd and observe as they echo one another's words, growing increasingly agitated and enraged. Chapter 82, Cotton Doll, Part 2. In the early morning, Charlie awoke. He opened his remaining eye, yawning as he stepped outside, only to find someone standing at his door. The individual resembled a white-collar worker, pale and sickly, with slack muscles and a protruding belly. Such figures were rarely seen in the outer districts. They appeared as harmless cotton dolls, easily torn apart. The cotton doll stood silently at the foot of the porch, gazing ahead. Do you need something? Charlie asked, scrutinizing him. The cotton doll remained mute. I don't know if you've misunderstood, but you've come to the wrong place. If you don't leave, sir, I will call the police. The cotton doll continued in silence, with a brown paper bag at his feet containing a white shirt, a black shirt, 2 pairs of black trousers, a pair of black shoes, 2 sets of undergarments, a towel, and a plastic bowl. All right, I'll go back and call the police, Charlie sighed, retreating indoors. A few minutes later, Chi-Er emerged. He stared at the cotton doll for an extended period, nearly nose to nose. You're far too thin, go back. The cotton doll remained tight-lipped. Chi-Er delivered a swift kick, sending the brown paper bag into the gutter. I told you to go back. You've no chance here. What part of that do you not understand? He shouted loudly, seizing a broom from the yard, and struck the cotton doll's back with vigor. After a while, he was panting, cursing as he retreated into the house. Thus, Minor sat beside the tea table, inquiring, what exactly are you doing? Selection, Chair explained. The old are deemed too old, the young too young, the fat too fat, and the thin too thin. We have been doing this since the time of the rebels. Charlie added promptly. Really? Minor's expression was complex. Won't this drive everyone away? Precisely why the number of rebels is so few, Chair responded. Yet, this is the only way to filter out the weak-willed and genuinely recruit talent. Pouring himself a glass of water, Chair glanced outside. Another person had joined the cotton doll, and they stood side by side in silence. Another one arrived, prompting Chair to rise. I shall go and scold him. Creaking, the door closed behind him. You are too fat. Chair's voice echoed through the window into the room. Minor remained silent for a few seconds, then turned to Charlie. Is that how you initially joined? Indeed, Charlie nodded. I stood under the porch for 3 days and nights, but now we don't have that luxury. A day and night will suffice. I haven't asked. Minor pondered. You joined because of your daughter. What about her? Because of her mother, my wife, Charlie chuckled softly. We used to live in Star County. I was a trumpeter, and my wife was a doctor in the white robes. She contracted an infection while working at the quarantine station, but fortunately, it was handled promptly. Others swiftly amputated her arm, preventing her from becoming a zombie. She suffered significant blood loss, Charlie gestured. My wife has a rare blood type, just like Aga's wife. At that time, Aga's wife was giving birth, also suffering from severe hemorrhage. Normally, the blood bank's reserves should suffice, yet Aga's men couldn't take that risk. What if her condition worsened and the blood bank ran dry? Who would bear the blame? They reasoned. So even when I begged them on my knees, I couldn't procure even a drop of blood. My wife succumbed to blood loss when my daughter was just over 3 years old. As a trumpeter, I earned too little to buy blood on the black market to save my wife or afford my daughter a good university education. I had to do whatever I could, taking on various odd jobs as a servant, a film projector operator, and more. When busy, I couldn't accompany my daughter. When idle, she went hungry. It was challenging. Being a good father was exceedingly difficult. Throughout her childhood and youth, I was absent. I didn't even know when she had her first menstruation. Charlie shook his head helplessly. She harbors some resentment towards me for not being there and for not telling her where her mother went. Eventually, she became a fortune teller. Her first act was to divine the cause of her mother's death. Then, she joined the rebels. During the celebration, I charged towards Augustus I with a bomb. And with a deafening explosion, I found myself utterly alone, left with nothing but the bitter consequences of my cowardice. The assassination attempt failed, and the rebels were hunted down in Star County, forced to flee for their lives. Even the leadership changed hands several times, ultimately resting with Chier. As for me, Charles scratched his head. When my wife passed away, I felt sorrow but not much anger, not even resentment towards Augustus I. I was too afraid to seek vengeance. I had to raise my daughter. Sometimes, I regret not storming into the operating room that fateful night to kill Augustus's wife. Had I done so, my wife might have survived. And what if I had joined the rebels, becoming the one who charged forward with a bomb? Perhaps my daughter would still be alive. Charles sighed. This lethargic man, akin to an old raccoon, lacked the fervor even when speaking such words. Yet, it was too late for words now. I had nothing left to lose, nor anything to fear. I joined the rebels, vowing to kill Augustus, or, if not him, his son, so he could experience my suffering. He continued speaking. Minor remained silent, quietly listening and nodding. What brings you here today? Charles noticed Minor's discomfort with the topic and thus shifted the conversation. He and Scherer were currently overseeing a secret society in a derelict factory. The air was thick with dust, and the basement was crowded with expressionless individuals. The sense of sweat, urine, blood, and nitroglycerin filled the air. Truthfully, it was hardly a place for a retreat. Minor paused, uncertain. In truth, she knew. How could a diviner be unaware of her own thoughts? She simply refused to acknowledge it. She did not wish to admit the profound discomfort she felt upon witnessing Meon purchase military-grade bunk beds, print leaflets, and read aloud the specifications for 2 pairs of black trousers, a white shirt, and a black shirt. You don't like this atmosphere? Charles inquired. Yes, Minor nodded. I heard you hail from the wandering class. Haven't you grown accustomed to it? Charles poured her a glass of water. No, it is different, Minor replied, taking the glass. The wanderers at least possessed individuality, whereas these people wore identical clothing and bore the same expressions, giving uniform responses when spoken to. Because this is an army, Minor. Charles shook his head. This is what Meon is orchestrating. She is rapidly cultivating a sizable resistance through indoctrination. Destruction, chaos, unrest. These are the seeds of discontent she is planting in the hearts of the masses. Only in such turmoil can they unite to overthrow the council and Augustus too. Many will die, Minor stated matter-of-factly. Of course, many will perish. Charles nodded. This world sees death daily. It is not like the petty conflicts over a train with Leon. This is a plan to seize large-scale shelters. This is a colossal metropolis, or perhaps a small nation. Do you have no objections? Minor inquired. Charlie remained silent for a considerable time, finally exhaling a deep sigh. Mennel, it is an honor to know that you harbor expectations for me. You bear a striking resemblance to my daughter. If I could, I would shield you, even stand in the way of bullets for your sake. Alas, that is all I am capable of in this dire situation. In times like these, personal opinions, thoughts, and preferences are rendered inconsequential. Nevertheless, I believe I can empathize with you, my child. Charlie sighed once more. I share your unease. Mennel quietly cradled her cup of water as Chier soon entered, followed by Charlie stepping outside. Too old, he shouted into the open air, wiping the sweat from his brow as he exited the core furnace. Leon felt a sense of relief in having maintained his boundaries. Despite the heat, he had not succumbed to the embarrassment of being reduced to a muscle-clad apron. The second furnace had completely exploded. He claimed it was for repairs, although in truth, it required a complete reconstruction. This undertaking necessitated intricate and large-scale equipment, but fortunately, the blacksmiths were willing to assist. Upon seeing Leon's sturdy shoulders and arms, they became notably enthusiastic, to the point of making Leon feel rather uncomfortable. With the combined capabilities of Sequence 8, the reassembly of the core furnace was not an arduous task. At this pace, completion could be achieved within 3 to 5 days. Having met the promotion criteria, there was no longer a necessity to wait for the next large shelter to contemplate the subsequent steps. Hunting zombies in the wasteland to procure essential materials would allow for an immediate advancement to Sequence 7. Mechanic, brass apprentice, furnace craftsman, reforger. He pondered who possessed the 6th carriage. Speaking of which, he was a brass saint, not a typical brass apprentice of the mechanical sequence. Was it due to an overwhelming accumulation of promotion conditions? Viewed in this light, it seemed he should have participated in the core furnace repairs, yet here he was, starting from scratch, crafting the core furnace alone, which was also quite a heavy load. He hoped there would be no mishaps when the time came. It had been a fulfilling day. Draping his coat over his shoulders, Leon pushed open the workshop door and retrieved the gear puppet from his pocket. It was time to discover how this little contraption functioned. Welcome back. As he opened the courtyard gate, he was greeted by a rosy-cheeked, golden-haired little girl. Would you like to eat first, take a bath, or? She appeared to have just bathed, with damp hair cascading down her cheeks, looking far less unruly and considerably more serene. The oversized short-sleeved t-shirt she wore was clearly Leon's, now clinging to her form due to the moisture, revealing the outline of her figure illuminated by the twilight glow. At that moment, she slightly extended her arms, and Leon could almost detect the sweet scent of her shampoo, reminiscent of sweet milk. "Shall we embrace first?" she suggested, a blush gracing her cheeks as her arms opened wide. Leon inhaled slowly, suddenly feeling a wave of disorientation. He seemed to truly be the proprietor of a workshop nestled in the magnesium hall, spending his days bonding with the leaders of the large shelters, engaging in the work of repairing the core furnace, surrounded by a throng of muscular craftsmen who gazed at him with awe, continuously exclaiming how remarkable he was. Upon returning home, the golden-haired little girl, enveloped in the sweet aroma of milk and the sun-kissed scent of freshly laundered blankets, opened her arms and shyly inquired if she might receive a hug. Steaming dishes adorned the table, and the bathtub was filled with water, while Inya squatted in the room. If only such moments could last forever, shaking his head to dispel such thoughts. Leon was acutely aware that his camaraderie with Augustus too stemmed from the brass holy chariot, and his opportunity to repair the core furnace was also a consequence of that very chariot. Bearing such a legacy meant that a life of tranquility was unattainable. Perhaps, after a long passage of time, when everything truly settled down, Leon gently embraced Noah and patted her back, hoping that both of them would live to see that day. "I'm covered in dust," Leon murmured. "What's wrong? Did you have an unhappy day?" "No, not at all." Noah nuzzled her cheek against Leon's shoulder. "I intended to come back for lunch, but things got a bit busy over there." Leon lifted the gear puppet, shaking it gently. "I brought you a gift." A few minutes later, having changed his attire, Leon sat at the table, sharing a gaze with Noah and the gear puppet. The brass interior and milky white exterior of the puppet were complemented by spherical joints at the wrists and ankles, standing roughly the height of a palm. Each finger could move independently, a rarity for a puppet of such size. "No, that's not my component," Noah shook her head. "But it bears some resemblance to you." "Indeed." "It does." Noah paused, lifting the puppet. "After all, they are both humanoid mechanical creations, and I can install a spare memory module in it." In a flash, Noah vanished before Leon's eyes. The palm-sized ceramic puppet stood on the table, stamping its feet as if adjusting to its new form. "Huh," it declared, hands on its hips. "Eh?" Leon's eyes widened in astonishment. Incredibly, after Noah inserted the spare module, the puppet's face gradually manifested features identical to her own. Aside from lacking clothing and searching for cover, ultimately wrapping itself in a napkin, it was almost a miniature version of Noah. Just like that, Noah raised her hand, signaling Leon to lift her. "With this, I can become smaller." "But what is the principle behind this?" Leon was taken aback. "The ability to change size that will transcended mere craftsmanship. The principle is that my true self is hiding elsewhere in an inorganic form," came Noah's voice from the side. "Silly." Leon cradled the puppet Noah, turning his gaze to the golden-haired girl still seated nearby, both versions of Noah looking at him simultaneously. The sensation was remarkably peculiar. A larger and smaller Noah, the former already a little girl, while the latter possessed an indescribable cuteness that evoked a sense of delightful mischief. "Think of it as I have added a compact backup unit that can synchronize feelings and memories." The puppet Noah settled in Leon's hands. The ceramic skin emanated a warm sensation, and Leon was uncertain whether it stemmed from his own body heat or the warmth generated by the gears of the automaton. A synchronous experience? He extended a finger and gently prodded the automaton Noah's head. Akin to this? It was somewhat painful. The young Noah rubbed her forehead, affirming it. "Both are my body. As long as it is not excessive, the automaton can accomplish what the original can." After a brief silence, her cheeks flushed, and she playfully thumped Liang's palm. "Do not entertain any peculiar thoughts. It cannot be inserted. I was contemplating whether you could employ this body for inorganic transformation and liberation stance." Liang stroked his chin. "Noah's ability requires contact. If the automaton can achieve even that, it would be feasible to carry her in his pocket, thus more convenient and discreet." "I've mentioned that." Noah's face turned slightly red. "The heart of the furnace cannot be accommodated. What if we break off a small piece?" Liang inquired. "That should only allow for a slight liberation." The automaton Noah opened her mouth to reveal the gear emblem on her tongue. The Eucharist can indeed convert fragments of the heart of the furnace into power. However, the capacity of the fragments is limited, as is the automaton's endurance. "A slight liberation is possible." Liang nodded. "In just a few seconds." It would suffice for the brass holy chariot to launch a barrage or for him to execute a shot. It could even allow Noah's original form to remain atop the brass holy chariot while liberating the train cannon, with the automaton by his side liberating the power armor. Double the joy. An automaton that appears to be of little use significantly elevates the limits of liberation stance. Truly a legendary creation, this is a considerable gain. Liang hoisted the automaton Noah above his head. Noah relished her smaller form. Though petite, she was complete. The gear automaton, lacking the terrifying offensive components of her original, could still perform the most fundamental cycles, such as consuming food and savoring flavors. Throughout the night, Liang observed the automaton Noah voraciously devouring a small cake at his writing desk. Due to her diminutive stature, the cake was nearly the same size as her entire being, making for a remarkably satisfying experience. For Liang, this sensation was equally novel. The palm-sized automaton girl alternated between sitting and reclining on the table, occasionally coming over to hug his fingers affectionately, invigorating his drawing endeavors. As for Noah herself, she was seated nearby, engrossed in a romantic novel, epitomizing perfect multitasking. Nightfall arrived as expected, and the starlight descended upon the confined space within the towering walls. With a few birds flitting by, 12 kilometers to the north, in a congressman's office, he was being berated mercilessly. Not far from him, in a basement, Chen Zhou was fretting over a blank canvas, contemplating how to create a self-portrait. 10 kilometers to the west, a cotton doll that had stood for an entire day and night finally entered a house. After changing clothes and placing 50 units of personal burial expenses in his shoes, he shouted at the newcomer for being either too fat or too thin. In the neighboring district, Manir received the key from Mian and opened the door, revealing a basement filled with expressionless individuals. A row of new plans was pinned to the wall, the latest being the control of the core furnace. 5 kilometers to the north, the famished Pello flipped through the vaccination roster, calling out for the next individual. 20 kilometers to the east, Nangong Ti stood atop the clock tower, noting which legislators were transferring their assets in preparation to depart from the magnesium hall. The starlight flickered once more, returning to the man's artificial eye, and then projected into a crystal ball. Aga too gazed into the orb, the image becoming exceedingly blurred after 2 projections, rendering many details indistinguishable. Yet, this sufficed. Aga too stuffed a piece of steak into his mouth, chewing and swallowing. Ah, the magnesium hall, truly a splendid place, he remarked. Beneath, in an unknown half-collapsed pit, a ghoul was feasting on the corpses of its kind. It had grown significantly taller and more robust than before. The magnesium hall is indeed a splendid place, it mused internally. If this continues, it won't be long before I can converse with old friends. Manir stared at the ceiling. The conversations and murmurs of the rebels were too loud, making sleep elusive. This group seemed entirely devoid of the need for rest, darting about like wind-up toys. Feeling slightly irritated, she turned over, the soothing aroma of citrus filling the air. Manir inhaled deeply. The scent was a remarkable thing. It could evoke memories of a particular afternoon years later with just a whiff. She thought of Mian, the tribe of wanderers. A little girl, draped in a cloak, stumbled along, held by an adult. Uncle, Manir timidly inquired, what are we going to do? We're passing by a circus, her uncle replied. I'll take you to see it. Perhaps they're looking for performers. Uncle, Manir's voice quivered with a hint of tears. Do you not want me anymore? It's not that I don't want you. The man sighed. Your father left us too soon. I have done my utmost to raise you to this day. Your younger brother is still small. He needs money for his needs. Do not blame your uncle, understand? Manir remained silent. Her head lowered as she quietly approached the red and white striped tent. Her cousin was a delightful child, very attached to her, treating her like an older sister. Suddenly, the tent flapped open, and her uncle stepped forward, engaging in conversation with the ringmaster clad in a striped suit. Manir felt lost, unsure of what a circus was, only perceiving the terrifying roars of lions and tigers, the spices choking her breath. She lifted her gaze and saw another person within the tent beckoning her. So beautiful, was Manir's first thought. Clad in a shimmering silver military uniform, she stood tall and straight, and even with her left arm secured by a strap around her neck, her attire remained pristine. Her eyes were a striking shade of purple. A power wielder, likely recuperating. She was smiling at Manir. Minor felt a twinge of embarrassment and instinctively stepped behind her uncle. This gesture inadvertently caught her uncle's attention. prompting him to seize the opportunity to speak swiftly before forcefully pushing Minor forward. The leader appeared somewhat uncomfortable, and the atmosphere turned awkward until the woman nodded, restoring normalcy. "What are you dawdling for?" her uncle chided, patting her back. "Miss Mion has kindly agreed to teach you to read and write. You should express your gratitude." Thank you." Minor stammered, bowing timidly. She was still quite young and did not fully comprehend the situation, only aware that from that day forward, she and her cousin would visit the tent daily to learn from the beautiful woman named Mion. Mion was astute, seemingly knowledgeable about everything: history, literature, etiquette, and combat. She was not someone who ought to be found among this band of wanderers. Gradually, Minor began to anticipate this time each day, pestering Mion with questions about the outside world, the large shelters, and what lay on the other side of the earth. Mion patiently responded, her tone gentler and more melodious than that of her cousin. During this time, her cousin also clung to her, as if by neglecting to think about it. The inevitable abandonment of her future would not come to pass. Until one day, while outside the tent, she overheard a conversation between Mion and her cousin. Mion spoke of her recovery, stating it was nearly time for her to depart. Her cousin was clever and robust, possibly destined to become a wielder of the Iron Throne's power, if her uncle could provide her with the maps of the remaining wandering tribes. Mion expressed her willingness to recommend him. She even mentioned that her cousin was her most proud and cherished student. As Minor watched her cousin emerge from the tent with a beaming smile, she clenched a stone in her trembling hand and followed closely behind. When she regained her senses, her cousin's head had already collapsed entirely. Chapter 83, The Field Incident, a major bribery scandal, combined. "Minor, what are you doing?" The sharp reprimand jolted Minor from her thoughts, and she stared blankly at Mion. Mion quickly approached, examining her cousin's injuries. "He was lifeless. He is your brother." Mion turned to her. "Why would you do this? Aren't you too close?" Minor felt a slight relief at not being blamed. "I never considered him my brother," she retorted, dropping the stone. "It is because of him that my uncle intends to abandon me. He incessantly hovers around me, driving me to distraction. Even this precious time alone with you is interrupted by him. Why am I the one who is forsaken? Why is he your most favored student?" Minor rose to her feet, gazing at Mion. Mion remained silent for a few seconds. Such words, spoken by a 12-year-old, were indeed chilling. Yet, Mion exhibited no reaction. She approached Minor and gently patted her shoulder. "I expressed my intention to acquire the map from his father. In terms of ability, you surpass me, Minor. Is that truly the case?" A smile adorned Minor's face. "Naturally." Mion bent down, drew her pistol, and aimed it at her steed. It was a light gray warhorse that had accompanied her for many years. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the horse collapsed, struggling briefly before succumbing to silence. "Your brother was fatally injured by the horse's kick. As an act of contrition, I promptly dispatched this beast." Mion leaned closer, whispering, "This shall remain our secret, understood?" "Indeed." Minor nodded vigorously, her ears slightly reddening with excitement. Sharing a clandestine bond with her admired mentor made her acutely aware of the profound connection between them for the first time. "I shall introduce you to the selection of the capable ones, Minor." Mion cradled the girl in her arms, urging her to mature into someone who could assist her. Minor gazed at the ceiling. That night, Mion's embrace was the warmest and softest place she had ever experienced in her life. She remained by Mion's side ever since. For 6 years, 7 years, or perhaps even longer. Time allowed her to discern Mion's true nature. A person willing to resort to any means, deceit, sacrifice, and sow discord to achieve her ends. But so what? She was complicit in the demise of her cousin, driven by jealousy. If that were the case, why did she feel discomfort upon witnessing the rebels today? "Have you grown weak?" Minor mused to herself, pondering who had led her to this state. A fleeting image of Charlie crossed her mind. He had once said, "You are much like my daughter. I would protect you and take a bullet for you." And then there was Enya, who stayed by her side during her high fever and assured her she could seek her help anytime. This could not continue. Minor closed her eyes. Family, friends. No, that was incorrect. These individuals were merely impediments. She needed none of them. Mion was sufficient. A week remained until the celebration. Leon tightened the valve before him, eliciting another round of applause from the burly men. Accustomed to the routine, Leon pretended not to hear. He descended the ladder, changed his clothes, and prepared to return home. The core furnace was nearly repaired. Although he had not found anything in the ruins since the first day, fortunately, No significant issues had arisen. If he were to push through, he could finish everything tonight, but there was no need for such haste. Mayan seemed particularly busy of late. Neither she nor her subordinates had been seen near the workshop. Correspondingly, the Magnesium Hall had recently witnessed a surge in malevolent incidents, most occurring in the inner city. Under the cover of night, someone had sabotaged the cart axles or administered laxatives to the horses, rendering them incapacitated. Someone doused the automatic teller machine with gasoline, transforming it into a charred husk. Additionally, another individual shattered the pedestal of the spherical statue in the central square, causing the metal orb to roll away and collide with 3 restaurants. Many bore injuries on their faces, while those unscathed wore expressions of palpable dread. Something was spreading through the crowd at a pace surpassing that of a zombie virus. As he descended in the elevator to the first floor and exited the Silver Tower, Leon raised his hand to hail a carriage. The streets had recently descended into chaos, and he wished to avoid lingering on the road for too long. The carriage already accommodated other passengers, a tall, gaunt, sullen, weary, intense man. Leon scrutinized him for a few seconds before abruptly raising his arm. A crossbow bolt shot forth, pinning the man's hand, which had intended to draw a gun, to his knee. After confiscating the man's identification, Leon seized him by the collar and unceremoniously tossed him from the carriage. Another one of these types, Leon sighed, pulling a thick stack of identifications from his pocket, 12 in total. Since undertaking the task of repairing the core furnace, a span of merely 4 days had seen him face 12 assaults. Most were rather crude, with assailants suddenly appearing as he walked, wrestling with their own hesitation before being detected and subsequently dispatched. Zhang San, while being pursued for investigating the chemical plant's accounts, likely experienced a similar sensation. However, Leon was unlike Zhang San. Though he held only an 8th order rank, his partnership with the Heart of Eden, the quality of his lightweight powered armor, and Lottis's unwavering loyalty meant that even a small caliber pistol could scarcely break his skin. These attacks posed no real danger to Leon. They merely became a source of mounting irritation due to their frequency. Chen Zhou was correct. Many would willingly become lackeys of the parliament to avoid losing their jobs. What if he were to eliminate one of them? A single decisive strike would preempt a multitude of lesser blows. If such a strategy were effective, Leon would indeed consider it. Yet, these petty antics were merely the opening act, and expending energy on them would divert attention from the parliament's forthcoming maneuvers. Would it be an assassination that concentrated all their might beyond his capacity to counter, or a compromise followed by renewed enticement after pressure? As the carriage moved forward, Leon gazed through the window at the towering, square edifice beside the road, the field building, the second tallest structure in the entire Magnesium Hall. It had made significant strides in arms, coal, and security, standing as one of the Parliament's iconic buildings. Unlike the slender, technologically advanced form of the Silver Tower, it was blocky and reminiscent of a classic matchbox. Leon leaned closer to the carriage window, squinting to examine the field building more closely. Whether it was an illusion or not, the building seemed somewhat altered today. Just as Leon peered outside, the field building erupted in a catastrophic explosion. Boom! A tremendous tremor reverberated, shattering the expensive soundproof glass into countless fragments, fluttering down like translucent butterflies from several hundred meters above. The blaring alarms pierced the air. Thud! A heavy object cascaded out from the 80th floor, a filing cabinet. Its drawers flung open mid-air, releasing a cascade of white pages that danced in the updraft. Then smoke. Thick, billowing smoke surged from the windows of the 82nd, 81st, and 80th floors as flames swiftly coalesced, spreading outward and igniting the flammable paint previously applied on the 20th floor. Thus, a colossal, tearful visage of flames appeared before all, a burning smile painted across the entire field tower. Panicked employees shoved and stumbled as they fled the building, watching helplessly as their cubicles, which had housed them for years, were reduced to ashes. A horrific attack, launched by rebels and clandestine societies. Leon lowered the curtain of his carriage, sensing that for the foreseeable future, he would not face another assault. Mion had delivered quite the surprise to the council. A few streets away from Field Tower, on Bookstore Street, Inya sat behind a table wearing a flat cap. The table was piled high with dozens of copies of Detective Marlowe, while a long line of eager readers formed on the opposite side. Inya greeted each reader with a handshake, signed their books, and exchanged a few words. The signing event commenced, strategically scheduled for 1 week before the celebration. The situation was not as dire as she had envisioned. unlike Noah. The disappointment stemming from the author not being a muscular figure was, after all, a rarity. Teacher Yan. Another reader grasped her hand, exclaiming, "What a splendid work, thank you." Upon hearing the name Yan, Inya felt an inexplicable tremor in her heart, but nodded nonetheless. It had been a while since her elder brother had written to her. Was Mian too busy to fetch the letters from the post office? Should she seize the opportunity to inquire about him? Speaking of which, it seemed Zhang Xin had mentioned something to Leon regarding her brother. Was there something she remained unaware of? After the auction heist, why hadn't Mian taken her away immediately? Leon had been too weak to resist by that point. Had she only spoken up, she could have returned to Mian's side. As an observer, living with Leon had inadvertently created a distance between her and Mian, fostering a sense of doubt in her mind. Boom! An explosion echoed from afar, causing the entire bookstore to tremble, the steel beams overhead swaying perilously as the structure threatened to collapse. The readers grew frantic, while security personnel endeavored to maintain order. Inya clapped her hands. The innate psychology of stirring spread among the crowd, gradually calming them, preventing any stampede. Inya gazed out the window, witnessing the field tower engulfed in flames. Teacher Yin, a new reader has taken a seat before me. Could you grant me your signature? Inya turned her head. It was Mian. Mian's presence here indicated that the explosion outside was orchestrated by us. Mian nodded, the flames from behind casting a warm, hazy glow upon her face. What are your thoughts, Inya? Inya gazed at the panicked staff, documents swirling in the air, and the billowing smoke. It's too ostentatious. She shook her head. If the council sends someone to investigate, rest assured, they will find nothing, Mian interjected. This entire affair was almost entirely orchestrated by Menel from beginning to end. Menel? Disbelief tinged Inya's voice. To her, Menel, while typically aloof and seemingly proud, had revealed a softer side during her recovery in Inya's apartment, leading Inya to believe that she simply struggled with social interactions. Could such a person truly mastermind this act of terror? She identified the opportune moment and used her abilities to shield those executing the plan. Mian continued. I, too, was surprised by her eagerness. Nevertheless, it is beneficial, bringing us closer to our goal. The chaos and discontent will lead the populace to lose all faith in the council and August 2. Once we eliminate August 2, we can seize control of the Magnesium Hall. Have no worries, Inya. Mian reached out, clasping Inya's fingertips. The buildings we targeted had been evacuated in advance, preventing any casualties. We are undertaking the right course of action. She gently squeezed Inya's hand. Both Menel and I remain your allies, just as before, do you understand? Inya fell silent for a long while. Have you received any letters from my elder brother recently? She inquired. Of course, I came specifically to deliver it to you. Mian produced an envelope from her bag. Later that evening, in workshop 144, Leon opened the door after dinner, confronting the imposing figure of the core furnace supervisor. Dressed, he barely recognized the man, but such well-built individuals were indeed rare. What brings you here? Leon asked. I submitted a report to August 2, and he sent me to check on you. The supervisor cleared his throat. To be concise, there are 3 matters at hand. First, why he committed suicide by gunshot this afternoon. What? Leon lowered his voice, glancing towards the yard where Bain was dining, stepping forward slightly. Is he dead? Not quite. He was rescued and is currently hospitalized. The supervisor shook his head. The grand heist had already left the council disillusioned with him. And coupled with the incident at Field Tower, he knew he would inevitably be suspended. Rather than await the formal paperwork, he chose to feign illness and escape. The news had been suppressed, and the position of sheriff was presently vacant. Understood, Leon nodded, casting another glance at Bain. What is the second matter? The components have been located. They are on a private train at the platform. Perhaps a little armed conflict is necessary for success. Very well. Leon nodded again. The third matter is that tomorrow, once the core furnace is repaired, he can allow the blockade devices to cease for 5 minutes. If you wish to depart, you may seize this opportunity. Huh? Leon grinned, revealing a smile. Initially, he did not comprehend why Augustus II would make such a statement. Did not this plump penguin require the support of his train cannon? What would he do without the brass holy chariot? Upon noticing several members of the Iron Throne emerging behind the person in charge, Leon understood. This was the next step of the council. The reason behind the peculiar demeanor of the Iron Throne members that morning, and why Augustus II had relented prematurely. The council had presented the sheriff's appointment before him, not for the benefit of Silver, but for him, Leon. A bribe, indeed a rather sincere bribe. Leon was a workshop owner and thus would undoubtedly belong to the blacksmith lineage. With a lineage that was both genuine and respectable, that was one. The two instances of gallant acts by the mysterious workshop owner were both Leon. If this were made public, the populace would surely acknowledge it. That was two. Leon was still young. He could bear the blame for the grand robbery and the Field Mansion incident. With future opportunities still ripe for him to ascend to the council's vice or even chief seat, that was three. Leon gazed upon the appointment paper laid before him. The council had indeed calculated well, and interestingly, if he accepted, the benefits would extend far beyond these. He could immediately sell the brass holy chariot and Meon, thereby achieving unprecedented support. In no time, Leon could become chief. The council was unaware of this, yet Augustus too was acutely aware. He knew he could not offer such conditions, nor could he relinquish his position easily, and he did not wish to sever ties with Leon, thus allowing him to depart. He had not even sent Nangong to avoid giving Leon the impression of a demonstration. The plump penguin remained quite considerate. Leon exhaled slowly. The turbulence from the magnesium hall began to converge upon him. Augustus too wished for him to become a partner. The council sought to appoint him sheriff, and Meon? Meon desired to marry him. Leon was not particularly inclined to involve himself in these matters. However, in the absence of his intervention, it was certain that the three parties would engage in a deadly struggle. Leon preferred the council's demise, with Augustus too and Meon suffering mutual destruction. Only then could he maximize his own benefits. In summary, Leon folded the appointment paper and tucked it into his pocket. He did not intend to become sheriff. Yet this piece of paper might prove useful tonight. Noah, Leon adjusted his mechanical claw. Accompany me to the platform. It is time to work. The circus tent. We have three phased objectives. One has already been accomplished today. Minner gazed at the blueprints before him. Though her appearance had not changed much, it was as if she had transformed into a different person, akin to how others perceived her when they first met. Arrogance, confidence, solitude. First, the destruction of the field building. This serves as a formal declaration of our existence, as well as the final phase of our experiment. Second, the annihilation of the core furnace. It governs the lockdown system and the track heating system of the magnesium hull, serving as a crucial element of the refuge's self-defense. There are two furnaces in total. Obliterating one and making this act public will significantly diminish the credibility of both the Parliament and Augustus too. Even the most skilled artisans require no less than half a month to repair a furnace. Third, the obliteration of the Silver Tower. This must be accomplished on the day of the celebration. As Augustus too is slain, the Silver Tower will also come crashing down, impacting the Parliament chamber, the courts, and several banks. Erasing the societal identities of all individuals signifies a fresh beginning. The populace will find it easier to accept us. Even if the assassination of Augustus II fails, we can still destroy the last core furnace, breach the closed system, and devise an escape plan. Does anyone have anything to add? Menel raised her head. All present, including the private soldier, fell into silence. After a long pause, the private soldier spoke slowly. You do realize, he tapped the table, how much preparation is required to accomplish this, and the likelihood of being detected by the Parliament's stargazers? Indeed, Menel nodded, pointing to the large box in the corner. Since becoming a diviner, I have drawn 3 spells daily using my own blood. The uniqueness of the stargazers lies in their ability to accumulate power in advance. Thousands of spells are sufficient to protect you in completing these tasks. I have nothing more to add. Chier shook his head. The plan is bold yet effective. Hard to believe it originated from you. Charlie, Inu, and Silver similarly shook their heads. Soon, several other members of the resistance, now the backbone of our efforts, who had participated in the field building incident. Such notoriety was like a certificate of honor from the Magnesium Hall Daily, expressed no dissent. Clap, clap. Meon clapped her hands, her face adorned with a smile. Well done, Menel, she declared, truly my most esteemed pupil. Creak. The juicer-like amalgamation structure slowly opened. A line of trains halted in the darkness, akin to beasts in waiting. Leon stepped onto the platform, awakening a few train conductors who had been dozing in the cockpit. Their expressions filled with disbelief as they gazed at Leon. Following the heist, Augustus II promptly issued a lockdown order. This, however, did not imply that the Magnesium Hall was entirely isolated, allowing those private trains that had just arrived to return to the wasteland to meet their doom. The outer gate of the platform stood open, permitting trains to still enter the magnesium hall for resupply through the logistics officer. Personnel could enter, but not leave. The inner gate of the platform, through which Leon had just entered, remained firmly closed at all times. Many conductors chose to stay with their trains, unwilling to depart the platform in the presence of bandits, opting instead to sleep on board. This included the Iron Throne train. Leon, lowering his voice, urged Noah to take a look. Almost at first glance, Leon spotted the creature. Its silver shell resembled a heavy layer of armor. But what truly captivated the eye were its sharp, archaic horns, reminiscent of a giant sword wielded by a knight. Its size was comparable to the brass holy carriage, with significantly more exhaust ports, indicating that it likely housed a multitude of inhabitants. Leon silently counted its compartments. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The sixth compartment, representing the reforgers, was nestled within. It belonged to the brass holy carriage, and thus to him. It seemed he would soon have to confront this behemoth. Leon squinted, contemplating how many high-ranking individuals might be aboard. Would there be those of rank 5, 4, or 3? At that moment, he, a mere rank 7, would have to devise a clever strategy to reclaim the compartment. I will assist, Noah nodded earnestly. As they pondered this, Leon and she moved forward. After taking a few steps, a man clad in a silver train conductor's uniform brushed past them. He appeared to be in his early 30s. Without the distinct mustache above his lips, he might have looked even younger. The man turned his head, casting a glance at Liang's retreating figure. What's the matter? His assistant carried 2 large bags of instant noodles. The notion that the conductor of the Iron Throne had a penchant for instant noodles would likely be met with disbelief. Nothing. The man shook his head. That fellow gives me an unsettling yet familiar feeling. He speculated that the familiarity stemmed from the fact that, like him, the other man was also a conductor. The unsettling aspect arose from the realization that he excelled in this role far beyond Liang impossible. The assistant quickly shook his head. You are the greatest conductor I have ever seen. The man chuckled, shaking his head in response. Flattery won't strengthen you. Instead, focus on perfecting your noodle preparation. That is how to earn my favor. The assistant replied weakly. Chapter 84, Summer Rice, Meat Grinder, 2-in-1, with a splash. Hot water poured into the paper cup. Summer Rice secured the lid, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the noodle container. He had been unusually tense lately. As a conductor, specifically of the wheat fragrance, his status was enough to allow him to traverse the outer districts with ease, rendering it unnecessary to remain cooped up on the platform. Yet, he found himself unable to leave. The contents of the compartment tethered him in place. Ding! The timer chimed, prompting Summer Rice to pick up a fork and stir the noodles. The lamp's light was too dim to see clearly. He reached out to press the switch on the wall. Click! The incandescent bulb illuminated the noodles, and, mere steps away behind the iron railing, the dozens of crimson eyes that stared back at him. Zombies. The compartment was filled to the brim with the undead. Blinded by the sudden light, the zombies immediately began to howl hoarsely, dragging their mangled legs to the railing, relentlessly pounding with their arms. Summer Rice pressed another button, and the current surged, sending the zombies reeling back, the scent of char wafting through the air. Damn this! The acrid stench caused a loss of appetite. While the Summer Rice effectively isolated the zombies from himself, the wheat fragrance seldom carried passengers. With fewer clients, the aroma diminished, making it less likely to attract the undead. Initially, it was a freight service for grains. In earlier years, when the ranks of the green grain order were not as numerous, many small to medium-sized shelters struggled with food scarcity. During such times, transporting fully loaded supplies from large shelters and selling them became a lucrative profession. Unfortunately, as the population aboard the green grain grew, the urgency for food supply waned, leaving Summer Rice with little work. Before exhausting his savings, he made what he considered the wisest decision of his life, to join the hunting expedition against the brass holy chariot. As a reward for his contributions, he received one of the components from the brass holy chariot, which he named the meat grinder. Upon pressing the button, armored plates on either side would extend, deploying a parallel diesel-powered saw. This component became his ticket to being recruited by the council. Initially, Summer Rice felt a twinge of frustration. The meat grinder could not assist in transporting food and consumed a considerable amount of diesel. However, he soon realized that some things were far more valuable than food, and they were abundant: zombies. Once he mastered the height control, his meat grinder could effortlessly sever the legs of the undead, rendering them immobile without causing immediate death. As for the council's intentions for these half-dead zombies, he lacked both the courage and interest to inquire. In any case, this time was no different. He drove into the wasteland, set the bait, and awaited a small-scale zombie horde to approach, severing their legs, loading them onto the vehicle, and transporting them to the magnesium hall. This was undoubtedly illegal. However, with the council involved, legality was of little concern, as long as he delivered the zombies to the platform. Others would take care of the remaining steps. The problem arose here. The contact failed to arrive. The magnesium hall had once again entered a lockdown state. He was unable to enter or leave. This situation had persisted for nearly half a month. Those transporting livestock and cold goods fared better after inspection. Their cargo could be temporarily stored. Summer Rice, however, had no such option. Every day, zombies perished only to be consumed by their kind. It was evident that the numbers of these creatures were dwindling, yet their physiques grew stronger. Some had even regrown their legs. It was only a matter of time before they stood once more. His vehicle now resembled a breeding ground for the undead. At this rate, Summer Rice numbly consumed instant noodles, pondering whether imprisonment or being devoured by zombies was the lesser evil. Turning back was an option, yet what about the next journey? Would there even be another? If he lost this job and the promised payment evaporated, how would he sustain himself? He was nearly unable to afford fuel. After finishing the last bite of instant noodles, Summer Rice shook his head, feeling an overwhelming sense of foreboding about the future. He turned off the lights and returned to the bedroom, entirely oblivious to the minuscule gap that had been cut into the steel plate, and within that crevice, a zombie silently fixated on him. Creak, creak, creak. While other zombies swayed and gnawed at one another, one remained quietly seated on the ground, methodically scraping at the steel plate before it with its nails. It had been engaged in this endeavor for quite some time. Growl. Hiss. Two other zombies wrestled and tumbled to the ground. He kicked one of them, and it willingly moved aside. After a considerable time, the two zombies finally established a victor, the winner presenting a bloodied thigh before him. The wall-scraping zombie accepted it and took a small bite before ceasing its consumption. He gazed at his increasingly frail bony hand, tentatively attempting to squeeze it through the iron bars. Success. The gap in the steel plate swiftly widened, and immediately, the emaciated arm strained to push through, navigating past the bars and the plate, beginning to probe for the door latch. Found it. Click, creak. The door slowly swung open. There it was. Leon beheld the wheat aroma train. The deep green paint bore the mark of the council, indicating it was designated for transporting fresh goods. The interior was dim, rendering visibility nearly impossible. The wheat aroma lay like a corpse upon the tracks. Without the light of a flashlight, it would have gone unnoticed. There must be someone inside. The absence of those markings suggested it. Noah scrutinized the scene. After the conductor departs, the train is supposed to be adorned with special warning labels, indicating that unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entry. Should we converse with him first? Noah inquired. Certainly, Leon nodded. The train had yet to commence its journey, and most of the armed components were rendered useless. Moreover, the current predicament of the other party was not favorable. Offering a bit more money should allow for a retreat. Noah. Leon suddenly extended his hand, his expression grave. What's wrong? Noah immediately complied, drawing out her shotgun. The scent of infected individuals. Leon retrieved a lantern from his waist and cautiously approached the front of the vehicle. The cockpit was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any presence. Bang! A bloodied palm slammed forcefully against the windshield, then slid down, leaving a stark crimson streak. Desperate eyes met Leon's for a fleeting moment before being slowly dragged back. Leon. Noah whispered urgently. The door is about to open. Rattle, rattle. The carriage door was being vigorously pulled from the inside, on the verge of swinging wide. Simultaneously, the headlights of the train suddenly blazed to life, indicating that it was about to set in motion. An infected individual was at the wheel. Let us go? Board the train. Leon pulled Noah along, delivering a decisive kick that sent the nearby zombie flying, then swiftly locked the door behind them. Damn, what is going on? Opening fire, he shot the lunging zombie, while Xiaoshu Adao pulled the bolt, ejecting a spent shell. That's for you to explain. The man with a single ponytail pressed the zombie to the ground with a folding stool, delivering two heavy stomps that crushed its skull. Damn it. I did not hire you to cast blame upon me. Xiaoshu Adao gripped the gun barrel, the heated metal searing his palm with a hissing sound. Bang! Like a golf ball striking the sweet spot, the zombie's head shattered like a watermelon. These creatures, lacking legs and thus limited in movement, were not particularly challenging to handle. The floor creaked ominously. What the hell? A look of disbelief washed over Xia Shuidao's face. Who was at the wheel? He and the man with the ponytail sprinted to the driver's compartment, peering through the window to see the co-pilot hunched over the control panel, fiddling with the dials. The co-pilot was covered in bite marks, with one arm mysteriously missing. He could drive. He had always been able to, and he still could. Damn it. Xia Shuidao raised his shotgun and pulled the trigger against the window. Boom. The bullet ricocheted, creating sparks, but the co-pilot remained unscathed. Of course, the driver's compartment was a sacred space reserved solely for the conductor, and Xia Shuidao had no desire to have his head blown off while at the helm. Everything was reinforced. Creak. The train began to inch backward. It felt more like a buildup of momentum, poised to surge forward without question, crashing into the silver iron throne ahead. Xia Shuidao's lips quivered incessantly. By then, regardless of whether he had been infected, survival seemed hopeless. Boss, where are you? Boss. A young woman's voice echoed from the other end of the carriage. She was a newly recruited maintenance technician from the Maixiang. Xiaolu, I'm here, Xia Shuidao shouted. Do you have your toolkit? Yes, Xiaolu replied. Come to the front of the train. Hurry, Xia Shuidao bellowed. Or just stay put and wait for us to come to you. Okay, Xiaolu responded. Their exchange reverberated throughout the carriage, drawing the attention of the zombies lurking elsewhere, who began to crawl towards them in unison. Even with only their arms, their terrifying physical prowess enabled them to lift their entire bodies, swinging towards them like monkeys. What are you waiting for? Xia Shuidao shouted as he fired wildly with his shotgun. If you want to live, go find Xiaolu. I told you she was a good girl, remarked the man with the ponytail, shedding his outer coat to reveal iron armor sewn directly onto his skin. A low hum resonated as the armor began to ooze a thick, tar-like black liquid, pooling on the floor. Taking a deep breath, the ponytailed man submerged himself into the depths of the liquid, as if it were an unfathomable abyss. Sinner's Path, Sequence 8, Evader. The dark liquid spread forth, flowing over the train seats and the zombies alike. The ponytailed man occasionally surfaced for air, the rest of the time resembling a shark lurking beneath the water's surface. With only his dorsal fin visible, Xia Shuidao continued firing from atop the seats, watching as the high ponytail moved forward, again and again. Suddenly, a bony arm lunged out, grasping him fiercely and yanking him out. Damn, Xia Shuidao roared. It was a tall and slender zombie, its elongated arms nearly grazing the ground. The glimmer in its eyes suggested intelligence. It was this creature that had breached the quarantine door, releasing all the zombies. Hold on. Do not succumb to a bite. Xia Shuidao inhaled deeply. A spectral armor flickered to life around his left shoulder, propelling him into the tide of corpses like a raging bull. Bones shattered and flesh erupted in a gory spray. Either you take your own life swiftly or risk adding more infected souls to the vehicle. Xia Shuidao bellowed. I did not hire you to wipe your behind. The ponytailed man desperately swung his short blade, dark liquid splattering everywhere. He indeed managed to inflict a wound. Beneath the withered skin, chitinous skeletal structures were exposed, but the short blade became lodged, immovable. The intelligent zombie pressed its hands against his face, thumbs exerting relentless pressure. The ponytailed man could hear the sound of his skull fracturing, culminating in his eyeball dislodging from its socket. His hands fell limply. In the final moment before death, the intelligent zombie cradled his head and savagely bit down. Thud, as his legs fell back to the ground. The ponytailed man's head was entirely encased in that dark liquid. He stood there, slowly turning his head to gaze at Xia Shuidao. He activated his ability once more, since swim. Large sections of the floor transformed into a black, immovable mire. Legless zombies clawed at the walls of the carriage, rushing towards Xia Shuidao at breakneck speed. Just then, the train came to an abrupt halt. It had reached its limit and was about to accelerate. Xia Shuidao stood frozen. His time with the creation of the sequence had elapsed, the charge ceased, and he found himself trapped amidst the horde. Damn it! Xia Shuidao dismantled the shotgun S-bolt to prevent accidentally harming others if he were to turn into a zombie, then closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable end. Ding-dong! A clear chime rang out. Boom! A tremendous gust of wind swept past his face, causing his eardrums to thrum and lifting his clothes and hair into the air. Xia Shuidao opened his eyes immediately. He saw a stranger clad in a black train conductor's uniform standing a few meters away. There was no longer any obstruction between them. In the wake of that overwhelming gust, all the zombies collapsed uncontrollably. A closer inspection revealed that a precise and devastating shot had pierced through their bodies, infused with fury and destruction, causing everything to disintegrate in an instant. Yet, the stranger was empty-handed. Xia Shuidao felt a shiver run down his spine. Had the stranger wished to kill him, he would have been dead moments ago. Fortunately, that was not the intent. Whoosh! A dark blade flashed through the air, and the ponytailed man's head tumbled to the ground, rolling into a corner. Liang surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, a zombie outbreak had occurred. Is the conductor still alive? Hurry and stop the train. He inquired of Xia Shuidao if he truly wished to collide with the miraculous train. To be alive, indeed, is all I desire. Xia Shuidao replied as he made his way toward Xiaolu. The cockpit was locked, rendering entry impossible. I would need a toolkit to force it open. There is no need for such inconvenience. Liang brushed past him, reaching out to press against the cockpit. A hum resonated as the hand of the Holy Spirit activated, not aimed at the door, but rather at the entire train. Halt! A glimmer akin to molten gold flickered in Liang's eyes. In an instant, the engine ceased its roar, the lights dimmed, and everything came to an abrupt standstill. For the mechanical creator was issuing commands. The wheels locked, and the modified braking system sparked against the tracks. The locomotive drew ever closer to the Iron Throne, finally managing to halt at a precarious distance. That was close. Liang exhaled, releasing his grip. Had he attempted to open the door, eliminate the infected driver, and then apply the brakes, they might not have had sufficient time. Do you wish to unlock it? He turned to Xia Shuidao, who offered no reply. Having already reached Xiaolu's location, the young girl's head and neck had been entirely wrenched away, and a dwarf-like zombie was constricting her trachea, emitting grotesque sounds. Boss, where are you? Boss, that's revolting. Xia Shuidao raised his weapon and shattered the skull of the mimic zombie. Thank you for rescuing me, little brother. Xia Shuidao. Cigarette dangling from his lips, strands of hair cascading from his forehead, wielded a shotgun as he and Liang ventured further into the carriage. The zombies had not been entirely cleared, rendering it impossible for anyone to disembark. The intelligent one was still alive, leaving no one to claim safety at present. Fortunately, Liang's presence, a young man exuding a somewhat intimidating strength, provided Xia Shuidao with considerable reassurance. As for why this individual had appeared on his train in the dead of night, such thoughts were best left unpondered. Surviving was a blessing. Whether the Maixiang was still his property remained uncertain. This was merely a minor task. I intended to discuss a business deal with you, but I never anticipated this predicament. Liang surveyed the surroundings. The carriage was marked with zombie claw marks, excrement, lifeless infants, and gnawed bones. Undoubtedly, this Maixiang was a mobile breeding ground for the undead. It's the first time I've heard of anyone doing such a thing, Liang remarked, retracting his gaze. Is this your business? To provide samples for the white robe sequence? Yes and no, Xia Shuidao smiled apologetically. Noticing that Liang bore no semblance of reproach, only curiosity, he cleared his throat and earnestly explained, if the white robe sequence truly desired specimens, they could simply venture out and capture a couple. Moreover, their dissection would consume considerable time. The infected typically caught at quarantine stations suffice. The zombies I have captured, rather than being for research, serve a purpose akin to slavery. Slavery? Liang inquired. By severing their legs, they can no longer run swiftly. If deemed insufficiently secure, one may sever an arm as well. These creatures can survive for extended periods without sustenance. Even in death, the dark gods provide sustenance. Not to mention their exceptional physical prowess, as one individual is capable of accomplishing the work of several. Imagine, is this not an inexhaustible source of energy? By your reasoning. Liang squinted. The shelter should be teeming with zombie power stations. However, it is not cost-effective, Xia Shuidao elucidated. When mixed together, zombies will consume one another, leading to mutations, which is rather unsafe. Purchasing them individually proves futile. Moreover, considering the low intelligence of these creatures and their lack of obedience, they are still inferior to humans in terms of cost-effectiveness. Thus, they remain niche commodities, sought after only by a handful of politicians and aristocrats. Yet they utilize them rapidly. Just enough for me to scrape by? Liang nodded, understanding their usage. As for peculiar preferences, I am not well versed, yet. It is true that attractive female zombies can fetch a high price. Is your contact surnamed Liu? Liang inquired suddenly. How did you know? Xia Shuidao responded, somewhat astonished. Liang recalled the politician who had produced the serum in the circus tent, only to perish before administering it. He is dead, unable to procure your zombies any longer. Liang remarked. Damn. Xie Shuidao's expression fell. There is also a commotion in the magnesium hall. An intelligent zombie has infiltrated. Liang dispatched the zombie before him with a swift blow, casually commenting. Intelligent zombies differ from one another as well. Xie Shuidao reloaded his shotgun, stating, After years of dealing with zombies, I find the most terrifying intelligent ones are those that are diminutive in stature. Why? Because the instinct of a zombie is to consume. If they are intelligent and desire to eat, they can devour as much as they wish. Xie Shuidao explained, yet they restrain their instincts, intentionally starving themselves. Consequently, they blend seamlessly into the horde, striking unexpectedly, catching anyone off guard. Liang touched the bite marks on his palm, pondering the validity of Xie Shuidao's insights. Indeed, in every profession, excellence can emerge, and this zombie trader possesses considerable experience. Reflecting on the emaciated, diminutive figure of the zombie that could crouch in the shadows of observation points to seize its victims, it has now mastered the art of suppressing its appetite, remaining concealed within the magnesium hall for an extended period. Among the intelligent ones, it likely stands out. There exists a peculiar phenomenon. Xie Shuidao paused. Illuminating the path ahead with his flashlight, they can deliberately overindulge, especially when push comes to shove. These creatures are quite strange. They can consume a significant number of their kin, transforming their physique back to normal, even robust, within a single night or mere hours. Look, Xie Shuidao lifted his chin, the beam of his flashlight illuminating a massive creature in the distance. It was gnawing on the heads of two zombies, the sound of its viscous chewing resonating. Upon being discovered by Xie Shuidao, it did not flee. Instead, it rose to its full height. Approaching 3 meters, its body was a mass of sinewy muscle, with fearsome bone spikes protruding from its elbows, fingertips, and knees. Observe. The voice of Xie Shuidao trembled noticeably. Before evolution, this entity could effortlessly eliminate bodyguards of Sequence 8. Now, it was simply astonishing. Liang raised an eyebrow. He had indeed seen a slender shadow flit by as he boarded the vehicle, but he never expected that merely half an hour later, it would come to this. It was decided. I shall call you Skinny Ghost. Liang stepped forward. It possesses subcutaneous armor, making it difficult for bullets to penetrate, Xie Shuidao cautioned. Is that so? How unfortunate, Liang replied, allowing 2 daggers to slip from the sleeves of his coat. Longer and straighter than ordinary daggers, they could easily be regarded as short swords. Gleaming with a silvery light, Liang raised the daggers, crossing them in midair with a resounding clash. The emblem of firearms and flames flickered briefly, and a pure white blaze suddenly erupted. Among the spoils obtained from the auction tiger, aside from the spine of the innocent, this was the most valuable prize, the flame cross modification. With a swift sweep of the blade, the chair fell away as if it were made of tofu, the cut smooth as a mirror. The skinny ghost extended its hand as well, its claws effortlessly tearing a massive gash in the iron above its head. Liang grinned, lowering his body and charging directly at the skinny ghost. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Under the enhancement of agility, Liang devoured countless companions' wisdom seeds, his speed reaching its zenith, rendering the 10-meter distance nearly negligible. With one hand wielding the flame cross and the other brandishing the twin blades, he extended a mechanical claw. Bang! Something shot forth from the claw's tip, resembling a venomous serpent unfurling in midair. Crash! The chain collided forcefully with the skinny ghost's legs. The weight block spinning with inertia, ensnaring it, and causing it to stumble. Path of the Sinner, desecrate the shackles. After repairing the mechanical claw, Liang incorporated it into a restraint module using his combination ability. Whoosh! The blades flashed as Liang's hands traced an astonishingly agile trajectory at an incredible speed. The skinny ghost could only raise its right arm to shield its heart and head while its left arm was sent flying. At that moment, Liang whispered, Noah. Chapter 85. The mother of the insect nest, combined. A terrifying, bone-chilling roar erupted. The electric drill lunged upward in an arc, viciously penetrating the skinny ghost's chest. Rotating, thrusting, and tearing, every open wound, enhanced by the drill's spin, transformed into a brutal and harrowing injury, too horrific to behold. The kiss of the cherubim epitomized this devastation. Every spiral groove of the drill was lined with barbs. Once it pierced, it was a literal manifestation of blood and flesh flying. The towering form of the skinny ghost was pinned to the ground, the drill carving deep furrows into the floor as it relentlessly advanced. And then it lifted. Noah spread his palms. The drill ceased its rotation, and the blades unfurled within the emaciated figure, subsequently resuming their grim task. A merciless execution. The sound of flesh tearing echoed as blood and entrails formed a perfect fan in the air, with half of a bloodied lower torso landing before Xiaoshuidao. The upper body, still writhing, was cleaved in four by Leon's fiery cross, rendering it utterly motionless. The drill spun at high speed twice, completing its bloody work as Leon bent his arm, wiping the blade's blood on the crook of his elbow. Both men sheathed their blades simultaneously and turned to glance at Xiaoshuidao. With a thud, Xiaoshuidao knelt without hesitation, decisively and neatly, even surprising herself. This was the last one. Noah wiped the blood from his hands and embraced Leon's arm, a shiver of fear coursing through her. "You've worked hard," Leon said, patting her on the head. Xiaoshuidao gazed at the heaps of severed limbs and dismembered arms in the rear half of the carriage, swallowing hard. No matter how one looked at it, the truly frightened should not be her, right? Who will pat my head? It appeared these two had boarded the train from the middle, one slaying forward while the other killed backward, with Leon merely having the better fortune of encountering the living. What manner of individuals were these? One was an absurdly powerful conductor, and the other an even more extraordinary young girl. They had stealthily approached their own train in the dead of night, claiming they needed to discuss business. A rather troublesome business, it seemed. With the dead handled, it was now time to deal with the living. With this thought, Xiaoshuidao prepared to kneel. It then struck her that she had already knelt without realizing when. Oh, how wonderful. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Her muscle memory had not disappointed her. "Gentlemen, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Xiaoshuidao said, clasping her hands together and shaking them lightly. "You two continue your conversation. Where do you intend to go?" Leon wiped his face. His gas mask obscured his eyes and mouth, yet blood had still splattered across his cheeks. He discarded a half-intestine that hung from his shoulder casually. "Fear not," he reassured. "This is your own train." Xiaoshuidao swallowed again. "You say it belongs to whoever you wish." Realizing escape was impossible, she resolutely retrieved her keys from her pocket, cradling them in her hands before placing them on the ground. Leon shook his head. "Keep the train. We sought you for something. If possible, I hope you will also reveal the identity of those behind you." Half an hour later, Leon dragged a cart as Noah sat at the rear, turning the fan. They proceeded along the tracks, hauling the meat grinder ahead. Along the way, they were intercepted by a bearded man clad in a silver conductor's uniform. Leon offered little explanation, producing the sheriff's commission from the iron throne from his pocket and waving it before the man. This was how he had entered, and it was how he intended to exit. The acting sheriff of the Magnesium Hall could go wherever he pleased. The train conductor with the small mustache stood frozen for a few seconds, seemingly wishing to utter something further, yet ultimately retreated, tipping his hat in a farewell to Leon. Leon chose to ignore him and continued to wheel his cart back to the workshop. Speaking excessively often leads to mistakes, and he sensed the gaze of the small, mustached man lingering behind him. It was prudent to avoid provoking anyone from Sequence 6 or above. The task was accomplished more smoothly than anticipated. Xiaoshuidao unexpectedly displayed a level of understanding, not only relinquishing the components, but also producing the Iron Throne artifact from his shoulder. This was quite generous. Leon touched the silver shoulder armor on his left shoulder, named Courage of the Common Man, which possessed the same effect as when Xiaoshuidao utilized it, allowing for a single charge akin to that of a squire. During this time, it provided a modicum of protection while inflicting considerable damage. In essence, it was a powerful elbow strike. Originally, Leon could have taken Xiaoshuidao's heart of the furnace, but finding himself temporarily unencumbered by such needs, he only took half, leaving some sustenance for the other. Xiaoshuidao's generosity, however, concealed a significant degree of helplessness. The politicians supporting him had perished, and as a minor figure, he could no longer harbor wealth and survive in this volatile environment. The Magnesium Hall had become a seething pit, ever on the brink of boiling over, a place from which any sensible person would wish to distance themselves. In summary, he had acquired a melee combat component. Beginner's meat grinder, blueprint unlocked. Quality, excellent. Experience, 5. 261,000. Attribute, destruction expert, making it easier to sever limbs. When you encounter a zombie the size of a mountain, you'll understand its practicality. Attribute: Golden Rotary Manual. Increasing the cutting range and effectively preventing enemies from closing in. Honor its power. This is the strength of rotation. Characteristic: the Blood and Flesh Tornado will automatically cool down 3 times before overheating and ceasing operation. What are you staring at? I can withstand it. Just keep hacking forward. We are the Storm of Death. Upon reviewing the panel, Leon nodded in approval. This was a purely melee component, enhancing the lethality on both sides of the brass sacred chariot, ensuring that after the initial onslaught, he would not be ensnared by the tide of approaching zombies. For confronting an endless wave of foes, it proved to be an exceptional weapon, especially since it came with half the experience points needed for an upgrade. Maintenance, repairs, and installation followed. After all, just days prior, he had been ruthlessly slicing through zombies in the wasteland, and before long, the excellent grade, Beginner's Meat Grinder, successfully returned to the brass sacred chariot, becoming part of the sacred oil cycle. Leon clenched his fist as the terrifyingly expansive folding circular saw sprang forth from the side of the carriage. Viewed from this perspective, it appeared as 8 interlocking saw blades rotating around a cylinder, akin to a shredder, grinding any nearby zombies to pulp. Leon reached out once more, and the interlocking blades united to form 4 massive circular saws. The triangular support firmly held its ground as the circular saw whirred to life, rendering a 10-meter radius around the train an inaccessible domain. Indeed, Leon nodded in satisfaction. Explain it to me, he urged. August 2 adjusted his glasses, perplexed by the notion that Leon had already taken the armed components home. It is quite literally what it suggests, replied the officer, scratching his head. Did I not instruct you to inform him later, perhaps after I gauge his reaction? August 2 sighed, leaning back in his chair. The conditions proposed by the council were exceptionally generous, and he believed it would be impossible to match them. It was not merely about the police chief's position. Should Leon desire, he could ascend the ranks, ultimately becoming the head of the council or even the overseer of the Magnesium Hall. Regardless of the actual power held, his status would be undeniable. August 2 felt a sense of unease. He had investigated the situation aboard the McFragrance, discovering that the train conductor was affiliated with the council and stationed right beside the Iron Throne. Both the council and the Iron Throne were entities that Leon would likely clash with, making conflict highly probable. August 2 had originally intended to intervene, perhaps to play the hero and test Leon's response. Yet, as he struggled to don his coat, Leon had already loaded the armed components onto the train, displaying an astonishing level of decisiveness. What of the conductor of the Iron Throne? Did he not stop Leon? He inquired. Leon merely slapped the appointment letter on his face and departed without uttering a word. The officer replied, his expression complex. Did this imply that Leon intended to align himself with the council? He felt a profound disappointment, albeit not in a political sense. The loss of such a skilled craftsman as a colleague was disheartening, especially considering that Leon had stated he would provide an answer within 3 days upon accepting the appointment letter, which seemed rather hasty. No, quite the opposite, August 2 remarked, seeming relieved. This individual was wielding the appointment letter as a shield. He intended to provoke the council in the same manner they had challenged him, thereby testing their limits. With the celebration just 7 days away, August 2 removed his coat, indicating that he would remain here for the final week. Numerous historical issues awaited his resolution. At the platform of the Iron Throne, if he was not mistaken, the adjutant was slicing ham to add to the instant noodle bucket. Indeed, the mustached man nodded. That fellow is the new conductor of the brass holy chariot. Could it not be a private train? The adjutant poured boiling water. Did you not notice? He also serves as the acting deputy chief. I have yet to meet him. Every member of the Iron Throne was personally registered by me. The mustached man pointed to his temple. That bunch from the council must have mistaken him for one of their own. We all know that an exceptionally competent member of the Iron Throne is likely a mechanic in disguise. Huh, the adjutant laughed. Should we remind them? I have already informed them. The mustached man twisted the radio dial, playing music. Regardless of how much that group despises us, they remain our supporters. Then why not directly? The adjutant gestured at his neck. Twice, the little mustached one had 2 opportunities to silently eliminate Leon. The carriage of Sequence 6 still lay within their grasp, while Leon merely ranked as Sequence 7 at best. As a demigod of Sequence 4, extinguishing Leon was as effortless as squashing an ant. Pray tell, it is the Magnesium Hall Council that supports us, not the other way around. The little mustached one waved his hand dismissively. indicating that there was no further need for discussion. Expecting me to commit murder on their behalf? Dream on. Are you not concerned that this fellow might grow powerful enough to seize our reforger carriage? Let him come. The little mustached one fixed his gaze on the instant noodle timer. If he truly possessed the capability to take it, it was not out of the question to grant him that. I rather enjoyed the original Smith sequence, where everyone wielded hammers clad in scant fabric. Now, they were all encased in armor, utterly unable to exhibit their muscles. Field Leon. Leon inscribed this name. He was the individual closest to the chief within the council. He was the superior of Xiashuadao, and the field mansion bore his family name. This man wielded control over the military industry of Magnesium Hall, overseeing more than half of the grain towers, post stations, and workshops, and he was also a banker. Simultaneously, he was one of the first-hand participants in the hunting operation, and we needed to converse with him. First, I wished to discover what had led to the disappearance of the Sodius family and the Lu Consortium, and how it related to the brass sacred chariot. Second, having located Xiashuadao through Augustus II, and subsequently finding him through Xiashuadao, we need not exert effort searching for the remaining components. We could simply request Field to provide us with a list and proceed to knock on doors. Noah interjected, expressing her approval. However, on a different note, Leon, how did you come to know about him? I inquired everywhere, Leon replied. If this were a game, he would be the type to clear every side quest and engage in every dialogue until it looped back. Even missing a line in a film would prompt him to rewind and watch again. It was somewhat obsessive-compulsive, yet not entirely detrimental. I could envision Noah smiling wryly, imagining Leon relentlessly pursuing inquiries. Where shall we find him? On the northern side of the Silver Tower, opposite the bookstore street. After the incident at the field mansion, he began residing within the bank. Leon unfolded a map, stating that once he repaired the core furnace tomorrow, he would scout the area, and with some luck, might commence operations that very night. Regarding the plan to detonate the core furnace, Inuzuka stroked his chin thoughtfully. The second-floor balcony of the Silver Cod restaurant offered a view of half the Silver Tower, while the other half was obscured by the field mansion. It seemed rather precarious. Inuzuka continued, should we mistakenly detonate both furnaces, a significant portion of Magnesium Hall's external defenses would be rendered ineffective. That young doctor mentioned that. According to the epidemiologist's observations, several large-scale hordes of corpses were currently heading this way. At that point, zombies might very well invade. That won't happen. Mental only intends to blow up one. Charlie stretched his lumbar spine and gestured animatedly, stating that they were busy surveying the area. Burying the explosives in that location would allow the aftershocks to precisely impact one core furnace without damaging the other. This, of course, is contingent upon the core furnace being identical to the one Mian visited years ago, having undergone neither reinforcement nor peculiar modifications. Recently, Leon has been frequently visiting the Silver Tower. Inuzuka shook his head, suggesting it would be prudent to inquire with him. Inquire? Spare me the nonsense. He is no longer on our side. We would not elicit the truth from him. Charlie touched his hollow eye sockets, adding that Leon had returned from the platform last night with a basket of components. Do you believe someone can fortify a core furnace by day and venture out at night to steal components? Where would he find such energy? Moreover, even if he had been reinforcing it for less than 5 days, completing the task would be impossible. Huh. Inuzuka chuckled. He contemplated sharing with Charlie the absurd notion that Leon had managed to repair the brass holy chariot in such a short span and even fashioned 2 train cannons to obliterate them, but ultimately deemed it unnecessary. I shall consult Mian and ascertain her perspective, he said, waving his hand dismissively. Midnight. On the desolate streets. A figure clad in a leather cloak advanced alone. He raised the lantern in his hand, the light reflecting off the damp tiles beneath him. Creak, creak. Wiping the moisture from his goggles, the plague doctor lifted the manhole cover and descended via the handrail. The vaccine had been successfully disseminated, and the formula, following its auction, had reached other shelters. Logically, the plague doctor should have been quite unoccupied lately. Alas, that was not the case. After the circus incident, Leon had bestowed upon him certain items, for instance, the viral serum currently under parliamentary scrutiny, as well as news of the sentient entities residing in the Magnesium Hall. The former infuriated the plague doctor, who had toiled his entire life to prevent humanity from succumbing to zombification, only to witness these fools researching how to stabilize mutation. Yet, upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. The parliament had long since rotted to its core, Otherwise, the plague doctor would not have voluntarily withdrawn. As for the latter, he found it immensely intriguing. This was no ordinary sentience. It had bitten Leon without causing infection, even managing to suppress its hunger while hiding in the magnesium hall for such an extended period. Since that day, the plague doctor had begun to investigate the entity Leon referred to as the Cursed One piece by piece. Numerous clues were available, including several overlooked cases of disappearance and frequent complaints regarding peculiar noises from the sewer pipes. All these diverse traces converged, pointing towards the underground of the inner city. The surroundings were engulfed in utter darkness as the plague doctor raised his lantern. The inner city had originally been a mining area, and due to the presence of the core furnace, the construction of a subway had been rendered impossible, resulting in a considerable subterranean space. Twisted and intricate, it resembled a labyrinth or the nest of some colossal insect. Illuminating the ground beneath him with his lantern, the plague doctor pressed onward. The scent. He could perceive a rather unique aroma continuously drawing him closer, and at last, as he rounded the final corner, a pungent stench assaulted his senses, compelling the epidemic physician to grimace despite the filtering effect of his avian mask. He raised his lantern, casting light forward. In the depths of a gaping pit, a multitude of half-decayed corpses were ensnared by an unknown white substance, resembling a grotesque stack of cocoons. Occasionally, a cocoon would quiver, emitting a muffled, ghastly moan. Evidently, these were the undead. The physician instinctively retreated into the shadows, extinguishing his lantern. The rhythmic sound of tapping echoed, and a figure emerged from the depths of the pit. The upper half of its body appeared human, while the lower half was grotesquely adorned with numerous large appendages and a swollen abdomen, akin to that of a spider. This was the progenitor of the insect hive, an entity that had undergone infection. Crack! A cocoon in the corner ruptured, and a robust zombie crawled forth, shaking off the viscous slime coating its body. The progenitor extended its limbs, piercing the zombie's chest with a swift motion, discarding the lifeless form to another hunched shadow, an abductor. It lunged upon the freshly birthed, yet slain zombie, indulging in a gruesome feast. The epidemic physician swallowed hard, contemplating the origin of such a high-tier infected being orchestrating a zombie hatchery beneath the urban core. The zombie, seemingly intimate with the progenitor, was undoubtedly the abductor. The hive's location posed a significant threat, perilously close to the core furnace. Any disturbance could send these undead surging to the surface. He needed to leave post-haste to report this matter. As he turned, he unexpectedly locked eyes with a pair of compound eyes fixated on him. The following morning, as Leon donned his work attire in preparation for departure, he was interrupted by a frantic knocking at the door. Upon opening it, he was met with the sight of Pelayer, her jaw clenched and eyes reddened, carrying a bloodied epidemic physician over her shoulder. No, it was not merely blood. The physician bore numerous scratches and bite marks, evidently having just encountered a zombie. Leon, the physician rasped, "Hurry inside." Leon glanced outside, then stepped aside to allow them into the courtyard. "Enya has gone to the signing event. There are no outsiders here." "Pelayer, fetch Noah and ask him for a basin of hot water. There's a first aid kit on the train." After sending Pelayer away, Leon assisted the physician into a chair, inquiring about the events that transpired. Beneath the bookstore street, the abductor and a progenitor have established a zombie hatchery. The physician coughed twice. Ordinary zombies, once resurrected, are significantly larger and more threatening, capable of easily tearing through high-grade armored train compartments. Fortunately, I had numerous syringes on hand. Otherwise, I would not have escaped. Leon furrowed his brow. "That's less than 10 meters from where I've been working these past few days." "Understood. I will find a way to resolve this," Leon declared. "And how do you plan to do that? With the train cannon?" "Such an act would surely obliterate the core furnace," the epidemiologist inquired. "I am prepared to notify Augustus II or Field Lee to send assistance," Leon responded. "That would be most fortuitous," the epidemiologist nodded. "Now, we face two pressing questions." Leon settled beside the epidemiologist. "First, from where did the mother of the nest originate? Are there other breaches beyond the one we discovered?" "It is unlikely. The silver long, capable of burrowing, has been dealt with by you." The epidemiologist shook his head. "This mother of the nest appears to be a research subject from the academy, newly infected by the graspers." And the second question, Leon observed the scars adorning the epidemiologist's body. "Clearly, this individual requires a sanctuary where he can trust he will not be infected." "You should be fine, yes? If you mean whether I will turn into a zombie," the epidemiologist replied, That will not happen. I am already perilously close to being sentient. How do you intend to explain this to Pello? Leon glanced into the distance. Pello was on the verge of tears, nearly dropping the first aid kit, while Noah comforted her. In Pello's eyes, her beloved grandfather was about to become a zombie, and in her panic, she had unwittingly brought him to Leon's workshop, placing both him and Noah in jeopardy. Fear, confusion, guilt, an array of emotions clashed violently within her, causing her to retch uncontrollably. The epidemiologist sighed, remaining silent. "Shall I lend you a hand?" Leon inquired. "How so?" The epidemiologist appeared puzzled. "A few years ago, when Pello was still a child, you experienced a medical mishap, did you not? She spilled something on your face, disfiguring you," Leon questioned. "Yes, but how do you know? Did Pello tell you?" "I surmised it," Leon continued. "You have used this as a perfect excuse. When others inquire, you claim to be disfigured, thus justifying your mask and allowing you to persist with your vaccine research. A clever notion, yet you overlook Pello's feelings. Each time you mention it, she becomes increasingly guilt-ridden and insecure. This is an opportunity. Do not let it slip away." Leon rose, forcefully removing the epidemiologist's beaked mask, revealing a visage that was hard to behold. "Pello," he called. "The epidemiologist wears the mask not due to disfigurement. He has something to tell you." As he restrained the epidemiologist, who was desperately attempting to reclaim his mask, Leon waved his hand. "I must now attend to my duties." Chapter 86, Rooftop Ideals. Book signing event, combined. Is there truly such a matter? Augustus too clapped his hands. "I owe you yet another favor, Leon. Were it not for my back being strained from hastily dressing yesterday, I would have embraced you." "No need for that." Leon gestured dismissively. "What do you intend to do?" Augustus too furrowed his brow. "To be honest, my personnel are currently engaged in a fray with the council, making it difficult to extricate myself. Xiaodi and Zhang San will likely be unable to manage the mother of the nest." As he spoke, he reached for a document that had slid from the pipeline. "Indeed, there has been a missing mentor from the academy, a Sequence 5 entomologist, Field Omar." "Oh, she possesses a remarkably beautiful visage," inquired Elon. "Indeed, Field." "Sharing a surname with the edifice," replied the other. "She is a cousin of Field Elon." "How fortuitous," Elon contemplated. "Fortuitous for what?" The expression on Augustus II's face became complex. "There's no need to worry about the shortage of personnel. The council will dispatch individuals." Elon approached the elevator but cautioned, "You ought to keep a vigilant watch, as that location is perilously close to the core furnace. Should anyone attempt to assault the furnace, it might very well lead to an explosion that releases the undead." As the elevator arrived at the first floor and was about to ascend to the second, it abruptly halted. Elon instinctively took a step back. Since the issuance of the mandate, such foolish assassination attempts had not recurred, yet prudence remained paramount. The elevator doors opened to reveal a pair of exquisite white sheepskin shirt boots. She did not enter the elevator, but stood at the entrance. Elon's gaze traveled up from the boots to long, straight, and powerfully contoured thighs clad in black riding trousers. Above them lay a fitted high-neck top, draped with a white racing suit emblazoned with the number 02. The striking female rider appeared to have just participated in a horse race and was there to visit someone employed at the corporation. Removing her riding helmet, she held it in her hand as her violet eyes scrutinized Elon in return, while her other hand clutched 2 bento boxes. "Mion Sodius, dear." She raised the bento. Winking at Elon, "I've come to deliver your lunch." Before Elon could utter a word, she stepped into the elevator amidst the mixed gazes of surprise and envy from others, pressing the button for the top floor. "What brings you here?" Elon asked. The older sister, whose form was perfectly accentuated by her riding attire, had evidently just finished a competition and could not resist the urge to seek her fiancé, namely himself. This was the narrative Mion had scripted. One must admit, Mion was exceedingly bold. She had plunged into the enemy's stronghold and directly pressed for the top floor, leaving no avenue for escape. "I've come to deliver lunch to my fiancé," Mion chuckled. "It's a rare sight to see you in work attire, surprisingly fitting." "It's my first time seeing you dressed this way. Are you still a rider?" Mion inquired. The White Hurricane on track 2 clinched victory by a significant margin. A remarkable upset indeed. She waved her hat, asserting that betting on horses was indeed the swiftest way to enhance one's fortunes. "As your fiancé, I feel obliged to caution you. You appear to be cheating," Elon remarked, recognizing that she had seized a position originally held by another rider. "If your assets are confiscated, then our marriage would be rendered impossible." "Ah, What a cold-hearted man, Mian gasped in feigned astonishment, her eyes curving into delightful arcs. On a serious note, what is your purpose here? Elon pressed further. I've come to inquire about the core furnace. Is there anything you wish to disclose? It has been reinforced, Elon responded, reinforced many times. Anything that passes through my hands, do not harbor delusions of destroying it through ordinary means. Even a direct blast with gunpowder would scarcely leave a mark. Indeed, Mian sighed. It was fortunate that I inquired. Otherwise, I would have been engaged in futile efforts. I might be deceiving you, Leon continued. Perhaps I never reinforced anything at all, merely attempting to intimidate you to dissuade you from meddling with the furnace. That cannot be true, Leon. Mian stood on her tiptoes, striving to match Leon's height in the elevator's reflection. You are the kind of person who would never lie to machinery. As for matters concerning zombies, I would not lie either. Leon paused. There is a nest of zombies right beneath Bookstore Street. You might end up bringing them all to the surface. Your previous acts of destruction did not harm anyone, so I shall refrain from further comment. But this does not require my elaboration, Mian. Zombies. Yes, I understand. Mian nodded. Zombies are absolutely out of the question. Would you be interested in assisting me in clearing out the zombie nest? Leon inquired. That would depend on what compensation you can offer. I do not engage in voluntary labor, Mian chuckled. Ding. The elevator doors opened, and Mian led Leon through the stairway, opening the fire exit and stepping onto the balcony. It was Leon's first visit here. The pinnacle of the Magnesium Hall, a place where high walls could not completely obscure the view. From this vantage point, one could see the wasteland, a spiderweb of railway tracks, a tide of zombies, and the blue sky adorned with white clouds. The wind was not as strong as anticipated, yet the air was remarkably fresh, devoid of the stench of manure or the noxious fumes of chemical plants. Leon took a deep breath. In less than a week, he would return to the wasteland. This place has been sealed for a long time. It is a secret passage known only to me, Mian stated. She leaped onto the edge of the balcony, turning to face Leon. As a child, I could come and go freely from here. Whenever I felt weary, I would run here and stay for an afternoon. It suddenly feels reminiscent of a youthful campus atmosphere. Leon leaned against the railing, gazing down. I might just push you off. A fall from this height would be fatal. Leon, is this how you converse with women? Mian sighed. When they bring you to the balcony and share secrets of their childhood hideouts, do you intend to push them down to their demise? Leon cleared his throat awkwardly. Fortunately, I am not overly concerned with such matters. Mian opened her lunchbox. One compartment held blueberries, while another was divided with biscuits on the upper layer and a pair of binoculars along with a simple set of surveying tools in the lower layer. These are my favorite snacks, especially brought for you to enjoy. She placed the blueberries and biscuits before Leon. As an exchange, could I perhaps draw something? The older sister raised the surveying tools, her hands clasped in a pleading manner as she gazed at Leon. Are you planning to blow up the silver tower? Leon bit into a biscuit. The blueberry filling was not overly sweet. Rather, it possessed a subtle fragrance that perfectly complemented the crisp soda biscuit. I shall take a few pieces back for Noah to sample. Were you able to guess that? Mian expressed surprise. I had intended to keep it a secret from you for a while longer. Will you be informing Augustus too? Without needing to inform him. The incident at the field tower has led to enhanced security measures for all buildings exceeding 100 stories. A sudden warmth grazed her cheek as Mian planted a kiss on Leon. It was a token of gratitude for keeping my secrets. She blinked and swiftly commenced her mapping. I truly cannot comprehend you, Leon. Even now, you remain indecisive. Do you recall our first date? I warned you that those who waver will meet a dire fate. Crushed by competing forces. I can retract that statement now. Your steadfastness amidst the storm is indeed surprising. I stand by my own side. Leon took another bite of his biscuit. Mian chuckled helplessly. Yes, that is indeed the case. When the second Augustus was purging the council, Leon busied himself with car theft. During the sabotage by secret societies, Leon was preoccupied with stealing components. Now, as tensions reach a breaking point, I wonder what Leon is contemplating. This fellow truly possesses his own rhythm, unperturbed by anyone else. Impressive. Can you spare me a piece of your biscuit? Mian inquired, one hand clutching a telescope while the other was preoccupied with sketching, making it rather inconvenient. I do not feed others, Leon declined, asserting that the right to nourishment must be earned independently, even if a beautiful face suddenly leans in close, almost kissing him. Those exquisite, glass-like purple eyes glanced down momentarily. Snap. With deftness, Mian bit off half of the biscuit Leon held and retreated gracefully. Very well. She wiped the crumbs from her lips. Then I shall procure my own. Next time, I shall feed you. Leon sighed. It appears today is a fortuitous day. Mian laughed. I have managed to coax a concession from the esteemed conductor. By the way, do you have plans for this evening? I intend to return home, shower, calibrate my equipment, draft some plans, and then sleep, Leon replied. So, may I invite you to dinner? Mian playfully tapped his shoulder with her pen. It was a jest, for she knew Leon was not being entirely truthful. I am preparing to meet Field Lee, Leon responded. Meet him? What do you intend to do? Mian seemed quite intrigued. Inquire about the brass sacred chariot. As expected, Mian gazed at Leon with a look of admiration. While everyone else seems on the verge of tearing each other apart, Leon is still contemplating the brass sacred chariot. He is utterly indifferent to the political strife or what he might gain from it. The conductor is solely concerned with his train. Field Lee, I do not hold a strong impression of this individual. Before the downfall of the two great families, such a minor character was hardly noteworthy. Mian pondered. Yet considering the circumstances surrounding Field Tower, he appears to be faring quite well. Do you require assistance? If you could share some insights regarding cursed objects, that would be immensely helpful, Leon replied. Mian was about to decline when Leon quickly added, even if you choose not to speak, I will inquire with Field. Field does not speak. I shall inquire with others. It is one of my greatest talents to ask questions everywhere, since the truth will eventually come to light. Why waste time, Mian? If you reveal it to me directly, we can learn more about each other and better prepare for our life after marriage. Mian remained silent for a prolonged moment, her hand resting gently on Leon's arm. At such times, you resemble an irresistible yet mischievous man. It seems this is your true nature, Leon. With the mapping complete, she put away her notes. The so-called cursed object is the heart of the brass furnace. Leon squinted. Now it makes sense. No wonder he could extract the heart from other trains, but not the brass one. It had already been taken. To this day, Leon did not fully comprehend what the heart of the furnace truly was. He merely found it quite handy. Superficially, it appeared as a mechanical heart emanating a gentle warmth and luster. Essentially, it is an energy conglomerate akin to a battery. Whenever Leon desired, he could extract it from the cockpit with the deftness of a skilled artisan. A train devoid of the heart of the furnace would struggle to operate, necessitating a complete overhaul of its power system. In a more mystical sense, could it be considered the very soul of the train? Perhaps so. As the sole remaining member of the mechanic sequence, Leon found himself unable to ascertain whether this ability was universal or unique to him. Did your father, Rezotis, board the brass furnace during a hunt and steal the heart of the furnace? Leon inquired. Yes, Mian nodded. Upon hearing her father's name spoken by Leon, she felt a jolt of surprise. His depth of knowledge on such matters was unexpected. Wait, Leon's pupils constricted slightly. The heart of the furnace can only be extracted from the cockpit. Only those of the same sequence can enter the cockpit of the brass furnace. This means your father was a mechanic? Leon questioned. Indeed, Mian affirmed with a nod. He betrayed his sequence, initiated a hunt, stole the heart of the furnace, and was cursed, leading to the ruin of his family? Not quite. Mian's expression wavered for the first time, losing her usual composure and gentle demeanor. She bit her lip like a stubborn little girl, resolutely countering, My father is not that kind of person. There must be a reason for his actions. What reason? I do not know yet, but I will find out in due time. Did you seize the brass furnace and occupy the magnesium hall for this? Not at all. Mian shook her head. I do not act for personal reasons. I have my own ideals. I wish to halt the expeditions. The undead are endless, but they can be repelled. Too many resources and manpower are squandered on these ceaseless campaigns. I aspire to consolidate our efforts, gradually amassing strength to expand outward and constrict the living space of the undead. Thus, over the span of 50 or even 100 years, we may one day reclaim all that we have lost. It may sound foolish, does it not? Noticing that Leon remained silent, she paused for a moment before inquiring. A bit. She lightly punched Leon's shoulder, turning her head away, attempting to mask the blush on her cheeks. This is the first time I have shared such thoughts with anyone, for the implementation is fraught with challenges bordering on the absurd. Many details remain unrefined, and I am uncertain whether my future self will align with my current perspective. She picked a blueberry and savored its sweet tart flavor as it lingered on her tongue. Nobles. Signs of fallen houses, soldiers, wanderers, fugitives, scenes from her past flashed before her eyes. Yet, thus far in my life, I have learned that this is the course I must pursue. It is my duty as a human being she declared solemnly. Therefore, I require the brass sacred coach, a powerful mechanic of high rank capable of directly commanding other miracle trains. Similarly, I need the support of the sanctuary, as much as possible. The Human Federation, Leon. What I desire is the Human Federation. For this, I am willing to forsake the joys of womanhood and fight on this land with every means at my disposal until my last breath. Having spoken her mind, Mian turned to gaze into Leon's eyes. The young conductor possessed a pair of profound, tranquil, jet-black orbs that reminded her of dried bloodstains. Upon closer inspection, she noticed subtle scars on Leon's face, near his eyes and mouth. Unconsciously, she reached out to touch them. Even if you say that, I will not relinquish the brass sacred coach to you, Leon replied. Ah, is that so? I was foolishly hoping to sway you, Mian lamented, raking her fingers through her hair. It seems the only option left is to eliminate you. I share that sentiment. Then farewell. Thank you for your assistance. And for the cookies, Mian said as she turned away, doffing her hat in a gesture of respect. Until next time, Mr. Conductor. Until we meet again, Miss Idealist. Leon waved. After concluding her conversation with Mian, Leon lingered on the rooftop for a while. The Human Federation, he repeated to himself. Indeed, it was a fanciful notion. A proposal for sweeping reform. In contrast, the measures taken by Augustus II against the Magnesium Hall seemed trivial by comparison. However, even Leon, who was not well versed in these matters, understood that the establishment of large sanctuaries was necessitated by the need for non-renewable energy sources essential for human survival. Minerals, oil, and materials for rank advancement. Miracle trains traverse these resources to facilitate their exchange. To consolidate into a federation would undoubtedly require relinquishing a considerable number of large sanctuaries, and the prospect of reclaiming them appeared distant indeed. One cannot entirely dismiss the notions held by Mian. Continuing to survive in the guise of a refuge would only allow coexistence with the undead, perpetuating the current state of affairs. Only through transformation lies the prospect of reclaiming everything. However, it matters little whether Leon articulates these thoughts. Having discerned that the zombies are a calamity unleashed by a so-called malevolent deity, why not simply ascend and confront it? If that individual were to be himself, Leon would embrace the opportunity wholeheartedly. He chose not to dwell on such distant matters. With a gentle pat on his cheek, he resolved to commence his duties. Ding-dong. The elevator doors opened before him, and Leon caught sight of the lipstick mark on his cheek in the reflective surface, prompting a resigned swipe with his hand. Despite Noah's absence, the woman seemed to relish engaging in flirtatious banter, which he found utterly exasperating. Mian entered the bookstore, where the signing event was still in full swing, the lengthy line twisting in several directions. She navigated through the staff passage and entered the backstage preparation room. With the reconnaissance complete and intelligence gathered, she waved her notebook, indicating that the demolition of the furnace had been postponed until tomorrow. Tomorrow? Charlie, who was stirring a mixture in the bathtub, raised his head, puzzled. Why? There is a nest of zombies beneath us. Recklessly detonating the ground could lead to complications, Mian replied. Do you not think we could exploit the situation? Cheer interjected, suggesting that the zombies could incite considerable chaos in the inner city. Do not utter such words, Cheer. Never speak them again, Mian warned, her narrowed eyes emanating a subtle threat. The undead are our adversaries, always and unequivocally. There is no room for exploitation or tolerance, only extermination. The ultimate objective of the resistance was to overthrow the second Augustus. Just as Cheer prepared to continue his argument, Charlie intervened, pulling him back. I know what you are contemplating, Cheer. If I discover you attempting to use the zombies for any purpose, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. As they passed each other, Mian patted his shoulder. Oh my goodness. Success. Leon, you are magnificent. Let me embrace you. Allow me to touch your hand. The hand of a craftsman. Let me savor it. Observing the champagne bubbles splashing and the robust individuals finally dressed appropriately since the furnace was no longer leaking heat, Leon felt a sense of solace. It was repaired. After 4.5 days, a core furnace, reduced to merely 2 bricks, had been restored and reinforced to withstand an explosion. Additionally, another furnace's crack had been sealed. The ceremony for ascending to Sequence 7 was successfully completed. Now, all that remained was to hunt high-level infected individuals to procure essential materials. After toasting with the blacksmiths in celebration and promising to visit them again when possible, Leon exited the Silver Tower. Turning down 2 alleys, he entered the bookstore. Enya was seated at the table, It appeared that the signing event was nearing its conclusion as she began to pack her belongings in preparation to return home. Oh, it is you. Upon discovering someone had arrived, Inya was just about to enter her business mode. However, upon recognizing it was Leon, she lowered her head and continued tidying up. Why do you seem unhappy? Leon inquired. It's nothing, Inya huffed softly. After all, you're just like those others, taking this opportunity to scout the place. You don't genuinely care about my signing event, Teacher Yang. Leon raised his bag, revealing 2 complete sets of the collector's edition of Detective Marlowe. Could you sign them for me? Inya's complaints abruptly ceased. After a few moments of silence, she accepted the bag and carefully inscribed her pen name on the title pages. One book after another. Aren't you uninterested in these? Inya asked. Pello greatly admires your work and has always wished to attend a signing event, but currently, she lacks the mood for it. I wish to fulfill her wish on her behalf. Besides, although Noah pretends to disdain you, he would secretly be delighted to receive a signature. As for me, while I may not fully comprehend these matters, I received some delightful treats today. He placed a tin box on the table, thinking you might be tired after sitting all day, and brought it for you to sample. Thank you, Inya murmured. I never imagined you could be so thoughtful. I wouldn't call it thoughtfulness. I simply enjoy asking questions, remembering details, and presenting them when the time is right. That indeed qualifies as thoughtfulness. Inya smiled. Not everyone is willing to remember the affairs of others. It's wonderful that you think that way. Leon stood up. Would you mind if I took a look around? So you are indeed here to scout. Inya sighed in resignation. At the very least, I truly care about your signing event. Well, that is a point I cannot refute. Inya picked up a blueberry cream biscuit and took a small bite. Chapter 87. A rush into the bank. A game of corners. 2-in-1. At the pinnacle of the Bluefin Bank, in the lounge, Field Lee sat behind an expansive desk, a cigar flickering in his mouth. He was a man of exceptionally broad shoulders, with a thick mane of hair at his temples and a scar running across his face. Should Leon catch a glimpse of his visage, he might recall their earlier encounter. On that day at the auction, he had sat alongside the White Crane, debating whether to appoint Leon as the sheriff. His deep brown suit accentuated his rather wild physique, while behind him sat several slightly smaller sofas occupied by men of similar stout build, distant relatives of the Field family. Still no leads? He inquired. The few individuals standing before him remained silent. The leading private investigator removed his hat and wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He had long heard rumors regarding the Field family's exclusivity, particularly that of Field Lee, who seldom trusted outsiders. Today's observation confirmed such stories. The way those men sat, like a pack of hyenas, was utterly discomforting, especially given their failure to accomplish their tasks. This is why I say private investigators, firms, bodyguards, and thugs are nothing more than cockroaches and mosquitoes. Utterly useless, Field muttered under his breath, hurling the documents onto the heads of those private detectives, scattering them like butterflies. His cousin has been missing for 4 days. A sequence 5, even one not particularly adept in combat like a legacy sequence, should not warrant excessive concern, for he is already an adult. Yet, the situation in Meiting grows increasingly chaotic, with many legislators as restless as ants on a hot skillet. Furthermore, with the tragic suicide of Bai He, the faction within the Iron Throne that leans towards the council finds itself leaderless. To assert that his mindset remains unscathed would be a fallacy. And you too, are you devoid of leads? Fieldley glanced at the tall, muscular man clad in a conductor's uniform beside the diminutive figure adorned with gold teeth. I apologize, the king bowed his head. It is indeed unfortunate. Field reclined against the back of his chair, resting his polished shoes upon the desk. I seldom employ outsiders, for I harbor distrust toward strangers. Enterprises are entrusted to my own kin. So, why did I hire you? Because among my kin, there is no conductor, and among the conductors of Meiting, you are the finest. However, you have yet to provide a satisfactory response, neither of you. He snapped his fingers, and several documents appeared. Sign here, you lost the wager. Effective immediately, the tax for private conductors shall rise by 20%, and you too shall officially fall under the jurisdiction of the council. Gold-toothed Hori ground his teeth in frustration. The wager proposal was delivered to the club 3 days prior, inviting all private conductors of Meiting. The reward was an exemption from the city tax if they could locate Field's sister. Now, they have failed. With all due respect, sir, Gold-toothed Hori's voice was hoarse and strained, but he pressed on. There is another private conductor in Meiting who ought to have participated in the wager, though we have been unable to reach him. If your standard is the best, then seeking him would be prudent. Oh, Pray tell, who do you consider this paragon of conductors? Field Lee raised an eyebrow. Before Hori could respond, Field preempted him. Leon, of course, it is Leon. Bang! A fist the size of a cooking pot struck the armrest of the chair. Field Lee's polished shoes tapped rhythmically. They were crafted from fine crocodile leather, with meticulous stitching. He is undoubtedly the best, even surpassing that designation. The first time I encountered him at the auction, I envisioned appointing him as the police chief to swiftly replace that useless Bai. Alas, Leon is impervious to coercion. Just yesterday, the conductor of the Iron Throne informed me that Leon had seized my subordinate's armaments. Having accepted the commission, he continues to toy with me. This fellow is cunning and audacious, exuding an undeniable charisma. Seeking death, Field Lee muttered under his breath, his voice dwindling into a series of murmurs. What merits does that pig, Augustus II, possess? I could offer him far more. The private detectives simultaneously bowed their heads, their eyes fixed on the ground, hearts guarded. Leon. The name is peculiar, not intentionally propagated, yet as officials informed the noble women, who in turn relayed the news to merchants, and the merchants disclosed it to the cooks. Before long, a substantial portion of the populace in the Grand Hall became aware of such an enigmatic figure. As for his deeds and unique talents, most could not articulate them, while a few indulged in various speculations. Some claimed he was a workshop owner, a trained conductor, a master craftsman, the lover of noble women, a libertine, or even a confidant of the formidable Augustus II. He existed like an urban legend, a source of amusement for private detectives. For such a person could scarcely be real. Yet now, Field Lee was muttering with palpable dissatisfaction, asserting that he was the finest. The king and gold-toothed Horley felt entirely differently. After escorting Pride and Prejudice from the club, they inquired about Leon's name. The king sensed that this name would undoubtedly echo throughout the Grand Hall. It now appeared his intuition was spot on. Indeed, it was Field Lee and Augustus II. Two immensely powerful individuals, vying for Leon's attention. The legendary unattainable man? Truly daunting. Continue your investigation. If you fail to uncover anything within 3 days, do not expect to remain in the Grand Hall. Field Lee snapped back to reality, gesturing towards the private detectives. And what of the secret society? What of those infiltrators? Why have they yet to procure any intelligence? One detective replied, the members of the secret society are exceedingly professional, sir. Even several core members are unaware of the entire plan. Their primary rule prohibits inquiries, rendering our infiltrators largely ineffective. Damn it, Field Lee exclaimed, pressing his forehead. I told you not to trust outsiders. Meanwhile, at the Bluefin Bank, on the first floor, Leon entered. On the second floor of the bookstore, he conducted a cursory examination of the bank's internal structure and escape routes. With a total of 121 floors, it may not rival the height of Field Tower or Silver Spire, but stands among the tallest edifices in the inner city. Good day, sir. Do you have an appointment? A sharply dressed client manager approached. Security gates stood nearby, with armed guards positioned on either side. Leon smiled at the client manager, saying nothing. The manager, initially perplexed, studied Leon's face for several seconds before seemingly recognizing him. He then requested Leon to wait, proceeding to converse quietly with the guards. The guards promptly gripped their weapons and approached Leon. Ah, it seems we have arrived at the second scenario, Leon nodded. In his estimation, 2 outcomes were possible. The first, news of his heist of the summer rise from the previous night had not reached Field's ears. In that case, he could use the letter of appointment as a pretext, allowing him to proceed without hindrance. The second, some indiscreet train conductor had spilled the beans, and Field was aware that he had disregarded the letter of appointment. Naturally, he would seek to eliminate him. In the present moment, only the sound of gunfire echoed. Leon raised his pistol and, without hesitation, squeezed the trigger, causing 2 guards to collapse in response. Head on, Noah, came the reply from the figure resting upon his shoulder. The shrill sound of alarms blared, casting a red glow throughout the lounge. Boss, Leon has arrived. The private detective exclaimed as he threw himself before Field, his left eye shimmering with determination. Please, make your way to the safe room. Damn it. Field Lee rose to his feet, followed closely by the broad-shouldered men behind him. How many came? 1, replied the private detective. The air thickened with tension. 1. Field Lee turned to face his kin, exchanging glances that erupted into laughter. Did you all hear that? Leon single-handedly infiltrated my bank. He intends to cut through 120 floors, from the ground up to here. Do you think he can? Can he? Field struck the back of the private detective's neck with force. Use your brain. Boss, the leading private detective leaned closer. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Your status is elevated. There is no need to take risks. One of the kin twisted a vase, revealing a crack in the wall. Field grunted, verified his fingerprint, and stepped inside. The kin lined up in the room, forming a wall of cashmere suits. Moments later, strands of golden hair cascaded down from the top of the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. Hanging from the balcony, Noah extended her hand, and the cherubic kiss unfurled its blades, spinning rapidly to provide the young woman with the necessary lift to regain her position. As she watched Field enter the safe room and the wall close behind him, she shut her eyes. Leon, I've located him, whispered the figure perched on her shoulder. What are the odds of a solitary individual from Sequence 8 storming into a bank building with maximum security, cutting through 120 floors, and surviving? 0%. Many, upon acquiring firearms, tend to overestimate their capabilities, believing they can take on 10 or even 100 foes. In reality, this is impossible. In situations of facing multiple opponents, if one cannot immediately reduce their numbers, the chances of overcoming 2 or 3 adversaries become nearly non-existent. The side with greater numbers can triumph through doubled or even tripled rates of attack, coordinated assault rhythms, firepower suppression, and flanking maneuvers. So, what can the outnumbered party do to endure a little longer? Firepower. As long as the firepower is sufficiently strong, even when dispersed, it can suppress the opponents to the point where they cannot raise their heads, ensuring at least a stalemate until ammunition runs out. This was precisely Leon's strategy. After repairs, his mechanical claws had been upgraded to 6. The 2 lower ones were typically unused, extending only during trench warfare. The massive steel claws anchored to the ground, absorbing recoil, while the other 4 mechanical claws unfurled, with embedded submachine guns unleashing a frenzied barrage. In the grand hall, wood chips swirled and bricks flew, as an expensive crystal chandelier plummeted to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. This madman. The lobby manager trembled, clutching his head in fear. He entered the bank and, with a blank expression, began to unleash a barrage of gunfire. Indeed, it was another act of destruction perpetrated by this wretched secret society. The sound of gunfire echoed. Click, click. Ammunition quickly dwindled, and before the enemy could retaliate, Leon hurled 2 grenades. Boom. The smoke had not yet cleared when Leon propelled himself forward. Hot steam bursting from his feet, nearly gliding along the ground as he crashed into the enemy's cover. With twin blades sweeping through the air, he employed no particular technique, merely targeting the vulnerable points of his adversaries with astonishing precision, an artisan's skill in human anatomy. With a sickening squelch, 2 plumes of blood erupted, and the guards collapsed. Leon seized their weapons, firing as he advanced. The elevator. This guy is heading for the elevator. One of the guards shouted. No, wait. It's the freight elevator. At that moment, taking the passenger elevator would be tantamount to a death sentence. Severing its operation or simply cutting the counterweight would effortlessly ensnare him. The freight elevator, however, was different. Its shaft was open, allowing one to ascend directly. Open fire. Suppressive fire. The lead guard bellowed as he peeked out from behind cover. There. A monstrous figure with 4 metallic claws charged forward, clutching a submachine gun. The guard squeezed the trigger, but the bullets merely rippled across the creature's body, leaving no discernible mark. Damn ability user. The guard gritted his teeth, discarding his handgun and retrieving 2 grenades from his belt. As he peered out again, Leon had already traversed a considerable distance, nearly closing in. He threw a grenade. In the next moment, the guard watched in disbelief as Leon deftly caught the grenades. 1. Then 2. A golden glow flickered as the powers of the brass saint activated. They combined. The 2 grenades fused together and were thrown back. Had Leon thrown them separately, he would have been caught in the blast. Yet, those grenades had melded into one. Boom. The guard desperately shrank back behind cover. When the explosion subsided and he dared to peek out again, Leon had vanished. In an instant, cold sweat enveloped him. Each time he glanced away, Leon seemed to close the distance, traversing an astonishing span in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder. The guard turned slowly, only to find several of his colleagues being gripped by mechanical claws around their necks, hoisted and slammed to the ground. The perpetrator, a remarkably young and affable face, smiled at him. I was just about to ask, how much do you earn in a month? 500. The guard swallowed hard. What kind of life are you fighting for with just 500 a month? Liang clenched his fist, raised his thumb, and said, "Now, focus on my fingertip." He called for more reinforcements, then assumed a stance, preparing to take a brief respite. The guard raised his handgun and pulled the trigger several times. But it clicked in vain. Click, click, still nothing. The thumb in his line of sight suddenly enlarged, viciously pressing against his trachea, causing the guard to cough desperately. Call for reinforcements. The enemy possesses abilities. He raised his radio, exclaiming, "This guy is a monster, help! Help!" The radio crackled, and the signal abruptly cut out. A monster! The kin of Field exchanged glances, each reflecting mockery in the other's eyes. "Did you hear? A monster has infiltrated our bank." They erupted into laughter, finding the guard's distress utterly excessive. Even with some extraordinary powers, low-tier ability users hardly qualified as monsters. If one were to speak of true monsters, they would refer to the brutal bandits from the auction house heist, who felled a swath of rank 6 individuals like wheat. Now, that was a monster. Lee has reached the safe house. He should be fine. "I'll go take a look," suggested one of the kin. He beckoned a few others, and as the elevator ascended, the number of people in the lounge noticeably diminished. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, Noah peeked out. 2 rank 9s, 1 rank 8, and 1 rank 7 have left. She whispered, "This group has directly tattooed their rank on their faces. It's quite evident. 3 rank 8s and 1 rank 7 remain. It would be ideal if another one would leave." "I will continue to draw their fire," Liang nodded. It was evidently impossible for one person to penetrate through 120 floors. Fortunately, Liang had 2 companions and a puppet. The plan was not overly complex. Liang would charge in from the front, drawing their fire while luring Field, Lee's personal bodyguards, down. As all attention fixated on him, this madman bursting into the building, shooting indiscriminately, Noah would pinpoint Field, Lee's location. Once the security forces on the top floor diminished to an acceptable level, she would break through the window, eliminate the remaining kin, and retrieve Field, Lee from the safe house. A rather audacious plan. Liang's formulation of this strategy was not born out of madness, but rather because the brass chariot awaited not far off, ready to unleash a volley of supportive artillery that could bury the hall. Creak, creak. The mechanical claws and Liang's hands pried open the elevator doors, steam billowing forth as he forcibly wrenched them apart. The burly figures beneath the silver tower would likely cheer at this sight, for a craftsman must embody the spirit of martial virtue. The first sensation upon entering the elevator shaft was the fierce wind. Turbulent gusts relentlessly blew, causing Liang's garments to flutter. Before he began to ascend along the cable, he noticed the passenger elevator rapidly descending from the top floor. He raised an eyebrow. Inside the elevator, for blood relatives occupied each corner. Sequence 9, Sequence 9, Sequence 8, Sequence 7. The men, broad-shouldered and muscular, remained silent, fiddling with the blades in their hands. The waiting grew somewhat tedious, prompting one of the Sequence 9s to clear his throat and decide to speak. "Have you heard of the Four Corners game?" "What?" Sequence 8 inquired. "It's a ritual said to summon spirits before the day of revelation." "Spirits? Are you out of your mind?" Another Sequence 9 questioned. "Let him speak," chuckled Sequence 7. "Don't be too tense." Ahem, with the support of Sequence 7. Sequence 9 shyly smiled, as the 4 took turns stepping forward, patting the shoulder of the person in front of them and simultaneously taking their place. This continued, and eventually, a mysterious 5th person would appear. "What do you think? Care to try? There's no harm in it. It's just that the elevator is quite stifling." Sequence 7 turned. "Shall I start?" He approached the back of the person in front and placed a hand on their shoulder. The person ahead stepped forward to place their hand on another's shoulder. The 4 quickly completed a round, glancing around. No sign of the so-called 5th. "You're doing it wrong." A sudden voice echoed from above, startling the group. "First, you must turn off the lights and close your eyes. Then, when you reach an empty space, you need to cough." Crack, crack. Twin blades, ablaze with blinding white flames, pierced through the elevator's ceiling, tearing a massive gash. A man clad in a black trench coat stood above them, earnestly instructing them on how to play this ancient game from before the day of revelation amidst the flickering lights and the rapidly moving elevator. "Fire!" Sequence 7 bellowed. His fist, swirling like a hurricane, suddenly swung out. The storm surged through Sequence 7, the son of thunder. Gunfire erupted, and the already precarious ceiling light was extinguished, leaving only the faint glow of exploding bullets. "He has gone." Sequence 8 realized the dire situation. Splurt. A blade pierced the elevator, instantly impaling one of the sequence nines to the ground. The blinding white flames began to swirl, akin to a finely serrated chainsaw, swiftly tearing apart his upper body. Chainsaw sword combination, Inferno Cross. Leon had mentioned this little fellow would shine. It seems the effect of blood and flesh flying is rather impressive. Swish, swish. A series of edges melted, emitting a crimson glow as cracks appeared on the heavy elevator doors, followed by a pair of mechanical claws gripping the gap, forcefully tearing it apart. The blood relatives desperately pulled the triggers toward the doorway, unleashing a torrent of bullets. However, it too was empty. In the next moment, an upside-down face appeared in the crack of the door. Leon hung from the ceiling of the elevator, smiling down at them. There was an unmistakable sense that something was amiss. In such moments, it was natural to call out for the fourth tooth. Leon pointed towards the elevator door. The mechanical claw trembled slightly, responding with the creaking of gears, uttering a sound akin to chirp. With a resounding zap, arcs of electricity illuminated the elevator as Leon released his grip, anchoring himself in midair with the mechanical claw, observing the dilapidated metal box plummeting downward. One adversary had been swiftly dispatched, leaving sequences 9, 8, and 7 remaining. Under normal circumstances, the odds were not in his favor. Boom! Countless fragments erupted from the compartment like arrows, swiftly followed by a hail of gunfire. Leon sidestepped, raising the mechanical claw before him to mitigate the remaining damage. Storm sequence, deep rock sequence, and then, boom! The elevator crashed heavily to the ground, yet it did not produce the cacophony of debris that Leon had anticipated. A vast oil painting flashed beneath the elevator, depicting a swirling starry sky, rippling as if disturbed by the heavy impact. God of Wine, Sequence 8, The Artist. Boom! The flickering electric light instantly filled the entire elevator shaft, and Leon let go of the mechanical claw, diving downwards at great speed. Clang! A flash of fire erupted. As blades clashed, the cross of battle firmly held in place. A blank canvas unfurled in midair, the artist rapidly sketching. Leon's outline becoming increasingly distinct. Simultaneously, a profound discomfort washed over Leon, as if something were tugging at his very soul, incessantly manipulating his heart, causing his vision to spin chaotically, disorienting his sense of direction. What was once down seemed to morph into up, left and right began to swirl, inducing a wave of nausea. So this is the God of Wine sequence, Leon murmured softly. A unique sequence that inflicts damage through sensory manipulation of the physical form. Quite an intriguing concept indeed. Chapter 88. The wind tugs relentlessly, combined version. He is dead. Alan is dead. The narrow confines of the elevator echoed with the desperate cries of kin. Alan, the one whose upper body had been torn apart by Leon from the onset, had now completely lost his breath. Stay calm. The artist's hands moved with fervor, gradually shaping Leon's image on the canvas. I will control his movements. Deep rock, provide me with cover. Storm, wait for the moment to eliminate him. Eliminate him? Storm released his grip on his abdomen, crimson blood slowly seeping out. He himself had not realized when he had been injured. He only recalled the moment when Leon forcefully pried open the elevator door, a flash of dark blades slicing through the air. This indicated that Leon had struck in succession before his companions had even reacted. He had slain the weakest to diminish their numbers while simultaneously injuring the strongest, thereby weakening their overall strength. It was no longer merely a matter of experience. Leon was nothing short of professional. Storm lifted his head. In midair, a shadowy figure plunged downward against the backdrop of blinding light and turbulent winds, its mechanical claws unfurled like wings behind it. Two cursed daggers blazed with a resonant roar, rendering the figure akin to a humanoid inferno descending from the heavens. Wasn't Field Lee classified as Sequence 8? Is this wretched thing truly Sequence 8? Do not dawdle. Storm bellowed once more. Charge. The artwork is complete. Observing Leon suspended in midair, rigidly plummeting to the ground, Storm regained focus, arcs of electricity flickering at his fingertips. His forearm and top palm radiated brilliance, resembling a spear poised to pierce steel. Die. Storm gritted his teeth, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Behind him lay kin to protect. Before him stood a formidable adversary. He fought valiantly, his years of service and training culminating in this moment. This encounter in the elevator was reaching its climax. Leon's body was ensnared by the artist's control, rendering him devoid of even the instinctive reflex to tense his muscles before the impending blows. This strike would surely pierce his heart. Boom, boom, boom. In a moment of peril, Leon scarcely moved. Suddenly, 3 grappling claws shot forth from the hip of his powered armor in quick succession. Each claw struck the wall at varying angles and timings, yanking Leon in a series of wild swings. Immediately afterward, the exhaust ports erupted with a torrent of heat. Storm watched as Leon, in a drift-like motion, circled around and brushed past him from the left. Damn! Storm's eyes widened. Next, I shall take that artist down with a single arrow. Did you hear me? The voice from behind conveyed its intent with unwavering clarity. Storm heard it. Declaration complete. Dressed for death activated. A massive wind pressure nearly crushed the tumult within the elevator shaft, akin to a colossal bomb detonating. Traversing a staggering 121 floors of the building, the radiant light surged into the elevator, obliterating the protective canvas, shattering the artist's skull, cerebral fluid, spine, and entire form. At this moment, even if unable to turn due to inertia, Storm was more certain than anyone that the artist had perished. Boom. The heavy sound of impact resonated as dust swirled around Leon's feet. He gazed at the paralyzed deep rock, invigorating the Holy Communion as he drew in a dragon's breath bullet. The bullet's tail glowed a fierce red, as if seared by flames. Deep Rock howled in despair, witnessing the demon before him, its face entirely shrouded in darkness, gnawing on steel and slowly exhaling smoke. What's the situation, Alan? Respond if you receive this. Atop the building, the kin encircled the intercom. A profound silence enveloped them. Gunshots and wails echoed incessantly from the elevator. Initially, they pondered how Leon had lost his resolve, begging desperately even in his final moments. Shortly thereafter, they became aware of various pleas for mercy echoing around them. Leon was the sole individual present who was correct in his assessment. It must have been Alan who had carelessly dropped the walkie-talkie. One of the blood relatives broke the oppressive atmosphere, his smile strained. A few moments later, static crackled through the walkie-talkie, suggesting it had been recovered. Alan, can you hear me? Someone inquired immediately. Alan is a bit preoccupied at the moment. A foreign voice emanated from the walkie-talkie. I can relay your message. Oh, is that so? Thank you. Who am I speaking to? Leon. A profound silence ensued. The blood relatives exchanged glances, their earlier mockery replaced by a pallor of dread. 10 minutes. 2 sequence 9s, 1 sequence 8, and 1 sequence 7. To the unknowing observer, they might have appeared as mere wild dogs found by the roadside, rather than the proud abilities of the Field family. From the day they reached adulthood, the blood relatives of Field embarked upon different miraculous journeys, each boasting at least 2 years of service. This was genuine service, not mere FA-AIDS. The blood relative then swallowed hard, pondering their predicament. Leon withdrew a green syringe from his pocket and injected it into his neck. His charred arm rapidly healed, and his burn-riddled left leg began to recover. Reflecting on the scene where the Son of Thunder clung to his left leg, howling as chaotic currents enveloped him, Leon silently marveled. In a one-on-one confrontation, a sequence 7 operating at full capacity proved formidable indeed. Had he not wounded him first and dispatched his companion, the struggle would have been more arduous. Fortunately, he flexed his arm, wiped the blade clean, and sat atop the elevator, taking a moment to catch his breath. Leon adhered to a simple principle during combat, which could be summarized in 2 tenets. The first, a person killed will inevitably die, regardless of whether it is oneself or the enemy. If vital areas of life are compromised, strength becomes irrelevant, survival ceases. This principle rendered Leon unafraid of higher-tiered sequences and cautious against underestimating those of lower tiers. The second tenet, humans are akin to machines. As machines, their operations leave traces. The more intricate the machine, the more susceptible it is to damage. A combat team functions as a composite machine. By identifying critical points, one can swiftly incapacitate the assembly. As for himself, he too was a machine. Pain and discomfort were bearable. As long as he could move, his efficacy remained intact. A true mechanic must attain such mastery. After scavenging the magazines and grenades from the fallen, Leon combined them with mechanical claws to create explosive propulsion devices. We're heading down. Only a sequence 8 and a sequence 7 remain. The puppet spoke again. A multitude of police has also arrived below. They were quite prompt. Leon disassembled the submachine gun module from the mechanical claw and discarded it on the ground. He was alleviating the burden. What was needed next was not firepower, but suddenly, Leon swung his hand fiercely. Boom. The ground trembled violently as the distant train cannon discharged instantaneously. Buzz. The spiral projectile spun relentlessly, molten agents splattering everywhere, melting the thick metallic protective layer beneath the bank. At last, as molten iron splashed and rapidly solidified, concrete and metal shell were blasted apart, revealing a gaping hole. Chaotic footsteps echoed from the stairwell. The blood relatives arrived sooner than anticipated. A sharp whistle pierced the air, police sirens buzzed, and throngs of Iron Throne members surged into the hall, guns raised, aiming at the open elevator doors. "Surrender," shouted the leading member of the Iron Throne, brandishing a loudspeaker. Two glowing sticks rolled into the elevator, illuminating the darkness tainted with smoke, the scent of blood, electric sparks, and dust. This would be a hard battle, the Iron Throne members thought. He was a high-ranking officer, having received news that Leon might become the next sheriff. Facing him now, anxiety gnawed at his heart. In the darkness, that youthful and handsome face lifted slightly, seemingly signaling something. The Iron Throne member swallowed hard, poised to give the order to fire, when he saw Leon turn and sprint away at an astonishing speed. Bang! The explosive propulsion module activated, black powder ignited with a tremendous roar, and the wind pressure propelled Leon forward. The wind howled. His mission was accomplished, and now he needed to delay these individuals to secure his escape. But how to divert them? A zombie nest lay just dozens of meters away. The ground above the nest was thin, unable to withstand an explosion. Leon had only utilized a penetration-type thermal shell. To eradicate that zombie nest and eliminate the mother of the fifth sequence while avoiding heavy firepower would require the enthusiastic citizens of the Magnesium Hall. "I've intercepted him. Right here." A vague shadow appeared before him. Leon raised an eyebrow. "Activate Spirit. Activate Holy Communion." The silver pauldrons beneath his trench coat gleamed with light. "Activate Bravery." Buzz. In an instant, the left shoulder of the shadowy figure erupted into a mist of blood. "Whom have you intercepted?" In that fleeting moment, Leon caught sight of an exceedingly panicked face. A rather rare messenger, birthed shortly after the Bacchus seized the brass holy chariot. "Buzz." Leon turned back, not sparing the fellow a second glance, and continued his charge forward. Clatter. The blades of the kiss of cherub gently rested against the glass, their sharp edges slowly rotating. The glass was marked, and with a gentle tap from Noah, it fell apart. The effect of inorganic transformation took place, though it could not achieve optical invisibility. It significantly diminished his presence. In silence, the two guards, their eyes fixed on the door, failed to notice her presence. The girl, as agile as a cat, deftly tumbled into the room, executing a forward roll and taking refuge beneath the desk for her first breath of air. The intake valve whirred to life, and the power furnace cooled slightly. Noah peeked out. One was a Sequence 8, the other a Sequence 7. The fellow on the left was strapped with 4 handguns. Presumably a Sequence 7 from the fire path, the gunslinger. Though he had yet to ascend to Sequence 6 as a combat master, he likely possessed an additional pair of arms, akin to the auction tiger. In close combat, he would hold a distinct advantage. Noah turned her gaze to the other individual. His large arms, thighs, and ankles were adorned with small pouches, likely containing syringes or similar substances. The figure in the white robe, a Sequence 8, was the injector. Noah nodded, her thoughts crystallizing. Leon had once advised that, regardless of the circumstances, the healer must always be eliminated first. Suddenly, a pen rolled off the desk and clattered against the wall, momentarily diverting the guard's attention. In that fleeting instant, Noah leaned out and squeezed the trigger. With her Glock, she employed the Mozambique drill, 2 shots to the torso followed by a headshot, standard procedure even against zombies. While she feared the undead, humans did not instill the same dread in her. Bang, bang, bang. The flashes of gunfire erupted almost simultaneously, and the injector's body went limp, collapsing to the floor. At the very moment his heart ceased to beat, a tremor coursed through him. Noah furrowed her brow, having heard the activation sound of a small device. It was a cradle-style auto-injector, programmed to deliver a green serum immediately upon detecting cardiac arrest. This was troubling. Noah's pupils dilated. The injector belonged to the Field family, affluent enough not to skimp on such costly disposable equipment and syringes. Bang! Noah pulled the trigger once more, but the bullet missed its mark. The 9mm round was deflected midair by another bullet. Hey, the gunslinger smirked, and 2 additional arms emerged from behind his shoulders, brandishing the Desert Eagle strapped to his body. He pulled the trigger simultaneously. The large caliber bullets, nearly rivaling a rifle's, unleashed a metallic tempest. With each exhalation from the gunslinger, the smoke from black powder filled the chamber, making every shot resonate like cannon fire. In an instant, the massive, expensive desk was reduced to splinters. Buzz. The kiss of cherubim unfurled its blades, spinning at high speed to deflect the incoming bullets, producing a cacophony of sparks. The injector, now rising, spat blood and uttered softly, "Oh." The gunslinger nodded, freeing one hand to retrieve a gas mask from his waist. With a swift motion, the injector hurled 2 smoke bombs, and a purple haze rapidly enveloped the area. This potent, inhalable biological toxin would claim the life of anyone caught within moments. The White Robe faction was not adept at direct confrontations, but when it came to mass lethality against humans, their methods were undeniably terrifying. Alas, Noah was not human. As the fog descended upon her, she momentarily hesitated, then reversed the kiss of cherubim, directing the toxic smoke back towards the gunslinger. This, of course, proved futile. He donned a gas mask, rendering the gas ineffective. Even attempting to obscure his vision with this tactic was in vain, for he was a seasoned marksman of Sequence 7, and no hostile environment could easily impede his precision. What Noah required was for him to squint through the haze. In other words, she needed him to widen his gaze. Noah raised her hand to her temple, and in an instant, her eyes ignited with an astonishing luminescence, flashing frantically at an astonishing rate. It was the emergency lighting she had employed at the auction. Both the gunslinger and the injector instinctively squinted, the former trained to immediately seek shelter from the blinding light, as mere eyelids could not mitigate the damage. Consequently, he was compelled to halt his suppressive fire. An opportunity. Noah leaped from her cover, executing a slide to evade the injector's thrown syringe, simultaneously discarding her Glock. She grasped her right wrist with her left hand and twisted forcefully. With a sharp crack, her right hand was wholly dislodged, revealing a slender steel cable glowing with searing intensity at the joint of her wrist and palm. The girl sprang gracefully, pressing her back against the opponent's, and in a shoulder throw, bent forward, causing the cable to tighten suddenly. With a resounding crack, the injector's neck was instantly snapped. The charred severance scarcely releasing any blood, only a head rolling to the ground, blinking incessantly. "Now you cannot be revived," Noah murmured, pressing her hand back into place. Bang, bang, bang. The Desert Eagle roared once more as the gunslinger quickly recovered from the flashbang's effects and aimed at Noah. This time, she did not deploy the kiss of cherubim. She was unable to maintain both combat modules in high-output mode simultaneously. To sustain one, she had to sacrifice the other. Holding the injector's corpse before her, she charged at the gunslinger with utmost speed. The leg acceleration module activated, golden flames erupted forth, and a similar molten glow ignited in Noah's eyes. The metallic storm swiftly dismembered the injector, bullets grazed Noah's skin, and she clenched her teeth. With a resounding crack, the injector's corpse collapsed like a sack of mud as Noah closed the distance to the gunslinger. She raised her hand forcefully, and all 4 handguns fell silent. Without waiting for any reaction from the other party, the girl brought her fingers together and pierced through the chest of the gunslinger with her arm. As she watched the other slowly kneel down, Noah opened the cherubic kiss, completing the fatal execution. And that was that. Leon was right. When a person is killed, they die. No one would listen to your explanations about your sequence number, whether you had employed all your means, or if your condition was optimal. Once killed, death is inevitable. The cooling module whirred to life, and Noah opened her mouth, exhaling a stream of scorching air. I wonder what Leon would think if she saw me like this. She patted her cheek. As a mechanical creation, the more she fought with all her might, the further she strayed from humanity. Though she would not dwell on this at a critical moment, Noah still cared a little. In any case, she turned around and walked toward Field's safe house, the drill beginning to hum. "This side is resolved," she murmured. "Received," Leon replied. There was no path ahead. He turned around, facing the gun barrels aimed at him, locking eyes with pairs of furious or fearful gazes. "Stop! Cease all resistance!" shouted the leading member of the Iron Throne, breathless as he used a megaphone. It was the first time he had encountered someone so elusive. Despite the short distance, the person twisted and turned, weaving through the abandoned mines for several minutes. They even paused intermittently, seemingly afraid of losing their pursuers. And remarkably, this individual showed no signs of fatigue, truly possessing a remarkable physique. Charging into the bank in chaos, yet neither taking money nor harming the staff. What was their true intention? The megaphone buzzed. Are you seeking revenge on Field? You will soon find out. Leon raised his hands, signaling his surrender. Go, subdue him. The leader of the Iron Throne gestured. The officers exchanged glances, none daring to advance. They had witnessed the brutal scene in the elevator. Even a Sequence 7 ability user had perished, and they believed themselves no stronger. A bunch of worthless fools, two broad-shouldered kin of Field stepped forward. Once they confirmed that they had severed the line of sight with most of the gun barrels, Leon waved his hand. The hand of the Holy Spirit activated, successfully enabling remote control. A chilling sound emerged, resembling cries intertwined with the sound of air being sliced. As everyone puzzled over what it was, a horrifying circular saw erupted from the wall. Meat grinder activated. The circular saw simultaneously sliced through both walls, sending debris flying and dust billowing. Moments later, the brass holy chariot silently retreated, and both walls collapsed. The Iron Throne members raised their flashlights, illuminating the dense cocoons and the mother of the nest watching them with her multifaceted eyes. The mother of the insect nest opened its maw, armed with sharp pincers, unleashing a chilling roar. One by one, the insect cocoons split open, and newly born zombies tumbled to the ground, struggling to rise from the viscous slime. A multitude of crimson compound eyes gazed upon the Field bloodline and the Iron Throne, a smile gracing their pallid faces. Allow me a moment of selfishness. While I hinder your progress, I will also do a good deed for the residents. Let us all fight valiantly for the sake of the Magnesium Hall, and I shall lend you my support. Leon clenched his fist. Buzz! The sound of the chainsaw roared again, until every zombie was thoroughly dispatched. None could pass this point. As for me, I vow to assist you as soon as I finish my task. For now, I must take my leave. Stepping back, Leon vanished into the whirling saw blades. No one sought him out again, not even the Field bloodline. All eyes were drawn simultaneously to the vast zombie nest. Teeth ground together, their eyes ablaze with fury. During infighting, they might be cowardly, or pass the buck, or feign ignorance. Yet when faced with an overwhelming horde of zombies, no one would decline the call to arms to defend their home. Boom! The train stood firm at the breach, the saw blades spinning wildly, slicing through each attacking zombie. The members of the Iron Throne raised their sidearms, previously aimed at Leon, but never having the chance to fire, and unleashed a torrent of bullets. Truly, there was no cost. Each bullet could be reimbursed, making this a rare opportunity for the frustrated officers to vent their anger. Climbing with mechanical claws to the 121st floor was visually striking, yet Leon's steam boiler could not endure for long. Rather than stopping midway to cool down, he had a more intelligent and expedient approach. He took the elevator. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened, and Leon pushed open the heavy door of the lounge, just in time to see Noah burrowing into the wall of the safe house. Concrete tumbled down with a crashing sound, nearly deafening. Leon, the puppet on his shoulder, stood up, rubbing its cheek against his face. Long time no see. My main body is preoccupied and cannot break free. And the noise is too great, so I sent the puppet to greet you. Leon poked the puppet with his finger. Although you have been perched on my shoulder, it has indeed been a while. How have you fared? No injuries, I hope? Just a minor wound. The puppet coughed lightly, as if recalling something, its complexion slightly flushed. I will leave the subsequent repairs to you. It is my honor, Leon smiled. The puppet appeared bashful, while the main body remained serious, drilling into the wall with a power drill. This sensation is quite peculiar. Chapter 89, Cry? Crying is also a matter of time, combined. Fieldley was seated in the safe house. He could not hear what was occurring outside, but no matter how he pondered, with so many capable individuals, including several experts of Sequence 7, it was improbable that they could not halt one Leon. In the towering edifice of 121 floors, did that fellow truly pierce through to confront him? Fieldley was reluctant to concede this reality. Yet the incessant buzzing of the walls relentlessly assailed his confidence, seeking to extinguish the last flicker of hope within him. The thunderous roar of the drill battered against the concrete, causing the entire safe house to tremble, until at last, a sliver of light from the outside world penetrated through. A fist-sized hole was drilled into the wall, revealing two pairs of eyes peering in from either side. Leon pointed at the astonished Fieldley, his expression radiating satisfaction akin to a pearl emerging from its shell. Wait. Observing the intruding figures, Fieldley raised his hands in a gesture of peace, urging for a calm dialogue. Leon seized him by the nape, forcefully slamming his face onto the table, swiftly conducting a search. Listen, Leon, we need not escalate to this. I fail to comprehend how I have wronged you. Field Lee's cheek pressed firmly against the table. I endorsed your ascent to the position of police chief. And this is how you repay me? Storming into my bank, slaughtering my kin. Such actions are beneath contempt. Smack. Leon delivered a heavy slap to the back of his head, the weighty hand of divine judgment nearly rendering Field Lee unconscious. Noah, join in as well, Leon beckoned. With a fierce elbow strike, Noah leaped forward, seemingly unsatisfied. She retrieved a folding stool from outside and struck Field Lee's lower back with a brutal blow. Troubling Leon means troubling both of us. I've long yearned to teach you a lesson. Who are you? Field Lee screamed inwardly. Endorsing me for sheriff is not merely a matter of flattering words. Leon raised his hand once more. Now, enlighten me on how you orchestrated those white-collar assassins to target me? It was merely a test. I could hardly appoint you sheriff outright without scrutiny. Leon struck him again on the back of the head, the slick back hair surprisingly pleasant to the touch. I owe my survival to my quick reflexes. You call this a test? Noah, pass me the handgun. Leon extended his hand. Click. The Glock was delivered into Leon's grasp. He ejected the magazine, retaining but a single bullet before reinserting it. Click. He pulled back the hammer, pressing the cold muzzle against Field Lee's lips. Let me test your luck as well. Are you familiar with Russian roulette? Field Lee's eyes widened, desperately attempting to maneuver the barrel away with his tongue. That SA Glock, he muttered under his breath. They use revolvers for roulette. Wouldn't this type of magazine-fed pistol be fatal in one shot? Precisely why it's called a test. True metal is revealed through fire, dear Field. Leon gently tapped the trigger, continuing, even if I disregard the assassination attempt. You had no intention of sparing me. Had I not arrived today, wouldn't your men have stormed into my workshop and put me to death in my own bed? Field Lee remained silent, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Leon was more astute than he had anticipated. If not for the majority of the people being dispatched to search for his missing cousin, he might have taken action last night. Thus, Field, it ultimately becomes a matter of life and death. Leon forcefully thrust the muzzle of the gun forward, urging him not to make excuses and to speak plainly. The look of terror that had adorned Field's face vanished, as if he had foreseen his fate. His complexion turned ashen, yet his voice no longer trembled. Has this gun been disinfected? He inquired. You certainly pay attention to hygiene, Leon chuckled softly. Not many bother to disinfect their weapons, but I am one of the few. Consider yourself fortunate. Field spoke somewhat ambiguously, which was quite normal given that he had a Glock in his mouth. Few could articulate clearly under such circumstances. If you have a question, just ask, he said, leaning over the table, glaring at Leon. First, regarding my identity, Leon tapped the gun's body with his finger. Have you figured it out? I have, Field responded, the conductor of the brass holy chariot, the true culprit behind the auction house heist. You do not seem surprised that I am aware of this, Leon noted. There is nothing to be surprised about. I have never made a point to conceal it. Those who can deduce it are inevitable, while those who cannot need not be guarded against. Leon shook his head. However, there is one thing I find perplexing. The auction house heist resulted in the deaths of dozens from the 6th and 7th sequences. Knowing I am responsible, what gave you the audacity to send someone to assassinate me? Who could have anticipated, Field gritted his teeth, that our auction's carriage belonged to the 7th sequence? This implies you are at best an 8th sequence. An 8th sequence cannot break free from such a situation. You must have sought assistance. The assassination was merely a test, to determine whether your aid was disposable or capable of handling any issue. If it were the former, you would be dead today. Alas, who could have foreseen? Field sighed. Assistance indeed exists, yet that does not imply that Leon of the 8th sequence is inept. Quite the opposite. The very individual he once believed he could squash like an ant burst into his tower, slaughtering through 121 floors, and pinned him against the table, striking the back of his head. It is likely that half of the deceased agents fell victim to him, even when the mechanic sequence had not yet vanished. There were no reports of such a formidable presence. Who could have imagined? Field repeated, his face devoid of expression, his gaze numb. Since you have deduced my identity, the ensuing conversation should flow smoothly. Leon extended his hand, and Noah passed him paper and pen. Field, as the de facto chief of the council and a participant in the hunt, I require you to divulge the whereabouts of the furnace heart of the brass holy chariot, as well as who currently possesses the armed components under the council's control and their present locations. Leon glanced at the clock. 5 minutes, if you cannot clarify. Heads will roll, he stated. Crying can be considered time. He added. Field did not weep. After all, as the chief of the council, one of the most powerful individuals in the magnesium hall, even with the gun barrel thrust into his mouth, he did not lose his composure to sob uncontrollably. Regarding your initial inquiry, I too remain uncertain. He stated that the item was stolen while still in the possession of the Lu Consortium, an event that occurred several years ago. Stolen? Liang raised an eyebrow, incredulous that an object capable of bringing ruin upon its possessor could be taken without a trace, and yet remains unrecuperated to this day? Indeed, Fieldley nodded. Are there any suspects? There are, though they are not mere suspects. They are criminals. This individual was apprehended subsequently. Field paused. He goes by the name of Yan, serving aboard the Confession. Yan. Liang narrowed his eyes, swiftly inscribing that name upon a blank sheet of paper. Allow me to confirm, is that the correct spelling? Yes. He has a younger brother and a sister. The sister has recently been hosting signings under his name. TSK. Liang clicked his tongue. Should I remark on the world's smallness or the complexity of human nature? The hero in Enya's eyes, a rogue in Zhang San's perspective, has, in Field Li's narrative, transformed into the thief of the brass furnace. I have served on the jury for this case, and two significant doubts remain. Firstly, Yan, despite enduring torture, refused to divulge either his motive or the whereabouts of the stolen goods, which still remain missing to this day. Secondly, Yan appears to be nothing more than a petty criminal. I personally suspect he may be taking the fall for someone else. Perhaps the mastermind lurks among those co-conspirators, also serving aboard the Confession. What are your thoughts? He turned his gaze towards Liang. My thoughts are of no concern to you. Let us conclude this matter and forget it. Liang's response was devoid of warmth. You have 3 minutes remaining. Fieldley paused for several seconds. Concerning the armed components of the brass chariot, I do not possess a complete list. Are you longing for a grand memory restoration? Liang snapped his fingers. Noah. Bang. The drill struck Field's knee with brutal force, the sound of shattering bone echoing through the air. Please, allow me to explain. Field gritted his teeth, suppressing a cry, yet beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead. At the time the components were distributed, I was merely a lowly underling. Xia Shuidao was a recent recruit of mine. In truth, those who participated in the hunt and were rewarded with components by Lysotis have subsequently found themselves imprisoned following the ascendancy of the Lu Consortium. A new ruler brings new subjects, and the council holds no sway. It is unavoidable. Unavoidable? Liang narrowed his eyes. Noah. Crack. The icy drill was thrust into his mouth. Noah yanked his hair, lifting him, poised to turn the drill at any moment. No, there is a way. There is a way, let me think. Fieldley shut his eyes tightly, reopening them mere seconds later. The pain evidently ignited his instinct for survival, and the expression upon his face grew animated. Tattoos, he exclaimed, clutching at the metaphorical lifeline. Tattoos? Those who were rewarded by Lysotis, in a display of loyalty, bore the insignia of Sodiis upon their skin. It is the emblem of Meon Sodiis. Fieldley continued. Meon Sodiis. Forget-me-not, a type of flower. He swiftly elucidated that these individuals, once apprehended, did not surrender the components, but rather concealed them separately. If you manage to locate these prisoners, you might just uncover a lead. Excellent. Leon glanced at the clock. The second hand was merely 5 small ticks away from 12. You have reclaimed 40% of your life, albeit rounded off. I can provide you with information about 2 of the prisoners. Noah. That's it. I've revealed everything. Truly. With a soft thud, a pen and paper were placed before him. Indeed, my assistance in jogging your memory will expedite matters considerably. I possess a certain aptitude for repairing human memory modules. Write it down. Settlement of the Bluefin Bank incident. The connection between the brass foundry and Yan has been established. Information regarding the remaining armed components, as well as the tattoos on the prisoners, has been acquired. Leon swiftly concluded his summary in the conductor's log, observing Field Li, who lay sprawled over the table, gasping for breath. This individual was also an ability user, classified as Sequence 8 of the Stargazer series. However, upon encountering Leon, he realized he was utterly outmatched and had not even contemplated resistance. Noah turned her head, locking gazes with Leon. Undoubtedly, she was a sufficiently reliable companion, one to whom he could entrust his back in every conceivable aspect. Even under threats and coercion, she could seamlessly cooperate. In that moment, though no words were exchanged, Leon could decipher the question in her eyes. To kill or not to kill Field Li. Leon stroked his chin contemplatively. In truth, eliminating Field Lee would not pose any significant repercussions. The position of chief of the council was one that could be filled by anyone. Should one be killed, another would simply take their place. Retaining Field Lee would allow him, as the responsible party, to explain all that transpired in the bank today. For instance, it could be portrayed as a drill conducted by a quasi-police chief, with no casualties aside from the willingly sacrificed kin of Field. Furthermore, the acting director had issued his singular command since taking office, to instruct the Iron Throne to eradicate the zombies and maintain peace in the Magnesium Hall. Let us applaud Field's spirit of sacrifice, commend acting director Leon, and also acknowledge the efforts of all those who fought valiantly. To dispose of Field Lee would mean publicly committing murder before the hundreds of Iron Thrones in the Magnesium Hall, without anyone to advocate on his behalf. An indisputable criminal act. Although the protection of Augustus II reassured that no dire consequences would arise, it was conceivable that he might face imprisonment in the following days. In such a case, the fate of the brass holy chariot would become uncertain. Sometimes, refraining from killing may indeed be a prudent course of action. Having a subdued Field at the helm is far less troublesome than dealing with other unscathed council members. The challenge lies in ensuring that he no longer poses a threat. With a soft click, the shackles gently closed, activating the desecration shackles that completely sealed Field's powers. "I've planted a bomb inside," Leon remarked, tapping the shackles. "Should you attempt to remove them or act against me, it will detonate. I am indifferent to your dealings with Augustus II or the rebels. Do not provoke me again." As the celebration concluded and I departed from the Magnesium Hall, it would spiral beyond control. At that point, nothing would matter to you. Do you comprehend? Understood, Field nodded. $10,000. Thank you for your patronage. Leon extended his hand. Field's eyes widened. No way, my friend. I have never seen a prisoner who had to pay for their own handcuffs. After a brief silence, considering his safety, he reluctantly nodded and retrieved a stack of cash from the safe in the secure room. "You've given too much," Leon remarked, squeezing the sturdy bundle of notes. "As a bonus, let me share a few pieces of information regarding your missing cousin." Upon hearing the mention of his cousin, Field straightened immediately. "You know where she is? Did you take her hostage?" Capturing Sequence 5 was somewhat of a stretch. Leon shook his head. "She has been infected and transformed into a nest mother, residing in the horde of zombies just a few hundred meters beneath you." "What?" Field's face was one of disbelief, realizing Leon was not jesting. He appeared to deflate, as if all vitality had been drained from him. "I found this in the zombie den. It is the magnesium, which you have been fervently promoting." Leon shook the box. "You utilize it to gradually stimulate the residents' consumer desires, binding them to the council through consumerism. Those bound individuals include your sister. After her infection, she experienced severe distress. Her initial reaction was to consume a significant quantity of magnesium, instead of seeking out a medic for suppressants or receiving a vaccine beforehand. Your sister originally had a 1% chance of survival. How unfortunate, Field." Leon patted his shoulder. The elevator arrived, and Leon stepped inside, preparing to leave. "Wait a moment." Field's hoarse voice called out. "I will accompany you. The magnesium is not entirely baseless." The elevator moved slowly as Field unexpectedly added. Leon nodded. He was well aware of this. The two infected individuals from the basement vault of the auction house were evident of the council's means to control zombies, albeit immature and insufficient for large-scale deployment. This discovery was made by a mechanic long ago. If magnesium were mixed with a special metal, it could emit a scent undetectable to others, yet repulsive to the infected. Coating zombies in this powdered mixture would prevent them from tearing each other apart, instead rendering them in a stupor. Similarly, if one coated themselves with this powder, they would be safe from zombie attacks for a certain period. The mechanic rose to prominence with this discovery, becoming the head of Sades at a young age, and subsequently the overseer of the Magnesium Hall. His name was Ray Sades, and he referred to that special metal as mithril. Field lowered his head, staring at his toes. After Sades' death, the Lu Consortium swiftly sealed off this technology. Yet rumors proliferated among the residents, ultimately leading to the belief that magnesium could prevent infection. Subsequently, the Lu Consortium fell from grace, and the parliament successfully ascended to power, seizing the opportunity to launch the magnesium sheets, as we see them now. The plan was conceived by me, and I have been overseeing its execution. One could say that the magnesium sheets are my principal product. Field Lee sighed heavily, lamenting, "I have caused the demise of my sister." "Speak of something I am unaware of," Leon remarked, adjusting his mechanical claw. Do you seek my consolation? Regarding the so-called mithril, do you still possess any? Indeed. Fieldley nodded. Not only do we have it, but you have also seen it. I have seen it. Leon raised an eyebrow. On the day of Augustus II's arrival in the city, we dispatched a gigantic silver-white carriage to greet him, intending to instill a sense of intimidation. That carriage was crafted from mithril, one of the relics of Res Otis. As for your sister, I extend my condolences. Leon placed a reassuring hand on Field's shoulder. I am rather blunt and not adept at expressing such sentiments, but I genuinely mourn for her. Field's expression was complex. So, where is this mithril carriage now? Leon squinted. The abilities of Sequence 5 practitioners have become nearly invincible. She stands just one step away from becoming a demigod, fully entering a realm beyond human reach. The infected of Sequence 5, however, present a different scenario, operating almost purely on instinct. While this limits their full potential, they have experienced significant enhancements in physicality and other aspects. For instance, at this very moment, the mother of the nest hangs inverted from the cave's apex. Her pallid skin and mottled, shedding black hair creating a disquieting aura alien to humanity. Below her, countless similarly pale zombies scuttle on all fours, rushing toward the throng. Hormones surging, chitinous exoskeleton, swarm intelligence, one ability after another is unleashed as the zombies grow stronger and paler, resembling knights clad in white bone armor. As a torrent of metal cascades upon them, the white bone armor shatters rapidly. Stalemate. Should the insect zombies breach the enemy lines before their armor crumbles, they would unleash a horde of gun-wielding Iron Throne infected. Fortunately, the sharp circular saw unfurls mid-air. Even if they charge forth, they cannot advance a single step closer. Alternate fire. The squad leader commanded, call for reinforcements, and request logistics to supply ammunition. The leading Iron Throne figure held a loudspeaker aloft, fixated on the circular saw. It had been spinning for an extended duration, at such a terrifying velocity and with a chilling kill radius. He observed as the saw overheated, then bizarrely cooled suddenly, only to overheat once more, followed by another drop in temperature. It was akin to a supernatural occurrence. As for the train itself, it cleverly concealed itself in the darkness, rendering it invisible. This was Leon's train, one that belonged to a man who nearly ascended to the position of police chief, yet dared to venture alone into the Bluefin Bank. Such a train was indeed worthy of him. Maintain fire coverage. Do not let them approach. These wretched beings will eventually meet their demise. A familiar voice echoed from behind, causing the lead officer to turn around and behold Leon alongside the battered Field. What an extraordinary pairing, bank robber and banker. Could reconciliation truly be possible? Upon seeing Leon, several relatives of Field approached with reddened eyes, and sensing an impending conflict, the lead officer promptly inquired, "Are you all right?" To which Leon responded with a slight nod. "Honestly, I am utterly perplexed by the situation," the officer murmured. "Do you require assistance?" "None is needed," Field waved dismissively. "Remember, today's events are merely a drill orchestrated by my special security advisor and temporary acting sheriff, Leon. I am not entirely satisfied with your performance, understand?" "Yes, yes." The lead officer saluted sharply. "I apologize. I shall strive to improve." Leon patted his shoulder, as the somewhat portly officer's eyes brimmed with tears, presenting an almost nauseating expression of gratitude. Leon withdrew his hand, and he and Field navigated through the crowd towards the fore, observing the gaunt, pallid mother of the nest suspended from the cavern's apex. Upon recognizing her face, Field sighed. "Indeed, it is my cousin. Have you seen enough?" Leon inquired. "I have." Field nodded. "Very well." Leon raised his arm. "Everyone listen. I am about to eliminate this abomination." "Wait," that familiar tone. Could he be the workshop master? A voice murmured in the crowd. It must be him. Young, handsome, capable of dispatching a Sequence 6 infected with a single shot. Yet this one is Sequence 5. Another voice chimed in. "Ultimately, it falls upon us." The whispers of the crowd continued. Ignoring them, Leon steadied his breath. Penetrating shot. Mastering rage. The mother of the nest seemed to sense an impending attack, lifting her head to fix her cold compound eyes upon Leon. With a tense click, the mechanism reached its limit. Just before firing, Leon bellowed, "Pull the trigger." Whoosh. A flash of red light flickered from the corner, and the crossbow bolt soared directly toward the diminutive abomination. Chapter 90. Pull the trigger, awakening, combined. The crossbow bolt, enveloped in radiance, whistled forth, leaving a trail of sonic booms in its wake as it thundered into the corner. Did it miss? Field furrowed his brow. He had forewarned everyone. Yet they failed to strike the target, and the mother of the nest remained unscathed. Honestly, this is subpar. Others echoed their confusion, as Leon's reputation hung in the balance. Should he intervene to salvage his dignity in front of the dignitaries? Suddenly, a scream pierced the darkness. Immediately following, the tail end of the bolt ignited, illuminating the cavern with a flare. The diminutive figure cowered in the corner, the sharp talons of the crossbow bolt pinning it firmly to the ground as it struggled desperately to escape its plight. Ignoring the others, Leon immediately reloaded and prepared to strike again. When the plague doctor had sought his assistance that morning, Leon, as was his custom, had conducted an interrogation, extracting every detail of the encounter, including the sighting of the diminutive zombie, closely affiliated with the mother of the nest. The intelligent, abductor-like creature was known to be a rank 5. It was nearly impossible to hit the mother of the nest directly with a hand crossbow. Yet, given the close relationship between the mother and the abductor, aiming for the latter would guarantee a hit on one of the two. Relying on instinct and keen scent to ascertain its location, Leon called out its name, prompting a brief response. The first arrow would immobilize, while the second could attempt to push the mechanism to its limits, stretching and expanding, the gears and chains unfurling continuously, immense power brewing within. The scar on his palm throbbed faintly, oozing blood as Leon squinted. There was something there. A sentient being was concealed. The lead officer shouted nearby, buying time for Leon. Open fire. Truly, Leon was remarkable, effortlessly uncovering details that had eluded them. Large-scale zombie nests typically housed countless ordinary zombies, a formidable king, and an intelligent creature that had ascended through cunning to devise strategies. It was precisely because of their intelligence that they rarely exposed themselves. They had searched for ages without success. The sound of gunfire erupted, sending dirt and debris flying, smoke billowing into the air. Through the haze, Leon glimpsed another figure emerging amidst the dust, standing protectively before the abductor. A sigh of relief escaped Leon. The bullet struck her, yet most merely left shallow wounds. This time, however, was different. Leon squeezed the trigger. Boom. A blast of wind, slightly less forceful than the first, erupted. Splatter. Blood sprayed as the crossbow bolt pierced the mother of the nest, which she clutched tightly with both hands, failing to reach the abductor behind her. Leon pulled the trigger again and again. The mother of the nest remained steadfast in her position. A cascade of bolts struck her, marring her human upper body and insect lower half with a tapestry of wounds. She turned her head, her crimson eyes fixed on the abductor, her thoughts inscrutable. The abductor's wails echoed incessantly, gradually prompting the Iron Throne members to cease firing. As the gunfire faded, the cavern reverberated only with the sounds of the mechanisms and the visceral splatters of flesh, alongside the abductor's spine-chilling roars. Leon continued to shoot. After emptying a magazine, he replaced it with a fresh one, embedding every bolt into the mother of the nest's body. At long last, the pale matriarch of the nest collapsed with a resounding thud, extending her trembling hand to cradle the reaver in her embrace. I know you can understand my words. Leon raised his arm. The iron claws cannot restrain you for long. Emerge from your hiding place and cease lurking behind her. A brief silence ensued. Field Lee's expression darkened. The events of the day had struck him with considerable force. Witnessing his sister turned into a pincushion was already unbearable, and her defense of such a vile, intelligent species only brought disgrace upon the Field family. Most crucially, could there truly exist such semblance of emotion among the undead? They had long since become mere shells of their former selves. If emotions did persist, who was truly imprisoned within that body, his sister or the matriarch of the nest? Countless thoughts swirled within him, yet the hardened heart forged by years of power allowed Field Lee to maintain a facade of composure. A mournful wail erupted from beneath the matriarch's corpse, followed by a sequence of syllables. "Leon, I swear I will kill." The words were muffled and halting, yet undeniably spoken in the common tongue. A talking zombie. This revelation was akin to an animal speaking human words. Those once regarded as mere beasts, engaged in mutual slaughter, could transform the landscape of understanding upon gaining the ability to communicate. A chill rose from the depths of each heart, silently gripping their stomachs with a forceful pull. Are the other zombies cleared out? Leon swiftly turned to inquire of the others. Yes, not a single one remains. The leader of the Iron Throne replied. Boom! A shell soared through the air, crashing heavily upon the matriarch's corpse. Before others could grasp the situation, Leon gestured once more. The rapid-fire cannon virtually enveloped the entire cavern. Debris flew as thunderous explosions compelled everyone to instinctively cover their ears. Leon wasted no time in unleashing the artillery. After restraining the Reaver and dispatching the matriarch of the nest, he initially intended to resolve matters with a more tempered approach, considering their proximity to the surface and the core furnace. However, the Reaver could speak. It articulated syllables with its half-decayed tongue and trachea, each word laced with the curses of a fevered dream, even vowing to kill him. At that point, there was nothing more to deliberate, only the command to fire. Boom. As the cannonade concluded, the sound of breaking tiles echoed overhead, and several drainage pipes ruptured. Filthy water sprayed into the air, mingling with dust to create mud. Under Leon's careful control, the ground fissured slightly. The matriarch's corpse was buried beneath stones alongside the Reaver. Leon halted the others who were preparing to advance, drawing forth the Firestorm Cross and stepping over the debris. A finishing blow was imperative. Unless he personally severed the enemy's head, it would not be considered a true kill. With a clatter, Leon sifted through the rubble and beheld the shattered form of the mother of the nest. He turned it over with his mechanical claw. Its body was hollowed out, its innards entirely vanished, leaving only a shell behind. As for the wraith, it had vanished. This creature had sworn to kill Leon on the surface, but in truth, it began devouring the mother of the nest when she used her last ounce of strength to embrace it. Leon narrowed his eyes and sniffed the air. Summer Rice had once mentioned that intelligent beings would deliberately starve themselves, only to feast upon their kin in critical moments, thereby swiftly regaining their formidable strength. Damn it, no? That is not right. A thought sparked in his mind, and Leon abruptly retreated. Boom. A fierce crimson light erupted from the rubble, instantly severing the mechanical claw. There it was. Leon smirked. The wraith had not fled. It had purposely concealed itself, intending to lead Leon into a false sense of security before seizing an opportunity to escape. However, Leon was the type who would not rest until he delivered the finishing blow himself. Now, it sought to strike when Leon moved in for the kill, or at the very least, to perish alongside him. Yet, Leon had no intention of advancing, maintaining a safe distance even from the corpse. Thus, the wraith's desperate strike missed, leaving it exposed, having just executed one attack while unprepared for the next. An opportunity presented itself. Whoosh. Without hesitation, Leon unleashed a flurry of dual blades, simultaneously triggering the Cyclops, the hand cannon roaring to life. The tremendous recoil propelled Leon into a swift spin, followed by a second horizontal sweep. The blades and cannon fire struck true, enveloping a significant portion of the wraith's body in a crimson mist. It howled in agony, retreating and leaping toward an opening above, one of the fissures Leon had created, extending down to the ground. Quite clever, Leon squinted as he activated links, propelling himself off the wall. He intended to pursue the wraith until he either hacked it to death or shot it down. Suddenly, the wraith unleashed an astonishing maneuver, spraying blood from its back before extracting something from its abdomen and crushing it violently. Boom. A black mist filled the air, prompting Leon to furrow his brow and cover his mouth and nose as he recoiled. The center S sequence. Once the black mist dissipated, the wraith had vanished entirely, leaving behind only half an arm. This time, unlike before, it was a complete and utter disappearance. TSK, Leon smirked. He recalled the high ponytailed bodyguard from the center S sequence. This path S ability seemed to facilitate movements ungraspable by others through that black liquid. It appeared the wraith had also been an ability user in life, and what it had extracted seemed to be some form of organ, an organ that could not regenerate. If that were the case, this severe blow had utterly curtailed the wraith's capacity to skulk about, ensuring that their next encounter would lead to its definitive demise. As he contemplated this, Leon's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. He turned to see the leading officer approaching with a brisk gait. "Are you all right?" The officer inquired with genuine concern. "I'm fine. Though it's unfortunate that it escaped," Leon replied, shaking his head. "Do you know what that was?" "The heart of the sinner." Field Lee approached, stating, "Only those with a penance level above 6 will experience such an effect. It's quite rare for you to encounter something like this." "Rare?" Leon asked. "Collect these liquids and let them dry into powder. They can be reused. It's akin to a one-time creation of a sequence, valuable yet scarce." An hour later, as dawn broke, Leon spread the black substance out to dry. He washed his hands, watching the crimson blood flow steadily into the drain. After cleaning himself up, he turned to face the bound wretch sitting in the courtyard. In such circumstances, no one would concern themselves with the whereabouts of a little girl. Leon was alone in confronting the mother of the hive. This indicated that Noah was lurking in the shadows. Since stepping out of the elevator, he had entrusted Noah to lie in ambush in the hall to ensure no mistakes were made. Given that he personally fired the cannon and created the sole escape route, it was not difficult to corner the wretch. The next encounter Leon spoke of, which would lead to its complete demise, was merely 10 seconds away. In truth, even if the wretch managed to flee to the street, there awaited Nangong tea in the bookstore. Even if Nangong tea did not notice, Leon, who played the cello at the Silver Cod restaurant, would not turn a blind eye. Leon was a cautious man. When the safety of the entire city was at stake, it was prudent to take every measure possible. In summary, it was regrettable. The intelligent being could not escape the web Leon had woven. This operation was not solely to eliminate the mother of the hive, but also to deal with the wretch. It could not be allowed to roam freely in the magnesium hall. With a creak, Leon pulled over a chair and sat down face to face with the wretch, staring at its partially decayed visage. This creature was the very thing that had turned him into an infected. Leon squinted. Sometimes he pondered how his life would have unfolded had he not been bitten. He might have gone to the magnesium hall to inherit, become an ordinary workshop owner, participated in celebrations, only to be swept up in the chaos wrought by the rebels or perish in the wretch's obscure plans. Or perhaps the cold girl would remain stranded, leaving him trapped in the wasteland, becoming a rare mechanical infected. Strictly speaking, everything began when the wretch took a bite out of him. The gears of fate began to turn. He encountered Noah, found the brass sanctum, and gathered the carriages and other clues in the magnesium hall. Of course, this did not mean Leon would regard it as a benefactor. That would be absurd. It was merely a moment of reflection. All right, it's time for you to be on your way, Leon declared, raising his crossbow and aiming it at the wretch's head. Wait. Aren't you going to ask me anything? You're just going to kill me like this? The voice of the wretched specter remained hoarse and unpleasant. There is little for us to discuss. I am a loquacious zombie. Sell me to a hospital or an academy, and you stand to reap substantial profits. Money is of no consequence. Your demise would enhance my quality of slumber. Leon shrugged. This was quite significant to him. You cannot kill me. The specter writhed desperately, revealing the gaping wound in its chest and abdomen. Within me lies the liver of a high-ranking, white-clad individual, harboring enough toxins to annihilate the entire city. Should you slay me, all shall perish. Leon raised an eyebrow, stepping into the room, and moments later, the plague doctor followed. The elderly man lingered after clarifying matters with his granddaughter, temporarily remaining to regain his composure. The plague doctor donned gloves, prodding the specter's abdomen, gazing at the purplish-black liver in silence before nodding towards Leon. Once they had distanced themselves, the plague doctor spoke slowly. It speaks truth. This is indeed the liver of a high-ranking, white-clad individual, infused with a considerable quantity of toxins. How is that possible? Leon whispered. It possesses the bile of a sinner and the liver of a white-clad individual, yet it can articulate thoughts. What on earth is this creature? I too am curious. The plague doctor replied, shaking his head. In my estimation, it encountered more than one high-ranking infected individual during its travels, one of whom was an organ merchant. Yes, one such as myself, the plague doctor affirmed before Leon could respond. These high-ranking infected willingly offered their bodily organs, which were then grafted onto it by the organ merchant. This might be a unique talent among the wise, though even within their ranks, it is remarkable. It is the first time I have encountered a zombie capable of speech, its linguistic ability surpassing even that of Perlo. Perlo would be saddened to hear that, Leon mused, rubbing his temples. The old doctor lacked an understanding of human relationships. Comparing with odd examples. Can you remove that organ? Leon inquired. Given the nature of organ merchants, the plague doctor should be capable. In theory, yes. However, the individual who grafted the organs possesses a higher sequence than I do, and I cannot guarantee a flawless extraction. The process of neutralization is equally challenging, primarily due to the risks involved. If even a trace were to leak, Leon, the magnesium hall would be doomed. Fortunately, the opposing party's technique is nearly flawless. As long as it remains alive, the toxins will not escape. Leon stroked his chin thoughtfully. The high walls of the refuge cannot thwart the virus. Thus, the optimal solution appears to be transporting it to the wasteland, as far as possible, and then dispatching it from a distance. In other words, The current plan should be swift and decisive. The fiery cross of war swept through, severing the remaining limbs of the specter. Reducing it to mere sticks and confining it would be the most prudent course of action. The flames accompanying the fiery cross immediately cauterized the wounds, with barely any blood seeping out. The specter continued its tirade, yet no one paid it heed. It can be stored on my side. The doctor remarked that his laboratory had an isolation chamber, which could offer a semblance of safety. Alternatively, he could procure a small sterile chamber for me. Let us opt for the sterile chamber. Having it here would provide me with greater peace of mind. With that, Leon carried it, along with a chair, into the basement. The sun gradually ascended in the sky. After pulling the heavy curtains, Leon, who had endured an all-nighter, completed his morning routine and settled into bed. He seldom stayed up late, as it was detrimental to his health. As he lay down, sleep eluded him. He stared at the ceiling, silently reflecting on the gains from his recent endeavors. Primarily, the intelligence he had gathered was noteworthy. The brass furnace had been stolen by Jan, whose whereabouts remained unknown, while he was currently serving aboard the Confession. The prisoners who initially obtained the armed components were also serving on the Confession, their bodies marked with forget-me-not tattoos. Leon had also acquired a list containing 2 names that Field Lee recognized, prisoners who had escaped for reasons unknown: Forget-me-not and Mion Sotis. Jan, Enya, Rezotis, the brass furnace, and the Confession. Leon rubbed his temples. The Confession was one of the 12 miracle trains, albeit rather unique. In essence, it served as a mobile prison for those with abilities. Those who had erred would be dispatched to the Confession and subsequently removed from their original sequence, all being integrated into the criminal sequence. The sanctuary itself did not accept criminals with abilities, as their guardians required an abundance of iron thrones. Thus, the confinement was only temporary. Exiling them to the wasteland undoubtedly increased the risk of high-sequence infections, elevating the danger of travel once more. Such was the nature of the Confession, which continuously traversed various major sanctuaries, receiving criminals, shackling them, and embarking on a penitent expedition. It was said that even the train conductor belonged to the criminal sequence, though some dismissed this as mere rumor. Leon held no particular aversion to the Confession. This mobile prison had not participated in the hunts of yesteryear and was not considered an enemy. He resolved to visit it whenever the opportunity arose. With this decision made, he turned over in bed. A doll-sized girl faced him, blinking her eyes. Noah. Leon gently poked her nose. Ever since he found the doll, Noah frequently made her way to his bed in this manner. When questioned about her motives, she would deflect with various excuses, and thus, she had taken up residence there. You have truly worked hard today, Leon said sincerely. This was the truth. Not only had she accompanied him in breaching the Bluefin Bank, but she had also helped thwart the scavenger, making it clear that without Noah, many of today's successes would have required Leon to exert tenfold or even 100-fold more effort and risk. Noah consistently demonstrated her reliability. Just as she feared zombies yet could still utilize inorganic materials, she was akin to a trustworthy adult. Indeed, it has been quite exhausting, the doll replied, nodding vigorously. Leon smiled. He appreciated this aspect of Noah. She was devoid of pretense and often exclaimed how hard she had worked. In truth, the hardships I have endured pale in comparison to her contributions. I never anticipated your proficiency. Leon reflected on Noah's cooperation when they threatened Field Lee. I owe my gratitude to Detective Marlowe. I learned everything on the spot. Noah, feeling somewhat guilty, scratched her head. Despite my expressionless demeanor at the time, I was in a state of utter panic, and I had deliberately deactivated my expression module. Observing her look of apprehension, Leon gently patted the doll's head. Additionally, your assistance in subduing the ghost was invaluable. It was you who compelled me to remain there. Noah shook her head, stating that she merely noticed an object flying out and used a power drill to restrain it. That was impressive in itself. You're too kind. Don't flatter me too much, or I might become arrogant. The doll lightly tapped Leon's shoulder. After a few moments of silence, she opened her arms and collapsed onto Leon's pillow. Honestly, Leon, you are remarkable. Why the sudden compliment? Because those experiences were your firsts, weren't they? The first time confronting zombies, taking lives, charging into a building, facing dozens of guns, and contending with so many powerful individuals, all of whom are 1 or 2 tiers above you. The doll shook her head, expressing her disbelief at how he managed it. If I were in your position, I would be terrified. I was terrified. Leon scratched his head. Really? The doll sat up abruptly. Of course, I might have lost my life at any moment. It would be strange not to be afraid. Leon replied, fear can be beneficial. It fosters caution and stimulates adrenaline production. However, I always keep in mind that death is inevitable. Placing too much emphasis on tears can lead to cowardice. Even a tier 5 can be infected by the ghost, and a tier 4 might choke on water. Reflecting on these thoughts allows me to meet their gaze, even amidst fear. It's all rather complex, Noah murmured. If I had to pinpoint it, it's about acceptance. Leon pondered. I have made peace with the notion of death and proactively embrace it before it arrives, transforming it into something manageable. Had I not ventured to Field Mansion today, my relatives might have come knocking at my door. If I hadn't dealt with the ghost, zombies would have emerged from the ground in a few days. Maintaining this rhythm is the key to survival. Thus, I am invulnerable. Leon smiled. I think I understand. The doll twirled around and wrapped her arms around his neck. You are indeed invulnerable, for I am here with you. Chapter 91:026, combined. But what about you, Noah? Leon nuzzled her cheek, noticing she had not been well since returning today, isolating herself in her room. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. The doll shook her head. Noah. Leon's tone grew serious. Even though the doll lacked the ability to cry, I can sense your emotions. I am the mechanic. The doll fell silent. You are my only partner, Noah. If I possessed the ability to ensure that one person would never experience sorrow, that person would undoubtedly be you. Leon stroked the doll's head, assuring her that if she felt it was too soon to share these feelings, that was perfectly fine. However, should you wish to seek counsel, I am always at your service. Knock, knock. The bedroom door echoed with a knock, and Leon lifted his gaze to see a small girl standing at the threshold. Her eyes slightly reddened. Leon opened his arms wide. Noah hurried forward and leaped into his embrace. What is it? Leon gently stroked her hair. Would you care to share with me? Noah, her voice somewhat hoarse, responded with a soft After retrieving the 7th carriage, my memory core has regained a fragment. She articulated. Record, the activation of Unit 026 has commenced. Vague silhouettes engaged in discourse among themselves. What do you think I should say first? A greeting? Such formality seems unnecessary. After all, it is merely mechanical. This batch, equipped with personality modules, could potentially influence performance. The fully suppressive emotional module is only marginally better. It is not as exaggerated as one might think. Nonetheless, given this possibility, there are 2 human figures within my field of vision. Executing voice print and appearance comparison, they are researchers. Registration commences, and I shall refer to you as Candidate Unit 026. Please repeat that. Command detected. Requesting activation of voice output. Enabling vocal module. Candidate Unit 026. Noah opened her mouth, and within mere seconds, her initially cold synthetic voice transformed into a sweet and clear tone. Commencing self-diagnosis. The researchers continued their documentation. Self-diagnosis mode activated. Cooling module operational, power core functional, energy conversion rate at 42%, weapon module inactive, personality suppression engaged. The researcher swiftly noted, describe your current state. I am clad in combat attire, lying within a transparent container, with 3 researchers before me. And your emotional state? Testing. Testing. Do you feel lonely? Do you desire to leave the container? Testing. Testing. Do you wish to embrace someone? To be cherished? Testing. Testing. The researcher neither nodded nor shook her head. She set down her folder and approached the control panel. As she pressed a button, the buffering liquid gradually receded, and a plume of white mist erupted from the vents on Noah's shoulders. Next, we shall proceed to the testing chamber for combat evaluation, 026. Activate the weapon module. Noah stepped into the testing chamber. It was an expansive space, the walls thick and devoid of anything beyond the endless expanse of metal. Balance control operational. All components functioning normally, she murmured. Various weaponry components emerged and retracted from her form, completing a secondary self-diagnosis. Noah stood still, devoid of directives, uncertain of her next course of action. 026, we shall now commence your combat testing. Following the beeping sound, everything animated within the chamber became your adversary. Do you understand? I do, Noah replied, her expression inscrutable as she nodded. The door at the opposite end of the chamber slowly opened, and several girls, bearing a resemblance to her, entered. The figure before her, expressionless, lowered their head, mirroring Noah's actions as they inspected their weaponry and awaited commands. A low humming sound resonated, and the 2 young women raised their arms, launching a stream of heated wires towards her. Simultaneously, A spinning saw blade shot forth from the arm of one, accompanied by a menacing buzz that surged toward Noah. She crouched, evading and leaping deftly. With a fierce flying knee, she shattered the skull of one assailant, then swiftly swept her leg, delivering a crushing blow to the chest of the other. In an instant, she neutralized both adversaries, leaving only the girl wielding the saw blade before her. Noah extended her arm, releasing the cherubic kiss, which spun into action. As they passed each other, the saw blade severed a lock of Noah's hair, while the drill pierced the chest of her opponent. With an upward thrust and a downward strike, she executed her adversary. The identical mechanical body was instantly obliterated, leaving behind mere scraps of metal, sparking intermittently. The test concluded. A voice emanated from the speaker. Noah lowered her hands, standing by in readiness. Oil and coolant trickled down her cheeks, forming two dark trails reminiscent of tears. The development of the personality module remained incomplete. Despite being an extraordinary creation, it still lacked that final touch. Researchers conversed beyond the glass, their voices becoming a distant murmur. Souls, the leader, clad in a pitch-black conductor's uniform, remained indistinct, proclaiming the need for souls. Only by actively breaking free from constraints could a truly complete personality emerge, possessing a soul indistinguishable from that of a human. To achieve this, continuous emotional stimuli must be provided. Thank you for your hard work during this period. The researchers nodded. The successful completion of the ritual would benefit all. The train came to a gradual halt. Noah disembarked, surveying her surroundings. She encountered many unfamiliar sights. After rummaging through her memory bank, she confirmed that the luminous object above was the moon and that the towering forms beside her were oak trees. She found herself amidst a nocturnal forest. Noah felt somewhat at a loss. Without directives, she was uncertain of her next steps. What are you looking at? A voice inquired. Turning her head, Noah beheld a face strikingly similar to her own. Another mechanical being, yet exuding an aura reminiscent of the researchers. The expressions and fluctuations in tone were qualities she did not possess. The moon and the oak trees, Noah replied truthfully. What is your identification number? Number 7. The girl smiled, adding, I am your senior. Noah silently recorded the terms number 7 and senior into her memory bank. 026, number 7 said, hands clasped behind her back. Circling Noah. Why are you standing still? No one instructed me to move, Noah replied once more. They released us to allow us to walk freely. Number 7 tilted her head, stating that, under normal circumstances, this would often be the case, as there were many nearby small to medium-sized shelters. Small to medium-sized shelters. Noah updated her memory bank once again. All right, think about it more when you return. 7th number seized Noah's arm, urging her to take a stroll. Noah, pulled along, took her first steps in defiance of another's command, relying solely on her own volition. A sense of inexplicable agitation washed over her. However, as 7th number led her into a light sprint, the entities known as oak trees began to recede, while the moon above seemed to follow their every move. The power core pulsed with a gentle excitement. Suddenly, 7th number halted, confronting an odd creature before them, its black fur, for legs firmly planted on the ground, lowered in stance, and its tail wagging with fervor. What is this? Do you know? 7th number turned to her. I don't know, Noah replied, taking a small step back. Let's go back. It might be a bit dangerous. Just as the words left her lips, 7th number had already scooped up the small black creature, twirling it around joyfully. The creature extended its pink tongue and barked happily. Oh, it's a dog, 7th number exclaimed, glancing at Noah. It can bark. It looks different from what's in the memory bank, Noah remarked, her brow furrowed. Don't rely too heavily on the memory bank, 7th number advised, cradling the puppy before Noah. Many things must be experienced firsthand to be truly understood. Noah extended her hand, feeling the warm touch of the creature's paws against her skin. Unlike the warmth generated by the power core, this was genuine body heat. You're smiling, 7th number suddenly observed. Am I? Noah blinked in surprise. You have a lovely smile, 7th number said with a hint of exasperation. It's infuriating. We have nearly identical faces, yet yours is more endearing when you smile. 026. Remember to smile more, all right? That's a piece of advice from your predecessor. How do you feel? Testing. Testing. Do you feel lonely? Do you wish to leave the pod? Do you desire to converse with others? Testing. Testing. Do you wish to embrace someone? Do you long to experience true warmth? Testing. Testing. The deviation from the baseline has shifted slightly, The researcher noted as they set down their folder, but it should be all right. After all, your performance in combat tests has consistently been impressive. I have a question, 026. Why have you refrained from destroying the memory centers of your opponents since last week? The monitor displayed footage of Noah dismantling one girl after another, though she only severed their limbs, weapon modules, or power cores. Noah's eyes flickered. I was thinking that they must possess their own unique memories. I do not wish to obliterate those. I see, the researcher nodded. I understand now. Subject 026 is beginning to exhibit empathy. The project is progressing smoothly. The researcher waved the folder, truly remarkable for a new entity housing the majority of the personality modules. Majority of the personality modules? Another researcher inquired. You're not aware? The personality modules have been fragmented into numerous parts, each installed within them, the researcher replied. After the combat tests conclude, the discarded personality modules will be extracted and installed into Unit 026. This method allows the most exceptional units to share memories and experiences, serving as a remarkably swift means of development. Ultimately, those equipped with complete personality modules may indeed possess a soul. Is that not intriguing? Noah disembarked from the train. The moon above, once perfectly round, had transformed into a crescent shape, having gone through this change several times. Her combat skills had reached an unparalleled level of mastery. However, there were also some bewildering alterations taking place within her. She had begun to dream. Each night, upon entering sleep mode, she was greeted by a myriad of fragmented memories. Some cherished observing flowers, others delighted in collecting stones, and still others spent their days gazing at the moon, sketching its various forms. Noah was uncertain of the origins of these memories. She speculated they were what one might call dreams. Could it be that even machines are capable of dreaming? She was unsure, but there was one person who likely knew, being a veteran. Noah stood in place, awaiting that familiar voice. But it did not come. 5 minutes passed. Then 10, and finally 15. An unfamiliar sense of unease and panic welled up from within her. Noah took a step forward, traversing through the throng of girls who bore her likeness, striving to find the one with the most animated expression. At last, she discovered Unit 7 beneath a tree, staring intently at an acorn. I'm sorry, I lost track of time, she said, turning to Noah with an apologetic smile. What are you doing? Noah inquired. I'm observing this acorn, 7 replied, holding it up. See, it's so plump and beautiful. I assent it. Why did you suddenly start observing acorns? Noah's tone carried a hint of reproach. Because the girl I killed yesterday loved acorns, 7 replied with a smile. Her personality module is now in my mind, and I want to fulfill her wish by finding the perfect acorn. What did you say? Noah paused, momentarily taken aback. Are you also undergoing combat tests? Of course. That's our job, 7 replied with a wry smile. Haven't you noticed the diminishing numbers? Each time we enter the testing chamber, only one can emerge. Even if you show mercy, those units cannot escape the fate of being scrapped. Their personality modules will be transferred to you. We continually eliminate our kin, bearing their souls while awaiting our own inevitable demise. However, upon reflection, even in death, not everything is lost. At least a part of me will endure. Are you all right? 7 asked, her gaze filled with concern for Noah. Noah stood frozen, unable to articulate her thoughts, her body trembling uncontrollably. This was not a dream. It was evidence that she possessed thoughts, a personality, akin to that of a human. Rather, it was the multitude of souls of her kind. Even if she showed mercy, it was futile. They were created solely for mutual slaughter. Unable to engage in another round of testing, their only fate was to be discarded. So what was the purpose of her long-continued participation in these tests? Noah raised her hand. The sensation of oil and coolant was strikingly vivid, slippery and cold, reminiscent of a human corpse. She suddenly turned to number 7, asking, one day, will we become enemies? If I don't perish before that. Number 7 replied with a wry smile, then it should be so. No, I don't want that. Noah fervently shook her head. Rest assured, I'm quite formidable, otherwise. The old model wouldn't have lasted this long. Number 7 reassured her, patting her shoulder. There are things I still wish to do, things I must accomplish. Well, we haven't developed the capability to shed tears yet. Want to know what that is? I want to tell you. Number 7 giggled. That's my secret. A secret? Yes, a secret. I am different from all the other units because I possess a secret, Number 7 whispered. For this secret, I will strive to survive, even if my opponent is you, 026. However, should I ultimately be defeated by you, then you shall know. She smiled as she tucked Noah's hair behind her ear. 2 days later, another combat test commenced. Noah stood dazed in the compartment, watching as number 7 approached. 007, the combat test begins now. After the buzzing sound, everything in the compartment became her enemy. Do you understand? Understood. Number 7 nodded expressionlessly. Wait. Noah bit her lip. It's me. Weapon self-check completed. Number 7 moved her hands, the thermal wire extending from her wrists. Number 7. Buzz. All sound was drowned out by the buzzing. In that moment of auditory chaos, Noah saw number 7 charging towards her at high speed, the thermal wire slicing through the air like a sharp arc. With no choice left, she began to counterattack. Number 7 was indeed formidable, stronger than any opponent Noah had ever faced. If her hands were broken, she fought with her feet. If her feet were broken, she crawled on the ground, and even when she could no longer move, she desperately bit at her enemy's ankles. Number 7 harbored a secret, one that set her apart from all other units, compelling her to fight for survival. Finally, with a sharp crack, number 7's power core shattered, and she collapsed. Noah knelt on the ground, embracing the now battered form of number 7. Ah, you really are impressive, number 7 blinked, revealing a vivid, human-like smile once more. Noah found herself at a loss for words. She felt something swell and sour in her throat, urging her to cry. Yet, they possessed no capability for tears. All that remained was heavy, desperate breathing. Number 7 raised her hand, brushing against Noah's ear. Memory library sharing complete, she whispered, closing her eyes as her hand fell limp. At that moment, the voice of the researcher resonated through the speakers. How do you feel? Test. Noah lifted her head, her eyes brimming with fury. Do you feel lonely? Do you wish to escape the confines of the chamber? Test. Bang. Noah raised her hand and struck the tempered glass with force, fissures spiderwebbing across its surface. Do you long for human embrace? Do you desire to be cherished? Do you wish to experience genuine warmth? Test. Bang. She struck again with ferocity. Buzz. The drill word to life. The kiss of cherubim igniting a fierce blaze, shattering the tempered glass. Eyes filled with astonishment and dread turned towards her, upon grasping the situation. They erupted into cheers and applause. It is a success, they proclaimed. The suppression of her personality has been breached. She now possesses a soul, they continued. Yet, no smile graced Noah's face. She silently raised the kiss of cherubim, 2 streams of charred tears coursing down her cheeks. Boom! The thick walls of the carriage were blasted open, and the girl soared downwards, racing into the wilderness. The fire of rage did not obliterate Noah's reason. She understood well that the conductor was formidable, and many humans within that carriage were far stronger than she. She had to escape. Only through flight could she put an end to all of this. She had endured enough. Enough of the slaughter, enough of the tests. Forward, always forward. The oak trees rushed past her, yet the moon above steadfastly trailed her. Noah gritted her teeth. She recalled the night she first met number 7, when they had dashed through the jungle together. The rustling leaves scraped against her body, leaving trails of blood. Noah soon lost her sense of direction. She was uncertain of what to do, having ventured so far from the carriage for the first time. The shouts behind her grew ever closer, and she could only flail about like a headless fly. Suddenly, a rustling emerged from the grass, and a fluffy creature burrowed out. It was the little dog. Tears nearly welled up in Noah's eyes. The puppy shook its head, seemingly beckoning her to follow. They traversed the jungle, passed through the sanctuary, and then were met with blinding white light. Noah abruptly opened her eyes. She found herself lying in the glass chamber, surrounded by researchers scribbling notes and sketches. Was it a dream? Noah closed her eyes again. No, it was not a dream. She had indeed run away, far beyond the confines, but she was a mechanical creation, crafted by the conductor's own hands. As long as they operated her remotely, she would fall at their command, regardless of her efforts. She had already attempted escape. Noah pondered this. Many truths can only be grasped through personal experience. Yet, a profound sense of defeat quietly washed over her. The death of her companions and her own helplessness made Noah clench her fists tightly. A fleeting memory flickered within her recollections, leaving Noah momentarily stunned as she began to reminisce. She then frantically examined the newly received message, which was from number 7. Hey, 026. The fact that you're receiving this message means I've lost. Don't blame yourself too much. It merely signifies your strength and capability to protect yourself. And in the future, those dear to you. I'm an earlier model, and during the time when there were insufficient researchers aboard the train, I was occasionally asked to assist. This is why my speech and expressions are more animated than those of other units. I hope this experience aids you, helping you to break free from your stupor. Now, regarding my secret, I once mentioned having aspirations, and that was no mere fabrication. In assisting the researchers, I inadvertently encountered the very being who bestowed upon us our appearance. She had golden hair and eyes, a delightful young girl, stricken by a grave illness. She was unable to step beyond her hospital room to behold the world outside. Though each of us has slight modifications, our general appearance is based upon her design. Her name is Noah, and she is our mother. In that recorded footage, when asked if she had any message for us, she expressed her hope that we would find joy each day, traveling the world on her behalf, and remaining happy. 026. Do you understand? We were profoundly loved by our mother. It is solely because of this love that I can affirm we possess souls. This is independent of the personality modules. It is simply due to love. It is this very love that allows me to endure all that I have faced thereafter. I yearn to live, to escape this place, and to meet her. This wish I now entrust to you. The world is vast, 026, far larger than we can fathom. You may not find her, but that is all right. We can help fulfill her wishes. Noah, go forth and traverse the world. By the way, I've heard they say ramen is incredibly delicious. Make sure to try it for me if you get the chance, and have them install a weeping module for you, so you can cry to your heart as content. Then don't wear a sorrowful face any longer. You are not alone. My soul, our souls, will forever be with you. Upon the conclusion of that last segment, Noah fell into silence, curling up in Leon's embrace. He gently stroked her hair. He was aware that Noah's past was burdened with weight, yet he had not anticipated it to be like this. Created to battle her kind repeatedly, merely to validate her existence of having a soul. Subsequently, as a guide aboard the brass reliquary, she lost everything once more during expeditions and hunts. Even upon encountering herself, she had never truly escaped the confines of the train, endlessly flipping through novels in an effort to comprehend the world beyond. On that night, she declared, "I will not leave you, Leon, and you must not leave me." Her life thus far had been spent enduring the agony of loss. Noah felt a twinge of unease. Leon's inquiries were so heartfelt that she inadvertently revealed much more than intended. What would he think? Would he perceive himself as a harbinger of misfortune? Would he find her burdensome? After hearing her confessions, what would his first words be? If he cautioned her not to speak of matters that might affect his mood, how would she cope? Perhaps Noah herself was unaware that the weight of her past had silently constructed a formidable wall within her heart, making it arduous to forge connections with others. With a heart laden with trepidation, she timidly raised her gaze and noticed that Leon's eyes were also slightly reddened. Could it be that Leon, of all people, possessed such a vulnerable side? Despite her own restraint, he had already unveiled a sorrowful expression. What a fool he was! The walls of her apprehension crumbled in an instant, and Noah bit her lip, striving to prevent her tears from falling. Noah, Leon gently caressed the tips of her hair. Would you like some ramen? Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, and Noah nodded vigorously. Yes, I want some. The water in the pot simmered slowly, tiny bubbles rising and bursting. Leon busied himself at the stove, while Noah lingered beside him, reluctant to leave. Would he find her bothersome? Her voice was hoarse, always on the verge of tears. Of course not, Leon replied, wiping the corner of her eye with the back of his hand. Your willingness to shed tears in my presence signifies that I am, at the very least, a somewhat acceptable partner. She wasn't merely clinging to Leon, she murmured softly. As the water boiled and bubbles gurgled, Leon added the ramen. When I first moved out to live alone, Leon would slice mushrooms, working late into the night. Before I knew it, I had lost contact with everyone. My days were consumed by work, sleep, and work again. At that time, the only connection I had to the world was the ramen shop downstairs. So, when I moved again and changed jobs, the first thing I did was replicate the flavor of that ramen, preserving that bond. Ramen is truly wonderful, even when in a completely different world. As long as you faithfully add the ingredients, the taste remains unchanged. It is indeed one of the finest foods. Leon lifted the noodles from the broth, sharing small bites with Noah. The warm, rich soup and steaming vapor alleviated the evening's chill. This was undeniably the flavor from before the apocalypse. Thank you for sharing this with me, Noah, Leon said, tucking her hair behind her ear. I will not allow you to be alone again. You promised me that before. Noah tilted her head back to gaze at Leon, her eyes, glistening with moisture, evoked the image of a fawn enveloped in morning mist. And although it has been decided, Noah, let us traverse the world together, seek out that person named Noah, and admire the scenery along the way. Noah softly replied. Then, if one day the zombies could completely vanish, let the brass holy chariot rest, and we shall wander the world together. The realm before the day of revelation was indeed beautiful, Noah. I long to have you behold it with your own eyes. It is essential. She gently wrapped her arms around Leon's neck, for I also yearn to learn more about your homeland. Leon paused momentarily, then a smile graced his face. Noah had always been quite perceptive. This is for the best. At least one person knows of this matter, which means he has not truly departed from his roots. I have much to share with you, about memories, about home, about our future, and the futures yet to come. Yet, I find myself feeling a bit weary. Noah continued to embrace Leon's neck. Dear Leon, she rubbed her eyes and nuzzled against him like a small creature. May I sleep here with you tonight? Of course, he replied. She tilted her head and placed a gentle kiss at the corner of his lips. Good night. I shall go wash up first, she said, her cheeks flushed. The following morning. Oh no. Noah abruptly sat up. What is it? Leon mumbled, still half asleep. I intended to discuss our plans for the future. Regarding that zombie and the Sinner-S sequence. We can talk about it during breakfast, Leon suggested, rubbing his sleepy eyes. He had spent the entire night dealing with Field and the mother of the nest, and was still not fully awake. Noah raised an eyebrow. It's true that those unaccustomed to late nights often struggle to adjust the following day. Noticing Leon in an unusually disoriented state, she leaned down and whispered in his ear, May I prepare dinner for us today? Sure, Leon replied drowsily. Next time we go out, can you take me with you? Of course. Realizing her suggestions were effective, Noah cleared her throat. Shall we sleep together again tonight? Leon opened his eyes, his expression a mixture of complexity as he gazed at her. Cursed be it. You're being sly. Noah, caught in her ruse, indignantly tousled Leon's already disheveled hair into a complete mess, and, slipping into her slippers, dashed away. Together, they prepared breakfast, and the daily magnesium arrived as usual. As the celebration drew nearer, Leon understood that his time here would not extend much longer. Each day he read the newspaper. It was one day less until the event. He found himself rather fond of the daily magnesium after the intervention of Augustus II. The writers, now unshackled from the constraints of the council, were increasingly expressive in their words. Amidst the chaos of yesterday's fierce gunfire at the Bluefin Bank, several philanthropists and entrepreneurs from the Field family tragically lost their lives. In response, Fieldley convened a press conference, asserting that the incident was merely a joint exercise orchestrated by Mr. Leong to ensure the safety of the upcoming celebration. He expressed gratitude for the dedication of the relatives of the Field family who participated, fully aware of the risks involved. Rumor has it that the dashing young train conductor, Leong, is indeed the workshop proprietor widely spoken of in the community, who had been expected to assume the role of deputy sheriff. Regrettably, his aspirations lie elsewhere. The joint exercise was intended as a gesture of appreciation for Fieldley's endorsement. However, this narrative stands in stark contrast to the accounts of witnesses. Witnesses recounted that the assailant entered the bank and, without a moment's hesitation, drew his weapon and opened fire. Who could possibly believe this was a drill? All the firearms were real, with a group wielding submachine guns aimed directly at him. One witness exclaimed. Another added, one man took down the entire Field family. I dare say there is no one more suited to be sheriff than him. Why has he not been appointed? There must be some hidden agenda. Amidst this turmoil, a reminder was issued to focus on the book signing event for Teacher Yane and the Detective Marlowe series. Additionally, it was announced that the sewer pipes near the bookstore district in the inner city would undergo repairs, with water service interruptions to be communicated later, urging residents to prepare accordingly. The bodies of 2 council members were discovered in their homes, bearing wounds consistent with those from recent incidents. Possibly the work of a notorious robber who also doubles as a serial killer. It is worth noting that agents from other shelters have recently been more subdued, perhaps resigned to their fate of remaining until the conclusion of the celebration. The police department has yet to provide a definitive response regarding the recent acts of vandalism. The Magician's Hall daily advises everyone to return home before dusk and to flee at the sound of gunfire, avoiding narrow alleys. How long will this continue? I believe everyone knows the answer deep down. The bells of the celebration are about to ring. Let us await the unfolding events with bated breath. At the First Hospital of Magician's Hall, in an upscale ward, He lay with his face bandaged and one side of his head swollen significantly. He struggled to bring a spoonful of food to his lips, but the bullet that had pierced his cheek also damaged his spine, leaving one side of his body unresponsive. Were it not for his ability as the Iron Throne wielder, he might never stand again. Alas, the spoon ultimately slipped from his grasp, spilling the hot porridge onto the sheets. He shook his head and pressed the call button beside his bed. Moments later, the door opened slowly, revealing not a nurse but a tall, muscular woman with silver hair. He paused, intending to inquire why his daughter was there. But most of his tongue had been injured, rendering him unaccustomed to speech. "Hey, Dad," Bayin said, shutting the door and locking it behind her. "I came to see you." She dragged a chair over and sat, gazing at Bai, shaking her head gently. "How unfortunate, father." "Alas," the white crane glared. "You wish to inquire where I have been all these years. Did I not declare that I would never return? Why, then, have I suddenly appeared before you, speaking freely?" Bayin shrugged, stating that the others were preoccupied, leaving only me to come. "Well, relax. I am aware of your disdain for me. I harbor similar sentiments towards you. Since you forced Mother to her demise, we have not conversed like this in quite some time. I have two matters to address during this visit. First, the police station requires a sheriff, and it must be one of our own, ensuring the festivities unfold as planned." Bayin retrieved a green syringe from her pocket. "I understand that at your level, swift recovery is merely a matter of moments. However, this is different. There are only 3 individuals in the White Robe Order's 6th sequence within the Magnesium Hall. Their syringes possess the most potent effects, unavailable to others. You must recover quickly." Father, Bayin smiled. "Secondly, I have procured this from the white-robed individual, which can facilitate paternity testing. Extremely convenient. With your numerous women, I am the sole offspring. Have you never questioned yourself? You have certainly doubted, questioning your own integrity, suspecting Mother's fidelity, and pondering if I am a bastard. Mother, with her fiery temperament and immense pride, could hardly endure your scrutiny, leading her to take her life the very night you confronted her. You fear a similar fate might befall me, hence your silence on the matter all these years, instead choosing to nurture me like other nobles. My social graces and table manners are painfully awkward, further solidifying your belief that I am an illegitimate child, and you have never regarded me as your daughter. You consider family disgrace intolerable, viewing me as your shame. The time has come, Father. After the celebration, I doubt I will return to the Magnesium Hall. Come now, let us ascertain whether I am indeed a bastard." Bayin raised the device. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Leon opened it to find Paolo struggling to push a cart, atop which rested a sterile chamber. The plague doctor had promised yesterday to provide Leon with something to contain the spirit. "Why are you the one here?" Leon took the cart. He recalled the first time he encountered Paolo, who had been at the market, wobbling under the weight of an enormous box. In stark contrast to her petite stature, Paolo seemed accustomed to handling heavy burdens. Bayin must have gone to the hospital. Grandfather is assisting in the consultation room, allowing me a brief respite. Paolo wiped the sweat from her brow. The plague doctor? Has he not ceased his consultations? Leon inquired. Most of Grandfather's abilities are employed to suppress infections, preventing me from discovering the truth. Now, with that concern alleviated, he can afford to be somewhat freer, Paolo replied candidly. When she mentioned this matter, she stammered several times, as if struggling to fully accept the reality. "How did your conversation go yesterday?" Leon asked. Yesterday presented a splendid opportunity for the obstinate physician to reveal a semblance of genuine emotion, disclosing matters he had long concealed from Paolo. Fortunately, Paolo nodded in understanding regarding her grandfather's chemical burn. At the age of 14, while conducting an experiment alongside him, I inadvertently splashed a hazardous liquid from a test tube onto his face. In truth, it would be disingenuous to claim that it was entirely accidental. At that time, I harbored a profound resentment towards my grandfather, believing he tormented me to the brink of suffocation, ultimately intending to send me to the front lines to perish. When I became aware that the test tube contained a perilous reagent, I briefly entertained suicidal thoughts. It was this very notion that distracted me, and upon regaining my focus, I found the test tube had overheated and shattered, resulting in my grandfather's disfigurement. Ultimately, it was my animosity towards him that led to this tragic outcome, leaving me with a deep sense of shame and an inability to confront such a version of myself. Since that incident, my grandfather has worn a mask wherever he went. He has never mentioned it again, yet regardless of his perspective, I remain unable to forgive myself. It was only yesterday that I learned he could heal his scar at any moment, should he desire, needing merely an excuse to don his mask. I became that excuse. My guilt, self-reproach, and inferiority complex stemmed from the fact that my grandfather did not act with malice. He had attempted numerous times to explain to me, but he could not reveal that he had been infected. Thus, years slipped by. Pello sighed, appearing quite helpless. Upon learning this, I found myself at a loss, unsure whether to feel elated or enraged, but I was relieved to finally release the burden I had carried. Accepting my grandfather's condition as an infected individual would require time. His mindset remains anchored in the past, adhering to a quintessential Saudi's philosophy. He believes that holding a high position necessitates greater sacrifice to remain at peace with oneself. Out of fear, rebellion, or perhaps both, I ultimately failed to ascend to the white coat rank. Rather than reproaching me, my grandfather chose to immerse himself in experimentation, making the sacrifices I could not. He loves me dearly, yet seeks to send me into service, willing to give everything for me, yet leaving me burdened with guilt for so many years. Familial bonds are profoundly intricate, Leon. I struggle to comprehend them. Her voice softened. However, it is perhaps for the best. Pello stepped back slightly and bowed deeply to Leon. I am truly grateful to you, Mr. Leon. Thank you for everything you have done for me and my grandfather. Meeting you has been a remarkable fortune. Conversing with you at the market was the bravest and most correct decision I have ever made. She made a concerted effort to meet Liang's gaze. It was the right thing to do. Liang patted her shoulder, saying, Pello, you are a commendable physician, even if you do not attain the white coat rank. One day, you will be recognized by all. Thank you for the compliment. Pello felt somewhat flustered, standing at attention. Here is a complete set of Detective Marlowe. Signed by the esteemed Yen, a collector's edition I brought back from the signing event yesterday. Liang handed her a paper bag. Ah, I saw it in the news. Pello took the paper bag, utterly at a loss for words. Mr. Leon, have you seen Teacher Yen? What does he look like? Is he as muscular as you, Mr. Leon? Leon stroked his chin, glancing at Zhang Enya, who had just opened her eyes and was rummaging for food in the yard. Pello seemed unaware of her idol's true appearance. About the same, Leon nodded. In that case, it might be better for her to retain a little fantasy, allowing the opportunity to uncover the truth herself later on. Indeed. Yet, he surely cannot be as robust as Mr. Leon, Pello thought, clutching the paper bag, her face illuminated with an indescribable joy. In my heart, Mr. Leon is the strongest, tall and imposing, and also remarkably handsome. Leon smiled faintly. In moments like this, Pello was brimming with energy, much like a boisterous child. Then, she seemed to recall something suddenly. She tiptoed around the yard, asking, Where's Sister? Out buying groceries, Leon replied. What about Sister Mian? I haven't heard from her in a while. She must be quite busy now. And what about Zhang-san? Why do you think he should be in my yard? Just having Mian around is already daunting enough, Leon replied, his expression complex. That's good, Pello sighed with relief. She set down the paper bag, took a large step forward, pressed her body against Leon, and extended her arms vigorously. What are you doing? Disinfecting me? Leon inquired. This is a hug to express gratitude and admiration. Pello's glasses were knocked askew. She raised her hand to adjust them. Please, don't tease me. The young doctor appeared somewhat indignant, her courageous gesture of affection misinterpreted as something peculiar. For her, physical contact with the opposite sex to such an extent was far more daunting than a major surgical operation. So it was a hug. I thought it resembled a zombie attack. Who hugs with straight arms? Leon mused. I have considered it, Mr. Leon, regarding you and Sister Mian. I can accept it. Pello stammered. And I don't mind Sister Mian. I don't comprehend what you're saying, Leon responded, bewildered. But absolutely not with Zhang-san. I simply cannot accept that. Who is even talking about him? Leon retorted, unable to hold back his defense. No, is there not? It seems Sister Mian indeed has a troublesome brother complex, and has truly acted upon it. If this continues, Pello adjusted her glasses, murmuring. What exactly are you trying to convey, Pello? Leon inquired. I want to say. Pello took a deep breath. If possible, please allow me to board your train. Silence. The atmosphere, once lively, was thoroughly frozen for several seconds. Pello, with her tightly shut eyes, opened them slightly, only to find Leon's expression exceedingly grave. Do you understand what you are saying, Pello? Leon asked. If it were merely playful banter, he would not mind conversing with Pello a while longer. Boarding the train signifies the formal initiation into the revival journey of the brass chariot, a path fraught with peril. Grandfather has consented to this. Pelo explained. I will speak with him. Leon donned his coat, preparing to leave, still clinging to that theory of sacrifice, pushing his own granddaughter into the flames. No, not at all. Primarily, it was my suggestion. Pelo shook her head. If you wish to explore the outside world, I can request Oga 2 to lift your ban, allowing you to board the white robe. Leon set aside his coat, gazing at her with a complex expression, but still asked, do you believe my train is safer than the white robe? It is not. Pelo inhaled deeply, her pace of speech slowing, no longer stammering, clearly having contemplated this thoroughly. I do not intend to board the white robe. Although I harbor no disdain for the medical profession, it was ultimately a choice made by my grandfather. The white robe symbolizes the extension of that path, signifying my total relinquishment of self, becoming an appendage to my grandfather's life. I refuse to do so. Mr. Leon is the person I yearn to be by my side. Likewise, I long for the outside world. When I inquire about such matters, only Mr. Leon can provide the answers regarding those animals, landscapes, and ruins. You possess a pair of eyes that discern beauty, she stated with utmost sincerity. Since that moment, I have pondered how to navigate my life to ensure it is truly worthwhile. Prior to this, I felt a sense of guilt towards my grandfather, believing I had failed to follow the path he laid out for me, causing him embarrassment and even leading to experimental mishaps. At that time, I dared not contemplate these matters. Even a lifetime spent bustling in the clinic would have sufficed. Therefore, I must express my gratitude to you, Mr. Leon. After resolving the misunderstandings with my grandfather, I have come to a profound realization. From the moment I met you and you saved me, I was destined to board your train. This is a phenomenon more wondrous than mere love at first sight, a relationship akin to romance, yet more sacred. She took a deep breath, striving to raise her voice in an attempt to exhibit her determination. Mr. Leon, she exclaimed, please include me in your harem. With a crash, a bag full of groceries fell to the ground as Noah returned from shopping, staring at Pelo and Leon. Huh? She tilted her head. An overwhelming sense of dread surged. Chapter 93. Countdown to the celebration, combined. Stop right there? Yes, I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. Noah. Calm down. She didn't mean it. She clearly spoke those words yesterday and shared the same bed. Yet today she does this behind my back. You've taken a blow from me too, Leon. Ouch. Huh. Sharing the same bed. Though I had anticipated this, it is still too much for siblings to engage in such behavior. Miss Enya. Someone requires psychological intervention. What psychological intervention? Why are you chasing me? I merely stepped out to find food. After a brief flurry of chaos, Enya, who slipped on a tomato, emerged as the sole casualty. With a sorrowful countenance, she was assisted by Noah, limping back to the house. Huffing and puffing, Pelo leaned against her knees. Yet even this mishap could not extinguish her resolve to join the harem. Please refrain from using such descriptors, Leon admonished, clutching his lower back, as Noah's rocket-like head but nearly dislocated his spine. So what exactly transpired? An exasperated Noah returned, rolling up her sleeves, ever prepared for a rematch. It's a metaphor, the doctor, who was squatting on the ground, adjusted her glasses. I merely meant to suggest that the conductor's behavior in collecting crew members bears a striking resemblance to a male protagonist in a romance novel with a harem. What a peculiar line of reasoning, Leon pondered silently. Can Noah truly comprehend such an explanation? Oh, that is indeed the case, Noah nodded. I understand, Leon exclaimed, incredulous. In truth, the rapport between Pelo and Noah was far better than he had anticipated. Aside from their shared appearance as Lolas, both harbored a profound affinity for romance novels and the detective series featuring Marlowe, providing them with ample common ground. However, Pelo's obsession with these topics often led her to ramble on excitedly, punctuated by laughter that was incomprehensible to the average person. I thought you had feelings for Leon, Noah remarked, scratching her head. Well, to say I have no feelings at all would be disingenuous. Rather, I find it quite. As Noah's gaze turned menacing, the doctor swallowed hard. So what are your responses? She inquired further. No, Leon and Noah replied in unison. Why not? Firstly, the intricacies of our train and our relationship with Mion are far more complex than you can imagine, Leon began, contemplating his words. This old green train may appear decrepit, but he snapped his fingers, and the facade slowly dissipated, revealing a magnificent, fearsome structure. The brass holy carriage. This colossal train, almost obscuring the sky, appeared before them with such force that Pello nearly stumbled. She took 2 steps back, steadying herself against a chair to avoid falling, her eyes wide with astonishment. For a moment, she could only emit a sound of breathless awe. Leon and Noah exchanged glances. The doctor, unaccustomed to such sights, was rendered immobile by the grandeur of the brass holy carriage. "It's magnificent," Pello exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. "Indeed?" Leon raised an eyebrow. "What is this reaction about? This size, this overwhelming presence?" Pello exclaimed. "Is that the impact dispersion module? Is this the Type 2 firestorm incinerator? The cutting module. It can unfold and transform. The shape of the collision horn. Ah, I see. After rapidly circling the brass holy carriage, Pello returned to Leon, her face now radiating an even greater determination than before. "Even if I have to kneel and plead, please allow me to board the vehicle." I initially intended to discourage her, yet it seems the situation has worsened. Leon's expression was intricate. "Pello, you never mentioned you had such a profound interest in trains. I had assumed you only favored romantic novels." "No, my interests extend beyond trains. I have delved into various subjects," Pello replied, her fingers fidgeting. "Romantic novels, board games, video games from a bygone era, model kits. My skills in assembly and painting are quite commendable. After all, I am a surgeon." She adjusted her glasses, exuding both confidence and shyness. "Ah, a true otaku." "Retreat." Leon took a small step back. He should have anticipated this. How could an ordinary person possess a complete collection of the Detective Marlowe? How could they, when cornered, shout for mercy while revealing a trove of romantic novels? When a person lacks social interaction and rarely ventures outdoors, their hobbies tend to become exceedingly diverse. Noah nodded, wearing an expression of understanding. "But still, Pello," Noah continued, "return and consult your grandfather. Inform him that we permit him to speak the truth to you. Only then will you comprehend what manner of outlaws we are." "Outlaws?" Pello echoed softly. "Indeed," Leon affirmed with a nod. "If you remain resolute, we shall give your request serious consideration." 3 days later, on a moonlit night, atop the Silver Cod restaurant's terrace, a private soldier cradled a sniper rifle, gazing into the heavens. Fog condensed on the barrel, reflecting his gaunt visage. The celebration was but 24 hours away. The soldier raised his weapon to aim at the sky, then lowered it. Everyone's nerves were taut to their limits. Yet he felt no anxiety. After all, the soldier's creed was to remain vigilant at all times. "What are you doing?" A familiar voice called from behind. Without turning, the soldier recognized the 2 individuals. Charlie, Chier, and Minel were busy stirring up trouble for the resistance. The city had reached a point where gunfire could erupt without the presence of law enforcement. Minel, in particular, seemed to have lost his mind lately, behaving like an eager child, conjuring one reckless idea after another. In the restaurant, Inu was preparing meals, choosing to savor the last moments of tranquility. As for Enya, ever since being sheltered by Leon, he had become exceedingly lazy, nearly losing his ability to fend for himself. Behind him were Mion and Bayin. "I want to try shooting a bird," the soldier mused, still gazing at the sky, having not fired a shot in quite some time. "Regrettably, there are hardly any birds around," Mion remarked, shaking his head. "The greenery is sparse here, and all the food is in the tower. The birds wouldn't find it appealing." "The celebration is about to commence," the soldier said as he pulled the rifle's bolt. "Yesterday, the crane was discharged from the hospital and resumed command of the police station. It seems you are responsible for that." "It was Bayin. She did excellently." Mion nodded in acknowledgement. Bayin remained silent, her mood seemingly more dismal than usual. "To confront her father directly, you truly can manage that." The private's voice was devoid of emotional fluctuation. "It was her own request," Mion responded. "Of course, I support her in this endeavor. Avoidance does not resolve issues. Only by facing pain can one attain growth. This is the agony of maturation. There is no need to explain these matters to me." The private waved his hand dismissively. "I am not following you out of friendship. I simply have nowhere else to go." "Is that so?" "This implies that I can leave at any moment and pursue my own desires." He narrowed his eyes. "During the auction, you prevented me from taking action against Leon. I needed him then," Mion clarified. "Next time, I will not be hindered by you." The private's expression was as impassive as water. "I had no idea, Private. Are you and your brother really that close?" "I do not intend to kill Leon out of revenge." The private closed his left eye. "He eliminated Rorel before I could. This is something I cannot tolerate." "Did you originally intend to kill Rorel?" "Yes, I always wanted to kill Rorel." He was born under the blessing of his parents, destined for a radiant path. My desire to kill him stemmed from a need to validate my suspicions, which now shall remain unanswered. Well, it seems I cannot change your mind. Mion sighed and stood to leave. The private remained silent for a moment, then turned to Silver. Why have you not left yet? I have something to ask you. Silver took a deep breath. You are an illegitimate child, correct? Yes. Has your father ever come to see you? No, not once. Do you harbor hatred towards him? No. The private turned away, his stark black and white eyes devoid of emotion, resembling something inhuman. I personally bound him and killed him. Of course, it was not out of hatred, but to validate my hypothesis. Killing him did not instill any sense of guilt in you? Silver inquired. Guilt? What is that? The private furrowed his brow with utmost seriousness. ISNT, everyone merely pretending while killing, and then proceeding as they wish afterward? If you ask me, I hold no guilt whatsoever, none at all. He continued, I have killed hundreds, if not thousands, of people. It means nothing to me. Silver scratched his head, appearing quite troubled. Indeed, only a cold-blooded monster like you could be a sniper. The private offered no response, turning his gaze back to the night sky. Silver Tower. Leon stepped out of the elevator, enveloped in a chilling aura. This evening, nearly 400 pounds of camaraderie had invited him for a drink. In the office of Augustus II, there was a small bar near the window, stocked with his collection of fine wines. Frankly, Leon had always presumed that this fellow's veins flowed with cheese and cream, yet he also possessed a penchant for wine tasting. Augustus II sat before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the magnesium hall, the lights outlining his corpulent silhouette. What brings you here? Leon inquired. Sometimes I find myself pondering, Elon. Augustus II spins in his chair, situated on the 191st floor, the pinnacle of the magnesium hall. If there exists a deity, I might be the one closest to him. Do you still believe in God? Elon pulls his chair closer. After the day of revelation, most religions fell into disarray. Even the Vatican nearly crumbled. After all, the true outer gods are manifest before us, and no matter how one may twist doctrines or scriptures, the undead remain undiminished. I believe in the existence of a deity, yet I do not hold him in reverence. Augustus II shakes his head, suggesting that, to some extent, a father is but a divine embodiment on earth. If a father does not love us, how could God possibly love humanity? I even dare to speculate that God harbors hatred for me. He sits there, incessantly contemplating ways to murder his children, through electrocution, drowning, heart disease, and hypertension and diabetes. Individuals like me, Elon, have scarcely seen their fathers throughout their lives, yet here I am, summoned to the magnesium hall due to his directive, shouldering immense pressure. Aware that assassination could be my fate any day, were it not for the support of an exceptional friend like you, I might have already succumbed to the strain. Did you summon me, only to take such a convoluted path to offer me a few compliments? Elon pulls up a stool. The dim lights above the bar illuminate the space, with bottles of various spirits reflecting a spectrum of colors. Compliments are never amiss, Augustus II chuckles. I sought you out, clearly, for tomorrow's celebration. Do you recall our agreement? Remind me, please. Oh, don't be like that, Elon. Augustus II waves his hand. I shall inform you of the whereabouts of the lost carriage, and in return, you'll devise a strategy to contend with the Iron Throne. We had a deal. Just joking. Of course, I haven't forgotten. Elon chuckles. You mean during tomorrow's celebration, while you parade through the streets, the Iron Throne will bombard you, obliterating you? They say it's entirely possible, after 2 whiskeys with water. Augustus II snaps his fingers, and Nangong T steps forth from the shadows. The combat maid is not clad in her usual attire today, but instead wears trousers, a white shirt, and a waistcoat that accentuates her slender waist. As a bartender, she approaches the bar, uncorking bottles, the sharp aroma of alcohol wafting through the air. The celebration signifies the completion of my official duties, marking my formal ascension as the head of the Magnesium Hall. Thereafter, even if the council is reluctant, I possess the authority to dissolve them with but a word. Augustus II gazes into his glass, watching the ice cubes swirl. For them, the loss of power equates to death. Missed taxes, vengeful enemies. And debts owed will come knocking at the door immediately. Once the council is disbanded, the resources that the Iron Throne could have accessed within the Magnesium Hall, such as exceptional talent, will flow to other factions. I do not perceive this as a misfortune. Resources ought to be distributed more equitably. This is a battle for survival. Elon, if it were you, would you launch an assault to obliterate me? If it were I, Elon nods. I would have annihilated you upon your arrival at the Magnesium Hall. Huh. August 2 clapped his hands, lamenting the absence of the Iron Throne while seated in a bulletproof mithril carriage. It was a remarkable vehicle, boasting a thickness of considerable measure. He gestured with his stout fingers, indicating that a couple of cannonballs would hardly be capable of obliterating it. The council believed they were intimidating me. Indeed, they succeeded, for I genuinely favored this carriage. With a clatter, the vehicle's key was tossed onto the bar. August 2, slightly perplexed, picked up the mithril key and examined it closely several times. This is the one I procured, he declared. Leon took a sip from his goblet. August 2's eyes widened. This was a prized possession of the council, which had been vigilantly guarded. How could Leon so casually fling the key over during their conversation? Fieldlay provided me with the intelligence. The rest was straightforward, Leon continued. Let us extend our gratitude to the resistance. The officers have been stretched thin lately, resulting in fewer personnel guarding the council's warehouse. Tomorrow, you can ride in this to the celebration. Even if the Iron Throne were to bombard you, you could endure a blow or two until I come to your aid. How splendid. Of course, remember to return it afterward. How stingy of you. What would you do with such a magnificent carriage? Melt down a portion for plating, combined with sufficient magnesium, to ensure the brass chariot is less susceptible to zombie attacks. August 2 hesitated. That's sufficient magnesium. You will procure it, Leon stated knowingly. August 2 supported his forehead, realizing that Leon was not greedy. Yet he was determined not to relinquish such a useful item. Their attitudes towards wealth were indeed polar opposites. On another note regarding the resistance, Leon paused. You are aware they are targeting you, correct? Indeed. I can even surmise who their leader is, August 2 replied, his smile enigmatic. The Liu family has no descendants. The leader of the resistance must be from the Sodius family. Few remain of their entire clan. And the only young one is that individual who has been missing for years, his fate unknown. Beautiful, powerful, exceptional, with limitless potential, Miss Forget-Me-Not, who declined countless proposals from noble suitors and resolutely embarked on her service. Am I correct? Who can say? Leon shrugged. It's quite possible that the one who assisted you in absconding with the carriage is she, considering their family's deep ties to the brass chariot. August 2 nudged Leon's shoulder, reminiscing, when I was younger, my mother even urged me to invite her for dinner. It seems I was quite the handsome lad in her eyes, although I remained self-aware. You are quite capable, Leon. Not in the way you might think, Leon sighed. The truce will end tomorrow. After that, anyone who lingers even slightly will be swiftly dealt with by Meon. Meon Sodius, a woman named after her family crest. It was only then that Leon comprehended the immense honor and expectations she had once borne. The most formidable silver knight of the Magnesium Hall, a veteran who has served for 6 years, has spent 7 years wandering the wasteland. However, to be able to coexist harmoniously with her for such an extended period, one might argue that it reflects a certain level of skill on my part. It appears that you have promised her not to disclose relevant information to me. You have kept your word, Leon. The second Duke of Augu raised his goblet, expressing admiration for those who honor their commitments. Your honesty towards others ensures your honesty towards me as well. Should you betray her trust, it would render my faith in you insincere. Let us toast. The clink of goblets resonated. 2 screwdrivers, please. Leon glanced at Nangong T, who nodded and began to shake the cocktail shaker. What are your plans thereafter, Leon? The Duke inquired. I intend to head south, Leon replied, as if he had contemplated this long ago. To the city of Luo. The Duke pondered, recalling that the auction house had accepted a commission from that area, where the daughter of the person in charge still resided in the Magnesium Hall. Incessantly writing letters to berate me, or to her father, or even to my own father, all to chastise me. Mentioning this, the Duke appeared quite troubled, rubbing his temples. That's true. I have obtained 2 names from Field. They may know the whereabouts of the remaining armed components, Leon continued. The next carriage is on the Iron Throne. I must enhance my strength to reclaim it. The Iron Throne? The Duke shook his head. That sounds quite arduous. If there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to ask. Of course, provided the celebration proceeds smoothly and I can successfully take office. The Magnesium Hall will support you, Leon, unconditionally. Thank you. Leon nodded. 2 screwdrivers were pushed towards him. The tangy and refreshing scent of citrus filled the air. Prior to the day of revelation, this was the favored cocktail of Iranian oil workers, also known as gradually entering the realm. Leon raised his goblet, pleased that the culture of libations had not vanished. Indeed, It is a pity that fruit is now quite expensive. Screwdrivers have also become costly. The Duke lifted his cup to clink with Leon's. How much do you know about the confession? I have heard that its route map is classified information, known only to those in charge, Leon asked. It is indeed confidential. Given that it is a mobile prison, a jailbreak would be disastrous. The Duke nodded. I will draft a note for you upon my return. Leon raised an eyebrow, surprised by the ease of the situation. It seems that the mithril carriage serves as an excellent bargaining chip, coupled with the Duke's generous nature and genuine friendship, thus facilitating this exchange. The hour is late, and I have one final question. The Duke exhaled heavily. Leon, do you believe humanity can completely eradicate zombies? You know, over the years, I have encountered but a handful of zombies. Were it not for the occasional news I hear, I might even think it never transpired. What I excel at, what I am currently doing, and what I shall continue to do is to engage in intrigues with humanity. Over the years, humanity's animosity towards zombies seems to have diminished. We are no longer in the Silver Age, when we united to construct shelters. I occasionally ponder whether this is the end. For generations, people have either toiled in menial jobs or served aboard trains, perishing in expeditions. Humanity ought to be far greater than it is today. I have perused literature, magazines, and films from the Golden Age prior to the apocalypse. You are the conductor traversing the wasteland, Leon. Can you provide me with answers? Shao Ti, 2 tequila sunrises. Please. He raised his hand. Very well. Leon nodded. I am certain that humanity will ultimately prevail and once again bask in the sunlight. In those works that return to the past, it is often said that even the smallest actions can alter the timeline. Therefore, any effort made in the present has the potential to render the future entirely different. At the very least, I shall tirelessly strive for it. I am a specter from the Golden Age. Since I cannot return to my homeland, I shall endeavor to create it anew. I promise to restore everything to its former state and travel with Noah. So even if there is the slightest chance, I would wager my life for it. Is that so? Then it is good. Augustus too nodded, slightly inebriated. I shall assist you, Leon, for the sake of our shared aspirations and dreams. Please, change it to tequila sunrise. Leon beckoned to Nangong tea. 2 cups of orange-red cocktails were pushed before them. Leon raised his glass once more, gently clinking it against Augustus' tooth. The sun rises. It is time to prepare for battle, he declared. Chapter 94, Drowning Deep, combined. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Augustus too stood before the dressing mirror, fastening his buttons one by one. Today is my grand day, Zhang San, he said to Zhang San, who awaited by the door. The inauguration ceremony is a tradition that has persisted for decades in the Magnesium Hall. If anyone believes themselves to be sufficiently exceptional and powerful, they may invest substantial resources, money, time, and manpower to orchestrate such a celebration. The food, performances, gifts, and floats are of little consequence. What truly matters is that the individual must traverse 8 districts of the outer city, return to the inner city, and enter the Silver Tower to deliver their inaugural address. Thereafter, they will officially become the leader, wielding absolute authority. During this process, all who harbor grievances may halt the carriage and voice their opinions. If handled adeptly, the populace will shower flowers and pure water as blessings. Conversely, if the candidate carries a notorious reputation and lacks recognition, they may be stoned to death. This process is known as the trial of the masses. Dressed impeccably, Augustus too notably eschewed flamboyant casual suits for a simple and clean formal attire. This custom was established by the first head of the Magnesium Hall, whose statue still stands proudly in the center of the square. 64 years hence, a 300-pound man from the Star County will retrace his old path. Do you think we can succeed, Zhang San? Agatu took a deep breath. There is certainly no issue. Zhang San flexed his wrists, remarking, even if I falter, there is still Miss Nangong. He too felt the weight of tension. For today marked a pivotal moment. Agatu had employed him specifically for this purpose. To be fair, he held a quiet anticipation for Agatu's ascension. At the very least, this rotund gentleman was punctual with payments, even willing to offer wages in advance, and his demeanor towards the storm sequence was notably amiable, unlike the Parliament's incessant criticisms of the sea dwellers. Indeed, Shao Ti was a consummate professional. There would be no cause for concern. Agatu clapped him on the shoulder. Let us go. Leon donned his trained conductor's uniform. The celebration was set to commence promptly at 8 in the morning, spanning 3 days in total. Aside from the parade on the first day, the subsequent 2 days would be filled solely with song and dance performances. as well as a complimentary feast. Free feasts were a rarity even before the apocalypse, let alone in these times when sustenance was a struggle. For several days now, the streets had buzzed with chatter about this event, and every face shone with joy, as if welcoming an extraordinary festival. To the common folk, it truly was a festival. Not everyone was concerned with who would assume power next. Compared to the allure of free food and drink, such matters seemed utterly trivial. Leon found himself in agreement with this sentiment. The prospect of indulging was indeed delightful. He had even purchased a freezer in advance, prepared to store some food that couldn't be easily kept in the cold storage. Yet, that was a matter for another day. Today, he was tasked with fulfilling his duties as the conductor of the brass holy chariot, ensuring that the Iron Throne faced some discomfort for the theft of the sixth carriage. Keep an eye on the house. Tomorrow I'll let you leave. Don't cause trouble for your brother, Leon advised Enya. Oh, Enya nodded. It was only now that she grasped the meaning of the phrase time flies. She had been here for over 10 days. From her initial wariness to later discovering that Leon and Noah were not ill-natured and were, in fact, quite skilled in the kitchen, to the smooth execution of the signing event where she assisted Mia in completing the field-building demolition plan, though much of her time was spent eating and sleeping. A great deal had transpired. After such an extended stay, would she feel reluctant to depart? Noah adjusted his hat. Frankly, Enya sighed a little. However, I know I must return to Mia. She needs me. I do not support your return to Mia as merely your brother's friend, Leon remarked, shaking the keys in his hand. If you choose to remain in the magnesium hall afterward, you can come here to stay whenever you like. It will be empty when I am not around. Would you accept this offer? Thank you, Leon. I'm glad you would say so, but regrettably. Enya replied with a smile and a shake of her head. I will not remain in the magnesium hall. Then, I have said all I needed to say. Leon pushed open the workshop door. Farewell. The metal door, its dark red paint slightly peeling, swung open, revealing a vibrant array of colors before them. Bright red ribbons, golden floating balloons, pale yellow flower baskets, children clad in a multitude of new garments, and countless eager faces peering out. The air is thick with an intoxicating aroma, wafting from vendors selling steaming flour cakes and red bean pastries, mingling with the scent of various perfumes and spices. The viewing platform of the inn is crowded with people. The first tier is filled with common folk, the second with workers and white-collar professionals, the third with trained conductors and workshop owners, while the fourth tier houses the nobility. A cacophony of sounds melds together. Someone is shouting a name, uncertain whether a child or a pet has gone missing. The atmosphere is lively, boisterous, and teeming with voices. The scent of fireworks permeates the air. How delightful! Noah's eyes sparkle with excitement. Leon smiles and takes her hand, lowering the brim of his hat as they blend into the crowd. In the uppermost level of the inn, Field Lee sits, listening to the surrounding politicians chattering animatedly, their voices sharp and high-pitched. This is the final opportunity. We must sabotage the parade by destroying the carriage. For this event, Augustus II had specially prepared a grand wooden carriage, and just moments ago, my associates have personally dismantled it. One of them smirks. Let that fellow walk to the celebration. Let us see how far he can drag that hefty frame. Huh. Well done. Another politician interjects. Is this part of your plan as well? Of course. The man grins broadly, recalling how he arrived in a silver-plated carriage. Now, he has to be switched to a dilapidated one, with not even a scrap of the former left for him. Those commoners will easily see that Augustus II gained no advantage from us, and one might say he has been utterly defeated. Thus, even if he takes office, he shall merely shoulder our burdens. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Details determine success or failure. Enough. Silence. Field Lee thunders as he slams his hand on the table, addressing a group of ineffectual individuals. It seems they are riled up, their tempers flaring. The man scoffs. Just wait until Augustus II walks out on foot. You'd best not laugh out loud. At 8 o'clock sharp, Augustus II appears in the district. The heavy silver-plated carriage, drawn by 8 sleek Blackshire horses, advances slowly, surrounded by members of the Iron Throne tasked with security. From the open-roofed carriage, Augustus II leans out, waving to the crowd. Is that not our silver-plated carriage? The man's eyes widen in disbelief. How could it be in his possession? Stolen. When was it taken? By whom? How could no one notice? What have you all been doing? Silence. Field Lee bellows once more. The politicians finally quiet down. He squints at Field Lee, who is half leaning out of the carriage. I knew better than to rely on you. Just watch quietly. Not everyone in this world can be bought like Leon. It's merely a matter of value. I have wagered everything on today. The platform, much like the city, is enveloped in the festive atmosphere of celebration. Although the atmosphere was not particularly lively, the train conductors still stepped down from the train, exchanging beers and chilled delicacies while engaging in friendly conversation. One individual, however, stood apart. In the cockpit of the Iron Throne, the man with the small mustache cradled a bowl of instant noodles, slurping away, his gaze fixed outside the window. It was as if he could see through the platform and the crowd, directly spotting Augustus II. Beside him, his aide held a crystal ball, occasionally glancing at the mustached man and letting out a quiet sigh. Last night, Field Lee had personally sought them out. That fellow had indeed suffered a severe beating from Leon, adorned with a bomb collar around his neck, which curtailed even his own abilities. Logically, they had no obligation to show Field any respect. The Iron Throne had multiple supporters beyond the Magnesium Hall, and the most influential voice there was not the Parliament, nor was it monopolized by the Lee family. The silver chariot symbolized plunder. They could fight for new gains, but could not afford to be angered by the preservation of old interests. The conductor firmly believed that such actions would invite misfortune. Thus, he had chosen to remain passive regarding the turmoil in Magnesium Hall and refrained from eliminating Leon that night. Until yesterday, when Field brought along another woman, a young lady who spoke with remarkable prowess. She was the daughter of the head of Los City. Her fiancé, Leo, known as the Tiger of Auctions, had gone missing in Magnesium Hall. She represented her father, the head of Los City, declaring that as long as Augustus II was eliminated, Los City would formally establish a partnership with the Iron Throne, prioritizing resource provision. This agreement was laid out before them, written in black and white, merely requiring a signature. A fresh start, with the backing of the entire refuge. Undoubtedly, this was worthwhile. Perhaps Field's theory held true. There truly are no individuals beyond bribery, only varying costs. Or perhaps this request conveniently circumvented the mustached man's convoluted principles of misfortune, finally prompting him to consider taking action. In any case, the chariot of plunder was now fully fueled, roaring into the battlefield. Who should we be most wary of this time? The mustached man suddenly inquired. Option 1. South Palace Shave, the formidable made bodyguard of Augustus II, reputedly of Sequence 6, yet terrifyingly skilled. Option 2. Our former comrade, also of Sequence 6, yet exuding an unapproachable aura, Meon Sothis. Option 3. At this point, he added no prefix, as if merely uttering the name itself carried considerable weight. Leon. Leon? The aide frowned slightly. To be honest, I do not perceive him as a threat. A dilapidated train with merely 2, perhaps 3 carriages, and a conductor who has entered the forgotten sequences, possibly at most Sequence 7, or likely only Sequence 8. Do you genuinely consider this a threat to us? The assistant waved his hand, gesturing towards the expansive space behind. The carriage was filled to capacity with soldiers participating in the expedition, who maintained their discipline even in such moments. Just you wait, you fool. The little mustached man shrugged and continued to fixate on the carriage window. The pace of the wagon was leisurely, barely outstripping a walking speed. Leon trailed behind on the right side of the carriage, weaving through the crowd, advancing little by little. They were nearing the district. Thus far, all was well. Augustus II led ahead, with Leon following closely. The brass holy chariot moved silently, gliding like a lurking python along the underground tracks beneath their feet. A sudden gasp rippled through the crowd as a woman cradling a child rushed forward, kneeling before the carriage and weeping uncontrollably. Augustus II commanded the carriage to halt and began to listen attentively to the woman recount her husband's tragic demise in a mining accident, detailing how the compensation had been long overdue. He patiently noted the relevant individuals' names and, after cross-referencing with the list, nodded solemnly. This councilman is deceased, madam. Although it is not a formal legal judgment, I assure you, he met his end by the hand of righteous wrath. You may visit the Silver Tower later. In addition to him, the other accomplices will also face execution by hanging. I shall cover the compensation on your behalf as an additional gesture of condolence. I appreciate your enduring trust in the system even to this day. It is my honor. The woman, overwhelmed with gratitude, wept as she accepted the money. Leon watched her leave, clutching her child, with 2 members of the Iron Throne closely following to prevent any ill intentions. This marked the 12th individual to rush forward to stop the carriage. Whether it was for the sake of establishing a persona or mere hypocrisy, the so-called righteous wrath was, in truth, an act of murder, yet Augustus II had undeniably aided 12 people. Leon began to grasp the notion that reform often necessitates bloodshed. Had Augustus II not eliminated those councilmen, his words today would lack such conviction. To resolutely close the gates against anyone's departure, systematically seeking and eliminating those responsible, required a fortitude not possessed by all. Leon turned to Noah, whose attention had been momentarily captured by roasted rice cakes before quickly returning. Do you think Augustus II would turn against us once we have helped him ascend to power, only to conspire with the Iron Throne to eliminate us and seize the brass holy chariot? Feeling slightly awkward, she cleared her throat, attempting to shift the discourse. There is a 99% chance that he would not, Leon replied. Such an act would render him a mere puppet of the council, and the conductor of the Iron Throne would not risk relinquishing field to collaborate with an unfamiliar entity. However, nothing is entirely without possibility, and I remain vigilant against that 1%. Thus, even to this day, my stance towards Augustus II remains merely transactional. How frightening, Noah murmured. Will you ever fully trust anyone else? At present, it seems, no, Leon responded. In other words, is my treatment unparalleled? Indeed. Noah fell silent, her eyes narrowing like a cat being stroked, a smile gracing her lips, as she resumed her vigilant observation of the happenings ahead of the cart. Leon, she suddenly uttered. Leon too noticed, as a figure approached from the front of the cart. It was a man clad in a black shirt and trousers, his hair closely cropped, devoid of any distinguishing features, resembling a monkey poised for launch into space. The 13th individual had arrived. Chinzhou had been faring poorly of late, or perhaps quite well. His attempt to assassinate Leon had been thwarted, resulting in the inevitable loss of his job. This had been anticipated. He was an adult, and adult life was devoid of miraculous interventions, filled instead with endless suffering. He had lost his employment. Well, one could argue it was not entirely a misfortune, as it afforded him the time to undergo a health checkup to discern the nature of his pains. Subsequently, Chinzhou was diagnosed with testicular cancer. The silver lining was that it had been caught in a timely manner, posing no immediate threat to his life. The unfortunate news was that he had permanently lost certain vital components. A middle-aged man, devoid of both employment and testicles, lay numbly in his basement apartment. What should I do? He gazed at the furniture within the room. Collecting furniture was one of his few passions. He purchased a piece from Field Furniture Factory with each new release, from handcrafted coffee tables to artificial crystal lamps. Was this all there was? Decades of life reduced to these possessions, hoarded like a hamster, suffocating himself in his nest. He suddenly comprehended the essence of consumerism that Leon had spoken of. What should I do? He pondered further. Surviving such a calamity, one ought to seize the opportunity to rest, as Leon suggested, perhaps create a self-portrait, and then venture into the gym to reclaim his health. A voice whispered in his mind. To hell with it. What good is health if my testicles do not return? Self-improvement is nonsense. Self-destruction is the only path to redemption. Do you understand? Self-destruction, along with your pitiful consumerism and the entire magnesium haul. He sank deeply into despair. Another voice resounded in his mind. From a perspective of self-reflection, this second voice was deafening, instantly overpowering the first. Chinzhou shifted his numb gaze. Ultimately resting upon the table, there lay an orange-red flyer, the voice seemingly emanating from it. The following morning, a gas explosion occurred in the basement near the Silver Tower. Countless exquisite wooden furnishings, alongside a yellowing second-hand refrigerator, and the dreams of a certain man were reduced to ashes. Chinzhou stood before that door. Moments later, a young woman with sun-kissed skin emerged. She cast a piercing gaze at Chinzhou. Too old, she exclaimed loudly. The girl with sun-kissed skin was named Minor, a name Chinzhou happened to overhear. Members of the secret society bore no names. They were inconsequential, mere dust that went unnoticed. Chinzhou found solace in this anonymity. For being unremarkable meant that no one cared about his vulnerabilities. The rules of the secret society were few. The first was to never ask questions. The second reiterated the same, and the third stipulated that newcomers must complete a task on their first night. Chinzhou excelled, having been an outstanding student, particularly in chemistry. He infiltrated the office, drilled a hole in a light bulb, filled it with gasoline, and sealed it with wax or silicone before reattaching it. When someone flipped the switch, the bulb would shatter with a bang. As for the monitors used daily, they were considerably larger than light bulbs. Armed with an insulated screwdriver, he pried open the ventilation panel, drilled into the cathode ray tube, and listened to the eerie sound of vacuum escaping, then proceeded to fill it with explosives. Mixing potassium permanganate with powdered sugar created a rapidly burning substance combined with another that supplied oxygen, resulting in an explosion at a certain threshold. Barium peroxide with zinc powder. Ammonium nitrate with aluminum powder, barium nitrate with sulfur, and a touch of charcoal. This became his new passion. Chen Zhou grew increasingly adept. He felt the dormant child within him awaken, granting him an exhilarating sense of omnipotence. Filling the monitor with these materials, he envisioned a detonation that would erupt directly in his face when someone powered it on. Huh, take that, you bastard boss. Chen Zhou sensed his own destruction. A relentless descent that incited panic and unease as all his ingrained beliefs were challenged and shattered. Yet, this existence was preferable to the mundane reality, 1,000 times better. Aside from his tasks, his work involved cultivating flowers in the garden. Everyone engaged in this pastime during their leisure. It was not a casual endeavor. A man walking his dog meticulously instructed them on how to proceed, an expertise that was astonishing. Amending the soil with Epsom salts to reduce acidity. He added cow manure and hair clippings from the barber shop to boost protein content. Obtaining dried blood meal from the slaughterhouse enhanced iron levels, along with bone meal to increase phosphorus content. Basil, thyme, eucalyptus, mint, purple grass, and roses were sown in kaleidoscopic symmetry. Weeding, sowing, fertilizing, and pest control were routine. The cursed leaves were harvested and boiled with juniper berries to create a natural lye solution, effectively erasing fingerprints. Roses served as natural coagulants, as did witch hazel. The other plants were sold, and the proceeds sustained the operations of the secret society. Everyone contributes to its operation, and that feeling is exhilarating. Chen Zhou gradually forgets that he is called Chen Zhou, let alone the triviality of egg. Though he possesses nothing, he feels an unparalleled sense of freedom. Occasionally, he spots the sun-kissed woman strolling through the flower beds with another strikingly beautiful woman. He trails behind, meticulously tilling the earth, erasing the traces of their passage. Manel is a fervent leader. Chen Zhou perceives that this fervor is not inherent to her, but rather a conscious effort to cater to the stunning woman. However, this is of no concern to him. The first rule of the secret society is to refrain from questioning. The second rule is likewise to refrain from questioning. Chen Zhou silently revels in this existence. Occasionally, someone passes away, and they say that those who have departed can reclaim their names, to be remembered by all. When the disheveled homeless man lay on the table, everyone clasped their hands in solemnity, even Manel and the beautiful woman. It was as if they were venerating a hero. Chen Zhou felt envy. He was certain that in that moment, everyone pondered why it was not themselves who had perished. At that moment, no one would care how many eggs he possessed. Finally, one evening, Chen Zhou shaved his head bald. This signified his impending journey into space. As a trained monkey tasked with pulling levers and pressing buttons. The day had finally arrived. Chen Zhou strapped explosives to his body, contemplating silently. He intended to plunge into the depths. Chapter 95. Chaos, War, Sniping, Combined. What can I do for you? Like those before him. Aga Tu halted the carriage and leaned down to inquire of Chen Zhou. Chen Zhou did not respond. He took a deep breath and hastened toward Aga Tu. A month prior, he could never have envisioned himself acting in such a manner. The mask of reason was peeling away, and a dreadful essence was taking root within him. He yearned to slay the endangered deer and birds, to storm the zoo and wreak havoc. He wished to sink the cruise ship into the ocean, causing irreparable pollution. He wanted to shout to everyone that luxury goods are merely a ruse, to rush into museums and shatter those precious crystals. He desired to obliterate everything. Stop. Zhang Sen raised his handgun. Chen Zhou began to run. What can I do for you? You should have asked that sooner. Had you inquired earlier, there would have been much you could do to assist me. The knowledge I acquired in school proved utterly useless in society, and they would have me call the regret from squandering my youth growth. Injustice is rampant. Politicians embezzle assets, factories dissolve, workers are left unemployed, and some even pocket charitable donations. Yet no one comes to hold them accountable. I have stooped to such depths to earn a living, gradually reaching this point. The chemical plant issue remains unresolved. I was dismissed due to your absurd power struggle, without any compensation, not even enough to afford a better treatment plan to preserve my testicles. Now, you finally inquire what you can do for me. No, you cannot assist me in any way. Are you satisfied? You claim to be different from other officials. Everyone makes such assertions, and no one believes them anymore. From this moment forward, both the credibility of the parliament and that of you, Augustus too, will plummet to an all-time low. Only in this manner, only when your colossal entity vanishes entirely, will my insignificance be acknowledged. Chinzhou abruptly pulled the trigger. Bang! The smoke dissipated in an instant, and a bullet pierced through Chinzhou's forehead. In the next moment, he exploded into a crimson mist. Limbs, severed arms, intestines, and entrails scattered like raindrops in every direction. His shaven head soared through the air, resembling the remains of some primate. Indeed, it was entirely akin to that of a space monkey. Trained, launched into space, pressed the button, manipulated the joystick. Then your mission concludes. Your existence is solely dedicated to this. With no funds for a return journey, as a mere monkey, you can only plummet toward the atmosphere, burning to ashes through friction. Thud! Half of a skull landed at Leon's feet, the hollow eye sockets meeting his gaze. Leon recognized the individual. Chinzhou, the first inept white-collar worker to attempt his assassination. It seems you did not paint a self-portrait, Leon sighed. Now that you are dead, what significance does all this hold? Self-improvement bears no meaning. I will perish eventually, so why not accelerate everything? The skull of Chinzhou rolled, and Leon could almost hear him saying it. Leon shrugged. At least Chinzhou was not entirely mistaken on this point. Noah swallowed hard. It appeared Leon had been conversing with a corpse, although he often chatted with machines. To him, humans were akin to machines, and conversing with the lifeless was somewhat comprehensible. Yet, it felt undeniably eerie. At this moment, Noah's shock and horror seamlessly blended into the crowd. The residents were equally filled with astonishment and dread, though not because of Leon. Silence. A deathly quiet, followed by screams. Meaningless flight and trampling. The festive atmosphere dissipated, and the people's accumulated suspicions from repeated acts of vandalism erupted suddenly. Quiet. The members of the Iron Throne began to restore order, vociferously calling out and forming a human barrier. Their efforts proved largely ineffective. The continuous decline in credibility led the populace to no longer genuinely trust the members of the Iron Throne. The police could no longer offer them sufficient safety. Nangong Ti quietly observed this scene. It was she who had fired the shot. She had the capability to act before Chinzhou pulled the trigger. However, to the public, that would have appeared as Augustus II's bodyguards suddenly eliminating an ordinary citizen seeking to voice grievances. The bomb must explode in public. Otherwise, the situation will only worsen. Chaos gradually ensues as the crowd scatters like headless flies. Zhang San and Nangong Ti shield Augu Tu, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Bang! Bang! As the officers realize they cannot regain control, they begin firing shots into the air. With several figures collapsing amidst the throng, the disorder intensifies. The Iron Throne has killed. Murder! Someone cries out. Leon discerns that it is another space monkey. Meanwhile, several familiar silhouettes flicker through the crowd. Whoosh! A silver metallic spear streaks through the air. Zhang San swiftly brandishes a harpoon to block it, the collision producing a resounding hum. Almost simultaneously, Nangong Ti fixates on a specific direction, raising her hand as sparks ignite subtly. Something that should have pierced Augu Tu's temple is deflected. A sniper. Just as Zhang San deflects the spear and Nangong Ti averts the sniper's shot, a figure swiftly navigates through the crowd, charging directly at Augu Tu. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Just as she is about to burst through the throng, a hand suddenly reaches out, firmly grasping the spear, the metallic glove and blade creating dazzling sparks upon contact. Concurrently, a deep, resonant sound akin to a dragon's breath echoes from beneath. Buzz. The penetrating sound, more powerful than gunfire, instantly halts the tumultuous crowd, leaving them bewildered and glancing around. Everyone, do not worry. It is an assassin. The assassin has been neutralized. The duty of the Iron Throne is to protect the people. They would never fire upon you. Augu Tu immediately begins to soothe the public's anxiety. He knows all too well where the horn sound originates. After 3 consecutive attacks, anyone else would surely be shaken, but Leon's presence nearby bolsters his confidence. In a fleeting moment, Leon seizes the silver spear that is about to launch, combining it seamlessly with the ground. Will you provide me with an explanation? Mion softly inquires, her wrist firmly held by Leon. Although merely a sequence 8, her hand feels as powerful as a vice. While she could easily break free, she senses a hint of anger emanating from this strength, prompting her to pause. The ultimate aim of the rebels is to simultaneously eliminate the Council and Augu Tu, ultimately seizing control of the entire megahall. Provoking Leon at this moment would undoubtedly be unwise. It should be you who provides me with an explanation, Leon states, gazing at Chun Zhou's half-revealed head. On the night of the secret society's first meeting, what did you promise me? I hope you take this group seriously, even if only for your own benefit. Do not let them sacrifice themselves in vain. They merely seek to improve their lives. They have done nothing wrong. Mian remained silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. A faint sound echoed as the dagger plunged into Mian's abdomen. Simultaneously, another spear pierced through Leon's left leg. In a brief moment of mutual restraint, the two were almost tightly entwined. You have broken your promise, Mian, Leon whispered in her ear, slowly twisting the dagger. The prejudice tore through her insides, and the last countess of the Sothis family began to bleed profusely. The plan was devised by Minil, but I did indeed acquiesce, Mian replied softly, her gaze distant. It seemed that in the absence of Inya, she and Minil had become each other's detrimental influences. Leon could feel the metal spears spreading through his body, his left leg gradually losing sensation. So yes, I have broken my promise, she continued. What do you intend to do with me? Inform Augustus II of my whereabouts? Don't be foolish, Leon, at this juncture. Change necessitates bloodshed. I've heard that said by others, but they shed the blood of nobles, not like this, binding explosives to commoners. Leon retorted, what distinguishes nobles from commoners? When it comes to sacrifice, does one side appear more noble than the other? She clung tightly to Leon, asserting that all sacrifices should serve a purpose. As long as it aids my ideals, what difference is there between the impoverished and the aristocrats? We are not of the same ilk, Leon. Just as you are now, fighting a stranger, or rather, a stranger who has attempted to assassinate you. I cannot comprehend that. Blood gradually dripped during their conversation, pooling at their feet, merging together. It is related to him, but not significantly. I only witnessed you betray your promise and feared you would also forsake the truce. Thus I struck first. What now? Do you intend to slowly stab each other to death here? Mian's lips began to pale. That's a good idea. It won't disturb anyone else. Your embrace is quite warm. Perhaps it will allow me to sleep peacefully. The chaotic crowd began to regroup, weaving around them, and aside from the solemn-faced Noah, no one paid any heed to the embracing couple. Now retreat and seek another opportunity, Leon gasped, his heated breath brushing against Mian's ear, ruffling the hair at her neck and temples. I will begin to impede you, Mian. We are officially at war. How unfortunate. This complicates matters, Mian chuckled softly, Leon's breath provoking a slight itch. The loss of blood rendered her weak. Wait a moment, let me rest. She leaned against Leon's shoulder for a brief respite. Let it be so, she said. As the dagger was withdrawn from her body, she staggered back 2 steps, and together with Leon, they simultaneously injected the serum into their necks. Even the syringes had been provided by the same 6th-ranked physician, who had given Leon 4 vials and Mian 3, in exchange for their escape from this conflict alongside Pello. Watching the beautiful countess gradually vanish into the crowd, Leon forcefully extracted the spear that had pierced his thigh, driving it straight into the ground. The intense pain made him grit his teeth, nearly causing him to fall. Noah steadied him. That damned woman, she seethed, gritting her teeth in fury. In a moment of negligence, she found herself entwined with Leon, and in another fleeting instant, they were at each other's throats. The distance between them rendered her powerless, akin to a helpless wife. Frustrated, she gently pressed on Leon's swiftly healing wound, her gaze fixed on the slowly advancing carriage. Leon's horn blared at just the right moment, causing only minor injuries among a few, sparing them from severe casualties. Yet, the gruesome remnants of Chun Zhou's explosion created an area of solitude that no one dared approach. Sweat beads formed on the brow of Augustus II. But the celebration remained unaffected. The assassination itself was merely a part of the trial. The true confrontation was about to commence. Noah whispered, You anticipated this would occur? Hence your words to Enya this morning. It was merely preparing for the worst, Leon replied, shaking his head. Before the auction hall incident, he needed Mian to secure the carriage for him. After the incident, the secret society began to take shape. At that time, Augustus II was embroiled in fierce debates with the council. Even if he were to inform Augustus, it would not eradicate the threat, but rather lead to a rift with Mian and a loss of Augustus's trust. Remaining silent, he would only be responsible for obstructing the Iron Throne, observing the rebels, the royalists, and the council in a chaotic struggle. The death of countless innocent civilians was one concern, while allowing Mian to continue this approach would lead to a Pyrrhic victory for Augustus II. leaving Leon with minimal resources. Everything was meticulously calculated. The only opportunity for him to regain control and avoid a hasty retreat from the M Hall was now. The ceasefire agreement was simultaneously torn to shreds by both parties. Leon's next move was to thwart Mion's plans while intercepting the Iron Throne, ensuring he retained the strength to withstand any backlash once the event concluded. This was no easy feat. It required his utmost effort. Suddenly, Leon tilted his head. A chill ran through him as thick blood trickled down. A significant portion of his ear had been shattered by a bullet, only to be healed by the residual effects of the syringe. Seizing the moment while his opponent reloaded, Leon turned to fixate on the adversary for several seconds. The figure in the scope turned its head, accurately pinpointing the sniper's location, meeting Leon's gaze with calmness. In another's shoes, one might be paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. Yet, this soldier, a private, merely brushed his hair back, maintaining an expressionless demeanor. Leon was a creature of peculiar nature, a fact he had long acknowledged. With a terrifying combat intellect, an incredible instinct, and a pain tolerance akin to that of a cold-blooded animal, his rationality never waned. Listen to his own words. He proclaimed himself a mechanic while treating humanity as mere machinery. Was he not, then, a natural-born killer? In essence, like himself, he was a being devoid of guilt when it came to taking lives, a kindred spirit. Bang! The private squeezed the trigger once more. The modified 30-year rifle thundered to life. Whoosh! A cloud of dust erupted from the tiled floor as Leon pulled Noah behind a stall. The crowd dispersed as the carriage of Augustus II moved further away, leaving the street desolate. Only a few unattended stalls remained, alongside the shattered body of Chun Zhou lying in the center of the thoroughfare. A few residents, initially gathered around the corpse with uncertain intentions, scattered upon noticing Leon's presence. It was him again. Leon narrowed his eyes. How unfortunate that it was at this moment. Sniping was indeed an exceptionally fearsome skill, once favored by the god of distance. One could gain a significant advantage and kill without a trace. This marksman's rifle appeared to be different from before, its power evidently greater, resembling a creation of some sort of sequence. He could not expose himself now. Augustus II was advancing steadily, and he was uncertain how long it would take Mion to organize the next offensive. He had to eliminate the sniper within this brief interval. Leon, are you all right? Came a call from not far away. Leon glanced up to see a familiar face, the leader of the burly group from the core furnace. Stay right there. Leon shouted immediately. Bang! The craftsman's calf erupted in a mist of blood. Still bewildered by the sudden turn of events, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Do not move, Leon reiterated. The craftsman clutched his injured leg, cold sweat streaming down his face. A sniper? Someone is targeting you. He gritted his teeth and asked. Yes, Leon affirmed. We are about to be surrounded. Noah frowned. I can block 1 or 2 bullets with the kiss of cherub, but that fellow is rather large. It may not suffice. No, it's unnecessary. Don't worry about me. I have my own methods. The craftsman shook his head and pressed his hands against the ground. With a sudden heave, he summoned a mixture of metallic particles that enveloped him, causing the overly muscular giant to shimmer with a metallic sheen. Clang! Another bullet struck. His head jerked. Yet he crawled behind cover as if unscathed. Where did this private come from? He furrowed his brow. The craftsman was half hidden behind a cover, occasionally peeking out to shout something toward his blind spot, seemingly discussing what to do with Leon. The private aimed again, ready to seize the opportunity to pull the trigger. But an ominous chill washed over him. No, something felt wrong. A foreboding sense spread rapidly, reminiscent of Leon's fate when he was shot through the throat from a distance just yesterday. Leon had been out of sight for quite some time. He ran his fingers through his hair and, without warning, lowered his rifle and stood up. No more shooting. Let us change positions. The advantage of the sniper lay in this. As long as one could resist temptation, the god of distance would be on their side. If he remained sufficiently cautious, shooting and changing locations, even a fully equipped squad could be easily overpowered by a mere 2 soldiers. Rising, he descended from the rooftop. The private found himself in a modest inn situated at the intersection of 2 districts. The decor was exquisite, reportedly inspired by the elegance of Japan's golden era, with tatami mats adorning the floors. Most residents had departed with their carriages, leaving the surroundings deserted, and even the innkeeper had joined the fray. Descending from the 3rd to the 2nd floor, navigating past the wooden railings and delicate paper screens, the private suddenly heard a heartbeat that did not belong to him. His brow furrowed, and with a swift motion, He grasped the bayonet and cautiously parted the screen. There stood a small girl, seemingly lost from her parents, gazing at him with trepidation, her mouth agape as if on the verge of tears. She was not the girl who accompanied Leon. She appeared to be an ordinary child. "Hush," the private said, his expression impassive as he crouched down and pulled at his cheek, making a silly face. The girl stifled her sobs, regarding him with curiosity. "It would be troublesome if you reveal my position," he continued, pulling a small wooden carving from his pocket. "If you remain quiet, I shall give this to you." The girl nodded and took the carving. The private exhaled in relief and resumed his forward motion, ready to exit the inn. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Suddenly, bang. As he traversed the corridor, a wall was brutally smashed through by a fierce punch, and Leon seized him by the collar, yanking him back. Boom. The private crashed heavily against the wall, blood streaming from his nose. Gritting his teeth, he drove his dagger into the wall. The Japanese style meant an abundance of wooden structures and walls so thin they barely served as partitions. "Damn it," the private muttered under his breath, having failed to notice Leon's arrival. Wait a moment. Was that craftsman merely feigning conversation to mislead him? Had Leon already set out to find him? What a terrifying judgment. With a crash, as the two grappled, the wooden board splintered, and indeed, the private beheld that familiar face. Leon recognized him as well. This was the first time he had seen the private up close. The stark contrast of his black and white eyes was striking, resembling those of a model or a puppet. "Do you know what happens when a sniper is brought into close quarters?" Leon grinned, then delivered a punch to the private's cheek. With a disciplined lifestyle of early rising, regular routines, consistent exercise, and a healthy diet, coupled with the dexterity afforded by his well-trained hands and a physique significantly taller than the average man, Leon was able to dominate most opponents in close combat. Furthermore, clad in powered light armor, to the private, Leon resembled a formidable bear. Indeed, a bear, as one might expect. It was unimaginable for a normal person to punch through a wall and effortlessly lift him. Fortunately, the bear was not invincible. The private swung his bayonet in a feigned attack, lowering his body and sinking his center of gravity, aiming a flying shoulder charge at Leon's abdomen. Leon staggered slightly, and the private immediately seized the advantage, thrusting the bayonet downwards with the weight of his body. "I am truly grateful for your repeated assistance." Leon caught the bayonet with both hands, the power of his lightweight armor surging forth, gradually pushing the private away. The private remained silent, releasing the bayonet and using Liang's force to flip over and reach for the 30-year style rifle on the ground. Whoosh! A cold glint flashed as a crossbow bolt pinned his palm to the ground. Without hesitation, he used his other hand to pull the rifle's trigger, intending to bypass the step of picking it up and shoot Liang directly. Bang! The fierce kick landed squarely on his chin. Liang's boots were reinforced with steel plates, and the impact nearly caused the private to lose consciousness. He fell backward, only to be grasped by Liang by the collar. Bang! 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 The fist, imbued with the hand of the Holy Spirit, rained down relentlessly, instantly turning the private's face into a bloody mess. After a brief daze, the private still did not lose his fighting spirit. He seized Liang's wrist and thrust the bayonet towards his shoulder. A successful strike. However, the private soon realized that this opponent was astonishingly resilient. The stab barely registered as a scratch. Fists came crashing again, and the private was sent sprawling to the ground, his head striking the floor and bouncing back up. "Basil is your brother, isn't he?" Leon stepped on his chest. "So what if he is?" Blood filled the private's mouth, yet he remained expressionless, staring intently at Leon. "Will you tell me what it feels like to kill him?" "Guilt. Do you possess such a thing?" "Not in the slightest. It was you who initiated the attack." Leon extended his hand, pressing it against the private's face, feeling at most a modicum of respect for life. "Nothing more." "Ha ha ha." The private chuckled softly, half of his face grotesquely swollen, his eyeball nearly rolling out from the fractured socket, blood surging from his lungs, causing him to cough incessantly. Leon drew his dagger, poised to grant him a swift end, when a small hand reached out beside him. Trembling slightly, it presented a wooden carving, seemingly seeking to broker some form of exchange. Leon gazed at the vacant-eyed private and sighed slowly. "You do not wish for me to kill him. Are you willing to trade this wooden carving?" he asked. The little girl, appearing no older than 5 or 6, nodded. "Very well." Leon pressed down on the private's left eye. "What the hell are you doing?" The private suddenly shouted, "If you want to kill me, then just do it. It's rare for someone to plead for you. I'm not the type to kill in front of a child. Of course, I'm also not foolish enough to let a tiger return to the mountain. This eye of yours is beyond saving. It will have to be removed sooner or later. Let me do it, and I can assure you it will be done with more care. Liang's thumb pressed down slowly. Chapter 96. The Aesthetics of Heavy Firepower, Combined. The medic's injection is a special ability of the white coat sequence, known as Blood of Rebirth. The principle behind it involves stimulating the residual magical potion within the body, forcibly inducing it into a state of destruction and reconstruction akin to that of an ascension. In essence, for an ordinary individual, this expensive injection is merely water. The private is not an adept. The eye, a particularly unique entity, must be promptly removed if one becomes non-functional. Otherwise, the immune system will perceive the intact eye as a threat and commence its assault. To maintain the apparatus's operation, one must eliminate the defective components. Lu En rose to his feet, discarding the bloodied eyeball aside. He gazed at the private lying motionless on the ground. This gaunt, perpetually expressionless sniper now lay still, one eye wide open, while the vacant left socket was engulfed in nothingness. Bandages and anti-inflammatory medication. Lu En retrieved a small cloth pouch from his waist, intending to offer it to the private, yet he could not ascertain whether the man retained consciousness. The girl accepted the pouch, nodding at Lu En. Uncertain of her origins, Lu En gently patted her head before turning to leave. In any confrontation, aside from the healer, the sniper must be prioritized. Although it took some time to eliminate the private, Lu En understood its necessity. Upon rejoining the convoy and meeting with Noah, he noted that Augustus II had already proceeded to the designated area. Everything is normal, Noah replied. Are you well? Just fine, Lu En nodded. The plan had unfolded without significant issues, and most fortunate was the fact that the burly craftsman was a clever man. He knew how to buy Lu En time, while Lu En could swiftly navigate in a short span, thus safely dispatching the private. Had there been a moment's delay, the private could have fled the hotel and sought another vantage point. On another note, why did that burly man not remain underground but instead come here to mingle? Was the core furnace truly secure? Lu En wished to inquire further. Yet the man had succumbed to unconsciousness the moment he felt relieved and was promptly carried away by the ambulance. 3 more ordinary individuals had just arrived, Noah continued, mentioning that the girl was not tall enough and occasionally needed to jump to see what was happening ahead. Is that so? Lu En furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Despite the presence of Nangong Ti and Zhang San, Mian was unlikely to act recklessly. However, his recent departure had indeed presented a favorable opportunity. Had she done nothing? Impossible. Mian had to contend with both Augustus II and the council. Her inaction toward Augustus II clearly indicated her focus was elsewhere. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted in the distance, piercing the air and shattering the glass along the roadside, flames and smoke billowing skyward from the direction of the power plant. The emergency lights on the platform flickered erratically before gradually extinguishing. The lockdown gate rotated shut, sealing most of the light outside. What did Little Mustache throw that became lodged perfectly in the center of the gate? Moments later, the emergency lights flickered back to life, yet the gate remained stubbornly shut. What could be the matter? Little Mustache furrowed his brow. The power plant had been attacked. His deputy listened intently as the radio crackled with responses. The backup power was sufficient for basic lighting, but the request for electricity to the core furnace from the platform went unanswered. Oh, Little Mustache paused for a few seconds. Then a knowing smile spread across his face. It seemed the Duchess intended to trap them here, preventing this band of old comrades from engaging in close combat. How characteristically benevolent of her. Is everything all right? Asked the deputy, removing his headset. No issues. The gate still has a slight gap, replied Little Mustache as he leapt from the vehicle, pointing towards a glimmer of light ahead. There lay the disposable noodle fork he had just thrown. As he waved, the plastic fork suddenly gleamed with a metallic luster, transforming along with the surrounding area in contact with the gate into sparkling metallic particles that cascaded down with the wind. Excuse me. A staff member from the quarantine station rushed over. If you wish to enter the magnesium hall, please ensure you undergo a medical examination and registration first. No, we shall not enter, Little Mustache chuckled, shaking his head as he returned to the carriage with his deputy. This gap is wide enough for a shell or even a person to pass through. He drew a line on the map, aligning 3 points. However, our shooting angle is significantly restricted. We are situated in this sector, facing that sector, with the silver tower in between. What are you dawdling for? Little Mustache smiled. Hurry and load the ammunition. Shortly after Little Mustache returned to the carriage, the staff member in the quarantine station exhaled in relief. After disinfecting, she returned to the lounge, removing her beaked mask to reveal the youthful, innocent face of a girl, topped with a doll. Well done. The doll, Noah, patted her head. Ah, thank you so much for the compliment. Pelu straightened up abruptly. Since waking that morning, this mini version of her elder sister had taken residence atop her head, as if it were an unshakable curse. I have encountered a supernatural event. Some sort of brother-complex demon is haunting me. Mr. Leon, help? She lamented. Just stay here and monitor the Iron Throne's movements. I will inform Leon when it fires, the doll continued. Yes. Pelu nodded vigorously. Ugh. Do you even know what I am thinking? How infuriating. The moment the explosion echoed, Leon realized what Mion intended to do. The gate had been locked. It seems Mion has taken control of the core furnace, Noah whispered. She wants to monopolize access to the Magnesium Hall, while simultaneously preventing the crew of the Iron Throne from disembarking. Is this truly effective? The train conductor of the Iron Throne is a demigod, she questioned, perplexed. Adding a breach to the door will have a significant psychological impact, Noah replied. Leon pondered for a moment, recognizing that Mion, having served on the Iron Throne, would be aware that this band of self-proclaimed knights would not recklessly storm into the city to commit murder. Nonetheless, a grave expression lingered on Leon's face. The districts were soon to be reached. The outer city's 8 districts were nearing the halfway mark, after which, all that remained for Augustus II was to return to the Silver Tower to declare his oath, thereby achieving complete success. Regardless of the faction, both sides were poised to strike in the upcoming districts. Suddenly, the team of Sharmas pulling the carriage neighed loudly. Leon instinctively grasped his dagger. The Sharmas, being heavy draft horses, were massive beasts ill-suited for riding, yet were subjected to rigorous training and war blinders, making them difficult to spook. At that moment, however, they grew restless, pacing in place and even raising their hooves, likely triggered by Leon's flaring nostrils as he glanced towards the nearby red and white circus tent. A space monkey was pouring a liquid from a large barrel onto the ground, the substance emanating a potent aroma, urine from fierce beasts such as lions and tigers, mingled with an unidentified plant. The horses are startled. Someone shouted, "Get out of the way." Among the 8 Sharmas, 3 began to kick and bite frantically at the other horses. Without hesitation, Nangong drew his dagger, striking with the precision of a hawk. 2 Sharmas collapsed with a thunderous crash. An ominous premonition coursed through Leon's body. He raised his hand abruptly, contemplating the various potential forms the enemy might take. Would Charlie and Cher burst forth wielding bombs? In such a scenario, targeting their limbs would be prudent. And Silver? Would she charge forward like a heavy tank, brandishing a pickaxe towards Augustus II? If it were her, one should aim for the gaps in her armor. Or perhaps it would be Mion herself, capable of swiftly dispatching Zhang Xin before continuing to target Augustus II. In that case, close combat would be inevitable, just as Nangong turned to deal with the last horse. 2 indistinct, colossal yellow shapes leaped from the tent, lunging towards Augustus II. Leon was momentarily taken aback. It was utterly unexpected. 2 lions. 2 damn lions. Roaring fiercely. The male lions sent the onlookers scattering in terror. Damn beasts. Zhang Xin shouted, raising his electrified harpoon high, aiming to strike the lion before him, equally enraged. Witnessing such ferocity, power, and beauty in the flesh made one realize they were far grander than one could ever imagine. To become their prey, and to see them leap a distance of 3 to 4 meters, was utterly despairing. With a crackling sound, arcs of electricity filled the air, mingling with the scent of gunpowder. The lion's massive claws tore a grievous wound across Zhang San's chest, while his harpoon pierced the creature's skull. 1 lion down. 1 remaining. At this very moment, Nangong Ti had just subdued the last of the startled horses, while Zhang San exerted all his strength to push aside the lifeless lion. Another lion, with its front paws gripping the roof of the carriage and its hind legs pushing off the ground, lunged at the old Second Augustus, who was desperately trying to scramble into the carriage. Nangong Ti drew his pistol. Damn it, old Second Augustus, hold the lion's head, do not fire, he shouted. The remaining horses were on the brink of panic. Firing would send the metallic carriage crashing into the crowd, resulting in mass casualties. A low hum filled the air, and in an instant, half of the lion's head vanished without warning or sound, as if it had been swept away by an unseen gust, leaving only a pool of blood. The crowd dispersed, and the young conductor withdrew his hand. Leon, old Second Augustus exhaled sharply, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Now, immediately, dispose of the carcass. Without pleasantries, Leon bellowed with all his might. Nangong Ti, being a sentinel, instinctively grasped the urgency of the situation. Bang! Bang! Two powerful flying kicks sent the massive beast soaring into the air. Among the mangled remains of the lion, the outline of a detonator could be discerned. Someone had stuffed this device into its stomach and trained it to attack old Second Augustus. These circus lions, once dulled of spirit, acted out of compulsion, for they were also space monkeys. Boom! Flesh, fur, and entrails erupted into the air amidst a cloud of smoke. The horses reared up, whinnying in terror. Almost immediately, a cacophony of barks erupted. After a sharp whistle, a pack of hounds surged forth from alleys in all directions, their coats gleaming and their bodies robust as calves. They came in various colors and sizes, the hounds resembling a tidal wave, a truly spectacular sight. Typically, training a single exceptional hunting dog demands significantly more time than training a human. No one would genuinely attempt to organize a brigade of beasts. However, if one possesses a few exceptionally intelligent lead dogs along with ample food, the scenario changes dramatically. The dogs had been trained for many years and even managed a restaurant, providing a steady supply of leftovers. Little Fu was quite clever as well. Under the cover of the throng, these small creatures could navigate swiftly through the gaps between countless legs. With a sharp whistle, the pack charged towards the remaining chariot horses. The sounds of neighing and trampling filled the air as Leon witnessed hounds being trampled to death. Yet more hounds were attacking the soft underbellies of the chariot horses, inciting them into a frenzy. At last, the carriage, now uncontrollable, surged forward recklessly. This colossal contraption of biological and metallic composition had finally succumbed to brake failure. Unable to halt its advance. Disperse. Everyone scatter. Zhang Xin yanked on the reins, straining with all his might. He could only attempt to steer it, preventing the crowd from being reduced to a pulp. Boom. The carriage crashed through two inns, careening diagonally down two streets. Most of Agu Tu's private soldiers and the officers who supported him failed to cope with this unexpected upheaval. The security forces surrounding Agu Tu were suddenly diminished by more than half, creating a significant gap. Undoubtedly, this presented a rather opportune moment. Thus, after traversing two streets, Zhang San beheld the strikingly radiant woman he had encountered once before. She stood in the center of the desolate street, her tall figure enveloped in mourning attire. A soft, wide-brimmed hat cascading down to obscure the upper half of her face alongside a veil. Mian Ansodis, the last scion of the Rezotis lineage. Once the gem of the Might Hall, the youngest countess, and a merciless harbinger of death on the southern battlefields. If one were to assemble all the rank 6 entities in this world and rank them, Mian would undoubtedly secure a place among the top 3, if not the strongest. She lifted the hem of her mourning gown, her gaze cast downward, and gracefully performed a salute. 24 silver-white long spears unfurled behind her, suddenly elongating like the wings of an angel. Turn the carriage left. Nangong Ti interlaced her hands, only to draw forth 2 heavy submachine guns, each held aloft in one hand. It was a sight of considerable impact. At first glance, the 2 submachine guns resembled Chicago typewriters. Yet Zhang San was acutely aware that they were far from ordinary. The terrifying caliber and substantial drum magazines indicated that these weapons were designed with an enemy in mind that was not human. They were metal storm generators, instruments that would see one tried in a military court during wartime. Indeed, they were weapons meant for trains or helicopters, for they were specifically designed for such machines. Now, this no-nonsense battle made wielded one in each hand as if they were mere pistols, poised to pull the triggers. The moment flames erupted from the muzzles, Zhang Xin could hear nothing. The potent black powder detonated hundreds, if not thousands, of times within mere seconds, the horrific recoil nearly shattering the carriage. Yet those 2 pale arms steadfastly restrained the raging steel behemoths, subduing them. A deluge of iron, a torrential storm of bullets, erupted forth, unleashed recklessly by Nangong Ti. Behind Mian, the exquisite 3-story building was instantly reduced to 1.5 stories, collapsing amid a cloud of dust and debris. Seemingly unsatisfied, 2 additional arms emerged from behind Nangong Ti's shoulders, retrieving 2 elongated objects from the carriage. Zhang Xin recognized them. They were indeed 2 of those. Had they been stowed in the carriage all along? When had she concealed them? Boom. The rocket propelled into the air, trailing a bright plume of smoke. Akin to twin thunderbolts amidst the storm of steel, a sudden explosion resounded. Zhang San knew very little about Nangong Ti, even though both were hired bodyguards. They rarely undertook missions together, and even when they did, Nangong Ti seldom spoke. Fortuitously, Zhang San remains oblivious to the fact that Nangong Ti's remuneration is 50 times his own, while he is merely a complimentary addition. The surname Nangong alone speaks volumes. The current train conductor bears the name Nangong, as did the previous one and the one before that. The position of conductor is not one of hereditary privilege. Each generation of Nangong has earned their place through sheer merit. It is said that they have been selecting the strong from the very inception of their lineage, with the women of the family only permitted to unite with the formidable, thus perpetuating this legacy through countless generations. As for Nangong Ti, she is still young and relatively unknown. However, most seasoned veterans of the northern battlefield have heard of this individual plagued by a fear of insufficient firepower, an explosion enthusiast, and an addiction to shooting. Her finances are perennially in deficit. At times, she even ventures out to take on bodyguard gigs or distribute flyers for a maid CAF. For as soon as she earns money, she purchases vast quantities of bullets and shells, expending them with remarkable speed. The accumulations of ammunition sufficient to arm 100 sharpshooters are piled upon her, creating such a formidable figure. The torrential rain lasted but a moment, and then, before Zhang San's astonished gaze, the bullets expelled from the submachine gun formed 2 straight lines. It was as if recoil and gun barrel tremors had vanished entirely, all concealed beneath the pinnacle of technique. This woman can wield a heavy submachine gun with pinpoint accuracy. The culmination of human warfare artistry manifests as pure annihilation, cascading mercilessly towards Mian. The carriage continues to surge forward at high speed, and Mian is enveloped in a shimmering silhouette of silver armor. Those argent spears stand guard before her, seemingly having endured eons, now rendered decrepit. The iron rain obliterates all in its path, and Mian feels an overwhelming pressure. I swallowed hard, recalling how Mian had withstood a relentless barrage from the train's cannon for quite some time. That was a weapon of exceptional caliber. Yet, upon reflection, such concentrated bombardment indeed possesses greater lethality against a single adversary. Click, click. The magazine ran dry, and the carriage drew ever closer to Mian. The lady seemed somewhat disheveled, though merely so. A massive figure, with shoulders broad as a car, galloped forth like a frantic stallion, and Mian raised her hand, grasping the condensed silver longsword. Preparing her stance, Nangong Ti seized Zhang San and Augustus II, one in each hand, and suddenly leapt onto the carriage. Boom! Mian's fist swung out abruptly, colliding with Xiaoma, who met the impact as if crashing into a wall, his head instantly reduced to a pulp. Then, a sharp flash of white light cut through the air, cleaving both horse and carriage asunder in an instant. The cut was smooth and precise, be it flesh or mithril. Everything slid downwards at an angle. Amidst the torrential blood rain, Mian leapt high, her spear descending with a fierce cry. Augustus too. Her voice was profoundly solemn. Brimming with rage, I am Mian Sothis, the final bloodline of the Sodius family. I am the master of the Magnesium Hall. Click, click. The crisp sound of chambering around echoed. It was 2 jet-black desert eagles. Nangong Ti slightly parted his lips and blew a breath towards the gun muzzle. The path of the beacon, sequence 7, the gunslinger's prowess. The kiss of black powder, the intricate patterns on the handgun's guard suddenly illuminated, depicting flames and weaponry emblems. The gun's muzzle burst forth with dazzling brilliance as Nangong Ti relentlessly squeezed the trigger. A terrifying roar erupted, sending the long spear wielded by Mian flying away. Each shot was a precise interception, each strike a manifestation of sheer force. This was the power bestowed by caliber, an aesthetic of raw firepower. With a sudden descent, Mian brandished her spear, and Nangong Ti's other 2 hands swiftly raised, propelling the 300-pound body of Augustus II towards Leon. Enhance my gun, Nangong Ti shouted at Zhang San. Zhang San, however, was oblivious, his ears still ringing painfully. Yet, he had already commenced his actions before Nangong Ti had spoken. Zing! The electric arc crackled ferociously. The son of thunder blessed Miss Nangong's beloved desert eagle, transforming the bullet mid-flight into a bright molten iron, which struck Mian, igniting a splendid spark. In the next moment, Zhang San soared into the air, following closely behind Augustus II, both hurtling towards Leon. Such respect for me. 6 mechanical claws unfurled behind him. 2 anchored to the ground, while the other 4 simultaneously extended, firmly grasping Augustus II and Zhang San. The former's face turned pale, truly resembling a penguin just pulled from the water. It was Augustus II's first encounter with such a spectacle. To be frank, it was Leon's first experience as well. That day, alongside Mian, he had seized the auction hall, and the multitude of agents pursuing them lacked the terrifying destructive capability of Nangong Ti. One man, an army, a torrent of steel. This ability was evidently more than mere financial expenditure. Even the auction tycoon, a fellow master of combat, stood no chance. Crash! Leon. Noah helped catch Zhang San, suddenly raising his hand and pointing ahead. The clashing sounds of steel were enough to make one's teeth ache. Leon glanced over. The mithril carriage was gradually twisting and warping under Mian's movements. Without hesitation, Leon knocked an arrow. Lourdes erupted with a terrifying radiance and wind pressure. Distinct from Nangong Ti's heavy firepower, this was yet another form of ranged weaponry focused on single attack damage. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt zipped past, forcibly separating Mian and Nangong Ti. Mian frowned, a hint of fury brewing within her, as Leon insisted on intervening at such a critical moment. What are you doing? She panted, confronting Nangong Ti while simultaneously casting a glance at Leon. That is my carriage, Leon declared, drawing the battlefire cross and stepping onto the battlefield. I will compensate you later. Mian appeared somewhat exasperated, sighing deeply. That is the lay Sotis, a relic of your father. Leon stood resolutely before her. Chapter 97. To see her eyes, combined. In an instant, Mian's expression shifted. Nangong Ti seized this fleeting moment, raising her gun with remarkable speed, unleashing a barrage towards Mian. Each bullet wielded formidable power, rivaling that of artillery, and each collision with Mian's conjured armor sent vast shards of metal spiraling through the air. You despicable wretch! Mian gritted her teeth, her form flickering as she lunged fiercely towards Leon. Yet, she did not advance towards the carriage again. The spear descended with ferocity, and everyone collectively held their breath, eyes wide with anticipation. Leon's entrance onto the battlefield was so natural that none recalled he was merely a Sequence 8. The 2 combatants before him were monstrous even among Sequence 6. With this strike, Mian would undoubtedly bring about Leon's demise. Amidst the sparks and the crisscrossing flames, the spear was thwarted. The tremendous force shattered the mechanical arm that Leon had used for support, causing his hands to tremble and his palms to split. Nonetheless, he managed to hold his ground. His coat tattered under the residual force, revealing the silver spine beneath. The spine of the innocent. It was embedded within his powered light armor, connected by a myriad of intricate tubes through which a luminous silver liquid metal coursed. The radiance surged along the conduits, ultimately linking to his gas mask. Leon inhaled deeply. The silver glow gradually ignited in his eyes as he wielded his twin blades, slicing through the spear before Mian's astonished gaze. The Holy Communion. This precious creation of Sequence was being regarded by Leon as a consumable, its opulence gradually eroded. The remaining fragments not only provided energy to the powered light armor, but also reinforced his physical limits through the probes that pierced his skin. A one-fish-three-eat strategy. Frugality was the essence. The old man overseeing the warehouse informed me that the girls of the Sothis family were both stubborn and cunning, particularly the one named Mian. Leon stepped forward, towering over Mian, steam billowing from beneath his mask, enveloping the space between them. It was imperative to observe their eyes, for they would not deceive. Those resplendent violet irises trembled slightly, filled with fury, confusion, solitude, a hint of sorrow, and gratitude. That was a relic of her father, something she had only heard of and sought for a long time without success. She felt immense gratitude towards Leon. That alone sufficed. Retrieving the carriage had drained considerable effort from her. Leon smiled, a grin reminiscent of a boy who had meticulously prepared a gift. Mian experienced a fleeting moment of wavering, one she herself barely noticed. Whether genuine or not, this was the closest she had come to happiness in all her years. If time, place, and identity were to shift, Leon would undoubtedly propose with fervor. A sharp sting coursed through her body. Is it possible to feel pain amidst happiness? Mian pondered, bowing her head. She felt Liang's dagger pierce her lower abdomen, reaching toward her spine. A wry smile crept upon Mian's lips as she realized she was no less formidable. Unbeknownst to her, she had severed half of Liang's hand. It was an instinctive response, honed over 6 years of arduous expeditions, ingrained in her muscle memory. In that fleeting moment, both her hatred for Liang and her self-loathing surged forth. She staggered back 2 steps, while Nangong Ti had already reloaded and fired at her once more. The others, confused by the unfolding chaos, merely witnessed me attack, Liang block, and retaliate, simultaneously wounding her with the dagger. Suddenly, Liang lunged forward, seizing the straps of his powered armor, tightening them around his arm to staunch the bleeding. He lifted the smoldering cross of battle that had nearly fallen, clenching it in his mouth, charging once more at me, and abruptly, Liang halted. As he stunned everyone with his dexterity and strength, effortlessly matching the prowess of Sequence 8 against Sequence 6, he abruptly retreated, lowering his body. "Get down," he bellowed. Something whistled from the distance. Like a gentle spring breeze or the impending patter of rain, an ominous premonition settled in the hearts of all. It was approaching. The poets of the Bacchus sequence would romanticize this moment, likening it to wildfires, the pain of childbirth, brilliant meteors, and death that shines with vibrant beauty. Yet, if Liang were to speak, he would dismiss such metaphors as utter nonsense. It was a 500 caliber shell, hurtling toward them at nearly twice the speed of sound, obliterating every piece of glass in its path, a 300-kilogram behemoth. It appeared that everyone had underestimated the situation. While the mithril carriage was indeed robust, it was absolutely incapable of withstanding such a force. This was not a solid armor-piercing round. To ensure lethal accuracy, it was laden with smokeless powder. Liang wondered if the conductor of the Iron Throne had lost his mind, carelessly launching such a projectile into a residential area. This was no mere threat. It could obliterate a significant portion of the district. What on earth was that fool thinking? Fueled by a torrent of fury, the hand of the Holy Spirit clenched tightly, extending an obscene gesture. In the next instant, everyone noticed flames flickering from the cracks in the tiles beneath their feet, billowing thick smoke. The ground undulated like waves, tiles flying into the air as shock waves rippled outward, causing all structures to tremble. Something shot upward from beneath, soaring into the sky, precisely meeting the cannonball. 2 moving fortresses, 2 train-mounted cannons, simultaneously launched an assault on each other's existence. The distinction lies in the fact that Liang's artillery utilizes the self-made attribute, launching condensed energy or, more precisely, a small fragment of a fully activated furnace core. A thunderous explosion reverberated overhead before anyone could comprehend the unfolding chaos. A 300-kilogram shell disintegrated mid-air, transforming into countless shards that rained down, a veritable deluge of steel. "Damn it," Leon muttered under his breath. He had exercised all possible control, ensuring that the shell detonated as close to him as feasible, minimizing the risk of injury to innocent bystanders. However, the sheer size of the shell rendered some consequences unavoidable. Fortunately, the Magnesium Hall was not without its protective forces for the populace. Though this group often displayed foolishness and corruption, they occasionally managed to act with clarity. The Iron Thrones, finally arriving belatedly alongside the carriage, either raised their riot shields, while the Silver Knights and the Hand of the King employed their abilities to intercept the shrapnel. Miraculously, they faced no casualties. Leon turned his gaze and noticed Mayan among them. The Lady Knight extended her hand, simultaneously invoking transform matter into sword and command, successfully shielding the majority of the debris. Truly commendable, a noble deed worthy of song and praise. Yet, it would have been even better had she not countered with a reforge, condensing the fragments into metallic spears that were hurled mercilessly towards Augustus II and Leon. She must flee. Leon shouted a warning while evading the oncoming spears. The sound of clanking echoed as several grenades flew from Nangong's hands, precisely encircling the area and sealing off all escape routes. "Let me give it a try," Zhang Sen exclaimed, eager to assist. Tasked with the protection of Augustus II, he perceived the floating metal debris as an opportune moment. "Storm's Horn, cast your gaze upon me." As he whispered incantations, electric sparks began to dance through the air. Initially few, then multiplying exponentially, they coalesced into a vast, thunderous web of lightning overhead. "Don't move. Keep an eye on the fat penguin," Leon bellowed, swiveling his head. In the next instant, the members of the Iron Throne simultaneously raised their blast shields, creating a barrier between Mayan and the explosion zone. The nearest officer to Augustus II swiftly drew his sidearm, aiming it at him and Zhang San. Leon recognized the armor. While they had previously blended into the crowd, he could now distinctly identify the leading member of the Iron Throne as Silver. He shouted at the top of his lungs. "Hey!" Silver pulled the trigger, the flame from the gun's muzzle illuminating her face through the armor's seams. The bullet was deflected by an exposed electric drill, and Noah leapt high, executing a fierce flying kick that sent the towering Silver sprawling. Leon acted independently, indicating his presence nearby to handle the remaining threats. She raised her shotgun, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Silver. "You have dined at our home on numerous occasions. It is only fitting that you have gleaned something from these experiences." Alas, she tumbled backward, her armor sparking and denting, and I, with my dull intellect, could only gaze at Noah for several moments before she raised her hand to halt the other Iron Thrones poised to act. "I shall not engage you. You are but a child, and you still prepare my meals." She lifted her gaze toward the distance, where Meon had vanished amidst the smoke and debris of the South Palace's explosive traps. The Iron Thrones loyal to the second Augu drew nearer, their footsteps resonating ominously. "Retreat." Silver suddenly gestured emphatically. "Have you met with the White Crane?" Noah inquired unexpectedly. Silver typically operated alone and harbored a significant disdain for his father, the White Crane. Thus, it was rather surprising that he had brought a contingent of Iron Thrones today. "Well, how should I put it?" Silver scratched the back of his head instinctively beneath his helmet at the unexpected question. "I find myself quite astonished as well. My father, such a rigid and formidable figure, actually apologized to me." "Congratulations," Leon began to approach briskly. "Haha, this matter is rather intricate. I shall tell you more when the time is right," Silver explained, meeting the astonished gazes of Zhang San and the second Augu. "Come on, you fool," a voice called from the distance, belonging to Inu. It was then that Silver realized he was nearly encircled, and he hastily waved at Noah before dashing into the narrow alley. "Are you all right?" Leon helped the second Augu to his feet. Meon is a clever individual. Having made so many arrangements, she would not engage in a futile struggle. She would opt for the approach with the highest success rate, seizing any opportunity to act and retreating immediately if unsuccessful. Leon had contemplated the possibility of annihilating her with a single blast, but regrettably, the train cannon would struggle to eliminate Meon in her peak condition. And she was no fool. She would not remain stationary to be struck. "And no, I am fine." The second Augu took out a handkerchief to wipe the dust from his face. He remained in a state of shock. His father, the first Augu, was a train conductor and a high-level ability user. Logically, the second Augu should not be so astounded by two Sequence 6 individuals. Yet, it was precisely because he understood what Sequence 6 entailed that he found it utterly unbelievable. Without prior preparation, Meon could have dispatched an ordinary person like him in an instant. However, what astonished him even more was undoubtedly Leon's ability to intervene among these two formidable beings and even play a role in the unfolding events. To be candid, Sequence 8 bears little distinction from an ordinary individual. If a Sequence 8 were to be thrown into an octagonal cage with a professional boxer, the outcome would be fatal for the former. Yet Leon had indeed performed such feats before his very eyes with remarkable ease, and no one seemed taken aback. In contrast, the prospect of executing a precise interception with the train cannon, a task of equal difficulty, appeared significantly less daunting. Was this capability a result of his being a mechanic? Clearly not. The second Augu had encountered mechanics, and those brass apprentices spent their days revolving around gears, with very few possessing combat prowess. Was it because he was a train conductor? No train conductor, even at Sequence 8, could surpass Leon. Even August II, whose own father was a conductor, understood this truth. Thus, there could be but one answer. He is Leon. It is truly astonishing. August II shook his head. Zhang San approached, his face reflecting regret. He apologized for nearly causing a significant incident, relieved that Leon had made prior arrangements. "Do not overthink it. Your duty is to protect August II closely." Leon reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. "The rest is in my hands." After uttering these words, he turned his gaze towards Nangong Ti. She met his eyes, nodding slightly, a silent acknowledgement that spoke volumes. For a taciturn professional, especially one who remained focused during missions, such recognition carried substantial weight. Leon was formidable, a comrade with whom one could fight side by side without the need for further words. "What shall we do next?" she inquired. A pivotal question, direct and to the point. The carriage had been destroyed, severed in two by Meon. Equally unfortunate were the heavy draft horses, also divided in the wreckage. The force of the impact had shattered both vehicle and beasts, resulting in considerable subsequent complications. The procession must continue, August 2 asserted. As long as he aspired to maintain his position of authority, he must traverse the remaining 4 districts and ascend the Silver Tower. For a citizen of Star County, this represented his only opportunity to establish a foothold in the Meiting. Otherwise, legitimacy would forever elude him. Even if I have to walk, I will complete the remaining procedures, he declared. Walking is unnecessary, Leon replied, patting the hefty 300-pound penguin. The carriage had transformed into an open-air conveyance, but with some repairs. The wheels were still capable of turning. On the platform of the Iron Throne, the co-pilot's expression was far from pleasant. What did it mean that Leon had intercepted a shell? Each word was familiar, yet together they formed an incomprehensible notion. Are you suggesting that a Sequence 8 could intervene in a clash between 2 top Sequence 6s, injuring one while simultaneously calculating the precise launch timing, angle, and trajectory of a shell fired from over 10 kilometers away, then instantaneously firing back to intercept this supersonic projectile? What kind of joke is this? Ha ha. The little mustached man laughed heartily at the co-pilot's expression. What are you laughing at? The co-pilot retorted, somewhat disgruntled. I have long said that Leon excels in certain aspects, perhaps even surpassing me. The little mustached man adjusted his breath, realizing his intuition had been correct. And have you noticed? The bronze holy carriage was stripped bare, and just 2 months after he recovered it, he was already able to match our train's cannon. Such quality artillery cannot be purchased on the market. The only possibility is that he crafted it himself. Crafted it himself? The co-pilot's face was a canvas of disbelief. Thus, I have always stated that I prefer a blacksmith over the Iron Throne. The profound sensation of truly creating something is beyond the comprehension of others. The little mustached man rose to his feet. The opportunities were dwindling. Let us go, for I shall show you my most cherished masterpiece. His assistant paused for a few seconds. Is it that one? He inquired cautiously. The one locked deep within the warehouse. Rumored to require the simultaneous effort of thousands for operation, taking hours to assemble, with a maximum shell weight of 7 tons. A marvel of industry? Not quite so exaggerated. The little mustached man waved his hand dismissively. You mentioned those figures were from the Second World War. If it were truly that formidable, our trains could not accommodate any other supplies. He continued, I fashioned a smaller version, with all specifications merely half of the original. However, it is considerably more convenient. With our combined capabilities, the 2 of us can operate it. Half, meaning over 3 tons, his assistant swallowed hard. To be frank, once the shell weight reaches such magnitude, the exact tonnage becomes less significant. One shot could obliterate a small town, effortlessly collapsing the Silver Tower. He recalled the beloved steel monstrosity of that era, the Gustav railway gun, which epitomized the grotesque assault systems of ground warfare. As the injection pierced his neck, life surged anew through the blood, and Leon's severed hand gradually regenerated its bones, enveloped in veins and muscle, culminating with skin. Only 2 doses remain, he noted. It was said that such serums were exceedingly costly. Even for a 6th-tier production, only one could be synthesized over an extended period. Yet, at such a critical juncture, there was no need for frugality. Otherwise, should one perish with an used serum, it would merely gift a final offering to the grave. The carriage advanced once more. The crowd began to coalesce, the events of the recent past spreading rapidly, from 1 to 10, then to 100, as awareness dawned upon them. Is the Iron Throne attacking us? Someone shouted. What is the council thinking? Thankfully, Leon had intervened, prompting another to murmur, we owe it to him. Does Leon support Augustus too? Another speculated. He appears quite commendable. I stand with the Countess. She should rightfully be the leader. Why didn't Leon participate in the election? Various voices echoed through the throng, yet overall, the support for Augustus too was evidently on the rise. This was to be expected. Surviving an assassination attempt served to demonstrate the leader's strength before the populace, naturally garnering their allegiance. As Leon traversed through the districts, he had not encountered those space monkeys for 2 consecutive blocks. This allowed him a moment to swiftly calculate the elevation angle of the Iron Throne. The Silver Tower was precisely at the midpoint of his line of sight. This meant that the next cannon fire, if aimed at the Silver Tower, would leave him with merely half the reaction time he had just experienced. Should it be directed at the district, evasion would become exceedingly difficult. However, according to Perlo, the gates had been sealed, restricting the firing angle. As long as he could maneuver towards the outskirts of the district, he could achieve the effect of being hidden in plain sight. What do you think the council said to persuade the Iron Throne? Augustus II, waving from the carriage, slightly turned his head. External intervention. Liang pondered for a moment, recalling how those agents had persistently corresponded with other sanctuaries. And it seemed there would always be one or two unwilling to show respect to his father. The daughter of the leader from Low City was highly suspect. Had she not written to his father, berating him? Perhaps she had brokered a deal through the council, leveraging her position as Low City's representative to reach the Iron Throne. Such a possibility was indeed plausible. Augustus II nodded in agreement, also contemplating the value of Liang's intellect. It would be a waste of his talents if he remained merely an advisor. Entrusting him with governance would squander his martial prowess as well. After considerable reflection, Augustus concluded that the most prudent course of action would be to abdicate in favor of Liang, thus allowing him to assume the leader's position. This could potentially be beneficial, as it would spare him from becoming a living target atop the carriage. With a sigh, Augustus resumed his journey, the carriage continuing its forward motion. The open carriage could no longer accommodate 3 passengers. Nangong was now walking alongside Liang. However, she remained within close proximity to Augustus. The ammunition and firearms were secured in the carriage, and she needed to ensure they were readily accessible. I will seek you out later, she quickly remarked to Liang as she turned around. Is there anything that cannot be discussed now? Liang inquired. We do not converse about matters unrelated to work. Nangong replied, shaking her head. Indeed, quite professional, Liang acknowledged with a nod of approval. Prior to this exchange, he had roughly categorized Nangong-ti's abilities as comparable to those of the auction tiger, thereby formulating a strategic plan around this assessment. This was why he had opted to deploy the spine of the innocent to compensate for their deficiencies in strength. He glanced at the tall, short-haired woman clad in a maid outfit, whose demeanor was devoid of levity. At present, it was evident that even among the 6th rank of sentinels, Nangong could obliterate the auction tiger without leaving a trace. However, her proficiency in close combat remained an enigma, yet her apparent strength to wield a heavy submachine gun with one hand suggested he need not worry. Augustus, Liang contemplated, have you dispatched anyone to the core furnace? I have sent 3 squads of private soldiers. They were deployed immediately after the incident at the power plant, Augustus II responded. There has been no word since. The situation appears dire. The White Crane has entirely shifted allegiance to the rebels. After Fieldley lost power, the walls crumbled. And your private soldiers must have been intercepted by the police, Liang replied. Augustus II commanded a substantial armed force, which included some high-ranking officials he had won over from the police department, 40% of the Iron Throne, and fewer than 200 private soldiers. Currently, approximately 20% of the police maintain neutrality, tasked with preserving order and not aligning with either faction. This meant that the White Crane directly commanded only 30% of the police force. While it might seem that Augustus II held the numerical advantage, the reality was more complex. His police forces were preoccupied with preventing stampedes, maintaining normal operations in the Magnesium Hall, addressing everyday security issues, identifying the rogue elements within the crowds, and allocating a small contingent for his personal protection. In contrast, the White Crane could focus solely on securing the core furnace, with no other responsibilities to attend to. Regarding the rebels, there are still throngs of space monkeys. The two sides barely manage to maintain a semblance of balance. While in unseen corners, a relentless pursuit unfolds between the officers and the insurgents. Chapter 98, Glory, Babel Tower. A foolish idea, a triad. The sound of hurried footsteps rushed past nearby. In the alley, Mian leaned against the wall and slowly sat down. Xiaomei, is everything going smoothly? Smoothly, came the reply, and Mian nodded. Are you all right, Mian? I hear things are not going well over there. The voice of Minor was tinged with anxiety. It's nothing, Mian said, administering the injection into her neck, the capillaries around her eyes darkening rapidly, spreading across her pallid face toward her neck. She bit her lip, stifling a moan. The essence of the potion is to damage certain bodily functions, and then, under the protection of the train, to complete the reconstruction and gain extraordinary abilities. Digestion is a protracted process, and the train's protection does not dissipate immediately. The principle of the resurrection blood is to mobilize this process to complete the reconstruction. However, Mian is an usurper. She has forsaken her original sequence, transgressing into another carriage midway. The protection of the sequence no longer favors her. All that remains is a semblance of compassion, ensuring she does not perish as a result. Each time she utilizes the resurrection blood, she endures the excruciating pain of consuming a potion without protection, a heart-wrenching agony that could induce fainting. Your voice does not sound well, Mion, Minor continued. You should have Inya by your side to take care of you. Do not worry about me. Mion took a deep breath. I have been learning to meditate recently, enabling me to regulate my emotions and wield the authority of the Reforger. Moreover, I see Leon in a perpetual state of anger, able to maintain his fury at all times. I am still quite dissatisfied with Inya's absence. Minor whispered during this critical moment. Do not be too harsh on her. It was thanks to Inya that we managed to blow up the field building. Mion sighed. Unlike you, that child is not yet prepared. There are many matters she cannot be made aware of. Mion. A suppressed exclamation arose. And Mion turned to see a woman clad in a white scholar's robe. What brings you here? Mion stepped forward with difficulty. She had exerted considerable energy, bravely enduring the heavy firepower from Nangong Ti, leaving her physically and mentally drained. The shell exploded in the district, debris fell into the workshop, and a few officers came in to clean up, so I took the opportunity to leave. Inya supported Mion. She was not the athletic type, but Mion was more fragile than she had anticipated. Indeed, fragile. In such close proximity, she realized that the tall and reliable senior she once knew was no longer the same. Perhaps she had changed as well. She was taller, older, no longer a child who could rely on others. Just place me there, and you may leave first. Mion's expression softened considerably. Go to the police station in the district and find Bain. She will assist you. Why do you say I am not prepared? Inya suddenly inquired. You heard that, didn't you? Mion chuckled. Silly girl. You are unlike us. You are on the verge of graduating from the academy, assured of a stable job, cherished by your elder brother, and a best-selling author. Does this lead you to conclude that I am unworthy of being your companion? Inya lowered her head. Is it because of these reasons that I lack the resolve to fight alongside you, that I am deemed unworthy to walk with you? Mion? I never said that, Inya. You remain an important friend to me. Just before this, Inya abruptly lifted her head, her breath quickening with emotion. Hadn't Mion been pleading with me to stay by your side? Why utter such words now? I have pondered this deeply before coming to seek you out. My brother also encouraged me to pursue my dreams. My dream is to be by Mion's side, just as you once helped me. I will follow the psychological cues. I will not ask unnecessary questions. Inya's words were interrupted by an embrace. Mion enveloped her in a gentle, yet powerful hug. The rhythm of their heartbeats and warmth exchanged transported Inya back to the care they shared years ago, leaving her momentarily dazed. I understand now, Inya. Mion patted her back. Let us walk together. Inya smiled, returning the embrace. She failed to notice the glint of cunning in Mion's eyes, or the profound self-loathing concealed beneath her veneer of pride. Isn't that the extent of Mion's capabilities? Nangongdi inquired. She is an overstepping individual, seemingly requiring certain means to harness her full strength. Liang explained, recalling their initial encounter in the wilderness when she lifted an entire train several meters into the air, twisting it into a spear to strike at me. Wow. Zhangsen peeked in. How did you escape? I just did, Liang shrugged. The brass holy chariot can also be liberated, but there is no need for others to know about it. What are the odds? Noah glanced at Nangongdi. To the best of my ability, Nangongdi responded tersely. Noah nodded in acknowledgement. Liang noted their conversation and observed a rather intriguing pattern. Noah seemed to harbor no hostility towards figures like Pelu and Nangongdi, who possessed a feminine physique, while her animosity towards Inya was somewhat elevated, and even more so towards Bain, with Mion attracting the utmost disdain. What criteria was she employing for this hierarchy? Liang stroked his chin. Age? No, that lacked precision. Height? That too was incorrect. After a few moments of contemplation, Liang experienced a moment of clarity. Oh, it's a matter of maturity. No, if that were the case, the positions of Bain and Inya should be reversed. Could it be Liang's expression grew complex? Indeed, it is a matter of bearing. Ouch! His toes were stepped on, and Liang looked at Noah in confusion. Why? Each time you wear that expression, Noah stood on tiptoe and pinched Liang's cheek, teasing me. What? While observing Noah, was he also being scrutinized in return? The anointed one has triggered. When you gaze into the abyss gazes also into you. Physical fitness increased by 5%. Oh, so it is not merely cooking that can activate the anointed one. It feels as though some entity known as the Brass Lord is watching me. ready to toss down gifts at whim, which is rather unsettling. Elon retracted his thoughts. When his brain operates at high frequency, he occasionally experiences such inexplicable notions or engages in dialogues with objects with even greater fervor. The second augur has arrived in the district. This area is rife with casinos and pleasure houses, yet simultaneously, it is a haven for the impoverished. The destitute have been driven underground, leaving this place predominantly inhabited by slave traders. They bring slaves to this district for sale, then squander their earnings in the nearest establishments. Over time, this district has transformed into such a locale. Those who come to halt the carriages are no longer simple townsfolk. Rather, they include numerous prostitutes, gang members, and pimps. Most of them have little to resolve. They merely seek to flaunt their power or simply to embarrass the second augur. What astonished Elon was the seamless communication between the second augur and these individuals, even managing to engage in their coded language, deftly diffusing several potentially volatile situations. Upon departing the district, the second augur's approval rating, remarkably, did not diminish but rather increased. Even the most cunning and malicious of pimps, faced with the heightened taxes, could only shrug in response, rendered speechless. Do you recall my mentioning? The second augur turned his head. I once went missing during my childhood and spent several months in the slums. Those were indeed trying times, yet I learned a great deal. It also altered your dietary habits, Elon affirmed with a thumbs up. However, that aside, truly, you ought to hire a nutritionist, he continued. I shall earnestly consider it. Should I successfully assume office? The second augur nodded. By the time you return from your journey around the world, your old friend augur may very well have developed an 8-pack, resembling a true warrior. As he said this, he clumsily threw a couple of punches. It is indeed difficult to imagine, Ngondi remarked, seldom interjecting. Do not be like that, little T. How about remaining by my side as a nutritionist? A stable job does not suit me. That sounds quite fitting for Elon. After receiving a fierce glare from Noah, the second augur scratched his head, sighing. Am I the only one who prefers indoor pursuits? As the carriage entered the district, he once again raised his nearly numb arm, beginning to wave at the residents. Mian, you have arrived. At the base of the silver tower, Minor swiftly approached. She disregarded Enya, who had greeted her, and hurried towards Mian to assess her condition. Enya remained rooted in place, her outstretched hand lingering in the air for quite some time. Frowning, she looked at Minor, preparing to speak, only to be startled by her appearance. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Minor had lost considerable weight. She no longer donned that enormous hood and cloak, but instead opted for lightweight athletic attire. Her raven locks gathered into a low ponytail, cascading casually over her shoulder. Her eyes were bloodshot, dark circles accentuating her pallor, presenting an image of extraordinary weariness. What transpired? Was she deeply troubled? Enya pondered. Being a psychologist, she could discern Menel's transformation through these subtle details. Leon was expected to evade the bombardment, relinquishing distractions from the abandoned zone to concentrate all efforts within the inner city. Mian observed the cosmic monkeys and the Iron Throne adorned with orange ribbons tied around their arms. The next phase would be their home ground operation. This was their final opportunity. In mere minutes, the silver tower would crumble in an explosion, obliterating the Bluefin Bank, the museum, and the square. Everything would reset, the history of this place, each individual's credit record, and the illustrious past of the Magnesium Hall would be reduced to ruins by a barrage of plastic explosives. This was the destruction I promised you. A voyage to the very depths. Let it unfold. Mian clapped her hands. The cosmic monkeys nodded in silence, turning to initiate the placement of the bombs at the foundation. A multitude of smooth heads, fingerprintless hands, and shattered dreams converged into an abyss that would engulf the towering structure. The closer one approached this vicinity, the more palpable the distinct atmosphere became. A fog had descended. Visibility decreased, compelling Zhang San to affix a kerosene lamp to the cart, heralding the arrival of Augustus II. Gazing ahead revealed only vague silhouettes, their lanterns illuminating with a ghostly green glow from the magnesium moss within. No words were uttered. Those shadows stood silently along the roadside, observing Augustus II as he drew near, then departed, akin to long-deceased phantoms. Augustus II cleared his throat. This gathering of slave traders and conductors was undoubtedly the most challenging locale to navigate. He had even drafted responses for potential tricky inquiries to avoid errors amidst the chaos. Nangong Ti hastened his pace, drawing closer to the cart to avert any forthcoming conflicts. Leon guided the cart's direction, ensuring it remained as close to the edge as possible to evade an attack from the Iron Throne. All were breathless and attentive. The journey was eerily quiet, bordering on the uncanny. Finally, at the end of the district, dozens of figures loomed. Augustus too took a deep breath. As the distance narrowed, he discerned the leading man among the crowd, a tall, muscular figure with a beard extending to his temples. Beside him stood a wiry, diminutive man, slightly balding, whose grin revealed a glint of gold from his teeth. They both wore conductor uniforms. Not only these two, but the several figures behind them were also clad in uniforms, exuding a menacing presence that the local ruffians dared not provoke. Augustus too had heard of them, the legendary Sunday Club. The private train conductors convened here, engaging in transactions and forming a rather solid camaraderie. With each individual possessing a considerable degree of wealth and private armaments, they constituted a formidable force not to be underestimated. It seemed a challenging battle awaited Leon. Suddenly, the tall man waved his hand, offering Leon a smile brimming with goodwill. Augustus too raised an eyebrow. Hey! Leon grasped the king's outstretched hand and bumped shoulders with him. What is the situation? Rest assured, we seek no trouble. Hori saluted Augustus too before elucidating to Leon. Some time ago, Fieldlay entrusted us to locate her missing sister and entered into a wager with us. If we succeed, the brothers of the Sunday Club would no longer have to pay taxes upon entering the city. If we fail, they would all be absorbed into the parliament. Both outcomes favored him, yet we were apprehensive of potential retribution from the parliament, leaving us with no choice but to acquiesce. Subsequently, we scoured every nook and cranny of the Hall of Magnesium, but found nothing. You should be aware of the aftermath. Leon recalled the mother of the insect nest buried underground and nodded. In any case, we triumphed in the wager and did not become the parliament's pawns. This matter is considered a personal favor owed to you by the brothers. We have already prepared everything in the district, so you can assume your position with peace of mind. The king patted Leon's chest, stating, I always knew your name would resonate throughout the Hall of Magnesium. Well done. You have not disgraced the conductors. Gazing into the expectant eyes surrounding him, Leon questioned whether they truly believed he would be the one to assume responsibility. However, he dismissed the thought. It mattered little. The collective support of all the private train conductors in the Hall of Magnesium was indeed a daunting force. Should Augustus too fall out with Leon, the external transport of the entire hall would be nearly paralyzed, relying solely on the miracle train. The complexity of the situation from beginning to end was considerable. Leon first rescued Pello, forged a connection with the plague doctor, then reached an agreement with Meon and Augustus too to attend a clandestine gathering of the circus's secret society, encountering the wise species and relaying the information to the plague doctor. Following that, the plague doctor relentlessly tracked the wise species, reporting back to Leon. This led to Leon's visit to the Bluefin Bank, where he inadvertently delved underground to resolve the issue with the mother of the insect nest. Had any part of this intricate web faltered, the entire loop would have severed. Thus, as of today, the streets were teeming with insect zombies. The fifth sequence infected mother of the insect nest, the unharmed wise species, and the conductors who had already been absorbed by the parliament, resolutely resisting Augustus too. This support was undeniably a reward for Leon's arduous journey, a hard-earned accolade. Quite a feat indeed. Augustus too applauded. Upon hearing the king's words, he grasped how much Leon had accomplished to bask in the reflected glory. There was nothing more to say. He descended from the carriage, firmly patted Leon on the shoulder, and pulled him into a bear hug. He then exchanged a handshake with the king. Augustus too was acutely aware that had he been a conventional ruler, he would undoubtedly feel threatened by Leon's formidable prowess. Yet, Leon was indeed Leon. This fellow held no regard for wealth, but rather for the brass holy chariot. Augustus too was not a traditional sovereign either. Should Leon genuinely wish to occupy that position, he could easily step back to serve as an advisor, allowing himself time to indulge in nutritious fare and engage in aerobic exercise. After all, this was Leon. There was no cause for concern that he would be blinded by riches, power, or beauty. This man was steadfastly reliable. Your glory shall become my glory, brother. Augustus too grasped Leon's hand once more, affirming, my glory will also be yours. However, it was premature to speak of such matters. Leon patted his arm, gazing at the towering silver spire that pierced the sky, a testament to humanity's aspiration to touch the heavens, united in the construction of the Tower of Babel. God, filled with apprehension, rendered humanity incapable of comprehending one another's tongues, fostering distrust and dispersal until the tower ultimately collapsed. I recall you mentioning that God despises you. It appears there is truth in that statement. It is time to ascend the tower's summit and impart a lesson. The carriage surged forward with vigor. Meanwhile, all residents from the outer districts converged towards the inner city. The new leader would deliver an inaugural speech there, as everything settled into place. Two strategies emerged. Leon stood on the carriage's edge, presenting the first. We swiftly assault the inner sanctum, eliminate all rebels including Mion, dismantle the explosives, and once safety is assured, you ascend. The drawback lay in the fact that should we dawdle, they might bring down the Silver Tower, rendering your inauguration eternally unfulfilled. As for the second strategy, Leon paused, lifting the carriage seat to reveal a large parachute. Wait, what is this? Augustus II inquired, pointing at himself. Indeed, Leon replied with a grave nod, devoid of jest. Since the tower is destined to fall, our best course of action is to delay as much as possible. You shall ascend without a backward glance, deliver your speech, and then leap down. By that time, behind you would be the Silver Tower, collapsed under hundreds of kilograms of nitroglycerin, while you flutter your little wings above the crowd, descending from the heavens. Thus, the process would be completed, and you would rightfully assume the role of the Magnesium Hall's leader. What do you think? Leon asked. Nangong Ti stifled a laugh. Noah too struggled to contain his mirth. Despite the gravity of the situation, Zhang San could barely suppress his smile, lowering his head to conceal his amusement. I weigh 300 pounds, Augustus II managed to say, swallowing hard. The parachute is reinforced. I crafted it myself, and its quality is assured. This is undoubtedly a dreadful idea. Augustus II rubbed his temples. Is there truly no alternative? This is not a dreadful idea, my lord. Nangong Ti pressed his hands to his cheeks, striving to maintain a neutral expression. It is a blend of imagination and careful consideration, and paradoxically, it offers the highest probability of success. Leon nodded in satisfaction. Nangong Ti understood his scheme. In the most favorable scenario, we successfully defuse the bomb, and you will not need to jump. Noah continued. However, standing on the rooftop makes you a living target for the Iron Throne. It would be wise to leap down. A moving target is less likely to be hit. Everyone here is striving to ensure your survival, and you should perhaps consider your options. Noah fixed his gaze upon him. I, Augustus II, opened my mouth but uttered not a word, ultimately accepting the parachute in silence, strapping it to my back. How terrifying this child is, he thought, tears silently streaming in his heart. Enya struggled to push open the door and ascended to the rooftop. It was quiet here, save for Menel, who sat calculating incessantly with a notebook in hand, using his abilities to instruct others on the precise placement and amount of explosives. Enya closed her eyes, hearing the sound of shattering glass. The sky was overcast. This rooftop was perhaps the highest point in the entire mega hall, possibly in the world. She had not heard of any other substantial refuge towering so high. 191 stories. At such heights, the wind was perpetually cold, and the air was almost eerily still. Suddenly, Enya understood why those individuals referred to themselves as space monkeys. Here, it was akin to space. It was time to fulfill the tasks assigned in your training. Even if you did not comprehend the gravity of the situation, you would ultimately still perish. She took 2 steps forward and peered over the rooftop's edge, gazing down at a throng of plush, carpet-like beings in the street below. A massive sandalwood table slid out from the building, shrinking progressively until it plummeted straight into the crowd, vanishing from sight. The space monkeys were scurrying about the 191 stories, obliterating every fragment of history. She had heard Chi-Air mention that with sufficient gelatinous explosives, encasing them around any building's foundational pillars would allow one to topple any edifice in the world. Now, that was about to be realized. Enya suddenly realized that detonating the auction house's vault might be a rehearsal. They had contemplated this long before. If you have nothing to do, move away and do not disturb me, Menel said coldly. Are you all right? Enya inquired with concern. You seem to be in the same state as when we first met. Have you been unhappy lately? If something troubles you, you can share it with me. This is our world, the world of Mion, Menel replied gravely. Everyone else is dead, and will soon perish. Stay away from me, you fool. Menel stood up, teetering at the rooftop's edge, as a gust of wind could easily send her tumbling. You still do not understand anything. Listen, while I am still calm, you should hastily depart from here, from Mion, from everything. Chapter 99. Ascend the Tower of Babel. 3-1. Enya took a deep breath. She recognized that this was not the time for debate. Success or failure hinged upon this moment. And only a fool would engage in quarrels. I need to find Mian. Have you seen her? Enya asked. In the lower compartment, Menel replied, her expression impassive. If you have any thoughts to share with me, or wish to converse, feel free to seek me out at any time. Before departing, Enya turned around. Xiaomei, I still consider you a friend. With a soft thud, the metallic door closed, and Miner's taut shoulders slumped. She stood on the rooftop of the 191st floor, the wind tugging at her sleeves, rendering her appear even more fragile. This foolish Miner sighed. That long-ago internal struggle had finally unveiled the essence of Mian. As she glimpsed a fragment of that grand ambition, the diviner also perceived the hidden, chaotic peril within. Mian, the last baroness of the Sadi's family, would undoubtedly drag everyone into the abyss of ruin. Miner was aware of her own cowardice. Until today, she had to cling to something in order to find rest. In this vortex of destruction, the only constant, the only tangible reality she could grasp was Mian. Mian was at the very center of the whirlpool, where one would not immediately drown, but rather float half-submerged, endlessly spinning, bearing immense sorrow while witnessing the world blur into indistinction. She was an accomplice to Mian, a child nurtured by Mian herself. Her life, her future, everything belonged to Mian. The most troubling aspect was that Miner did not resent this reality. The admiration and dependency she harbored for Mian, cultivated over the years, had morphed into something more complex, grotesque, and pathological than mere affection. Miner understood that escape was forever beyond her reach. All she could do was push that fool Enya away, as far as possible. Yet, Enya remained oblivious. The scholar, with her naive dreams, believed Mian to be a pitiful soul ensnared by the whirlpool, even aspiring to rescue her. Foolish. Miner cursed again. The door to the compartment was indeed ajar. It was a small hidden door that slid open in the wall, revealing a secret chamber. You can always find me quickly. Mian smiled, her hands continuing their search for something on the shelf. What is the matter? She inquired. I've come to give you a psychological suggestion. Leon and the others are on their way here. Enya stepped into the secret room. What are you doing? Looking for something, Mian replied. This was originally my father's private study, and I'm surprised it hasn't been discovered until now. Ah, here it is. She retrieved a western sword from the corner of the cabinet. It was exquisite, diminutive, albeit slightly short and blunt, as if intended for a child as practice. Mian grasped the rapier, positioning it behind her back. With fluidity, she executed a bow, a thrust, and a parry. After a series of graceful maneuvers, she paused and smiled at Enya. What do you think? Impressive, Enya blinked. She recalled how, during swordsmanship classes at the academy, Mian wielded this very rapier with unparalleled prowess, defeating even the senior students. This was crafted for me by my father. Mian grasped the sword hilt and twisted it a few times. In those moments, her mother often remarked that young ladies should learn social dancing instead of brandishing weapons. Conversely, her father urged her to be strong, for only through strength could one safeguard oneself and protect those dear to them. This lesson had remained etched in her memory. A click resonated as the blade and hilt finally separated. Fortunately, her years of dedication to swordsmanship allowed her to effortlessly discern its imbalance. She shook the hilt, and a few crystals tumbled forth. Through the light, intricate inscriptions resembling incantations were visible within. These were clues left by her father. Mian tucked the crystals away and took a deep breath. Her gaze seemed to transcend time, reaching back to years past, a flicker of nostalgia gracing her features. However, this moment was fleeting. Menel descended from the rooftop, nodding at her from afar. Mian struck a match and tossed it into the cabinet, igniting the mold and dust within. One cannot linger in the past forever. Mian grasped Enya's hand, leading her out of the burning chamber, whispering a psychological assurance to herself. The carriage came to a gradual halt. Leon disembarked, observing the figures raising guns aimed at him. They were not yet within range. Yet, being out of range meant only that their aim was inaccurate, not that they could not hit, nor that they could not kill. At the command of one, a barrage of fire would descend upon him. Nangong Ti raised her submachine gun, and Leon patted her shoulder, signaling her to wait. August, grant me an official title. He turned his head. How about Chief Constable? August too inquired. I now declare. Leon raised his hand and stepped forward. The head of the Magnesium Hall was completing the inauguration ceremony, Your actions have been classified as an assassination attempt. As Chief Constable, I possess the authority to execute all of you. This is your final warning. Is that clear? No one moved. They regarded Leon with disdainful smiles. Chief Constable, what is that? Leon was of rank 8, a fact that circulated widely among them. There were officers of rank 8 and even rank 7 among their ranks. And a gathering of Iron Thrones, in terms of defense, was beyond his imagination. Following a command from one of them, riot shields embedded with metallic microparticles glowed red as if they were molten and then levitated, forming a wall of despair. The body enhancement of Apprentice Knights enabled them to withstand greater impacts and recoil. The Silver Knights, with their ability to transform objects into swords, allowed them to fine-tune the selected metals, effortlessly repairing any dents. This was the embodiment of a mobile fortress. Thus, they were fit for guard duty. In terms of riot control, the Iron Thrones were undoubtedly the most suitable rank. Barrels extended from the gaps in the shields, with some standing and others kneeling, adopting shooting stances. The gathered residents began to murmur among themselves. They had never heard of the highest sheriff, nor had they witnessed the Iron Throne manifesting such an imposing demeanor. They were utterly perplexed as to why the officers had divided into factions, with one faction rushing forth to impede the advance of Algu II. However, it was evident that in this scenario, the one with the mightiest fist held the sway. Leon nodded slightly. They had clearly grasped the situation. Not only those present, but also the throngs of onlookers approaching, were well aware of the unfolding drama. For Leon could see the dressed for death ability being triggered at an alarming rate, notifications cascading before him in layers, their hues intensifying until they culminated in a deep crimson. An unprecedented rage simmered within the mechanism, the bowstring of lattice creaking as it tightened. Mastering rage, dressed for death. Penetrating shot. Before the Iron Throne could pull the trigger for the first time, Leon shielded them with his hand. Immediately thereafter, a terrifying radiance erupted from his fingertips. It was a composite bolt, fashioned from the materials of the brass holy chariot and tungsten, creating a superior armor-piercing projectile. Buzz! The ground was upheaved inch by inch as the pressure of the wind radiated outward, shattering the glass on either side of the road. First came an instantaneous shockwave of air pressure. The crossbow bolt, effortlessly breaking the sound barrier, produced a chilling whistle as it soared through the air. Mock, twice mock, thrice mock, merely passing by caused eardrums to rupture, internal organs to bleed, and bodies to be toppled by the shockwave. Following this was the scorching heat generated by air friction, exceeding 800 degrees Celsius. The acrid scent of obliteration spread instantaneously, igniting everything in the path of the light, turning the ground into charred earth. Only then did the bolt make contact with the shield wall. The shield momentarily halted the bolt for half a second, leaving behind only a molten breach. The bolt made contact with flesh and blood, the cavitation effect tearing individuals asunder, piercing through a dozen or more without altering its trajectory in the slightest. Even those who did not directly encounter the bolt were swiftly overwhelmed by the shock and heat, collapsing in droves. A plume of blood mist did nothing to diminish the bolt's velocity as it ferociously penetrated the hull of the silver tower, shattering glass across 3 floors, before finally embedding itself into the ground, sending a spray of concrete and fragmented tiles flying, resulting in one final wave of devastation. Leon lowered his hand, revealing a scene where there remained only scattered remnants of flesh, melted fabric, and swathes of charred earth. Silence. A truly rare silence. In this bustling, affluent inner city that had not known night for years, it had not been this quiet in ages. The residents were left speechless. Algu too was equally taken aback. Even Nangong Ti's expression exhibited a subtle shift as she fixated on Leon's arm for several moments, lost in thought. Leon stood firm, emitting a sound reminiscent of a train's whistle, followed by billowing clouds of steam. The recoil caused his mechanical claw to overheat instantaneously, and Lotus, without a doubt, was burning his arm like a searing ember. The powered armor creaked ominously, as if it had just received a heavy blow, threatening to disassemble. Leon lifted his gas mask, the silver light in his eyes gradually dimming, steam wafting gently from his mouth and nostrils. Fortunately, the spine of the innocent and the Holy Communion sustained him. Otherwise, he would have had to expend another vial of resurrection blood. A stroke of fortune. Leon parted his lips to speak, but found his insides convulsing from the impact. Move. His voice emerged like a long-buried corpse. Move. Into the tower. Noah immediately grasped his intent, raising the kiss of cherubim to shield against bullets, leading the charge. Behind them, sporadic applause erupted, soon escalating into a roaring cheer for the sheriff and similar accolades. Leon glanced back with a complex expression, the human penchant for revelry amidst chaos proving itself once more. The path had been cleared. Now, the only task remained was to ascend. Whoosh! Flash! The crossfire of battle intersected, cleaving the heads of the guards before him into quarters, their viscous remains charred by the searing flames, the cross-sections neat and clean, akin to a perfectly seared steak. He kicked aside the still-standing corpse, suppressing several lunging space monkeys behind him. Nangong Ti immediately dodged to follow, the desert eagle roaring simultaneously, piercing through the bodies. Rat-tat-tat-tat. In the narrow corridor, a silver knight clad in heavy armor unleashed a barrage from his machine gun towards Leon. Noah skillfully propelled herself off the walls twice, leaping into the air, the kiss of cherubim unfurling. A cacophony of impacts erupted as she defended against the bullets while striving to maintain distance from Leon. The two advanced in tandem, one to the left and the other to the right. Nangong Ti aimed at the gaps in the knight's helmet, firing, and the silver knight collapsed with a thunderous crash, only for another to rush forth, seizing the machine gun and continuing the onslaught. Bang! Leon swung his fist abruptly, the machine gun flying apart under the force of the Holy Spirit's mighty strike. As he seized the remnants, activating the combination, the machine gun fused with the mechanical claw, unleashing a frenzied barrage at the Iron Throne awaiting around the corner. Swish! Noah positioned the kiss of cherubim horizontally, slipping past, several overlapping blood and slash marks spattering against the pristine office walls. Officers, their legs severed at the calves, crumpled to the ground. Leon advanced, delivering finishing blows to each one. For him, it was either to spare or to annihilate. Otherwise, this violent endeavor would be deemed a failure. As for feeling any pity for these Iron Thrones and space monkeys, such sentiment was absent. The individuals before him were either warriors prepared for a death struggle, deserving of respect, or fools who dared to fire upon him without understanding the consequences. The compassion for life compelled Leon to swiftly alleviate their suffering. As for guilt and remorse, while not entirely absent, they served merely as reflections during moments of leisure or in the stillness of the night. Now, with weapons drawn and vigilance maintained, the next wave of adversaries was imminent. The ground was treacherously slick. Caution was paramount. Leon kicked aside the drenched carpet. Am I to ascend 191 flights of stairs? August 2 wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, already panting heavily. That would still qualify as fortunate. Perhaps the tower will explode halfway through your ascent. Leon patted his shoulder reassuringly. Fear not. I shall assist you in your climb. However, you must exert yourself for the initial flights. I must descend below to thwart their detonations, at least to delay them as much as possible. I leave it to you. Is that agreeable? Leon glanced towards Nangong Ti and Zhang San. No problem, Nangong Ti nodded. Zhang San gave a thumbs up, burdened by a massive blast shield, with most of August 2's weight resting upon him, rendering him nearly speechless. Hurry up. Move faster. Chi-Er shouted, fastening 2 bundles of explosives to a load-bearing column, the veins on his forehead bulging from the strain. Leon and August 2 are here. Charlie rushed in, out of breath. How did you arrive so quickly? You're a full half-hour ahead of schedule. Chi-Er glanced at his watch. The sectors were too accommodating, Charlie remarked, taking the explosives. The Iron Throne at the front door offered no resistance, having been obliterated by Leon's arrow. What kind of joke is this? Is he a tank? Indeed. He is a tank, and he is firing armor-piercing rounds. Charlie chuckled bitterly, tightening the binding cord. This was, in truth, a rather intricate process. If the binding were insufficient, they would merely blow apart this basement, failing to shake the silver tower in the slightest. Time. Essentially, this was a contest of time. August 2 had departed in the morning, commencing the parade, while they infiltrated with utmost speed, seizing control of the situation to begin bomb installation. The several disturbances orchestrated along the way were merely time-buying tactics. Now, the problem had reached its final query, stripping away all extraneous conditions. It became a race between August 2's frantic ascent and the rebels' desperate bomb placements, determining which side would reach the finish line first. Then, introducing the variables of both sides, Leon and Mion, whether to disarm the bombs or eliminate August 2, the side that succeeded would declare victory. Time. It was the most scarce resource at present. Time is money, is life, and is a bargaining chip to be fought for at all costs. There are still 6 hands of power remaining. I have arranged for all of them. Menel approached, observing as the space monkeys humorously passed plastic explosives along like an assembly line. 6 from Sequence 7. Leon should. A sudden whoosh interrupted, and half of Chi-Air's body vanished in an instant, warm blood splattering onto Menel's face. It's the brass holy chariot. The menacing iron dragon abruptly crashed through the wall, emerging from the shadows to crush a pile of space monkeys, taking the life of Chi-Air, before barreling out the other side of the second floor, leaving with an air of arrogance. It left behind 2 gaping black holes in the wall, through which air whistled ominously. It is known that the brass holy chariot can traverse the abandoned mining line to reach the neighboring bookstore street. Furthermore, it is understood that while I bombard the mother of the insect nest at the Bluefin Bank, I must exercise utmost caution to avoid detonating the core furnace. One might inquire, given such proximity, what are the odds of a direct collision? From the darkness emerged a figure, advancing slowly with a steady gait, a dagger deftly twirling at his fingertips. He stepped forward, his face partially obscured by the brim of his hat, revealing only the glint of his silver eyes. A sense of overwhelming pressure loomed, as if my heart and windpipe were tightly gripped, rendering me breathless. The train conductor. The miraculous train conductor. Leon. He had directly crossed over the 6 hands of authority arranged by Menhir, crashing in with his train. It had been a long time, Miss Diviner. It seems you have not been sleeping well of late. Leon stepped forward once more. His greeting, though seemingly cordial, was countered by the explosive release of steam from the vents of his legs. With the enhancements of Linty, through secondary overclocking, and the spine of the innocent, Leon glided momentarily over the ground. As he slashed through the crowd with his fiery cross, effortlessly cleaving through flesh as if it were butter, he raised Lotus, aiming at Menhir. Run. Charlie's voice was almost drenched in desperation. He seized Menhir and pulled her through the crowd, sprinting backward. Stop him! Stop him! Charlie shouted loudly. Chi-Air was dead, gone in an instant. This shattered the last remnants of Charlie's hopes. Building connections and leveraging relationships would be futile. Leon was a man of strict principles. During a truce, he might prepare a lavish feast for you and share a few drinks, a sign of his respect for your shared humanity in the apocalypse. But once you found yourself on opposing sides, it was all over. Nothing could save you then, except perhaps clasped hands in prayer to God. Unfortunately, God harbored no affection for you. How else could you have found yourself at odds with Leon? Swish, swish. The fiery cross carved out brief arcs in the crowd, Leon's violence always striking without warning, direct and unequivocal. Charlie dragged Menhir into the elevator, frantically pressing the buttons. The elevator doors began to close slowly. The detonation button rested in Menhir's hand. If only she could delay Leon, the space monkeys would eventually manage to assemble the bomb. Menhir gasped for breath, her chest heaving, the sound of her own heartbeat pounding against her eardrums. Fear and unease consumed her. She yearned desperately to grasp something, extending her hand and seizing Charlie's thin, wiry arm. This man, reminiscent of a sickly raccoon, emanated a terrifying light from his singular eye. Do not be afraid, Menhir, Charlie reassured, patting the back of her hand. I will protect you, I promise. Suddenly, the elevator doors were pierced by 2 glinting blades, and the elevator finally sprang to life. Alas, with a mighty blow akin to the hand of the Holy Spirit, the elevator abruptly came to a halt, wedged between the first and second floors. Did no one inform you? From the distorted gap in the elevator doors, a pair of silver glimmering eyes peered inward, a reminder that taking the elevator while fleeing was a perilous choice. Those eyes suddenly fixed upon Menhir, causing her heart to skip a beat. In the next instant, a crossbow bolt unhesitatingly shot through the elevator door, followed by a barrage aimed directly at her. Let the stars shield you. Menhir gritted her teeth, clasping her hands together as starlight began to resonate around her. She intended to use her stargazing abilities to disrupt Leon's senses. Come here. Don't be foolish. You will die? Charlie's furious shout broke through Menhir's concentration. She lifted her gaze to see that Charlie had pried open the upper half of the elevator door, half of his body emerging onto the first platform. Gritting her teeth, Menhir relinquished her counterattack and reached for Charlie. If she could just keep running forward, she would reunite with the 6 who wielded power and survive. Who knew where Charlie found such strength? Menhir felt herself nearly lifted off the ground by his pole, and when she landed again, her feet were firmly planted on the first floor. Do not fear, Minner, Charlie said, firmly patting her shoulder. I am here. You do not have to face Leon alone. Ding. The elevator resumed operation, returning to the second floor. This cursed machine seemed to revere Leon as a deity, malfunctioning at will and resuming when it pleased. It began to rise incrementally, the numbers on the display flickering and changing. Run. Quickly. Charlie grasped Minner's wrist. Striding forward with fervor, Minner felt her steps lighter than ever. Charlie's hair stood on end, resembling a timid creature that had finally resolved to protect something precious, though his slight frame rendered him less imposing and somewhat pitiable. Yet, that was more than sufficient. It embodied the sensation of firmly grasping something amid the storm, unlike Mion. Charlie's presence instilled a deeper sense of reassurance. With each step growing lighter, Minner sensed her fear dissipating. The stairwell around the corner lay just ahead. She had just reached out telepathically for aid from Mion and the Six of the Seventh Order. If she could just round that corner. Whoosh. A faint sound echoed. Without donning elaborate attire to court death, Lotus's customary shooting was silent. A mere twitch of the mechanism, a gentle tremor of the bowstring, signified an impending demise. Minner felt a tremendous force strike her back. She stumbled forward, and as she turned her head, she beheld a crossbow bolt piercing Charlie's chest. While he forcefully pushed her aside, I would shield you from bullets, it seemed, was not merely an empty phrase. Chapter 100, Crows and Black Powder, Trilogy. Years ago, on a certain morning, Minel stood before the ruins, watching yet another tribe of wanderers engulfed in flames. The firelight illuminated the blood-stained visage of Mion, who remarked, I have not heard you speak of your father. My father was also a wanderer. He passed away long ago. As Minel cradled the crystal ball, she and Mion stepped over the corpses. At that time, I could scarcely remember. I only recall his last words urging me to never lose my worth. Humans are inherently selfish. Parents nurture their offspring in hopes of support in their twilight years. Friends assist each other also due to mutual benefits. Those who lose their utility effectively forfeit their right to existence. No one would lift a finger for them thereafter. Do you believe he is right? Mion asked, as he pulled away a woman who was weeping over a corpse, comparing it to a photograph. Indeed, Menel replied earnestly, because I can help my uncle tend to the horses and care for my cousin. He takes me in and feeds me. Once my cousin reaches the age for schooling, my worth diminishes, and I shall naturally be cast aside. Similarly, she could not comprehend the sorrowful wails of one cradling a dying person. Menel glanced at the trembling woman on the ground. Once a person is on the brink of death, they become utterly useless. Only a fool would waste time on them. I see. Mion turned away, smiling slightly. Crack. It was as if the strings of reason reconnected abruptly, and Minel snapped back from her momentary stupor. Charlie. Tears cascaded from her eyes as her insides twisted in agony. Confusion and disbelief engulfed her. Why? Why would someone with no ties or interests truly shield me from bullets? Why does an immense, suffocating sorrow rise from within? Why can I not divert my gaze from that dying, valueless, shattered body? Run. Charlie's teeth were stained with blood. His body felt increasingly weightless, his vision blurred, yet it hurt not. Rather, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The tearful girl before him merged with the shadows of his memories, but this time, she did not vanish into the flames. He had saved her. He had saved her. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 more crossbow bolts flew forth, merciless and unrelenting. So be it. Nothing else matters now. Let it happen. Charlie closed his eyes. Almost instantly, he felt his legs being yanked forcefully, a bolt grazing his shoulder and embedding itself in the ground. What are you doing? Charlie managed to utter with his last ounce of strength, witnessing Minel desperately dragging him towards the corner. Emnir remained silent, devoid of the strength to utter a word. Elon's crossbow bolt had pierced her left femoral artery, and crimson blood gushed forth like a broken dam, draining the color from her face. Emnir ought to have been wiser, to depart without hesitation. Perhaps then the outcome might have shifted. Yet, she stayed. In her heart, she recognized her folly, a foolishness akin to that of one who weeps over a corpse. With great effort, she dragged the unconscious Charlie, her teeth clenched. Resembling a stubborn young girl, Elon raised the fiery cross, poised before Emnir's throat. She ceased her struggles. Emnir's lips parted slightly, prepared to speak. But Elon struck down with a swift motion. He was not one to indulge in idle chatter. With a sickening thud, the fiery cross carved a gruesome wound into Emnir's form, cleaving her nearly in two from shoulder to rib, blood erupting in torrents. Her pupils dilated rapidly. You deserve this, she chastised herself internally. Emnir, you are foolish, utterly lacking in merit. Like a moth drawn to a flame, she clung to warmth, refusing to let go, ultimately perishing in the blaze. She had no right to speak of Enya. It seemed they were all the same, not particularly astute. With a sharp sound, the syringe penetrated her neck, the restorative fluid coursing through her. The elevator crashed heavily toward Elon, forcing him to evade. Emnir struggled to open her eyes, momentarily catching a glimpse of a familiar silhouette, Mion. She administered the final syringe to herself. How could this be? Another question arose, leaving her bewildered. She could not fathom the myriad complexities surrounding her. All she could do was cling fiercely to Charlie. Let go, little May. Enya's voice echoed. He.s. dead. Mion did not come. That was an illusion of my own making, a fleeting moment. In truth, it had not bought her even a sliver of time. Elon's voice resounded again, causing Enya to freeze. She beheld the sudden emergence of a dense black fog beside her, from which Elon stepped forth. The heart of the sinner. She had witnessed Elon display this object in the courtyard, never anticipating its formidable power. It served as a psychological suggestion, revealing one's most guarded adversary, was it not? Quite intriguing. Elon nodded. It seems you have reached a decision, Enya. He raised his hand. Is there something that could barter for your lives? Perhaps the detonation switch? Charlie fought valiantly to protect you. It seems this object is within your grasp, seer. Elon advanced a step. Emnir remained silent, still seated on the ground. Eliminating you could yield the switch. Elon squinted. But that would require a gamble on whether the switch bears the stargazing incantation, which complicates matters. Charlie was not yet beyond saving. He lacked the abilities. And the syringe could not rescue him. I might be able to save him. At the mention of Charlie's name, Emnir's gaze flickered, and she lifted her eyes to Elon. I am uncertain what will transpire. Should he have been vaccinated, the probability of survival stands at a mere 1%. The remaining 99% necessitates that one must take matters into their own hands. Leon removed his gloves and punctured the tip of his finger. A drop of blood, belonging to the infected, gradually oozed forth. Minel, realizing the gravity of the situation, fixed her astonished gaze upon Leon for an extended moment. The increasingly cold body of Charlie left her no room for hesitation. After a few seconds, she exhaled deeply. She unbuttoned her coat, removed the pendant hanging around her neck, and, tainted with blood, marked the ground. Very well, Leon nodded in acknowledgement. His understanding of the stargazing incantation was limited, yet he possessed some knowledge of micro-expressions and was aware that Enya could discern truth from falsehood through psychological analysis. By comparing the expressions of both individuals, he could ascertain that everything was in order. He had acquired the detonation button. Leon was well aware that this device could not possibly be absent from Mion's possession. What he obtained was merely one of several. Nevertheless, he had gained a semblance of agency. Leon had previously discussed this topic with the plague doctor. The doctor had first self-infected and then utilized the abilities of the Sequence 6 white coat to continually heal himself, thereby cultivating antibodies over time, which eventually led to the subsequent vaccine. Viewed in this light, Leon's experience bore similarities. He too was infected and subjected to continuous treatment, thus he should also possess antibodies. However, Leon remained uncertain if his blood could transform someone into a zombie. Nonetheless, Charlie was willing to cooperate in this minor experiment, and Minel was prepared to relinquish the detonation button for his sake. Why not? It was certainly preferable to the prospect of adding 3 more corpses. The willingness to commit murder and the enjoyment of it are vastly different matters, especially given that he also had the desecration shackles. Click, click. He fastened the collars around Minel's and Enya's necks, tugged on them to ensure their security, and Leon nodded in satisfaction. After being dismantled, he had fashioned several smaller collars from the device, capable of sealing powers while also triggering explosions at will, quite effective. In 10 minutes, I will preemptively detonate the bomb, Leon proclaimed, raising the pendant. At that time, regardless of how many people there are, I will not hesitate. Whether you wish to withdraw the space monkeys, or join them in a suicidal bombing, or simply disregard everything and create chaos for Mion, it matters not to me. Upon seeing you again, I will immediately detonate the collars. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. Then there are no issues. Leon nodded and turned to depart. There was an intriguing element that he was unsure if Enya had noticed. Psychological suggestion can enable one to perceive the very individuals they are most wary of. This was a widespread influence, with mental included. What she beheld was also Mian. The path forward could now be pursued. Noah retracted the kiss of cherub. The iron thrones were evenly distributed across each floor, indicating considerable effort had been invested. They had prepared an array of heavy weaponry, including machine guns and artillery. Regrettably, such measures would prove futile in the face of Nangong's might. The formidable firepower suppression, precise marksmanship, and mid-air interception displayed by the maid's combat skills are truly astonishing. However, it is undeniable that Noah, tasked with defending against stray bullets, plays an equally crucial role. According to the theory of the barrel, the capacity of the barrel is determined by its shortest stave. Similarly, the speed of this Team's advance is evidently dictated by Augustus II, who has never before ascended so many flights of stairs, 10, 20, 30. Moreover, he must sprint at an almost frenzied pace, causing him to see stars before his eyes. Zhang San also faces considerable strain. In his efforts to hasten Augustus II's pace, he is racking his brain, contemplating whether he should occasionally give the man a jolt. "You're rather distracted, Augustus II," he gasps. "Ah, yes, a bit," Zhang San nods, realizing that voicing the idea of a jolt would be rather inappropriate. "Worried you might unexpectedly encounter your sister around a corner?" Augustus II inquires. Zhang San lowers his head, remaining silent, although the written report was well composed, inducing a certain drowsiness upon reading. I have endured enough to make educated guesses about such matters. Augustus II chuckles softly. "Don't take it to heart. I do not intend to blame you. Which brother would not defend his sister? Mine Satythus, our Lady Baroness, is far more capable than I. Your sister made a wise decision. Clearly, she has resolved to stand against you. What you ought to do is present yourself as a model brother, affording her the respect she deserves. If respect entails killing her," Zhang San furrows his brow, "then I would rather regard her as a child. There are more options in this world than mere slaughter." Augustus II smiles. "I believe that if Leon were to meet her, he would not resort to such measures. The pathways between individuals extend and intertwine, diverging and converging, a profoundly intricate matter. Leon possesses a natural aptitude in this regard. He invariably manages it with finesse. Aside from the compliments you've bestowed upon Leon, you've said quite a bit." Noah squints, suspecting you may be shirking your duties. "Zhang San, give him a jolt." "Oh, very well." The tone too reminiscent of Leon prompts Zhang San to instinctively comply. A spark leaps from his fingertips, landing on Augustus II's rear, prompting him to leap forward a few steps. "Hey," Augustus II protests, "I'll just keep walking." 44th floor. This level differs from the others. There are no desks, no chairs, no safes. Strictly speaking, there is nothing here, except for Mian. In tales concerning tower conquests, the demon lord often waits at the pinnacle due to seals or curses, willingly remaining at the summit. The strength of adversaries encountered along the way typically escalates, adhering to a code of martial ethics. Unfortunately, reality does not mimic such tales of tower conquests. The demon lord does not patiently await at the top. She descends with intent to kill. "I've kept you waiting." The Baroness turns in the narrow corridor. Nangong Ti raised her firearm and fired, the bullets striking the armor rising before Mian, producing a cacophony reminiscent of a torrential downpour. Patiently waiting for Nangong Ti to exhaust her magazine, Mian continued, "A few moments ago, my diviner went missing. His last words were Liang. Therefore, I surmise he is not present." Her gaze swept across the quartet, and with a nod, she affirmed her suspicion. The 44th floor served as a refuge, a designated sanctuary within every building, rarely utilized except in times of calamity to shelter the unfortunate. This level had been fortified, reinforced with steel, fueled by an unusual anger. She was able to act. Raising her hand, an eerie clicking sound echoed. Nangong Ti furrowed her brow, her acute awareness of distance alerting her to the walls drawing closer. The available space dwindled, while the metallic density around them surged alarmingly. This was an ominous sign. "I will create an opening. You all proceed past her and ascend. I shall remain to buy time." Nangong Ti discarded her submachine gun, drawing forth a Desert Eagle, while simultaneously gripping a dagger with her other hand. Noah sensed the impending confrontation, nodded, and turned to instruct Augustus II and Zhang San, "Stay close to me." In the next instant, the ground beneath Nangong Ti cracked violently, and she transformed into a phantom, launching herself towards Mian. There was no doubt that Nangong Ti was a prodigy, even amidst the violent lineage of the Nangong clan. This did not imply she could run faster or leap higher than others. Rather, Her true talent lay in her instinct to discern the opportune moment to act. With her hands interlaced, Nangong Ti seized Mian's wrist, entangling her legs to execute a crucifix hold. In confrontations among high-tier abilities, many weight-dependent grappling techniques became ineffective, as opponents could easily lift one's weight and throw them to the ground. Fortunately, Nangong Ti possessed more than just two arms. As the crucifix hold was established, she swiftly drew her dagger, thrusting it towards Mian, and as the blade descended, the emblem of firearm and flame ignited abruptly. With a sigh of relief, Nangong Ti felt the blessing of black powder erupt at the tip of the dagger, causing a minor explosion that obscured Mian's vision. Immediately after, she struck the dagger's hilt forcefully, propelling it forward with renewed speed through the smoke toward Mian. It was imperative to hit her. Gritting her teeth, Nangong Ti recognized that the advantage afforded by her four arms was far greater than anticipated, especially in close combat. The moment Mian appeared, she realized that the current Mian was vastly different from before, more akin to the state described by Liang, capable of lifting a train. She was decidedly outmatched. Noah was swiftly guiding the other two through, knowing that even a momentary delay could prove crucial. The palpable sensation of the dagger striking its target provided Nangong Ti with a fleeting sense of reassurance. The dagger that had accompanied her for years shimmered with an intricate array of incantations, piercing through the layer of armor that defended Mian, as well as her palm raised in defense. An opportunity. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Nangong Ti's eyes. The dagger twisted, pressing down Mian's left hand. She tightened her grip on the crucifix hold, ensuring that Mian's right hand remained restrained. This left her with only one free hand. Without hesitation, she raised the Desert Eagle, pulling the trigger at close range towards Mian's face. Bestowed with the kiss of black powder, the specially loaded penetrating round whistled forth. Bang! It struck true. Mian's head jerked back violently. Then, to Nangong Ti's astonishment, she gradually righted her head, parting her full, smoothly curved lips to expel the bullet. She smiled at Nangong Ti. A warning bell rang in her mind. In that instant, Nangong Ti understood the necessity of decisive action. The answer was to flee. She must escape immediately, as far away as possible, and sever all ties with this woman forever. This was the overwhelming fear one experiences when faced with an inhuman entity. Mian's violet eyes were profoundly dim, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, lost instead in a haunting past, radiating despair with every passing moment, a despair that entangled them both. Boom! A heavy strike. Mian seized Nangong Ti by the throat, slamming her to the ground. The earth erupted with steel rods, surging towards Nangong Ti with lethal intent. Gripping Mian's wrist, Nangong Ti twisted forcefully, executing a counter-maneuver before sliding away. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. Mian's arm dislocated in response. Yet she swung her hand again, as if untouched. The walls around them pressed in with an almost sentient ferocity, threatening to engulf Nangong Ti entirely. She was compelled to release her grip and evade. Mian abruptly raised her hand, and a silver spear shot forth, severing one of Nangong Ti's left arms. Drip! Viscous blood trickled down as Nangong Ti gasped for breath. 2 exchanges. In just 2 exchanges, she had lost an arm. Fortunately, the second Ogu and the others had already arrived. However, the ordeal was far from over. She needed to stall for more time. Otherwise, Mian would swiftly catch up and annihilate everyone. Mian extended her hand, conjuring a 2-meter-long silver spear in her palm, which she casually held behind her back, beckoning Nangong Ti with the spear's tip, seemingly eager for a simple exchange of blows. Damn it! Nangong Ti tightened the tourniquet, gripping the dagger with one hand and the handgun with the other. Whoosh! The spear swept through the air with a terrifying sound. Nangong Ti aimed and fired precisely, deflecting the spear while simultaneously rotating her body to close the distance. Engaging in close combat against a longer weapon was akin to courting death. Had it not been for her confidence in wielding a handgun to create an opening, she would not have been able to execute such a maneuver. With a swift rotation, she lunged forward, suddenly swinging her blade. As the agile sword met the block, sparks erupted. Immediately, a flurry of rapid attacks ensued. The blade moved with the grace of a serpent, accurately targeting every vulnerable spot on Nangong Ti. She retreated step by step, unknowingly distancing herself from a favorable position, only to be met with the fierce sound of slicing air. A resounding crash followed as the spear swept across, sending her hurtling away and leaving significant cracks in the wall. Nangong Ti slid down slowly, struggling to steady her head and regain clarity of vision. Mian held the sword upright in one hand, while dragging the spear behind her, signaling her once more. What the devil? Was the use of cold weapons at a master level? Nangong-ti coughed twice, pondering her next move. What to do? What to do? Firing would be futile, as that armor, amidst the metallic walls surrounding her, rendered her efforts pointless. Shooting at a wall was no different. Engaging in close combat would also yield no advantage. Mian seemed impervious to pain, making it a losing battle regardless. Thus, there was but one option. Nangong-ti grasped her submachine gun, twisting the knobs. Her hands a blur in the air as she deftly disassembled it into a myriad of parts. The components swiftly reformed into a colossal composite launcher. She lifted the launcher, removed the grip, revealing a sharp iron tube, and aimed it at the gaps between her ribs, piercing inward bit by bit. Her lungs began to emit a faint glow, increasingly bright, nearly breaking through her skin and clothing. Blood surged forth. Her breathing grew labored, each inhalation accompanied by excruciating pain. Correspondingly, a swirling mass of flickering gray mist enveloped the exterior of the launcher, gradually converging toward the muzzle. Black powder lung, connected to a special launcher, Raven. Nangong-ti pulled the trigger, and the mist began to compress, coalesce, and compress again, becoming ever more luminous. Her complexion paled, her lips turning bluish from oxygen deprivation. This entire process unfolded with astonishing swiftness. Just as Mian attempted to intervene, Nangong-ti had already released her grip on the trigger. A small orb of pure destruction shot forth from the muzzle, accompanied by flickering sparks and a thunderous roar. It struck Mian. A fleeting blankness enveloped the entire 44th floor, reminiscent of an overexposed film. A blinding light radiated through the glass, and at that moment, the entire magnesium hall witnessed a section of the building glow with an incredible intensity. Then came the explosion, an explosion that was as fierce as the brilliance it followed, reverberating with a thunderous clap that could be felt even 50 kilometers away from the magnesium hall as it surged toward them with a deafening roar. The air surged, and the entire silver tower swayed like a weeble, trembling 3 times in the wake of the explosion. Every pane of glass shattered, leaving no remnants of survival. Nangong-ti extracted the raven and cast it aside, gasping for breath. With each inhalation, blood foamed forth from her lips. The wound on her chest gushed with blood, her lung filled with internal hemorrhage, resembling a waterlogged sack. Chapter 101. A Fairy Tale, 3-in-1. The adepts undergo a physical mutation induced by potions, completed under the aegis of the sequence. Such transformations do not manifest simultaneously across all body parts. Rather, they typically concentrate on a specific organ. For the machinist, it is the craftsman's hand. For the blacksmith and the iron throne, it is the spine of the innocent. For the penitent, it is the guts of the sinner. For Nangong-ti, it is the lungs of black powder, enabling her to exhale smoke and enhance her shooting efficacy. This pivotal organ harbors the majority of their extraordinary powers, and can be considered the very essence of the adept's soul. The Raven Cannon, which directly pierced the lungs of black powder and unleashed her nearly all-encompassing power, was a desperate strike that cost Nangong-ti her very soul. This act appeared somewhat reckless, even unwarranted, as she risked her life for a few strangers. Yet, Nangong-ti felt no qualms. As a professional, she believed one ought to fulfill their obligations, regardless of the peril. She mustered her strength to rise. The Raven Cannon transcended the realm of ordinary explosions, resembling more a fusion reaction. It was energy compressed to its utmost limit, then released in a violent eruption. The cloud of gunpowder would obliterate everything in its path. Nangong-ti gazed at the billowing smoke, holding her breath as she strained to listen. She was attuned to the heartbeat of Mian. Given the ferocity of that explosion, survival was improbable, and indeed, reality corroborated this. Amidst the haze, a vague silhouette lay motionless on the ground, devoid of sound. Nangong-ti unfastened the emergency pack strapped to her thigh. Her dedication had earned her a reward from a sequence 5 white robe, a vial of resurrection blood worth more than this current payment. But now, she could not afford to ponder such matters. Her immediate priority was to tend to her wounds, lest a fractured rib puncture her lung and inflict further harm. She retrieved a syringe and plunged it into her neck. A gentle grip enveloped her wrist, the touch tender, as if fearful of causing her pain or dislodging the syringe. Nangong-ti turned her gaze towards the dissipating smoke, her heart sinking at the sight of the dark, immobile form. It was a suit of armor. An overwhelming wave of despair surged within her. Slowly, she turned her head, and there, she beheld Mion's face. That stunning visage appeared as if draped in some obsidian substance, the faintest hint of a smile gracing her lips. Unlike moments ago, Mion now appeared quite disheveled, her hair cascading down in disarray, and the wound on her abdomen oozing blood, revealing glimpses of her innards. The Raven cannon had indeed shattered Mion's defenses. The speed at which she could conjure her armor lagged behind the rate at which she sustained injuries. Even an abundance of surrounding metal proved futile. Had Mion not undergone psychological conditioning, she would not have so flawlessly overstepped her limits, nor would she have nearly lost all sense of pain. It was possible that she was already dead. Alas, the world does not entertain what-ifs. With a swift motion, the glint of cold steel flashed as Nangong Ti's hand, which gripped the syringe, was severed at the wrist with a crack. She clutched the stump, her teeth clenched tightly, her complexion growing increasingly pallid. While only raspy sounds emerged from her throat, Mion directed the syringe toward her own neck, letting its contents trickle down gradually. Then, she halted. Suddenly, this enchanting woman leaned forward, locking her gaze with Nangong Ti's eyes. Was this truly the blood of resurrection? Would a combat master, whose every maneuver was an assault, reveal a vulnerability in her self-preservation before confirming her opponent's demise? A sly, fox-like smile graced Mion's lips as she lunged the syringe toward Nangong Ti. Blocked. Mion narrowed her eyes. Nangong Ti gritted her teeth. It was indeed not the blood of resurrection, but rather a potent neurotoxin. With her remaining strength, she grasped Mion's wrist, attempting to push the syringe back. A standoff ensued. Mion swiftly gained the upper hand, pinning Nangong Ti to the ground, the glimmering syringe drawing ever closer. Without warning, she released her grip, simultaneously brushing aside Nangong Ti's palm. Her left hand pushed away the right. Her right hand brushed aside the left. While Nangong Ti's other two arms lay severed, the syringe fell due to gravity, embedding itself into her body amidst Nangong Ti's astonished gaze. With a piercing sound, a hand from the side deftly caught the syringe, the sharp needle piercing through the palm and emerging from the back of the hand. In a moment of dire urgency, Nangong Ti's breath nearly faltered as she gasped with her ruptured lung, her eyes fixed on the hand suspended in midair. It was a nimble hand, long and strong, adorned with myriad small scars. It belonged to a craftsman, a mechanic who had just traversed with the heart of the sinner. This mechanic's other hand gripped the battle cross, a short sword entwined with white flames, which carved scorched marks in the air. Mion stepped back to evade, and in that fleeting opportunity, Liang hurled a vial of resurrection blood towards Nangong Ti. At that moment, Mion advanced once more. Liang remained silent, yet with astonishing speed, extended his hand, placing something before Mion. To Nangong Ti's utter astonishment, Mion abruptly ceased her actions. It was as if that object was a talisman imbued with a willpower, effortlessly immobilizing the exquisite demoness. Liang had indeed succeeded. Upon encountering the pendant that originally belonged to Minil, a subtle, yet noticeable change flickered across Mion's expression. Upon witnessing Liang's hand tracing that symbol in the air, she came to an abrupt halt. Silence enveloped her, as if the very essence of her vulnerability had been grasped, transforming the enchanting demon into a figure of discontent, humiliation, and pitiable fragility. Aware that it was Liang facing her, Mion conceded that her attempts to seize victory were futile, rendering further efforts unnecessary. "It is my turn now, Mion," Liang asserted, stepping forward. Mion instinctively retreated. "You understand the profound implications of whether a bomb is affixed to a load-bearing pillar, do you not? Breaking the shell before the time is right yields only dead birds. Should I press the detonation button now, chaos would ensue in half the inner city, yet the silver tower would remain unscathed. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Liang enunciated each word with deliberate clarity. "Detonate, precede, guide. I shall embrace you and leap from the 44th floor, plummeting into hundreds of kilograms of plastic explosives. Shattered dreams of thousands of space monkeys, and your unfulfilled aspirations. You know I am capable of such an act, Mion. Do you recall your words at the auction?" Liang advanced, closing the distance. "We are both fugitives. The only difference this time is, you are devoid of your syringes." Mion continued to retreat, step by step. Liang's gaze fixated on Mion's slightly trembling violet eyes. In previous encounters, she would have exchanged flirtatious banter. Today, however, she remained utterly silent. Leon reached out, encircling Mion's waist, prompting her to instinctively step back until her back pressed against the wall. There was no escape. "You are bleeding, Mion." Leon seized her wrists, lifting them above her head and pinning them against the wall. "Say something." Mion turned her head away, biting her lower lip, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. The sound of a device akin to a stapler emerged in Leon's hand, and as he pressed down repeatedly, steel pins pierced the horrifying open wound on Mion's abdomen, disinfecting, suturing, staunching the flow of blood. Mion's eyes brimmed with humiliation, yet she could do nothing but endure Leon's ministrations in this position. After all, the initiative lay firmly in his grasp. In a battle, she possessed a myriad of methods to eliminate Leon, yet he had not engaged her in direct conflict. Rather, he had pointedly targeted the crux of the demolition plan, the explosives and the time. Leon's actions in the magnesium hall had precipitated this half-hour discrepancy. He was acutely aware of this, which is why he risked crashing the brass holy chariot into the second floor to seize the detonation button. Thus, the half-hour became his exclusive domain, and the detonation button was indisputably the ultimate bargaining chip. 1,000 ways to kill Leon would not guarantee that he would not detonate the explosives before his demise. Should he trigger the explosives and the Silver Tower remain standing, the final plan of the resistance would falter, leaving the sole chance of success in eliminating the second Augustus. However, without the condition of zeroing out the debt records, the difficulty of seizing real power would escalate further. As for Leon's assertion that he is confident in his survival, he is left with but a single syringe: life. Akin to a flickering candle in the wind, appears precarious. A situation of mutual destruction looms. The roles have shifted. The rebels are no longer the reckless agents of chaos. Before them stands a deranged individual willing to detonate explosives, embracing a fate of shared annihilation. This relentless commitment, coupled with the sensation of an opponent capable of detonating at the slightest provocation, creates an intensely uncomfortable predicament. Was this your intention? Mion's voice was somewhat hoarse as she inquired about the investigative wisdom of the species and the connection with the plague doctor, as well as the resolution of the Sunday Club and the eradication of the mother of the insect nest. Indeed, Leon nodded with a smile. How could you possibly know that these matters would ultimately serve you? I have been spinning like a top, accomplishing far more than you can fathom. What you see is merely the outcome of my efforts. Leon wiped the blood from her face, stating that even a fool may stumble upon a truth, Mion. After a brief silence, Mion lifted her head and leaned closer to Leon's face, acknowledging that he was aware his reign would not last long. In just 10 minutes. Once the bomb was placed, his threat would become null. Then let us savor these 10 minutes, Leon chuckled, hoping that the plump penguin could ascend a bit higher. On the 101st floor, the nearly extinguished Augu II lay prostrate, while Zhang Sen panted heavily, reminiscent of a dog on the verge of exhaustion. Hurry, hurry. We can rest for another 5 seconds, Noah urged, his expression unyielding. My heavens. Augu II covered his face, feeling as though his jaw had shrunk considerably. On the brink of tears. How terrifying this child is. How does Leon manage to coexist with her? Leon? Zhang Sen reflected, realizing that Noah behaved like a docile kitten around Leon, a stark contrast to his current Spartan demeanor. In this regard, do not even think of comparing yourself to Leon. He is a prodigy. Zhang Sen shook his head in despair. Footsteps echoed behind them, and Noah abruptly turned, raising his shotgun. I am Nangong Ti, the battle maid. Dust-covered and weary, approached. She did not utter the foolish, do not shoot, it's me, but rather promptly asserted her identity. Noah raised an eyebrow, surprised to encounter Nangong Ti again, especially given her confrontation with Mion, which should have been a fatal encounter. So, you have seen Leon? Noah asked. Yes, Nangong Ti nodded. He has managed to restrain Mion. Are you serious? Augu II swallowed hard, asserting that a Sequence 8 could contend with such a peak-level monster. Nangong Ti recalled the scene she witnessed, Leon pushing Mion against the wall, gripping her wrist to subdue her, and then exploring her abdomen for something. You may find this hard to believe. Nangong Ti stroked her chin, but Leon must have employed some form of seduction technique. It is reasonable. These two always seem to enjoy embracing each other upon meeting. Zhang Sen nodded. Crack. The back of Zhang San's head was sharply struck by Augu II, prompting him to turn in confusion, only to encounter Noah's face, shrouded in shadows almost entirely. In that moment, a chill of cold sweat enveloped Zhang San's back. It was the first time in his life he exerted himself so fervently to think. Images raced through his mind. from the cosmic Big Bang to the eventual entropy of all existence. Liang must have reached the second floor to seize the detonation button, taking control of the situation while they had yet to secure the bomb, and threatened me and with an early detonation. As he spoke, Zhang Xin glanced at his watch. He had previously estimated the total duration of the parade, and now it was half an hour ahead of schedule. Roughly calculating, the precious time Liang had bought them was down to 13 minutes. It was time to move. He slapped his thigh and sprang to his feet. Are we certain it's safe? Ogatu swallowed hard and pointed. There's smoke rising from the back of your head. Merely a trifle. The potential of humanity knows no bounds. Zhang Xin waved dismissively. Let us hurry. You only climbed less than 60 floors. Nangong Ti observed the timer. 10 minutes for 60 floors? It is indeed a bit slow, but we are truly at our limit. We must also contend with the Iron Throne's resistance. Ogatu chuckled wryly. I'm just an ordinary person, shouty, an ordinary person weighing 300 pounds. I never asked you to finish in 10 minutes. I am not a monster. But what does 10 seconds per floor imply? Nangong Ti frowned. At this rate, you'll ascend 6 floors a minute, 60 in 10 minutes. Which means only 78 in 13 minutes. If this continues, you want to finish the remaining 90 floors, and you must also allocate time for the speech. She gripped Ogatu by the collar. Shouty, what are you planning to do? Ogatu looked utterly terrified. Zhang San, you go ahead. Nangong Ti lifted Ogatu entirely and prepared to throw him. Noah, please clear a safe zone for us 1 floor above. Liang saved me. I must see this through. Boss, I might need to make you fly truly. 44 floors. In the past, Mian would have proposed a passionate 10-minute kiss to pass the time, although she had never experienced such a thing and was inexperienced. She could guarantee to bite off Liang's tongue at the finale. Yet now, Mian seemed devoid of such sentiment. The echoes of pain reverberated in her mind under the influence of psychological suggestion, the trauma from the southern battlefield. The anguish of learning about her family's collapse in the midst of the expedition, jumping off the train to wander for 7 years as a deserter, traversing much of the north, returning to the magnesium hall, and being unable to locate her father's grave. Exhaustion washed over her. She found no desire to maintain that heavy, sophisticated facade any longer. Before Liang stood a stubborn, unyielding, somewhat boyish figure named Mian Sotis, a fallen noblewoman whose title had lost all recognition. They leaned against the wall, sitting side by side, enveloped in silence, waiting. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the clock turns slowly, reminiscent of a chaotic fairy tale. The penguin strives to ascend the treetops while the monkeys laboriously chop down the trees. In this twilight before dawn, carnivorous creatures linger by the river, quietly awaiting their moment. Leon yearns to shatter this eerie silence. He possesses the peculiar ability to converse with inanimate objects. If this continues, he might find himself engaging in conversation with Lotus. Cigarettes serve as an excellent medium, yet Leon does not smoke. He only indulges in the occasional puff of spare parts. Do you smoke? Leon inquires. If you wish to smoke, feel free. Mian shakes her head. I do not smoke. My mother says it ruins one's bones. After a brief silence, she poses a question. Why are you helping me tend to my wounds? I do not wish to linger near someone with exposed innards. That should be quite understandable. Mian chuckles at this. Leon gazes at her in surprise. Her smile is not that of the typical elder sister. It is devoid of allure, appearing rather foolish, with eyes squinting and teeth revealed. Then you ought to provide me with a vial of revival blood, she continues. Indeed, Leon replies, laughing, I should grant you a vial of revival blood. So we shall both be devoid of trump cards. You are sequence 6, and I am sequence 8, fair and square. Stingy. Mian complains. You are more generous than I imagined. Leon tilts his head to regard her. I did not expect you to give the last syringe to those two, Minil and Inya. You are merely exploiting them. Are you not? The unease of Minil, the letter from Inya's brother. You manipulate their hearts with these things, devoid of genuine emotion. Why did you give the syringe to them? The spirited, stubborn, and unyielding Duchess falls silent for a moment. Yes, why indeed, she murmurs to herself. I have heard that when one suffers trauma, their psychological age remains suspended at that moment. Leon observes, they cannot truly mature. When I look at you, Mian, I can only see a weary, despairing child, he continues. She has just escaped from the train, yearning to return home. Do not presume to know me well. Mian stares at the ground. You know nothing. Indeed, this is merely one facet. Your other side harbors a glorious ideal of rejuvenating humanity. Leon nods. And we are mortal enemies, Mion adds. Precisely, mortal enemies. Unless you are willing to marry me. Mortal enemies cannot become spouses. Leon regards Mion with keen interest. Uncertain if it is psychological suggestion or the effects of blood loss, the Duchess's eloquence seems to diminish, akin to the slurred speech of inebriation. She struggles to formulate a suitable retort, furrowing her brow in contemplation. After a considerable pause, she shrugs, seemingly resolved to display magnanimity. Nevertheless, thank you for retrieving the silver carriage, Mion states. I had no intention of giving it to you. It is mine, and I shall take it with the brass chariot. Leon candidly responds. Stingy. Mion frowns once more. However, Leon extracted a metallic object from his waist pouch. It was a silver family crest adorned with floral engravings. Originally hung upon the mithril carriage, this item was evidently unsuitable for the parade with Augustus II, so Leon removed it, made several impressions, and intended to return it to its rightful owner while searching for the tattoo. He handed the crest to Mion, saying, Forget-me-not. The flower language signifies eternal memory and cherished recollections. Your name is quite beautiful. Mion's hand trembled slightly as she received it, caressing it gently several times, brushing it against her cheek, yet she remained silent. Leon tightened his grip on the cross of fire, while Mion unsheathed the peace walker. Time was drawing near. The penguins were to ascend the treetops, while the monkeys hastily felled the trees, and half the sun began to rise by the lakeside. The sunrise over the Agave heralded the dawn of battle. 64 years after the establishment of the Magnesium Hall, at precisely 6 in the afternoon, the inaugural celebration was nearing its conclusion. Augustus II appeared punctually at the podium on the top floor. He appeared disheveled, pallid, his suit and shirt completely drenched, with soot smudging the tip of his nose. He had been unceremoniously tossed into this position by Nangong Ti and Zhang San, having vomited thrice along the way, yet he grit his teeth and remained silent. He bore the surname Augustus with dignity, exuding a toughness that belied his appearance. As for the soot and his damp attire, on the 191st floor, his office had transformed into a blazing inferno, with fire hoses spraying incessantly, turning the floor into a vast ocean. Regardless, he had successfully arrived at this moment. After traversing countless machine guns, navigating through an array of iron thrones, bodies, dismemberment, explosions, the bizarre flash on the 44th floor, and enduring numerous instances of weightlessness. The twilight's glow filtered over the high walls, casting a hazy orange hue upon Augustus II. All eyes were upon him. Everyone was watching. This was the tallest building in the world. From this vantage point, the crowd looked like a plush carpet, each individual merely a dot. In a few minutes, this tallest edifice might also vanish, as if frozen in a photograph, followed by a thunderous sound, and then it would begin to tilt. 80 degrees, 60 degrees, 45 degrees, then crash. Afterward, the silver tower would become but a small dot on the map. Time was of the essence. Augustus II retrieved his speech from his soaked inner pocket. The paper had turned to mud, rendering it impossible to unfold. He crumpled it slightly and cast it aside, opting to speak extemporaneously. His resonant voice, imbued with warmth and approachability, reverberated through the hall. Augustus II was a born politician, methodically and succinctly articulating his plans concerning corruption, education, healthcare, insurance, laborers, workshop owners, conductors, and delving into the topics of gangs, prostitutes, slaves, and pimps without shying away from contentious issues, declaring what he intended to achieve and what he aspired to accomplish in the future with boldness and confidence. The penguin ascended to the pinnacle of the tree, declaring to the entire forest beneath the sun its aspiration to become the king of beasts. Suddenly, something arrived from the distant platform, even before the promised future of Augustus II. The Gustav railway cannon, weighing 3.5 tons and towering above a man, hurtled through the air like a piercing cold wind, laden with explosive power.